My name is Owen Rensland, and I currently run a business that makes me just under $500,000 a year helping local businesses get more customers with social media ads and AI. And since I started that business, I've helped more than 30 strangers build the exact same thing. Some of them are even at $20,000 or $30,000 a month.
In less than 2 months, I've went from making $0 in 7 months to now making thousands of dollars. I've signed multiple clients. This is the best program in the market.
And every single one of them learned it from the exact series of videos that you are about to watch. There are a lot of people that have paid over $7,000 for this stuff, but today you're getting it all completely for free. And here's the reason why. I quit charging money to teach this because this industry is full of shit of people renting lifestyles, selling a dream about a business that they don't even run. And honestly, I'd rather just put this entire thing on YouTube than share a category with that. For full transparency, I make all of my money from my agency where I help local businesses. I make a little bit of money from a software that I use as an affiliate, but I make nothing from you. There is no course link below or coaching below. Like, this is the course. My promise from me to you is that this will undeniably be the most valuable video that you have probably ever watched on the entire internet. And if you actually execute this, I mean, not just like an hour or two, like the entire thing from start to finish, you will have everything that the people that paid $7,000 had. What they did with it was on them, and what you do with it is on you. I just ask one thing. Please use this information to actually help businesses. This can completely change your life. It can replace your job. It can change your life like it did for me and all the others that I've helped, but only if you show up with good intentions. And just so you understand the scope of this information alone allowed me to go from a broke car wash employee making minimum wage to making just under $500,000 a year at 20, and I'm currently living my dream life. Like, this is everything I've wanted ever since I was a kid. And honestly, this video would have saved me years of constant failures, so please enjoy it. In this video, we're going to cover a ton of stuff. First, we're going to go through a couple minutes of just background stuff and then quickly jump into exactly how to run meta ads and all of those fundamental skills. Shortly after, we'll do an in-depth breakdown of how the software works to convert their leads into more jobs and customers. And just to give you an example, one of my clients has over $4 million in pipeline value of scheduled appointments right here in this singular sub account. And during that, I'll have you build out your business, literally split screen on the side with me. Then we'll go through your niche, your offer, and then some fundamentals, and we'll go straight into the actual service, because before we actually can understand how to sell this service and get clients, you need to first understand what you're selling. Shortly after that, I'm going to teach you everything that I know about getting clients, and then you will have basically everything you need to get this business off the ground. How to get clients, how to offer the service, and an in-depth breakdown of me doing it live in front of you, and most importantly, how to also scale and get to the next level, make $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 a month by helping businesses in this way. So before anything else, let me just explain exactly what this business actually is. Local businesses, such as home improvement contractors, make a ton of money, like 10 to 50K every time that someone hires them for a job. Literally one job. And their biggest problem is not doing the work, okay? It's getting more work. To keep it simple, that's exactly what I sell. I sell sit-down appointments with homeowners that are actually looking for a contractor's service. I'll run the company's ads on social media like Facebook and Instagram. And with the main software we use, we convert a lot of those leads that come in from the ads to appointments and, more importantly, close jobs for these companies. With this business, I don't charge some kind of monthly fee for companies to work with me. I charge for every shown appointment that I get a company. So a sit-down appointment, so our incentives are exactly aligned. And think about what that means for the business owner's side. He pays a couple $100 for an appointment with a homeowner that's actually looking for his services. That appointment might turn into a $10,000 to $30,000 job. I mean, he would do that trade every single day for the rest of his life. And that's why I've had companies pay me for this service for years straight. I mean, I've had individual companies pay me over $50,000 in profit for the time that we've worked together. And it's because instead of them having to rely on referrals and just getting calls, we can get them predictable jobs booked onto their calendars and make them more money and charge a percentage of it. Most companies I sign on pay anywhere between $2,000 and $4,000 every single month just for these results. Now, here's why this works so stupidly well right now. Think about the everyday business owner, right? Think about some decking company that relies completely on referrals, yard signs, door to door, just getting calls, hoping that people are going to call. Like, my system that runs primarily on AI can get them predictable jobs month over month. And every local business in your area has that same problem, or at least some version of it. Like, they're just not making enough money utilizing social media and AI, and they know it too. They just have no idea on how to fix it. That gap between I know I need this and I don't know how is the business. By running this business, you are the bridge. And the version of the bridge that I run, the one in this video, is running ads for them on social media using AI to help them get more appointments because appointments are the one thing these guys will pay for forever. What's insane though is that AI does most of the heavy lifting for this business. I mean, it creates the ads, the qualifying, the follow-up, the appointment booking, like all of that gets handled by AI. Now, zoom out for a second because timing here matters. In 1998, the internet blew up and most people looked at it and thought it was some kind of fad. It's a toy, I'll pass. It doesn't really mean anything. And they watched from the sidelines as the people who took it seriously made a crap ton of money. And not because those people were smarter, just because they were bouncing on the right opportunity at the right time. I know it, you know it, that is where AI is right now. And if you look on YouTube or anywhere to start some kind of business and make some kind of money online, whatever it is, it's like you'll see trading, drop shipping, TikTok shop, but like what actually makes sense? Trying to trade and essentially gamble your way to success or selling products that aren't even yours. And with this, you learned valuable skills, running ads, marketing, sales, client fulfillment, utilizing AI, and you'll genuinely build something real by solving an actual problem. And you have the advantage that these people don't, right? Most contractors are 35, 45, 55, whatever it is. Like they didn't grow up online. Unfortunately, most of them can't tell AI from autocorrect, but you likely did grow up online. Like they don't understand this stuff like me and you do. With this, there's no product to buy like drop shipping. There's no spending a ton of money to try to deliver the service and for shipping, whatever it is. The client funds just about everything here, and your customers are not broke. They already make millions of dollars. They just need someone to help them amplify that. So that's the model. That's why I bet everything on it over the last 2 years. Now here's exactly how it actually works. So we run meta ads on Facebook and Instagram for companies that look just like this. I'll show this in a second. Convert all of those leads that come through on that ad into booked appointments using a software called High Level, using the AI systems that they offer. And then you get crazy results. You'll get hundreds or even thousands of leads for these companies, and it'll result in recurring revenue month over month. And here's a clip of the actual impact that this can have on the contracting business.
Sweet. So just to recap again, just to kind of summarize things, we launched ads 1 week ago. We've gotten 4 booked appointments, 2 shown, 1 closed. We'll collect around 37,000, and maybe another one comes through at around like 40 some thousand as well in a week.
Yeah. The other one, I can't really pinpoint when they would pull the trigger. When they move forward, they're gonna go with us because it's so complex, and I was able to help their problem out. What they need done. They got 2 more appointments we got to see. So
great. That's awesome.
If we can continue to get leads of this quality, then we'll be just fine, because I know at least 1 of every 4 of these type of leads I'm going to sell. There's no doubt.
You'll get no leads that aren't this quality because we have the qualifications so perfectly set.
Right. Yeah. Listen, as long as the customer can afford what we're doing, that's all we ask for. So it's a little bit of a luxury product. These 2 appointments I saw now, there was no doubt that they can afford what we're offering. That's all you can ask for. As long as they can afford it, we have the opportunity to sell it.
So that right there is an example of one of the clients that I recently just started working with, which is a decking company. And the thing is that I've worked with companies for the last like 2 to 3 years, making them literally millions of dollars in contracted job value. And it's like all from ads that look exactly like this.
Getting deck quotes near Hampton Roads? Before you sign anything, check 3 things. 1, are they a Class A contractor? 2, are they A+ rated with the BBB? 3, are they actually certified by the manufacturer like Trex Pro Platinum? Miss even 1 and you're gambling with your biggest outdoor investment. We check all 3, and few builders in Virginia can say that. Our decks are built to last decades, not a few years, with backed materials, backed workmanship, and a company that will still answer the phone in 10 years. We cover every deck project from the Outer Banks to Richmond, and every military family gets a discount as a thank you. Click learn more below and get your free, no pressure estimate today.
Not only are you going to learn how to make ads like that, you're going to learn how to convert their leads into more customers, how to get clients, how to get companies to pay you money for this, and ultimately how to scale one of these businesses to make anywhere between $10,000 and $30,000 a month, just like the people that I've already helped. So I'm just recording this quick video to explain that you have everything that you need to win. Please understand that the videos are insane. Okay, you do have all of the tools and resources in these videos. Okay, it's just simply about working harder, working more, doing more, being faster, failing fast, being relentless in pursuit of this goal. Because like I've accomplished a lot by my age. I'm just turned 20, not as much as I'd want to, but whatever the point is, it's like it's mostly because of my speed and work ethic. I can't force you to work hard, but if you implement fast and you fail fast, so you find out something doesn't work, you immediately change it and don't look back and don't make the same mistake twice. Please, if you learn something, do not make the same mistake twice. That's the definition of learning. You have to be very careful about that. Oh, something didn't work, learn from it. And it should never be an issue ever again. But the idea is like you need to do way more than what's required. Okay, like you might think you know what's required, but you don't. Okay, there is a reason why it took me so long in the beginning to sign my first couple of clients to make any money. It literally took me like almost just about 2 years to make any money online. And I had access to really good courses, but like I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't working hard enough. I wasn't doing near enough. So do way more than what you think is required. So that's this video. See you the next one. So in this short video, I want to explain to you signal versus noise. When you're trying to start one of these businesses or, even trying to make money online, most people are reading books or like watching a bunch of short form content, watching, a bunch of reels, watching a bunch of YouTube videos, just trying to figure out like what business model they want to go with, what they want to, make work, trying to find the perfect thing. And that right there is a lot of noise, right? That's a ton of noise. And by buying this program, by being a part of this group, you now have a set signal, right? And it's your responsibility to put blinders on as if you were a horse racing and remove all of that noise. As you get more first party data, and what I mean by that is as you grow the business, as you know what's working, know what's not, you just have more experience by doing it. That's first party data, experience through doing. The noise should almost go to zero. You're not consuming business videos online. You're not consuming Instagram reels about business. You're not doing any of that because you're doing the thing, right? And the only time that you should be experiencing noise is if you need to solve a specific problem. But even then, you come to me and we solve it. I need you to be very careful about this from now on, okay? Because there's infinite amounts of noise and so many distractions. But from now on, you will now focus on the signal and focus on building the business and failing by doing it and learning based on your experience. If you need outside help to solve some kind of specific problem, you're going to reach out to me, or you're going to go to the videos in the program first and then reach out to me after if you can't find it. As you make more money, as you, further advance your skills of being a business owner, the signal goes stronger and the noise grows quieter. Eventually you don't really consume content. You don't really listen to content. You don't really do anything other than what's right next in front of you for the business. And that's how it should be. So many people continue to consume noise. It distracts them. It causes them to have shiny object syndrome. When the truth is you need to focus on that signal, right? You need that first party data. You need to learn more by failing. And that's the only way that you'll make this work. And another thing I want to explain is like how when horses are racing, they have blinders on, right? For the next 12 weeks, I want you to put the blinders on. Okay? The reason why they have these blinders on is because like they only can see the finish line in the race. Right? It's the same thing with this. Do the same thing with this program specifically. For the next 12 weeks, the only source of nonfiction material that you should consume is in this program. Okay? No other YouTube videos, no Instagram videos, nothing. Okay? Let go of everything that you think you know already about business, unless you're already successful. Unsubscribe from all of the email lists, close all of the books you've been reading. It's just a waste of time right now. Remove all the videos, podcasts, any other educational material from your life. I'm asking you to do this. And, I truly mean it when I say this though, but like everything that you need to start your business and get your first couple clients, scale, get, good fulfillment in the door, do all of it is in this program. Okay. You don't need anything else. So why would you go to anything else right now? The way that I made a bunch of money is by picking one singular mentor, listening to only them until I was making that much money. You truly don't need anything else. You don't need anyone else. It doesn't mean that like everyone else is wrong by any means. There's so many people out there with amazing information. I'm just saying that like this will work if you listen to it. Okay. So don't cross your wires with 1,000 other opinions of other people right now. Just focus. Okay. Because the signal will get stronger with time. You will get less urges to doom scroll and figure out, find other solutions to things and like watch more businessy content of, shiny objects. It's like that will go away. All of that noise will suppress as the signal grows stronger. And the only way the signal can grow stronger is if you get more first party data by doing more, learning more, failing more, experiencing more by doing it. That's it. So many people never understand this because they, fail to build in the first place, but that's what you're doing by being in this program. So hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome to this short video. And today I'm going to break down the more, better, new decision-making framework and ultimately like way of looking at growth, because this has completely changed my entire life. I mean, my entire way of looking at the world is honestly different from this framework, which is crazy to say because it sounds so simple, but so many people forget to understand it. Now, this is from Alex Hormozy. I can't take credit for this, from his $100 million leads book. And it's that there's 3 ways to pull the lever of growth, right? If you want more customers, if you want to get better client results, if you want to make more money, these are all different forms of growth. Now, to get that growth, there's 3 things you could do. You could either do more of something, you could do something better, or you could do something completely new. Something weird about your brain just fails to see the simple solution of just doing either more or doing something better. If you're booking a good amount of calls and you're profitable, on your ads for client acquisition for the agency, so many people look to do something new. It'd be like, oh, let me do cold email too. Let me do cold calling too. Or like, let me do like outbound as well. It's like, no, just do more of what you're doing or do it better. For companies that are at $0 to $1 million a year, yes, and I fall in that category right now as well. It's like you will always either do more or better. Very rarely will you do something completely new. Okay? And honestly, you need to really think about this when you want to pull any kind of lever for growth. The first question you should be asking yourself if you're trying to improve results of something or fix some kind of constraint, which at the end of the day, as entrepreneurs, all we do is solve problems, right? So when you look to solve a problem, ask yourself, will doing more help and solve this problem? And if the answer is yes, then forget every thought about changing your landing page and changing your things and changing the way you book appointments and doing a new niche. It's like, forget it. Just do more of what you've already been doing that's working. So many people see some success and start to panic because they're seeing success. A good example is someone signs their first client for an agency or maybe their first couple of clients. Now, what they'll do is because they're panicking in their head, they're like, oh my God, I want to make sure that these guys get good results. So I'm going to stop doing what I did to get these customers and just focus on client results and do something different. Don't do that. Do more of what you did to get those customers. It's like every time that you're looking to grow something or looking to fix something or looking to fix an ad or any kind of thing like that, just do more of what works or do it better. Very, very rarely do something new. Okay? Every time you should be asking yourself, why can't I do more? Because volume is 90% of the issue. You want to scale. You want to make more money. Let's say you're running ads and they're profitable. Don't do something new. Don't change your landing page to get a higher conversion rate and a better qualification rate. No, if it's working, just do more. Literally just double and like I wouldn't double it at once, obviously, but like increase your ad spend. Scale your ad spend. If your client results are working well, don't do something completely new. Do like, oh my gosh, the amount of times I've seen someone that's gotten like pretty solid client results for one of their clients running ads for them. And they're like primarily on like meta ads or whatever, say like that. And they will basically think like, oh my gosh, okay, these ads are doing great. That's great. That's handled. Now let me go ahead and do like a Google review campaign and like do Google for them as well. It's like, dude, why don't you just increase the ad spend? I mean, you can literally spend thousands of dollars a day in a singular ad set and scale their company up truly. So many entrepreneurs fail to understand more, better, new. If you're looking to pull a lever for growth and make someone more money, make yourself more money, whatever it is, solve some kind of constraint or problem, always ask yourself, will just doing more volume or doing more solve it? The answer is almost 100% of the time, yes. If it's not, then do whatever you're doing better and almost never go to new. Okay? Just more or better. If you're running ads and they're working, do more spend. You know, if they're not working, do them better and then do more spend. Don't completely change how you offer things. Okay? Like more or better, don't focus on new. Use this thinking philosophy for making decisions about growth and ultimately just making more money and becoming more successful. Okay. Once you find signal, double down on it. Do more of what you did to find success. And that's all you have to do as an entrepreneur. It's simple. It sounds simple, but it's like people will look for these shiny little objects and shiny things and be like, oh my God, this niche is really good right now. Oh, let me jump into this niche. But it's like, dude, you're profitable. Just do more. Like what? So I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. So I want to record this quick video to explain the common pitfalls as to what happens, why people fail. Now, here's the thing. It's almost never the case that the model doesn't work. That's almost never the case. It's always because of some avoidable mistake. And in this video, I'm just going to go over a couple of them. First things first is they manage ads emotionally. Now, obviously, we were running an ad agency. You know, there's AI in there incorporated as well, and we'll use AI for pretty much everything. But mostly this business is built on running ads for yourself, for your clients, whatever it is, right? A lot of people will sit in Ads Manager and will constantly refresh it 10 times a day, and they'll kill campaigns before they've even had time to spend out of emotion. You need to let the ads breathe. You need to give them time. You need to let them run, okay? Number two, they ignore the data, okay? Instead of following the metrics and making decisions off of data as, you know, what's going on, they do it based off of feelings, instincts, emotions, all that stuff. Like, you can't act on feelings. You have to act on metrics. Otherwise, you're just guessing. And if you just guess, you're never going to get there. So that's two pretty big ones right there. Another one is that a lot of people try to stay in whatever niche that they're working in. So some people have come into the program in, you know, roofing, for example, because that's what I succeeded in when I started. Now, the state of the market is very different now. You know, if you go into roofing right now, it's going to be very hard for you to succeed. Not because the niche is hard necessarily, but because it's so competitive. Results are great. You're going to get great results over a long period of time. It's fine. But if you want fast results, then you need to niche down. You need to work with some kind of micro niche. You need to work with a small subset of people inside a general larger industry. Like, for example, I would say if you're in this program, be in home improvement, because I've been in home improvement for 2+ years. I've made all my money in home improvement. But pick a smaller sub niche inside of home improvement, whether that's landscaping or garage doors or home security systems or like these small little sub niches. If you can just take control of one of those small industries, you will dominate it so much faster and you'll make so much more money sooner. Number 3, I think that's number 3, maybe 4. They overcomplicate delivery. Now, believe it or not, it's pretty simple to get good client results for your clients. Okay, beginners will try to do everything at once and they will completely drown in it. So just follow the basic step-by-step delivery process that I have in this program. Okay, simple wins here. Now, by far the biggest reason as to why most people fail is because they quit too early. Now, meta ads in the beginning are not easy. Getting clients isn't easy. None of this is easy because honestly, you need to learn marketing, sales, fulfillment, client success, retention, like all of these different skills. And that's a lot, especially from coming from someone that maybe doesn't have as like all of them, you know? So it's just the reality though. You know, the people that, you know, work at it and, you know, hand off the work too early don't succeed. So be comfortable going through the ugly phase, you know, collect enough data to win and don't quit. Okay. Because if you quit, you'll never get there. You'll never even get close to getting there. You know, another thing is technical failures. So making sure that the pages are loading properly, funnels are loading properly, inconsistencies within your ads and funnels as well. Like that's a big issue I've seen a lot as well. Service delivery areas. So like rushing client results too quickly, making mistakes in target areas and all this good stuff. Running from sales. That's a huge one. It's like, if you want to grow, you have to get really good at sales. You have to build your own sales process based on your selling style because everyone sells differently. And you have to call leads consistently, no excuses, make sure you're really adamant with follow-up. It's like, you can't run from these things. Okay. You can't run also from confrontation on sales calls. That's a big one. That's about it. And honestly, like this model works well. Okay. And most failure comes down to commitment and just individual drive and how much you're willing to do, discipline with data and understanding like that things take time to see real data and not cutting corners and really just going through the ugly phase. So I hope you enjoyed and I'll see you in the next one. Now, just a couple things before we really dive in here. Please share this video with other people that you think it would benefit. Of course, only if you find it valuable. Also, if you find it valuable, leave a like down below, subscribe, and maybe even comment your thoughts. And also follow me on Instagram, which will be in the description of this video. And number 3, please understand that I'm releasing this video because I quit coaching and I have nowhere else to put this information. So instead of keeping this course secret, I'd rather have it reach as many people as possible and help as many people as it can. Once again, I personally make all of my money from the agency and not you. Once again, there's not a link to buy a course in the description or coaching or anything. Like this is the course. But keep in mind, I do, however, have an affiliation with the software I use. So I will be giving you some bonuses if you decide to become my affiliate for that. But I don't really make that much money from this. It's mostly from the actual agency itself. I'm just being fully transparent here.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland and welcome to Meta Ad Mastery. This video is the all-encompassing guide to running successful meta ads. You definitely will watch this video multiple times. I would be shocked if you didn't. Now, running ads is a lifetime skill that will pay you millions of dollars. Thankfully, I have tons of information, years of experience, and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of ad metrics to help you learn as fast as humanly possible. Now, remember that one ad, literally just one winning ad, can completely change your life. All it takes is one winning ad for your clients to pay you $3K a month for 2+ years. All it takes is one ad to make a ton of money and succeed massively and completely solve client acquisition and get tons of clients. This will be the most valuable video you have ever seen for running meta ads. Even if you think that you are an absolute legend at running meta ads, that you have tons of spend, more spend than me, still watch this video because I guarantee you that this video has things that you don't know about that could make you way more money. Now, for context, this one resource and video has taken me more than 6 months to put together. It is 26 pages, and that does not include any of the resources that it includes, which are oftentimes 10 pages plus. Now, you need to understand that this video alone is likely worth more than the cost of the program altogether. This is the combined information from everything that I've ever learned, to masterminds that I've privately attended, to specific ad campaigns, to just like other programs that I paid tens of thousands of dollars for, literally like some $5K a month plus. Like this has everything. and it's all updated and it's all new, and all of the information is based on the market right now. So in this video, we will cover ad philosophy and mindset, general flow, audience, ad components, offer creative, video creatives, picture creatives, copywriting, destination, funnel/lead form, targeting, live campaign build out. Yes, we will build a live campaign for you. Scaling with data. This is going to be the most valuable section. All of this stuff is important and crucial. Yes, obviously the creative section as well. But if you take anything from this video, take away scaling with data. So you understand how to track, how to make decisions off of data, how to scale campaigns in the effective way without breaking things, media buying and testing cadence, ad math and budgeting, and then winning ad examples. Like I said, this will be insanely thorough, insanely valuable. So I hope you enjoy, and yeah, let's get into it. Ad philosophy and mindset. More, better, new. This is a framework from Alex Hormozi, and it's a philosophy that you need to adopt for general business and, more importantly, though, running ads. It's more, better, new. So at the end of the day, there's 3 levers that you can pull for growth. The first lever is more. I won't lie, 90% of business owners fail to realize that sometimes there isn't any magical change that they need to make to improve things, but literally just doing more of what you're already doing. You know, so many people fail to realize that. If you have a winning campaign and you're signing clients, a lot of people will add more creatives and change things. It's like, no, just scale. So a good example is, let's say you're in KPI and you're, which is key performance indicators. So your metrics are good. Like, for example, let's say you book, 3 appointments every 100 messages that you send for something, where they're doing like outbound or something. Now, most people do, believe it or not, is just change the system and be like, oh, what if I can get 5% and I get more bang for my buck? But the first lever that you'd want to pull is just doing more. If it's already in KPI, just do more. Whether that's spending more on ads, hiring more people, whatever it is. Now, the second lever you can pull is doing something better. So doing what you're currently doing, but making improvements to make it better. And the goal here is to get more output from the same input before you increase the input by doing more. So the idea here is, like, let's say you're running an ad campaign, okay? And you're getting a result, but you're not getting a good enough result in accordance to the metrics that you set, right? Because before we run an ad campaign, it's important that we set metrics and benchmarks of what we should be going for. Because without this, then we're pretty much just running a campaign blind. So if your data is worse than the target metrics that we set, then the goal, we don't do something new. We don't change niches. We don't change, all this stuff. We make specific changes, though, to improve the metrics that are bad, because oftentimes there's 1 or 2 things that we can pull a thread on and 2 to 3x our entire output. And that is doing better, making, pulling that lever of doing something better before, doing more. Because after you pull it and, it's better and your metrics are better and they're in KPI or whatever it is, and you're seeing what you want to see, then you scale ad spend and then you make more money. Very rarely will you do something new. That is the third and the most rare lever to pull. This is launching an entirely new offer, a new niche, a new traffic source. The only time you will pull this lever to grow your business is if you've completely exhausted more and better, which 99% of time isn't done. I'll give you a good example. Now, when you're running a system, for example, like paid ads, or I guess like a good example is like YouTube. Like I currently, record YouTube videos to get more clients. Now, for me, YouTube has worked tremendously well. If you're watching this video, maybe you've came from YouTube, maybe you've come from something else. And the truth is a lot of people will start to do well on a platform and their brain, for some reason, shifts them and be like, you should probably start focusing on Instagram too. You're already taking advantage of YouTube, might as well do Instagram too. It's like, no, do not do something new completely separate and add more complexity. Just do more of what you're currently doing that's working. I don't understand why more entrepreneurs can't take this approach and actually think for themselves with things. When you're running an ad campaign and you find something that's working well, don't keep trying a bunch of crazy new formats. Double down on it and do more of what you're doing. You really need this mindset when it comes to business. Okay? When you run ads, when you do any kind of marketing whatsoever, this has to be drilled into your head at all times. There should never be a question of, what else can I do to get more business? It should be, what can I do? Like, why can't I do more? Okay, I have to do something better. Okay, why can't I make it better? And then do more. It's always these two. It'll never be new. Okay, only situation where it makes sense to do new is if you're doing cold SMS or cold calling. because you don't have the budget for ads, and then you switch to new, not because you've exhausted cold, but because it's just literally, it's a new system that's better and more scalable. So that's kind of the little caveat or whatever, but more, better, very rarely do new, exhaust more. If more doesn't work and it's not good enough, the system, then do better and then do more. Okay. That's the philosophy you need to do marketing in general. General flow. So the general flow for running ads is there's an audience, which is your target market or your niche, whatever it is. Then you have ad components, and then you have conversion. So super simple. Your audience is the starting part of the entire advertising process. Okay. Every component of your ad is aligned or affected by the audience. It has to be built around who you're speaking to, and it's typically a niche, which the definition of a niche is literally just a specific subset of people united by a shared identity, desire, problem, and belief system. So who they want to be, what outcome they want, what's stopping them from getting there, and how they interpret the world, otherwise known as like their paradigm. Now, before you consider your offer or preparing creatives, writing copy, or anything else in the process, you first need to understand your audience and who you're actually trying to reach out to, and also awareness levels. So it's very important. This is where everything comes from. This is the barrel. So the better you understand this part of it, everything else gets much and much easier. If you understand your audience properly, you will never fail to write winning ads. You will never fail to write winning copy or, winning landing pages, funnels, anything, sales even. Like if you try to truly understand your audience, like you're pretty much unstoppable. So when considering to run any kind of paid ads, take some time and complete this resource. Please trust me. When you understand your audience better with as much detail as possible, it is so much easier to run successful campaigns. Okay? If you know your audience, you will never struggle to run successful ad campaigns ever again. Now, this resource looks like this. It's simply one page of questions. And you want to answer this in full. And this will also help you build out your ad offer and script out your ads later that will have you do in this video if you decide to run video ads. But even if you're running picture ads, whatever it is, like please go into the resource section of this video and complete this now. Pause the video, come back to it after, finish this now. You need to understand your audience as best as possible if you want any chance at getting a good cost per result with running ads. The better you understand your audience, the better everything is from then onwards. Audience awareness. So once you understand who your audience is and who they want to be, the outcome that they want, what's stopping them from getting there, how they interpret the world, now we need to plan out their level of awareness so we can kind of decide how we're going to offer what we're going to offer inside of the ad. So awareness determines how you communicate, because someone who doesn't even realize they have a problem will not respond to the same message as someone who's ready to buy. In other words, your ad should meet them where they are in their thinking to best get them to make the decision that you need them to. So if they're completely unaware, right? They have no clue that they have a problem or that a solution exists. So, which is very rarely the case with contractors. Lead with curiosity, story, or pattern interrupt. Focus on getting attention and not selling. Okay, this is kind of how you want to communicate it if their awareness level is completely unaware. Now, if they're problem aware, otherwise known as if they feel the pain but don't know how to fix it, which this is the situation that most home improvement contractors are in, agitate the pain. Show that you understand it better than they do. So you need to hint that a solution exists. Okay? Solution aware. They know solutions exist, but don't know which vehicle or method is best. Okay, this is if they're solution aware. Position your method as the breakthrough or the unique mechanism or framework that can get them what they want. Product aware. They know the type of solution, for example, an agency, a course, software, but they don't know you're the one. So differentiate here. Show why your approach or your offer is superior. Use proof, comparison, results. Be authentic in your marketing. Be different. Differentiate. This is important. Most aware. They know you and just need the deal or reason to act now. So use urgency, scarcity, bonuses, and guarantees to close, or just results. Focus on reducing friction, not education. So this completely determines how you market to them. Everyone will be inside of one of these awareness levels. For most of you, it's probably going to be in the problem aware, solution aware, or product aware. Definitely probably not most aware. The reason why, personal brands are so good is because everyone is most aware. They know who you are, and they just need a reason to act now, right? And that's why the ads will start here in terms of profitability. It is harder to get someone to buy if they're completely unaware. because you have to lead with curiosity, story, if the pattern interrupt. Like the goal is to get attention and through that sell, but it's hard. Ads will end here and be less profitable. So the goal is to be as close to this pinnacle at the bottom as possible given our market. Now, we can't really do most aware unless you build some kind of big home improvement personal brand, which will take a long time. It's doable, but will take a long time. Product aware. They know that the solution is out there. Now, this actually is very few, to be honest, but typically what happens is the bigger companies that we want to be working with, so the companies that are making millions a year, are typically somewhere in between solution aware and product aware. Okay? They know that solutions exist, but don't know which vehicle or method is the best. They might be already looking for some kind of agency, so they know the type of solution that they're looking for, but don't know that you're the pick. They are typically between these two. Now, the companies that are doing a little bit less in revenue typically are problem aware, where they feel the pain, but they don't know how to fix it. They don't know how that they need to do paid marketing, for example. This is typically with the older contractors and people that don't have, bigger companies. Bigger companies will know that the solution is out there and also know what they need, to get to the next level. So what I would recommend you do when you're advertising and when you run ads, especially B2B, is think in between these two. Okay? You want to position your method as a breakthrough, and unique by also differentiating yourself and showing why you're better. More proof, differentiating yourself by showing you're authentic, whatever it is, right? So you can use this chart for any kind of ads that you run. Okay, I'm just giving an example about B2B ads, but you can also run the same example for B2C, right? If someone needs a roof replacement, they are going to be solution aware. Actually, no, they're going to be product aware, right? Because they need a roofer. They know they need a roofer to come, but they don't know that you're the pick. So when you're running B2C ads for your clients, differentiate. Show why your offer is superior. Most people do this through price, which is fine. It works. It's proven. But you could use proof. You could use comparison. You could use results, outcomes. Like there are ways to differentiate yourself, and we'll show you how to do that through this video as well. So understand how ads start and end here from profitable to unprofitable based on awareness levels of the audience. Okay, ad components. So what is an ad? An ad is just a form of packaged communication designed to influence a specific audience to take a certain action. It's based on psychology, latent conditioning, pain points, emotional triggers of the target audience. The actual components of an ad are an offer, a creative, a copy, and destination. Offer is just the exchange that you propose in the ad. So it's like what you're offering to them, basically. Creative is the actual image or video of the ad, like what the ad actually is. Copy is the text associated with the creative. Right? There's usually a primary text that goes along with the ad telling them to do something in addition to the actual video or image that the ad is. And then finally a destination, which is where you send the traffic, to convert them from cold to leads, appointments, clients, whatever it is. So an ad offer, like I said, is the promise or exchange proposed in an ad that captures attention, sparks desires, and motivates a potential customer to take action. In Agency Genesis, we learned how to build a winning offer, to sell your services. The difference between that offer and an ad offer is that an ad offer, you're not trying to sell them as clients in your services, but you are trying to sell the next immediate step. I'm going to add immediate here. Whether that be booking a call, opting in, providing their information, applying, whatever it is. That is the sole goal of an ad offer. Okay. The goal is not to sell the total dream and have them become clients off of ads. The goal is to have them go to the next step. Think about it like this. Your business offer is what you deliver, and your ad offer is how you get people excited enough to learn more about it. So a good ad consists of a dream outcome, likelihood of achievement, time delay, and then optionally effort and sacrifice. Now, obviously, this is just what value is, right? So this is what a good ad offer consists of. It's the same thing as a normal offer. But again, the only job of a successful ad offer is to make someone stop scrolling and think, oh, I want that. How do I get it? Ad offer examples. So each offer clearly communicates all the aspects of value in one simple sentence. We help contractors add $50K a month and book jobs, or you don't pay. Chiropractors, fill your calendar with 20 new patients in 30 days, guaranteed. Roofers, get 6 new installs in 30 days, only pay per result. Solar companies, 40, 60 qualified leads and 45 deals, etc. Like an ad offer is literally just like a mini version of like what you do in a simplified way to display your value to the public, to show what you do. Creative. Creative is everything. Okay, this is the bridge between your offer and your audience. This is the highest leverage thing when it comes to running ads. If you have a good creative, then you are going to crush it. Your targeting, your landing page, your copy, literally none of it matters if your creative doesn't make someone stop scrolling and get someone to be interested in your services. The best media buyers are not ad expert. A media buyer is just someone who tests creative and improves ad performance. They work in the ad manager. They're not ad experts, okay? They're just scientists. They're good at testing and they're good at numbers and good at analyzing metrics and analytics. Your creative determines whether people notice you, whether they believe you, and whether they take action, which is the most pivotal things to running ads. So to get a better CTR or a click-through rate or the percentage of how many people see your ad versus click on it, you will use this resource. Now, I will break down this resource later on in the video when we go about metrics, but this is a very in-depth guide to increasing your CTR or just overall improving the strength of your ad. So, creative research. To find examples of what creatives to use for your ad campaigns, whether it's for your clients or you or anything else, use the Facebook ads library. So to do this, go to facebook.com/ads/library. And what you can do is on this ad library, you can simply look up ads. So if, a good example is like if I want to find roofing ads, to get inspiration, I can look up roofers and, see service delivery ads, see people doing, I can basically just see ads. And as you'll see, these were all launched like February 4th, March 7th at random times. So what we can actually do is sort this and, work with this a little bit. And we can go ahead and change the filters to be active ads from a long time ago to a couple months back, because if an ad has been running for 4+ months, chances are it's probably going to be some kind of winner. Okay, so we can see lots of examples here that have been at it, been running for a long time. So we have some, good ads here for clients. We have some ads here for client acquisition as well. And the point is like you can do tons and tons of research, get tons of information about like what kind of ads people are running and what's been working for people. It's quite easy to find winning ads because all you have to do is scroll back, right? And that is what I mean by creative research. Is like if you are looking to run ads for something, whether it's your clients or yourself, the easiest way by far to get even just a glimpse of an idea about what you should be running is just to find something that's working. To do that, find ones that have been running for a long enough time. For example, this example right here, I know this is a winner. This isn't one of my clients exactly, but I 1000% know that this is a winning ad because one of my best ads for roofing is literally just a bunch of Mexican guys on a roof, right? With a price-related offer that's similar to this one. And on the landing page, we can find the winning survey. Like this is good service delivery. Like this is what works. I mean, it's not as high converting, obviously, because this doesn't have much detail, but it does have the same exact survey that I use. So it's like an agency is running this and it's been running for a while, so it's been getting a good cost per lead. So I have an idea of like, okay, so this has been working. I could probably just make a creative similar to this and test it out. Same with this one. I've been 20 years as a roofer. It's been running for a while. It's been working well. It's just a picture of the owner. Similar looking, landing page. So the idea, this is a roofer.
Attention roofers who have been screwed over by marketers. You have a list of crappy leads that some marketer or Angie's List rep sold you that never made you any money. Me and my highly trained USA-based call center are going to call through your old lead list and set in-person appointments.
Yeah, so it's like this is a nice looking ad. Landing page is not loading, which is a red flag, but we could see that the ad is running, so it has to be something working about it. And like this is what I mean by creative research. You can do this for any niche, any kind of ad, I mean, I did this for my A2P verification niche because I'm doing a little side offer right now to do it, just testing it out. And I looked up A2P verification, found some examples on like what some people are kind of running for that process, and gave me some inspiration and ideas into what I should run, and to give you guys an example of what I'm running. On my personal account, which this is not my B2B account, which, I've got this one, I've got some other ones as well. But this account right here for A2P verification, I'm running these ads, some basic static video ads. I'm running some profile visit ads as well. And this is all just personal stuff. This is the side of the agency, the side of my clients, side of all of that stuff. That is what I mean by creative research. More often than not, ads that have been active for more than 6 months are winners. If they're not winners, then the marketer that has kept them up is stupid. Proof capturing SOP. So proof is extremely important when it comes to marketing and overall growth. Okay. I want to quickly break down how to collect as much proof as humanly possible. I have a simple SOP here for you. And basically, it breaks down how to collect as much proof as possible. The rules as to what makes proof stronger. Proof that's raw over polished is better. Proof that's live over recorded is better. Showing instead of telling. Showing lots of mini testimonials is better than one huge one. Like me or generic, people trust people that look like them. Third party versus self-proclaimed reviews. So, brand push or whatever you use. And if it's real, raw, or recent, it wins. So proof capture system. You need a system that can basically automatically collect proof. I recommend, creating some kind of Google Drive folder to collect your proof, because this is really strong in ads, to use proof. It will always give you new creative ideas and differentiate yourself from competitors. So what I would do every single week is set a 30-minute block, harvest all video testimonials, ask for them, chat, messages or Slack wins. So text like I got my first lead, whatever. 5-star reviews on Trustpilot. You can even set up a high-level automation to send Trustpilot review invites. All you got to do is create a Trustpilot account, click on the invite, people to review, and then you can simply just add that to your automations and set a go high level. Ask Claude if you have any questions. Screenshots of leads, appointments, book jobs, all of that. You want to just continuously add to your proof vault. Another thing that a lot of people don't do is at the start of a client relationship, record where they're at, how many jobs they're getting right now, what their average revenue looks like, what's not working for them right now. A lot of this will be in the sales call as well. But I would actually have you recommend them, to record it separately in some kind of selfie form video, just that you have that access. So whenever they hit a milestone, ask right away. Now, because when they hit a milestone, they're going to be at, some kind of emotional high. What a lot of people do is they think that they can only get testimonials from clients once they've completely changed their life and done like 150K a month to $1 million a month, or some crazy, crazy results. And the truth is that whenever they get some small milestone, their first appointment, their first job, their first profitable month, whatever it is, hey, can you grab your phone and just record a quick 30-second win? Just record what's happened. If you do this often for each and every one of your clients, you will have a pool of proof about the entire client journey. You'll have videos about when they started the relationship, when they get their first wins, when they actually scale as sit-down ones, and then that is the most heavy, most powerful marketing that you have, because you can turn that into ads. And for testimonials, here are some questions that you can ask them. What happened before you joined? What made you join? What happened after? What results did you see? How do you feel now? And what would you recommend this to, or who? Use this for ads, emails, processes, pre-call videos, landing pages, automations, show up processes, everything. You can use this proof everywhere. Okay. Just front it everywhere. Okay. So video creatives. Now, creative consists of 3 pillars: hook, body, CTA. All right. Now, to demonstrate the importance of these 3 pillars, here is the time distribution and importance distribution. Now, most ads, and we're starting with video ads right here, right, are around 2 minutes long. That's the typical amount. Some of them are longer, some can be shorter, whatever it is, right? But that's the average. Now, the first 0 to 5 seconds should most likely always be the hook. Okay, that's always the first thing. After that, it's the body. Then it's, the CTA. You can even sprinkle CTAs throughout. Now, importance distribution, 80% on the hook, 20% on the body, and basically nothing, 0% on the CTA. Okay? Now, when you make ads, especially video ads, this needs to be what you think about, this importance distribution. You should spend 80% of your time on hooks, 20% in the body. The hook is by far the most important part of any ad, whether it's B2B, B2C, whatever it is, right? Especially video ads. The hook is the main determining factor of success. 95% of people who look at an ad or video on social media, it takes literally 0.1 seconds to decide whether or not they're going to watch it. Think about when you scroll, if you do, or if you're not, whatever it is. People do, right? And when they do, they scroll fast. They constantly go from video to video to video to video. Attention span now is at an all-time low, especially because of social media culture. So that is why the hook is by far the most important part of any ad. The only goal of the hook is just to get them to watch the next couple seconds. Convince them to watch the next couple of seconds. Realistically, all you get is 1 to 3 seconds to completely earn attention. So just please do not understand the importance of not only having a good hook, but more importantly, testing a bunch of hooks. I mean, that's probably the most common problem people face when attempting to run successful like video ads. They just don't test enough hooks. And yes, in this video, we will talk about how to test hooks, how to budget each one, how to structure it out in the campaign, everything, making decisions like how to actually determine which one is a winning hook, how to double down on it, how to make ad changes, how to scale that, everything in this video. Hook psychology. So hooks work because they trigger one of these, one or more of these psychological levers. Curiosity, so there's a gap between what they know now and what they, want to know. Relevance, it feels personal. If you're a roofer, roofers, whatever it is. Got like flashbacks of saying roofers. Emotion, desire, fear, pain, anger, pride, surprise. Proof, immediate credibility. We added X amount to, 30 days to a company. Novelty, it feels new or different, not like everyone else. Everything, everyone in this space, everyone that runs some kind of agency or, run ads, like, oftentimes there's a lot of competitors, right? They're usually promising the same thing. Your hook should repackage the familiar in a fresh, emotionally charged way. Okay? If you ever need a hook idea, try one of these. I will talk, through specific examples based on awareness levels, but stick to novelty with hooks. Okay, all of these are great and amazing, but novelty is by far the highest performing lever that you can pull here. Okay, people just go crazy about the emotion, but with home improvement contractors, that's what this is tailored for. Obviously, you can change depending on who you're working with, but oftentimes proof and novelty is where you want to stick in for, have your hook be for ads. So hook examples and awareness. Like I said above with the offer awareness, it's the same thing with hooks. I want to break through and break down every single one of these. The same goes for body. The same goes for everything. It's important that you understand that it should change depending on like your awareness level. So hopefully for your ads, for your niche, you've determined an awareness level. Oftentimes it's usually between solution aware and product aware. So that's where we'll stick to for the hooks as well. But once again, if they have no clue that a problem or solution exists, good examples of how you can use this in ads. One of our contractors went from being knocking doors 10 hours a day to being booked out 6 weeks in advance using X system. Problem aware. They feel the pain but don't know how to fix it. If you're still relying on referrals, that's why your schedule's empty. If you're buying leads from Home Advisor and Angie, you're being robbed. Here's why. Now, the thing is like, these aren't that strong. They just aren't that strong. And it goes back to that pyramid of strength here. It doesn't make, hopefully this can give you clarity on like how to make your ads and structure your hooks and script these out if you're doing video ads, because, if you're doing hooks that are completely aware or problem aware, it's like you won't get as good a performance if you're doing solution aware and product aware. And this is why it's so important to understand your audience. So solution aware, and they know the solution exists but don't know which vehicle and method is best, forget chasing shared leads. Forget relying on word of mouth. Our ad system will bring you book jobs directly to your phone. They understand paid ads probably for the most part, especially bigger companies. So you'd probably more be in the product aware section. Okay, and this is where you stick to proof and novelty. And a good example of this is we help roofers add $50,000 a month, just like Tim, in book jobs, or we literally work for free until we do. Most contractors rely solely on referral, but our clients get book jobs directly from ads, and we guarantee it. Whatever it is, right? Product aware hooks, novelty, and proof is what you want to stick with for home improvement. Most aware, oftentimes they don't know who you are, so this probably won't work. But if you have a personal brand, this would work well. Like last call to claim your area. Once we onboard a roof in your city, we won't accept anyone else. This is more typically used when people are most aware, when they know who you are. Right here, they know who you are. They just need to know a deal or reason to act now. This is why what you want to stick with for personal brands already know you have a product solution. Okay, body. So the body is the meat of your ad. It's the part that connects your viewer's pain to your solution. And if the hook sells attention, the body sells logic, proof, and possibility. Like obviously the hook is to sell the attention, to get them to watch more, right? But the body sells the logic, proof, and possibility and actually, showing interest in this. So for the entire goal for the body is to identify the pain clearly, name their situation better than they can, so you understand them. This is why understanding your market and your audience and your niche is important. 2, introduce the mechanism or system, show how it works simply, keep it outcome oriented, and then prove it's real. Use data, stories, case studies, examples that make it believable. understand that you don't need to explain how your system works. You just need to show what it does and why it works for people like them, okay? I think people fall into the trap oftentimes where they explain so much about the process and it doesn't do any good for them. You know, that could do well for the technical audience, but if you're selling to 60-year-old home improvement contractors that have been in business for ages, they don't care about your AI caller. They care about how many jobs am I going to be able to get? Has someone gotten jobs before that's been like me in my market? And will it work for me? You know, you really need to make ads in the eyes of your audience. Body structure. Not everybody is built the same way, but everybody will have these 4 aspects in some order or way. 1, pain or a problem. Relation. Talk about the struggles your ideal customer faces. Reframing. Solution. Explain what's actually wrong and what fixes it. Revealing or proof. Show a specific example, stat, or story that makes it believable. And then remind or action. Tell them what to do next and what happens when they do. Now, here are some body examples. I'll read through a couple. Relate. If you own a decking company, you know the worst part isn't the work. It's the feast or famine cycle. It's being slammed all summer, then dead quiet the second that weather turns around. Scraping for jobs off referrals and the occasional Angie lead that 10 other builders already called. Okay, that's the relation. They feel heard. They feel like you understand their situation better than they even do. Reframe. This right here is the solution. Now, here's what's actually wrong. You're relying on leads instead of booked appointments. A lead is just a name. We run the ads, qualify the homeowners on project size and budget, and only drop them on your calendar once they've agreed to sit down for an estimate. So you're not chasing anyone. You're showing up to people ready to build. Okay, that's the reframe. After that is reveal or the proof. This is a calendar of a deck builder we work with. 11 qualified estimates booked in 2 weeks. Every one is a homeowner that's serious about a new project and literally in the middle of the slow season. So this is when you show your proof and show that it's actually possible for them. And then action, so what's going to happen when they, book a call or, what to do next. So instead of praying for referrals, you've got a steady stream of real estimates on the books year round, and you only pay when the homeowners actually show up. Tap below to see if your area is still available. That is a great example of a body. So you would basically lay the hook behind this, right, before it, and then the CTA after, which this is the CTA right here. So super simple. That is how to make a winning body. If you want another example, you can see the roofing example there, just like this. So CTA is just the call to action. Obviously it's not important, so we're not going to take time on it. Book a call, apply down below, get an estimate, etc. So now that you understand everything that you need to know about creating successful video ads, it's now time to write your first batch of ads if that's what you're looking to do. Skip past this part if you don't want to worry about video ads, and you can go through creating your ads. But similar to most things in business, you learn and improve by doing it. My first ever video ads are terrible in comparison to what they are now. Writing your ads resource. Okay. Honestly, I would recommend scripting out your ads. That's the first step to any successful ad campaign. So the purpose of this document is to provide you with copy and paste systems that you can use to basically write your ad script. The goal is to get a 5x ROI on these ads in 60 minutes or less. So this worksheet will require some deep thinking, but it will give you the framework that you need to speak directly to your most ideal clients. You could use this in accommodation to ChatGPT or Claude. That's what I would recommend. So all you have to do is use the audience resource that you might have already filled out. Just copy and paste it here. 2, worry about the offer resource. So this is your specific offer, but the truth is that it's probably quite easy to make your offer. It's probably pretty one size fits all. And what I mean by that is if you go to the awareness levels aspect of the offer, we're between solution aware and product aware. So you can just make something along those lines similar to there based on the examples that we already have in the offer section, which look just like this. Super simple. And then once that's done, then you can basically do the hook creation, which gives you examples of hook awareness levels and stuff, which you're probably in between solution aware and product aware for the most part. With hook creation, you can use the hook examples resource. So I have 6 hooks or 6 ideas of winning hooks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. Ask a question, make a big promise, bold, claim, call out your ideal customer or profile, qualify, disqualify, act out the problem. You can use this resource to help you craft out a winning hook, and then I would write hooks for your specific audience awareness level, whatever that is. Most of you guys will be in the solution aware, problem aware area, product aware, whatever it is. So I would write out your winning hooks here. Don't be lazy about this because, like I said, hooks are 80% of the effort here. Step 4 is to craft your body/CTA. So once again, we have all of the 4 aspects that you should cover, and we have the body examples resource. So you can use this to, create your body with 2 examples of mine. So you can copy and paste them here. And then once it's done, make basic CTAs. And then you have your bodies 1 and 2. And then you could write your copy, which honestly, I'd recommend using ChatGPT. And yes, we will cover copy soon. You can use AI to make that. Then you have your ad script. So you can put all of the hooks that you have, as many hooks as you want, the body CTAs, because in the beginning, if you're running video ads, I would recommend testing 20 or so hooks and 2 or so bodies. And a lot of them will stand out to you specifically. And we will explain how to actually test this, how to budget it properly, how to set your budget based on like what your goals are. We're going to cover everything. Creating your ads. By now, you have your ads scripted out and ready to record if you're doing video ads. If not, don't worry, just wait because we're going to talk about picture ads and different kinds soon. If you're just watching to learn, then keep watching anyways. Here are a couple recommendations for filming and stuff. So I personally have an Aperture Light Dome 3 with a Sony FX3 and an E1.11 11mm Sony lens. Probably about 3-ish K total for this setup, 3.6K, whatever it is, with a Shure SM7B for my mic. So that's what I have. It's kind of the guru setup, if you will. But if you're bootstrapping it, just get a simple tripod for your phone. Okay, it could be simple, just like this. Make sure, by the way, when you're running ads, you're running them native to the platform. So you'd probably record, upright videos. In addition to that, you can get a simple tripod, a teleprompter app. On the iPhone, you can get this one or the other one, I believe, is just called teleprompter. And this is overpowered because you can, this is the one that I use personally, that's on my phone, is that you can record videos with 4K, just like as you would normally, with text that goes on the screen so you can read it. So you can really script record ads. This is really good for handheld stuff and also stuff that's on a tripod, okay? Audio as well, this links directly to your phone because having good audio is very important when you record ads, okay? You don't want just the basic audio. I personally use my mic, and then I also have a Digi Pocket microphone, which I believe is, what is that? Yeah, I have these ones right here. So you can get those as well. Those are the better ones. And then this is like a solid setup. If you're more serious about this, this is the best entry camera for, content. It's the one that has the most like basic colors that work really well for calls and everything. And this is the typical camera that most people get. If you think about a guru, they probably have this camera. I like filming and, cinematography, so I have a little bit of a better camera, but it's not required. So it's just some tips for recording. Look your best. People judge you in a split second. So if you're recording ads, shower, shave, hair, makeup, brush teeth, clean your background, feel good about yourself. Test filming at different times of the day as well, just to see when you're best. I find for some reason that, that's why I'm recording this video at night. I find that I'm better at recording at night. I just am. Not sure why. I just always have the most energy at night. I'm kind of a night owl. Comfort. Get very comfortable with your setup. Commit to finishing every video. You will likely feel like it's total shit in the moment, like recording, especially if it's your first couple of times, in front of the camera. This is a completely normal feeling, okay? Now, you have the final cut and you are in charge of what you post at the end of the day, okay? So if you're not happy with it, that's fine. You can just re-record the next day. Always test before you film. Take an extra 15 minutes. Save yourself. Test the audio. Test the camera. Test the recording. Because, for example, I've been recording this video for almost an hour. And if it didn't go well, I would not be a happy person. Focus on giving, okay? Make this about them. If your goal is service, don't be selfish when it comes to making ads. Lighten up. If you focus on getting it right, it will make you look pissed, stressed out, stressful, all the bad things. Have some fun and smile, okay? It's really not that high of a pressure thing to do. It's pretty easy to make a successful ad campaign. Number 1, pick a location to film. Ideally in a setting that's you're comfortable with, that has natural lighting with minimal background noise. And keep in mind that this is very important where you actually record your ads, okay? If you're working with a home improvement contractor, you need to record in a place that's familiar with them, whether that's your home or on the job site or outside, walking, whatever it is. Do not take some extremely expensive high-end studio and expect expect contractors to resonate with that. Okay, you're going to get a lower cost, you're going to get a lower click-through rate, and I did explain that, in the click-through rate doc that we'll go through. If you're doing complete B2B ads and reaching out to founders doing $1 million+ a year, it makes sense to have a high, nice recorded studio. If you're reaching out, if you're doing client ads, like B2C ads for, your home improvement company's clients, then, and you're having them record ads, if they're doing video ads, like have them record it in a neighborhood or something, right? It's very important that it's congruent to your goals. Don't use a crazy high-end studio to try to reach contractors. You think it makes you look higher authority because it looks good to you, but it looks good to you because that's what you know. They don't know it. It doesn't look good to them. Set up your equipment and do a dry run. Watch the footage, listen back to make sure everything looks good and sounds good. And it's time to record. So keep your energy high, smile, and breathe. Now, in terms of post-production, I recommend hiring a professional editor. I do edit most of my stuff myself, to be honest, because I've always grown up doing it, and I like having that level of control. Maybe it's just limiting belief on my end, but my best ads have captions, subtitles, B-roll, motion graphics to keep people engaged, background music, sound effects. Please don't overcomplicate this stuff. They don't have to be perfect. They just have to be engaging, and they have to make sense and display your offer right, and do all the other things right. Good script matters more. Visuals are also really important. So picture creatives. Picture creatives are by far the most scalable and simple method, in my opinion, to run successful meta campaigns. Okay, if you're new to running meta ads, just start with pictures. Okay, they're so easy, high performing, and these two ads are some of the most profitable creatives that I have ever used for service delivery and for client acquisition. I have gotten 100 plus booked appointments, $20,000 a month in cash collected from this singular ad, just this ad. And I should change this because this is 900 plus leads from this one ad. It has 600 impressions, 500 comments. Like people don't understand how much this is true, that one ad can change your life. This one ad that I found by testing is literally the sole reason why I make, around $20,000 to $30,000 a month from this agency. One ad. Until you find that winner, it's hard, but once you do, man, it's crazy. Picture ads are awesome. They are really good. You get a cheaper everything. It's faster to learn for Meta because they want to push it out. It's native to the platform, having pictures on there. And there's much less room for error. And that's why I recommend beginners start with picture creatives. So to create picture creatives, I'm going to do this with you as well. Use Higgsfield or Claude or some kind of AI image gen. Okay, don't do them yourself. It's not worth it. What you want to do in this current state of the market, and this could change with time, and if it does change with time and we use a different platform, whatever it is, go into the resource section of this video in the PDF for this video and just see which one that we have in here listed, because that'll stay updated. Create a new account, go to images, tell it exactly what you're looking for. I'm going to do it with you. But yeah, I like to use Claude to make good Higgsfield prompts. So like, Claude, make me a Higgsfield prompt that says roofers, main text, whatever it is. So I'm going to go ahead and do this with you now and just show you like my typical process to make good winning picture ads. Like I said, I'll go in Claude and Higgsfield, go to image, and these are also super cheap to make. Obviously, I have lots of different images and ads that I've been cooking up here on here, but I can go ahead and just give you guys an example about like how I would typically go and make a picture ad. So let's say I wanted to do like 500 by 500 and like mimic this winning ad. Now, the reason why I know that this is winning is because, one, it's been running for 2+ years. So if I go on Meta Ad Library and find, similar ads and I know they're winning, and let's say I wanted to mimic them, I could either, one, literally go like this, send this to Higgsfield and be like, remake this picture, but different people in a different location. And that's it. Like that's literally all you have to do to make a winning ad. Okay. Another example, if you want to be a little bit more creative with it, be like, write me a Higgsfield prompt that is a winning ad for, I don't know, let's say let's go roofers, and have it be a basic white creative with the headline roofers. Let's go ahead and like act like we were mimicking one of these. And then a line under it saying, we will get you 6 to 8 jobs on a pay per close or pay per result basis. Pay per result basis. Only pay for shown appointments, and then some benefits as well associated with it, which would be like, yeah. So let's just say that. Feel free to change this based on what you think will perform better and make it look good and cohesive and high performing, but make the prompt. Okay. So in the meantime, look at that. This ad would crush in a tropical area, especially like a Florida or whatever. And the point is like, it's so easy. What I would actually recommend doing is like taking this, clicking the reference button, you know, because this is how you kind of work with it a little bit, and saying, make this a normal suburban neighborhood. And the idea here is like, obviously this is our creative, right? And so like I said about recording video ads in the location that makes the most sense for your target audience, the same goes with picture creatives, right? Especially if you're doing real life picture creatives. So I just go ahead and remake that. And then I also have the prompt here, and I can go ahead and plop this into here as well. And we can go ahead and do this with the auto size because it says 4 to 5, generate. And this is why it's actually better to do 4 to 5, like this aspect ratio versus, 1 to 1, is because it's more native to the platform. That's kind of how you'll make that decision. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just show you like what I come up with here in this picture creative, and then you can see, yeah. So this one right here, this would crush in Florida, like this ad right here. And the point is like it's so easy to make fulfillment ads. Another winning fulfillment ad that I've seen a lot is, I'll go ahead and like plan it out so you can see how I'd go about generating it. Write me a prompt for a ad split in 4 ways that shows 4 different pictures of a deck, or no, 4 pictures of houses with new roofs, and one of the pictures is a picture of a small family holding a sign saying roofs starting at 6,997. Make it like a 4x4 grid with yeah, let's just try that. So this is a winning concept that you use for any different fulfillment ads. Kind of the like authenticity of having a small family holding a sign with the main offer, and you'll know like what your winning offer is based on like what's working right now in the market. And it's obviously your job to figure that out. But for the most part, I can just tell you right now, it's probably going to be price related. And you can ask Claude to figure out exactly what that price is for your specific niche. Yeah, like this is a simple ad. And I would honestly get rid of some of this stuff on the bottom and maybe add some proof on here to make it a little bit stronger. But this is what I mean. It's like, it's this easy to make simple ads. Let's try another one. Let's try the B2C ad or client fulfillment ad that we just created with Claude. Okay, so here's exactly what I mean. Like this ad will absolutely crush in just about any home improvement niche. Picture of a small family with a sign, like a yard sign type of thing. You can even add the brand of the company that you're working with on there, as well as pictures of fresh jobs and social proof. It's like, these are the type of ads that will crush, and it literally took less than 5 minutes to make them. So that is how you make ads for fulfillment, and that's just how you make picture ads in general. Use some kind of generator like Higgsfield, and these are cheap credit-wise. Like I didn't even put a dent in my credits. So that's how I make picture creatives. Now, when it comes to copywriting, copy is important, but creative is everything, right? You should be focusing like 99% of your energy on creative, okay? And never really test out copy, in my opinion. You should probably just use copy, like one copy for just about everyone. So a general framework for copy is having a call out. So roofers or, area homeowners with a nice emoji. Keep it whatever your audience is. Pain points, offer and benefits, and then CTA. So call out. This is right here, the pain points, offer/benefits, and, learn more, scarcity, etc. If you want to just simply crank out some winning copy for whether it's you or your clients, whatever it is, for service delivery, use this prompt here. And for client acquisition, use this prompt here. So the way you'd actually go about using this is super simple. You could literally just go ahead and say, copy this in full, send this to Claude, and it's going to basically tell you everything that you need to know to make winning copy. Once you make a winning copy, like I recommend just keeping with it. And more importantly as well, like you can create your own copy for client, delivery, whatever. But I would also recommend looking at what other people are running that have been running it for a year plus. And that's usually like the most proven tactics. So if I go back to Facebook ads library here and just look up like neighbors, or I guess like, because typically like the copy that I usually have people make has some kind of call out, and that's what we're kind of looking for with city area offer. So let's do like roof starting. That'll probably give us a good example, like what roofing ads are working based on the copy. Yeah, so this is like the winning copy for roofing. That's always been around. Like this is the roofing ad that's been working really well for a lot of people. So something similar to that. Now, it's easy to find this type of stuff. Another thing you can do is write like homeowners and then go ahead and do way back. So like a year or more in terms of timeline. Just see exactly what people have been running for a long period of time. So if we do, a year back, for example, with homeowners, we could find lots of winning examples of copy, because if the ad's been running for a year plus, chances are that they're doing quite well, right? So yeah, that's just kind of a good idea here. It really doesn't matter, to be honest. Like copy is usually just not that big of a needle mover in comparison to creative. But this, like I said, yeah, like you could throw this into Claude, you could tell it the information that you need to actually make the copy and just have AI do it for you. Like it's really not that complicated. You can lay it out similar to how everyone else does it with like the spaces and everything, just like this. Great example of copy. Okay, look at this. Call out, pain point, benefits, CTA. It's exactly what I just told you, and it's been running for, more than a year. So that's how to make copy with AI. You can do one for the service delivery prompt and one for the client acquisition prompt. Once again, the PDF for this resource is in the description of this video. So in terms of copy as well, there is a vault I have of winning copy that I've used over the years. Mostly of this is for B2B client acquisition. So this is copy that I've used and tried, and also like had clients use, and different niches, different examples of what you could be running. So you can use that as well. Now, destination, funnel, or lead form. The best destination by far for optimal conversion is either a funnel or lead form. These are the two main options. The funnel or lead form needs to align well with the ad creative and perform well. Otherwise, it won't matter how good your ads are. They will never convert into anything. You could get a high click-through rate on your ads. Lots of people are clicking the ads and being interested, but have a bad or poor performing funnel or lead form and not convert literally anyone. So there's a couple things that you need to understand here. Number one is alignment. Once again, it's very important that your ads align with your funnel. If you're running ads that look super high, professional, and performing, then you better have something to match it and, on the back end. A good example is this right here. This one is for gravel.
On time.
Okay, get your quote, whatever it is, and then get quote. You click it. You go to some kind of survey. Looks exactly like the ad. Okay, and this is the congruency I'm talking about. Now, this is a weak funnel because there's so many different things you can click on, so many different ways you can distract it, and ultimately, like, it's not going to be that high converting. But, obviously you can tell, like, this is probably a nice video ad, probably performing quite well because it's been running for so long. And the congruency is there, though, which is very important. That's the first step. So, alignment. Same wording. If you have bad wording that's different than your ad, you might find a big drop off. People might click on the ad and go to the page and just click off because they don't think it's the same thing. I've dealt with this problem in the past. Another thing is friction. So as a funnel maker, we have full creative freedom to manipulate the lead quality through friction. So naturally, as people move forward through the whole process of throughput, right, where they go from seeing the offer, the audience, the creative, the funnel, the conversion, there's going to be a natural drop off. Right? Because there's more steps that, the process has to go through. So with a working creative and an offer in the front and, in front of the correct audience, there will be lots of clicks onto the funnel. And we can visualize this with a drop of water. With more qualifying questions and details in the funnel, we add additional pipes or friction to the pipeline, which naturally makes, people who aren't as interested, they won't even bother with it, right? So we'll just naturally get a higher quality lead, but we'll get less leads. And this is how you want to view funnels, or just the entire system in general. You will only get a certain amount of clicks onto the website, onto the funnel, or lead form, whatever it is. And as you add more questions and more frictions and more friction and more things in the funnel, for example, this page has a lot of friction. There's lots of things that we can do, extra areas. We enter a zip code. Let's say we actually do this. That's my old zip code. Get pricing. Okay, we have all these different questions and different things. And again, we have to enter this. This is additional friction, but now they autofill this, which is less friction. So the point is like you want to make it as little friction as possible in the beginning. But if you, over time, once you get lead, throughput and you get results out of the pipeline, then you want to add friction to find a healthy balance of getting a good cost per lead. In addition to that, getting a good quality lead. So, like I said, whether it's you or your client, start with minimal friction. Make sure the process is actually working and getting conversions. Then, only if you have too many leads and appointments coming through and your quality isn't good enough, then you would add friction to decrease the lead flow and improve the quality of each individual lead or appointment. This is how you want to think about a funnel. Okay, so that's how friction works. Lead forms. Lead forms are Meta's native way to convert people from ads. Lead forms are the lowest friction possible, and because of that, they are the worst, right? They're not great. Everybody just seems to fill them out without much thought, and the reason why is because it's native on the platform. Everyone uses lead forms, and because of that, they often don't even register that they did it. I mean, a good example is like, when's the last time that you filled out, you feel like you were scrolling and you remember the last couple videos that you did. Like, that's how people view lead forms, because you don't go outside of the platform. You just fill out a native lead form. But I have used it very successfully in the past. And here's how I've done that for service delivery and also for client acquisition as well, which let me just quickly update this. So basically, I've spent around $20,000 on this single lead form. And that lead form is this exact setup right here with these 2 questions with conditional logic, adding a little bit of friction just to have it in there, but it is native to the platform, with how I set it up and the integration as well. So it's important that you understand that there's no perfect way to set up lead forms. In my experience, lead forms are good, but the quality is just so bad that if you're better off doing a landing page unless you don't have much budget to work with. The questions that you'll ask in the lead form are also just the qualifications that you want to make sure your clients check before you potentially speak to them or prospects. This is the lowest friction method you could use, but keep in mind, you won't really be using much pixel and stuff, and so there isn't that much data. It's not as accurate. So this is the actual lead form setup. It's a more volume lead form that is set to optimize, and you can basically go through all of this and use this resource to build out your own lead form. Conditional logic in the top right set on. All these set to Q2, which is basically a question saying, would you be willing to spend $3.2K a month to meet a minimum of 10 qualified homeowners each month if they're not making that much money in revenue? Because these are DQs to us in the first place, but if they're willing to spend enough, then it's fine. Some of them are just lower, companies not doing as much money in revenue, but ultimately have a lot of money because they've made businesses in the past or whatever, and they could be still good clients. So we have basic logic that says, are you the owner and partner of the company, which is the question 2. Or 3, and basically that is the logic that I have set up. The contact information, in order to see if your market's still available, please fill your info, as well as the ending page, which is step 2 to 2, see if your area is available. Tap secure now with a go to website, and the link is a booking page, which I can break down once we break down the landing page setup. So that's an example of basically how to set up this lead form. And if you want to see the actual specific screenshots on this lead form, what it actually looks like, the actual setup specifically, here are the exact screenshots and setup for this. So you can use this in full to set up your lead form exactly like mine. Exact settings, exact everything. Just like that. Now, to integrate this with Go High Level, to do it, all you have to do is go to Settings, go to Integrations, connect whatever Facebook account is associated to the lead form, select Tab on Facebook Form Fields Mapping, and then basically map the name. Okay, so map the name of the form, and then you would go ahead and map the fields. So you'd add email as email, phone number as phone number, full name as full name, state as state, city as city. And oftentimes you have custom questions. What you can do is go to Settings and Go High Level and go to Custom Fields, create single line custom fields, which oftentimes my snapshots usually already have them. I have, for example, Q1, Q2, Q3, then you can apply those to automations and things. So if you don't have anything like Q1, Q2, Q3, you can literally go to settings, and I can do this with you really fast. Like let's say you're inside of Go High Level right here and you want to do this. You would go to settings, you would go to custom fields, and then all you would do is create a new field, a single line field, contact, and then the field name would be something similar to the questions. Like let's say one of the questions in the lead form is, what was your revenue last year? You can make that the field name and then create it. Okay, well, folder name as well, contact. Okay, create it. Now you have that. When you integrate the lead form, you go to settings, like I said, integrations, and you would basically integrate a lead form by doing form field mapping. And you would choose whatever lead form that you just made. So let's say it was this one. Then this question would be mapped to what we just made, that custom field, which, by the way, it's not loading. But if we go and find it, which I believe it's like revenue, what was your revenue last year? So if we go to custom fields and check on it really quickly, what was your revenue last year? So this is what we want to find. Okay, we copy that. Then we go to settings and integrations, back to the Facebook form field mapping, and then simply set that field and that question to what we just mapped. Then we can use it inside of automations, send it to our clients, and that's how you basically map it. So you press confirm, and then what you can do is add this as an automation trigger. Then if you have a new lead automation, you could sync that to the lead form. So let's say we had a new lead automation and we wanted to sync this. You get them in the snapshot probably, but if you don't, then you can make one. Then you could just change the trigger to Facebook form, lead form submitted, and then just choose the specific lead form by going add filters, is form, or form is, and then choose the specific form that you have mapped, and they'll show up here once you have them mapped. So that's how to get it integrated with Go High Level, which is basically all of this that we just walked through. So that is everything you need to know about lead forms. If I were you, I wouldn't recommend using them, to be honest, because they aren't that good. I would recommend using landing pages. And when you build out this lead form and actually go through these screenshots and do it, make sure to do it inside of the actual ads manager instead of the business settings, because you will get more options as to like how you can set it up. Because sometimes some people don't see conditional logic. That's because they're not building it out inside of the proper place, which should be the ad set. So funnels. Funnels are the optimal way to have a successful ad campaign. Funnels give you more flexibility, how much friction you want to test, what headlines you want to test, more accurate tracking with data. And funnels typically consist of a couple of things: a call out, a headline or subline, or get out X outcome without Y pain, either a VSL or a resource of some kind to give them more information about what you do. Call to actions, information about you offer, so a social proof, the process, etc. A way to collect and qualify prospects and turn them into leads, or a survey or form, and a way to book appointments, which is just a booking calendar. A good example of a winning funnel is this. And this funnel by no means is perfect, okay, but it has been working for me. There are improvements I'll show you that I need to make to this based on this document here, but here's a good example. We have a call out, home improvement contractors. Yes, this might be bigger. It should be bigger. And keep in mind, by the way, this should be native to the phone, okay? So build it out with nativeness to the phone. Only pay when a homeowner sits down for an estimate. Exclusive pre-qualified appointments that delivered straight to your calendar. We have the CTA here with the form/survey. At the end of this is a booking calendar. So we have the form here. Let's say we were to fill this out with random information right now. That has the booking calendar right here. After the funnel, we have a pre-call page, which looks just like this, with a pre-call VSL, how to join the call, and proof. So that is an example of a winning funnel of mine. As you can see, this funnel has all of this information, but here are some common mistakes I've seen. One is not mirroring the promise of the ad in the funnel. So if you need to make sure that the funnel headline is something similar to this so that people see the congruency as well as this looks like the visual of the actual ad. Two, not having a good fast loading time on the page. And you can actually check this, and I'll show you how to do this in this document when we go through it later on in the video when we talk about analyzing metrics. Not optimizing the funnel for mobile phone usage. That's another problem I commonly see is like this looks great on computer, but has a look on the phone. That's when you don't check. Asking unnecessary questions. So you need to have as little friction as you can. Not having consistent visuals. So no like jargon and BS and all, random stuff. Just keeping it, looking good. and then having ways for the lead to go places outside of the funnel. So tabs about like my product and offer and proof and like all this BS, that takes people out of the closed funnel. So do not have them. It's just a way to fail basically. So to improve this funnel, you can use this resource. This is a resource to give you, better loading speed, how to test it out, branding and visual credibility, just like everything that you need to improve your landing page conversion rate or the percentage of people that convert from the landing page. Mine isn't perfect. By no means is it perfect, but these are all the improvements that you can make to make it as high converting as humanly possible. And by the way, we will go over this later in this video. Now, to build a funnel, we do have a video in the program called Live Funnel Buildout, which you probably have seen by now. But all you should do, to be honest, is go into lovable.com and literally take screenshots of a winning funnel that you want to emulate,
HVAC, painting,
or just ask it what you want. Ask it, give it these instructions. Literally give it this document, say what you want. I want a funnel that looks like this. I want a funnel that looks like this. Go find competitors in ads library that you think have a winning funnel based on these different aspects. Screenshot it by literally doing this. Drag this screenshot, send it into Lovable, and say, recreate this. That's it. Okay. Building a funnel has never been easier, and you can connect your domain to it as well. But if you need more help on Live Funnel Buildout, you can go ahead and see other areas of the past modules of how to build winning funnels. So speed to lead. Now, speed to lead is something that's very, very important that a lot of people don't take seriously enough. Some industry data suggests that the time it takes your business to respond to an inbound inquiry is crucial because lead interest is highly perishable. Industry data shows that up to 78% of customers buy from the first, company that responds, especially homeowners, right? So waiting longer than 5 minutes drops your chances at qualifying your lead by 80%. So if we look at leverage and ways we can improve our service, say for our clients, for example, one thing we can do is make sure, whether it's them or someone else or whoever calls them, that they have a really fast speed to lead. This could quite literally improve your guys' ad results by 5 to 10 times. That is a high leverage change that you could do to improve your results for your clients immediately. Now, targeting. In 2026, targeting is an absolute joke, okay? Targeting is solely based on the creative nowadays. There is really no need to target anything yourself on Meta. The creative will do the targeting. However, I do recommend changing the target age range if there is one and the gender. So, for example, B2B contractors would be like 29 to 64 age and men, specifically not women. So you would go ahead and change this specifically on the targeting. And I also recommend setting up placements to only be Facebook and Instagram to lower CPMs. Remember, we are going to be building a live campaign in front of you. So I'm just explaining this stuff now. You can always refer to it later and see it in action when we build it together, which will be quite soon here, right after this actually. Retargeting. Retargeting has changed quite a bit. The old way, which is just basically having like a separate cold campaign and a separate retargeting campaign, so two separate, doesn't really work that well anymore. So to give you the best possible understanding with the current market, use this video right here. I have this video attached. If it changes and I find a better video, I will put it there. But this has a very good information about how to run targeting and retargeting and set it up properly. I don't have that much experience in retargeting, so it's not like I can teach it that often, teach it in that much detail. But here's what you need in place after watching this video. Conversion API setup. You need basically warm custom audience built. So you need to build a couple warm audiences that you can use, even one that has a customer/lead list. And then audience segments defined as well. So these are a couple things that you'll have set up through watching this video. If you need to do retargeting, I recommend it. I think it's beneficial, but I honestly have not done it much and achieved a lot. And I have achieved a lot, so it's not required. Hey everyone, welcome to Building a Campaign Live. We're gonna keep this super, super simple here and just start creating a campaign. So you wanna go with the leads here. Basically campaign budget or ad set budget. I would actually recommend doing ad set budget. And then that's pretty much it for the campaign. You can have a naming scheme if you want, but it really doesn't matter. New leads, ad sets. So conversion location, we would do always single. Now either website or instant forms. These are the two options. I'm going to go ahead and set up a website because it is the highest converting and it's honestly the best. And then basically we would use the pixel that we have set up in the dataset conversion location to show up in here. So for just example, I'm going to go ahead and optimize for a schedule. If you're doing a B2B campaign, like for client acquisition, you should do scheduling if you have enough budget. If you don't have that much budget, like $50 to $100 a day, do lead. If you have more than $100 a day, I would use schedule. Remember, don't edit one that's existing, but we'll explain how to make changes later in this video. Basically, this would be the dataset pixel that you've already set up when you set up the tracking systems just a minute ago. And then dynamic creative, we're gonna keep that off. Daily budget, this is per ad set. We are just gonna go with one ad set for now, okay? Because we're only testing out like one targeting method and we wanna keep the signal here. We're gonna start off the ad campaign with no less than $50 a day. That's the minimum, but I'm gonna go ahead and start off with $100 a day. So there's that. Audience-wise, we're reaching home improvement contractors. So minimum age, we're gonna select 25 here, and then go ahead and further the limit reach of our ads so that we can specifically target an age range from 29 to 64, which is going to be home improvement contractors, right? Most of them are in this age range. Location, we're just gonna go general in the US, and then genders, we're gonna go with men. Now, optionally, you can use detailed targeting by typing in things like home improvement, general contractor, roofing contractor, roofing material. I think I spelled that wrong. Yeah, home improvement, home and gardens. You could do general contractor. The point is like you can add this and this will help it find its target audience faster and just add a couple of these. So roofing contractor, if you're doing roofing or whichever niche, you could always do roofing materials, which that would be like gaff and stuff. You could do, what else? Facebook page admins is a good one as well. Here we go. So this helps you kind of just figure out like telling Meta like a little bit more about like what you're going for. So this is B2B ads. I am going to go ahead and set a cost per result goal just to make sure it knows like where I'm trying to bid. The way that that looks is like this is B2B ads, right? I'm spending $100 a day, and we're optimizing for schedules. So cost per appointment KPI for me would probably be like around $100, $150, and you'll know this by like being in your niche for longer, or you could do the reverse math towards the end of this video. So you could, in the ad set level, add a cost per result goal right here and make that be like $150-ish. Here we go. Then dynamic creative off, budget is fine. Audience now is set. We have detailed targeting, which is optional. You don't have to do that. And placements, let's go ahead and show more settings. And platforms only changes to Facebook and Instagram. Just to keep our CPMs lower. Perfect. Good to go. Now with that, we go into the ad level. We would choose our specific Facebook page and Instagram page that's incongruent with our, where we want to be running the ads essentially. So we have converting on website with schedule as the event. And then if we go to the ad level, you would choose the Facebook pages here. So for now, for example, like I'm just going to choose, let's just go with this page for now. And then the Instagram profile with that. Branding, blah, blah, blah. This is fine. Single image ad, multi-care advertiser ads. I turn that off just because you're going to be around so many competitors. Destination, this would be your landing page. So the one that's hooked up to the pixel. So for example, it'd be like this one or whatever. And the pixel should be set up for this. And then the display link, doesn't matter. Browser add-ons, I turn this off. And then add creative. So when you set up an image ad, you add image. When you add video ad, you press video. So let's say we're going to go ahead and build off of a winning ad that I've built in the past for deck builders. So we're not going to do any of this and deal with any of this. Primary text, basically we would just throw in our copy here. So copy goes here, headline, make sure the headline is congruent with the top of the funnel. And we'll break down more about like how to set this up properly. And the description doesn't really matter. This doesn't really show up, but you can add like stars for that. I like to do learn more. And obviously you would actually put the values in here. Basically, you skip and continue, turn off ad music, make sure that's turned off. Everything else should be off as well. Translation, you can keep off if you don't want any out of, language people. Upload media, so this is how one ad would look. One ad instead of one ad. Okay, simple, keep it simple. And then after that, you have the copy, primary text, description, and the call to action. You want to keep these off if possible, but they really don't have that big of an impact. Tracking, you have the pixel setup, and that's it. So that's how you set up an ad. Basically, if you're running a $100 a day ad campaign, obviously like in the ads mastery settings, in the ad mastery document here, we can kind of see our testing volume. $100 a day, 5 to 6 hooks, which is roughly 5 to 6 creatives. So we could probably roll with 5 or 6 creatives at once and just give that, duplicate all these. And then all you would do is duplicate. So there's 6 of them. And then add one different creative in each one. Okay, you can put pictures inside of the same ad set as videos, or it really doesn't matter that much. Some people like to separate it because they're not sure, but with Andromeda, it's pretty much the same. So just put creatives, 6 creatives in here based on how much you can spend. So 5 to 6 hooks, 5 to 6 creatives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be good. And then 1 creative in each one of these. And make sure to launch it at midnight. That helps. So if you set it for the next day midnight or the current midnight, then that's probably the best thing you could do there. And overall, that is pretty much how you build out a live campaign. So it's quite simple. There's really nothing to it. You want to do the pre-checklist to make sure. But yeah, so then after that, you can go ahead and use the pre-launch checklist to make sure everything is good to go. So make sure Metapixel is firing. Make sure the conversion events are working so you can test it out inside of the pixel, which if you don't know how to do that, you can do it in this document here. So make sure that's set up as well. Make sure the marketing tracker is also set up and ready to go. It looks just like this. Funnel distillation, make sure all this is correct and it's mobile first. Headline mirrors the ad promise / the headline. Book and kill undersynced, no dead ends, no ramp offs or no off ramps. Survey and application with minimal friction. Speed to lead is all ready to go and you have automation set up for that. Offer and creative is all tight and ready to go. Batch of hooks or creatives is ready to test. So with picture ads, it would be just a couple different ads, different pictures. So one example could be something like this. Another example could be something like this. But yeah, we have one media in each one. And I have this related media. This should be off. And then we should just have one per thing. So that's what I would do. So yeah, your cost per result, target cost per result is set up if you want to use that, which is optional. Your campaign setup, which can help CPMs if you are correct there. Campaign setup, you can improve CPM by using this. For placements, set to Instagram only, Instagram, Facebook only, age and gender set, targeting otherwise broad, or detailed targeting is optional as well. Daily budget supports your hook count, so $10 to $20 per ad. We're doing $100 a day, so we have 5 ads, so that's good. And then mindset, you've committed to touching it for the first 5 to 7 days just to see what happens. So fix anything that's broken, obviously, especially with the funnel and everything, but just do a test run to make sure that that's good to go. And that's pretty much everything there is to building out a live ad campaign. So I appreciate you for watching this, and let's keep going. Scaling with data, okay, tracking and metrics. The biggest reason why most people fail to run a successful ad campaign ever is because they make decisions with feelings instead of data. Using this ad tracker daily is the best way to prevent making decisions from feelings. Okay, I have a company tracking sheet for you. Basically, what you do is you log every day everything in white, and you could basically set up your Facebook columns to accommodate this, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So to do that, all you would do is go to the ad set level roughly, and then go to columns, and then click customize columns and set them up in this order, right? So if we go ahead and remove everything here, we can go ahead and keep amount spent because that's going to be the next one after this. And then all we have to do is go amount spent, frequency, which is going to be this right here. And then we have impressions. Okay, impressions, and then we have clicks all, which is going to be clicks all. And then we have link clicks, which I do unique link clicks. New leads, so we have leads if it's set up with Pixel, which it should be, total and cost per lead. Then we have the demos booked or sales calls booked, same thing, appointments booked, whatever it is. I can actually change this. Appointments booked, it should show up here, total and cost. And then obviously everything else here is up to you to know, okay? And just for more information, all you have to do is press save. But yeah, basically, let's say you have data, you would basically go about logging this start to finish. So let's just go ahead and set max because I don't remember when I ran this specific ad set. Let's say yesterday's data was this, $570 spent in ads, which is kind of a lot to be in one day. You would basically track yesterday's data today. So like actually this would be yesterday. And then you go from there and onwards. And then today is the 8th, so you would track yesterday's data just to make sure it has enough time to actually go through the spending. So actually for this, you would choose yesterday, and you would fill in the data. So let's say it would be 570 dot 44, whatever it is. Frequency 2.1, impressions 2557, clicks all 461, link clicks would be 231. New leads would be 25. And then I didn't actually set up the pixel for this one. So appointments booked would be separate from go high level. And let's say you got 6 qualified leads, a couple DQs from that, and a couple sales. Contracted revenue, so this is how much revenue that's like predicted over their lifetime. If it's paper results, I would just do the upfront, whatever you did. So let's say you clicked $2K upfront from that client, and your new MRR is roughly $3,000 a month from like what they are expected to pay you, or $2,000 a month, whatever it is. You get your, all of these information about your ROAS, your cost per qualified lead, your qualified percentage, your, cost per acquisition, or your CAC as well, which is your customer acquisition costs. Basically how much it costs for you to get a new client in ads. Obviously it's not, going to be this low. And if honestly you were collecting this much money off of, $500 in spend, 2K cash, actually that's pretty realistic and that's pretty healthy. 3.51 back ROAS, and obviously if ROAS is positive, we scale, and I'll explain that in this section as well. But this is how you track your data. Daily checks. This is an extra sheet that I have from a mentor of mine that it's not required. You can figure out how to use it. To be honest, I don't use it, so I don't even know. But it does have some basic information about like what your metrics could be, to know what to do. But I would just stay on this, make decisions off of data, and go based on your 7 days, last 7 days or last 30 days. And what's nice is that it'll do that properly and propagate up there for you to make good decisions. So that's how you track your ads. In terms of Pixel and Conversions API, when Meta tracks what's considered a lead, right? If you're using lead forms, it'll automatically track leads, right? If you're using a landing page though, how is Meta going to know what happens, when a prospect fills out their information or becomes a lead? That is where Pixel comes in. Pixel is something that you can install into a landing page to basically set up and tell Meta, whereby if they click a certain button, so for example in HomeWise on this landing page right here, when someone fills out this information,
HVAC, painting, concrete,
when someone fills out this information and they click submit, Meta knows to consider that to be a lead. Or furthermore, when they book a call, Meta will know that it's a schedule. And so you'll see how many appointments you have scheduled and your cost per appointment. Now, the reason why this is important is not only for this tracking, like yes, it helps, it's helpful, but more importantly, so Meta can learn properly. In the actual ad set, which we should have broken down a little bit when we built out the ad campaign, the live campaign build out, is you have a performance goal here, right? And if you're running, specifically lead forms, it will probably just be maximized number of leads. But if you're running Pixel, you want to do schedule or leads. If you're doing lead gen, I would do for lead, like your performance goal should be leads. If you're doing book a call funnel, so, getting clients through paid ads basically by, doing a book a call funnel, similar to how I probably got you to join the program, you would maximize number of schedules, right? So it really depends on your goal, but that will help Meta learn and get more of what you want. And after like 20 to 50 conversion events, it will get much better. Your cost per result will go down a lot, and ultimately you'll make way more money because Meta has time to learn what you're looking for. And they'll optimize for whatever you set it to, right? To actually set this up, I have a live video of me setting it up in a Pixel tutorial here.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland and welcome to Setting Up Meta Pixel. And this is also Conversions API, just everything that you need to track accurate data for Meta. So in Ads Manager, when you're running ads for yourself, right, you basically, if you're using a lead form, then obviously Meta is going to know like when a lead becomes a lead. So you have your cost per lead in your data and you have all that information. But if you use your own custom landing page, and I can show you what that looks like. If you run a roof, this landing page just like this or something similar from ads, then the issue is that how would Meta know what a lead is or a booking is? So in this video, what I'm going to do is show you how to set it up so Meta knows what a lead and a booking is, so we can attract and look for more people that booked or became leads. The way that this works is very, very simple. Lovable, or whatever website provider you use, I would recommend using Lovable because you don't have to do any of this work yourself manually. Like you can pretty much just have Lovable set it up immediately for you. So Lovable will basically send the data to Meta. And then we'll also have Go High Level send the data to Meta too. So we have the most accurate tracking possible without paying for an outside provider. The first thing you need to do is go into your Ads Manager account in the ad account that you're going to be running the ads. Next, click Connect Data under the Dataset section. So if you go to All Tools and you go to Events Manager, that's where you need to be. Then click Connect Data, click Web, Next, and then go ahead and create a new dataset. We can call this whatever we'd like. I would recommend calling it something along the lines of like what you're offering. So HomeWise, B2B, Pixel. Now that that's done, make sure to select the ad account you're going to be running the ads on and go ahead and press Setup Meta Pixel. Other ways to set up, add Meta Pixel to the website yourself. Click Next, copy this code and be like, ask Lovable, add this meta pixel to the website, have it fire a new lead when someone goes through the survey and is qualified. So greater than 500K a year in revenue, which we already set up in the form, and a schedule fire when they book an appointment with the Go High Level calendar and get sent to the pre-call page. Looks like my freeze froze. There we go. So we just tell it that, and it's going to do pretty much everything. So much so that that's like literally 50% of it done. Okay. So now we need to wait. So that's pretty much all we need to do inside of the pixel for now. Now we just need to cool it and let Lovable do its thing. Okay. It's going to implement all the code and do everything into the website to fire the proper data when the proper things happen. Now, we will also set up Conversions API, but that was the pixel part of it. Let's go ahead and wait for this to finish, and then we'll press publish and update, and then we'll test it out. Okay, so the pixel ID now is updated, and the lead events fire when the survey is completed and the revenue is more than 500K, as well as the schedule event, which is when they go onto the pre-call page. So let's go ahead and test it out. So let's go ahead and publish and update and let this publish a second. Great, so now it says up to date. We can go ahead and refresh Events Manager. And what we need to do now is go onto the pixel that we made, HomeWise B2B pixel, click Test Events, go to Website, and now choose Confirm that your events are set up correctly, and then type in the URL that we are using for the page. Now, while we open this page up, we should go back and see Page View. Let's see if it loads. Page View. Perfect. Now let's see if it processes a lead properly. So we go through as if we were a company, and we have more than 500K per year in revenue, so we would be qualified as a lead. Yes, 1 to 4 reps, and you put in your information. So let's just do Owen test@gmail.com. Now, that should count as a lead. Yep, qualified lead and lead. Perfect. Next, we can go ahead and book an appointment. Okay. There you go. I'm going to actually remove this question as well, but schedule. Or check, schedule. There we go. So now
Here's how home improvement counts.
this should count as a schedule. Schedule. Okay. Perfect. I believe that's everything. Now, hopefully this didn't double process. I believe it deduplicates it if it does double process like that. So it should be just fine. Let's see. So it has a value on there. Okay, I don't want any value in there, but it looks like it says it just fixed it. Perfect. So it should be good to go. We can publish it and update now, and now it's fixed. And that's pretty much it. So what's going to happen now is an overview. You aren't going to see any events for a little while down here. But if you wait around 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes, see it says it right here, you will see a page view event here, a lead event here, and a schedule event here. So it's been like 24 hours. It took like 30 or so minutes for the events to actually show up under here. And I actually started running the ads, so it's kind of getting a grasp on like what's going on event-wise. And if you could see in the actual campaign as well, what I went ahead and did is in the ad set level, I set the conversion up to be the data set, and then the conversion event being the lead. And then in addition to that, at the bottom of the actual ads, if you go all the way to the bottom, you'll see that I have the tracking events set on right here with the website events checked. So that's like the final steps once you wait that 30 minutes. Okay, so now we are going to break down how to set up CAPI as well, or Conversions API, to increase the quality of our data. Now, to do this, go back to the Events Manager, and what we want to do is go to Set Up Conversions API. So this should give you an option to do it here. If it doesn't, you can go to Settings, and you can basically just scroll down. Okay, Conversions API. Set up with Dataset Quality API. Okay, generate access token. And make sure you're choosing the correct dataset, which is this one right here, I believe. Perfect. So now that that's done there, you generate the access token. You now have that. Copy it immediately and save it somewhere safe. So if we go into Google Docs, we can just go ahead and copy our access token. Okay. Now that that's done, we can go to go high level and connect Meta to GHL, which we probably already have done at this point. If you don't, go to settings, integrations, and go ahead and connect Facebook here. Okay, should be good. We now want to add Conversions API action to the workflow. So we have two workflows here. We have the new lead and strategy call booked. We are now going to add it to the lead one first. Basically, in the first step, you want to add Meta Conversions API. Okay, and we have this right here. Now for this, we want to add the dataset ID, which is the dataset ID, which is right here. You can copy it at the top of the pixel. Dataset ID, the access token that I talked about right here. Make sure that's good. Okay, so this is going to be a funnel event and Facebook lead. 0 value, 0 USD, nothing there. Okay, that is pretty much all you need to do for that. So if we go ahead and just save, it is now going to send the data to Meta when you get a lead. Okay, next we are going to do that for the strategy call booked automation as well. So we do Meta Conversions API here. Funnel event, access token is the same one. Dataset ID is the same one. Facebook event name is going to be schedule, value, nothing, and then save. Okay, there you go. Now we need to test it. So to do that, let's go ahead and submit the survey with your real name and phone number and go to events and just go to the test browser. So if we go to the test, let's go ahead and make sure this is published and updated as well. Okay, so now that this is updated, let's go ahead and do a test. So if we go to test events, we can go to the correct pixel, click website, and do one final test. Let's go ahead and clear activity and go ahead and do the second one and put in our funnel link, test events, and go through as if we are a lead. So let's do this 1 to 2 million a year. Yes, 1 to 4 reps. Let's say my name is Owen Jenkins and I'm submit. Okay, let's go ahead and also book a call. Okay, so let's see what data we have that's accurately tracked. We have page view, lead, schedule. Boom. So that right there is everything that you need to know. Now, like I said in the start of the video, that in overview, you will see no events for like 30 to 45 minutes. Then you will see page view, lead, and schedule here. Now, once that's done and it's active here, all you have to do is add it to the, to the ad set, and you're pretty much done. So that is how to set up Pixel. I hope you enjoyed this video, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one.
Scaling philosophy. If your ROAS is positive, so your return on ad spend, so like let's say you spend $1 on ads and you return $3 back, that's your ROAS, and it's positive, you want to scale your spend. To scale your spend, scale spend by 20 to 30% every 2 to 3 days to avoid breaking it. If you're currently spending $100 a day in ads and you jump it up to $200 a day in ads, you are going to completely break everything and get back into the learning phase, and it is not going to be, it's going to break your campaign. Like you won't get good results. So there's 3 different levels of making decisions off of data here and metrics when running ads. Now, I recommend using this philosophy to kind of help guide you, and it's kind of a funny meme, I know, but basically it says to not really focus on these nerd level 3 metrics. They honestly aren't that big of a deal. They don't matter. And the only reason they matter is if there's a problem with the 2, because it's a hierarchy of a system. So like, let's say ROAS is bad, then oftentimes there's a problem with one of these metrics. And this is kind of how you want to think about it. If there's a problem with one of these metrics, like cost per call, for example, there's a couple things that impact cost per call. All of these, a couple things here. So the point is like there's certain things that impact these level 2 metrics. So if your ROAS is bad and you're not getting the return on ad spend that you need to, and you know your ROAS from the tracker, it should be at the end of this. If your ROAS is not positive, then you have to change something. Okay. It's very, very important. And the way you would do that and think about this is starting with your level 1 metrics. If your ROAS is bad, going to level 2, figuring out which ones impact level 2 with Claude or whatever it is. You can ask, out of these metrics, Claude, which one affects my cost per call? And it'll tell you exactly. And that's kind of how you want to think about going through this.
So here are your actual benchmarks. Now, in terms of CPM, you want your CPM to be anywhere between 30 and 40, like around $40 to $100. It should be lower for B2C, but like I would honestly say anywhere between $40 and $100. So I'm just gonna like quickly change this, be like 40 to roughly 100. That is a healthy CPM. Anything above that, it's like you have a problem with your ads. And I do have a lot of information on improving your CPM right here. This is basically how much it costs Meta to push your ad out to 1,000 people, right? Your cost per milli, I guess it's called, which like your cost per 1,000 impressions. How much it costs on Meta to push your ad out. Yes, I've seen people with $400 CPMs because their ads are bad. So Meta just doesn't want to push it out. CTR, unique outbound link. This is the click-through rate, right? This is what we mentioned below or before. Now, once again, I have a resource to help you, fix this, but your target is at least 1.5%. And the actual specific metric here, it should be in your metric tracking, right? It should be right here, CTR and CTR link. Your CTR link should be 1.5% or better. That is a healthy ad. So I'm seeing this right now, like I'm looking at this and this is one of my ads. I'm seeing this right now that there is a problem with my CTR link. So then I would go through and go to the document that I have for you and improving that CTR to get better performing ads, to eventually improve my metrics and make my ROAS better. But that's CTR. It should be at least 1.5%. Hook rate is basically whatever one you can get. That's the highest in your batch. That's what you need to know. So it's just the first 3 seconds divided by the impressions. And then frequency, you want roughly anywhere between like 1 and 2.5-ish, roughly. Frequency is just how many times each person has seen your ad that's been targeted by it. So if someone's seen your ad like 6 times, like, oh my gosh, like, yes, you need to probably change something. But this isn't really that important, to be honest. Like, it's not going to really impact the metrics as like much. The biggest ones that are going to impact performance are these two, CPMs and CTR. In terms of conversion, so this right here is all about traffic, this conversion, like, or these metrics. In terms of conversion, so basically someone clicking on your ad to becoming a lead, landing page click-through rate or landing page conversion rate is going to be your highest leverage needle mover to basically improve results. VSL play rate also has a strong impact. Survey and form submission rate should be around 45%. Page load speed should be less than 2.5 seconds. And obviously, I do have a resource to help you improve all these things. But the landing page conversion rate, so basically, details on how to actually like how that metric works and what that is. It's basically like however many unique landing page visitors, how many qualified leads came out of that. Okay, that percentage should be 5 to 10%. A lot of people have a constraint here. So there's a lot of things that we can do to kind of pull the needle and improve that metric, which we'll get into. But just know that your KPI, your ideal target metric for that is 5 to 7%. VSL play target, 20%. Survey/form submission rate, which you could track by using some kind of better form software. So for example, a lot of people inside of their funnels, they will use, a different kind of form, like type forms or, lovable is what I use because it's just better. So for example, my survey looks like this instead of the go high level one, because we can get specific data on how many people and what percentage of people are filling out that form to see whether or not it's in KPI, to see how our friction is. You see, it's all a numbers game here. Page load speed, 2.5 seconds or less on mobile. Test this out and time it. And then booking and sales. So basically going from a lead to an appointment to a close. Here is your target KPIs or target metrics for what you should be looking for, or key performance indicators. So 4 to 6% should be your booking rate. Otherwise known as 90% of the people who apply should book. And what I mean by apply are people that go through the survey that are qualified. 90% of those people should book. That is another reason why I decreased a little bit of friction by putting my booking page, for example, at the end of this form. I'll show you. Submit. I have the booking page right here so that there's not like an extra page. Load speed less than 2.5 seconds on this page as well, which is good. And we have a booking page. I don't have that much availability, so this is something that I could do to improve. Well, I actually kind of do, to be honest. And then also, it autofills the information from, you know, the last page. So that's another thing. Actually, I'm not sure it does. It might just be because I've filled this out so many times. But that's another thing you can do to improve, decrease friction and improve the metrics. But the point is, these are your KPIs. 5 to 7% should turn into, of people that are qualified applicants should turn into bookings. And yeah, so that's your booking rate. Your show rate should be around 50%. Anywhere between 40 and 60% is your target for B2B calls. For like my program, for example, the KPI is 80%. So all these metrics depend heavily on like what you're actually selling and what you're doing. To find out exactly what's accurate, you could either just be and have more experience or ask Claude, situationally. But your close rate should be ideally around 25%. So 20% is more realistic there, but ideally 25% or better. Speed to lead under 5 minutes. So if you can hit all these targets, you'll be extremely profitable and you'll make a lot of money. Now, the keystone metrics, which are the only metrics out of all of these that actually matter, are the front-end ROAS, LTGP to CAC, cost per result, and the kill threshold. So front-end ROAS is, like I mentioned in this tracking sheet, is how much money we make upfront off of our ads after having spent ad spend. Now, KPI, if it's 2x, time to scale it. Okay, if it's 1x break even, it could be even fine, right? If we spend $1,000 in ads and make $1,000 back up front, that's just fine because chances are we have back-end cash to make up for it, right? We have recurring revenue from every single client. LTGP to CAC, you want 3 to 1. I will explain everything about this soon. Basically, for every dollar we spend on acquiring a new client, we need to make at least $3 back for that $1 over the lifetime profit of a client. That is the health of our business, and this is the floor. I'll explain this later as well. Cost per result, this depends on what you're offering basically, and like what you're completely dependent on your offer, right? If you're doing $100 up front and pay per results, like your target for your customer acquisition cost or your cost per result is going to be like $100, $250, right? The point is, like, as long as your front end ROAS is good, like this is the only metric that matters here. Kill threshold, or otherwise like when to kill an ad. If it's 2x your target, then kill it. And I will explain all these more in detail. It's important that you know that these are your KPI benchmarks. Okay, these are what you're looking for your ads. If you have any question about what's going wrong with your ad, you will perform a bottleneck analysis, which I'll explain, to basically cross-check your ads and your metrics with these KPIs and to see what you need to fix. So you can make a decision off of data and not feelings. So to use this table, when your ROAS is off, walk through this from top to bottom. Okay? And basically, find what you can easily 2 to 5x to improve everything else. The thing is like this game of testing and improving with data, a lot of it has to do with experience. But what I recommend is giving Claude this entire PDF on how to run ads, saying only refer to this resource and help me make decisions on what I should do, and then give it your metrics so that you can make the decision yourself, test it out yourself, figure out like what decision you think you should make. Like let's say you have all of your metrics in a similar looking graph and you're like, okay, my click-through rate's a little bit low, my CPM is a little high, my landing page conversion rate's a little bit low. You can ask Claude and be like, what is the highest leverage thing that will, give me a 2 to 3x results on that change to make me more money and get you better cost per results. Keep in mind, these target metrics and KPIs are not perfectly accurate because they are dependent solely on your niche, okay? But these are, in general, healthy numbers for most offers, and you can use these kind of as a rule of thumb, as a floor when making decisions. Scaling rules. If my front-end ROAS is below break-even or below 1x, I pull back my spend 20% and run a bottleneck analysis. So when you run ads, it's important that you set some scaling rules for yourself about ROAS, because obviously this is the keystone metric. If my front-end ROAS is between break-even, so it's between 1 and 2, then you run a bottleneck analysis to see where the bottleneck is. You dive into those level 2 metrics, like I mentioned, and you solve, and you keep spending, the same thing. So this is just the general rule of thumb of what you should do. If your ROAS is 1 even, break even, you can either pull back spend by 20% and run a bottleneck analysis, or If it's fine and you have enough back-end cash to justify it, then you could just keep it the same and keep your spend the same. If your front-end ROAS is between 2 and 3x, then increase your spend by 15 to 20% every 2 to 3 days, depending on the aggression and sales velocity. Yes, I will explain how to actually do this. If your front-end ROAS is above 3x, then scale 20 to 30% every 2 to 3 days. Once again, depending on aggression and sales velocity and like what your sales team or who, if you're running your sales team, like what you can actually manage with your calendar. Bottleneck analysis. So if you have an issue, the goal is to figure out, which bottleneck is bottlenecking the overall performance, because oftentimes there is usually 1 or 2 things that you can fix to like 2 to 3x your entire results. And keep in mind, this is a hierarchy, right? So you want to start by looking at the level 2 metrics, seeing what the biggest issue is, which for most people, it's probably going to be the cost per call, but sometimes it's something else. If it's your qualified rate, it's how you're positioning yourself and how you're running your ads and you not knowing your audience well enough, your target audience. If it's your close rate, it's your sales ability or your sales team ability. So you want to train them to better, become better at closing. If it's your show rate, your pre-call processes need to get better and, you're triaging, whatever it is. If your cost per call is the problem, then we can handle some of these ad metrics to improve your ad results. That's how we kind of want to think about these things. So if your ROAS isn't good, just initiate one of these analysis, like a bottleneck analysis, and compare your 7 or 14-day stats with your original KPIs to see what you can 2 to 5x. So the way that you do this is you go into your ad tracking, compare your 7-day data, to start with the ad tracking sheet. And basically from there, you would use that and compare it to your KPIs or what you're going for. So let's say it's this data points right here, which honestly, you should have your own KPI benchmarks for your own specific niche, but you go based off your target, compare it to your current tracking. Let's say your unique link click-through rate is 1.12% and your KPI is 1.5%. Okay. That is room to, flag that and keep that in mind. Let's say your CPM is a little bit high and I'm on 28 here, so it's no problem there. Let's say your landing page conversion rate is a little bit low. Like you need to basically do an analysis and see where your constraints are. Okay. Honestly, I don't really have any constraints here because this is a healthy ROAS. So then I would just scale the spend. And that's kind of how you want to think about these things, right? And what's good is that once you have a proven offer and ad structure and campaign and landing page, and you have all this stuff figured out, you don't have to individually track for each and every one of your clients. You just kind of have a winning system that you could use for every single client that's repeatable. But oftentimes you will have to do this multiple times to figure out like what's working and what's not. Can't always just copy and paste it. So yeah, just see what you can 2 to 5x. Believe it or not, like this is so fun to me, like looking at this data, because like, if you're looking at your data and you find that you have a clear constraint, like your click-through rate, your unique link click-through rate is like 0.8%. Like all you have to do is change your ads using the sheet that I have to help you with it and like double your results and half your cost per lead. Like it's literally that crazy how one of these metrics can completely determine how much money you make. Like you can make double the amount of money. And let me remind you again, all it takes is one winning ad to make a ton of money. Like I literally have made $50,000 plus off of individual clients from one picture ad that you can make in 5 seconds with Higgsfield. All it takes is one winning ad. So that's if you know how to actually scale that and not just, get caught in the loop that most people do. But yeah, if we find that one of the level 2 metrics are the bottleneck, then we start messing with the level 3 nerd metrics. And most of the time, like your cost per call is going to be the constraint because people are just like struggle with running successful ads, especially, in the current state of the market. If you want to get a cheaper traffic cost, CPM, CTR, like these things, I have documents to help with that. Better, click to opt-in rate, lead to appointment booking rate. These are all the metrics that, have to do with, getting cheaper clicks from Meta and getting more clicks on the ads, click-through rate. And then these are the metrics that are affected by like going from click to getting more leads per click. And then these are the ones on getting more bookings per lead. I went ahead and grayed out the metrics that don't actually have that big of an impact here and bolded and gave you resources to help you solve the more important ones, the keystone ones. This is extremely valuable. You should bookmark this because you'll use this often. To improve CPM, which is basically like how much it costs to give your ads to 1,000 people from Meta, It generally means that your ads suck. Like that's the highest leverage thing. So what you could probably do to improve your CPMs is just have better ads. But if you're dealing with high CPMs, use this checklist to lower it. Number one is the bidding strategy. So when you run ads on Meta, you're simply just competing against other advertisers, right? So this is what happens when you put no cost caps or cost per result goals. So inside of Meta, inside of an ad, you can basically set a cost per result goal. So bidding strategy right here, you could do cost per result goal and set an active cost per result goal of like what you're going for in terms of ads. Now, let's say it's cost per result goal, which is the average cost per lead for concrete. Let's say it's, it's B2C. So let's say you're going for like a $30 cost per lead. You would set that as the goal. And basically what happens when you do that is you kind of give Meta insights as to what you're willing to auction in, because all of this is just a bidding auction, right? Without telling Meta this, the bidding auction will do whatever Meta chooses, and which includes being a part of more expensive auctions, right? So here's what I mean. By setting a cost per result goal, so let's say $100 for a cost per booked appointment or scheduled event inside of Meta, which would be the cost per result that we'd be targeting with B2B ads. If your CPMs shoot up after doing that, then it's likely Meta telling you that given your current optimization event, your creative optimization, your creative visuals, like what your ad actually is, your account history, all this stuff, you just aren't possibly able to hit that cost per result goal. So you'll have to change one of these things. This will basically give you insight as to if your ad or your process is good enough given the state of the market and what you're going for, what metrics you actually want. So bidding strategy is something you could do to improve your CPM. It will improve your CPM if it's fit, and this is just fine. Optimization event, you can simply, choose the event that you want at the ad set level. I would recommend, because like if you go from lead, optimizing for leads, like if I show you in the ad set here and you optimize here for the maximized number of leads, and why don't I go into another campaign that's like not doing a lead form so you can get a good example of this. If I go into a typical ad set, you can maximize number of leads and use a conversion event that's either schedule or lead here, right? If you switch from lead to schedule, your CPMs are going to go, this will change them a lot. So you should always optimize campaigns around the furthest bottom of the funnel event that you have enough volume for. That is the key. So the bottom of the funnel event for lead gen would be probably a booked appointment for most people, right? For call funnels, that's why you want to do schedule. For lead gen, I recommend you do lead actually, because all this really just matters. It's a matter of like how much volume you have. If you choose schedule and you don't have that much volume, it's going to take Meta a long time to optimize, and it's not going to ever really get out of the learning stage. If you're spending $50 a day and you're optimizing for schedules, that's going to happen because you don't have enough budget to get enough schedules in to optimize. So you want to lead in that situation with a lower budget. That's why it says learning limited, because my budget here is only like $150 a day, or what is it? Like $135 a day. Like that's not enough given the ad creative and process I'm running to get enough schedules. So the learning is limited. So here you'd want to go and do a lead, but my solution here is just to increase the budget and not worry about it because I want more accurate tracking and I'm not actually collecting leads for this offer, whatever it is. So basically, like I said, this is how to know what schedule and what event you should basically optimize for. Placements. So placements can give you very cheap CPMs, but bad traffic. So what I would recommend you do is in the ad set level, choose only Facebook, Instagram. Okay, by choosing Messenger, Audience Network, and Threads. These three give you really cheap CPMs and get you in front of a lot of people, but it's not good traffic. So just stick to Facebook and Instagram. That's something you could do to improve your CPMs. Time of year, holidays and things have an impact. And a good example is like my cost per lead for my roofing clients doubles in the wintertime. And that's literally just because most people don't get roofs done in the winter. Another thing is weak creative visuals. This is the most high leverage thing. Meta wants to push good ads. So if your ad is visually appealing and native to the platform, it will push it much more. If you use visual hooks, and you use like a whiteboard in your ads or a ladder, you're holding a ladder, whatever it is, like cool and fun ads scale heavily. And if your visuals look bad, then you would just get higher CPMs. This is an example from a video I watched at a mastermind. This guy was getting $300 to $500 CPMs because the ads looked so bad. It truly has a big impact. If you literally have a bad looking ad versus a good looking ad, you get 10 times the better results. Keep that in mind. So make sure you look the part. If you're selling to high-end business owners and founders doing like millions of dollars a year, you should be in a higher end studio. If you're selling to contractors, be out on a job site, be outside, be walking, be in a car, whatever it is. Clean audio and video is very important as well. So make sure to add in visual hooks, props help. For example, if you're recording an ad for roofing, literally record it on a roof. If you're recording general ads for contractors, hold a ladder, have a construction hat, just like be fun with it. This is an ad I made when I started running paid ads of me literally recording on my roof for roofers. Weak messaging. If you have weak messaging, Meta won't push it as well. This means that what you're saying isn't actually speaking to your ICP and it's not resonating with them, because right now, in terms of the market, like for Meta, messaging is targeting. What you say will put you in front of the right audience. So make sure you say the right thing to the right ICP. Non-native ad. Make sure your ad is native to the platform. So if you're running video ads, make sure that's not like a black screen, like a blank screen with a YouTube video format for the ad. Keep it native to the platform. So if you're running Instagram ads or Meta ads, you want to have ads that look like they're just basic videos on Meta, just like this. Formatted properly, handheld kind of vibe. And honestly, this is a little high like quality, but I am targeting business owners. So that's the reason why. So that's something. And by the way, I want to just mention that the line between organic and paid ads is almost 1-to-1 nowadays. And what I mean by that is like you can basically post content that's organic content. And if it does well, post that as an ad and run it as a paid ad. And it's 1-to-1. So like it'll work really well. So keep that in mind. Inactive Instagram and Facebook page. If you haven't already, watch 1.35 in the program to learn how to warm up your Facebook and Instagram account. It's very important. If you're running any kind of ads for yourself or your clients or whatever it is, if you don't have an active account and like an engaged with account, this can majorly affect your CPMs. Obviously, like having proof on your account will help conversion, but the biggest thing is CPMs, right? If you have an inactive, fresh page that's just gotten created with no followers, no engagement, no posts, your CPMs could be double of what they would normally be, and that would literally double your ad result, like your cost per result, which is sometimes the difference between profitability and not. Creative format, try new formats, okay? Here are just a few formats that are crushing it right now. Static ads have always crushed it. Like one of my best performing ads is just that simple ad that I showed you earlier in the video. It's just a static ad. For example, this one's crushing it as well for me right now as well, just a picture of a red creative with white text. Split screen videos with visuals on the bottom half. A lot of people are doing that. So like going through a Miro board, for example. Instagram style Q&A videos are crushing it right now. So yep, I might rip some of these for contractors. YouTube style educational videos have been working well. Whiteboard, this or that. Viral hooks, direct to camera. So, my messing with what a viral hook is, like a viral video, and then basically switching that to a direct to camera ad, which is basically you just talking to the camera. AI hooks, skit style ads, selfie videos, driving or walking. These are all things that are crushing it. Try new formats if you want to increase decrease your CPMs and make them better. Another thing that people mess up on here is having no creative diversification. You really want, if you want healthy CPMs and you want Meta to push out your stuff, just test out more different kinds of creatives. So if you want details on mastering the Andromeda update, this is a resource from Sell More Online. I can't take any credit for this. From Evan Seach, which is one of the founders of like how I look at ads, basically. So here's a bunch of details, a 54-page document about Andromeda ads. If you want to learn more about that, you can do that here. If you have slow page load speed, and by the way, this is common with Go High Level sites. That's why I have most people use Lovable. This can negatively impact CPMs. So these are all the needle moving things that you can do if you have high CPMs. I know it's kind of detailed, but it's very important that I cover this because that's one of the most important things, right? If your Meta is not pushing out your stuff and you're getting $100 CPM, like you got to change something. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get any good ad results, regardless of your ad, regardless of your landing page, regardless of your sales process. So we'll start there. Number two, if your CTR is the issue and it's not 1.5%, your unique link click-through rate on Meta, then here are things you can do to improve your CTR. Once again, CTR is the click-through rate of your ads. So it's the amount of people that click onto your landing page or destination from your ad. The actual accurate metric from Ads Manager is unique outbound link CTR percentage. Okay, so if you want to see what it is specifically there, and I actually have this auto calculate to make sure that it's completely correct in the gray here. So then you also have to fill in less data on your end. So by just putting in your link clicks, your clicks all, and your impressions, it will give you the correct calculation, which is just link clicks minus impressions, or divided by impressions. So that'll be your click-through rate. Now, target is 1.5%. If it's less, this generally means that your ad, offer, or your messaging just wasn't good enough. So the first thing that we can kind of pull here, the first thread that we can pull to improve this, is your messaging quality. So this is just how much your audience resonates with your message. Whether it's a picture ad or video ad, it doesn't matter. Is what you're saying speaking to your audience's pain points, desires, circumstances, results, or needs, or is it just weak and broad? The questions you want to ask yourself to improve your messaging quality is, are you being direct enough in your CTA or your call to action? Is it clear what the prospect needs to do next? Is the offer clearly articulated and tangible enough? Is your hook strong enough? Did I use too much jargon and BS? Is the ad too long? Is the ad too short and lacks context? Did I show any proof? If it's too broad or something, like, they don't want it. Okay, they won't click. It has to remove logistical intensity. So as a bonus, you can use this resource to help understand your audience better, which will help with your messaging quality, like I said earlier on in this video. Now, emotional urgency. Having more emotional urgency can help your CTR by putting the prospect into a state of pain. The goal here is to get the prospect out of scroll mode, to take them out of the mode that they're in. Because if they're on Meta, they're on Instagram or Facebook, they're likely scrolling. For example, ad 1 is, if you own a local business, you should be doing online marketing to get more leads and grow. We can help you get more customers. Book a call with us today. Ad 2, if you're a roofing contractor in city and you're tired of buying share leads that 4 other guys already called, we book homeowners onto your calendar for quotes, and you only pay when they show up. Ad 2 is a billion times better because it resonates so much more with your target demographic. Like, you're going through a pain point, it has life, it feels real. So like, this is the importance of having some emotional urgency and really knowing your audience. That can mostly like have the biggest impact on your CTR. Good visuals and good messaging mean high CTR. Offer. Even if your ad is great, if your offer is not good enough or not something people actually want, then the ad won't perform and you will get a low CTR. It could be something that people want, but the way you articulate it is the problem. Because remember, like, your offer is not, the deciding factor here. It's your perceived offer. It's like what they actually hear from you. So again, this is why you need to understand your audience and your ICP. It's very important. Changing this will also influence every other metric. So like, if CTR is low, like, please don't just change your ad offer, your complete offer. Like, don't do that. But this can be an impact and something to look at. Resonation. Now, your ad must resonate with your target audience. So this includes the ad visuals, such as what you wear, the environment, the actual ad itself, and also the message as well. So how you grab attention, how you articulate everything. This is really important. Like, if you're reaching out to a high-end business owner, $1 million a month plus, you need to be extremely articulate in your words. You need to be concise. You need to understand, like, you have to talk a certain way to these types of people. If you're reaching out to a local contractor, you're like, here's how we can get you guys some more jobs on where you only pay with a homeowner if they sit down. Like, the language difference between those two things is sometimes, the deciding factor into how much they resonate with you. Ad length. Some ICPs resonate more with longer ads and some with shorter ads. So test both and see how they perform in your specific niche. Now, weak messaging is a big thing as well. If you have weak messaging, Meta won't really push it. And once again, that's literally just that you aren't actually speaking to your ICP and it's not resonating with them. Messaging, once again, is targeting. A non-native ad, make sure it's native to the platform. It's very important. Like, this is all things that are in the CPMs part as well. Inactive Instagram, Facebook page. I won't really go through this again. Creative format. Once again, try new formats. No creative diversification, as well as page load speed. So these are all things that can improve CTR or hurt CTR as well. But these are kind of the biggest things. Honestly, the highest leverage thing you can do here is just your messaging, asking yourself these questions, understanding your audience better, having more emotional urgency, and making sure that your offer is good, that you're resonating with them, that you have good visuals. A lot of things to check, but this is what you can do to improve your CTR.
So that's pretty much what you can do to get a cheaper to get the click or to get more people to click. Now, once they actually click, how do we make sure they turn into leads or booked appointments? To figure this out, we need to learn about landing page conversion rate. This metric is the amount of new qualified leads that come in divided by the unique landing page visitors. So how many total visitors there are on a landing page. For example, let's say you have 500 landing page visitors and you get 40 qualified leads. That is a good example. There's a couple of things that we can do to improve our target landing page conversion rate, which our target is 5 to 7%, but there's a lot of things we can do to improve these metrics and get them to this point. Number one is the page load speed. This is very, very important and not many people think about it. Use a Google page speed test. You can literally look up, like I can do it with you, Google page speed test, and literally just see your actual page speed test. Okay, if your page is slow, host it on Cloudflare and turn on all the speed optimization settings and compress images, etc. Number two, branding and visual credibility. It is crucial that you have visual credibility. Now, I'm going to ask you this. Which one of these looks more credible? Okay. Now, the thing is like I would use AI or Lovable to do this for you or pay for it to be done professionally. Keep in mind it must be mobile first. Okay, so you need to fix the mobile view on the funnel. Make sure that it's built for mobile, and not the computer. It's very important. Messaging congruency. The landing page must be congruent to what ad that they clicked on. If the ad says one thing and the landing page says another, people will click off. So in my opinion, the best strategy to go about doing this is like test out ads, see what ad performs the best. Then because you know that it's resonating with your target ICP, then change the landing page headline to match the ad. So we're not guessing headlines. You can take it one step further, by the way. If you find a winning message on the ad and use it in your confirmation emails, pre-call content, appointment reminders, all these things to improve your congruency to be way more congruent and to get way better conversion rates across the board. Remember the more, better, new framework. Page experience and information. It's important that your page is easy to use, that it looks good, has important information above the fold, right? So like before people scroll, that's what above the fold means. It's not like unresponsive. When looking to optimize for page experience, do so by asking yourself what's stopping someone from taking action on the page. Is the copy confusing? Do they have to scroll to click the CTA? Is the application survey or form smooth and well integrated? Is there too much information on the page? There's like an information overload. Your page must answer all these questions. What is this? What results can I get? Can I trust these people? What do I have to do next? What problem does this solve? What do I need to do on my end to make this work? What you can do, once again, is download this as a PDF. It's in the resource section below, and send this to Lovable to make sure that it checks all the boxes. Sections must include social proof, FAQ, but no fluff. And if it's cold traffic, just make sure they have enough information about like you and what you do to book a call or apply. This is why I like using a VSL for cold traffic, especially like B2B ads. And that's why I have one built out here, is just for the sole reason that like people don't have enough information about who I am, what I do, and proof. So I like to fill them in with this information here so they know more about me to, apply or book a call. Application questions. These questions will largely impact the friction. So don't start off with a lot of questions. Like I said, start with minimal questions, see the quality that comes through, and then add friction if needed. As agency owners, we need to know the revenue of our prospects as well, and to do this in the most frictionless way possible. So if you ask for revenue, say something in the description below the question, like we ask for monthly revenue so we can tailor our best strategy to your budget. So for example, what revenue range is your business currently at per month? We only ask this to make sure we can offer you the right services for your specific business. Or if you want people to tell you their actual revenue at higher rates, what is your target revenue in the next 6 months? Cool, X to X. Now, what is your current monthly revenue? Okay, so for your application questions for your funnel structure to improve your landing page conversion rate, always do some kind of non-revenue qualifier. So for me, it's usually like, what's your company size? Or like, are you the owner of the company? A revenue qualifier, with a justification statement, like I said earlier, to basically make sure that they make enough money to deem to be qualified to work with you and to consider themselves as a lead to you. Contact details. If it's B2B, add a website, so you can basically get their website as well. And then partial submit, turn that on and make sure that whatever survey or form provider you use, whether it's Typeform or Lovable, has an option to partially submit, so you can get their information even though they don't fill out the form completely and submit it. Some people just forget. Additional questions used to increase friction or aid in the sales process. Okay. So in the beginning with your ads, you want to get as much throughput in as possible to feed the pixel without being too heavy on qualification. So be a little loose when you first launch your ads. Maybe don't have all of these qualifying questions in here and additional questions. Literally just have the most important ones, because the survey submission rate KPI is around 45%, and anything lower than that, there's likely question causing major drop off. If that's the case, what I would recommend you do is start using Typeform to track specific question drop off. And Lovable can do this for you. You can just ask it. Application user experience. So make sure that the application is full screen on mobile when they fill it out. This is another little thing. Just to improve the survey, submission rate, what I recommend you do is have a pop-up form. That's what I have. So I have a pop-up form that pops up, and you just need to make sure that this is full screen on mobile, because it can be kind of a nightmare to fill out a small application like this. That looks great on the computer, but on mobile, if you have to type certain stuff in and select these options, it's kind of a nightmare. Think about also your ICP if they're a little bit older. The text field size also should be 14 to 16 pixels. Otherwise, it will make the phone zoom in when you put in the information. So let's say you put in the information right here. When you start typing it in, it is going to zoom in on mobile. So it's very important that it's the right size. And people should not have to fill out their information twice in order to book a call. Okay, so if you have a survey with full name, phone number, and email, this should carry over to the calendar. And if you need help doing that, use Lovable, use custom fields, UTM parameters, whereby they fill this out, click submit. It adds this to your URL of a question, EL equals, it'll be something along these lines, or / question EL or whatever equals, and then there'll be the first name, whatever, and it'll take that information, put it onto the calendar, just so they don't have that added friction of filling out their information again. As far as VSL as well, make sure the play rate and engagement levels are at least 20%. And if you want to increase this, use Vidalytics. You can add a video thumbnail to increase the play rate, rewrite the page headline as well to increase the curiosity about the VSL. You could use some kind of visual aid in the VSL to make it more interesting as well, to be clicked on. For example, I use a slideshow, so there's some visual elements so people are more interested to click on it, as well as these nice captions. So these are just all improvements that you can make to improve your landing page conversion rate to hit that target 5 to 7%. This applies for B2B and B2C, okay? Now, if you want to get more bookings from your leads, here's exactly what you can do to improve your booking rate, okay? Obviously, this is the amount of new appointments that get booked from the unique landing page visitors. So if you have 500 unique landing page visitors and you get 7 appointments booked, then that is your booking rate. Target booking rate for you or your clients is 4 to 6%. That's a healthy funnel. Your booking rate should be similar to the landing page conversion rate, but 2 things that can impact this is call availability. So making sure that you have enough availability on the calendar. So, the more flexible you are with your calendar availability, the lower the cost per booking will be. But keep in mind, this will also impact show rate. You want to be more flexible so people have options as to when they could book. Something that helps with this is using 15-minute increments. So people can book at 10:15, 10:30, 10:45, etc. And then user experience as well. Make sure to pass the details from the application to the calendar step. If you use Lovable, they can do it for you. Another thing that impacts performance here, your booking rate, is having separate pages for your form and your calendar. You want to combine the two in the same funnel or survey, and that's why I put the booking calendar page at the end of the pop-up survey instead of a separate page altogether. These are another more limiting factors of why you shouldn't use Go High Level for stuff like this, and for funnels, you should probably use Lovable or something that's a little bit more native to the actual platform. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and do a live bottleneck analysis to kind of break down how this actually goes on the day-to-day process. Let's go ahead and do a live bottleneck analysis. This is a real campaign of mine, and it is a bait and switch campaign, and I can actually show you the creatives that this campaign has. Majority of the spend, it's a lot of ads, but majority of the spend, I'll show you what it comes from specifically. It's mostly from ads that look something like
this. This account is disabled, so this is an old account. But most of the ads look something like this. So basic creatives, similar to ones that we showed you earlier. And this is 1 month of data. Now, this is enough data to get some actual signal to know like whether or not these ads are good and stuff. So that's why I'm using this data. I have new ads, obviously newer ads, but this one has a decent amount of data for the singular ads that are in here. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do a bit of a bottleneck analysis. So first thing I'm gonna do is send my KPI benchmarks to Claude. Now keep in mind, these aren't like exact metrics, but I do wanna give Claude at least something to go off of, just kind of help me make this decision. So it's not completely based off of my, me basically. So let's go ahead and attach these, say attaching KPI benchmarks, roughly, not exact, because that is for home improvement overall, and this is ads for roofing. Okay. Run a bottleneck analysis based on these metrics and what my constraint is. Okay, and then basically what you do is just give it your data. So there's the first part of data there, and then the second part of data right here. Now, we can basically give it our data, just like so, attach it all, and just have it start running it. Okay, so that is what we're gonna do, and while that happens, we're gonna do it ourselves. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at it ourselves while Claude is doing the work on the back end. So first things first, this is a real campaign, obviously, so we are going to go ahead and see the keystone metrics first, because obviously, like, the keystone metrics is ROAS, LTGP to CAC, cost per result, kill threshold. So let's look at the ROAS. That's the first thing. First things first, the upfront ROAS is 2.4 now, and the revenue ROAS based on lifetime value is 5. So this is a healthy campaign, okay? Not much needs to change, to be honest. My CAC is $804, and my average upfront cash is around $2,000 because I have 6 sales, $12,000 total in upfront cash. So right off the bat, this campaign is scalable. This is a live campaign of mine. I'm just good at running ads. So like, it's hard for me to find like a failing campaign to like show you the constraints and stuff. But I will say, like, there's so many improvements we can make to increase this upfront ROAS to be much higher and make it much better as well. So just to take a look at things in perspective, just like every single metric, all of these are in normal. CPMs are in KPI. That's fine. 20 to 80 is good. CTR all, and then unique CTR is 0.69% for the whole campaign. That's very low on average. So this is a huge constraint. Like, this should be double, to be honest. Okay, landing page conversion rate is insanely high. So that's how we kind of make up for it. And the reason why is because we're using lead forms here. That's why it's so high. Cost per lead's good. Basically, the CTR on average is quite low, but if we take a look at all the ads individually, the unique CTR for some of them is high and good, and the rest of them it's lower. So 1.22 is actually pretty good. So we would basically double down on this ad specifically. This seems to be the winner here based on metrics. And we do have enough spend to kind of justify that. And obviously we are running lead form for this. So in the seek here now with the booking page at the end. So next up is qualified leads, disqualified. I actually don't have this data because this campaign was a little while ago, but I do have the no-show. I got 31 no-shows out of 71, which means my show rate was roughly 44%. That is low. Okay, that is a constraint. My close rate is good because I got 6 closes out of, however many shows, 40-ish. That's pretty good. That's within KPI. So everything is fine. My CAC is $804, but I collect an upfront cash of $2K. So it means I have client finance acquisition, so I can scale pretty aggressively here. So what I would do if this was actually my campaign is I would just scale it. I would literally wait, I would scale it 20 to 30% every 2 to 3 days until something breaks, because my upfront ROAS is good and my revenue ROAS or my LTGP to CAC is high as well based on the contracted revenue. So it's good, it's healthy and it's scalable. Now there are improvements that we could make, like we could increase the CTR link by doubling down on only that specific ad and getting rid of all the losers. That alone would probably get me way more leads and appointments. And then I would also prefer to actually use a landing page instead of a lead form, just so this drop off isn't as high. So basically, if you were to fix something here, just kind of to give you an example about how you would look at these constraints, is you would duplicate the ad sets and only use the winner, the best ad that had the best unique CTR, to improve that. And in addition to that, I would switch to a landing page to prevent this huge drop off
And yeah. And then also improve your show up rate as well. So there's levers you could pull for that in the sales module if you want to know. And but if not, like, you actually don't even need to do anything with this campaign because it's winning. So I would just scale it. But let's see what Claude says. Yeah, so appointment book to show. I actually gave it the wrong data. So obviously my constraint, it's like 44% actually, not 35.2. But still, the constraints is basically show up rate, like I said, link click-through rate is under, and yeah, lead to appointment booked is okay. Yeah, so in my opinion, this should be higher, but according to Claude, like, our biggest constraints are our show rate and our CTR. I did give it the wrong data for this, so it's a little bit low. It should be like 44%, so it is still under. So, but these two are by far the lowest things. But the thing is like, it explains that, like, I don't even need to fix it because it's good. So it's really there's not like any crazy changes or anything that we need to make here because, like, we're already in KPI. But that's how you would typically go about, like, analyzing metrics, is give it to AI, see what AI thinks based on your data. And then basically go into pulling the thread. Now, what I would do to fix this link click-through rate, because it's a very low, like, if we're getting that many clicks versus, that many impressions and that many link clicks, like, obviously that's quite low. It should be about double that. The change I would make is take the winning creative and just double down on that, because this one has a 1.22%. And then I would just turn everything else off if it has enough spend and it's not getting the result I want it to. But the truth is, like, its ad is doing well. And if you wanted to get more high performing ads with a similar CTR, like, what we would do is basically take this ad and then double down on it and make some more ads that are similar to this. Maybe some slightly different wording, but same vibe. And that's how we would kind of double down and test a new ad set. So we duplicate this ad set, then we basically put that winning ad in there and then made some variations like it, and then scale up that ad. And yeah, so, like, this is how we would kind of go about analyzing constraints and bottlenecks based on the KPIs. This was just an example, obviously. Like, I'm not like live doing it technically, but I am doing it kind of in front of you. But the truth is that, like, if you do good and if you make a good campaign with good ads and you do right the first time, then your revenue ROAS and upfront, like, all these data points and numbers. And yes, I might like change some of these to make them align more with the document based on, like, these names and things. But the point is, it's like, if you do it right the first time, like, you might not even have a constraint, and your constraint is not spending enough money. So yeah, that was kind of breaking down a bottleneck in a way, or just kind of showing you how I would go about, live doing this in front of you. So I hope you enjoyed, and yeah, let's keep going. Media buying and testing cadence. So media buying in 2026, or just getting better ad results, basically, is about feeding it signal. Okay, it's about testing creative at volume and getting out of its way, pretty much. The people who are kind of, who lose when it comes to ads are the people who change things too often. And the people who win build a system and just let it do its thing, let it run. Signal-based buying. Meta's algorithm is smarter than you. Okay, so your only job is to give it a clean signal and enough budget to find the people that actually convert. Every time that you make some kind of meaningful edit, you will scramble that signal and send the ad set back into the learning phase, where performance is unstable and costs fluctuate. Things change. So you have to consolidate, simplify, and stop touching things. To do this, consolidate by going with fewer campaigns, fewer ad sets, and more budget per ad set or ad. Because if you split $100 a day across 5 different ad sets, like, it doesn't give Meta much data. Like, yes, the Andromeda update is good, and we could test more ads at once, and it'll allocate it properly. Versus if you have one ad set at $100 a day, there's so much more signal there. So don't spread your ads so thin where they can never exit that learning phase, and just give Meta enough data to find signal. In terms of testing volume, the number one reason why people fail at ads is not necessarily because of a bad strategy. It's because they don't test enough creative, specifically not testing enough hooks. See the hook section for that. Most people run 3 ads, watch them flop, and then conclude, oh, ads don't work for my niche, so let me switch my niche. They tested 3 things, okay? Winners come from volume. The mindset here is that, like, you're not trying to find one perfect ad. Yes, one ad can change your life, but you are running a search for the winner. Okay, and the only way to find it faster is more attempts, right? And just assume 1 in 5 to 1 in 10 creatives-ish will be a real winner, okay? So if you want 2 winners, you need to probably test around 10 to 20 ads. Hook testing. So ideally, you want to test 10 to 20 hooks if you're doing video ads. And the way that this looks at picture creatives is like you want to test 10 to 20 pictures. But how you test them decides whether you want to actually find a winner or kind of just like starve a ton of ads, because we want to make sure we give enough signal. So for hook testing volume, the constraint is never like how many hooks you want to test. It's how much budget each one needs to give Meta real signal and enough data. An ad set based off of Meta's like actual like terms is that an ad set needs around 50 optimization events before the numbers actually mean anything to exit the learning phase completely. So if you split your budget across too many ads and none of them ever get enough to spend, like enough spend to properly test, it's going to be hard, right? That's why we need to be careful about how we allocate our budget in the beginning. Now, this is one of the different ways, or also like 5 to 7-ish days can also give us enough signal there. Budgeting rule. Every ad that you run needs to have roughly $10 to $20 a day of its own spend to test fairly. This is the rule of thumb. Now, remember this for your clients' ads, for your ads, for all of them. So if you're running $60 a day, do not test 100 creatives. It won't work. You will never find a winner. It'll take you a year. So work backwards from your budget and not forwards. And the way I mean by that is like, if you're doing $20 a day per ad set, test 1 to 2 hooks. Okay, not 15 or 1 to 2 picture creatives, whatever that is. $50 a day, 3 to 4 hooks. $100 a day, 5 to 6 hooks. $200 a day, the full 10 hook batch. Run the test based on the above, find the winner, remove the loser, and then feed the next 2 in. So when you have bad ads after a while, like you find out you've been running it for a while, you have thousands of dollars in spend, enough conversion events as well, enough leads, and you find out that the unique outbound CTR is very low, you can kill it. And once again, this is why picture creatives are great, because they're cheap to produce, they're easy to make them, so you can keep the conveyor moving without burning money or time on production and video ads. I will also tell you on how to kill ads sooner and to kind of spot a loser fast. But to launch, duplicate at the ad level, swap in the new hook or new picture creative, keep everything else the same, and then launch the batch into one ad set and let it spend. Do not judge until each ad has at least 5 to 7 days or 50 events, 50 leads, 50 appointments, whatever you have it scheduled to. And if you want to know how to make that work, see how to make changes, which is going to be later down in this document. It's very important that we keep everything else the same here. That the same body, same offer, same audience, and the only difference is the actual picture creative or the hook, because then we can truly isolate the variable and actually see the impact and not change multiple things at once, so we don't know like what's going on. So hook rate, which is the 3-second video views divided by impressions. A low hook rate means the first 1 to 3 seconds didn't earn attention. This is the first thing to check. Once you find a winner, just iterate, make 5 to 10 variations of the winning hook. So to figure this out, go to 3-second video plays, which is this right here. You can even check out all 3 of these metrics and see the percentages, and that's how you basically get the hook rate. But yeah, once you find a winner, just make iterations off of the winning hook. Remember, more, better, new. New opening line, new visual, new first frame, basically, but the same idea, and test those next, because winners make more winners. Now, the creative engine is something that I've gotten from an entrepreneur that I look up to in the e-com space that does about more than $100 million a year. And the creative engine is kind of a method you could use to constantly make new creatives. So you always have new things to test and a bunch of winners, or a bench of winners to scale. And it runs on a bit of a loop. So ideation, pull hooks and angle ideas from Facebook ad library and winners. So these are ads running 6+ months or your own winning ads. The hook psychology levers as well. So curiosity, relevance, emotion, proof, novelty. And then batch produce. So don't just make one ad. Okay, make a batch. Same body, 5 to 10 different hooks is the highest leverage test that you can do. Or 5 to 10 just picture creatives because they're easy to produce. Then test. So launch the batch, let it get signal, and do not judge early. Okay, and you will see the cadence below. Now, cut and scale. Kill the clear losers, keep the clear winners, and iterate. So just take what's working and make 5 to 10 variations of it. Just do more. The goal is to just never run out of creative to test. Okay, that is when a campaign dies, is when you don't test new creatives. Obviously not from a single bad ad.
When to kill, keep, or scale. Kill the losers, keep the winners is useless advice when you don't have clarity. So in the beginning, most people just can't see clearly yet. So here are the actual thresholds on when to keep or when to scale. Don't judge anything too early. Okay, before any of these thresholds apply, an ad needs enough data. Okay, the ad set that we were just looking at did not have enough data to make decisions yet, so we have to keep it going until it does. Enough data is always 30 to 50 optimization events or 5 to 7 days, whichever comes first. Once again, see how to make changes, which is a section coming up. Removing an ad at $15 in spend and 3 leads is not discipline. It's emotion. Let the ad do its thing. Let it run. Let it spend. Kill threshold. Once an ad has real data, compare its cost per result, which cost per lead or cost per schedule, depending on what you're optimizing for, against your target KPI or the max cost per shown call or per lead that you calculated in reverse budgeting earlier. If your cost per result is 2x your target or worse, kill it. If your cost per result is at or under target, keep it. And if your cost per result is between 1 and 2x of the target, the messy middle, don't remove it, don't scale. Either let it gather more data or run some kind of analysis. So like, is it the hook? Is it the funnel? Fix the constraint before deciding. Now, the way that this looks is like, let's say your cost per result and cost per appointment goal is like $100, okay? If it's $200 or worse, kill it. Okay, if your cost per appointment for the ad is at or under target, so 100 or less, keep it. Okay, it's pretty simple. But the thing that most people make mistakes on in this stage is not giving an ad enough data to truly know what the cost per result is. If you think about these companies that are testing ads and they're running an ad, truly testing out if it works, and they have, $1,000 to $10,000 of amount spent on a singular ad, that is enough data to know. And obviously it is, right? Because they're spending at higher amounts. So it's like, how can we emulate that with a lower budget? By just unfortunately letting it have more time and being more picky about what creatives we actually test and how often we do that. The 2x rule exists because if the cost per result, it's noise. It's noisy early, it changes. Something at a 1.3x target might just need more data, but something at 2x plus is telling you clearly that people, it's reaching, it doesn't convert to. Now, I will say that you don't always have to wait for, full results to spot a dead ad. Okay, if an ad has burned through real spend, 2 to 3x your target cost per result. So for example, if my target result for this campaign is $150 per cost per appointment, if an ad has spent $450 and hasn't gotten any conversions, that's the threshold where you can kill it. If not, do not kill it. So that's kind of what you need to know. If there's no leads on triple the budget, it's not bad luck. It's just a broken ad that's not working. And this kind of saves you from feeding money into the obvious losers while still giving the normal ads time to prove out. Because keep in mind, like a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll look at this ad set right here, these ads, and see, oh, these haven't gotten leads or appointments and haven't had spend yet, so let's turn them off because they're not winners. No, that's wrong. Keep them going because they haven't spent enough yet to know. If one of them spends $450, which is 3 times our cost per appointment goal, then yeah, we'll kill it because it's a bad ad, but we don't know yet. Now, understanding why so you can iterate and not just delete. When you have a loser and a bad ad, it's data. So before you toss it, check where it's broke, figure out why it's not working and what metrics are out of KPI so that you can prevent this in the future. Okay? Now, scale threshold. A keeper isn't automatically a scaler. Just because you want to keep it because your cost per result's fine doesn't mean you're going to be able to scale it. Scaling is a campaign level decision driven by ROAS. That is what determines whether or not you scale. If you have any questions, see scaling rules. Not an individual ad decision. When an ad is winning, on cost per result, it's doing fine. You're going to get a good cost per lead or cost per appointment depending on what your KPI is. To scale it the right way, you can duplicate the winner at a higher budget. I would very much restrain from just cranking the budget on the original. You can do that. Like I've done that with this ad and gotten good results. And what that looks like is I click edit on this ad.
it's winning, it's a winning ad, it's doing fine, and I want to scale it, I go to the ad set level or wherever you kind of handle the budget, and I increase it by anywhere between 10 and 20%. So 20% of 135, 27, so 135 plus 27, 162. So you increase this to edit it 162 and press publish. You can do that, but if you do any more than 20%, it will go back to the learning phase. So the better way to do this is to duplicate the winner at a higher budget. So if you're doing ad set, budget or campaign budget, that's why I recommend doing ad set budget, because you can like duplicate the ad set right here, and then you can allocate all the budget into the winning ad and just scale that one ad up because it's a winning ad. That's what I would recommend. Or if you're doing campaign budget like I am, I could just increase it by 20% here. So, yep, but do 20 to 30% every 2 to 3 days. That's the cadence. Do not do any more. So how to make changes. Okay, this is probably the most valuable part of this whole video. This is where most people have problems. Okay, they see one slow day, they panic and start editing, which resets learning and guarantees bad days. Rules. Don't judge or edit inside the learning phase. Don't even consider the results unless they're 3x, your cost per result. And then in that case, you could turn off the ad or whatever. It's a, dead ad. But give an ad 40 to 50 optimization events or 5 to 7 days before you decide anything. Most ads were killed before they had a chance. And that's the reason why nobody ever succeeds running ads, is because they don't give it enough time and optimization events. Big edits reset learning. So if you change the budget over 20%, like 30%, 40%, 50%, whatever it is, or swap the optimization event while an ad is running, or editing creative at the ad set level, all restart it and change it. So keep that in mind. Ads learn at the ad set level. So if you want to, not affect your learning negatively, you can either duplicate an ad in an already existing ad set. It's fine, but it will make it have to learn more because they optimize at the ad set level. So what you really want to do, if you want to test out new ads, just quickly duplicate the ad set and test out the ads. Test out a new ad, whatever it is. That's what you can do to prevent breaking the ad set that's already running. Never edit a live ad or a live ad set ever. Ever. This is the most fatal mistake that you can make if you run ads. If you have an ad set and it's running, so for example, this one has spent around $1,200 and I edit it. If I change the website link and hit publish, my ad results are going to be screwed. Like, that's it. It's done. The ad's done. By changing even just like a couple of words in here and publishing again, it will completely destroy the ad. Never edit an existing running ad. Never edit an existing running ad set. If you want to make changes, you need to quickly or just duplicate the ad set and do it in a new one. If you need to make targeting changes or ad set level changes, so if you want to change from like a lead form to a landing page, or you want to change the placements, or you want to change the budgeting strategy or the conversion location, you have to duplicate this and do a new ad set. Never edit it. The final rule, change one thing at a time. Okay, so if you change the hook, the audience, and the budget all at the same time, and it improves, you really have no idea why. You're just guessing. You're not actually testing. Now, the whole philosophy here is like, make decisions based on your data, not feelings. Give the algorithm signal and time to spend to actually see what's going on, and only ever change one variable at a time to see what improvements you're making. Ad math and budgeting. Most of the section is from Alex Ramosi, and this is the section that separates people from, who just run ads from people who build a real business with ads. If you don't know your numbers, you're gambling, and if you do, scaling is extremely easy. Earlier, I mentioned the importance of this metric. It's a keystone metric like ROAS, LTGP to CAC. It's very crucial that your business has a 3-to-1 LTGP to CAC. What that means is the ratio of lifetime gross profit of a customer to your customer acquisition cost, or the cost to acquire that customer. It's the only number that you can have as a business owner that tells you whether or not your business is truly healthy. LTGP is the total gross profit a customer generates over their lifetime for you. So the revenue that you make minus the cost of delivery, summed across everything that they've ever paid you.
That is lifetime gross profit per customer. So if a customer pays you in profit over their entire lifetime, $1,000, then that's your LTGP. CAC, everything that you spent to get them. So the ad spend plus the closer and setter commission, whatever that may be. So for example, this would be the ad spend. Like let's say you're running ads from $100 a day and you booked a bunch of appointments and your cost per appointment was like, $75. So you spent $300 on ads, you book a couple appointments and you close someone. And let's say you spent like $300 to sign a client. Now, you better make at least 3 to 1 back on that. At least $1,000 over the lifetime of that customer for it to be healthy. Because you spent $300 to get that customer. And so you better have at least a 3 to 1 LTGP to CAC. Otherwise, your business is not healthy and you cannot scale it. ROAS is kind of like the more granite thing to affect the CAC, and LTGP is also based on like your fulfillment. So this goes like a level above the ROAS in terms of importance, in terms of your business as well. But the floor is 3 to 1. Okay, for every $1 you spend acquiring a customer, you want at least $3 of gross profit back over their lifetime. If you're below 3 to 1, you cannot scale your business. You just can't, because one bad week of ads or some kind of refund or cancellation, and you're literally screwed and you're out of money. But at 3 to 1, you have the margins to reinvest, absorb the variance in like terms of the metrics. So there's enough time for regression to the mean to set in. And this allows you to scale aggressively. Healthy businesses are at 3 to 1 or much higher. This is why Alex Hormozi is so interested in different kinds of businesses and why he helps so many different companies scale. It's because some weird nail salon business in the middle of nowhere has a 10 to 1 LTGP to CAC. That is literally like Mr. Krabs with money in his eyes. Client finance acquisition. So client finance acquisition means the cash that a new customer pays you in the first 30 days covers the cost of acquiring them plus the cost of acquiring the next one. If you want to scale fast, because like you can scale with a 3 to 1 LTGP to CAC, like you can scale. But if you want to scale fast and make a lot of more money faster, which obviously, as you know from the fundamentals video, if you've seen that already, you should have. You understand that scale is just increase in volume, right? And if you want to scale fast, you need client financed acquisition. If this is true and you have client finance acquisition, you are no longer spending money to grow because the customers are buying the next customer. And all you have to do is scale until something breaks and you will never run out of cash. This is the reason why you want to collect as much money upfront as possible. Because the faster the cash comes back, the faster you can recycle it into more ad spend. And the faster you grow without going broke and losing your money. So if you have a 3 to 1 LTGP to CAC that collects slowly, grows slowly, this 3 to 1 business is fine. It's healthy. But if you have a 3 to 1 business that collects more money upfront, let's say almost all of this up front, you can scale it so much faster because if it costs you like $1,000, let's say, to get a customer, and you charge $1,000 up front, but then on average you make $3,000 back over their lifetime, that's a 3 to 1 LTGP to CAC, right? That's healthy. It's a healthy business. But because you only make 1 to 1 when you sign that client, you don't have extra cash to allocate into more ads and scale the actual spend. So scaling is so much slower. Versus if you collect $3,000 up front, so collect a pay in full for the whole time length, and it costs you $1,000 for the customer, you have so much more cash to put back into ads because that just paid for the next 2 customers if it's $1,000 to get one. It's kind of an unrealistic expect. Like most businesses, especially most agencies, don't have this. Info offers do and coaching programs do. And that's why coaching is so appealing to most people. Right now, my LTGP to CAC is like ridiculous. It's so insane because like I don't pay anything to get customers. So my constraint is something else. But beside the point, this is why you want to increase your upfront cost as you get more social proof and ultimately get more experience. It doesn't make sense to continue to commoditize yourself and have a low upfront offer and do just pay per results if you have social proof and you have results and experience and confidence. If you have those things, just increase your upfront. Like you just get more money faster. You scale quicker. Reverse budgeting. So if we want to determine a daily ad budget to run our ads by,
do not pick a number out of thin air. Okay, use reverse budgeting. Start from your goal and your KPIs and let the math give you the right budget. So reverse budgeting works in two different directions, backwards and forwards. So if you go backwards, you basically go from profit per client to the max you can pay for every step of the funnel. Forward is from a revenue goal to the leads, clicks, and impressions you need, which gives you the actual spend. So I'm going to go through some math here just so you kind of understand how to calculate your ad spend. For simplicity, these examples is pretty much the only customer acquisition cost is the ad spend. So this is if you didn't have like a closer or setter compensation that you have to go as well. But this example is strict on purpose based on the ideal KPIs. Okay, it goes solely off front end gross profit. So let's say you collect $2,000 up front and ignore all the back end. So how much money you make from them as clients, which might be like 2 to 3K a month or whatever. This examples are solely based on being extremely profitable upfront, so you have client finance acquisition. Because the point is like if we have acquisition or ads that pay for themselves on day one cash, if the upfront covers the cost to get a client and the next one, you can scale without ever running out of money. That's client finance acquisition. So the backward calculation for this is as follows. Let's say you charge 2K up front and have 80% margins. That means on the front end, you make $1,600. If we divide that by 3, which is the 3-to-1 floor, because we want at least a 3-to-1, LTGP to CAC. But by the way, this is upfront. So like the metrics are going to be a little bit skewed here. That means we can pay $533 max upfront to make 3-to-1 back on our ad spend immediately. With the close rate that we should have in KPI, $130 per cost, per shown call. Show rate as well, max per book call, max cost per lead. These are basically the KPIs that we mentioned, like the ideal dream metrics, right? With the landing page conversion rate. Basically, these are the math. This is the math that you need to have a perfect 3-to-1 back. So like you basically spend $1, make $3 back immediately, which is basically an infinite money glitch, because then you can just increase ad spend every 2 to 3 days and just make a ton of money. This is how to find your ceilings based on your ideal KPIs. So start off with how much you charge up front and go through the margins with the 3-to-1 floor based on the metrics that you have to see what's going on and to calculate exactly like what your metrics should be at in order to justify getting a 3-to-1 floor. So the forward calculation is the other one. This is how to figure out how much ad spend you should have based on your ideal KPIs. Your ceilings tell you what you can't exceed, but to find out what you can actually spend, you want to start from a goal and walk through the same funnel forward. So let's say your goal is $20,000 a month in collected cash. And remember, this is front-end cash. This is not recurring revenue off of the pay per shown appointment or whatever payment structure, pricing model you use for your agency. This is literally upfront cash. If you want to make $20,000 a month in upfront cash and you collect $2K upfront per client, you need 10 clients a month to make $20,000 a month in complete new cash. At 10 closes, with a 25% close rate, you need 40 shown calls for $20,000 a month in upfront cash. This, by the way, next month, this will be $40,000 to $60,000 in recurring revenue from those clients, fulfillment. So I'm just going off of the forward calculation and the front end cash to show you like the best case scenario on like how you could scale extremely fast with this business. With 40 shown appointments and a show rate of 50%, you need 80 booked calls. You need 89 qualified leads to get 80 booked calls if everything's a KPI. And so for that, you need 1,500 landing page visitors. With the click-through rate and the ads, you need 100,000 impressions with a $30 CPM, which is quite low. And that's roughly $3,000 a month or $100 a day in ads. So to make $20,000 in upfront cash, you need to spend around $3,000 a month in ads. And that's a very high ROAS because these are all the dreamy metrics. These are like the KPIs on like what we're looking for. But so like this is possible, but I want to give you a bit more of like an accurate and realistic example on what you might actually see yourself. If you want to make $20K a month of just upfront cash and you collect $2K upfront per client, once again, you need 10 clients a month. If you have a 20% close rate, which is lower than the ideal KPI, 25%, you need 50 shown calls. If your show rate is 53%, which is actually more accurate, 50% here is quite low, you need 94 booked calls. If you have 94 booked calls and a 75% book rate, you need 126 leads, lower than the 90% that we said earlier. Out of 126 leads, at a lower landing page conversion rate, which is more accurate, about half, 3.4K visitors with a 1.4% CTR, so decent ads. We need a 243,000 impressions. That at a $30 CPM is 7.3K a month. So we need to spend 7 to 8K basically a month on ads to collect 20K up front. With these, these metrics are like some that you can actually expect. Maybe your book rate will be a little bit lower. Maybe your show rate will be a little bit lower. Maybe your close rate will be lower because you're charging more up front. Whatever it is. At the end of the day, if you have the 3-to-1 LTGP to CAC and you can collect enough money up front to have client finance acquisition, you can scale extremely fast. And the only way to do that is through the methods of this video of running successful ads. So once again, 7.3K divided by 10 clients is a $730 CAC, which is over that 533 front end ceiling. So what's interesting is that like at these realistic rates, this doesn't clear the 3-to-1. Like you don't make 3-to-1 back on your money right away. And that's why the back end cash matters so much too. Because technically you can make 1-to-1 back on your ads. Like you can spend $1,000 to get a customer and that pays you $1,000. So you're broken even on the front end and you'll still be profitable because the client will pay you on the back end with the fulfillment. But keep in mind that like you won't be able to scale as fast if that's true. So that's why the back end matters. But you do have to, if you consider fulfillment revenue and the LGGP as well, then you will clear the 3-to-1 LGGP to CAC by a mile, right? Because you make like thousands of dollars a month off a client. So if you need winning ad examples as well, here's a swipe file that's in the description of this video. But just to recap, we went through ad philosophy and mindset, more, better, new, general flow about like what ads are, how to run them, audience, ad components, offer, basically, creative, video creatives, picture creatives, actually making them as well. Copywriting, destination funnel or lead forms, targeting, an actual live campaign build out. So you can see how this stuff actually works from start to finish. Scaling with data, how to make decisions and scale ads, media buying and testing cadence, ad math and budgeting, and then finally winning ad examples. So I hope you enjoyed this video and yeah, this was a loaded one, and I will see you in the next one.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Niche Horizons, otherwise known as Selecting a Niche. This video is created to allow you to decide on a niche and show you how to basically pick the best possible niche to allow you to succeed as fast as possible. Now, keep in mind that with niches, you're by no means are you ever married to a niche. You could always switch. The difference between contractor type and contractor type, whether they're doing, home building or whether they're doing like concrete, right? Like it's not that big of a difference. These guys are the same. They're the same people. It's all in the home improvement industry. So keep that in mind. You could always just bounce around in terms of micro niches if you're in the same industry as me, which that's what I recommend. Also keep in mind that real estate, dentists, doctors, home improvement, like those are not niches. Those are industries. So we are working with a niche inside of an industry. And I would recommend doing home improvement if I were you, because that's what I'm in, right? So it's easier. Now, in the beginning, obviously, like everyone has different opinions and beliefs that they learn about picking niches because there's like probably a billion YouTube videos on like how to pick a niche and all this stuff, whatever it is. But some of these common beliefs I've seen is like, my niche is saturated. My niche has no money. I need to find the perfect niche. My niche doesn't seem big enough. Like all this BS. This is common. I've had these same limiting beliefs when I started as well. Let me just handle them. Number one, my niche is saturated. I'm just going to say it flat out right here and right now. It's probably not the reason why you're failing. Okay. There's people succeeding in every single niche out there and even in the hardest ones and make millions of dollars doing so, right? That's not the reason why. It's usually an input error. It's your problem, probably the reason why you're not succeeding or you don't know enough. But keep in mind, this can, affect how fast you get results, because if you go into roofing right now, for example, like you are going to probably get crushed. There's so many people in roofing. I'm in roofing, like everyone's in roofing. But if you go into some really small micro niche, like some weird part of some house, like decking or like patio build, like all these weird small sub niches, artificial grass, whatever it is, these are much easier to dominate because they're such smaller industries that there's much less competitors and it's easier to book appointments with them and it's easier to close clients on them. Okay. So I would definitely recommend picking a sub niche or a micro niche inside of a broader industry like home improvement, and I'll have you do that today. Number two, my niche has no money. Now, this has some merit to it because like if you're working with gyms, for example, you're just going to have a hard time signing clients and collecting a decent amount of cash because they just don't make that much money. But how much money they make doesn't really have that much to do with the ticket size of whatever they're offering. It just doesn't, right? There's people that sell, $100 window cleaning services and make millions of dollars a year. So please keep in mind, it's not always about money. It's about need, and it's about the problem. If someone truly needs what you're selling, they're going to figure out how to buy it. I mean, just think about drugs and homeless people. If they objectively, literally don't have a lot of money, then yes, you should consider switching to a different niche. But if it's a successful home improvement company, they'll have money. Okay, so don't worry about it. I need to find the perfect niche before I start. Don't marry it. You'll change your niche often. There's really no problems, especially bouncing between home improvement. Each niche also has their own problems. And sometimes you find out the right one by choosing the wrong one. My niche doesn't seem big enough for me. It definitely is. Okay. Successful people like Sam Ovens started with plumbers, not even plumbers, a small subset of specific plumbing. Okay. If you want to make $30K a month, you need 15 to 30 people in a niche that need your solution paying $1K a month each, which honestly, most of my clients pay $2 to $4K a month. So half this in half. So take this in half, 15 people. Think about how many home improvement contractors there are. Just the US alone. 6 million. Do you think that you can get 15 out of 6? That's not even a real number of the population of the market. You're fine. It's such a ridiculous thing. Crazy. If they make money, you can help them make more money. I don't know enough to enter this niche. I mean, how are you going to learn without going into it? You gotta learn by doing, right? And I would recommend doing some market research. Yes, go on Google, go on Claude, ask them questions about the niche, so you know more about what the job is, what they want, probably what they, their language types, and just different things about their market. That's honestly recommended. So then you will appear like you are more knowledgeable on the sales calls. I need to have a unique idea for my niche to work. I don't know why so many people in business have this weird belief that they need some kind of magical business idea to make a lot of money. It's just not true. You don't need some magical, unique idea. Chick-fil-A, for example, they didn't really reinvent the wheel in fast food, right? But they do stand out effectively against competitors because they do what their competitors do, but a little bit better. And that's all you have to do to make millions of dollars, apparently. According to Alex Hormozi, you don't need, some unique, magical business idea, startup, crazy, fancy idea. You literally just need to get good results and you can make a good amount of money. I don't have the skills to serve this niche. That might be true. But honestly, if there's a problem to solve and you think you can learn the skill, then there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to. You will acquire the skills through doing it, right? And through experience and through time and getting more first-party data, and also through me. So I've got lots of experience running ads for companies, and so does everyone else in the program that's in here for the people that have clients. So you'll learn fast. So don't worry about it. If I pick a niche, I'll be stuck with it forever. False. Selecting your niche. Okay, so I have this resource here. It's in the description of this video as well. Here's a list of good niches. These are the main ones that I've approved that I think you can definitely succeed and do really good numbers in. So I have all of these right here in a random order, so you can kind of just pick one and go with it and just try it out. So try to stick away from the busier ones, bathroom remodeling, kitchen remodeling, roofing. What else is really busy? Those are the 3 most busy ones on this list. And if you do one of these, like roofing, kitchen remodeling, bathroom remodeling, I would recommend doing that in a different market then if you're doing those. So maybe in the UK market or just a different market. If you're just doing general US, like USA, go with one of the smaller ones. Fencing, concrete, home builders, landscaping, HVAC, hardscaping. All these little sub niches and micro niches. Just pick one, go with it. Don't overthink it. Now I also have a little checklist for you. And this right here, make sure these yellow questions can be answered. This is very important. And if they can't be answered, then don't pick that niche. And here are some extra things that will help. So yeah, if you want to pick a niche and then put it through the checklist, that's what you should be doing. And remember, don't be attached to a niche. It matters, but it's not a marriage, okay? You'll change it probably at some point. And if you don't, I'll be surprised. Maybe even early on, I've yet to see people that just stick in one niche for their entire lives. I've gone around from roofing to remodeling to just different niches. And the reason why is yes, you get paid into You get paid with your accordance of your understanding of the market. Yes. But that mostly exists in terms of the industry, right? If you understand the home improvement industry, you can work with any single of these little verticals and micro niches in there and be just fine. Shiny object syndrome is the tendency to become easily distracted by new and exciting opportunities or ideas, which will often lead you to not see things through, abandon current tasks or goals. And after picking a niche, you will experience everything. Okay, you will experience the positives, the negatives, the terrible things about your niche. And after a while of struggle, like if you've pitched 30 people and taken 30 sales calls and you still have yet to close people and you're really just not vibing with this niche, that might be a good idea to change. But please do not jump without evidence. You need data. Otherwise, it is shiny object syndrome. Remember that every single niche has its positives and negatives. So many people are like, oh, roofing is so amazing because the ticket size is so high. All I need to do is get a contractor 2 jobs and it's an extra $20,000, $30,000 a month for them. It's like, yes, but it really doesn't matter, okay? Because if you look at it, they also have a really long sales cycle and don't get paid for months on end. So they're actually technically negative up front with you, when you run ads for them. So, different niches have positives and negatives, and you can make every single one of them work if you're good enough at running ads. Simple enough. Now, you should by now have a niche. If not, pause this video, go into the niche document and pick one that you might be interested in. Okay, then take it through the checklist and then you have one and then come back. Now, once you're back, let's go ahead and make an ICA blueprint or an ideal client avatar resource. So this right here, we want to just understand our customer as best as possible because this will help us make better ads. This will help us take better sales calls and ultimately just get more clients and make more money faster. So go ahead and basically fill this out for your ideal client. I've done this for every single time I've started to work with a different market and different niche, and it's helped every single time, right? Truly understanding your customer, understanding why people are the way they are, what they do outside of work, where they get their news, how they, what information they consume. All this stuff can really help you with your marketing assets and also just like your sales in general. So fill this out now. Don't wait. Fill this out now. And then also you can fill out the day-to-day resource as well. So like what they will typically do at a day. So if it's a contractor, they're usually up earlier. So let's go ahead and do this if I was doing this for a contractor. So 7:30, say bye to kids if they're going to work, or not work, but school or whatever. Then it's usually homeowner visits. So it's usually like getting crew ready. That's usually some of it. Then there's like job oversight. So just being at the jobs while they're getting them done, basically, depending on what, kind of company it is. Then it's usually like meetings or like a meeting with prospect probably. And that's usually like 2 hours. Keep in mind that there's probably like an hour of driving all throughout this, like that. And then you have more job oversight. And then you have more driving and then meeting with prospects, etc. You have lunch at some point in here and then dinner at some point in here. And then usually they're probably home at around 7. You can see their kids about like once before bed. Like you just get to know more about your ideal client, right? And by doing so, you understand their pain points. This is a huge pain point to only be able to see your children at like 7:30 p.m., especially if they're younger and they're going to bed around that time. It's like, that's a huge pain point. And if they can get more jobs, then they don't have to, worry about all of this stuff because they're making more money. They can allocate that money on other people to do job oversight or other people to meet with prospects and a sales team. It's like they can spend less of their time doing this and more time with their family if they scale up and make more money because they can delegate properly. So the point is make sure to fill this out for your ideal client and get a good understanding about who they are as a person. Opportunities present themselves as they are seized. You can't see the real mountain until you've climbed the first. This is so true. People try to see everything all at once, but the truth is like you won't be able to see everything all at once. You will only be able to see the current mountain that you're climbing up. And after you've already seized that one, then you can see the next one, right? So it's very important to stick with a niche for long-term success. I would just recommend sticking with this market. So sticking with the industry of home improvement, because your income is directly proportional to your understanding of the market. If you understand a market, like a market in and out, and you understand every little thing about like their pain points and why they buy and like what they respond to best on content, what ads they convert watching, and like you will be dominating the industry pretty soon. So hope this video helped, and
yeah, I'll see you in the next one.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland and welcome to Go High Level Setup. Now, even if you already have a Go High Level account, continue to watch this because there's an opportunity for you to get access to all the PDFs that are in this video, weekly one-on-one calls with me directly, and so much more, my snapshots, everything. I'm going to break it all down. And if you've never heard of what I'm talking about, then no worries, but just know that this software right here is probably the most valuable part of this entire course, and I'll explain why. Running ads for companies and generating leads for them is one thing, but converting those leads into appointments and actual customers that pay you, whether it's you and getting clients or whether it's your clients and getting them more customers, whatever it is, just ads isn't good enough. Unfortunately, you just can't get a bunch of converted jobs and cash from the ads without something else to convert the leads. Okay, that is the key to all of this. And this software allows us to do everything, okay? I've been paying for this software for like 3 years now, and it's honestly probably one of the sole reasons as to why I've been able to make so much money online. And again, if you already have Go High Level, continue to watch this because I'll explain how you can get access to those weekly calls, to connect with more agency owners and people that are ahead of you to help you get to where they are. But just the way that this works, a quick overview. You can host funnels, websites, just like this testimonial template that I'm going to include in a snapshot that you can get in this video today. You can manage your leads. You can run automations for all of your clients and prospects. You have pipelines to manage your leads. You have a calendar so you can actually book appointments, whether that's sales calls for you to sign more clients or appointments for your customer to get more estimates, whatever you need it for. You have marketing, you have AI agents that can auto text new leads to convert them into booked appointments. And I'll show you how to set that up in this video. In addition to that, I will build a winning funnel in front of you. Once again, if you already have an account, continue to watch this. There's a lot of value here. And just to give you an example, one of my clients has over $4 million in pipeline value of scheduled appointments right here in this singular sub account. You can click on all these leads. You can see the contacts. You can see like the information of those leads. You can see like where they're from. You can even contact them. You can call them, text them, email them. Like you can manage them in this pipeline, and they all came through on a funnel on here, which is part of a template that I'm going to give you today. But that is kind of an overview. The point is you can manage your customers in here, your clients. You can have a client account in here for each client. So for example, this is just one specific client of mine. You can just manage all of them here. You can generate all their leads and put them all into this platform, send out automations to all of their leads to help convert them into more scheduled appointments and more closed jobs, which is at the end of the day, what we're offering to businesses. So Go High Level Setup. This is the best sales and marketing platform that I've personally ever seen, and it can be used for you as a hub for you and your clients. Here's just a short list of things it can do right here. But if you don't have a Go High Level account yet, here is our affiliate link. I actually partnered up with them. So like if you click on this link right here, this is a Go High Level website. Like this isn't even my website, but I did send them some stuff so that we could give you a ton of stuff if you decide to partner up with them. Because the truth is that like I've been paying these guys Go High Level for like 3 years, and they've made me so much money. Like I'm talking like probably an 1,000x return on investment as to how much I've spent with them. And also I've shut down coaching recently. So I wanted to put all that stuff somewhere. So if you decide to become an affiliate of mine, which basically, to be fully transparent, they will pay me a percentage if you sign up with a 30-day extended free trial under my link right here, which is in the description of this YouTube video. If you decide to do that, I'm going to send you this email right here with my snapshots, which, by the way, have spent years making. And if you don't know what a snapshot is, it's basically a template with automations, funnels, like everything that you need. So you could just copy and paste from scratch new clients. And we'll actually be using that in this part of the course to build out the funnel, our entire business, get our domains, set it everything up. Like we'll be using these snapshots. 2, I will also give you access in your own personal access to the course portal, which is the original one. So it's basically everything that I use to make this YouTube video that you're watching right now. So just to show you, there's 50 modules in here, including a 10-hour bonus mindset module, which I didn't even include in this YouTube video because it's honestly too long. And also the PDFs. For example, you probably just watched Meta Ads Mastery, and if that's the case, you could see all of the resources here, all the docs, all the PDFs, all of the docs. Like for example, the Improving CPM is a super valuable one, or like the actual PDF for Meta Ads Mastery. If you want to see the PDFs for every single video that's in this entire YouTube video, you have the option to do that when you create your custom course portal login if you decide to become an affiliate. If you already have also a Go High Level account paying like, let's say the $97 a month version, if you decide to upgrade to the $297 a month plan, which by the way, if you don't know how this works, like with Go High Level, if you pay the $97 a month plan, you can only get 3 sub accounts, which means you could have 2 clients and your own agency account. So if you sign more than 2 clients, then you need to upgrade to the $297 a month plan. It's going to happen regardless. And if you're serious about this, then you might as well just get it now, because if you do and you decide to upgrade or just get the $297 a month plan out of the gate, I will do a private one-on-one call with you. So it'll be like 15 to 20 minutes long with me and you on a call. And I will basically just like take in your entire situation, and I will tell you everything that I think that you could do to get to the next level, and ultimately just give you clarity on your specific situation. So if you decide to do with the $297 a month plan, that's my special incentive, partnered up with Go High Level to say you will get a private one-on-one kickoff call with me. And if you decide to just become a normal affiliate of mine, you will get the course. You will get weekly live coaching calls, and that's the third thing, is a group call every week on Saturday, which you can hop on completely for free, that I'll be on that call every single week to answer your questions, and you can add that call to your calendar in this email that you'll get right after you become an affiliate. You'll get my snapshots. You'll also get a permanent A2 verification guide inside of this course portal as well. Automations and funnels through my snapshots, live client buildouts, because there's like actual like live onboarding calls and everything like that in this portal as well. You'll get my systems of bonus mindset module, and then clients, like, because you will literally get clients because this stuff is so damn good. Like, we've gotten tons and people's results. This guy just had his almost first 10K day, started from little zero with me, 10K a month profit from this guy. Like, we have so many of these clients and so many of these results. If you just scroll down a little bit more, you can also see all the Trustpilot reviews, or a couple of them. So it's like, this stuff's really good. If you want to see what anyone else has to say, just feel free to click on any of these videos. But yeah, so that's everything you get with the $97 a month plan, and that's everything you get with the $297 a month plan, which honestly, I would recommend just doing the $297 a month plan, because you are going to need it at some point if you sign more than 3 clients. So if you think you're going to sign more than 3 clients, you might as well get it. And this is a software that I've used my whole like business journey, right? So it's like, I don't mind doing this and partnering up with them to give away a ton of free value like this, because they've done so much for me. So I really recommend this, and you'll get a one-on-one call with me if you decide to do the $297. And then if not, the $97 a month plan will give you this email. The $297 a month plan will give you this email plus a link to book a one-on-one call with me. So yep, that's how this works. Now let's jump in to Go High Level. So if I were you right now and I just signed up right here, filled in all my information, by the way, the email is going to get sent to this email address, so make sure it's a valid email, then you are going to get this email right here. Now, the first thing that I want you to do is log in with your account with Go High Level once you have it made. Then import this agency snapshot. Now, if you already are affiliate of mine, like, and you've done it in the past, just upgrade, which is what I would recommend. And that'll auto send it to you. But basically, you want to import the snapshot right here. Select yes, import now. Now, when you log into Go High Level for like the first time, you're going to see something similar to this. What you want to do is create a new sub account. So if you go to sub accounts and press create new, create sub account, and then use the imported snapshot that you just got when you just imported, which is the $30,000 a month agency snapshot. Then what you can do is simply just press add manually and add in all of your information for your account. Remember, this is the account for your business. We're going to set up your funnel today. We're going to set up your automations. We're going to set up your domain. Like, we're going to get this so well working that like you can literally look up your business online. People can go click on it, learn more information about you, even see a video about what you do, and then basically have a calendar and book an appointment with you with automations to get them to show. Like, that's the level that we're going to be building today. So I'm going to go ahead and just start filling out some of my information here. I'm not going to show this, but I'm basically going to click this is my own account and then press add sub account once I do that. So I'm going to fill this out now, and yeah, I'll catch with you after. Okay, so once you go ahead and create an account, you need to understand that there's 2 levels to this software. Number 1 is the agency level, and you can switch between your sub accounts, and this is like the general settings about everything. And then if you can switch to the sub account, this is inside of your new sub account. So those are the 2 different levels. We'll go ahead and break it down now. So I'm actually going to go ahead and split screen this for you. And then also, if I were you, I would recommend split screening this video and your own Go High Level so we can set this up together as we go. Okay, so the agency level right here. This is the agency level. You can't really fully see these setting options here, but yeah, this is the agency level. You'll know you're in the agency level if it says click here to switch. Basically, it's got a few things. It has the dashboard right here, which is just some basic information. This isn't actually valid information because like I don't even know how to set this up, so it's not important. You have the agency dashboard. You can connect your Stripe if you want to this. I've never really done that, so it just says 0 on here. Prospecting as well. This doesn't really matter. Sub accounts, this is where you'll see like all of your sub accounts. So I'm not going to click on this because there is client information, but that's where we just created our sub accounts. So when we go to select it, we can either click here to switch, or we can click sub accounts here. Then we have snapshots, which, like I said, are templates, and you should already have my agency snapshot. You will also import my client snapshot right here, so you can go ahead and do that whenever you're ready. So there's that. The reselling doesn't really matter. Marketplace, none of this stuff really matters, to be honest. It's all just random. The most important ones are sub accounts and snapshots. Okay, these are the two most important things. Now, keep in mind though, there are some stuff that we need to complete on the settings side of things. So in the agency level, so there's no sub account selected, you need to scroll down, go to settings, and add your information to my profile. So your first name, last name, maybe even a picture, email, and your phone number, right? Save that. You can even update your password here to go high level. And then next is go to company. Fill out all of this necessary information right here. So this is just some old information right here. None of this is even true anymore, really, which is quite interesting. So this stuff actually doesn't really matter that much. And then inside of team, this is really important. This is where you're going to add yourself to each sub account so you can access them. Now, I'm obviously not going to show all the people that are in there because they're all active clients of mine, and I want to keep that private. But yeah, you can add yourself as a team member and make sure your roles and permissions are set to agency owner. Okay, that's the most important thing, and that means you'll have access to all of the sub accounts, right? And then make sure, if you don't see your sub accounts in here, to add them as such. So you can click on this button and select the specific sub accounts that you added. For example, we just made a sub account called, what is it, Owen course. So yeah, we give ourselves full permission to be an admin on that sub account. So we can press save, select the sub account that we just made. You shouldn't have a bunch of them here, but you press manage client, and then click switch to sub account. Okay, so now we're in the sub account, and you'll know that because it says right here instead of the agency view, which by the way, we can quickly switch to view the agency view if we wanted to. But now that we're inside of this, what we can do is go through all the steps. Now, the settings are not too important. They will be for your clients. For example, if you want to change the name up here to be like one of your clients, let's say you have a client called like Back Roofing, or I don't know, whatever it is, you can press save and then it'll show that right there. And you can set all this information, but most of the stuff actually, believe it or not, doesn't matter that much, to be honest. So there's that. Integrations is probably the first step that I would say. What you can do is click manage on Google Calendar and add your Google account. But first, we don't have a Google account yet, and we also don't have a business name, logo. Maybe you don't have this stuff, maybe you do. So let me just quickly break down what you need to build out for that to be good. So just a couple of things that you probably need if you don't have them already is naming your business. Just do it in 10 minutes, okay? You can use AI to come up with a name or whatever. And then also check if the domain is available on, which I would recommend is GoDaddy. So for example, let's say your business name was like, I don't know, Owen Ran Agency or something. And then you look up .com. Keep it super simple. And then perfect, we see that it's available. So what we would do now is go ahead and buy that logo and buy and register that domain. And then we could actually create a Google account with it so we can connect it to this account. Then we have our own business email, all that good stuff. So now let's go ahead and set that stuff up now. I'm going to go ahead and just get a domain that I think would be fitting for this. Owen, what are we doing right now? OwenFreeCourse.com. Okay, let's see if that's available. Perfect. Press get it. It's going to cost like maybe $10, I think, something like that. We click view cart. We can make sure we get it only for 1 year protection wise because it doesn't matter. There we go. $12. Great. We now bought a domain for our business. This is a great first step. Now, that's pretty much done. We have step one. We have the name of our business. Hopefully you've come up with that if you haven't already. We registered our domain, and now we can set up the business email just so we can email and use it as an email for Go High Level as well, which will help a lot. So to do that, all I would recommend doing first is going to GoDaddy. And then I would actually recommend going to Cloudflare. So cloudflare.com, I believe that step's right here. Yeah, Cloudflare. So the reason why we do this is to protect the domain. So here are the exact steps, but I'm just going to walk you through it now. Basically, you want to sign in and create an account. And then all you have to do is go ahead and add a domain. So if you go to domains, overview, and press add domain, you can go ahead and connect a new domain. So what you want to do is do the domain that you just bought. So if you go here into GoDaddy, and we go to your domains, which I believe is in my products. I probably have a decent amount of domains on this account. Okay, OwenFreeCourse.com. Perfect. So we go ahead and type that in here, continue. And then also what we have to do is click the DNS records inside of GoDaddy, and we're going to change the name server. So you go to name servers, and if you use a different provider for your domain, then you'll have to do that and figure out where that is. But the reason why we do this and why it's so important is because like if you look up this website after we have it set up with Go High Level, we just connect it directly to Go High Level right now, set up an email, do all this stuff, then it won't be protected, right? So what I would recommend doing, and this is free, is just protect it right here with the free plan. You want to add it just like so. And after you do that, press continue to activation. And then you want to copy and paste these name servers. So we have the Eleanor one. We would just press change name servers, choose I'll use my own. There's number 1, and there is number 2. So you want to go ahead and save that. Okay, great. So now we'll wait, and once we wait, it will be protected and good to go. Then what we can do is create an email. So we have a Google Calendar account, we have a Google email account, all this stuff. And we could even switch our Go High Level stuff, like our settings and stuff, to that email. But more importantly, then we can connect our Google Calendar to Go High Level for the availability reasons, so we don't get conflict bookings. That's right. That's like what we're setting up right now. So let's just refresh this and see if it's done. It should show like a green check. It's connected. So we check the name servers now. Okay, it looks like it's doing that. So in the meantime, you can go ahead and make a logo if you don't have one already. I don't really think this stuff matters, to be honest. Mine looks something like that. You can go to Canva and make it in 5 minutes. And by now, you should have a name for your business. We registered your domain on GoDaddy. We have a business email to set up, which we will after the Cloudflare is done. It looks like it's going to wait a little bit. Then we have the logo. Registering your company, I actually can't give you legal advice about this. I would use Claude. Okay, Claude will give you all of this. And also, when there's any holes in this entire program of things that like you don't know specifics on, chances are that they probably cover them better in the actual course, like the full course portal here. Like, for example, the Go High Level setup video here is a little bit different than the one I'm doing right now, just because it goes a little bit more into depth. But if you have questions, they're either there, the answers, or you can ask Claude and figure it out. Banking setup, I personally use Chase Bank, but you can use Revolut, which is the good online one. Payment processing as well. I would just set up a simple Stripe account. So you can collect payments for your business. WAP is also a pretty decent one, and it has really good UI, so you can ask the AI to make you a special payment link, and it'll do that. But Stripe is super simple, so I would just sign up, create an account. You don't need legal business information to create a Stripe account. You just won't be able to like take the money out of Stripe without a business bank account. So, and you can always do this under someone else's name if you need to for now, but I would recommend making a Stripe account and setting up your legal business information. You could use a trusted provider like LegalZoom. That's what I did when I started. Or you can just ask Claude. But basically, you want to just get these 8 steps solved first. This is just simple stuff to start your business, right? So we just refresh this page right here. And believe it or not, like starting your business is not hard. So like that's why this part is so short. Cool. Your domain is now protected by Cloudflare. So now if we can look up Google Workspace, we can set up the email. This is also super, super simple to do this. If we click get started and we choose our business name, which I don't know, is like Owen Course or something. Go to next, take in our current email address, set up your existing domain. And we already have this domain. It's protected with Cloudflare. So if we click next, we can set our name in front of it. So we can do like your name at yourdomain.com, whatever your business name is. So let me go ahead and type in my password. Perfect. So once that's done, then we are good to go, and we can create our email, and then we can connect our calendar, our Google Calendar, our new one, to Go High Level. So it's going to charge a little bit of money. You can actually start a trial for the $20 a month plan, and then also like downgrade it to the $12 a month plan. I think a lot of people do that. But just for now, I'm going to go ahead and get this 14-day free trial. This is probably the Go High Level costs. This cost, the domain getting costs are probably the main business costs. I don't think there's really going to be much else other than that. So I'm going to go ahead and pay for this now, and then I'll see you after I'm done. Great. So we'll skip for now and not add any new users or anything like that. But now we should have a new account. So we'll go ahead and verify our domain. Now, you'll know this has worked if it says sign into Cloudflare right here. That means the connection worked properly. So we can go ahead and select sign into Cloudflare. It will go ahead and analyze it and add everything that's needed to be added. So what we can do now is authorize this with Cloudflare. And while it does this as well, we can go actually into the domain settings of Go High Level and add there this new domain that we just got. So we can authorize it here. It's owenfreecourse.com, or is it owensfreecourse.com? Owenfreecourse.com. Okay. So we can go ahead and funnel that. And this would be the name of your business, whatever it is, and connect that to Go High Level now. So you want to go to settings into your new agency account here and then go to domains and URL redirects. And then we can simply just add connect a domain, and this will be the domain here. So we can actually build out the funnel and set it up to a website. So just like that, we can press activate Gmail. And now we have this email. Pretty cool, right? name@gmail.com, right? So we can sign into Cloudflare once again here. Sorry, we're kind of doing like two things at once. Authorize with Cloudflare. And then, yeah, we can also add that. We can authorize this. Course.com. Okay, great. So now we have a Gmail. So we can actually add that now to Go High Level. So it says AAA record for conflicts. So if you see this, when you try to connect it to Go High Level, all you have to do is go to Cloudflare, click on it, go to DNS records, and then find A records. So if you see any A records right here, you can go ahead and just delete those. So there's 2 there. Perfect. Now we can close out of this, and then we can go ahead and refresh this and try it again. And basically all we're doing right now is setting up a Google account so that we can, have a hub for our business where we're going to set up our calendar. And also in the course portal, if you, signed up for my affiliate, in 1.1 Life Mastery, this will set you teach you how to set up your calendar.
Everyone.
So that you have perfect availability, and you can basically set up your calendar for, as the best productivity as possible. I can show you a little bit of what it would look like set up, and that would be under your business email, which is exactly what we're setting up right here. So if I refresh this page, I imagine we're done. Yeah, cool. So now what's cool about this is that we can go ahead and open up a new incognito window for now and go to our email and then log in with this new email that we just made. Now our password. There we go. Welcome to your new account. Pretty cool. So now we have our business email, which is awesome. We're not going to be doing too much cold email or anything, but it does help to see where bookings come in when you get them. So there's that. And then also on this account, you should have a Google Calendar as well, which let's see if we can find it. Calendar.google.com. Perfect. This is our fresh calendar right here that we have, our new one. Great. So now that that's done, we can connect Go High Level to this. And what we can do is set the availability daily for this calendar. So let's say you don't want to get bookings with potential prospects from midnight to 9 a.m. every day. You could just set that to be daily. And then also, let's say you don't want bookings 6 p.m. onwards as well or something, whatever that might look like for you. Then you can go ahead and repeat that daily as well. And then Go High Level will only book appointments for you, or I'll give people the availability on the calendar to book appointments in between these 2 times. So it's pretty handy. Now, what we have to do now is authorize this to add our domain to Go High Level once again. Let's go ahead and do that. So first things first, we'll go back to the domain in a second here and add it to Go High Level later. For now, let's go ahead and add our Google Calendar that we have right here just connected. So all you have to do is click on you as a staff member and press add new, and then connect your new Google Calendar. So I went ahead and just selected the one that we just made, and then basically select yes. And there you go. You should be good to go. So you can actually add this as a linked calendar, just like so, and then also a conflict calendar, so that it will check conflicts and it won't book, for example, at these times that are blocked off. And also, as a bonus, you can even add your other calendar as well. So if you click add and subscribe to another calendar, you can subscribe to your personal calendar and make your business calendar not get any bookings also. That's pretty much all you need to do when it comes to connections here. Google Calendar is by far the most important one. And if you see as well, if we go to the calendar section now and your account, you should see your new Google Calendar on here. So if we check it right here, yeah. So you can see this time got marked as not available. It's pretty cool how that stuff works. So now that that's done, let's add our domain. So if we go to domain services, we go to domains and URL redirects. We can connect the domain we got as well here. So let's go ahead and do that now. We removed the A records, so it should work now. Perfect. Authorized domain. And this is where we're going to hook up our funnel to and everything. So owensfreecourse.com. So this is going to load and then connect the domain to Go High Level. And what's cool is also we can send the automated emails from this new email that we made as well, which is pretty cool. Okay, perfect. So now that the domain is linked, we can actually go ahead and link that domain with the agency website. So we'll hook that up to home, and then the error 404 page will also be home, and we can proceed to finish. And now we already have like a live website. So we have a live email, live calendar, and a live website, which by the way, we need to make a lot of edits to. But for now, let's continue on with the video. So you should have all 8 of these things done: your name for the business, registering your domain, a business email setup, which we already did, logo, which doesn't really matter that much, to be honest, registering your company, which is something that you could do later, banking setup as well later, and payment processing setup. Just make a Stripe account. Just like that. Super easy. You can even make a payment link as well. And I'll show you what I mean on Stripe. If you go to payment links, you can press create payment link and then add a new product and then call it the name of whatever your business is and whatever you want to charge up front. You can add an image, which would normally be your logo, and you could choose a one-off, choose a price. Let's say you charge, $1,500 up front and your services is Owen's free course or whatever your business name is. Mine's not that. I'm just for the video example. And then also you can actually save payment details for future use down here in additional options, which is really great. So if you want to manually charge customers, if you do some kind of pay per result offer later down the line, where you get them 50 leads and you want to charge for 50 leads, you can manually charge their card because this payment link puts it on file. So you can create a link and then you have a payment link you can use on sales calls when a client decides to go with you. All you have to do is send it to them during the call and they can pay you. So pretty cool. Now that that's done and you have these basic steps done, roughly 1 through 7. Let's continue down with the software setup. So if we go back down to the agency level and click switch out to agency level, which is the button right here once you're inside of your sub account, we can actually add our website and domains as well to the actual go high level website. So instead of doing app.gohighlevel.com, you can do app.yourbusiness.com. So the way you would do that is go to settings and company and then simply go to white label and you can add your specific domain right here. So you can quickly just add the domain that you've already added in here and it will be app.whatever your domain is.com, and that's for now how you're going to be going on Go High Level. So there's that as well. Now to kind of just break down everything that's available to you with this, just to kind of go through the rest of settings, we've kind of covered everything down here. We did the integrations and we did the domains, and all of this extra stuff is just unnecessary, to be honest. But the next one up that's important is custom values. Right, what we can actually do, and what I would recommend you do, is put in all of your information here by clicking edit and adding your values. So for example, your phone number, whatever that phone number is, you can just add it here. Your post booking page will be yourdomain.com/booked, I think. Let me check. If we go to the site section, we can see actually. Great. So Owen runs, yourdomain.com/booked. That's going to be the link. If we go back to settings and custom values, you want to just type all this stuff in because you could basically use custom values to add custom elements to pages and it'll be universal across all the pages. So instead of typing your number on a page every single time or something, or a link to something, it will automatically just put it there because this custom value is placed on the funnel instead. So privacy policy page and strategy call calendar. Privacy policy page is super simple as well. And the sites, you'll have that here. So yourlink.com/privacy policy. So if I just go ahead and go through and custom values, edit that. Perfect. And let's see if that link actually works, by the way. Yeah, privacy policy, which we'll change the logo, we'll change the stuff here to make sure that it's all good. And see, for example, it says nothing understands that your privacy is important to you. But normally what you would do is that would be this link right here. So your agency name, let's say your agency name is Owen's course or something, and it'll show up on the privacy page. The point is that's exactly how these custom values work. You can also add your email, which mine was owen@owenfreecourse.com, I think, something like that. And let's see what other stuff we have to do. The strategy call calendar as well. So if we go to calendars, you actually have your own calendar here, which is included inside of the snapshot as well. This calendar is how you'll actually book appointments with potential prospects, because that's how client acquisition works, right? You reach out to companies, get them to book appointments with you, and then sit down on the call and explain your services on some kind of Zoom call, and then get them to agree to go with you, and then you give them this payment link, and then they pay you, and that's when the client relationship begins. And obviously, we're going to explain everything about client fulfillment here. But yeah, if we go in the calendar view, we can go into calendar settings, and you should see your calendars here, right? You should have just one called strategy call right here. And what you want to do first is activate it, right? So click activate, and it should no longer say inactive there. And this calendar right here is your calendar. So for now, this is the actual invitation, name that's going to be gone. And it says custom values your agency name, right? This will autofill with your actual specific agency name, right? Same with this right here. That's what I mean by custom values. The staff and location, you want to add yourself as a staff member and then do high priority so you get all the bookings. And then also change it to Google Meet. That is probably where you'll be taking the calls. If not, you could do Zoom if that's what you provide, but you will have to connect your Zoom account. You can also set up your availability, which if I were you, actually, I would recommend to customize your schedule to be from 12 to 12, just like that, or 11:55, and then copy that to all. And then what you can do is then your calendar will go solely off of the availability of your Google Calendar instead. So we can press save here. That's how that'll work. And then make sure the time zone's set properly also. Booking rules, meeting interval, I recommend 15 minutes. Duration, 30 to 45 minutes. I've actually been recently taking calls with just 30 minutes because I don't really think I need more than 30 minutes with a company, but maybe you want more. The date range of how far people can schedule to the future is only 3 days. Minimum scheduling notice, I actually like to have this on like 4 hours so then I don't get bookings like out of nowhere, like in an hour from now. So that's all of the options there. Everything else doesn't matter. You can actually turn on, look a certain percentage busy to see make sure you're not like fully available with spaces. So that's there as well. And then the form that they use when they fill it out and the notifications that they get as well. So, okay, so I believe the video cut out for a little bit there, so I apologize. But in custom values, all I did was I added the calendar. We now have the calendar availability set up properly, and I went to settings to make sure that the time zone was correct because before it was on Central, now it's on Eastern as it should. But what we did is basically inside of calendars, we could see that our availability for everyday bookings is from roughly 9 to 5, right? And then we go into the calendar right here, it's from 9 to 5. So it's perfectly done. And then we took the link to go on the calendar and added it to the custom values right here by clicking edit, just like we did with the other things. The same with terms and conditions, the same as the other ones, so don't worry about that. VSL link. And what's good about like this is the reason why you're putting this stuff in to the custom values in this way is if we go onto the website that you already have right now. Like if you look up your domain right now, it'll show something like this, right? It'll show you like your logo here, a basic template. And down here, we put in privacy policy. Now it's going to open up your custom made privacy policy, which by the way, we will, and it should already say your business name as well, but we do have to change the logo. And then also I haven't put in terms yet, so it doesn't go to it, right? Now, this is what I mean by the custom values is that we're just filling the stuff in so we can build this out as fast and easy as possible. So let's go back to the terms here in sites and let's go ahead and add it. So we go ahead and copy this, add this to the custom values as well. Terms and conditions, perfect. And then website in this format right here, this one right here is literally just domain.com. Okay, and then your first name, mine is Owen. Perfect. So that's pretty much it for the most part when it comes to custom values. That's all you have to do for now. We will create a VSL and I'm also going to show you how to, which is basically a video to explain like what you do. So it's either going to be on the front of your page or on your /booked when people book a call with you, just like this.
If you've thrown a ton of money at Angie Leads or Home Advisor,
a video that looks just like this basically. So that's just an idea about like what you might be building similar to. So custom fields, don't worry about it for now. Now, if we continue to go up settings here in the phone system, this is where you can buy phone numbers. Now, I personally don't recommend using Go High Level for phone numbers. I recommend using Twilio, which is a service outside of Go High Level. And that's actually the tutorial that the ATP will be, which will be like shortly after this video. You are only going to see the ATP video if you're on the course portal. But the ATP video will be in this software video, or I believe, where is it? Yeah, it will be one of these videos in the software setup. You should see ATP verification like right here. And it'll explain how to get verified with Twilio, which means you can get verified permanently and not have to deal with Go High Level phone number rejections, basically. So you'll see that in there, but otherwise you can buy phone numbers here. You just can't use SMS and send SMS messages until you actually have ATP verification. And if you use Twilio and connect the Twilio phone number to Go High Level, it's easier to set up. So there's that. And then also in terms of the messaging, you'll also start to send text messages and you'll see reply stop to unsubscribe for all of your messages. You will have to go ahead and turn these off, but you can only do it after around 2 weeks of having your sub account. So unfortunate, just true. But yeah, so you can get local numbers or you can get toll-free numbers. So like 88 numbers or like wherever location you are. So what I would recommend you do is take whatever local location you are. And for example, like I'm in South Florida, which I believe is like 303 or something like that. And what you would do is you would buy a phone number either on Twilio or Go High Level, and you would click phone numbers, add number, and then you could basically search up with the filter specific areas. I'm not sure if this is Go High Level, but or if this is South Florida. Yeah, I don't even remember. But then you'd proceed to buy a phone number like that. And then you could call right away by even clicking this and use a phone number that you just bought to call. But we will set up SMS and make sure that we can send SMS messages by getting ATP verified with this document right here. But once you are verified, once you go through this video part in the program, which you could do right after, you can send SMS. But when you do so, it'll look like this. Like I said, you'll have to turn that off inside of messaging here, and you can do that there. So that's pretty much all you need to know when it comes to phone numbers for now. Another thing that you can do once you buy a phone number, so like let's say I were to buy a phone number, and I'll just do that right now to show you. Let's say I was based out of Tifton, Georgia. Sometimes you'll have to verify your ID, which is completely fine. Doesn't matter if you're out of country or whatever. And after you do that, you can add a forwarding number to the Go High Level using this instruction here, and basically make it so if someone were to call that number, then it'll go directly to your personal phone, right? So super handy. Now, another thing you could do is out of email services, which is the next part above that in settings, you can create a dedicated domain for better deliverability. So you could do like mail.yourdomain.com. So mine's like owenfreecourse.com, right? You could do something like that. You can add and verify that. And that's pretty easy right there. You can continue to add that to Cloudflare. It'll automatically do it for you. Okay, authorized domain. And this will basically make it so that automated emails that you send through Go High Level will have a better deliverability, because chances are like it'll send from the lead connector one, which is what Go High Level uses, and the deliverability isn't perfect. So we'll go ahead and we'll make those good to go, and then we'll just kind of go through the rest of the settings, go through the rest of the stuff that you'll actually need to set up, and then we'll actually build a live funnel together and test it out, make sure it's all good. So once that's done, it should look in something like this inside of here. All you would normally have to do is go ahead and set headers. So you can add your from name, so whatever name it is, and then the actual email, which will be your name at mail.yourdomain.com, so owenfreecourse.com. Okay, just like that. And that is the email you're going to be sending emails now from now on. But you would go ahead and basically verify it now, so it's good to go here. Then once you do that, inside of here, set headers, once again, make sure that's good to go. So let me go ahead and just verify this now to show you how to do it. So you would go ahead and click Auto Configure DNS, press Authorize Domain. Now inside of Cloudflare, we'll go ahead and authorize all these changes to make sure that we can send from this new domain. Okay, so let's try again. Let that refresh, and then we should be good to go there. Let's go ahead and let this do its thing. Perfect. So once that's done, this is now verified and SSL issued. That's good to go. Now let's make sure the headers are set good with the new domain. This will look a little less goofy as well once you have like an actual business. It just says my name twice. It'll be like your name at mail.yourdomain.com. And then all you have to do now is, I believe, go to domain configuration and select it for all of them. Now all the emails are going to get sent from this new domain, and the deliverability will be much better. So we'll set all of these just like so. Now that's all you really have to do here. You can warm up your email as well, which it'll have you do here as you send more and more. But that's pretty much it. We just did all these steps, and now your email deliverability is way better. So congratulations. So another thing you can do as well is if you go to My Staff, which is kind of like the last area of the settings, you already have yourself in here as well. But if you want, you can go ahead and make sure you can select your calendar here that you set. You can even add an email signature as well. So something that's similar to this, Owen Free Course. And this will be at the bottom of every single email. And then you could change your email here as well. owenfreecourse.com, Owen at owenfreecourse.com. I can't believe I chose that. And then your phone number, whatever it is, let's say it's like this. Perfect. And then city, state. I am currently in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. There we go. So you can basically set up a signature just like that. And then you already have full permissions. This is just saving it. And yeah, obviously make sure you're setting the correct time zone as well. So if you go to like, if you go through all this user availability, just make sure you're in the correct time zone here, which I believe this is the correct time zone. Let me just like check. Yeah, it's the right time zone. Perfect. Yep. So you would just check that, and then we already set up our availability, and we have our conflict calendars already set up here. It's already good to go. And yeah, that's pretty much it there. So also inside of calendars, if we go outside of settings now, we can go outside into the normal part.
outside of settings because we kind of covered pretty much everything there is to cover in settings. The main things being the integrations to connect the calendar, connecting our domains, the custom values, the phone system, and a little bit of like information on like how the phone system works, email services to set up our deliverability, make it way better. The calendar section as well, which we've covered most of it already. My staff to make sure like everything's dialed in and set good. And then obviously we go out of settings. Yeah, we already set up the calendar. We have the availability here, and we already have our calendar here as well. So you can add your logo, which honestly, if I were you, I'd recommend adding either your logo or an image of your face, which you can do here. And then also everything else, billing, no action needed. My profile, no action needed. Business profile is important. Just make sure, once again, you're in the right time zone. That's the most important thing, which I believe is like towards the bottom. But once again, this page like doesn't really matter. Okay. Like you don't need to fill this stuff out for the agency account, but I would recommend filling it out for your client's account just in case they click on settings and they see all their information. That's what they want to see. So we're done with settings. Like I said, instead of payments, you will basically add document and contract templates. You should already have one in here. If you don't, then I do have a ton of legal and agreement templates in this program. So we have a bunch of agreement templates in here that you can use, just like this one right here. So this will show you like how to fill it out. Basically, you could send this to AI and then go through and then fill in all the information that you need to fill in. And yeah, we have agreement templates. And what you would do is basically add those to Go High Level, and just like this. So you would upload a new agreement, press new, upload existing PDF of a PDF that you already have. So you can download those as PDFs. Once you go ahead and do that, you can open up the actual agreement and add in all the fillable information that you need to get information. And for example, like with fillable fields, you would just add like a text field. If you need them to type in their company name, then you could just write company name, just like that. And then if you need their signature, you can go ahead and do that there. And then if you need their full name, you can go ahead and just type in full name. Perfect. And you can do any other places that you need to. I wouldn't recommend having any of this. My templates don't have that. And then you could add it maybe here or there, wherever you need it. And then you could save this. You could click use template when you need to send an agreement to clients. And you could just basically type in a contact and add a contact to it, and it'll send the agreement to them. So you can literally click a client that you want to send it to and click send, and they'll sign an agreement. That's literally it. So super simple, no use for DocuSign anymore or anything like that. So there's the options there. Next down the list, I believe, is opportunities is a pipeline of like where you can manage your leads. They'll all go here. All the automations are already set up for this. And then in the payments section, we already just went through that. Everything else is kind of unnecessary. AI agents, we can actually set up a conversational AI agent for our clients, which there's more details on this in the course portal. But it's super simple. Like you can just create a bot and do a bot just like this, and appointment booking. And you can activate it by just choosing active, and it will literally just book people into appointments. So super simple. And you can give it more information about like your company and what you do. Inside of marketing as well, there's trigger links, and there's a lot of things that you can do that are pretty valuable, but nothing that we'll touch on today. Automation is really powerful. Okay. Like I have the best automations in here for your clients, like a ton of stuff, right? Like if you go in here to like the snapshot, like it is the most powerful snapshot ever. Even just the appointment book stuff is just like the best reminders, 2 days before SMS, like all of this stuff, appointment surveys as well, like with trigger links to see like what happened to the appointment so you can get the data, because a lot of people are like, oh, how do we track if there's shown appointments for our clients? Well, they will fill out a survey that looks just like this, right? So all those systems are here inside of the snapshot, all the new lead notifications when a new lead comes in for our clients, all the stuff that's like, oh, here, we'll get you, like, what do you need from the service? Like, what do you need from the company? Emails, thanks for showing interest. Like all this stuff is already built out. Okay. You don't even need to worry about it and touch it. It's taken me years to build this stuff, but obviously it's free if you get this bonus here. So yep, the automations are super powerful. There's, triggers and actions. So the triggers are at the top, just like this. So when a survey is submitted, someone becomes a lead, which I'll break down the survey soon. And then there's the lead automations here. And this is for your clients. And then if you go to the agency one that we have set up, which is actually called Owen Course, these are what you should have in here already right now. So to set these up,
You want to make sure that it's in the right calendar, which it is. But it'll basically say notifications and SMS messages to your clients. In the automations, the only one that you need to edit out of all of them, out of all these automations, there's one message. This trust email right here. It says complete yourself. Why should I trust you? Well, you shouldn't. And then explain your story. Okay. Everything else is completely good. Like a message that says good to hop on in 43 minutes. And then it sends them the meeting link, right? And the meeting link is auto set with the calendar. So like all this stuff is built out for you, all these automations. All you have to do to change them is do that one email. And then that's pretty much it. Like that's pretty much it. And you're good to go. Now under automations, we have the sites. So this is where we have the funnels. Now we have a Facebook ads funnel template. This is a template that's worked really well for me. You can put your survey here and testimonials when you run ads for yourself and put the traffic to this page. Or, which what I'm going to set up with you right now is a funnel that you can use right now. So let's go ahead and start editing this. Basically, you would put your logo here. So you could press this button here and then add your specific logo and upload it. And you can basically type in whatever copy or information you want. Apply now. Now you can either have this go to a survey. Right now we have this go into the next step, which the next step in this is the calendar. So what we can actually do is have this be an open pop-up. And this will basically open this pop-up that looks just like this. Book your call with your name to see if we can help you scale your business on a zero risk basis. And then this could be simply just put the calendar in right here that we already have. Just like that. And that's like a good example of like how we can kind of use this. And then we can have it be, and make sure also to change the SEO data. So if I were to full screen this for a second, you can add your social proof under here if you have any. If not, you can make a video about like what you do and how you offer it, which also I have a video on like how to set up a VSL, which I'll probably put in this video. And yeah, you could basically set up these pages to look how you want. Like I've got, for example, I've got one that looks just like this. I believe it's like Owen.home. What is it? Yeah, homewise.Owen Rensland. So like you can set up you could set up your pages to look however you want them with testimonials and whatever it is. This is through level, but I would recommend doing it through Go high level now because it's much simpler for you, especially in the beginning. So you would add your logo, add a headline that looks convincing, and obviously use the stuff from Meta Ads Mastery, like improving landing page CTR to improve your landing page and make it as good as possible, right? So there's that page. There's the strategy call calendar page, which you can change the wording here if you want. You'd put the calendar here and then use action from calendar builder. What's cool is that the custom value has it set to the /booked page, right? And the /booked page will be a page ideally with proof about you, information about you, and you will basically build these out to look like your company and your information to get people interested about booking a call. Then what happens is like whether you book it with cold SMS or cold calling, whatever it is, most people will see this /booked page, okay? And if you decide to book someone in, then they'll see this page and decide whether or not they want to show up to the call. So that's how these kind of funnels work and why they're extremely important. And you need to start going in, customizing, having some fun with it, build it out, maybe even speak to GHL support if you need some help with it. You can always start a Zoom call with them. They're really good about that. And yeah, then you also have the testimonials page as well. All of you that have my snapshot have this page of just like testimonials of job wins. And you can make stuff similar to this. And as you see, our email is up here from the custom values, and your logo, you can also add it here as well. Your SEO data as well is something that you want to think about, because the agency website, for example, if you click on these buttons up here, just go through all these to make sure they're good. But right here, if we click on SEO, this is what our page is going to be called, right? Right now, it's going to be called whatever we set our custom value agency name to be, which is just fine. But also, you might want to add a logo and change it to be something else so it doesn't say your logo here when someone looks you up on Google. But yeah, you want to just go through, fix these funnels up, make them yours. And yeah, super simple. So that's kind of the overall process. Now, if I were a lead, I would basically click on this page, see your logo, your headlines, your stuff, maybe even a video about what you do. If not, no worries. And then they'll basically click apply now. They can book an appointment with you. If you're interested about your services, type in their information, right? Just like this. Yearly turnover revenue. Perfect. So they can go ahead and schedule an appointment, and then they'll get redirected to the post booking page to see like more about what your company does. I would make your page look a little bit better. For example, mine right now looks like this, I believe. Slash pre-call, I think it's called. Yeah. Learn how companies are closing an extra X amount of jobs, and then just a bunch of proof. So that's what I have set up currently. So you can copy this, mimic it however you'd like. This is the template that you get when you get my snapshot with a bunch of, there is proof here as well. And yeah, that's that. It's good to go. It's super simple. And that is how it works. So I got redirected to this page. And now if we check as well, the automation's probably triggered, and it probably sent a message to Owen saying, hey, as a reminder, your call is set for this time. Watch this page for proof. Here's the meeting link to join, and then add it to your calendar here. So you can literally add the meeting to your calendar, just like that. Pretty cool. All this stuff is already built out. There's a link to the page, which is the Google Meet link that we set up. And if you look at like the owen@gmail.com or whatever, like, email that we booked it with, it also gets sent to their email. So action required, just like that. Obviously the email I sent it to doesn't exist, so that's not real. Same with the phone number. So, and also this message would normally not send through SMS if we don't have it A2P verified yet. But if you want to learn how to get A2P verified, you can watch the resource that's in this course portal, which should be around 1.3 here. So yeah, that's pretty much majority of the Go High Level setup. I appreciate you. Hopefully this was like enough fundamental information. If you want to know how to like change the forms and stuff of like how, when someone booked an appointment, that is in this form right here. So you can check it out. Strategy call form. This is the one that we use. So you can change this to say like, ask whatever you want. And this is where the custom values come into play. This is a custom field right here. So if you decide you want to add a special question, you could just add a special question. You could do like a multiple drop down or a radio question or a select. There's a lot to figure out here, but this is where I mean, like, this is the learning curve, right? This is what you have to figure out. So yeah, just a quick overview. We have the conversations, calendars. You should now have a funnel set up. You should have a name. You should have like a logo, a domain, a Google Calendar. My gosh, what else? Like, I feel like everything. Automation set up, custom value set up, Trustpilot, like proof even, like everything, right? So I hope you enjoyed the Go High Level video. If you want more information on Go High Level, I have plenty of other videos on my channel. And also there's a lot of information specifically here. If you want to see how I make a winning VSL, it'll be in this video. And yeah, once again, if you want access to all this stuff and all this bonus, as I said, feel free to start an extended free trial or upgrade your current trial to get access to this stuff, even a one-on-one call if you upgrade. And you'll get an email to explain how that works. So yep, I appreciate you for watching the Go High Level video, and I will see you in the next one.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to this short video on how to make a winning VSL. This could be a pre-call VSL or a homepage VSL, either or. Now, currently on my landing page, it might look a bit different in the future. I currently have a homepage VSL that looks something like this. I'll play it for you in a second. And then also a pre-call VSL that looks like this. So I'm going to quickly show you how to make these, but first let me go ahead and play them for you so you can see like what we're trying to accomplish here. If you run a roofing, HVAC, painting, concrete, or any other kind of home improvement business, and you've thrown tons of money at Angie, Home Advisor, expecting to get more jobs, ultimately been burned, or you've thrown tons of money at an agency that disappeared after a couple months, this video is for you. I'm going to show you how you can get tons of jobs booked onto your calendar where you literally only pay when you sit down with a homeowner at the kitchen table. Okay? No retainers, no ad spend, no paying for every lead that goes to you. I literally take all of the risk. And before I say anything else, I want to show you 3 real contractors with real numbers. And yes, you can call every single one of them yourself. Number 1 is Brian at SEC Roofing in Savannah, Georgia. Yes, you can literally look up the company. Over the last 2 years, we've gotten them more than 900 qualified leads. And yes, you can call them and ask about Owen. Number 2 is Searle at Storm Pros VA and MO. In 14 months, we took them from 135K a year to 300K a year with the same business, same crew. We just got the right homeowners in front of them. Number 3, DJK Restoration in Atlanta, another long-term partner that we've been with for years. Notice none of those are 1-month flings, okay? I've worked with these guys for 2+ years, and that's the whole point. I'm not looking for a quick win. In fact, I'm looking for one company in your area that I can grow with for the long haul. Here's a quick background because you honestly should know who you might be working with. My name's Owen. I'm a pretty cool guy. I'm 20. I dropped out of school to build this, and I've literally spent every waking moment of the last 2 years getting good at one thing and one thing only: running ads for local businesses. I am so damn good at getting your business in front of homeowners that actually want to buy. I'll run the ads myself, I'll do all the research, I'll figure out what's working in your area specifically, and like I will make sure that we can work together for a long-term partnership and it's profitable for both of us. I take every call myself. There's no account manager, no call center BS, no offshore team that has Indian accents. Like it's literally just me. Now here's the thing that most contractors get wrong. You don't need more leads. You've had enough leads. You need to sit down conversations with homeowners at the kitchen table where you can tell them about your services. So here's how I work and why it's so different. Now, I front the ad spend and take all of the risk. I run all the campaigns on my end, and my system qualifies every single person before they ever have a chance to hit your calendar. So by the time that you actually see their contact information and give them a call to confirm the appointment, they already know who you are, they know what you sell, and more importantly, they're warmed up and ready for the appointment. And once again, you only pay when they actually show up. But I'll be straight up and honest with you, okay? I'm not the cheapest option out there. There are guys who will run ads for a few $100 for you and then just disappear in a couple months, and the truth is that that's not me. You know, I charge what I charge because I've done this for years. I have the social proof backing it up, and yes, you can literally call the companies and ask about me. My clients stay for years, and I only win when you win. And think about that for a second. Like, if I only get paid when a real homeowner shows up to your table, my incentive is exactly the same as yours, right? I don't make a dime sending you junk. I make money filling your calendar with people who are actually ready to buy. And look, I get it. You've probably heard 100 pitches just like this, you know, in some agency, promised the world, took your $3K a month retainer or however much they charged you, ghosted you the second that the check cleared. You've been burned, okay? Maybe more than once. And that's exactly why I put my clients real numbers in front of you for you to call them. I'm not asking you to trust me, I'm asking you to verify me. So all I want for you is to book a call down below, and this is not a sales pitch by any means, okay? It's literally just a conversation to see if it's a good fit to work together, okay? I'm gonna look at your market, your service area, your numbers, and I'll tell you whether or not I think I can actually help you. If I can't, I'll say so on the call and we won't waste any of each other's time. But if we can, then we'll move together. And honestly, like if you want references, I'll hand you over my client's numbers right there on the call. So to book, just fill out the form down below and grab a time, and that's pretty much it. So business owner to business owner, let's see if this is a good fit. So we'll talk soon.
So that is right there, the VSL for the homepage. Now let me show you the VSL for the pre-call. And the pre-call VSL is usually a little bit different. It's usually more proof-oriented, more personal, and has a little bit more information about like what you do. And I will show you how to make both of these in this video today.
Here's how home improvement contractors are closing hundreds of thousands of dollars of new cash solely from my system, from getting more sit-down appointments with the right types of homeowners. Brian from SEC Roofing, 24 months working with us, 923 qualified leads generated. Here's the exact proof. Cyril from Storm Pros VA went from $135K a year to $380K a year in 14 months, even in a competitive market. And on the call, I will put you on the phone with any of them, okay? I'm not asking for you to trust me. I'm asking for you to verify me. Now, here are some more screenshots from client results as well as client pipelines, okay? Tons of results, lots of good screenshots, all that. Now, here's also the average calendar on what most of my clients' calendars look like, okay? Completely full of roof inspections and estimates, and only getting charged when they actually sit down with a homeowner at the kitchen table. Now, it's very nice to meet you. Like I said in the other video, I'm 20 years old. I dropped out of school to build this. I love burgers. I love American food, unfortunately. I'm very handsome, as you can tell. More importantly, though, I do a lot of research for these calls, okay? Like, I will do at least an hour of research into your company, into what you guys are currently doing, and just, like, learn as much as I can about what you guys are doing online as it is. And, you know, I do a lot of research, so please show up. It's kind of annoying when I get a lot of these guys booking these calls and don't show up after I put in, you know, an hour already of research and I prepared something for you. So, yeah, just please show up to the call and honor your words. So I built a pay-per-shown model because the retainer model that I ran felt crooked. I used to run, you know, the typical retainer agency when my product wasn't that good a while ago, and the truth is that the contractor should never carry the risk in this situation because I'm the one making the claims, okay? So I should be carrying all the risk, and that is why I pay for ad spend and only charge when you sit down with a prospect at the kitchen table. Now, to actually break down how this works, we will get buyers on your calendar and not leads in a spreadsheet. We will run all of the ads on our own accounts that are already warmed up and ready to go, or we can run them on your profile if you want to boost your engagement and also improve your brand awareness. 2, we will qualify them with a custom-built form to go through the entire process. All you have to do is to call and confirm the actual appointment, and you will just quote them and close them. It's as easy as that. Now, You only pay when a homeowner actually shows up. Okay, there's no retainers, there's no ad spend, and there's no shared leads whatsoever. Everything is exclusive to your company. And by the way, this call is not some kind of sales call or pitch. Okay, it's simply just a 20 to 30 minute call where we're simply going to see if it's a good fit for us to work together. If it's not, I'll tell you. And if it is, then I will extend you some kind of partnership offer. So here's how to actually join the call and make sure that it's actually confirmed. So if you just scroll down on this page that you're on right now, you can confirm the call in 2 steps. Number 1, open up the confirmation email from Owen Rensland. You should see your meeting confirmation. Dear, your name, thanks for taking your time to sit down. It will also include the link to the page that you're currently on right now and some more details about what we do. We'll send some automated reminders to you, as well as some more information about our company and what we've done, and more importantly, some social proof as well, so you can show up to the call prepared. Number 2, accept the Google Calendar invite. So you will get a separate Google Calendar invite that says add to calendar, and it says invitation, blah, 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 strategy call, whatever it is. All you have to do is click add to calendar and click yes, you will be attending, and that is how you will confirm. And you can also respond yes in all caps to our text messages that we send you as well. How to join, like I said, the Google Meet will be in there. And if you need to reschedule, feel free to reach out to the number that I texted you. You should have gotten a text that looks something like this. Hey, Naomi, your appointment is booked. It's nice to meet you. Let me send you some more information about what we do. So that's the text message you should have gotten. Again, join the meeting by using the Google Meet link that you get within the emails, as well as the text messages. I'll just stay in contact with you, send a bunch of reminders to make sure you're good to go. And yeah, I look forward to meeting you, and I will see you on the call.
So that was the pre-call VSL. The front page VSL is optional, obviously, but because I had a lot of information in the front page VSL, I made the pre-call VSL a little bit shorter and simpler. So this is what I made. Now, if you need any help with this type of stuff, you can just do a test booking as if you were you, screenshot it and send it to Lovable and just tell it to make it for you. It's super, super simple. And other than that, we have a winning VSL script I have for you that's in the description of this video. This is the script that I used in this video exactly. Change the proof, change the social proof, because this obviously isn't your social proof. And this is the exact script that I used. You can use it, make a copy of it, and make something of your own. Then, once you actually have the script, and you can just talk to Claude on making it better, whatever it is, that's what I did. You just simply need to record it. You can record it with your phone in any kind of environment, super simple. And once it's recorded, and you have it recorded, and it's all good to go, open up some kind of editing software, and I use DaVinci Resolve. Here's a little bit of the back end scenes of like how this looks. My footage naturally with my camera comes in like this. It comes in an S-Log. It looks like that. So I go ahead and do the honor of color grading it to make it look a little better using a LUT that I paid for. I'm assuming you don't have an expensive camera, so you don't need to worry about this type of stuff. But basically, I added a little bit of a dynamic zoom in the beginning. So to do that, I turn on dynamic zoom in this clip. See how it's turned off here, turned on here. And I made the ease in and out. And then I set dynamics to zoom up here. So basically, it does this. If you want to roof that little dynamic zoom, it's optional. I have cutting here and there. So like throughout the video, you can splice it, which I do like Command B, and it splits it. And then you can, remove sections that you don't want to be in the video. Right here. Tons of jobs booked onto how you can get tons of jobs booked onto your calendar. Super simple. I just go through the video. One of them yourself. Number 1 is these right here are just screenshots that Lovable made. So I just gave it like information, and it basically made these proof slideshows. It's super simple. I just screenshotted it, and then I put the screenshot right here in the video. And once again, you only pay when they actually. That's not me. I charge what I. And these clean cuts are throughout it. And then that's it. So once this is done and it's all edited together, make sure you have a clean background, ideally not your bed in the background. Then what you could do is export this. And then what I did is I put this into CapCut. In CapCut, and then basically all I did for the VSL is say captions, and I clicked on the templates, and then I clicked on the glowy yellow one, which was, you don't have to have the exact same captions as me. Like, it truly doesn't matter, just as long as it's engaging in some way. Yeah, I don't see the one that I picked, but it was just like a glowy yellow one. So, and I just clicked the caption and click generate, and that's all I did. And then I download it, and my VSL is done. So what I did to host it is I put it into Vitalytics. So Vitalytics is an analytics software that you can do to host your VSLs. It looks just like this. So I have control radius pretty low, opacity levels pretty low, controls, these are the settings, seek bar, I have the rapid engage seek bar, so it like speeds up throughout and then slows down towards the end, so it looks like it's going through it faster than it actually is, which is smart. Then I have the classic look, playback, all of these settings, and then marketing, I have it as a video here. So I went ahead and just embed and share that, copy this code and send it to Lovable. So it's the same thing for the pre-call VSL as the normal VSL. So obviously we have the normal one here, and then we have the pre-call over here.
So the pre-call VSL is literally just me. It's a clipping mask on me. You could do a Loom video if you want, or just crop yourself in the corner. Thousands of dollars of new. And then all it is a screen recording of me going through a slideshow. If you want the exact slideshow that I use in this video, you can go to homewise.owenrensland.com/VSL, which I'll also put in the resource section of this video. Then here's the slideshow. All you have to do is literally screenshot this and ask it to remake something similar. You can, I would definitely not recommend doing the exact same. Don't do the exact color schemes. Make it your own, okay? Copycats are just, they're going to die. You know, it's like over the long term, you need to learn how to iterate and learn how to do this stuff yourself. So this is what I made. I have some proof on here. Super simple. And you do the same thing with DaVinci there, editing wise, for the pre-call VSL. It's literally just me going through a slideshow. Okay. That's all it is. And I cut it to using my phone.
You should have gotten a text that looks something like this. Hey, name your appointment.
Okay, so that's just a full screen instead. And then you could just export this. Once again, you could have captions for this. I chose to not have captions because it's a slideshow. And then once you're done with that, you can upload it to Vidalytics as well and do the same exact thing as you did with the other one. Same exact settings. I'm actually going to make the opacity level a little bit higher because it's kind of hard to see. There we go. And then you can just simply embed this again, similar to the other one, and put it into Lovable, ask it and be like, here's the VSLs, plop them in. Okay. That is how you record a profitable and good VSL that I've gotten major success with. Do as best as you can on camera. I know it's probably new for some of you, but that's just fine. If you need the VSL script or the links to my funnels, they are in the resource section in this video. So I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Facebook Page Setup and Account Warmup. Now, if you already have a Facebook page for your business or even for your clients, still watch this video because I'm going to show you how to do an engagement campaign to warm up your account and get thousands of followers insanely fast. So first things first is you need to create a business page if you plan on ever running ads or even just to have a better brand. What I would recommend doing is obviously you would make a page off of your account because that's what this is. This is a business page, not an account. You'd go to facebook.com/pages and create a new page. Now, be careful that you don't create an ad account right after you make this page or after you make a business portfolio under this page because they'll get restricted if you make things too quickly. What I would actually recommend is I would make it a personal name. Now, this is something that I've done because it works really well in my niche, and this is largely dependent on your niche, right? If you're working in the medical space, in the medical industry, like you probably want to be seen as a bigger company, so you probably don't want to do this. But if you're working in home improvement like I am, you can create a page that looks something like this. This is a business page with my first name and last name, okay? Now, the reason why I do this is because I can run ads and it'll be under this page, so they'll see Owen Rensland and a picture of me smiling. Obviously, it's AI created, it looks kind of hideous, but they will basically trust you more because instead of being a giant company that, has worked with a bunch of agencies, you're just a one-man band. And honestly, for some reason, contractors tend to trust that more because they want to work with a person and not a company, right? They want to partner in this. But this is largely dependent, obviously, on the niche that you're in. So keep that in mind. This might not work. You might want to make this your agency name, okay? And logos, pictures everywhere. I should do more posts in my niche, but I'm not. It's just fine. But I do have a good amount of followers, and I could increase this at any time if I want. But it's just enough to be, fine. Now, I do recommend posting content, etc. But make a business page to run your ads, either your agency name with your logo or personal, like I have here. I have both of them set up. So the client business page is something that you can create as well. A good example is Home Solutions USA. So this is an account that I have to basically run some clients' ads off of. And obviously this is a test account for this video and for the last couple of weeks of me, doing a challenge. But besides the point, this is an example about what you want to create. Don't copy it, okay? Don't call it yours, Home Solutions USA, and do a picture of USA colors. Be creative. Make it unique. Go onto Claude and ask it different names. You could literally call it Connecting Homeowners, or you can call it Home Improvement, or you can call it, Jobs for Homeowners, or just something like that. You can really just make it super simple and make it just basic like this. Don't worry about this post. It was just a test. This right here is some basic channel art that's made with Claude not Claude, but Higgsfield, as well as this logo, super basic. And this is where you can run clients' ads off of. But more importantly, you want to do this because I've made Facebook pages for clients on their behalfs and didn't do engagement campaigns. And yes, the ads did okay, but they didn't do insane. They did, decent. And the truth is that if you warm up these these Facebook pages with the engagement campaign I'm about to show you, you will get so much better results because Facebook will push out your stuff. You'll get lower CPMs and you'll ultimately just get better results. So what I would recommend you do is run an engagement campaign that looks just like this. Okay, this looks crazy. So before you call me insane, this works extremely well. And let me break down the campaign and show you how I built it. Okay, so this right here is the engagement campaign that I made. Now, when you create it, it is an engagement campaign. All right, it's not leads, it's not audience or awareness or whatever it is, it's engagement. And I have it set to auction engagement. Okay, ad set budget, super simple. And I have each ad set running at what, $5 a day? Yes, I have the conversion location set to Instagram or Facebook, maximize number of page likes, as well as the Facebook page that we're trying to boost. Okay, $5 a day. And I personally have it set to USA and Canada. But if you want even more followers, like a ridiculous amount, you could do a place like Colombia, you could do Pakistan even, you could do any other as well. I don't really know whether or not Facebook targets the ads differently if you have a different follower base. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. So, but just in case, I did Canada and US, which I still got fine results, good enough results. So it's up to you which one you use. 29 to 64. So in our age demographic of like who we're trying to reach for our contractors, as well as our clients, that work with the contractors or whatever niche we're with, that is the ad set up. So super basic. And then the ad is literally just the Facebook page. Once again, picture of a dog saying, "My name is dog, follow to watch me grow up." And it's literally just a picture of it running, which I made in Hicksfield. So that's it. And then the other one is a different one. My name is Biscuit. They're both getting around the same results. Biscuit's doing a little bit better, so good on him. But I have this one on my personal page, and then this one on my, B2C page or business to customer page, and this one's on my B2B page or my business to business page. So that's a simple engagement campaign, $5 a day in each ad set, and that right there will get you hundreds of followers. And if you want even more followers, you can do Pakistan or Colombia or a different area, South America, and you will get way more followers for much less, because people in the US, people in other countries will just ban this. So yeah, that right there is the engagement campaign. That is everything you need to know about setting up your Facebook page and getting your account warm. Keep in mind that this stuff is not that important, about what's in your bio and how much you post and all this stuff. At the end of the day, the ads are going to do the most needle moving work, right? That's where all of the leverage is. But getting this stuff set up on the back end can definitely help lower your CPMs and get you better results for your ads in general. So it's definitely worth doing. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Crafting a Winning Offer. Now, this video is going to be extremely valuable, so don't miss it. We're going to go into a lot of detail about crafting a winning offer. If you already have an offer, please still watch this, because we go over the unit economics of how to basically run your shown model, whether you're doing pay per lead, pay per shown, pay per qualified, whatever it is, right? We go through all of the unit economics to make sure that it's profitable on both ends and you are where you should be. And also just strengthening your offer in general, building one at the end. We'll even have you create an offer today if you don't already have one, as well as wording and just a bunch of really valuable things that you need to know if you want to win in this game. Now, an offer is the clear value you promise to deliver a client in exchange for money. Your offer, by far, and this is 100% true, is the single highest leverage possible thing in your entire business. Okay, not your ads, not your funnel, not literally anything else. If you're struggling to land clients after tons and tons of sales calls, 9 times out of 10, it's not your sales ability, it's a weak offer, and no amount of sales training will fix that. Every offer lives between 2 points, right? Where your prospect is now and where they want to be. And the offer is the bridge across for them. So this is a nice visual to represent that. Every client that comes through and books a sales call with you is in a current state at the moment, right? So let's say that's a roofer doing $30K a month, living on referrals and door knocking, worrying about every slow week, and is ultimately only doing word of mouth. Now, your offer right there is what takes their current state to the desired state, or at least that's how you need to position it. The desired state might be they're booked out, they have crews running full, predictable jobs every single week, and your job is to make that bridge look so safe that crossing it feels like the only possible option that they can do. That is what a good offer does. So it's a little bit better than just a promise to deliver a client value. It's quite literally, you can literally transform someone's life with the right offer. So the value equation right here, and we did already cover this, so I'm not going to go over it, but this is what makes up value. And here's a little recap and a reminder as to what that is. Now, offer power. So to demonstrate the power of an offer, I want to go through the 3 main aspects of success when it comes to business in general. Now, it goes market, offer strength, and persuasion. Okay. So here's how this works. At any point, Eventually, if you're having a hard time getting sales after tons and tons of calls, there's a chance it isn't because of your sales abilities. Maybe you're good enough at sales. It could be the strength of your offer. And if it's not that, then it's because you're in an unviable market. So that's how you kind of want to think about this chronologically, right? You basically exist, you're selling inside, and you're basically selling an offer, and that offer exists within the market because the offer is basically like how you position, because your offer is basically how you portray whatever you do, right? It's how you convey your value. And don't be mistaken, right? 9 out of 10 times, like the problem as to why you're not growing in the way you want to is very rarely because of the market. Okay, unless you're in like some dying industry like the newspaper industry or some market that's literally dying, it really doesn't matter. Most of us are in a normal market. Like home improvement is a normal market. It's completely fine. But this is the power of your offer, right? And I want to go ahead and explain some situational examples so you can get an idea about like how this works chronologically here. Now, let's say, for example, you have a normal market, right? You're in home improvement and you have a normal offer. To become successful with whatever business that is, you need to be very good and exceptionally good at sales to make up for the fact that you're in a normal market and have a normal offer, right? So that is the only way to succeed in this situation, right? And this is unfortunately the bucket that most agency owners I see are stuck in, right? They have a basic commoditized offer because they're copying everyone else and they're working in a normal market, whether that's home improvement or real estate or whatever that is. And the problem here is that they have to become very good at sales. You have to be very good at appointment booking and very good at just like high ticket sales to make that work. Yes, you can make that work, but most people are not willing to go what it takes to become good at sales in this way, to make up for these two things that are just normal. Now, conversely, let's say you're in a great market. Here's another situation. Let's say you are in a great market, but you have a bad offer and bad sales. You could still succeed, but it's very rare to have a great market. Now, a really good example of this is, let's say you are a fried chicken shop that is open till 4 a.m. right outside of a college bar. Now, no matter what you do, as long as the lights are on, you are going to sell out, okay? Doesn't matter if you have bad sales, bad persuasion, you're not even you have barely good chicken, you have a bad offer and your chicken's super expensive, whatever it is. It's like, it doesn't matter because you're in such a good market that you're going to succeed no matter what, right? Now, here's another example. Normal market plus good offer plus bad sales equals success. So chances are when you start out, your skills aren't going to be incredibly developed yet when it comes to sales. Now, that's completely fine, completely normal, and most of us are in a normal market, right? So all you need to do to succeed and sign a bunch of clients is to just have a good offer, right? Now, that's what we can do. And so here's what we can do to actually apply this knowledge to our situation. Now, we're currently working in a normal market, right? If you're in home improvement, then you are in a normal market. But if you work in a small micro niche, so I'm talking like some small subset of home improvement, so not roofing or remodeling or some big thing in home improvement or home building, I mean like some small thing like driveways or artificial turf or security systems or these really small micro niches, that can give us some similar results as working in a great market because there's not very many competitors in these tiny little micro niches. So because of that, we could succeed much, much sooner and much faster. In addition to that, we could have a good offer, that's the point of this video, and get better and better at sales, and we will experience incredible results. I mean, unfathomable results. You will get so many clients, you will make so much money, and that is exactly the point of this video. So let me go ahead and break down the components of what an offer actually consists of. Now, here's an example of a really strong offer. Pay us for every single shown appointment. No retainers or anything else, just cover ad spend. I'll generate your leads and call them for you, and you only pay me if they actually show up. I'll guarantee you 6 jobs in the first month, or you get the next month free. Now, this offer is extremely valuable, but what is it actually composed of? So a winning offer is composed of 6 things: a dream outcome, time frame, method, safety net, pricing, and qualification. This is what strips back, if we go back to the fundamentals of what an offer is, this is what it is. There is a desired situation of the market, or which is similar to the desired state, the same thing. And that could be 6 roofing jobs in this case, right? Or 20K in new monthly revenue, appointments, get a girlfriend, lose 20 pounds, whatever it is, right? That's the dream outcome. That is the desired state. The time frame. Now, I don't think I have a time frame in here necessarily, but a time frame is also common in most offers. We'll get you 20 clients in 30 days, whatever it is, right?
Method is special methods in order to get the desired situation to kind of fill the gaps. So whether you're generating leads and calling them using our in-house sales reps, or secrets basically that are unique to get people the results that they want. Okay. So that is what the methods are inside of here. So right here, I'll generate your leads and call them for you. Now, this could be stronger and say, like, I'll generate you appointments and confirm them for you, or whatever it is. If the further you go down the rabbit hole of doing leads versus appointments versus jobs, these guys want appointments and jobs. They don't care as much about leads, so you want to mention that more. But anyways, safety net. We have some form of risk reversal here, whereby you only pay me if they actually show, and I'll guarantee you 6 jobs in the month, or in the first month, you get your next month free. Guarantees have their place in a strong offer. I won't lie, but sometimes when you have a pay per result offer that's like this, you're charging per appointment or whatever, per shown appointment, having a guarantee almost seems a little bit too much. That it shows that you're not even confident in your services. That's how I see it sometimes. So just be mindful of that. But safety nets could be guarantees, doing pay per results, pay per lead, pay per shown appointment, etc. And that is the safety net, pay per shown appointment. Now, pricing. Now, pricing is a part of an offer. We typically don't have it up here, in your typical offer, because usually, you drop the price at the end, whatever it is. But it also is the pricing method. So whether it's performance-based, commission-based, one-time fees, or retainers, these are the 4. Now, what we are going to be doing is performance-based, because in the beginning, you don't want to be charging a ton of one-time fees and pay in fulls or PIFs to people when you don't have as much experience as you should have. Now, if you have tons of experience, then by all means, charge PIFs. But we are not going to be doing that. We are going to be building out a performance-based offer, which is better for beginners, which is better for LTV and also beginners. Qualification. So this is also just removing people that aren't a good fit. Now, there isn't everything in here, looks like. This is like the best offer ever. But whether it's for agency owners or established companies only, or roofers doing $500K a year, whatever it is. Now, I want you to read through these offer examples. Now, this is something that I really recommend you do, okay? I would recommend just pausing this video, opening up the document under the description of this video, and just reading through each and every one of these offers, okay? Because these are all offers that are working very well for people in the program, or I've used them in the past, or they're just extremely proven and strong offers. Now, I'm going to leave these here because this is really good inspiration that you'll use to make your offer at the end of this video. But yeah, go ahead, pause, and read through these just so you can truly understand what we do and how we position our offer. Now, the apprentice trap. So before we talk about the price and setting up, how much you should charge and all this stuff, let me just go through a very common mistake that I feel like every beginner makes. And I was one of them. Starting with a huge upfront fee because it sounds good. Now, picture a roofing crew that just hired a brand new apprentice. It's their first day on the job, and now, the owner of the business hands the kid the keys to a $40,000 commercial re-roof solo, saying, good luck, you got this, go do this $40,000 re-roof. Now, that company is charging that client a premium for it. And unfortunately, the kid seems to mess it up, right? It leaks in the first storm, and the client just demands a refund, which is expected. Now, the company eats the loss, loses the money, and the apprentice is done before he even got a chance to start. That is exactly what happens when a beginner charges $4 to $5K up front. Okay, and you are the beginner in this situation, taking the premium job on day one. So here's what will happen if you charge too much money up front. 1, you will get refunds. You'll charge $4K, you'll mess up one onboarding step because you don't have enough experience, and then the client thinks you have no experience, first impression completely gone, and you'll get a chargeback before you've literally had any time to run any ads at all. 2, you will get caught in a huge lie. To justify a big number with no track record, charging that much money up front, you will inflate it with crazy fake case studies, borrowed proof, promises you can't keep. It works for a month, it does, but it doesn't end well. Now, this is the importance of pay per results. We can use borrowed proof. It's fine because you do it through me and you learn from me, and I have proof. But it's one thing to use borrowed proof to have a pay per result offer. It's another thing to use borrowed proof to charge $5K up front, saying, we did all this, we can do this for you too, we're charging $5K now. No skin in the game. Their cash is in your account, right? You're going to be getting paid from them, and the cash is now already in your account. You have all the money. So you usually don't have that strong of a desire, or at least, you don't have enough pressure to deliver. And because of that, the results will suffer. You won't feel like, oh my God, I need to figure this out as soon as humanly possible, because you already have their money, right? And results will suffer because of that.
Charging a lot of money is not smart as a beginner. It's a move that you can justify right after you get a ton of real results and you have a bunch of proof. But for now, I wouldn't worry about it. And I'll show you how to build your offer today. So, skin in the game. Now, if you're not doing a big upfront fee, what are you doing? Well, when you're starting out, you are not in your earning season yet. You are in your learning season. In fact, I should probably emphasize that because that's a very important thing to realize. You are in your learning season. Okay, everyone has different seasons in life, and right now in entrepreneurship, you are in your learning season, not your earning. You did join this program to learn how to earn, but after all, you are learning. So it is going to take time. Learning skills does take time and experience, and your offer in this phase should line up with those incentives. So you only win when a client wins, right? So that is why we're doing pay per results or pay, performance-based pricing. So you only pay when it works. One, kills their biggest fear and their perceived likelihood shoots up. So it's, perceived as more valuable. Two, if you do pay per results, it forces you to learn as fast as possible because your pay is tied to a result, right? You have to find a way. Three, the authenticity closes. This is something that I do a lot. My sales style is pretty authentic and pretty natural and pretty rapport heavy. But I will say, if you do a pay per result offer, that's very a very strong and well-built offer, as we will make in this video, you don't need to fake being a giant agency. Okay, you're just a smart solo business owner that's confident enough to bet on yourself, right? And that honesty works on sales calls very well. I would, however, recommend having a small setup fee. Have it be anywhere from low hundreds to about $1,500. It gets rid of tire kickers because a lot of the companies that won't pay anything up front are just probably going to be tire kickers. And also, it gets the client invested enough to actually take you seriously, which is honestly a big thing. And also, it gets them to, follow up with leads and actually put work in because they're committed to you. And they've shown that by paying. And also, it lets you practice selling without a crazy, scary price tag. I know as a beginner or someone that hasn't made a ton of money online, not sure your background, whatever it is, charging $5K in a call just out of the gate is crazy when you have no experience. I mean, some people can make it work if they can, force themselves to believe a different thing that they can, not scam them and not ultimately fail. But charging a lower amount up front from a couple $100 to about $1,500 is just enough to get a commitment and to get their card on file as well for the pay per result offer, and also to get enough commitment where they take you seriously. And if it's free, they won't take you seriously and they'll ghost you. That's happened to me literally 5 times when I started. So the performance ladder. These are the different options for charging a performance basis for this model. Now there's pay per lead, pay per qualified lead, pay per appointment, pay per shown appointment, and pay per closed deal. Pay per lead is pretty simple, right? But a lead just comes in and you charge for it. Now the problem is it's not perceived as that valuable of a service because they get every single tire kicker, and obviously the tire kickers are probably going to outweigh the qualified leads, at least in their eyes. So it's not great for retention or keeping clients for a long time. Pay per qualified lead only leads that fit the budget, location, and readiness. This is just fine, right? It's not that bad. But the difference between a qualified lead and a appointment or shown appointment is not that much, so you might as well just go up one. Pay per appointment is when a meeting lands in the calendar, you charge for it. Now, pay per shown appointment is they only pay when a prospect actually shows up. This, in my opinion, is the sweet spot when it comes to all 5 of these. Okay, the 5th one, pay per closed deal, is maximum alignment. Okay, you only eat and make money when they make money. Sometimes I recommend doing this depending on your service and how good it is and the market size and market area, but I've done every single one of these. Okay, I've got clients on pay per lead, I've got clients on pay per appointment. I've never done pay per qualified lead, pay per shown appointment I have, and then I have pay per closed deals. I've done just about everything other than number 2. And I do have really, a lot of experience with pay per close as well. And it's if you want to make the most money and have the most accountability from your clients, then pay per shown appointment is the best way to do that. Now, what if they lie? Well, you charge for every single appointment that comes through on the calendar, as you would with pay per appointment. Then the only difference between pay per appointment and pay per showed appointment is, maybe 15% of them don't show up. And for those ones, you just credit on future appointments and don't charge for those, basically, when they don't show. And you can get them to give you that information if you automatically send them a form after each appointment on what happened there. And you can prevent them from lying on that form by having it in the agreement, where if they do, then it's a $900 charge, and you can see it on Go High Level in the conversation section to check. So pay per shown appointment, do it. It's the best out of all of these, 100%. And as you make more money, you increase that upfront fee, and ultimately you could go into just charging pay in fulls, or you charge, a couple $1,000 for a couple months, right? Whatever it is, once you have enough proof and enough experience. Experience is the biggest thing. The pricing math. So in this section, I'm going to go ahead and help you price your services and your offer based on your niche and the client's ROI, or return on investment. We're going to cover whether or not you should cover ad spend and how to price either situation. Now, let's just put a number on it, okay? We're going to reverse engineer from a client's ROI. The floor is your client making at least a 5x return on every dollar they spend on this. And by meaning like spend on this, I mean spending on whether it's ads or you or the service in general, right? On the agency. If they are not making at least a 5x return on every dollar that they spend, then it's going to be very hard to keep them. If it's above 5x, they stay happy. If it's below 5x, they cancel. By the way, here is a quick breakdown of what that looks like in practice. Now, the mess zone, 0 to 5x, basically, they will be leaving you. They will be, one bad week away from canceling, a couple bad leads away from canceling, and definitely not going to leave a review. The solid zone is 5 to 10x, right? This is completely fine and solid. They're happy. You can ask for a testimonial. You can get one, and they stick around and will always pay on time. 10x. This is nuts. This is so far ahead of your service and the market that they will ask you to take a review. You will get so many referrals, and they will completely do the marketing for you. You don't even have to worry about it. We want to aim for somewhere in the solid zone and at least 5. 5 is a good benchmark. If you can get 5x return on their ROI on how much money they spend with you, that's great. Now, step 1 to figure out how much you should charge. You need to figure out the average revenue per closed job. So if this is, pool installation or artificial turf or painting or whatever it is, I would recommend going to Claude or Google basically and figuring out what an average sized job is that you're going to be getting them. So obviously there's different types of jobs that you can be getting them, but this is where it comes from market research and understanding your market and just knowing, for example, for roofing contractors, a lot of them do siding and roofing, but roofing is the higher ticket choice and there's more people that need roofs. So roofing is the optional, roofing is the optimal choice. In decking, there's patios, there's decks, and there's, maybe some outdoor furniture, whatever it is, right? And it's very important you understand your market and talk to them enough and see what kind of jobs they actually want and that they're more profitable off. And if you don't know that, you can always reach out directly to your market by calling people and asking hey, what's going on? My name's Owen. I'm doing a school project and just doing some more research about your guys' business. I was just curious, if you were to get any type of job right now, what would it be and what jobs are you more profitable off of? That is how you would find out. So next, you want to figure out the profit per closed job. And yes, I have some data down here about the average profit that you can experience from most of your clients. And if not, you can just look it up, right? You can look up the average profit for a roofer. It'll be pretty simple on Google. So on average, a roofer makes around 5K to 6K per close. Now, if we divide that profit by 5, which the reason why is because we're looking for a 5x return minimum. This number is how much they can justify spending to get a roofing job and be completely profitable and happy with a 5x return. Understand that this number will, we will get them good results. We could get them way more than a 5x, 5, 7x, 8x, whatever it is. But this is the floor. This is the most that a client can spend with you for a closed deal. And this right here, this money that they can spend will go to either you or the ads. Basically, this is your agency fee, whatever you charge, and their ad spend. So this is your room for margin. This is where you can get money and get paid for every single job you get them. Now, if you go ahead and subtract your ad costs, so the reason why I know this is, by the way, if you go to step 8, you can basically learn how to figure out how much it costs on average for your niche to get a job. For my niche, for roofing, on average, it's about $500-ish per closed deal. That is roughly $500 to $650. That's roughly how much it costs an ad spend for a roofer to get a closed deal. Sometimes it's more depending on the market. Sometimes it's less. And yes, this does have to do with how much it's worth and everything like that. But if you take how much they can justify paying minus how much it costs on the ad side of things, then that's $480. Which rounds to around $490, and that's the max that you can charge as an agency fee to get them at least a 5x ROI. So I'm hoping you understand how I'm doing this math, right? Basically, we're figuring out how much profit they get from a job, from each job, figuring out what they can spend to get a 5x return on their investment, and then subtracting the ad cost of what it costs to get that job, which, by the way, this number you will learn with time, right? But step 8 goes over how to calculate it. And then, like, this is how much you're paying Meta to get a roofing job, right? And then you are seeing how much money is in there for you, money that you're going to make, essentially. So if we break this down in this, conversion to deal percentage in this billing chart, per close deal is $490. That's if you charge pay per close, then you will charge around $500 per close. If you do pay per shown appointment, you will charge around $147. If you do pay per appointment, you will do $88, pay per qualified lead $58, pay per lead $14. But keep in mind, this is just the money that goes to you because we already subtracted the ad spend. So basically, this is how much money that you will be making when they close a deal, depending on your niche, not including ad spend. So if that doesn't make sense, just keep watching and it will. So should the client pay ad spend separately, or do you include it into your fee? So I'm going to show you 2 different charts here, and this is my setup. So this is a real roofing client that I have and the metrics from them. Right now, I'm spending $1,800 a month on their ads, and I won't lie, they are spending that money. I'm not spending that ad spend, they are. $60 a day. The cost per lead is around $60, which, believe it or not, it's actually around $40. So it's even better than this. Cost per appointment is around $90. It's actually around $80, so it's a little bit better. So these metrics are a little bit, pessimistic. The show rate's around 60%. So basically, we get them 12 shown appointments a month for $1,800. And the close rate from those shown appointments is 30% on average for most home improvement businesses. That's usually the average close rate. They'll close every 1 in 3 shown appointments. So basically, we're spending $1,800 a month to get them 4 jobs per month. At an average re-roof of $14K with a 35% margin, obviously they get $4.9K profit per close. We already explained that. So, and we mentioned that it's $490 per close deal or $147 per shown appointment here. So across 4 closes, this system, and I guess I could say that, but like that campaign makes the roofer $19,600 in monthly profit. So here's the actual difference, okay, versus whether or not you pay ad spend or your client pays ad spend. I know this math is a little bit complicated and you can rewatch this if you need to, but basically all we did is just calculate roughly how much we can charge them for them to get a 5x return and how much that they have to pay Meta and how much they can justify paying to actually get a job and get a decent return. So if the client pays ad spend, the per shown fee is $147 like we mentioned, right? And we're doing pay per shown appointment. That's the best. And their ad budget is $1,800, which is on their card. They're paying for it. So every single month, your client's going to be paying around $3.6K a month. And the monthly profit from that will be roughly $20K. Now, keep in mind that roofing does have a slow sales cycle. They won't get paid this much every month directly. It'll be like a couple months from then. So you need to make sure you're working with bigger companies that can handle that initial bite. Now, the ROI is 5.5x, which is within the solid zone, as I call it. And your revenue from that is $1,764. And that's your net because you have 0 ad spend, they're paying the ad spend. Okay, so you're going to make roughly $2K a month if these metrics hold true, which I'm not even going to lie, the metrics are probably better than that, much better than that, because I'm getting a lower cost per lead, I'm getting a lower cost per appointment for my clients, and ultimately the show rate's higher as well. It's like 80%. So that right there is probably about 20 shown appointments a month, and so I'm getting paid around 2.5-ish K. So anywhere between like $1,500 to $3K a month per client, basically. So this is just an example to help you understand the math. Now, that's if your client pays ad spend. If you pay ad spend, then the per shown fee, so how much you could charge per shown, this is basically done the math as like the ads are included here in the fee. It's $297 per shown appointment, 0 ad budget because obviously you pay it yourself. And so your client still pays the same amount on a month-to-month basis. Same results, same profit, same revenue, except now you have double the revenue and more ad costs basically. So you're paying this ad spend and you're making more revenue, but you end up with the same net profit. So a couple things to keep in mind here is like when you build an offer, obviously we're going to build out like, have your offer and position it and do all that stuff, right? But something that's important to understand is like how your pricing model works. And I would actually recommend going with you pay ad spend, but let me go ahead and break down why. So 3 things to see in this table is first, obviously the monthly cost for your client is basically the same. And in addition to that, they make the same ROI, right? They make the same from the same spend. So nothing's really changed there. Third, your net per client, so how much profit you make per client, whether they pay ad spend or you pay ad spend, is similar, right? So the math doesn't really necessarily indicate a winner, and like there isn't one that's better than the other, because at the end of the day, the ads are still the ads. But the difference is the cash flow, the positioning, and the sales resistance. So should you cover ad spend then? That's the question. Well, since profit's similar, the decision comes down to 3 things: how much working capital you have, how premium you want the offer to feel, and how the cash flow timing works, and also all of these things. So if the client pays ad spend, obviously you don't need any working capital to onboard clients, so it's better in the beginning. You have a clean P&L, so you don't have any crazy ad expenses on your books. You will get more sales resistance on sales calls because you say that they have to pay ad spend, which, because it's perceived resistance, they'll see it as more resistance even if it is the same math on their end. This is the best option when you have less than 5K in reserves for capital of just like allocation on clients. And obviously there's less perceived risk as the agency because you're not worried about losing ad costs. So let's say you pay the ad spend. There is one clean number, right? It's super simple, $297 per show appointment, and that's all you pay. And then maybe there's a setup fee. So when you do client pays the ad spend, you got to be like, oh, it's $500 to get started. You got to pay $147 per appointment, and you have to pay ad spend too. So it sounds way more expensive. So it's perceived way more money, even though it's the same. So that's very important to keep in mind, when you talk about sales resistance. 1 bill per client, so super basic, basically. Trade-off. You will basically be spending $1,500 to $3K a month per client per month. So there's a couple things. There is going to be, if there's not already, there is a module in the program that could basically, in a bonus, whatever, that allows you to understand how to use your Amex points to travel the most and make, the most out of them. But what's powerful is that if you pay ad spend, you profit the same for your clients, but you have flexibility in terms of scaling because you don't have to ask for their permission to increase the ad budget. You can just do it yourself. So then you can make them more money. All you have to ask is like, hey guys, are you ready for more jobs? Great, let's increase the ads. And you just go ahead and increase the ads on your side. And because of that, they make more money and you make more money too. The only difference between making $1,700 a month and like 3.5K a month or whatever is just kind of increasing the ad spend and getting better ad results, etc. But basically, if you have at least 5K in reserves and you can allocate around 5K and you're safe, got at least 5K ready, I would pay ad spend. You get less resistance on sales calls, so your customer acquisition cost or how much you pay to get a client will be much lower. You'll have a quicker and simpler onboarding process because you could just duplicate the campaign and run it off of the same credit card, so you don't have to connect their credit card. And then also, keep in mind, you will be negative for a couple of days before being profitable, which is just fine. Usually it's like a day or 2 or 3 days before you actually turn a profit off of the shown appointments. Because obviously you are charging for every single time that they get a booking. So you will be profitable quite quickly. If you pay ad spend, you get unlimited Amex points and you will never have to pay for a flight ever again. You will be spending more money, but you will also have more skin in the game. It'll be much less, there'll be much less resistance on sales calls. So sales will be much easier to close because there's less perceived resistance there. And it'll be much easier to sign and onboard clients and scale that. If you have the funds, pay ad spend. Now, if you don't, have the client pay ad spend, right? This is less perceived risk on your end in the beginning. Obviously, there really is no risk if you're good at running ads, but you are going to have a harder time signing clients, so you might want to justify that with lowering your price or whatever that is. So that is kind of the math on whether or not you should cover ad spend. Hopefully you have an answer. But yeah, let's go ahead and break down basically how much it costs for your clients to get a job. So this is really important math to understand because this number up here that we used, this number right here that we subtracted from, this $500, saying it's like $500 to $650 ish on the ad spend side to get your customer a client. That is what we're figuring out right now. So basically, it's around $150 per shown appointment, and that's roofing specific. Your number will be completely different, and you get it from your cost per appointment and your show rate for your niche. If I were you, I would recommend using this chart to figure out what niche. I have a bunch of common niches in here, and you could figure out which one yours is similar to if it's not in here. These are the cost per appointment averages for these niches and the show rates. So if you want to figure out on average, how much it's going to cost for a shown appointment for roofing, then basically you would go here. Roofing is between 80 and 150. Let's say it's 90. You divide it by the show rate for the niche, which is around 60%. Then you get 150 per shown appointment. This is how much money is going to go to Meta to get a shown appointment for roofing. And you can assume that most contractors will have around a 30% close rate. I know they all say they have like a 90% close rate, but the truth is that they don't. And because of that, it's 150 per shown to Meta with a 30% close rate. So it's going to be around 450-ish bucks to close a deal, which I pessimistically said 500 to 650-ish, but that's how you get that number for you. So for your own niche, that's how you'd get it. Basically, if you're doing painting is mid-ticket. So let's say $70 cost per appointment at $60% show rate. That's 117 cost per shown. And so the cost per job for painting would probably be around $400-ish. And then you could do the math from there to see all of this information, right? To see like how much your agency can charge and how much, whether you or they pay ad spend. And I'll have I have a worksheet for you at the end of this video to help, accommodate this. But also you can just screenshot this document or upload this as a PDF into Claude and basically say, hey, I want to do this niche. What are my best prices to be as profitable as possible? And that'll probably do it all for you. Bathroom modeling, same thing, 120 cost per appointment at a 55% show rate is around 218 for cost per shown appointments. And let's say it takes them 3 to close. It'll be around $600 to $700 for a job for bathroom remodeling. Now, this is pretty accurate, but keep in mind, this is not perfect as I am not in all of these niches. These are just estimates as to what I've seen over the years. Obviously, after 30 days of having run ads and live campaigns for your clients, replace the numbers with your actual data that you have, right, of how much the cost per appointment is for your client, and recalculate the optimal pricing for how much you should be charging. Your ads, your funnel, and lead conversion systems have a huge impact on these results. For example, if you're doing lead forms versus landing page, that's a huge difference in your cost per appointment, right? And obviously it does take testing because different things work in different markets and for different niches as well. But here's some like quick examples so you can kind of like see what your pricing model can look like. For example, client pays ad spend, $500 for one-time setup, and they pay ad spend. And the way you'd position that in the sales call is like you'd say, hey, do you know how ad spend works? And then you go through that and be like, okay, great. That's what goes to Meta. That doesn't go to me. Now, to actually get started, it's going to be $500 to get started, and then we're going to charge $147 for every shown appointment, and that's how you bring it up. Another example is that you personally cover ad spend, and you just say it's $500 one time. I pay ad spend, and $297 for every single time that you have a shown appointment. So basically, if you haven't already, go ahead and plug in your own niche's numbers and figure out your pricing if you haven't done so yet. This is the only proven way to figure out your pricing based on math and based on ROI. So this is the exact way to do it. Again, if you have any questions on how to do this specifically and you're not good at math, whatever it is, screenshot this or attach it to Claude and have it do it for you. Okay, it's going to be so much easier, so much faster, and have it give you a range. Now, wording the offer. So you have the structure, you have the numbers now, and honestly, I will have you go through at the end and build out all this yourself if you haven't done it already. Basically, we need to talk about wording your offer. The thing is perceived value is interesting. Earlier, we mentioned the value chart, right? Makes sense. Pretty straightforward. Believe it or not, how people perceive your offer is more important than how valuable it actually is when it comes to sales. So what I mean by that is how it's worded oftentimes completely dictate whether or not someone goes with you, even if it's the same offer. And a great example of this is, let's say that your offer is this. We'll get you 50 leads in 90 days versus we're going to get you 6 to 8 jobs on a pay per result basis. Like, wording can mean everything because perceived value is a big deal. Perception is everything. So lead with the result that they actually want. That's very important. Never the mechanism. Nobody says, we'll run your Facebook ads. Nobody buys that. Or nobody buys, will implement an AI bot. They just don't. But they do buy jobs from those things, because obviously Facebook ads will produce jobs. And it's kind of the same reason that nobody books a flight for the flight. They book it for the palm trees. So you want to sell the palm trees here and explain not that, oh my gosh, we're going to run your Facebook ads. That's not the outcome. The outcome is we're going to get you a bunch of jobs. Okay. So for home improvement, the main desire is simple: more jobs, more revenue, more profit, can keep the team going. So tie the offer straight to jobs. Keep in mind that a lead is just a name and a number, so it's easy to seem like it's kind of a waste. A qualified lead is warmer but still iffy. A booked appointment is real and someone that's on the calendar. A closed job is exactly what they want, though. It's impossible to argue with. All of these you can argue with them if they're a part of your offer. And your offer is like, we're gonna get you 30 leads 30 leads in 3 months or whatever. It's like, one, that's kind of ambiguous. Like, what does a lead even mean? Is it a name and a number? Is it someone that's actually interested? So basically, it's impossible to argue with. We will get you this many closed jobs. Okay. So that's how you want to position your offer when it comes to wording and the dream outcome. Now, perceived likelihood, your safety net is already baked into the pay per result structure. Because you're doing pay per results, that's probably the most safety net you'll ever need. Okay. Like, you really don't need some strong guarantee. You could already have one. You could have one as well. But the truth is that like a separate written guarantee on top of pay per results, in my opinion, is just overcompensating. Like, it's almost like you don't really fully trust your own model in my eyes. It's like, one time a guy was taking a sales call and he said, oh, if this doesn't work, you can get a refund. And that's the sales guy said that. And it was an agency selling a service. It's like, in the eyes of a prospect, would you ever want to hear that? Like, it sounds appealing in our eyes, but like, that is not appealing at all. Like, truthfully, that is not what we want to hear. We don't want to hear there's going to be a refund. We want to hear, okay, we're going to get the outcome. That's all that matters. So let the pricing structure do the safety network for you. You don't really need a strong guarantee here. Time delay. You can optionally add one if you want within like a 90-day time frame, but never overpromise and underdeliver. That's the biggest thing. Effort and sacrifice. This is the last lever, and it's basically how little they have to do to get the dream outcome. So if the problem is not enough jobs, you're running ads. They don't have to do anything. Leads coming in, but nobody's calling them. Maybe hire someone or use AI. It'll make it more valuable. The owner doesn't know how to run the system. Streamline it with automation so they don't have to do anything. Junk leads slipping through. Add more qualifications built into the funnel. So you can basically add things to your to your offer, make it more valuable and more perceived value by decreasing the effort and sacrifice required. Use all these levers and for wording, and you'll have a winning offer. Now, we are going to cover some pricing stuff, and then after that, you're set. You're free to go build your offer out in the way that you want to. Price to value discrepancy. So why does someone buy something in the first place? Purchasing decisions are made solely because the value is superior to price. Super simple. And the point of cancellation is when the value is no longer superior than price. They will continue to buy from you until obviously there's a discrepancy there. That's how this works. So basically, the point where the value matches or dips below the point of cancellation is the point of no returns, or this is the point of cancellation. This is where you start to lose money and people cancel because they're not perceiving and seeing the value anymore. And interesting enough, most businesses that you see are below this line. And if you understand this properly, that means that their product isn't good enough. So they keep having to look for more and more and more customers because they perceive the value isn't there enough, so they cancel on them. So then they have to keep getting new customers to keep repeating the cycle. And the raw truth is that you'll see people that, say that they're good at what they do. And the reality is that like, they probably just aren't that good at what they do if, they keep having to look for more and more and more customers. So in terms of metrics, here's what that means right here, this point of cancellation. If you're below this line, that means that your retention rate, or the percentage of clients that stay within a given month, is lower than your churn rate, which is the percentage of clients that leave in a month. If your churn rate is lower than your referral rate, then you're always going to be looking for more and more customers. And the issue here is that with an agency, naturally, this is just how the business model is, right? Your referral rate, it will probably be less than your churn rate. You'll be losing more clients than you're gaining organically, just like through inbound and word of mouth. And because of that, you will constantly have to look for more and more customers, and that's the reason why we have to run paid ads. I just want you to understand this if you go into any future business models or just for this one as well, just to understand how important it is to have a really solid retention rate and a good product and a good offer and a lot of value. Otherwise, you're going to have to keep looking for more and more customers, which is more expensive than just keeping them. So to improve this discrepancy in your value, you can do two things. And you could tell me which one sounds better. One, lower your price and fail. Or two, increase your value and succeed. These are the two options if you're having this issue. So remember here that like you can only go down to zero, but you can go to affinity here in terms of value. Now, our goal in SMMA or running an agency, an AI agency, whatever it is to sell dollars at a discount and make it stupid for someone to say no. That's the whole goal here. We're making companies more money. Value optimization. So as time goes on, we want to always improve our offer as our product improves. So to do this, I would list out all the solutions every so often that you offer and aspects of your product. I would rate each one on a scale from 1 to 3 on how valuable they are, and then deem the cost of each one from 1 to 3, and remove everything that's not a 3 in value regardless of the cost. The idea here is like this is a good analysis that we could do every so often to make sure that we're as valuable as we can be, and we're not basically, doing something that's taking up our time and costing us, that's not that valuable. So let me give you an example. If you're doing Google ads for companies and you're doing Facebook ads for companies, and you get most of your results from Facebook ads, but Google ads takes you a lot of effort. It sounds like it's more valuable to the customer because you're doing both, but the truth is because the cost, it's costing you a lot of time and money to do Google ads, and they're not working as well as Facebook ads, and they're not a 3, then just remove it entirely. The idea is we want to be streamlined here. The cycle of price. So the cycle of price is extremely important, and it's the reason why premium pricing matters so much. If you increase your prices, you increase the value. That's it, which sounds insane, but people did this within a wine study once where they had 3 wines next to each other that were all the same wine and basically charged, saying one was a $1 wine, one was $100, one was $1,000. Every single person said the $1,000 wine was the best wine, even though they were all the same. It's crazy how this works, but if you just increase your prices, you will increase the value. And here's what most people do, especially in the agency space. They will look at competitors, see what everyone's offering, take the average, go slightly slightly below them to be competitive on pricing, and just provide what your competitor does, but a little bit more. This is what most people do. So what's going to happen is people are going to offer a little more for a little less in this process. And over enough time, it's going to happen again and again and again. What's going to happen is you're commoditizing yourself, and ultimately you're going to be racing to the ground. Things get cheaper as time goes on because there becomes more competitors and more competition. And instead, what you want to do is the opposite. Charge a premium. The higher price forces you to deliver a premium service, which justifies the price, which then lets you reinvest in better systems, better support, better people, which gets you better results. Basically, all you need to understand here is if you increase your prices, you increase your value. And you should really look at this. Pause this video. Understand this. How if you decrease your price, the emotional investment goes down, right? People don't care about it enough. If you decrease your price, your results go down. If you decrease your price, your profit goes, literally, if you increase your price, you win. You just have to back it up with more value. Now, I hope you now understand the fundamentals of what building an offer actually looks like. Let's actually create one. But one rule before you start, never build your offer around your product as it is. Instead, build your product around your offer. Most people cap their promise at what they currently know how to do, saying, oh, okay, I can only get this guy like 1 or 2 jobs a month. Do not do this. Start with a bold claim that scares you a little bit. It should make you a little uncomfortable. And then you can build the product that backs it up by increasing the value and making it better. Your skills will rise to meet the promise. And so it should make you feel, a little uncomfortable. And that's how you know it's right. Obviously, your skill set will naturally increase with time and energy. You will get better at running ads. You will be better over time. So it should make you a little uncomfortable. So go ahead and open this winning offer worksheet and work through it section by section. It maps out exactly what you just learned. So you fill in the prompts and you will end up with a version 1 offer that you can use today. Don't overcomplicate this process. Just get it done, ship it, and refine it. This is in the description of this video. And let me go ahead and open up and show you what it means. Basically, on this document, you need to define your customer and their dream outcome, which it's going to be some specific micro niche, probably in home improvement. Obviously, they want more jobs. Super simple. So you have to basically get that outcome in. It's good to know what the outcome was worth to them in dollars as well. And then the method and timeline. So basically like whether you're done with you or done for you. And if you're done for you, you do everything for them. You call their leads for them. You have all that done, or you have people to call their leads for them. Also, these are like methodologies of like how you do, what you do for them. So like maybe you're running ads and generating leads and turning those into appointments, whatever it is. If you need more inspiration as well, remember we do have examples of offers, and they are at the bottom of this as well. So these are good examples that you could use when you build this. Pricing math. This is going to be the complicated section about like how you're going to basically determine how you're going to make them like an ROI, as well as how to price fairly so your profit margins are safe. What you would basically do is get your average revenue per closed deal in your niche. So for roofing, for example, that's $14,000. And the profit margin is around 35%. And you could look this up on Google as well. So basically all you want to do here is the profit margin times the revenue. So 14,000 times the profit margin, which is 0.35. That equals the profit per closed job, which was, I believe, like $4,900 or something. Then you take that profit right here and you basically divide it by 5, which is the max multiplier of like what we want ROI wise. So we can justify how much they would be willing to pay to get a job, which ended up being, whatever it was, $900 some, whatever it is. And then from there, you basically subtract the ad cost per closed deal, which is how much it costs on Meta to get a job, right? And you won't know this 100% yet, but if you go to step 8 in pricing math, you can basically calculate it by choosing, one of their cost per appointments and their show rates, dividing them for the cost per shown appointment, and then dividing that by 3, or I guess multiplying it by 3 to see exactly like roughly how much at a 30% close rate a job would be costing them to get on Meta. So you subtract this number that was divided by 5, which I believe was 900-ish, and then you minus the ad cost per closed deal, so how much it costs on Meta to get a closed roofing job or whatever job it is, which you can roughly do the math on step 8. That results in around $400-ish, $490 per closed deal, which is how much money that your max agency fee per closed deal would be. And then you would go ahead and multiply the shown to close percentage, which is in here. So shown to close percentage, we have 30% here. So 30% of whatever that number is how much that we can charge as our agency fee. So you can figure out your agency fee just like that. Then once that's done, which mine is $147 per shown appointment for roofing. It's going to be pretty similar for most things at home improvement, but it's good to figure it out specifically. And that's not including ad spend, obviously. The ad spend is here. You take your CPA or cost per appointment, which for most niches, it's right here, your average here. And then you divide it by the show rate for your industry. And that will give you obviously how much it's going to cost roughly for a shown appointment for your niche. Then basically from there, you can decide whether or not you want the client to pay ad spend or you to pay the ad spend. So you choose it and then basically take the agency fee that you took before right here and then add it to the ad cost, which is going to be right here. And right there, you do how much it costs to be all in if you're doing per shown. So this is basically like how you would do the math and go about this process. If you have any questions or confusion with this process, I'm telling you, download this as a PDF, file, download PDF, send it to Claude, say, help me build my winning offer and my pricing model, depending on my niche, to be as profitable as possible, given the averages. And it's going to do it better than I could ever do it. And probably you too. Qualification and name. So revenue, license, team size, location. Established roofers only is a good example, or plumbing companies with at least 2 trucks running. So these are some different, qualification factors that you can do to determine who you're going to work with. And basically you can turn that and write that here and then your full offer. So your dream outcome that you decided on, the time frame, and you already answered all of these throughout this doc. You just put them all here, copy and paste them. And then basically you have your final offer. You can make it, a little bit more pretty like these ones and, do some refinement. And there you go. You have your V1 winning offer, your pricing model, and your unit economics to make sure that you're profitable, your clients are profitable, and that you have an average net per client that you're going to be making every month, given that you do good on the ad side of things and conversion-wise for your actual campaign and system for them. So I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you learned a thing or two about just offers in general and also just learn how to structure yours and make a winning one. This video is extremely valuable, and honestly, there's a lot of really good and detailed information in here. So I hope you enjoyed. If you need this resource, it's obviously in the resource section of the video, so you can get this PDF. as well as the link to the worksheet as well. So I hope you enjoyed, and yeah, I'll see you next one. Hopefully your offer absolutely crushes.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland and welcome to Fundamental Flow. In this video, it's going to be a rather long one, but for good reason. We're going to go over virtually everything that you need to understand in order to properly grow and iterate and learn from a fundamental standpoint. Now, if you took away all of my scripts, all of my everything, all of the courses I've seen, everything, like all of my knowledge, but you kept the fundamentals, then I still, no matter what, would be able to succeed. And that's the point of this video, is that we're going to cover some of those fundamentals. And remember, like, the more you think you don't need the theory, the more you need it. So here's what we're going to cover. Fundamental flow, copycats, decay and renewal, churn and burn, multidisciplinary thinking, entrepreneur's toolbox, learning fundamentals, paradigm intro, scientific thinking, discipline 1, scientific method, building hypothesis, testing hypothesis, observing feedback, iterating hypothesis, systems, discipline 2, inputs, process, output, feedback, environment, feedback extended, where we talk a lot about metrics, my paradigm, scale, scaling sequences, micro/macro, operational complexity, operational pressure, proof of concept, client acquisition, product, time, scaling conditions, scaling steps, leverage and asymmetries, throughput and bottleneck, and finally post wins. So this will arguably be the longest video in all of the program, at least for now. But again, welcome to Fundamental Flow. This video is the key to long-term success. Like I said previously, like if you took away everything I have, all of the scripts, all of the ad copy, all of the systems, all of the processes, like I know I would still crush it and succeed insane amounts just because I understand the fundamentals. So that is the point of this video. Honestly, rewatch this video as often as you possibly can, because your understanding of this information will compound, and the more you learn and the more you get the theory and the more you like instill all of this knowledge into your head, the more you'll use it without even realizing it, and you'll succeed so much more because of it. I do want everyone in this program to understand that like you can succeed in every single business model. Okay, whether it's drop shipping, whether it's organic drop shipping, whether it's SMMA, whether it's building any kind of agency really, or any service-based business online, and like there's no really limit. Like you could succeed in every single business model as long as you have the right fundamentals. Okay? The one thing that successful entrepreneurs do is that they learn these fundamentals, and that allows them to succeed in every single business venture and model that they go into. If I were to jump ships right now and start e-commerce, I would crush it. And the reason why I know that is because I understand the material that's in this video. So the actual material that's in this video, however, will make you, way more well-rounded as an entrepreneur. It will guarantee that you're not really a copycat, but if you are, you use it in the right way. But in this video and in this program in general, you need to first learn how to see and think, then how to build, and then how to track and grow. So in this video, we're going to show you how to see and think, and how to track and how to grow. And how to build will be in the up and coming modules. So fundamental flow. When you build successful systems, whether it's client acquisition systems, client service delivery systems, or any kind of system, there is three things. There's strategy, stimuli, and fundamentals. Okay, so all three are necessary in order to sign clients, in order to get good results for clients, etc. Now, I like to think of this like a pyramid. So in order to make successful systems, which obviously we'll cover what systems are in this video, being client acquisition systems, client fulfillment systems, the only way to do that is to have the proper strategy and stimuli. And that can only come from the fundamentals. So basically, in order to get the systems that work, you have to have the right fundamentals. And that's the true purpose of this video. Like, honestly, long term, this video is probably the most valuable one I have and will probably ever make. And that's the reason for the length. So bear with me. It might be a bit of a wax on, wax off type situation like Karate Kid, but this video will make you millions of dollars. So let's go over what strategy is. So first of all, strategy is a way of building systems and creating methods, essentially. Like, for example, a strategy could be a no-show follow-up workflow. So call once they book, build urgency, confirm meeting accessibility, pre-call video, reminders, call 2 hours before, additional reminders, call when the meeting begins. It's basically like a workflow, sort of speak. That's what a strategy is. It's just a way of doing something. Now, stimuli are what triggers actions. So, for example, a YouTube thumbnail would trigger someone to click on my video. A cold SMS script triggers someone to reply. A landing page triggers someone to become a lead. A sales script triggers someone to become a paying customer. That is all a stimuli is. So basically, systems are built on strategy combined with stimuli, right? If you take a strategy, use the proper stimuli, for example, the pre-call video would be some form of stimuli because it triggers them to, confirm the call or show up, etc. Then essentially that is what would build, a no-show prevention system, for example. Fundamentals, however, are ideas, concepts that you build stimuli and strategy from. For example, principles, ideas, concepts, foundations, theories, heuristics, all of these things are what we need to learn in order to build the proper stimuli and strategy to build the correct systems that'll give us the results that we want. Now, in this program, I will have the working strategy and stimuli for you. Okay? If you copy and paste my systems, they are built off of successful strategy and stimuli that have been constructed from proper fundamentals, right? But long term, these things will fade, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So it's important that you understand that to build successful client acquisition systems, to build successful client delivery systems, you have to understand the fundamentals so you can build the right strategy and stimuli. So like, if this is making sense so far, building like a bad client, service delivery system, so like not really providing good results for your clients, obviously comes from strategy and stimuli. But if it's bad, then chances are that you don't understand the fundamentals. So you built bad strategy and stimuli, so then you have a bad client acquisition system or client service delivery system. So like basically, if you don't understand this, your clients won't succeed. You won't get clients in the first place, and your business will certainly not succeed. So that's why we have to cover the fundamentals. And the same goes vice versa. Like, building a good service delivery system comes from good fundamentals. And the same goes with building every single system in our business, which is, constructed of hundreds of systems. And we will cover this further on in the video when we talk about systems. But I want to give you all the fundamentals you need to succeed in this program. So no matter what you decide to do as an entrepreneur in the future or in the next 2 months, you understand that the fundamentals are the most important thing, and then you can always become successful because you know what they are. So in systems, I will cover what systems are later on in this video, but for now, let's cover copycats. It is extremely easy to copy someone and build the exact same system that they have in order to quickly get the results. And so many people do this in this space, and it will make you plenty of cash short term. I'm talking, 50 to 100K even. But what happens when the system stops working? The system will break, and you no longer have a way to build a new one without copying someone else. So like, this is what happens to people that don't understand the fundamentals. They constantly will seek the newest and best strategy and stimuli from other people and constantly fight a losing battle. It's like trying to sail to an island when your ship is sinking. Like, we have to avoid this, and that's the importance of fundamentals. However, in this program, I will give you copy and paste systems that are updated with working stimuli and strategy so you can get quick results, but also keep in mind the power of a fundamental understanding. Like, your ability to build extremely successful systems from stimuli and strategy will pay you the most in the future. And most programs and like mentorships and everything will only teach you the current working stimuli and strategy so you can get some insane results fast. For example, 0 to 10K a month in 2 weeks. I'm sure you've seen this like hundreds of times. And the reason is because they just throw the working stimuli and strategy straight at them and the successful systems. And that's it. They don't teach them how to build their own. So if you don't want to have to rely on a mentorship constantly, or what I call strategy hunter programs to continue to succeed, like, you've come to the right place, because in this video, I'm going to teach you how to think for yourself in order to build systems that are successful on their own. Decay and renewal. Over time, every system will die. You know, this is obviously in nature and apparent when it comes to systems in business. To constantly grow our business and have working systems, we need to understand that all systems die. And the reason why all systems will die is because what a system is built on, obviously, is strategy and stimuli, and these will become less effective with time, and that will crumble the top, right? And the reason why that happens is because of conditioning. In the online business world, like, it's super typical for someone to have a bad experience, and the conditioning can numb humans. This is similar to just classical conditioning, which we will cover in a future video. But over enough time and exposure, like, people will become numb to the strategy and stimuli. Like, you no longer will get the open rate. You will no longer get the appointment booking rate. Like, the response that you need from the stimuli, you won't get. And this is typically known as ad fatigue in business. The idea that over time your audience will see your ads more and more and more and become less responsive to them, which increase the costs, lowers conversion rates. So for example, I can even think of one of my clients. I've ran the same ads for him for about 7 months now, and now they're actually starting to fatigue. The cost per lead is getting higher. We're getting less leads in the door, etc. For example, your cold SMS script stops getting the replies it used to. The email copy you use stops getting the replies it did. Clients ad creative stops getting clicks, etc. Like, this is painfully apparent in every system of our business, and it is the reason why the copycats will suffer a slow and painful death. Okay, and we don't want to be grouped into that. So this is how a graph works here. Now, what's great about this, though, is that it's very, very cyclical. And what I mean by that is that, let's say there's not a lot of exposure, right? The effectiveness is going to be extremely high, right? It's going to be in this range. But after more exposure comes, it's going to shoot down and go super slow. But after it becomes overexposed, time will pass, and all of a sudden it becomes super effective again. And if you understand this properly, then basically you can run, for example, ads for someone, and they become overexposed, and then you wait, you know, like 8 months to 1 year, and you run those original ads again, and they just do really, really well, right? And that's what's interesting about this. And over time, people forget that they've been like burned and affected negatively, and it's the reason why like systems that are currently no longer working will be working in 1 to 2 years from now. Like, it is extremely cyclical, which you can take to your advantage. And what you'll find is that like these copycats will copy and paste the systems that are working the best for everyone, expect them to work forever, but then they stop working, and then they do not know what to do but to buy another program or mentorship with a different working system. And we do not want to be part of this constant loop of failure. Like, this is not where we want to be. So how do we stay out of it? Fundamentals. People are culprits to the shiny object syndrome. They jump from shiny system to shiny system. Like, keep in mind, that 90% or more of agency owners are just copycats doing the same thing to attract clients and to succeed, and we can leverage that when building our own systems. Something that's kind of interesting is that like the best way we can take advantage of this is just to do the opposite of what everyone else is doing. And to do that is to not copy and paste systems and to create them using our own understanding of fundamentals. Like if you can think critically and do this, you'll find that like no matter what, you will always have consistent results, and you get clients good results, and all of it feels extremely easy. And keep in mind that like you don't need to totally come up with a groundbreaking new strategy, a whole new system for client acquisition or anything. Like just take something that works, use your own critical thinking and fundamentals and your understanding of them just to make it your own. That's all you have to do to keep things fresh and successful. And when you look at working systems, get in the habit of like asking yourself, what fundamentals is this system built from? Okay, this is a great question to constantly be asking yourself. You see, let's say you're on YouTube and you see some cold SMS system that's booking like 12 meetings a day. Just ask yourself like, what fundamentals is this system built from? And I know that as of right now, you don't exactly know what fundamentals are. We'll cover that later in this video. But essentially, the goal is to create systems that are effective for a long time because they're pretty much created from our own knowledge. And the only way to do this, obviously, is to create them ourselves with a fundamental understanding. So I hope you understand the importance of this now, and how if you don't take this seriously, you'll suffer a slow and painful death. Sure, you can copy and paste your way to 10K a month in 2 weeks, but if you want to succeed massively and have a career, then you need to understand that this matters more. And I'm not saying that this won't happen, because this can 100% happen with the copy and paste systems that I have, but there will be a time when those copy and paste systems stop working. I'll do my best to update them, but you're better off just taking something that works, using your own experience and knowledge to improve it, and succeeding more then. Churn and burn. Churn is when clients leave us. Burn is getting clients a sour taste after working with us. In this space, it is probably the most common thing ever to build an agency solely based on client acquisition, especially with all the programs out there that just teach client acquisition. There's a reason why very few programs teach, service delivery extremely well in client fulfillment. And the reason is because there's not that many people out there that actually have successful agencies that aren't churn and burn agencies, right? It's really important that I make you guys well-rounded and have really solid fulfillment so we don't have to build an agency completely based on client acquisition. And what I mean by like an agency based on client acquisition is that it's what happens when you focus all of your efforts on just signing clients. So you focus on booking appointments, you focus on closing deals, but you just don't even have a product. And in the beginning, I recommend this just so you can get your foot in the door, sort of. But you have to work on the product. You can't just do this forever. And the thing is that you will spend so much money on client acquisition. You'll spend so much money on appointment setters and ads and sales teams and all these things that all your effort will go to getting the clients instead of actually keeping the clients happy and profitable, which is arguably more important because it is so much easier to make more from a client that stays with you than to sign a whole new one. And this is what happens when you overpromise and underdeliver. You will never keep your clients. Your LTV will be extremely low, and we'll cover this further on in this video. And so as a family member of this program, you cannot do this. Okay, we're going to combat the churn and burn mentorships that give you short-term cash, 0 to 10K, 0 to 20K in 3 weeks, whatever, and unhappy clients, and help you build a real successful business that actually lasts. We will help you build a real business that doesn't overpromise and underdeliver, one that provides a real ROI for you and your clients, and one where people actually want to refer you to others. I got a referral literally like 2 days ago. And this will take more time, so I do need you to be patient. And remember that we're doing things the right way. You're able to make quick cash with this program. It's true, but you're also able to make long-term exponential cash. And that's the most important thing to me. So we've covered a little bit about like the importance of fundamentals, but we've never really covered what they actually are. Multidisciplinary thinking. What are fundamentals? Fundamentals are principles, theories, or concepts that help us as entrepreneurs understand reality. Fundamentals are all derived from disciplines. Here's an example of what I mean by disciplines and fundamentals. A discipline might be psychology. A fundamental might be classical conditioning. A discipline might be evolutionary biology. A fundamental might be natural selection. So essentially, these fundamentals are concepts, ideologies, theories, principles that all come from basically a discipline. Psychology, evolutionary biology, economics, etc. Like we'll cover all of the disciplines later on in this video of what you need to succeed. But if you want to be able to think in disciplines and multidisciplinary think, so to speak, here's how to begin to multidisciplinary think. So the first thing you want to be is more curious. So always be open to different ideas and concepts and be curious about like a lot of different subjects and fields. You know, the way people go wrong with this is that they think like, oh, science is BS. I'm an entrepreneur. Math is stupid. I was in school. Math is stupid. But psychology is BS. It's like history. Like all of this stuff, these beliefs and these thought patterns will crush you because a lot of the things that allow us to succeed, like the strategy and stimuli that build the successful systems, come from these disciplines. How do you think that we know to test and iterate? Where do you think that comes from? It comes from the discipline of scientific thinking. We need to be curious and we need to pursue interdisciplinary learning. So like try to always be learning. Everywhere you go, everywhere you are, find more opportunities to learn, take courses, read books and subjects. I actually have books about, I literally have a book about obviously both of these, but a lot more. And the reason is because if you never stop learning, then you can continue to multidisciplinary think and it will really pay you a lot of money. The third thing you do is understand. So like look for connections between different fields, identify concepts that can be applied across disciplines. Fourth thing is read more, like literally read more. Buy more books, articles, research papers from a bunch of disciplines. Dialogue. So seek out conversations with people from different fields. You know, this is why I love the concept of school. And not only, you know, Sam Ovens school, but I mean like actual school. You expose yourself to so many different ideas and viewpoints and maybe not too many alternative viewpoints. They're all kind of on the same, you know, wavelength there. But if you seek out conversations with people from different fields, like it will open your mind to new ideas and you'll be able to start to see through some disciplines like this. So another thing that I love to do is attending masterminds. So this would be, you know, conferences, masterminds, seminars, things that cover topics like beyond your primary area of interest. Like, you know, I'll even attend like live calls and masterminds from, you know, sales groups, which obviously this is a big focus of mine, but even things that aren't, like, for example, in Daniel Dalen's school group, I've attended e-commerce, you know, chats and masterminds just to try to understand like how they think, where a lot of their ideas and fundamentals are and what they are, what disciplines they come from, just to develop myself as a better thinker, basically. Number 7 is develop systems thinking. We will cover this discipline in this video. Systems thinking is one of the most important disciplines that we'll cover. Understand, so just looking for connections between these different fields, you know, but more or less just becoming good at, you know, taking in information. So, you know, identifying principles, methodologies, theories, just looking for those fundamentals. And then the last thing is creativity. So like stop copycatting, stop, you know, following suit and just start thinking outside of the box. You know, I think that's really important. But yeah, like this is not the end all be all, but it's really important to begin to try to multidisciplinary think just so you can start to see things from multiple angles, because like over enough time if you can learn to kind of think in this way, think through disciplines and fundamentals and find connections and just constantly be learning more and more and more, you'll find that growing as an entrepreneur will become that much easier. Entrepreneur's toolbox. So as entrepreneurs, we use fundamentals like Legos. Our business is made of systems, and we use fundamentals to build these systems by developing stimuli and strategy, right? And we have to learn to think multidisciplinary and think in disciplines. Okay, so like there's, two major types of fundamentals. Shout out Sam Evans. Universal fundamentals and cognitive fundamentals. So strategy basically comes from universal fundamentals, and stimuli comes from cognitive. So in universal fundamentals, these are disciplines like physics, chemistry, natural and evolutionary biology, economics, etc. And these are what allow us to make effective strategies. Okay, so strategies come from these disciplines, and stimuli, so basically triggering someone to do something, comes from cognitive fundamentals. So that's like, disciplines like psychology, reason, cognition, and those are what allow us to make effective stimuli. If we combine the two, understand these disciplines and these disciplines, we're able to make effective strategy and stimuli. Okay? Which will in turn allow us to create a successful system. This sounds crazy, and it should, because to get clients, essentially, we have to learn these things. And to learn these things, we have to learn these things. So let's talk about learning fundamentals. Learning fundamentals is not to be overcomplicated. I don't want to overcomplicate this because it shouldn't be. In grade school and college, we learn a ton of fundamentals, but we never really realize the value of them. The main way is through studying. It's, similar to grade school and college, like we learn fundamentals by studying them. So like anything else, studying and learning is a skill we can improve at. I've actually took the time to learn the best ways possible to study that I want to give to you guys. Because if you start doing this stuff, man, like you will crush everyone. And the first way to study effectively is using spaced repetition, and the second is active recall. Like this seems extra, like this is a course on how to build an agency, not a course on how to succeed in school. But if you can effectively learn how to study, remember, learn, and do all of this in the hopes of learning more fundamentals, you will crush it. Like you will literally be at like 200K a month, and you'll be like, oh, and it'll be like 3 years from now, and after focusing on fundamentals, and you'll be like, oh, I'm at 250K a month. Thanks, Owen. It's like, it's just how it works. So I will teach you some disciplines in this video. Now that you guys understand that disciplines are like psychology, reason, cognition, physics, chemistry, natural selection, or not natural selection, natural and evolutionary biology, etc. Even like systems thinking is a discipline as well. Scientific thinking is also a discipline. I will cover those in this video, but we will save some of the universal fundamentals and also a few cognitive ones for a future video. To actually use these methods, here's how to do it. But before we go over that, I just want to make sure you guys know that like this will pay you millions of dollars. Like I promise. If you stay consistent with this and you constantly iterate, you constantly learn, you constantly grow over enough time, this information that's in this video right now will pay you millions of dollars. I promise. So the first one here of learning how to study better is spaced repetition. Now, it's a learning technique that basically helps you retain information from a longer term by reviewing material at like increasing intervals. So like basically reinforcing the knowledge instead of just cramming a bunch in. So what this means is reviewing difficult terms today and easier ones next week instead of cramming them all at once. So what's good, like for example, if you were to use this in this program, for example, and you take notes on all these videos, then you would basically have lists of basically terms and concepts and ideas. And essentially you'd ask yourself, like, do I know this? Do I not? Do I know this or not? And then you just do that for every single thing. And it's like, if I already know this stuff like really, really well, then I'm going to go over it in like 4 days from now. You know, throw it in the Warmup for 4 days from now. But for now, I don't really remember this and understand this. So I'm going to study and work on that now. Okay? So that is what spaced repetition is. And active recall is, you know, deliberately retrieving information such as answering open-ended questions instead of just like passively reviewing. So the best way to improve your memory and retention through certain concepts and learning them is to, like, instead of just rewatching these videos and scrolling through the PDFs or scrolling through your notes, is to write down on a blank piece of paper everything that you remember from your memory and then check your notes for accuracy. And there's a reason why so many entrepreneurs are obsessed with whiteboards, and I think that this is the reason why, is because we will go ahead and watch a video on a concept or understanding, take all the key points from it, remember them, and then throw them all down on a whiteboard, essentially, without like watching the video or going over any resources. And this will just really reinforce what we know. For example, what most teachers preach when studying for a big test or exam is to go on a whiteboard, like a giant whiteboard, and just write down everything that you know. And it's the same way here. Although we're not studying for a test, we're making millions of dollars. So now let's cover material. Now, you're probably thinking right about now, like, where do we learn these disciplines? Where do we find these fundamentals? And we do it through books, textbooks, classes, courses, videos, etc. This sounds crazy to someone that doesn't understand fundamentals, but when I wanted to improve at building like solid stimuli, especially for cold email, I had to understand better how the mind works. Like, I literally started studying, and this was literally like 2 years ago. I began studying the Cognitive Bias Codex. Like, I had it bookmarked, and every day after school, I would just like go through a ton of heuristics just so I could understand why people do things. And because of that, and because of learning all those heuristics, like, I was able to easily make stimuli that had really, really good open rates and really, really good appointment booking rates. I mean, it sounds insane, but this is where this stuff comes from. Another example, when I wanted to improve at making just better decisions in general and building effective strategy and iterating properly, like, I bought this fucking book and I just read a bunch of it. It's a giant book. I've not read all of it, just to take and skim and take the most, you know, important ideas and fundamental concepts and theories from natural selection just by learning and studying parts of this book. While I took this picture, I was literally sitting in the library reading it. Paradigm intro. So early in this video, I mentioned that I need to teach you how to see and think, then how to build, then how to track and grow. Paradigm is the key to seeing. This is the first aspect of all of these parts. And the rest of this video is, you know, dedicated to teaching key disciplines for how to think and how to build. And towards the end, I go over scaling. So like how to track and how to grow, especially through systems and feedback. But let's start off with how to see. So what is a paradigm? I'm sure you've heard this video, and if you haven't, this is probably one of the most important words ever. Paradigm is the lens through which we see. It's basically how we see something, and this is and will be one of the most important ideas in all of business. And most people don't even know what it means. People see business and SMMA as like a discipline, which it is not. It's a makeup of many different disciplines, and this is how you need to see it. If you're struggling to grow your agency and you're finding that it's not really growing with ease, you're not really getting the results you need to get, then chances are that your paradigm needs some work. And we will cover how to improve your paradigm in the mindset module. But for now, I just wanted to introduce you guys to what a paradigm is. Like, you should have an idea of what my paradigm consists of just by like going through these parts right here about disciplines. But I will reveal it at the end of this video. But for now, we need to understand some key disciplines. Trust the process. All of these disciplines and fundamentals will pay you millions, I promise. But we're going to go over some disciplines. So the first discipline we're going to go over is scientific thinking. So the first discipline I want to teach you guys is scientific thinking, just so we can go over more on how to think. Now, when we make decisions, we have to think like a scientist. Nothing you do when building an agency should ever feel like a guess. And the goal for this discipline is to just teach you how to test effectively, how to iterate properly, so no matter what decisions you make, you can constantly grow and eventually yield exponential growth and results. So what is scientific thinking? Right? A long time ago, pre-500 BCE, humans used trial and error to survive, such as figuring out what plants were edible, how to hunt, how to predict the seasons, etc. And the Greeks, especially Aristotle, introduced logical reasoning. But true experimentation came about during the Islamic Golden Age and the Renaissance. And the scientific method was then refined by Galileo, emphasizing empirical testing. Newton cemented the scientific method as a predictable system. And ever since, it has been proven to be reliable. And today, scientific thinking pretty much drives all data-driven decisions. In every field, whether it's business, medicine, engineering, technology, policy, etc. Scientific thinking allows us to predictably build a successful business. So, it would be pretty silly for us to not take full advantage of it. You know what I mean? And here's what the scientific method actually looks like. Step 1 is you build an hypothesis, or an educated guess. And step 2 is you test it. Step 3 is you observe the feedback. And then step 4, you iterate the hypothesis and build a new one. Right? This is the scientific method. Now, before you even think to use the scientific method, you have to make an observation and identify a constraint problem, right? You can't really build a hypothesis to, fix something or improve something if you don't even have a thing. So for the first step, again, building a hypothesis. So it's essentially just making an informed guess on which variables will achieve the ideal outcome, right? And then when you test it, you simply just turn those variables into stimuli and you expose this to a bunch of humans in your niche. Step 3, observing feedback. You simply just collect the data and observe the effectiveness of all those variables that made up the stimuli. And then step 4, you simply reiterate the hypothesis. So you use the feedback and data that you've gotten to adjust and slightly change the variables and make another informed guess and then repeat. If you do this over and over and over and over and over again in everything in your life, you will succeed in all aspects of your life. It's pretty cool. And even content, even YouTube, even health, even fitness, relationships, just every aspect of your life, if you take this scientific approach to it, you will have no choice but to succeed insane amounts. This is how the greats think. And if you don't believe me, I use this in every aspect of my life, my health, my content, my relationships, not just my business. If you keep doing this process, you'll succeed in outreach, you'll succeed in your funnels, you'll succeed in your content, you'll succeed in your client results, you'll succeed pretty much everywhere. And so I just want to preface, though, that I won't just leave you with, a list of things to keep in mind. So then you have to constantly rewatch the aspects of this video when, making tests and using the scientific method. I'm going to give you a resource after we go over the rest of this discipline that can help you conduct tests. So every time you create a new hypothesis and you test it, you observe and you iterate, basically you can use the resource below and organize them so then you can keep track of the constant growth. It's super, super valuable, and I wish I had this when I was building mine. Now, what's cool about this is I use this, and you do this naturally without even thinking about the steps. For example, I record a shot of me running on a treadmill for a video, and I basically test out how it looks. I observe that, it didn't do that well. So I reiterate and I do it again. And I do this again and again and again, especially with color grading. And so I went from making content look like this to looking like this. And that's what's so cool, is that you can use this in every aspect of your life. Like, for example, I've done the same thing with making hypotheses about cold SMS scripts. And by reiterating and improving, and making another hypothesis and another hypothesis, I was able to constantly improve my ABR from 0.6% to 4.5% over the course of 3 months. And I don't know, you guys might not understand how cold SMS works yet, but you can send like 1,000 a day. You know what I mean? So that's the power of the scientific method. So let's go into more depth about each part of these processes, because they are a little bit more in depth. Again, remember that I will give you a resource towards the end of this video that will help you, conduct these tests and use this effectively. Because for now, it might seem like I'm just throwing a bunch of information at you, but just know that that's not the case. So again, step 1, building your hypothesis. So the definition of a hypothesis is basically an educated guess. And there is a way to do this that, pretty much eliminates guesswork as much as possible, which is our goal. And the way to do that is to first identify the main variables. So the variables that we identify determine the stimuli that we use. So we need to determine the 1 or 2 key variables that make up the stimuli that we're testing. So for example, if we are testing the stimuli of a cold calling script, then the variables could be like the pitch and the opener, right? And so that's what we're testing. So we just need to first identify what variables can actually make up that stimuli. If you're doing cold email, then it would be the subject line, as well as, the header, the body, right? Or if you're doing paid ads, then it will be, the hook in the body and the CTA. And so you just need to identify the main variables first. Then when you build that hypothesis, you also need to set clear metrics and KPIs. So figure out the primary and secondary metrics in order to measure the performance. So the primary metric being the direct metrics, and the secondary being the offspring. So for example, let's say you're running a cold calling test. You're trying to make, your ABR a little bit higher. And you have variables such as your script determined, but you need to set clear metrics. So you conclude that your pitch rate, or PR, KPI is 10%, which let's say that's the primary metric. And because it happens first. And then the second metric in this example would be your ABR. That's your secondary offspring metric, your point booking rate. And so you might be asking yourself, why is ABR considered secondary if that's usually the most important metric? It's because if the second metric is in KPI, then you do not worry about the primary metric. Okay? The primary metric is always usually first, and the secondary is what comes from the result. And if you have, a 3% ABR, or whatever is considered KPI, the key performance indicator, then no matter what your pitch rate is, it doesn't matter. You don't have to touch your pitch rate. And we'll go into more decision-making processes soon. The next thing you need to do when you build a hypothesis is to determine your sample size and your test duration. Once again, let me just remind you guys that this is all going to be in a resource that's really easy to understand, so you can effectively make tests. But before we determine our sample size and test duration, you need to understand the fundamental regression to the mean, which is a fundamental that is rooted in the discipline of statistics, a concept that a lot of people in school take and think it's pointless. Regression to the mean is the tendency of results that are extreme by chance on the first few measurements. If that doesn't make any sense, basically the results from the tests are either extremely high or extremely low compared to that on average. And the only way to move closer to the actual average is to measure the test more frequently. So let's go through some examples, but regression to the mean can work for you or against you. Let's say you take 25 sales calls and you expect that your close rate is, 20%, but you've taken 25 sales calls and you haven't closed a single one. Regression to the mean states, because that's extremely low than compared to what you expect the average to be, which is about 20%. But regression to the mean states that like you could close the next 5 in a row, and that would accurately reflect your close rate. That's what's so crazy, about this process of building an agency and building a business, is that regression to the mean discourages people, and they'll have this happen where they take, like 24 sales calls and then they quit. And it's like they're just too impatient to understand that like until you take 30, which is the rule for sales calls, to understand your to like actually have a valid close rate, like you don't know. You could close the next 5 or 6. Like you just don't know. Another example of this is like if you close your first 2 sales calls, you assume that you have a 100% close rate, right? False. You have to wait until you've taken 30 calls to determine your close rate. Now, for outbound and client acquisition, there's pretty much 2 numbers that we need to keep in mind. It's 30 and then 300. 300 is for outbound and then 30 is for sales calls. To actually have a valid metric that has gone through the process of regression to mean, you need to have enough volume. For example, if you've taken 10 sales calls and you've closed 1, your close rate is not 10%. You will only know your close rate once you've taken 30 calls. And it's the same way it goes with outbound and metrics like that. So for example, if you book 0 appointments and 100 cold calls, it could still be regression to the mean. Or if you call 300, you could book 5 to 10 and be in KPI. So I hope that this is making sense so far. But what's most important is that you have a big enough sample size in the test for it to be a valid test. Like otherwise, you'll do 50 cold calls in a day. You'll say, fuck this, I didn't even book any appointments, which is complete BS and irrationality because you haven't even conducted a full test, which would be 300 cold calls. So we have to prevent this. You don't have to do this on a day-to-day basis. You can always split it up and do 50 a day, but just know that it will take 6 full days for you to complete 1 test. And you could have a test that doesn't do well and your ABR could go down. And so that's why I recommend that high volume approach so much. That's the reason why cold SMS is so overpowered, because you can easily send 300 cold SMS a day and do a test every single day. But we will cover more about irrationality later in this program, not in this video specifically. So sample size. Once again, we have to determine our sample size for whatever test we're conducting. And we're still on the stage of building a hypothesis. For outbound, you have to have at least 300 touches for a successful test. For sales, you have had to at least had 30 conducted calls, not 30 bookings, 30 conducted calls. And that's pretty much the only type of tests that you'll need to conduct for now. So those will be your sample sizes. So once you determined whether you're doing a sales test or some kind of outbound, we have to determine the test duration. Some processes need time, and that's why this is so important to give them enough time. For example, like if you send 300 cold SMS and you track your metrics right away and you don't really allow proper time for like people to actually respond and follow-ups to come through, like that means you didn't give the test enough time and duration. So with every single system and test, there is latency, which is essentially the time you wait to get the result. So it's crucial that you allow proper time for each test and you make sure each variable is accounted for. Like, do not judge test results prematurely directly after finishing the test, but when the set test duration has been completed. So, for example, like let's say you send 300 cold emails over the course of 3 days, right? You do 100 a day for 3 days. And right after you're done sending the 300, you track your metrics and you've gotten 5 positive replies, 1 appointment has been booked. But then in your actual outbound process, there's 7 follow-ups that go to each person over the course of the next 2.5 weeks. The proper way to do this test is to have the test duration be set for 2 to 3 weeks or however long it takes for the follow-ups to come through. Then at the end of all of that, track your metrics, and that would be considered a successful test. because you've had a proper sample size, you've sent 300 emails, you've had a proper test duration, so it's had enough time to go through all the process, and that's how it's done. Just remember to not judge test results directly after. Just make sure you give things time. So the last portion of building your hypothesis, which is the first step of the scientific method, is to make sure the test is focusing on, the variable you're assessing. What I mean by that is just making sure the test is airtight. You have to focus on a certain variable that you're assessing. Like, simply just ask yourself, like, what could go wrong here, and fix everything that could possibly go wrong and influence bad results in the test. Like, if your funnel isn't protected, there's a chance that people will click on it from ads and go to convert, but the website won't even load for them. If your booking calendar has a website element blocking the schedule button, people won't be able to book appointments no matter what you do. This happened to me. It was rough. I spent probably $5,000 on ads before I even realized. But yeah, just make sure that the test is solely focused on the variable you're assessing. In statistics, like, there's a lot about this, making sure that your tests are conducted properly. But constants are essentially the aspects that affect the test results that we have to keep the same so we can test a certain variable. Like I said, the last thing is to ensure that you're focusing specifically on the variable you're assessing, right? The variable, the one thing. And constants are things that don't change in a test, so we can test something that will change. For example, like, if you're doing cold SMS and you're testing out some scripts, your phone number should not change. But what would change there, because you're trying to test it, would be your script. So basically what I mean is that we have to make sure that everything stays the same except one variable. And that way we can actually deem cause and effect. Like, there are constants in every single test, so we have to define them here in the building hypothesis stage. Otherwise, we won't even know what caused what in the test. Like, the only way to actually have cause and effect is for everything other than what we are testing, the specific thing, is to remain the same. Like, how can we know what caused what if multiple things changed? We have to keep everything the same. And so, like, you can never iterate more than one variable at a time. Good decisions in business come from good data. If you iterate more than one variable at a time, then, like, the data is fucked and you have to start over. So, like, the key here is that if we want to constantly grow, improve our booking rates, close rates, and all kinds of other metrics, we have to constantly listen to the scientific method. And again, the only way to do that is to define the constants that we do not change in the test. So, for example, to help you understand, if we are sending cold emails, testing email copy, right? That's what we're testing, is email copy. So, the words that are in the actual email. We cannot send 300 emails, conduct a test. 300 emails is enough, for the sample size. So we did that correct. But then after we send 300 emails, we didn't get good results. So we changed our profile picture, our domain, our email copy, our headline. Like, you change so many things that you will 100% have to start over. I hope this makes sense now. Like, you can set the right sample size, you can set the right test duration, but if you don't define what your constants are and you change multiple things at once, then you never know what caused what. You could have had an open rate of like 5% through these 300 emails, and then because you changed all this stuff, your open rate could be like 1%, and you don't even know what caused what, and so you can't even iterate and make a new hypothesis based off those test results. That is the key, that is why having constants is so necessary. Once again, test one aspect at a time and have everything else remain the same. Set version. In this step of the process, set a version as well to, simply add like a V1 or a V of X. So like V1, V2, V3 to keep track of the test. So before we go through the rest of the scientific method, I want to show you the testing database just so you can understand how this would actually look. So when you're actually conducting these tests through the scientific method, this is a spreadsheet that I've created to basically help you do this. So essentially, you choose the subject, you set the test version like we mentioned here. We establish the variables that make up the stimuli. We establish the constants that aren't going to change. We go over the primary metric, which is the initial metric of what's going to happen from doing this test. The secondary metric, which is like the actual ultimate goal. The sample size, the test duration, launched, completed, and the result. And if it's in KPI or close to KPI, then it's considered scalable, and you don't have to connect another test. All you do is increase volume. Okay, and if you think like this, like a fucking scientist, and you do this for every single subject and test, and you get to the point where you're at like V15 or something, when you have like an insane ABR that's like, 5% and it's scalable, it's like, this is how you succeed. But we'll cover over scalability more soon. But I just wanted to bring this about to you guys. So now that we've covered building your hypothesis, let's go over actually just testing your hypothesis, which is pretty simple. So let's go to the green. So actually test your hypothesis. Like, you've created it, right? You have it in the database, and now it's time to actually test it out. Running the test is a lot simpler to understand than creating it. Maybe not as easy to do, but simpler to understand for sure. So all you do is launch your test and let it run without touching it. Launch those ads, send the messages, send the emails, make the calls, do the action required to test the hypothesis, and do not touch it until it's done. Do not make some irrational change out of emotion. Don't stop because you don't feel like it. Fully finish the test. Okay? And don't get 275 cold calls in and stop the test because you understand that regression to the mean could mean you could book the last 15. You don't know. So you have to fully complete the test. You want to collect and track all of the data. So every single day, track all of your metrics, make sure you do it correctly, let the test run its course, and consistently track the metrics. Okay? Do not wait to do it all at once at the end of the test. Otherwise, it will become overwhelming and you won't want to do it. So track your metrics consistently throughout every day. And no matter how emotionally convincing like it seems to make some change, some irrational change early on, please refrain from doing this. Just let it complete. Otherwise, you'll have to start over. So that is the second step in the scientific method. And the third one is observing the feedback. Now, similar to the last step, it is not as complicated as building the original hypothesis, but to know whether or not a test is actually completed, you have to go through this checkbox sequence here. So the first thing is that like nothing serious went wrong, right? If you can check that off, then you can move on to the next one. The second one is that you didn't touch it. So you didn't affect anything. You didn't ruin the consistency. You didn't alter and make any irrational changes in the beginning. The third thing in the checklist is that you logged every day with accuracy all of your metrics and make sure you actually double check it. The fourth thing is that you didn't change the constants. So the things that you decided that weren't going to change, you didn't. And the final thing is that you allowed the test to fully finish. You let the duration and the latency go on long enough where like the actual test was completely complete, right? If you can check all these 5 things off, then that's how you know you're done with the test. Now, you're probably thinking right about now, like, oh my gosh, we need to devise strategy stimuli. We need to create systems. We need to actually test the systems, make them working. And then we need to actually cold call to run the systems and test and like actually make the test and do all this shit. It's like, yes, but once you find the working stimuli and strategy and build a proper system, then you simply just outsource it, remove yourself from the process, and continuously make and improve and iterate. And that's how you compound. Like, that's how you grow exponentially. So now that you know that everything is accurately tracked and the test is actually complete, we can compare the results against like the KPI metrics, like what you set when you built the hypothesis, to see if the hypothesis holds true. So you can ask yourself, like, what were the metrics? What are the KPIs for the metrics? So if we were to open up the database once again, and when we actually create the test before we launch it and complete it, you will have a KPI that is the ideal primary and secondary metric, right? And the test result will result in a metric, right? And so it's important here that you keep in mind, like, what were the metrics, right? What were the test results? And then what were the KPIs for the metrics, right? And always focus on the secondary metric, because if it's slightly below KPI or a KPI, just scale it, just increase volume. That's all you have to do. So if you do a cold SMS test and it's V1 and you use the scripts that I give you and you go through, you fill in the things that don't change, like, for example, the phone number, the follow-up message, the calling script, and you go through and you add the variables and you set your KPIs and your metrics to be like, 3% ABR, and you do 300 cold SMS messages. You let the test go for, 48 hours to let the follow-up messages send and people to reply, and you launch it. You send the 300 cold SMS, you call, you let the test actually go out through the duration. You don't change the constants. You focus on the variables. So, like, let's say you change your variable as like the cold SMS script, which consists of like, an opener type, like a pitch message, a bit of a CTA, or whatever the case may be. And this would be like your positive reply rate, which let's say it's like 10%, your goal is. Okay, so that's it. You made a test for cold SMS and you launched it and you did it. And you hover over here and you check off all the list of the things that I just went over, and everything went well. Then you take it, it's completed, and then you take the average and the secondary metric and you put it into here. Let's say you got 3.5% ABR. Okay? Then scale it. Okay? And what I mean by that is don't conduct another test, don't change a single thing, do exactly what you did again, but send it to more people. So tomorrow, instead of sending, 300 cold SMS or 150 or whatever you did to complete the test, double it, triple it, quadruple it, do whatever you can, because if it's scalable, then simply just check it and send more. Like, that is all you have to do. And before you know it, you'll have 20 appointments a day, right? Like, it is that easy. And people don't understand this. So this is the power of the scientific method. The reason why you want to increase volume so rapidly and insanely, and that's the reason why cold calling is kind of low leverage if you're doing it yourself, is that you have like a limit to what your volume can be. With cold email and cold SMS, like, there is no limit to your volume really. You can send out as much as you want. And if you think there's a limit, because Go High Level set a limit for you, make 10 more sub accounts. Make 20 more sub accounts. And trust me, there is no limit if you work hard enough. And also, just to preface, like, let's say your KPI is 3% and you get like 2.5%. That's good enough. Just scale it. Just take advantage of the working, stimuli and strategy, because like, it won't last forever. If you find that like you run the system and you throw like 10,000 leads through it, and the ABR stands still for like the whole time and stays pretty consistently good, like, that is a huge win, because you don't have to constantly make changes and always fight the losing battle of finding a winning system. Like, instead, you have one. So use it and take advantage of it. So make sure you allow enough time, though. For example, let the test fully run its course. And some people don't think you can scale unless you have like a 5% ABR in cold calling. But like, you can get to 6 figures a year with a 2% ABR and 100 cold calls a day. And if you don't believe me, listen to this. But first of all, just keep in mind that consistency is everything. So like, if you do the math and you do 100 cold calls a day, a 2% ABR for 22 days of the month, which isn't even every day in the month, and that will get you 44 bookings. Roughly, it's 2 appointments a day. And let's say you have a 50% show rate, which is like pretty average. That'll give you 24 appointments in a month that you can actually take, which isn't enough to actually probably see your close rate. It'll probably take a month and a week or two. But let's say you have a 10% close rate. That'll give you 2.4 clients a month. Do that every month for the year, and you have more than 30 clients. Like, that is at least $30,000 a month recurring. So Like, oh my gosh, like it's just so easy. But if the answer is yes, whether it's scalable or not, then just increase volume and scale. And if no, then be mindful that like if it's not criminally below KPI, then it's usually pretty scalable. But remember to not be emotionally attached to the metrics. Remember that if it's below KPI, you're getting closer and closer to the truth, which is a great thing. And if you're troubleshooting this properly, you start with a V1. You know, you got an okay test result, but not the best. And you do V2, but it goes down, right? And you're like, shoot, it goes down. So what you want to do is make another V2, regress back to this original test, and change something different. Because obviously going from this to this made things worse. And so you don't want to go from this to this because things might get even worse. So we need to go from this and make a new one here based off of the original V1 and test something out. And then you find you did really well and that it's scalable, and then you just scale it up. That is how this works. This works with ads. This works with cold SMS. This works with DMs. This works with emails, everything. So the fourth and final step in the scientific method is to actually just reiterate, right? Now, this is also super simple in comparison to building the hypothesis. That is pretty much the longest thing in this, and actually, completing the test itself. But what you want to do is just adjust, the high leverage variables based on your results. So analyze all the variables, just pick one to change, and pick ideally the one that you think will move the needle the most. But keep in mind, like the bigger the change, the less affinity to the original test will make it harder to iterate. So you don't want to change like the biggest thing ever. So I would recommend to constantly improve is to make smaller / medium-sized changes to just one of the variables at a time, then keeping the rest of the variables as constants so we can find actual cause and effect. And if we do this over and over and over again, then we can simply just reiterate constantly and eventually have a super high metric of, a scalable metric that we can use to scale and grow. So after you go ahead and implement the changes, save the changes, make the actual changes can continue, and then just repeat step one of this process by creating a new hypothesis. Like I explained earlier, if the V1 ABR was 1.4% and V2 was 0.9%, instead of changing V2 and trying to make a V3 and improve that, there's a chance that it'll go down even more, right? And so instead of changing and affecting V2 to make V3, I would just go back to V1 and make an original change based off of V1 to make another V2. I know that sounds confusing, but I hope that makes sense. So here's, again, the resource that I have designed. I would recommend, creating, making a copy of this, obviously, and then bookmarking it in tab extend. You can really use this resource in just about every aspect of your life that you want to consistently improve at. So always keep this on hand. And every time you make a new test for whether like an outbound method or some kind of ads or anything, even like content type, even videos, even just like fitness, health, diet, like whatever it is, whatever you need guaranteed growth with, use this and you will get it. So that's all that there is about scientific thinking. I hope this was able to help you kind of think a little bit. This is how to make sure that you're not guessing. And this feeds a lot into systems, and that's what we're next going to cover, which is essentially how to build. Because all your business is an amalgamation of systems. So if we can properly cover systems thinking, then we can guarantee throughout our entire business predictability, which will allow us to get the results that the system is designed for. So that is the second discipline that we're going to cover. The first one was scientific thinking. The second one is systems. So what is a system? A system is a group of processes that work together in order to achieve an outcome. So here is my diagram of a system. An input, gone through a process, turning to an output, yielding feedback, all inside of an environment. Now I know that this kind of has a similar vibe to the scientific method, but it's completely different, right? We test to find working processes so that we can use them in a system. Okay? So again, the inputs are the materials that you put into the system. The process is what converts those materials into an end result. Think of it like a factory. The output is the end result. The feedback is the information you get from the end result that is used to improve the inputs and processes to get a better output. And the environment is where the system operates in. So a system is predictability, but not an automation, you know. It's a function, but not an intention. And so what I mean by that is that, like, you may intend to sign hundreds or even thousands of clients with a client acquisition system, but you might make the function of the system not entail that result. Your system does not succeed to the intention that the intention of the desired outcome, but the function that it's designed for. So you might think that you've designed the best system, you know, with the intention of like to cook a perfect steak, for example. Let's say you think you've designed like the best system for this. And that's the intention, right? The intention is to make a perfect steak with the system. But the function of the system is to make a bad steak. So here's how this actually looks. Your input is cheap, shitty, you know, bad cut of steak, salt, pepper, and butter. The process is simply just a step-by-step recipe instructions of how to cook the steak. And the output is like an okay steak. You know, nothing crazy, nothing that good. And you find that like the feedback, so you taste it, right? The feedback is that like it's undercooked, it doesn't taste very good, doesn't smell that great, it's too salty, etc. But like all of these things are feedback, and all of this happens in the kitchen, right? So this is how you can view, like, a system is everything. It's not just business, it's literally everything. And so while we intended to have the perfect steak, the function of the system was actually designed to just make a decent one. And this is why understanding systems is so important. Let's understand some hypothetical situations. Let's say you have a bad cut of steak, right? It's super thin and super cheap. No matter what your process is, even if you're like reverse searing your butter basting and you're doing all these things, piping hot and cast iron, like, just because you have a bad cut of steak, it's pretty safe to assume that, like, no matter what that process is, it will not be very perfect. You know, and that just indicates the importance of a proper input. So, like, let's say you have a bad recipe, but you have like an A5 Japanese Wagyu. You have the best input ever, but your process is terrible. It's like, you may not get the output that you're intending to get no matter what. And you'll know that by the feedback. And so let's understand this in business. Systems in business. Now, this can be quite simple. And so let's go over systems like that we'll need on a extremely macro scale, right? For example, a client acquisition system. We take people in our niche, which is the input. We take them through subsystems. They become a client. And then we use metrics and do the same thing. And this all exists in the market. Now, this is what a client acquisition systems look like from like a 30,000 foot view, right? If we go into depth, for example, let's look at a client fulfillment system. We take the client, right, as the input. We take them through more subsystems as the process. And now we have a client with money. And we use metrics and feedback to do the same. And on a macro level, like, these systems look super, super simple and achievable, but like each system is made up of plenty and plenty and plenty of subsystems. So once again, let's go through inputs so you can better understand them. They are like the raw materials that go into a system. So like if we want the intended result, right, the intention, we have to have the right type of input for the system. Like, there's a saying that like what you put in is what you get out. And this is completely true in systems thinking. Like, you could have the best processes in the entire world, the best ad copy, the best scripts, the best everything. But if you have garbage leads or a bad input, like, no matter what happens, you will not get anything other than the function of the system. Okay? Let me rephrase. You will never get anything other than what the system is designed to produce. Even with the best pizza chef in the world, bad ingredients will guarantee the pizza is not going to be that great. Another example, even with the best cold SMS method, using saturated leads that have all seen the same messaging, like, can guarantee the system will not work. Okay? I want you to understand the importance of inputs. And another thing, like, don't blame your shortcomings, though, on inputs. Like, especially in sales, because salespeople will constantly blame their prospects for not being a good fit and good enough because they keep throwing, like, so many objections on sales calls. But you need to have some form of accountability. You know, chances are that, like, this might be a hard truth to swallow, but you might just not be good at sales. So keep this in mind. It's not always the input for the reason of your failure. Process. So processes are the chain of actions that utilize stimuli and strategies in order to get a certain outcome. So in macro systems like above, these subsystems in the, like, because this is the process, right? The blue part. It usually consists of like tens or even hundreds of subsystems in order to get the outcome. Like, this is what I mean. Hundreds of systems just to get the, like, intended outcome, right? And so here's a macro system, including every subsystem needed to turn a residential roofer into a closed client using cold calling. I know that this is probably not, you can't see this, but I'll read it to you. Residential roofers, lead list, clear out phone, higher quality leads, remove landline numbers. Like, you take that output, put in the input, like, you just, like, all throughout the entire process, all to get a closed client. This is all client acquisition for roofing, right? And people don't see things like this, but once you start to see things like this, each one of these feedback is completely dictated by a metric. This is pickup rate. This is resonation rate. This is pitch rate. This is appointment booking rate. This is show up rate. This is DQ rate. This is conversion rate. Like, it's all just a game of numbers and systems. That's all it is. And, like, if you were to zoom in, most of these subsystems required to, you know, go from a fresh residential roofer into a closed client is through, like, multiple macro systems. For example, like, in here I have, like, cold calling system or sales system, right? And here it's just sales processes. But that right there in itself is more subsystems, you know, going through the entire sales process. And so this is how it works, and this is how you need to think of it. Like, and if we can build proper systems where the function aligns with the actual intention, then we will have a predictable, scalable way to achieve our goals. 10K a month, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 100, 150, 200, 250. There is very, very little luck in this. Okay? Virtually all it is well-designed systems and ways to produce consistent and predictable outcomes, right? That's all this is. And remember that your system will only produce the result that it's designed to produce and not the intended result. So let's go through outputs. We have inputs. We understand processes and how they actually look on a macro and sort of micro level. The output, again, is like the end result. So it's what the system is designed to produce, not intended to produce. So in a client acquisition system, like, the output, for example, is getting closed clients. And for an appointment booking system, the output is getting booked appointments, right? Etc. The feedback is what you get from the output. And it provides, it's basically what we learn from getting the functional output of the system, not the intended output. Again, healthy systems, like, if they're a healthy system, they should have a form of feedback. And feedback will tell us how we can improve the processes and inputs to get better outputs. So, like, in client acquisition and client fulfillment systems, feedback is usually measured in metrics. And this is the case for most business. And we measure these metrics in accordance or against with the actual KPIs, which are the key performance indicators that you guys should now understand, or at least have a fundamental understanding of. So, for example, our ABR from the cold calling system might be 4%. So we book 4 appointments from 100 calls, and we measure that. But remember, like, this doesn't count. Like, this isn't a 4% ABR. It's a 4% ABR if we book 12 appointments and 300 calls because of the sample size. But now you should understand that now. And so I think I should probably actually change that as well. And we could measure that feedback against like a typical KPI for cold calling, which could be like, 5%. And the way to do that is to improve the inputs, change the processes of the system in order to improve the output, more appointments. And the way we actually do that is through that testing process that we've covered. Right? Now, the environment is what's interesting here. This all exists inside of an environment, which in business tends to be the market. Now, every system has an environment, and they are not directly part of the actual system, but very much influence it in a major way. And it's really important to build a system where the environment is conducive to the intended output. Now, what's interesting is that a system is just a system. For example, you could make a steak and have the same system every time and make a great steak every time. However, your environment, where you cook it at, can completely determine the quality of the steak, whether the pans are rusty, whether the kitchen is like not up to par. What I mean by that is that if you have a system in business, for example, like a client fulfillment system or a client acquisition system, the market can completely dictate how it goes even without changing anything. And that's how systems die over time, like we mentioned earlier with the decay and renewal. It's usually based off of the market, or at least the overexposure to the actual process itself. Obviously, we'll go into troubleshooting, especially when looking to scale, but just understand that like the market can completely change the system's output and results and feedback, even if you keep everything the same over enough time, because overexposure happens at the market level, right? That's everyone sees these ads online, and the market gets influenced by it, and so the system starts performing a little worse. You really have to just constantly understand the environment and understand the market so you can work with it or around it, right? Feedback extended. So we know what feedback is now, but let's actually dive into what this feedback looks like in a business context. Metrics. So for systems that have to do with client acquisition, client success, and all that good stuff, metrics are the main source of feedback. So it's important that we understand the most important metrics to track in order to scale and test effectively. To centralize tracking and guarantee that we know exactly what's going on, we'll track plenty of metrics through Google Sheets and have them automatically imported into a CEO dashboard. This will be set up eventually in future modules, but here's a list of metrics that I believe you should know when building an agency. And yes, I came up with all of these off the top of my head. PR, PUR, PRR, ABR, RR, SUR, SCR, DQR, NRR, CR, NSR, COR, OCR, CPOM, OR, ROAS, ROI, MRR, LGTP to CAC, this is such a tongue twister. LTGP, CAC, LTV, CPM, CTR all, CTR link, CPL, CTL, CBBC, CPP, CPS. That is really, really hard to say 5 times fast. But these are just some metrics that I recommend just like reading through and keeping in mind. Now, over the course of your whole journey of building an agency, you'll pretty much know all of these by the end, which is pretty incredible. But basically, we use a CEO dashboard to track basically the health of our business. This is like the ultimate source of feedback, right? If we took our business on a huge macro system level and we took, people in niche, results, like the most basic, like our business, like the most basic macro of our system, that's our like entire business, we would measure the feedback typically with a CEO dashboard to gauge the health of our business. Now, this spreadsheet right here will be your CEO dashboard, so go to File and make a copy so that we can use this in the future. As of right now, we won't use it because it's quite complicated as to what we have set up right now in the program. But in this spreadsheet, the first output, like the first column right here, will be like what your goals are. Now, by no means will you hit all of these goals. You probably won't. And because some of this stuff is pretty hard to achieve, especially like a 10-to-1 LTGP to CAC, especially with this agency model, 12 new clients a month. A lot of these will be achievable though, and you'll find that out. But this will be the central hub to all your most important metrics. So for example, you would bookmark this as the CEO dashboard, and you would always be on here kind of analyzing things and just getting a macro view of all the feedback and all the systems of your business. So let's go through like all of these metrics here so you can understand them, because a lot of these I'm sure look pretty foreign to you. So LTGP to CAC is essentially the most important metric. Like that is why it gets the target emoji. When you want to grow an agency, you have to make sure that the lifetime gross profit from a client is more than the cost it takes to actually acquire the customer. So what this means, like if it's 10-to-1, your LTGP to CAC is 10-to-1. That means, for example, in this example, it costed you $1,000 to sign the client, and you made $10,000 profit from the client. Okay? So that's what that looks. And LTGP to CAC is by far the most important metric. Obviously profit as well, but it's very important. So again, this is the ratio between the amount of profit you get from a customer and the cost to acquire that customer. And you're probably asking like, why does it cost money to acquire customers if we're cold calling and doing cold SMS? And it's like, when you scale an agency, especially past a certain mark, you don't do cold calling. You can have appointment setters, you can have cold SMS and all this stuff, but you typically just scale with paid ads because it's much, much simpler. Whether those are YouTube ads, Facebook ads, Google ads, whatever the case may be, typically Facebook ads, but you dictate basically all of your metrics based off of these two things. Like this is the most important thing. So I hope that this makes sense. Now, this is different than the lifetime gross revenue, which is usually considered the LTV. So we want to make sure that we profit, at least 3-to-1 from signing a client. Like if we sign a client for $1,000, because that's how much it costs via ads, and we only make 1.5K from them, then our LTGP to CAC would be 1.5-to-1. And that is bad. And that's what happens when you don't have a good product and you don't have retention. So if you guys are understanding this video and the flow of this video properly, then you'll understand by now that the churn and burn agencies will typically have a 1-to-1 or at least a 2-to-1 LTGP to CAC because they sign a client and they leave in 1 to 2 months. Right? And that's what we don't want. That's not healthy. Because then we're constantly having to get more and more customers to fuel our business. So, number 2 is profit. So profit's really important. It's really simple. It's just the amount of profit you make. That's pretty much it. This goes to a month to month. So the goal here is 30,000 profit in a given month. So January 30, February 30, March 30, April 30, etc. And if you go through that process for the whole year, you have a good year, 360K. So, yeah. Now, cash is just the amount of cash collected in a given month. Now, again, most of these churn and burn agencies will completely scale based off of cash collected. So if you ask someone that says they're at 100K a month, ask them and see how much money that is cash collected, or CC, cash collected. And if 50K of it is just from new cash collected and pay in fulls, then they are not at 100K a month. Not in the slightest. Because if you sign a pay in full, which is a PIF, PIF, and it's 3 months of service and for like 4K or something, then you didn't add 4K in monthly recurring revenue to your income. You added 4K divided by 3 to your monthly recurring income. And people just forget that. So ad spend is essentially how much you spend on ads in a given month. Super simple. The goal is to spend around 9K a month on ads. That's healthy for an agency. That's around how much I was spending. I was spending roughly 200 to 250 a day. And that adds up to around 7-8K or something. So that's a healthy amount. The CAC, or the CAC, is the customer acquisition cost. And now we covered this, and it's completely determined by a bunch of metrics. It is a very important metric in any business. If you're with a business owner and he thinks he knows what he's talking about, yet he doesn't know how much it costs to acquire a customer, chances are he's not really like as serious as he might seem. A lot of people can grow really well in organic and, a lot of different models like home improvement, which is great. But if you want to get to the, multi-million dollars a year, you need to know this stuff. You have to. Alex Hormozy preaches knowing this a lot. So, for example, like if we want to know our CAC, and we are running Facebook ads, then our cost per booked call is about $100. Let's say it's about $100. And we know this because Facebook tells us based on our ad spend. And our show rate, like let's say it's 60%. So that means our cost per show is $166 because you divide these. So it costs us $166 for a shown appointment. And on average, it's about 6 appointments per close, given our close rates and conversion rates, meaning that to actually acquire a new customer, it's about $1,000. Right? This is how much it costs. What's great is that if we spam appointment setters and spam cold SMS and cold calling and cold DMs and Facebook groups and emails and all of these things, then we can get, pretty much a super high LTGP to CAC ratio because like it didn't cost us anything to actually get those customers, right? If you're doing cold SMS and you pay your appointment setters $250 per close, and the LTV is worth like, $4,000, then that means right there, your LTGP to CAC is technically 16-1, right? Even though it's on a lower scale, right? And that's why a lot of these agencies, these newcomers, are succeeding so much, is because they're spamming those free and paid for those free methods and combining them with paid ads, and pretty much just getting PIFs and making, $50K in a month. And now they're a $50K a month agency, but in actuality they're not, because it's pretty much churn and burn and PIFs only. So LTGP, once again, we covered this slightly, is the lifetime gross profit. This is how much money you profit from each customer on average over their lifetime with you. So lifetime gross profit, right? If your average retention, so how long someone stays with you, is 6 months, and you're charging, an average of $1,000 a month retainer, then your LTV, so your lifetime value, is roughly $6K. That's your LTV. So your lifetime value, which is basically your revenue from a given client. So 6 times, because 6 times 1,000, 6 months for 1,000 a month is 6K. Now, once you factor in your expenses and subtract those from your LTV, that is your LTGP, which is what we need to focus on in order to scale properly. Your average monthly retainer is essentially just the average monthly retainer you get from each client. It's typical to sign clients on PIFs, pay in fulls, where, they pay for 3 to 6 months at once, for, a discounted rate, or even, some pay on results type of offer. But like, regardless of the payment model, if you properly use the billing and tracking sheets that I will give you in later modules, then you will know the average amount of money you get paid from each client on a given month-to-month basis, right? It will tell you that. And that is how you get the average monthly retainer, which is also right there. Now, the net profit percentage is the percentage of profits from revenue left over after all expenses are paid. I know this sounds really confusing, but if you make, like, let's say you make $20K in a month, and then you spend $11,500 on some stupid shit, your net profit would be 42.5%. That's your net profit. This is different than your gross profit and the percentage of revenue that remains after only deducting the cost of the goods being sold. So when people say they're like insanely profitable, they say they have high gross profit, which the agency model has very, very good gross profit. So because you don't, when you calculate gross profit percentage, you don't account tax, interest, and operating expenses. So like if you make 20K in a month and you only spend money on Go High Level for like 297, your gross profit's 98.5%. Right? But what we want to focus on is your net profit, because spending all of your money like a dumbass will not guarantee that you succeed long term. So yeah, net cash growth is pretty much how much readily a cash you have available on a given month. It's always good to have at least 20K ready to be spent and save. That's what most business people recommend. Now, it depends. I recommend like anywhere between 10 and 20 just to have on hand. It's a good rule of thumb to have 3 months of expenses. So let's say you're spending 9K a month on ads and 1K a month on software. It's probably good to have around 30,000 saved up as a run rate. You have 3 months of run rate ready. That's usually a good rule of thumb. But 10 to 30 around there is good. And then after that, I'm not saying spend any of it, but use it to learn more or use it to invest. And yeah, you'll be way more successful. So the net cash growth percentage. So this is pretty much the percentage increase in your cash balance compared to the beginning of the month. So like if you start the month with 40K in cash and you end with 60K, your net cash growth dollar amount is 20K. So that's what you would track here. But your actual like growth percentage is 50% because you go from 40K to 60K, which is 50% increase. So LTV once again is the lifetime value of a customer. So this is calculated by taking the average monthly retainer and multiplying it by the retention length. So if your retention is 6.6 months, your average retainer is 1250, then your LTV would be 8250. And this metric is really important because like every time you sign a client, on average, this is how much revenue you can expect to earn from them. So it's just signing a client, just booking 20 meetings, closing one of them. If you know your LTV, you can be like, you could technically say on the sales call that you close like 10K. My LTV for my roofing agency is pretty damn high, and that's why in a recent YouTube video on my Owen Rensland business channel, I said I just closed a $10,150 SMA client. And the reason why I know that is because he's paid me that much, which it's more now, but that's the power of LTV. Now, churn percentage. So this is super important to know, and a lot of people don't even know what this is. This is the percentage of clients that leave you in a given month. So this sounds kind of complicated, but like let's say you have 20 active clients and then 5 leave you in let's say February. Then your churn for that month is 25% because you lost 25% of your customers in 1 month. Sounds scary, but you need to get the lowest churn rate possible. The lower your churn rate, your churn percentage is, like the better the more money you make, because like the LTV for each customer increases. Like typically your churn is measured like more on a monthly basis. So, and then it's averaged out over the course of like a few months. So like, for example, so let's say in January, before January started, you had 20 clients. And then by the end of January, you had 10 clients. That means your churn for January was 50%. So you would put 50%. And then essentially in February, let's say you started the month with 10 clients and you only lost 1. That means your churn is 10%. And you basically just average this out for a long enough time, and you could start to see your average churn, which would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you would basically just simply average this out, right? So 110 divided by 7. So your churn is 15%, right? So that is how churn works. Now, remember that like if your churn's lower, that means less people leave you. That means more people will pay you more money and your LTV will increase. So the goal churn for an agency is 10%. Now, it's completely possible to scale effectively with a churn of 25, 30%. But if it's above like 45, then that's how you know you have some things to work on in your product. it's usually a good rule of thumb to have a higher referral rate than churn rate, right? And agencies have a hard time doing this, but usually in like course creators and other mentorships and things, it's completely the other way around. And that's just because of the time of how things are right now, especially in 2025. But like, for example, let's say your churn rate is 10%, but your referral rate is 15%. And so like on a given month, there's a 15% chance that you'll get a referral, and then there's a 10% chance that a client will leave you. Then that means if you stop working and stop actively growing and doing paid ads, you're like, you will keep growing as a business because less clients are leaving you and more are coming to you naturally. So a good rule of thumb is if your churn rate is higher than your referral rate, then you need to spend more time working on your product. So the client ROAS, or the revenue, is the metric of your client's return on ad spend. So this is pretty hard to track, but we will show you how to do it in future modules, especially automated as well. But there are ways to track exactly how much money your clients make off of your ad spend, so the closing process is so much easier. If you could tell someone and show them the actual data that like on average each client of yours makes 20 times what they spend on you for ads, then you're going to have an easy time closing. So for example, if you're like, if on average every client you sign generates $20 for every dollar they spent on ads, then there'd be a 20x ROAS. If they spend $1,500 if they spend $1,500 in the month of January and they have a 20x ROAS, or that's your average client ROAS, then they can expect to get 30K that month, right? Not too bad. So then you can charge like 2 or 3K, right? Or 2,800. So 15, number of new clients. This is simply just how many new clients you get in a given month. Sales close rate. Basically, once you take 30 calls, you can divide the amount of closed clients by the number of total sales calls you've taken, and that's how you get your close rate. It has to be 30. Let me bold that. If it's 25, it's irrational. If it's 35, then it's fine. If it's 29, it's even irrational. So show rate percentage. This is how many people show up to a booking. So once again, similar to the close rate, this metric is only valid once you've booked 30 meetings. And it's pretty dependent on the niche too. Like, I know in some industries, it's typical to have like a 65% show rate. But for example, in home improvement, it tends to be a little bit lower because of people out on jobs. So whether that's like 45 to 50%. And so example, like if you book 45 meetings, 25 of them show up, then your show rate is 62.5%. CPS is your cost per show. So this is essentially how much it costs you to get someone to show up. This is calculated by your cost per booked call divided by your actual show rate. So like we said in the example earlier, when we were calculating our LTV and actually our LTGP, the cost per book call was 100, show rate was 62.5, and so the cost per show was around 160, right? CPA, or cost per booked call, is essentially the cost per booked call, right? Pretty simple. So if you do manual outreach, it's typically $0, but if you do paid ads, which you will, this will be a very important metric. So this is the appointments per close. So on average, how many shown appointments it takes for you to close someone. This is calculated based off your close rate. And remember, we can automate every single one of these metrics for you, right? This will take time to build out all these systems, to build out this agency in such a way where it's automated so fully. But once you do this, you could scale so high, and it's going to be amazing. So now that we've gone through a bunch of basic knowledge, some disciplines like systems thinking, testing, the scientific method, all of these metrics, feedback, that was just a part of systems thinking because we were going through feedback, and this is what typical feedback looks like. Let's go through my paradigm. We went through the intro to paradigm, but this is my paradigm. Like we mentioned earlier though, like how we see things is literally everything. I see client acquisition, client success, building a successful agency overall through a ton of different lenses. Remember, these are what disciplines are. Fundamentals are theories, concepts, or ideas that come from each discipline. SMMA is not a discipline and it's not a fundamental, but it's an amalgamation of a bunch of different disciplines. This is how you need to view it. If you view building an agency through scientific thinking, systems, evolutionary biology, psychology, network science, like all of these different disciplines, you will not fail, and even you will like build a super successful agency with ease. It's just a matter of utilizing this stuff. And in this video, we cover these two, and in the next video, we'll cover these two as well as this, and then maybe network science as well. Maybe a little bit of cognition in there as well, tied in with the psychology stuff there. Maybe a little bit of genetic stuff tied in with the evolutionary biology. Maybe a little bit of economics too, but it's pretty straightforward. So like, if you view client acquisition, if you view CS or client success with all this, with these lenses, it is impossible to fail. It is actually impossible to fail. And this is the reason why I can guarantee I'll always succeed, is because I understand these concepts and disciplines. So once again, if you need a reminder on how to learn these disciplines, I have a section about that, as well as how to study them. But that will pay you so much in the future. So let's go to scale now. Scale in business is simply an increase in size. Now this might blow your mind, but people misunderstand the concept of sale in its entirety. Like, people think that they need to scale, but in actuality, they just need to find a delivery system that works. Like, if you've only served like 4 clients or like 3 clients with like okay results, no, you do not need to scale. Trust me, you need to add more value to your product and deliver it better. Or just like, find a proof of concept. And there is a general flow to, in sequence to scaling. And this is how the process works. So in order to scale, which is to increase the volume, and you could scale on like a, micro level, you can increase, like what I was talking about earlier in this video today, like scale, your volume and outreach. Like, that's different. That means just increase it, right? But if we want to scale the agency, there is a general flow and sequence to this. And this is how it works. We have to first have a way to deliver a valuable product to at least 20 clients. Now, some programs and mentorships say 30. I say 20 because the most important thing is the LTGP to CAC. You need to have a real system for consistent client acquisition. You need to increase the volume and then put infrastructure in place to accommodate the scale. This is it. This is how you scale. So just to preface, like, if you have not provided a valuable product to at least 20 clients, you cannot scale. You just can't. You can in the short term, and because you'll see these, churn and burn agencies scale to like $75K a month, like, in 30 days. And it's like, you can scale in the short term, but if you haven't found a way to deliver a valuable product to at least 20 clients, you're going to get chargebacks, you're going to get refund requests, you're going to get disputes like everywhere once people realize that, like, oh shit, this product is not that valuable. And then also things will just start to break. So, and I'll explain that more, but to get to 20 clients, we just got to find a proof of concept. Like, that is the goal. First of all, the goal is to find a proof of concept, which is this, which takes time. But the reason why we need to find a proof of concept and get 20 clients is because of micro and macro. The reason why we need 20 clients is because what holds true for the micro also holds true for the macro. So like, what I mean is that if you can sign 20 clients with the same KPIs for success, appointments, shows, sales, etc., according to the laws of scale, you can sign 1,000. Because all that increases is the size and infrastructure. And the reason why this holds true is because, like, everyone in your niche has an affinity to one another. Similar common interests, similar goals, similar understanding, similar businesses in general. So this is why your focus has to be finding proof of concept. And then you are truly able to scale. in this program right now, for me, I'm still finding a proof of concept. I'm increasing the value of my product and getting people in here and iterating through the scientific method constantly, just making it better and better and better, looking for that proof of concept before I even consider scaling. That's why it bothers me when people reach out and they're like, yo, I'll scale your business. It's like, I don't even have a proof of concept yet. And before we cover actually how to find that proof of concept, let's go over some fundamental ideas that I think you should keep in mind. Operational complexity. So this is a really cool idea. And when looking to scale, we need to make sure our business is super, super simple. The more complex our business is, the harder it will be to scale. You know, there's a reason why no one really becomes rich and successful off of like 5 different things. Usually it's just one thing done well. And if it is, 4 to 5 things, it's usually after one thing has already been, doing well. So this is why we have to make sure our operational complexity in the business is as low as humanly possible, just so we can scale efficiently. This is why, you have to stick with one niche. This is the fundamental reason behind sticking with one niche. And the reason why is because operational complexity compounds. And if if our quote unquote operational complexity score is lower, the more scalable our business is. So for example, if you have one offer, one niche, one sales script, one email account, one CRM account, one set of SOPs, one client ad tracker, one B2B ad tracker, one agreement, one payment plan, one pricing strategy, one pre-call VSL, one follow-up process, one training bootcamp, etc. This is 1 times 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 1, which equals 1. So it's 14 aspects, but an operational complexity score of 1. If you're in 2 niches, you have to have 2 of almost every single one of these, and your score becomes 16,384. I didn't do this, but imagine if you had 2 offers, 2 niches, 2 sales scripts, 5 email accounts, 4 CRM accounts, 3 sets of SOPs, 4 pre-call VSLs, 3 payment plans, 5 training boot camps. This number would be 5 million. You are not going to scale if this, if it's that complex. I'm sorry. So now that you understand that in order to scale, you need, a pretty low operational complexity. You need things to be simple and streamlined. Let's go over operational pressure. So another reason why you can't really scale unless you have that 20 clients, is because of operational pressure. As you increase the size of your business, all of your issues and problems will be amplified by at least the multiplier of 2. Okay, so for example, if you have a problem, let's say with media buying or client communication, and you scale the business by 3 times, that problem will increase by 6 times. And a real world example of this is that a slight increase in ocean temperature doesn't seem very alarming, but over time, it causes complete coral death, construction, complete ecosystem collapse. This is how pressure works. And you can also think of it like a windshield, right? If you have a slight crack in the windshield and you have a problem, right? And then you start driving in extreme conditions, simulating scale, then that windshield crack is going to get really, really big and eventually break. Right? These are real world examples. And so in business, you just need to make sure that things are simple and that you've had served 20 clients before looking to effectively scale. Okay? Proof of concept, 20. So what I call getting proof of concept is to have about 20 clients. Now, during the first 6 to 12 months of being in this program and being an agency owner, you will most likely be in the range from 0 to 20 paying clients. So I want to make sure we focus a lot of our energy, especially in this program, teaching you how to build that proof of concept. Going from 0 to 20 is much easier than people put it out to be. It just takes time and consistency. In the early stages, when you're looking to build a proof of concept, all you have to do is focus on 3 aspects: client acquisition, product, and time. client acquisition should never really be your problem, like especially as a member of this program, especially with you just like this video alone, just your understanding of iteration, systems thinking, the scientific method, you know, coupled with my proper client acquisition systems and appointment booking systems and sales training, like you should never struggle to get clients. Appointment booking is mastered, you know, typically through paid ads, but all methods are great. But if we want serious, predictable client acquisition, as soon as we have enough cash where we're comfortable losing, you know, $50 to $100 a day in ads, this is when we want to run paid ads. But for now, we need to simply just find a winning system or two, get them in KPI through scientific testing and iteration, which we covered, and then just scale that, right, on a micro level. And sales is a skill we'll work on pretty much forever, like literally the rest of our lives. So I don't believe mastering sales is ever really possible, as it is a lifelong skill, but we will cover sales in its entirety in the sales module, right? We will have a really, really good program built off of the best minds just for sales. Now, the second thing is your product. So your product is like literally your business, right? It is the most important part of your business, like obviously. And because you're in this program, I prefer you to call it your product instead of quote unquote service delivery. The reason why people in this space call it service delivery is because it seems almost secondary, right? The delivery of service. It's like, no shit. It's like most sellers and most course sellers and gurus like sell that all you need to do is get appointments and get clients and close them and your problems will be solved. But in actuality, I thought this too, at least. And then I joined a mentorship. All of a sudden I had 10 new clients that after, you know, going through some mindset shifts and increasing my volume of, you know, outbound. But then I was like, oh wait, those 10 new clients didn't make that much money for my services. And then I had a refund request. I had like 2 disputes. It's like, thankfully, it's easier to solve these problems with some cash, which was nice. And we will cover these problems in future modules of, you know, your actual building your product. The third thing is time. People don't account for time. Like, take it seriously. Like, the typical client turnaround is 3 to 6 months. Like, what I mean by that is that it takes 3 to 6 months to gauge how successful your product is to a client. Like, you have to be patient. I mean, thankfully, like hitting 10K a month takes like literally 5 to 10 clients, which is a joke, which is barely half of what we need to do to find like even just a proof of concept before we even consider scaling. So I hope now you can kind of gauge how easy 10K a month should be to hit. All it is iteration, using the scientific method and building some systems, increasing the scale of outbound, and that's it. Just getting better at sales. It's like the beginning stage before the beginning stage, right? And in summary, like, we need to make sure that we allow enough time so we can find a proper proof of concept before we seriously scale. So have at least 10 to 20 clients have gone through the full 3 to 6 months process to make sure that they could have a proper turnaround and get the results that you promised that they'd get, at least. And those 3 aspects are what build you that proof of concept. And now we could talk about actually scaling. So diving into scaling, we are going to start with scaling conditions. Now, scaling is very conditional, right? We've gone through a lot of, you know, great information in this video up to this point. But I do recommend watching the scaling portion just to help you understand, even if you know that you're not really here yet and you just kind of need to focus on building a proof of concept, which is most likely the case. But scaling is completely conditional, right? So like whether or not you're ready to scale is based on a few certain conditions. First of all, have you serviced at least 20 clients with an 85% success rate? If the answer is no, you're not going to scale. Second of all, does your offer resonate with the market? If it doesn't, you're not going to scale. Third, do you have a predictable appointment booking system? If the answer is no, then you cannot scale. Fourth, do you have a predictable sales process that converts strangers into paying clients? If you don't have this, you cannot scale. Finally, do you have a 3-to-1 LTGP to CAC ratio? Basically, do you make 3-to-1 money of lifetime gross profit of your customer acquisition costs, essentially, which we covered earlier. You should understand this by now. If you can check off all 5 of these boxes, it's time to scale. Okay. And I mean, not just scaling, I mean like scaling, right? And the most, important conditions out of all these are probably the last one. I think that this is by far the most important one, as well as the first one. So these are the 2 most important conditions. You can get away with scaling in some aspect without some of the, well, I guess not without them, but without a bigger emphasis on them. The first and the last one are by far the most important, though. So let's understand some scaling steps now. So how do we actually scale, right? And remember, you can't scale unless you have these conditions. So if you have these conditions in check, then you can scale. And now we can actually understand how to scale. So you might be like very, very surprised, but it's extremely simple to scale. Like, it is literally just a matter of conditions. And that's usually the most challenging part, is to get to these conditions. And, if they aren't met, these conditions, and you try to scale, things will begin to break. Remember, operational complexity and pressure. So here's the 4-step process to scale. First of all, hit ideal conditions, hit these conditions, increase the volume of inputs through the system, build more infrastructure to handle all of the more inputs, optimization and management, and that's it. Like, that is literally the roadmap to building a $100K a month consistently agency. Like, that's it. It's crazy, but let's run through it in a little bit more detail. So again, these are the conditions. We already covered these. The second step is the increase in inputs. Now, to scale, you just increase the inputs. If you are running ads, you increase the ad spend. If you are doing outbound, you just increase the outbound volume. If you're doing organic with posting, you just increase the posting. And where a lot of people go wrong is that they have a trouble with scaling. They either don't reach the conditions and they try to scale, so they fail due to operational complexity and pressure, or they actually get to this point, but then their outbound isn't really as scalable because it's manually done. And so the ideal scenario is to get to, 5 to 10 clients pretty much naturally on, more of a pay and results type basis, and, developing your product along the way constantly through the scientific method. And then eventually when you have 10 to 20 and you're comfortable losing like $50 to $100 a day in ads, start to run ads, get 20 clients and let them run through the process of 2 to 4 or 3 to 6 months. And then once you have that, you could probably check off all of these. And then from there, literally take your ad spend and quadruple it. That's it. It sounds way too easy, but the hard part was just finding these conditions. Okay. But now that that's done, all we have to do is hire more setters, increase the ad spend, post more, and yeah, etc. Like the reason why you need to know, to build infrastructure, let me guess. Ask yourself, could you handle 50 extra clients right now? Chances are it's a no. And the reason why is because we don't have infrastructure built for that. And so that's why step 3 is building infrastructure. Now, we'll go through this process and actually build this and the more fulfillment side of things. But now that we understand that scale is, pretty much based off of pressure and that systems will break, to prevent operational pressure, we need to build infrastructure as we go. So ideally, the fastest way to scale is to increase the volume of inputs so much that the system starts to break. So if you're looking to scale and you have your system, right, looks something like this, to be honest, and you get more roofers in, you increase your ad spend, you increase the inputs a shit ton, you'll find that something in the process will break. Yeah, we'll understand throughput soon, so you can see actually see where those things break and find where to build that infrastructure. But things will break in the system, and that is what you need to build more infrastructure and optimize and improve, so then you can get more of the output, right? That's all it is just an increase in inputs. So, some of the infrastructure that we will be building is like automatic tracking systems, proper media buying procedures, hiring everything out, actual hiring infrastructure. So like managing teams and all that good stuff. And that takes us to step 4, which is optimization and management. So as you scale, you'll find that most of your personal shortcomings and shortcomings in general with building an agency and scaling it will be pretty much in your ability to manage people. Building and managing successful teams becomes your main focus, whether that's CSMs, whether that's media buyers, whether that's ISAs, like that will be your main focus once you get to this point. And so you have to have proper systems in place and think of your business like a pipeline. And we will cover this towards the end of the video today. But you want to find bottlenecks and a lack of throughput so you can optimize your systems to increase the cash flow. That is what optimization and management looks like, and we will cover that in this video. It's a really great thing to understand and think like, just to kind of show you how to think again. But let's go through leverage and asymmetries. So leverage. When I was starting out with entrepreneurship, I didn't really even know what leverage meant. I would hear it all the time in reels and YouTube videos, but I never knew what it meant. And in this section, I want to cover leverage and asymmetries, just so you can understand why people succeed so much faster than others. Aside from ideas of focus and whatnot. So people progress so much more than other people by doing less. Let me explain. Leverage derives from the words lever age. So lever comes from like an old French lever, meaning just to lift or to raise, which traces back to Latin. Thanks to ChatGPT for that. And the age is a suffix that basically means action. So lever and action. So in its fundamental definition, it basically means using a small force or a lever to achieve a greater effect or advantage or outcome. So that's what leverage is. So now that you understand leverage, we need to understand where we should place our energies and time and focus to hit our goals. And this is where asymmetries come into play. So when thinking about leverage, like think about a lever, right? If you had a lever, I don't know why, but I'm picturing like a Minecraft lever. If you have a lever in front of you and you flip it and all of your dreams come true, then you have a ton of leverage, because like all it takes to get all of that result is just to flip a lever. It's easy. If you flip a lever and it doesn't do anything, you have no leverage. So this is what I mean when people are cold calling. And it's like, cold calling is not bad in the beginning because you learn skills and there's a lot of beneficial things you can get from that. But if you continuously cold call for months on end, you're spending all of your focus, which is your energy and time, constantly pulling the lever to try to get more appointments. But that action of pulling the lever is not getting you very much, because you're pretty much held back by what you can achieve by yourself. And that's why delegation is so important when scaling. Like that's kind of the key to the key to scaling in business is just delegation. Because if you have 10 people cold calling for you, you have a lot of leverage. You don't do a whole lot and you get a lot in return. So I hope that makes sense. Now let's understand asymmetries. So asymmetries are things in your business in which you can work on to achieve the intended output of the system, whereby the focus, energy and time, required for the input is disproportionately low. Basically, asymmetries are places where you don't have to focus very much and put much effort in, but you get a lot of results, essentially. Anti-asymmetries are the other way around. So things that you spend a lot of energy and time to get the intended output, but like the focus required to get that is like disproportionately high. So here's like a visual representation I drew in Miro for this. Basically, if you have asymmetric leverage, you put in not a ton of input, this is much lighter because it's so much longer here. And because you focus on the right things so that to get the actual intended output or the result, it's much less effort, right? In this example, the rock is the intended output, which is actually cash flow and growth in our agency. And pushing down that lever represents the input or the effort required and sacrificed, which is what we do on a day-to-day basis in order to get that rock up, right? And the fulcrum is where we focus. So it's how we spend our energy and time on a day-to-day basis. And in this example, like, it appears that pushing down the lever using our leverage to raise the rock is, pretty easy, just due to the length of the lever from the placement of the actual focus and fulcrum. And this is completely based on where we spend our energy and time. So, for example, let's say you post one YouTube video. This is the input. The focus is the YouTube video. The goal and the intended output is to get appointments. And just posting one gets you 30 appointments over its lifetime. That is a high asymmetric leverage activity. Another example, hiring one appointment setters that books 20 appointments a month. Learning the skill of paid ads to forever solve appointment booking. Automatically sending 300 cold SMS to book 4 appointments. Hiring one CSM to manage 30 clients, client success manager. Hiring one media buyer to get successful ad results for every client you have. Learning and developing a proper hiring and team management system to properly delegate. Like, these are high asymmetric leverage activities because you're only doing like one thing or just learning one thing and developing one thing to get a ton out of the intended output, right? So that is the power of asymmetric leverage. So if you're ever wondering why people succeed faster than other people, it's because they spend their focus, which is their energy and time, on things that have more leverage, right? It's like the reason why if you take a guy that's focusing only on cold calling and you take a guy that's only focusing on hiring cold callers, like, the guy that's hiring them is going to make way more money. I guess that's a pretty, specific type example, but yeah, it's just really about where you spend your energy and time. And this works vice versa with anti-asymmetric leverage. And again, pushing down the lever to raise the rock, this situation is very, very difficult just because of the placement of the fulcrum, or otherwise known as how we spend our energy and time. So an example of this is like spending 4 hours cold calling to get 2 appointments. Tons of input, bad focus, barely get the intended output. Another input, living a crazy lifestyle, bad focus for the quote unquote mindset shift in order to scale. Mindset shifts can come from, seeing what's out there, but more often than not, it's not required in order to scale. Another input, building a website. I could actually change this into spending 2 days. Another example, spending 2 days building a website to grow the business. Switching and messing around with different software to make work more quote unquote efficient and aesthetic. Rebranding with a new logo to improve the company image. Like, these are things that take a lot of input and won't get you shit. Like, complete anti-asymmetric leverage activities, and they will waste your time, they'll waste your potential. And so, like, if you ever question what you should be focusing on a given day, you just need to have an ultimate goal, right? And the intended output or the result. Like, this is why I don't set outcome-based goals. Because usually you want to focus on like your actual input and where you spend your focus and energy, like where you spend your energy and time. But for scaling, like when you're considering scaling, you have the conditions set. It's a good thought to just like have a number in mind, because scaling to 50K a month is a little bit different than scaling to 200K a month. So, and also anytime you don't really know what to focus on, just ask yourself one question. Does this take me closer to my goal? And you can pretty much use your knowledge on asymmetries to make sure that the things you're doing make sense or not. But like if you're spending 4 hours a day cold calling to get 2 appointments, like this might take you closer to your goal, but not compared to like hiring one appointment setter that books 20 appointments a month. You know what I mean? And this is what differentiates people that become super successful and people that just kind of get by. And it's really just how they use their leverage, right? because everyone has the same 24 hours in a day. It's just about how you spend that focus in order to get your intended output or result. All right, throughput and bottleneck. So throughout this whole video, we've pretty much gone over a lot of the fundamental ideas that we need, as well as copycats, churn and burn, how to learn fundamentals, paradigm intro, everything on scientific thinking, which is really, really beneficial, as well as how to actually do that, resources to help you do that, and then systems thinking, how systems work, how subsystems work, feedback, the metrics you need to track, the CEO dashboard that you'll use for growth, how to scale, micro, macro, getting proof of concept, conditions of scale, asymmetric and anti-asymmetric leverage, and now let's go over throughput and bottleneck. So when looking to properly scale, we want to think of our business like a pipeline. Now, I've created this multiple times when looking to scale, even just any type of business that I've been a part of. So, for example, this is my roofing agency with paid ads. That is this pipeline right here. I have other pipelines for my old window cleaning business, for the gym agency I had, for cold calling, for pipelines for this program. Actually, basically, it really, really helps to visualize your business as a pipeline. Now, what I'm going to actually do right here is link the Miro for this. So when you guys check this resource, there should be a Miro link so you can view this. But throughput is basically how value flows through each stage of your business. So if I were to zoom in a little bit and visualize this, the barrel can be considered as essentially like the market or whatever, but basically the value is the water. So people go from paid ads into a growth call, book a demo call, show, set frame, go through the sales process, close, success call, onboarding form, DocuSign, adding to Slack, the thread, a success call, like an onboarding call, launch call, actually launching them, having get their leads called for them, inspections, close jobs, communication, time, results, success interview, and then money, right? So when you think about it like this is what throughput looks like, right? So if we were to look at this in a different perspective, let's check out throughput through the first few pipes, right? Just to help you understand. So throughput, like we know now, is the flow of value from system to system. Okay, so from system to system to system, typically each pipe is some sort of system, like a show system, reminder system, growth call system. Like each one of them is typically some sort of system or some form of subsystem. And the water here is considered the value. Now think of each pipe as a system inevitably yielding a small result, right? Throughout this entire process, the water will slowly filter out and fall out of cracks, etc., and leave you with an end yield or result, right? Which is the purple bar here. And on a macro level, there's a few major systems we need to properly scale an agency. And these are those systems. We need an appointment booking system, a sales system, a service system, and then that's how we make money, right? And now just keep in mind that this is an extremely macro point of view. This is like looking down from space. You're in a rocket and you're looking at Earth. This is how far up this view is. And the first, system we need to succeed is an appointment booking system. That's why we typically build that first. The second system we need is a sales system that converts. And then the third system is a value delivery system, so we can provide a proper service. And yield is what we actually get. Keep in mind that when we get money after the sales process, we don't have that money yet. We have it in the bank or whatever, but don't consider it your money until they've gotten the results that you said they were going to get. This change in view can really, really help, and especially teach you to be a little bit more patient as well. But let's look at some other systems. So for example, an appointment booking system, we take attention, interest, booking appointments, and shown sales calls. A sales system, frame and qualification, pitching, handling objections, and then closing. A service or a value delivery system, onboarding and expectations, lead generation and appointment booking, support and communication, and then results, right? these are some other systems that we can look at in the, the view of throughput. Now, this even exists for like very micro systems, such as no-show prevention, follow-ups, the onboarding process, the launch call process, client communication. Like, you could basically make this for everything. You know what I mean? Because this is essentially the same kind of idea as a system. So, like, again, here's my entire roofing agency, just so you can understand it. And I want you to start to visualize your business as a pipeline. And when you do this giant barrel is the market, and the clients are what's flowing through the pipeline. And this is how a business works and how we can actually provide value, right? It's pretty apparent in the examples above that like the yield becomes smaller and smaller as it goes, right? And the reason why that happens is because of bottlenecks. So when we scale continuously, we will optimize our business like it's a pipeline, fixing pipes and fixing leaks so we can get more yield at the end. That's how I want you to think about it. Like, so for example, bottlenecks. Bottlenecks are specific points in the pipeline whereby the throughput is slowed down and eventually yielding less in return. So to help you understand this, check out this visualization. So if we have the start of the actual whole entire business and pipeline, let's say we have good, paid ads, we have reminders, we have growth calls coming in, we book demo calls booked, we have reminders going out. But like, try to guess where our bottleneck is here. All of a sudden, we go from having all of this throughput to very little, right? We have this entire pipe's full, and then all of a sudden, it's very, like, there's not as much flowing through, right? So try to guess, like, what our bottleneck is here. And obviously, our bottleneck is our show rate. And this is why visualizing as a pipe is so valuable, is because if you have a blockage right here in the pipe and you go all the way down, by the time you get to the end, there's going to be like nothing. There's going to be no money, no yield, no results, no anything. So your job as an entrepreneur and, to handle the scale and build infrastructure and optimize for growth is to constantly fix these pipes where it matters most to allow the throughput of value and clients to go through the system so you can inevitably make more money. Now, in order to find bottlenecks such as this, we use metrics, right? If you remember earlier, like we set favorable KPIs when we set the initial stages of building the hypothesis and the actual testing. And those are the KPIs in which we measure the metrics against to determine whether or not there's a bottleneck. So, for example, if your show rate is 20%, then you have a bottleneck. Because when you set the original test for the show rate reminders and everything, and the different methods you do to, improve it, your goal KPI might be 55 or 65%. Yet you find out after, 30 meetings or whatever to, because that's the sample size, you find out that like, oh my God, my show rate's 20%. Like that is a very clear bottleneck. And not only is it a bottleneck, it's a bad one too, because it's so early on in the process. And that's why we need to focus on the metrics that have the most leverage. Because keep in mind that like your high leverage metrics are typically your secondary metrics, right? Like you're not really going to care about your positive reply rate if your appointment booking rate is in KPI. So we want to make sure that you focus on the secondary metric and overall just the metrics that have the most leverage. If one of your key metrics in the whole process is out of KPI and it's like glaringly out of KPI, then that's how you know you have a really bad bottleneck that you need to fix. It's good though, because once you realize you have one, then you know what to work on and where to focus and spend your energy and time and have more, asymmetry essentially. But yeah, so now that you understand that the pipe is like, basically a system and that we have conversion rates kind of for each pipe, not for every one, but typically for a lot of them. Obviously, there are some systems that we can't exactly track, like whether or not this, whether or not the client's like doing what he's supposed to be doing with his time. But once again, just make sure to focus on the actual metrics with the most leverage. And you should understand that now. And let's say we were like analyzing, bottlenecks in an appointment booking system, right? We take this down into more of a micro view of just the appointment booking system. And let's say it uses cold calling. So we would first want to monitor the secondary metric, which is the ABR. And to determine whether or not there's a bottleneck, we just focus on fixing that. And let's say the ABR is not in KPI. Then we move down to the primary metric, fix that, and then see if that metric being fixed influences the ABR to be in KPI. Then that's how you know we're good, right? But basically continuously work down the pipeline of metrics. So like, let's say you are trying to fix your ABR, right? And you find out, and that's a bottleneck and it's really bad. So you would basically go back in order of the other ones before then. So you go to like your pitch rate. All right, I fixed my pitch rate. What's now? Let's go behind that. The pitch rate before that, it's like resonation rate or whatever. Whatever the order is, it doesn't, it depends. But basically you just keep working downstream and to the, the secondary metric, the third metric, fourth metric, you just keep going until you find the actual problem. Okay. And then do this for enough systems. Then before you know it, you'll have pretty solid throughput all throughout this whole thing. And that's how you know it's really time to start getting some more results. But keep in mind though, that like a conversion rate could be completely in KPI, but still have a lack of throughput if like a previous pipe is bottlenecked. But more importantly, keep in mind that if the high leverage metric is in KPI, then do not touch it. You cannot touch it. You can't afford to touch it. Like the only way to guarantee that the successful system and throughput continuously works and keeps flowing through is to just not do anything to it. Like optimization more oftentimes than not can lead to just destruction. Like sometimes it can lead to more efficiency, but usually it's just destruction. Like I have a friend, for example, that believed his bottleneck was the quality of his meetings. So it was like DQ rate. So he tried to fix the bottleneck of appointment booking. Like he thought his problem was in appointment booking. He thought that the way he was attracting the quality of the meetings was appointment booking, and that was the problem. And when in actuality, like nothing was going wrong in his appointment booking. So he tried to fix the quality of his meetings by, changing the outbound scripts and doing all this and that. And he managed to lower his appointment booking rate from 3.5% in cold SMS to lower than 1%. And sure, he got some better quality meetings, but now he was getting no meetings. And it's like, that is how you fuck up. And so that's why when you have something that's working and you have a successful secondary, metric like ABR, that's 3.5%. That's well in KPI. You do not want to touch a thing. Instead, here's how to actually fix bottlenecks. So, first of all, we have to build successful systems in the first place. And this will be easy with this program because I have them for you. But every system we have for you is pretty much a successful system that will constantly improve over time. Now, the second thing you need to do is that once you're in KPI, you need to stay in KPI. And once again, the only way to do that is to not touch it. So watch it closely, kind of like a hawk, make small changes to combat the cyclicalness, but do not mess with it. And I mean it. Please. You will just regress. The reason why systems break over time, because although we're doing the same thing in the system, is because the environment changes, right? Like I mentioned earlier when we talked about systems. And third of all, systems will break. You know what I mean? They will break. They are inevitably going to break. So how do you fix those bottlenecks and rejuvenate them? First thing you want to do is search for anomalies, go through the inputs, go through the process, and then go through the environment. Right? So essentially, 3 of these steps resides in, analyzing the actual system itself. But the first thing is that before you even look at the system, look for some anomalies. What I mean by that is there could be some crazy extraneous circumstances that could be causing what's happening to be happening. If your ABR, is like 0.4%, but then you find out that your calls aren't even going through at all because of A2P verification, you don't need to worry about the inputs or the process. You need to fix the anomaly. You know what I mean? Another example is that your setters could be booking much less appointments, and you might be wondering, like, why is this happening? But then you find out that they're literally on vacation. You know what I mean? So the first thing you want to do to fix bottlenecks is to search for anomalies. And the second thing and the third and fourth as well are all catered towards looking actually into the system itself. Inputs are the next step to fixing bottlenecks. So if it isn't an anomaly of any kind, then now we can move on to actually analyzing the system itself. So the second step is to take a look at the inputs, right? If the system was in KPI before and is falling out slowly, see what's changed, because I guarantee you something has changed. Like with that example of my friend right here, he was confused. He's like, how did my ABR drop so much? It must be some like the method isn't working as well in the market. He was blaming the market, but it's like, it wasn't the market. You just didn't really realize that you changed what you changed, right? So the second step is to look at the inputs. If it's not an anomaly, chances are it might be the inputs. Now, there's always a good chance that the inputs have changed, and you want to fix this because most likely it is the issue once you determine that there's no anomalies. So like, for example, I started doing cold email a super long time ago with the gym niche, and I was diagnosing the system because like my ABR was like 0.3%, really bad. And then I came to find out that, you know, there was no strange anomalies. Like there was kind of an anomaly, and it was because of my delivery rate. And once I fixed that, then I still had a bad ABR, and I was like, okay, maybe it's my inputs. And it was. I found out that the lead sourcer I was using, the guy that was sourcing my leads, was barely even getting gyms. Like it was like studios, right? So that's the second way of solving a bottleneck. The third is going through the process. So now at this point, we're pretty much just going through the actual system, right? We're starting with the input. Now we're going to analyze the process so we can get the output, and we'll know by the feedback, but then the environment will also analyze as well because that affects it. So the third thing is the process. If there's no anomalies, if there's no errors with the input, it's most likely the process itself. And just make sure to determine whether or not you've changed something to break it, right? For example, my friend broke it by changing his script. And the way you can do this is by breaking it down to a bunch of variables. So for example, having like an opener, a pitch, like a CTA, if you're talking about a script, and then just figure out what micro changes you've made that could have affected it to, you know, essentially break. And you want to continuously test and just make sure to not drift away from what works. Okay, the whole point of the scientific testing thing is to make sure that you can never really regress. So if it's not any of these three things right here, then there is most likely 100% chance that it is the environment. You know, over enough time, like, chances are if there's no bottlenecks in the systems and the system is working, you know, really damn well, it could, you know, it will start like gradually or suddenly start functioning very poorly. And it's very, very likely that's due to the change in the actual environment or the market. So the way to combat this is to use your knowledge of the market, figure out, first of all, what might have changed, you know, for the market's lack of performance. And to fix this, just use the scientific method that we covered earlier in this video to iterate better and, you know, change processes until you find something that's working, or just copy someone. You know, it's different than being a copycat because you're copying a system that you know is working well. Now, don't just copy everything word for word or whatever, but you can always copy someone or a system that's working really, really well in the current state of the market. And then you can use that and iterate from that, make it your own, and make it even better. So this video has been pretty loaded. I was kind of expecting the recording to be another hour than it was. But the last thing I have for you guys is to post your wins. To recap, we went through fundamental flow, understand the basics of fundamentals and strategy, stimuli, and systems. Went through copycats, decay and renewal, about how stimuli becomes, effective and also not effective over exposure. Churn and burn, how most agency owners are currently running their agencies, how to not be that. Multidisciplinary thinking, thinking through disciplines. The entrepreneur's toolbox, how we use disciplines and fundamentals like Legos. Actually learning the fundamentals by, buying the books and studying them. Paradigm intro, the introduction to how to see. And then essentially scientific thinking, where we understood how to build the hypothesis, test it, observe the feedback, iterate, and the actual database for doing that. Systems, the second discipline, where we went to inputs, process, output, feedback, environment, and then the metrics that we need. And then finally, my paradigm, so that you guys can see through how I see things, basically, just to help you understand that there is no guesswork, really, and it's all just seeing through disciplines. Scale, and how to essentially scale the sequences to scale, micro and macro, operational complexity, operational pressure, the proof of concept you need, how to get the proof of concept, the conditions you need to scale, the actual steps you need to scale, how leverage and asymmetries work, how throughput and bottlenecks work, and then finally posting your wins. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This was a bit of a longer one to make, but I think the value is definitely here, and I would have paid thousands for this information when I was starting out. Just remember that, like, the more you think you don't need the theory, the more you need it. Same with the mindset stuff. And I want you guys to crush it. So I thank you very much for watching this video and sticking to the end. Rewatch this video as much as you can, because a lot of this information is really, really valuable. It's kind of just a big jam-packed, block of information. The timestamps will always be in the school description for you to, visit specific points, concepts, theories, fundamentals. But in the next video, we're going to go over some more key disciplines. Like we mentioned, this is how I see client acquisition, as well as building an agency, as well as CS. So now that we have this covered and this covered, the next video you can expect to see evolutionary biology, psychology, network science, natural biology, genetics, economics. You can expect to see some of these as well, because once we have these fundamentals, let me preface, once we have these disciplines and fundamentals installed into our brain, there's a 0% chance of failing. All right, so that's how it works. Anyways, I will see you guys in the next video. Thank you for watching, and best of luck.
So I hope you've enjoyed so far into this video. Just a couple of things really quickly. Number one, if you haven't already, leave a like, comment, share this video with people that you think it would be helpful for, subscribe, and also check out my Instagram down below. Drop me a follow if you haven't yet so far. I'm asking this because I'm assuming you found it valuable if you're still watching it. And now, before we talk about how to actually get clients for this business and grow it, first, you need to understand the service from start to finish, how to build the service, how to provide the service, and everything associated with what we're actually doing for our customers. It wouldn't make too much sense to talk about getting clients when you don't even know what you're helping them with. So we're going to now go over everything client fulfillment. So I hope you enjoy, and yeah, we'll talk soon.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to the client fulfillment module. So before I go through any of this material, you need to watch just a quick overview of what we are about to build and set up. So most people I've seen rush client fulfillment and skip around just to see like what they need and implement it. But most people fail to like understand what they're actually delivering. Hence, most people have average service delivery and average results. So watch this video first. It's short on purpose. Okay, this video is like a couple minutes long. So here's the entire client journey for this model and like getting them results. They pay, and the second the payment clears, the relationship begins, right? There should be no dead time, obviously, if you want to reduce buyer's remorse. After that, there's an onboarding call, so 1 30 to 45 minute call, and get them fully set up, resell them as well, so they're more excited than when they paid. The building phase is usually 1 to 3 days. You can build out the entire thing behind the scenes, and it'll probably take like 30 minutes to be honest. But promise that it's going to take like 3 to 5 working days for them and deliver it in like 1 to 2. I usually do like 1. Launch, ads go live, which is the slowest stretch by far. Please be careful about expectation setting and set
this clearly as an expectation that it's going to be slow early on and celebrate the wins when they come. But when you do have a winning pixel and you're running it off your own page, like the results will be faster sooner. So this slow stretch will be not as painful. Optimize, read the data, kill what's losing, scale what's winning. Just optimize the ads and actually scale them up. And then retaining them. So keeping them paying for months and years. So like this is the typical timeline of a client. And the cycle that this exists within is you get attention, you get leads for them. They have impeccable speed to lead. The leads will book, show, and close. So you're going to run high performing ads that get attention to the client's local area to get them, people interested in their services. Someone will fill out the form from the ad. And this does not mean anything has happened yet. Just because they're getting a lead, that is not good, or that doesn't really mean anything yet. Speed to lead is probably the biggest, most important part. And I don't have, a part of the module about speed to lead because the way I have it set up is most companies I'm working with are big enough where they have like their own sales teams. And because of that, they're already pretty versed and well-versed on speed to lead, right? If they're doing like 3 to 5 million a year, oftentimes these guys they'll be pretty quick to respond to leads and call leads up. But any lead that they get must be contacted within 5 minutes. This will make or break everything. Okay. If you have amazing service delivery, amazing, retention, amazing client success, like all of it's good, but speed to lead's bad, you won't get good results. Okay. I'm not sure the exact math on this about like how important it is, but like I could even look it up. Yeah. 78% of B2B and B2C customers buy from the vendor that responds first. That is the power of speed to lead. Our automations already send messages to them first, but the faster that the company can call, the better the results are. So you need to make sure that this is dialed in. Okay, like it's got to be impeccable. So confirm it on their end. I mean, they probably have a team to deal with this and a sales team. If not, the owner's going to be calling your leads at the beginning. And you need to have them call through the platform so we can actually see how fast their speed to lead is. And there is ways also we can automatically track speed to lead. Booked. So the leads will turn into booked appointments and they agree to an appointment and it lands on their calendar. Shown, the appointment actually happens, the prospect shows up, and then closed. That's when the client actually makes money off of our services, right? Getting a company a bunch of leads doesn't matter, okay? Getting even a company a bunch of booked appointments doesn't matter. But getting a company shown appointments, that's what matters, okay? Keep in mind, every system that you build, every automation, every check-in exists purely just to push people through this cycle and stop people from leaking out of it. When something feels confusing later, or you're not sure whether or not you should add this to your service, just ask what part of this process it helps. And there's always an answer. Just think of this like a pipeline of like water flowing down a pipe, and there will be natural leaks at each step. And the least amount of leaks you can have, the better your service is going to be. And that optimization looks like having better ads, having better landing page, having better, speed to lead. So just having the client call faster or reach out faster. Having a higher converting booking page, having a better show up process, and then them having a better sales process, right? All we can control is everything here. We can't control down here. This is even a little bit out of our control if we don't have like people to call their clients' leads for them, which most companies actually in home improvement don't want that, believe it or not. So that's why I actually got rid of all the people that I had to call my clients' leads, is because most companies that are bigger already have these systems dialed in place, and they don't want to have some outsider try to do, lead follow-up when they already have a working system. So fulfillment versus the sale. Keep in mind that selling the client and fulfilling for the client are two completely different types of jobs for you and skills that you have to learn as well. The sale is just getting them to say yes. Fulfillment is everything after, building a service, getting it live, and turning leads into shown appointments that they pay for. Most people are nervous about fulfillment because they've never actually seen it live in front of you. And you don't know if it's real and how well it actually works because you haven't actually been in a client relationship if you haven't had clients yet. But you will see the full picture in this program. You will see it built out live, as well as the results from a winning campaign, etc. But here's the truth that should calm you down. Fulfillment is very repeatable. Okay, it's way more repeatable than the sale. The sale changes with every prospect. There's different kinds of people you're selling to and everything like that. Fulfillment is pretty much the same every single time, okay? Because we're going to be running ads on our own accounts, our own pages. There's no logging into their Facebook, no waiting on an ad account to warm up, no permission mess. Like, you control all of it. And that's why you can get a result, like a client, fully live in under 30 minutes and get them amazing results. Just remember that, like, you're not having to learn 100 different things. All you're doing is learning to be able to perfect one system and then just repeating it over and over and over again for all your clients. Obviously, like, some stuff will vary client to client. You know, like, not all clients are going to be running the same ads, same offer prices, same ad offers, same creative. Like, things are going to vary. Like, things are going to vary per client, but the amount of variation is pretty small, so that, like, we're basically just building out the same service every time for each client. The 2 tracks. So when you build this stuff out, 2 things will happen at the same time, and you have to manage both. Your track and their track. So behind the scenes, you have the actual build. You have the sub-account build out, you have the automations, the creative, the funnel, the campaign. This is all quiet and invisible to them and takes around 30 to 60 real minutes of work once you have it dialed in and actually like know what you're doing. If you only do this and only build this up behind the scenes, like, yes, they will get decent results, but they won't be happy. Okay? So you need to understand that this is like a 2-part system. The second part is their track. And this is what the client actually feels and experiences. So the experience through updates, voice notes, proof of work photos, like texting them, talking to them, calling them, they need to feel as if someone smart is working on it. And this stuff takes minimal time every single day, but it requires lots of consistency. You know, I think a lot of people lose clients over time by not consistently reaching out to them and, like, making sure that they actually have a good experience. Because if you only do this, you'll get a happy client, but you won't get much results, right? And you need both of these to make this work. The client cannot see your work. They have no idea really how hard you work unless you show them. So pretty much the rule from day one is just make the invisible work visible, whether that's a photo of your screen open on their campaign or like a voice note of you working and so they can hear your voice, a video of you breaking something down. Keep in mind that these 2 tracks happen at once and you need to be good at both of them. Just one isn't enough. What onboarding collects? Read this first. So every live setup/building video after this, because we have a lot of live videos of me building things, they all assume that you already have certain things from your client. You want to collect all of it on an onboarding form and an onboarding call, which I will explain very, very soon. So if you have any questions about this, see the onboarding and launch video, which is the one right after this. Here's the information you need from your clients. You need to know where to send the lead and appointment notifications, the service area, so location, mile radius, the numbers, so like what the average ticket size is for them, their crew capacity, their target demographic, what type of jobs they're looking for, their legal name, address, website, social hours, when they actually want to get appointments, calendar access, connected live on the call, you know, a calendar integration, assets, so photos of them on the job optionally, pictures of their jobs in the past, and then also the people who's going to, like, the person who's in charge of contacting their leads. These are all information, like things that you're going to have to get from your client before you can actually build this stuff out, but I'll explain that in the next video. I just want to prepare you for that. And yeah, I hope you enjoy this module. It's really, really strong, really powerful, probably the best I've ever seen personally in the market. And it's allowed me to have clients that have paid me well over $50,000 in profit over their lifetime. So it works well. Just follow the stuff. Think for yourself. Don't follow it blindly. And yeah, hope you enjoy.
Hey everyone, it's Owen, and welcome to Onboarding and Launch. So, once a client has agreed to go with you, the client-facing onboarding has to be seamless. That's what this video is about, the client-facing onboarding. That is obviously the whole point of running ads on our own accounts and our own pages, because we're not logging into their Facebook, we're not dealing with all that BS, we're not having to get permissions, we're not waiting for their ad account to warm up or the pixel to get better. We control all of it, and it's already set up. And that's why we can get a client fully set up and live under 30 minutes without, you know, the mess most agencies have to put people through. So one onboarding call does everything that we need to do pretty well. There isn't really that much, I'll be honest, but the main things are, you know, setting up an agreement, setting up Go High Level, getting them integrated. And then a couple days later, they will wake up to leads and appointments and think you're a wizard. And this has happened for pretty much all of my clients. I mean, I just had a client sign with me literally 2 days ago, launched their ads yesterday, and they already got a show an appointment. So
that's the power of having your systems be native and just really nailing this whole onboarding process and launch process. So the second the payment goes through, everything starts. There's no dead time between when they say yes and the onboarding, because the dead time is where people start second guessing whether or not they just like, the buyer's remorse sets in and they second guess what they just paid for. 80% or more of that buyer's remorse happens within the first 24 hours of buying. So if you can, you want to get wins as fast as possible. So we can automate this process to speed it up. So to collect payment, all you have to do and get card on file is just send the payment link in the meeting chat right there on the call and let them fill it out. The most important thing here that matters is turning on save payment details for future use, or if it's WAP, just asking me AI to create a payment link for you. So the way that this actually works is if I go into WAP and click on this little AI bot right here, I can ask, make me a payment link for, I don't know, 3K, which saves payment details for future use for the product HomeWise and has a redirect link to homewiseservices.com/welcome. You could ask it this and it will literally do it for you. Okay, it'll take like a minute, but you'll have a payment link for however much you want. You can also do custom payment plans with this AI as well. Like, it's very powerful. So that's how I would go about doing it. Okay. That saved card is what lets you bill per result later. So once they actually bill, you can just, charge them pay per result, whatever it is, through WAP. You just charge the customer. Once you go to dashboard and go to customers, you can actually just click on a customer and manually charge them with a saved payment, payment information on file. You can automate this process of, doing pay per results. I would recommend just once a week though, just doing it manually. I've done that for years for clients, and every Friday, so tomorrow, I just go through and charge all my clients. And that's what I would recommend you do, because one, it's enjoyable, and two, it makes sure that there's no errors and that you do it correctly. Because sometimes if, the first time that they see a bill from you that they don't recognize that's incorrect, that is when they start thinking, oh my God, is this guy like a scam, or what's wrong? Like, why am I being charged for things I didn't pay for? And things just, go off the rails. So I would recommend just doing it manually through here, through WAP or through something like this. And so it just made a payment link right here for the product, and basically they can fill it out, save the payment details on file. So that's how you can make payment links and send them. If they need financing, Stripe, Klarna, there's a lot of different kinds of financing that you can have. So like when they will fill out the checkout link, basically, you would go through the process, fill out the card information, and there would be some options on here as to like what financing options you can use. So Klarna, Afterpay, you can also allow them, be like, hey, can you allow Klarna and Afterpay? And it will allow those. If they're, if you're 18 plus with a 650 plus credit score, they can basically type in a credit card in there and finance it and pay like $300 a month, 0% APR for a while. So it means there's no interest. But there's a fee for you, right? So if you collect like $1,000, let's say, you're probably going to collect actually like $830 because of the fee for using that. But you collect the whole amount up front, right? So if they finance like a $4,000 PIF and they pay $500 a month for a certain amount of months, if they don't pay it, it messes up their credit score, and you collect the full amount at, like the pay in full. But you collect less because of the fee that the financing provider will take. So the best payment processors are by far WAP, Stripe, or Fanbasis. I recommend WAP, to be honest, but I do have the most cash collected personally on Stripe over the lifetime. But they don't favor the agency in disputes or the agency at all. And they won't hesitate to shut your account down as well. Like if there is just like a little bit of disputes, they'll shut your account down. So I recommend WAP. It's just a much better platform, much better for like what we're trying to do here. And this also is really helpful with the AI and everything. It's just much more reliable, in my opinion. They give you alerts as well as like if impending disputes are to happen, it'll give you alerts. So WAP is by far the best. And if you do use Stripe though, however, keep in mind that your Stripe account health is based on the percentage of disputes to successful purchases. So what that means is, let's say you have 1,000 successful purchases and 1 dispute. That means your account is very healthy, right? It's very low percentage of disputes. So what you can do to increase the amount of successful payments you have, because the actual amount of the payment doesn't matter. So if you're catching my drift, you can have a payment link on Stripe that's recurring every single day. That's $1. And you could buy it twice yourself and then get 2 successful payments into Stripe every single day. And every year, that's like 700 successful payments. And that will make it so your account is pretty much bulletproof in Stripe. So if you don't have that set up, get that set up. So in terms of the agreement, it's very important that you have an agreement with clients to protect each other. It's just a simple PDF template that you can upload and go high level under payments, documents, and contracts. You'll just pick it and add it to go high level. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that right now. I'm just going to use an agency account. It's just fine. So if you go to payments and you go to documents and contracts, you can click templates. And you can basically go based off of whatever model you're using, or you can just ask Claude to make a new one. Here is the template. So it basically has the fields that you have to complete, all the ones that are in bold there, and all of this. So once this is all complete and filled in, then you're pretty much good to go there. When you want to add your signature as well at the bottom, what I would recommend do, because you have the signature on behalf of the customer, so you're going to fill these fields in with Go High Level. And then for you, on behalf of supplier legal name, for me, that would be Owen Agency LLC. The signature, what I would recommend you do is just go ahead and go to Insert and go to Drawing, New, and then do the freehand, which is the scribble. And then just do like a good old signature, something like that. Let me go ahead and just do that one more time. Or whatever it is, right? And you can make that small. And that's how you would put your own signature in there as well. And then also I'd recommend just making it a little bit thicker as well, just so it can be seen better. Perfect. So that's how you would add yours. And obviously you'd need to fill out all this information that's at the top here. But once that's done and you can remove this page just like that, then you have the whole agreement and it should be set to go and ready based on your offering. Make sure to read it through and have Claude check it. Then you would just download it as a PDF. So for example, let's say we're doing that and this is all proper information. It should already be filled out. We just download it as a PDF. And what we can do is go into Go High Level, add New and Documents and Contracts. And this would be in your agency level. Upload an existing PDF, the one that we just downloaded just now. And we just need to simply fill in the gaps. So it's going to process, and then we can go through and fill in all the gaps and put some check marks, and then we'll just be able to send it to contacts and Go High Level, basically. So the way that this is going to look is date of the agreement. We want to simply just put date. Okay, and then the customer, this is also information they're going to have to fill out. So for business name, you want to do not initials. You want to do just text. Text field. And then you could just do enter value. You could do business name. Perfect. Copy it, and then you could do full name. And you could even do address, which isn't required to be honest, but it definitely helps. And so those are good. And then at the bottom of the agreement as well, the last one is going to be this one right here. So you could have the customer's signature. Once again, the customer's full name. And then once again, the date. And in addition to that, you would have your signature here. You'd have your name here. And then in the date, just put, once again, another date fill. So they have to fill in all these boxes to basically sign the agreement. So you could save that. And then when you want to use it, you could add it to an automation, or you can click Use Template. And all you have to do is select a contact to send it to, and it will send an SMS and an email to them. So you can basically just choose contact and press send, and it'll send this agreement, and they have to fill out all these boxes. And then you'll have a signed agreement. So that is how agreements work. I have some examples of ones right here. Onboarding form. So set up a redirect link from the payment link to some kind of post-sale or onboarding form. Earlier, I mentioned my homewiseservices.com/welcome. That is mine right now. It's a simple page that just has a Go High Level survey in here, basically, that has all this information: name, phone number, email. There are hundreds of agencies. Why choose us specifically? So I can actually show you this right here. So there are hundreds of agencies. Why choose Owen specifically? What were your biggest hesitations before working together? And then what are the most valuable parts of the services that you didn't realize were included until the call? So here's a couple questions. Preferred email to receive lead notifications, preferred cell phone. Like, you want to get them to fill this out. And then you could also auto send the agreement. So you could send a simple automation up inside of Go High Level as well. And I can just show you how this would look. Let me go to my HomeWise one, because I think I already have this set up. Okay, So basically you go to automations, and what you would do is just create a new workflow, which would be like new customer, something similar. Yeah, I have a draft right now. And then you'd have the survey is the post-sale form, which is the survey that, you have all this information in here, which is this one here. And then once that's done, it sends documents and contracts, and you choose the specific template that you have from yourself, and you send it through email and SMS. So that way, once they fill out this form and you get their information, and then it also sends them the agreement automatically. So here are the examples of like what kind of questions you want to ask. So I can just walk you through the survey. This is all important information. Have you booked a launch call? This should actually be an onboarding call. Then you can have a link to actually book that call with a separate booking calendar right here. Launch call or onboarding call, whatever you use. I'm just using onboarding call. This is a little bit outdated. Image sharing. So optionally, they can share some images about jobs and stuff they've done. Past customer list. I usually get that from their Facebook and website though, to be honest. And then past customer list as well. Like if they have one that you want to do a review campaign for, then they submit it, and then they get sent the document contract as well. Client communication. So to effectively communicate with your clients, you can either use Slack, iMessage, WhatsApp, any of the above. I personally, in the beginning, recommend just using iMessage. Okay, it's so simple. It's just to write iMessage and write client in parentheses. I contact most people personally in my personal life and everything else on WhatsApp. So whenever I get an iMessage message, it's either it's usually from a client. But if you want to simplify things with better systems, you can always use Slack. That's like the more scalable way. You'll just make a channel and then, call it their company and then invite them as a guest to it. Just keep in mind though, your ICP, because honestly, like if you're working with contractors, it's better to use iMessage or something native. Like most of them don't have WhatsApp and most of them don't have Slack. So iMessage is probably going to be your best bet, because they're not going to respond to you as fast. They're just not used to it. So the onboarding call is the only sit-down meeting that you need before closing them and then launching them. It's usually about 30 minutes long, 30 minutes to an hour, and it does two things at once. Get them fully set up and resell them so that they're way more excited to work with you than they were when they paid. Do this on Zoom so you can have them screen share and take over their screen for the calendar integration stuff. And just make sure also that they've filled out the onboarding form before the call and sign the agreement. If not, you can go ahead and walk through the agreement. That's the first part of the call. Just be sure to invite the person as well that's in charge of contacting the leads. So if it's like a head of sales or whatever it is, here's a rough onboarding script that you can use. So introduce yourself, build the client profile, lay out the pathway to achieve their goals. So this is you pitching them again, pretty much. Because keep in mind, every single call that you have, whether it's an onboarding call or a launch call or client, follow-up call, whatever it is like your job is to sell them again. So confirm the agreement. So if they haven't signed it, then confirm it, walk them through it, and make sure that they sign it. And then set them up on Go High Level. So here are the steps, log them into it on their screen, connect their Google Calendar, confirm where leads go, make sure all that's good, and then confirm like the service area and zip, starting price, average ticket size, target demographic, crew capacity, all the stuff that you should have had with your customer profile. Just confirm all that stuff. Number 5 is show them what they actually do. So you want to explain to them how to have the best speed to lead possible, how to contact leads, how to work Go High Level, pipeline management, opportunity management, all that stuff. It's very important that they understand how to use it. You can give them a rule as well of like when to log on. Optionally, you can ask for some content or marketing resources that they have that they want to use in the ads. Number 7 is reselling them. This is probably the most important part of the entire call. Everything up to here was getting them excited, and getting them set up. This is where you actually lock them in. Okay. You sold them once, now sell them again. Except this time, you're selling the timeline and the certainty that they'll get good results so they don't panic and churn. So show proof. Pull up real current client results live at the screen. This is a client that we onboarded a few weeks back. Here's what's happened. Paint a realistic picture as well. So based on your area and your price point, here's what I expect. Just make sure, that you set realistic expectations. If it does start slow, here's exactly what we can do. Google review campaign, Google My Business, new website, whatever it is. The whole point is like by the time they hang up on this onboarding call, they've got a really crystal clear picture of what's going to happen. They know the best case, they know the worst case, and they know that you've already thought through what happens if it's slow. We want to just kind of minimize the amount of panic messages that we get. Is this even working? Because they'll question you in the beginning, right? But a client who knows, what to expect doesn't churn, especially not as fast. Set the next touch points. So introduce them to the referral program. as well. You want to bring this up every single time you talk to them, check-in call wise, like every 2 weeks, mention the referral program. You could send like 500 to 1K to a current client of yours if they refer you to another company and then that company pays. But yeah, set the next touch points in the onboarding call. Make sure you have the bi-weekly call, the next one scheduled out, 1 2 weeks out, 1 4 weeks out. Skipping bi-weekly calls is probably one of the biggest reasons why companies churn. So do not do that. Number 9, send them off pumped. So set expectations for the build and end on proof again. Between now and going live might feel a little quiet. We're going to send some frequent updates, but no results for a bit. I can't get you 100 jobs overnight. And yes, we have a messaging framework as well. Like here's the messaging framework that you can use as well, right here, right under this. Yeah, let's see here. If you ever wonder where we're at, message me. I'll hear back as fast as I can. I'll drop updates as well. I'd be surprised if you get an appointment in the first 3 to 5 days, to be honest. This line is crucial. Because if you say this, you'd be like, oh, I doubt we'll get appointments this fast. And then they get an appointment, they're going to be thrilled. And I can give you an example about like how this daily messaging framework works with one of my active clients. But this is the experience that a client feels in the first couple of days. The first 7 days matter so much more than the actual early results. It's really important about communication. Okay, that's the biggest thing. So send voice notes or pictures of you working or videos of you working or videos of you explaining stuff. So here's an example messaging sequence of something that I've done. When they go live, what you want to say. Celebrating all the results. That's very important as well. You want to celebrate things. First booking. Review request, if they're underperforming, get ahead of it, etc. So that's how you do the messaging framework and the onboarding call. There is going to be a live onboarding call now. It's either under this video that you can watch separately, or it's going to be a part of this video, either or. You can watch that. And let me just show you as well how this actually looks for your client. Hey, it's Owen. Basically, I sent him a picture day 1. So I signed him on Monday. I said, what's up? Tuesday, I sent a picture working on finalizing the CRM. He said, okay, great. Next day, picture of working on ads. Okay, sounds good. A video breakdown of what I built for them. Looks good. Got them more excited. And the day after launching ads, which was yesterday, Christina called from the office. Appointment is confirmed. I'll running it myself, so I'll get you feedback immediately. No worries, that was fast. We will iron out the specifics today. Are you getting some faith in Facebook now? They answered, confirmed tomorrow morning, so far so good. Great, this is much faster than I was expecting. And then I gave them some more insights on how to see more information about the leads. So it's like, this is the type of client communication that you want to have, right? Constant communication, especially hand-holding them in the beginning, just to make sure that they understand like how to actually run the system and get the best results off of it. But if you don't do some kind of similar messaging sequence when you sign a client, then you're going to have a much harder time keeping them. Okay, so I'd recommend using this exact messaging sequence, and that was a live example of me doing that. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Feel free to watch the actual live onboarding call to see like how I got the information from them and how it actually went. And yeah, hope you enjoyed, and we'll talk soon.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Go High Level Setup. This is going to be a breakdown and live build for a real client of mine that I just signed for the agency. And I'm basically just going to show you like how to do this from start to finish as if you were from scratch. Now, first things first that you need to understand is we will have one sub account for every single one of our clients that we have. And the reason for that is because we want to send direct automations to the companies, as well as have the company be able to contact leads through the Go High Level platform, so the phone number integrates properly and we can actually track what goes on. Now, this is going to be a shorter video because there isn't actually too much to this process, but I do want to make sure you understand it in full. Now, this is a sub account that I have just made for a new client of mine. I called it their business name. And basically, the first thing you want to do is go ahead and have a sub account that's pre-A2P verified. So if you haven't yet already, go to 1.32 in the program, the A2P verification video, and get verified through Twilio. And once you do that, you can basically remove lead connector from a Go High Level account from an already verified campaign and pre-verify all of your sub accounts. On the Go High Level support call, you can just be like, hey, can you do this for all these sub accounts? And then just buy like 10 numbers on Twilio and then apply each one to each sub account. I believe that this case, this client right here is just a normal A2P verified number. Yeah, it's just normal one. It doesn't really matter as long as the sub account is A2P verified. That's all that matters. Make sure they're pre-verified. And to do that, once again, use 1.32 the video with the Twilio method, and your account will be pre-verified. Okay, it's very important that you start off with this so you don't have to wait and there'll be a delay between launch, between the onboarding call and the launch just because of ATP verification. There should never be a delay because of that. So this account is ATP verified, so it's good to go. The next thing you need to worry about is the snapshot. Now I have a brand new snapshot for you that has everything, like the best of everything in it. And this account already has it in there, and you'll know that by the automation section. It'll show, all of these 4 folders right here. But to add the snapshot to your account, what you want to do is go into the link in the description of this video and the resource, and it should say client snapshot. So what you want to do is open it up, just open up the link, and what it'll have you do is click import now. So let's let this load, and you'll basically sign in to your Go High Level account. So if I just go ahead and do that now, it's probably going to have me verify my phone number. Maybe not. Yep. So we will import the client snapshot, and yes, select yes, import now. Then after you import it, you need to go to the agency level inside of Go High Level, just like this. Go to sub accounts, find the sub account that you want to apply to, and click manage. So I have some test client accounts that are ready here. So let's say it's this one that you want to have it set up for. You click manage client, you click actions, load snapshot, and you choose the one that you went ahead and just imported. So if you look up agency link, you can find agency link client snapshot, the one that we just imported. So then you want to proceed and just push everything, select all, and just import every single part of the snapshot. And then if you go back onto the sub account that you had before, you will have, and you have to wait a couple minutes, you'll have the automations. You should see them here. You'll have a funnel example. You'll have 2 calendars you should have. You should have a reschedule calendar as well as as well as an estimate calendar as well. I do have a staff member already on here because I already attended the onboarding call, which you'll see in a couple of videos from now. But just for now, this is just the setup for Go High Level. That's all this video is about, okay? Everything that's in this video is the Go High Level setup, and then everything else later on, so the service delivery, which is the live campaign build out, actually connecting the campaign, building the survey, building the funnel, all that stuff. That is all in the video after this. But for now, let's just go through everything we need to do to set up Go High Level. Now that the snapshot is in the sub account, what we want to do is go to the calendars first. So what I like to do for this process is just go from start to finish. So go through all of these, and then go into settings, and then go through all of these. That's what I like to do. Now, to actually do that, we want to go to calendars first. We will choose the first one here, which is reschedule calendar, and just make sure all the information is correct, right? Add the client. Eventually, this is how you would do it in the onboarding call, which I have explained in the future video. Availability, just like this. And we basically have this set based on our client's preference. All this is already set and good to go. And the biggest thing is looking to see if you have to change anything niche-wise. Right now, the sub account is it's based on just general home improvement. That's why it's free on-site estimate. It's not like roofing inspection or anything like that. Schedule, relax, no pressure on-site visit. Our specialists will walk you through your project, evaluate everything in detail, and make sure you have the knowledge to make a confident, informed decision for your home. So this is for a home improvement contractor. So if you have any different niche, you'll have to change some of this text specifically, as well as the on-site estimate. You'll add the staff as well eventually once you go ahead and onboard them. So all of this information is correct. So the calendars are good to go. Make sure they're active and alive and good to go. You'll actually embed these into the survey that we build out soon. But more specifically, calendars seems good. So contacts, you shouldn't see any past contacts. We have a test one in here that I was just testing out. In addition to that, we have, so that's pretty much going to go. Opportunities, we have a basic pipeline that we use and have our client use. It's called main pipeline. And it's actually, based on the automations as well. It works very well. So there's the pipeline. Nothing needs to change here. And inside of marketing, really nothing needs to change here. If you want to see the email templates that we have that are built into some of the automations, you can check them out here. We do have double of them right here because I've imported stuff into the sub account and the snapshot twice. But if you want to check out the actual internal notifications that come when a new appointment comes and stuff, you can check these out here. These are built into the automations. All of them are based on either custom values or custom fields as well. So for example, the 3 questions that I have asking in this snapshot are what building type, when do they want the project done, and how are they paying, which is 3 typical questions that I've seen before for service delivery that you ask in a survey or a lead form, whatever it is. And I have basic Q1, basic custom fields mapping for that. But if you want to change all these, I recommend it specifically because, for example, for a decking client that I just signed, I'm going to go ahead and update these to the questions that he actually wants, which I'll do in a second, but I'm just walking you through everything now. So these are the internal notifications and the email templates that get sent to the automations. I know a lot of people ask on like how to actually update those because they see them in the automations but don't know how to actually change them. Inside of the automations, here's how this actually works. When a new lead comes, basically we currently have it set to when this survey gets filled out. Now, I'm going to change this to be a lovable survey. So there's going to be a webhook here, an inbound webhook, and it's going to be like this. But for now, until then, the survey is fine. We'll make sure the trigger is correct based on whatever funnel you use. If you use a lead form, then this is going to be lead form submitted, or Facebook, it'd be like Facebook lead form submitted, and you'll choose a specific lead form. If you use the Go High Level survey, then it'll be the survey here that we have for you. You can update it as you need. Or if you use Lovable, it'll be an inbound webhook, and you'll be able to like add the contact field here, which I'll show you how to do soon. So basically what happens in this automation, the new lead automation, is if they're in the appointment booked automation, then obviously like they're going to get removed from this one because they have an appointment booked. They don't need to get like nurturing. First, it gets added to the new lead alert, which is basically the notifications for you and your client. Email 1, which is just a thanks for showing interest, accurate estimate. All of this is general and specific. So there are custom values that you'll need to fill out when you onboard a new client, and I'll show you those when I actually go about doing this live. But I'm just kind of breaking you down once again, like the actual automations. We have the first SMS message that gets sent, so this will have to be updated if you are in a different niche. But keep in mind that this is general, right? So got your request, what's the main project you're looking to get done, right? So that's like a very general question, so that you could probably not even edit any of this and use it for your niche. Short-term nurture is if they responded but didn't book, or you attempted to contact them, which basically got triggered in the one right before this. And this is like you reached out about a project, but I noticed you haven't picked a time for your free estimate. So this is if they didn't book yet. And the days 2 through 5, lead nurturing, right? I would go through this, confirm this, make sure it's correct. We will fill in the custom values with the correct information soon when I actually live build this out for a client. But once again, just walking you through it. And then once they go through this process of short-term nurture and don't respond, then they go into the long-term nurture. And the settings, stops on response for all these, right? So like if a client's lead responds to one of these questions or something, like they're going to go ahead and not get sent a bunch more automations. Long-term nurture, same thing. It's just long-term nurture for all these, like Cobol as well, wanted to check in. Still based on custom values, and all this is customized so that it's general home improvement, right? So you can use this for pretty much any niche that you have inspections for and home estimates. Appointment booked, this is what happens when they book an appointment, which the appointment status is going to be updated specifically by the on-site estimate calendar. This will send the actual data to Meta. So we'll have to fill out this information inside of custom values also. And basically, we will remove them from all nurture workflows. So the short-term, medium-term, long-term nurture, all that stuff if they booked an appointment. And then, remove the old appointment if it's a reschedule. And basically, we have the you have a new appointment that gets sent to the owner, so sales rep, which, by the way, we'll have to put in the correct one for the custom values. Internal notification. So this is for your client where the owner gets the information. So once again, you'll have to likely update these depending on what questions you ask in their survey for their funnel, which is super basic. I'll show you how to do that because I'll do it in front of you, as well as like notes. They booked an appointment, all that good stuff. Confirmation email. So this is going to be what gets sent to the actual customer. So your appointment has been confirmed, super basic look. You can even change color schemes if you want in the templates. And it only gets sent if it's between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. So you can actually add this also before all of this. So then your client, if they only want to get notifications during a certain time of the day, that's another thing. But yeah, we have just simple reminders. Your appointment is in 24 hours. It's in 1 hour. Friendly reminder that your appointment's in 1 hour. And then importantly here, right after, 1 hour after the appointment, your client will get an email that indicates how the appointment actually went. And I'll show you how to set up a tracking system whereby you basically like get the information on all the new appointments and everything. Keep in mind, usually when you change this, click on it and click off of it, it'll change the from name and from email just based on what the template is set to. So keep that in mind. Just make sure just verify everything, make sure it's all good. But yeah, we'll have an auto tracking system in the 6th part of this module, or the optimization and scaling part of this module, to make sure that we can bill for things properly, actually get this information, because like obviously they fill this out and you have to make it so they fill it out if you're charging, especially per shown appointment or whatever. And also we have trigger links set. So like basically it'll change the pipeline based on what happened, like what they clicked. right? So if they showed and got an estimate, then they move to got estimate follow-up. If they, no-showed, then they move to the no-show automation, right? So it's like we have all these triggers set up intentionally. So based on the appointment, we have different situational things. Appointment canceled is a super basic automation. You can go through and check this out as well. We have appointment no-show, appointment rescheduled. So if they reschedule, which by the way, to reschedule, it's either the appointment gets rescheduled, just gets moved inside of the calendar, or if they book a new appointment in the reschedule calendar because someone wants to reschedule, that's how you do it properly so they don't get all the notifications again. Then that's how that works. What else? Got estimate and then close sale. So super simple, just adding tags and keeping it simple. Keep in mind that like all of these don't even need to be touched. They don't even need to be changed because they're so evergreen. Like you can use these for any home improvement company as long as it's like an estimate on like an on-site estimate for a homeowner, they'll work. Okay, there's no roofing specific like words in here. Like this is all evergreen. So 2 is the alert workflows. So like when they get a new lead, you can customize this. I have it so if it's between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., then they'll get these new lead notifications. So you have a new lead, just like this. Once again, the information on like what the lead actually is. And I would recommend having a link to contact as well. That's something that I've seen a lot of value in. And if you want to see how to do that, I can go ahead and pull that up now. So if you want to add some kind of specific direct link to contact, let me just show you how to do that as well, just so you have it. And the new lead alert for the client, you'll basically have a link that says, direct link to contact. And then you'll have a link that looks just like this. So this is the working link for that. Direct link to contact, just like that. And this will be the direct link that will go from like bring them to the app and everything. That's just app.gohighlevel.com/v2/location, location ID, contact details, contact ID, etc. So that's how to do the direct link to contact. So some people want that. It's very important. And these will be like the webhooks to actually set up the tracking sheet and everything, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, that's the new lead alert automation and then the SMS response automation. So if the customer replied, then it removes them from the nurture workflows as well, just to make sure. We have stop and response for most of them turned on, so that usually doesn't matter, but it is helpful just in case. Remove from workflows. So basically when they need to be removed from all the nurture workflows, if they book an appointment or something or reschedule, then this has them doing that all right here. That gets triggered sometimes as well. And then miscellaneous stuff is like, after 20 hours, move hot lead to didn't books plus follow-up. So this is basically just like pipeline management. If the lead rescheduled, it'll basically not like, cancel the old appointment to make sure that the old appointment doesn't like refire, because sometimes when you move an appointment and reschedule it, it like refires the old one. And so the reschedule automations get fired as well as the old ones. If the lead's disqualified, add notes. This one is optional. Review request is set up so like after the appointment or after it closed, a couple months after, you could set the specific time, like how long it waits before it asks for a review. The client call gets completed. This one basically like removes them from the workflow as well. So if your client calls a lead, then it removes them from the nurture workflow. Spam deletion as well. So if it's any like of the Facebook Messenger stuff, so like suspended your account as warning, support team, fraudulent, like all that BS from Meta, this will delete all that. As well as the lost opportunity remove workflow. So if it's lost, then it just removes it. So this is like the breakdown and like all the automations that you need to have set up. All of them are already launched. All of them are published. There isn't really much we need to do here, to be honest. I just want to give you a walkthrough, and I'll show you like what I actually do for this client. Site section, we have a client funnel template just for inspiration. It's a high converting funnel and it's worked pretty well for a lot of people, but unfortunately it's not that good. Okay, like it loads kind of slow. The survey is kind of small. Like, not too much information about the company on the page, and ultimately it's a pretty average funnel. Pretty low conversion rates. But it's a good inspiration of like what you should be trying to accomplish and make with a funnel, which we'll do with Lovable, and we'll make it so much higher converting. So we'll do that soon in the next video. But for now, there's a scheduling page as well with the free on-site estimate or inspection with the calendar, and you can change the colorways as well. It shows the location name at the bottom, the copyright sign as well. The thank you page also, which is like a custom coded thank you page, which also once again looks ugly, but is just an inspiration of like what you could do. So we'll build all this out, a custom landing page with Lovable that's higher converting than this in the next video. So that's pretty much everything that you need to do, like walkthrough wise of like what's going on. Obviously, we have the appointment booking form that goes with when the client will book an appointment, or the lead of the client, super basic. And then we also have that survey that's in the landing page right here. So we have all the custom questions, the labels as well. But let's go ahead and actually build this out for this client, because that was a good walkthrough just to kind of like help you understand what goes on. But here's how to actually set it up. So live. So for context, I have a client of mine, and I'm basically setting this up live so that we can launch ads tonight, basically. First things first is what we want to do is just verify everything. Now, like I said, the calendar section is completely good to go, and there's really not much I want to do. I do want to check on the rescheduling link and the meeting interval and availability. So I do have some information about my specific client in a doc. I have information about like when they want to basically take these appointments and all this stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up just so I can open it up and get information on like their preferred availability. So first things first is they want 10 to 6 on weekdays. So for the appointment booking calendar, we have right now it's set to 8 to 5 for their booking availability. Let's edit the schedule to be 10 to 6 on weekdays. Well, I believe, 10 to 6 on weekdays. Okay, so we'll copy to all. And then on Sundays, we don't want any bookings. That's what they said. And then Saturdays, they want 9 to 5. Now, I don't mind doing this for clients. It's technically there'll be more friction because there's less time to book. But it's very important to me that they're happy. And let me just make sure as well, Virginia Beach time zone, that's where this client is based out of. It's Eastern, so we don't have to worry about that. It's good. Let's go ahead and save that. Okay, so we'll also do that with the reschedule calendar also. And then booking rules, meeting intervals are every 15 minutes. They're going to be around 60 minutes long. Minimum schedule hours is 4. That's fine. We don't want to look busy. It's okay. And let's go ahead and make sure the redirect is good as also. Redirect URL, that is going to be the custom value. So we'll update that. And then let's go ahead and save changes and do this also for the reschedule calendar. So booking, we'll do 5, 15, we'll do 4 hours. And then we'll set the availability for him also, which looks like it's already set. Cool. So now that that's done, I'm going to do some color work also, because I believe like if we go to here, it's like, is it orange or let me see, widget appearance. Yeah, it's orange. So this company is called Composite Guys, and it's in Virginia Beach. And let me see their brand. Yeah, so it looks like it's blue and orange. So this actually kind of fits quite well, but let's go ahead and take this blue. So we can just go to color picker and then just plop it in there. Take that blue color and then just plop it into the calendar also. Perfect, looks good. So we'll save changes, schedule appointment, and then we preview the calendar now. It looks good. Cool, looks clean. Now that that's done, let's do that for the reschedule calendar also. So we'll just pop that in there. Perfect. Now that that's done, the calendar section is completely updated and good to go. After that, we now want to update the automations. The automations are already set to go. The only thing that we will have to do is change the trigger link for the new appointment booked and make this the inbound webhook that's specifically from the Lovable survey, which we'll do in another video, so I'm not going to worry about now. So we will change that, but for now, the automations are set up. They're just fine. It's really nothing that needs to happen. Okay. So in terms of sites, we again don't need to worry about this because we'll be doing it inside Lovable, so there's no worry there. The next step is settings, business profile. This information doesn't actually matter. None of this really matters. Make sure all the contact time zones are correct and everything like that is good. Disable contact time zone. It's basically just like disabling the contact having a time zone and putting it in the time zone of the place. These are physical in-person businesses, and most of them are in like one specific place, so it's usually fine. But this information doesn't really matter. I like to change the name and the address so they have like, they can see that it's their account when they're logging in. Now, like I said, I already have them added here as staff members. I have the owner, and then also I will add the person who's in charge of their leads and assign all the automations to them as well. But for now, that's just fine here. I explain how to do this later in the onboarding part of this module, so don't worry about this for now. Email services, we want to send from their domain, something similar to theirs, but you're going to use the lead connector one because it's fine. Phone system, we already have the numbers, but we do want to buy a number that's in their local area. So Virginia Beach, phone number. So it looks like they're 757, and that's actually his number as well. So I'm going to do something similar. So we just do filter, first photo number, and if you do this to the Twilio method, which is what you should do, you'll do this on Twilio and then just apply the number. But for me, I'm going to just do this because this account is already verified through Go High Level. So let's just see. I know I want to run ads for these guys mainly in Chesapeake, Williamsburg, Virginia Beach, Suffolk. I'm just trying to find one that is one of those places. Norfolk, that's pretty close. So we just want something that's close to here. So Suffolk will be good. We have 757, which is the number that they want. And then we'll go ahead and edit this configuration. Make sure the calls go to him for now. I have it in my doc. We want call redirects to go actually to the office number. So what I am going to do is basically set it to call forwarding and set it to external phone number here. This is their office number. So when they get this phone number called, it's going to go to this number. That's the first thing. And then we want to have the recording set up as well. So we save this, call recording on, checked off with the message. Okay, good to go. So now it will be from this phone number, and this is going to be their phone number in here. That's where all the SMS will be sent from as well. It's already ATP verified, obviously. Now that the phone number is set up, the next step inside of settings is the custom fields and custom values. Now, we will set up these fields later. We're going to have a couple of questions that we'll ask inside of the survey, like we are going to ask them, do you have a deck? Question mark, because this is a decking client. And then we're going to ask, if so, how big and how old? If they answer yes. If they answer no to that first question, what size are they looking to build, and the time frame also, like the deck. Those are the questions that we're going to ask, and we're going to actually add those as custom fields here. So a single line custom fields. And basically, like, let's say we did the first question and mapped it. It would be, do you have a deck? And the description. And this would be the contact information. And we just create custom field. And then we will apply that to the automations. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. And we'll ask this specifically, but if you were to do this yourself, what you would do is in the actual automation section, when you have the webhook that comes in from Lovable, that's what we'll probably use. In the new lead automation, you'll have the webhook here. You'll have a create contact here. So you'll have create contact, and you'll add the fields, and these fields will be basically from the webhook. And then you set, do you have a deck? And then this will be the inbound webhook request, which will be like, do you have a deck, or whatever it shows up. That's how it will kind of look. And then you'll add obviously like the name as well. So you'll add like, full name, and this will be like name, or, this is how it will look when you map it. We'll actually go through this specifically in the next video when we create the survey, but this is just an idea about like how we're going to do that. And then also what we will do after that is go into the marketing and the emails and go into the specific email templates and make sure that we change all of them. So for example, the new appointment notification, to put that information here. So for example, this would be like, do they have a deck? And then the contact Q1, instead of being contact Q1, it is going to be, is there a button I can just easily press the contact? I don't think there is. Well, basically the way that would look is like you duplicate the tab or whatever, go into the custom fields tab that we were just in, which is in settings, automations here, custom fields. And the one that we just made, do you have a deck? We copy the field name, or copy the key, and then paste it in here. And then that will show the information after you have it mapped. So that's what we'll actually go out and do once we have the Lovable survey and everything mapped in here. So also the last things that we need to do is the custom values is the most important. So I'm going to do this with you. This will also like fill in all the automations and fill in all the information on the pages and do everything there. So your email, your agency email for notifications to you, I'm just going to do my main email, which is Owen@HomeWiseServices.com. and then my agency name. So I'll just call it HomeWise. And then this is A for agency, C for client. Email for lead notifications. So after our onboarding call, I figured out that they wanted, the email for lead notifications to be his personal for the first couple ones, as well as, yes, correct. So for now, it's going to be this email, and you'll get this information from them as well on the onboarding survey that you'll basically build out. But here we go. So this is the email for lead notifications for now. And Facebook Pixel, we can go ahead and put that in also. I don't have the campaign built out, but you'll basically put that in also once it's built out. The Google review link to do this, their company name is the Composite Guys. Right here. All you want to do is, it looks like they have, which one is the right one? They look like the same one. Well, they have 2 locations. I know he wants to double down in this location. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do Google review link generator. And then we're going to type in the business. And it's going to be the Virginia Beach one. Submit. And then you'll get a review link for them. So this right here, when we search this up, it will redirect them to leave a review, just like that. Now the review link set up, we can go back into Go High Level, and we can add that to the custom fields right here. The next one is the client cell phone for lead notifications. I know for now that he wants to just use his. After that, the reschedule calendar. To get that link, we'll basically go to calendars, go to calendar settings, choose the reschedule calendar, and do share. Not troubleshoot. Share, permanent link, copy, go back to custom values. So this will fill into the automations. So if they need to reschedule, then it will put it and hyperlink it inside of the automations correctly. So we have the reschedule calendar, and then we have the color one. This fills out some places here and there. I'm not going to even do this because it doesn't really matter, but sometimes in like the survey, for example, and the sites, we have it so it changes the color. But honestly, we're going to build it 3-level, so this doesn't matter. The company calendar, this is going to be, once again, here in the calendar settings, but we press share on the on-site estimate, permanent link, custom values, company calendar. After this, we have the company email. So this is where the email automations for the new appointments are going to be set from. So for that, we are going to do just his main email, which I'm actually wanting to check if he has like a set email that he has for the company, like a help or help at or info at. So let's just check if it's at the bottom or if we have anything similar to that at the bottom. Call us, about. Pretty outdated site as well. I might even make a new website for them, to be honest, just to provide some extra value. It's super easy. Yeah, so it looks like his email is the main one. So we're going to go ahead and put that as like where the emails and automations get sent from. So right here. And then the company name, we have the Composite Guys, obviously. So we'll just copy and paste that from here. If it lets us do it. The Composite Guys. Oops. Okay, and then the company owner name, this is going to be just the first name of the owner. So for company owner, it looks like it's not working. Let me refresh. Okay, this is just going to be Todd. And then the company phone, this is going to be the company's phone, so like the office number, which I have in here as well in my document. It's important that you format these right also. Okay, the company website, we have that as well. which I believe is, we just click on this, Yeah, it's just the compositeguys.com, right? You take that, put that in here also. The confirmation URL. So this is going to be the URL that we use after we make the funnel of saying the appointment is confirmed. So we'll put that in here after that's done. Same with the Facebook token. Instagram page URL. I'm actually pretty sure these guys don't have an Instagram, but let me check. So we go to Facebook. We'll see it if it's in here. Oh, they do. So we can take the Instagram URL also. Looks like they just made it. Okay, now all the custom values are set, and that's it. That's pretty much all you have to do. If you want to do lead forms as well, you have to set up the Facebook integration. I have him not set up with the Google Calendar availability, which I would recommend. He didn't want it for now because he can take all the volume, so you can take appointments at any time as long as they're between that time frame. So keep that in mind. But that's basically everything that you have to set up for them. The final thing that you'd want to do is go ahead and do some kind of test just to make sure things are working. So if we open up the calendar, we can go ahead and just test out an appointment. I'm not going to do it yet because it's not going to know the information of the contact because we don't have those custom fields mapped. What I mean by that is in the survey, we're going to have questions like, do you have a deck and do you have these things? And since I don't have that built out yet, when it sends an automation to them, it's not going to fire properly, not going to say that information. So I'm not going to test it out right now at the moment, but yeah, just keep that in mind. And yeah, I mean, that's everything there is to onboarding someone on Go High Level. I covered everything, literally making sure you have pre-A2P verified sub-accounts, snapshot import, automations, making sure you have them all set up. I had the meta integration, so you want to set up the lead forms. If you're doing lead forms, then you would go to integrations. You would go to Facebook, connect your Facebook account, whichever one the page is connected to, because obviously you need connection to your Facebook page, and this would be your account as well. And then you just connect it, and once it's connected, you can basically just press Facebook field form mapping, and then you would map the custom fields to the questions in the Facebook lead form. And then you can add that to the trigger to the automation. The domain as well we'll cover and when we'll do the funnel. And then that's pretty much it. So I hope you guys enjoyed. That was literally me doing this live for a client. So everything's now good to go for him. Now we're going to move on to the service delivery part, which is going to be, setting up the offer for the client, the creative production, the copy, the funnel build, the meta campaign, the pre-launch checklist, making sure that this is all good, verified, and tested, which we'll get into now. So hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everyone, it's Owen, and welcome to Service Delivery. So this video is about providing a world-class service to your clients so that we can keep them for years and years, paying us thousands every month. I currently have clients that have paid me over $50,000 profit over their lifetime, and this doc is the key to doing that. Keep in mind that this doesn't reteach anything that's already in Meta Ads Mastery. So anything about running ads is in this video. And any live buildouts or resources that help aid Meta Ads Mastery are either added to the document, the new, this document, so you can check it out, or they are going to be right below the video inside of the actual video modules inside of the program. So it does, however, teach you how to build the service though, through strategy and live buildouts. So listed under this video will include multiple live buildouts where I create winning creatives, winning funnels, winning campaigns, and launch a real client from start to finish. So you know everything you need to know about service delivery. In this video, we'll cover native service delivery, finalizing your customer profile, your ad offer and price anchoring, creative and copy, funnel and destination, campaign build out and naming, pre-launch checklist, launch, and then the first 7 days after launch. So native service delivery is the biggest unlock to improving your service delivery. And it's that you build it out natively internally. So the slow way to do this is to onboard a client into their ad account. So their Facebook account, get into their ad account, add yourself as a partner or whatever, build out their page, set up their pixel, warm up their accounts, build their funnel. Onboarding just takes so long. And your first impression will always look shaky on them and a little scammy as well because there's always so many headaches that come with trying to get access to their Facebook. So, and also you just spent a bunch of time and money building someone else's business, which doesn't make any sense. If they churn, you keep nothing, they keep everything, and every client just starts on a fresh pixel, which takes a long time for every client to learn and get the results that you want them to. The faster way is to build it out natively. So per niche, you run one branded identity, one page, right? For example, Decking Solutions USA, or mine right now is Home Solutions USA. One optimized pixel for every single one of your clients and optimized funnels as well. So here's why this works so well. If you have one page that you run all your clients' accounts on, you have instant onboarding, so you have no shaky setup call, no waiting to get anything added to anything. You have a seasoned pixel, so you already have a working pixel. So Meta already knows exactly what you want out of the gate, so there's no cold start. You get fast wins for your client because if your accounts already are working and generating leads, you can just hand a brand new client an estimate the morning that they pay so that they don't have any doubt. And then also you can spend from your own business card. You get points and cash back on every dollar you spend. There'll be a module or a separate video in this module somewhere or in this program on how to use your points back to travel forever. You can basically never pay for a flight ever again. But the point is this is the fastest way to do it. Okay. The layout is having one Meta page, one Facebook page, business page called something general. So Decking Solutions USA or Home Solutions USA or Home Pro USA or something like that. And you run all of your clients' ads on that one account. And then you have different funnels. And for every single, you have the same ad account, same pixel. The only difference is you have different campaigns for different clients and different funnels for different clients that hook up to individual Go High Level sub accounts. And keep in mind for people that, that are watching this video that don't have this built out yet, you won't have, a seasoned account or a pixel, a seasoned pixel on client number one, and that's fine. Just start building this stuff fast. Your pixel, your funnels from day one, just so that by client 3, you already are taking advantage of it. And everywhere below where I say build this funnel or set up this pixel, keep in mind that I meant for your own infrastructure, okay? Not for every single client. The only thing that you're gonna do is build a funnel live today with me, but it's important that you understand that from here onwards, you'll just copy and paste that funnel. You'll just duplicate it with a different domain, different subdomain, same root domain, and then you'll use the same pixel, and you'll understand the setup after you see me do it. So yeah, you will have to set up all of this up, this entire document up individually for every single client. If you have native service delivery, you can use just pretty much a similar process for everyone that you sign. So step 1, finalize your customer profile. On the onboarding call, you will need to collect this information. And keep in mind, this all will be in a later video in the module, an onboarding call script and a live onboarding call, so you can see how me actually collecting this information. But you cannot write an offer or set a price for a business for their ads if you don't understand them. So you need their average job value, their price range, their service area, their radius, the services offered, what they do and what they don't do, what they actually want, what they don't want, their ideal customers, so age range, higher end, location, particular job that pays them the best, and then existing proof, job photos, reviews. You need all of this stuff, and you get this all on the onboarding call. So every time you have an onboarding call, I recommend making a customer profile. I have one for this client that I signed right here, just like this. So super simple. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just some kind of client profile or customer profile that you can use to help build out the ad campaigns. Which, by the way, in this video you will see me build out the ad campaigns for that specific client in front of you. The radius matters, for where they want the ads to be ran because it tells you a lot about their TAM. It's very important that if you have a larger TAM or a total addressable market, you can afford a landing page because there's more friction, it's just better quality, and there's more people and more clicks, and you can still get a decent amount of volume. If there's a small TAM and there's just not that many people, because sometimes if you do a 25-mile radius around an area, it's 80K people, right, in a small rural area. But if you do around a city, there'll be 1 million or 2 million people, and so it's very important that you keep it in a healthy range of 500 to 1 mil. 500 to 1.5 mil, roughly. And if that's the case, you can afford using a landing page. Sometimes people put too much friction on your service delivery on your ads and use this, there's a small addressable market size. And because of that, they just don't have enough volume to justify everything. So they'll use, lead forms for that. If you have any questions on the logic behind this friction and why this is the case, just watch Meta Ads Mastery once again, and it'll explain it. The customer profile tells you what you need to know about building the rest of your service, the average job value, the range, your price anchor, which is what we're going to set up now, the radius TAM, so your destination, services, and ideal customer. You need this information. This information is what fuels your campaign. Step 2, ad offer and price anchoring. So utilize Meta Ads Mastery for information on ad offers, but for service delivery, just stick to price-related offers. It's the most proven. It's been working for me for the longest period of time. A price anchor is simply the number that you put into an ad where a prospect thinks, oh, that's pretty reasonable. And for local home services, the number is the offer. Okay, like how much your price anchor is your offer. And you will get it from the customer profile job range, right? Take their average job value, go a little bit under it, and that's typically usually going to be your price anchor. So rules for this price anchor is you need to anchor inside of their job range. So for example, this client that I just signed, their lowest job they'll accept is 3.5K. The average job size is 20K. So because of that, I made the price anchor 9.5K, which is high. You know, some people would do much lower than that, but just because of the market and the average job size, that's how I knew. It's just a little bit more than the floor, right? Ideally, I might even want to be a little bit lower, and I might try lowering it to like 7.5, but I understand that this client wants quality, and so I'm not going to be the one that like prevents them from getting quality just because I want to get better cost per lead. You know what I mean? So that's what I would recommend. Don't go below their floor. Keep it reasonable, a little bit above their floor, and understand that if you have a little bit lower, it'll get you more leads, but less quality. If you have a little bit higher, it gets you a little bit higher quality. Also, never use round numbers. Never use 5K or 8K or 7K or 10K. The reason why is because it sounds like marketing. So use some kind of odd specific numbers like 5.5K, 7.5K. That helps in the homeowner's eyes as not seeming like marketing. Comma versus no comma, starting at or for less than. If you say starting at 5.5K, it'll get you higher quality. If you say for less than 5.5K, it'll get you lower quality, etc. Also with a no comma. So you can kind of manipulate these in your ads to just like influence how much volume you're going to have through. And I'll go through like the scripts and stuff that I use for this. But the 60-40 rule as well, like run roughly 60% of your creatives towards volume and 40% towards quality. That's what I would say. You want enough volume to feed the pipeline, but enough quality to protect the close rate and the average order value. It depends on the client and depends what they want, depends on the area, depends on a lot of things. So keep that in mind, but this is a good rule of thumb. Also, handle the price objection inside of the ad. So if your anchor sits well below what the market expects, you know, like a 5.5 deck, when people assume 10K, the prospect's first thought is like, why is it so cheap? What's the catch? So you want to pre-handle that in the ad by explaining the low overhead, you know, same materials as the big crews. We just, you know, don't pay for a fleet of trucks and a wall of billboards and whatever it is. Like we don't pay for this extra stuff so we can afford, you know, charging less than the bigger guys. Step 3 is creative and copy. So creative is 80% of the result and by far the most important aspect of service delivery. For a live example below this video, click service delivery, which is the video that you're watching right now. Under this video, you should see live creative creation. Okay, it's a video of me literally just making creative, a winning video ad as well as a winning couple picture of ads. So also just a couple winning picture ads. So you can check that out right below this video. I also go through scripts, prompts, all that good stuff. So check that out below this video. And for more details about creative and copy, just see this video, right? And the resources that are under this video. This video also will change over time. The video will stay the same, but the resource will change. So if anything got added to it, you can always just scroll through and check. And for inspiration on what you should add for your specific niche, use this winning swipe file of ads. Keep in mind, we only have one niche in here for right now, but I'm in the process of adding pretty much all of your niches. So when you check this, there should be more. Another thing, here is an ad vault as well. This is something that I've used in the past that's been very helpful for me. So you can have a creative vault with all your different types of creatives and numbers for them so you can organize them. Copy vault, you can have all of your different copies here as well with the headline, description, category, what type it is. The offer vault, so like, you know, for example, this new campaign I'm running for my guy is the offer price 9.5K starting at for decks. And that category obviously it's a price related offer. And then the copy vault is I have the copy in there, which I can actually go ahead and just show you. But yeah, this was the copy that I used in the video. So like, for example, like let's say I want to log this and like actually track it to see if it works well. You would just put it in here, headline. My headline for that copy was, I believe, this one right here or something similar. And then the description, I did something like this. And then I believe I actually changed it later on to match the headline of the landing page better. which you also see me build live in this video. But the point is that you can put your creative in here, put your files in here, just so you have it in here in one certain place. Then you can also have a naming scheme for all of them, so you can track what works and what doesn't and write notes for each one. So I would recommend using that. Also, so step 4 is funnel and destination. If you want to see me build out a live winning funnel, and more specifically, this funnel right here, this winning funnel right here that I built for a client of mine, you could check that out in the description of this video as well. It's called Live Funnel Buildout. So just watch me build this from scratch. And then also just for a refresh from Meta Ads Mastery, lead forms, native to Meta, lower friction, cheapest and high volume of leads, lowest quality. This is good for a small TAM. Ended with a booking page. Here's the actual setup for that. Landing page, more friction, pricier, but a better CAC, which matters the most for bigger companies, especially. You want their customer acquisition cost to be as low as possible, and your average order value and stuff. So that's why I have a decent amount of friction on here, and why this page is so heavy. Is just because we have a higher TAM, and we also want just really quality leads. Step 5 is campaign build out and naming. So under this video as well, you'll see me building out a campaign live. It's called Live Campaign Buildout. A lot of this module is just me saying, go watch this live video. But you'll watch me build the campaign live with all the meta settings, all the placements, go high level integration, all that stuff. So if you want to watch me build the funnel, I would recommend watching that to see how I integrate it with Pixel and making sure that's accurate. And then also the Live Campaign Buildout. Also, that's under this video. Naming convention is optional. This is not required, but sometimes it helps, to get a better idea. And if you can have certain names for your creatives as well, that's where you can kind of come up with those in this ad vault here, just like that. Yeah, and then when you duplicate the ad set to iterate, you can just bump it to V1 or V2, whatever it is. Step 6 is the pre-launch checklist. We'll go through this in this live campaign launch video. I'm just going through all of these checklist things that you need to check off before you can actually launch someone's ads. I will say the most expensive mistakes come from rushing this process. So many people rush this process and just want to get ads live as soon as possible. But sometimes there's a price mismatch. Sometimes, there's an error in the captions or the wrong CTA or just some stupid small error. Or the pixel's not working, whatever it is. So use this checklist for every single time that you launch new clients, just to minimize that chance. So go through all this, and I go through all this live in front of you in this video under this video right here that you're watching called Live Campaign Launch. So go ahead and click that, watch that video, and you'll see me go through all this whole checklist as well as the checklist in here, just to make sure that everything is as high converting as possible, so we can get the best results for our clients. I will say also that the main thing that matters after publishing is getting the client a first win fast. Okay, you want to get them a fast win, especially if they're fronting ad spend. So your only job in week 1 is just get them their first booked estimate, ideally their first shown booked estimate. Buyer's remorse usually sets in 24 hours after purchasing something. So see what you could do to get wins as fast as possible, whether that's a Google review campaign, database reactivation, whatever it is. Just bumping up the ad spend more in the beginning. Whatever you could do to get fast results will help your clients feel a little bit less buyer's remorse. So the first 7 days after launch, now that you're live, do not mess it up. Okay, so don't mess it up by changing things. Most campaigns fail because people mess with them too much. It's not because the system's bad or the ads are wrong or the tracking is not right. It's usually because people just change things too often. Do not make decisions until an ad has spent at least 3 times the target cost per result. For example, if your goal is a cost per lead of $40 and a singular ad has spent $120 and the metrics are looking questionable, that might be when it's time to change things. And if this is completely unfamiliar to you, rewatch Meta Ads Mastery for accurate decision-making from data. It's very important that you understand this. Things to keep in mind is that leads come in waves. The algorithm delivers in clusters sometimes because it's testing out different audiences. You can get 0 leads for 5 days and then get 4 in 1 day. So don't panic if you have fine metrics, and also keep in mind regression to the mean. Over enough time, things will stabilize, especially over enough spend. External factors can influence lead flow as well. Sundays are slower, big economic/news days, seasonality. In decking, obviously in the winter, it's super slow, and Depends on, the niche. So do your research about what niche you're in and make sure you understand like the seasons and the seasonality that influences it. Audience pool exhaustion as well. So after a strong week or two, Meta works through the pool and goes hunting for the next batch. So sometimes you just have to give Meta time to find the next type of like the next audience that would be interested in whatever the ad's offering. If leads fully stop though for 3 to 5 days straight and you've ruled everything else out, just manually restart the campaign, but make sure to diagnose and go through the metrics first. Once again, if you want to understand like the scale thresholds for killing and keeping ads, analyzing bottlenecks based off metrics and scaling them, use Meta Ads Mastery once again, more specifically the section scaling with data and media buying and testing cadence. Bonus, advanced retention tactic. When you're controlling the spend, with native service delivery, you can spend faster to hit a goal sooner, especially if you're confident in what you do. A client spending at $50 a day versus $100 a day, like you'll literally get double the results in the same amount of time. So just keep in mind that faster cash will counteract all their buyer's remorse and keep them happier in the beginning, which helps retention. However, there is some risk if you're covering ad spend, you're fronting more ad spend there, right? If they're paying ad spend and they pay you in like ad reserves or whatever, like how I have it built out, then there is really no worry. But on a pay-per-result model, make sure you protect it in your agreement as well. And a faster result, a faster first result especially, is almost always worth it. So if you can get faster results for them by increasing the budget, being a little bit more ballsy, do it if you have a proven system. There's no reason why not. So to recap, native service delivery, build this out. Finalizing your customer profile. I'll go through the actual onboarding processes later in a video in this module later. Offer and price anchoring, how to build out your offer. I would literally talk to Claude and do it based on your customer profile, how you should structure the offer and price anchoring, and literally send it the PDF with this. Creative and copy, as well as a live build out of me doing it below this video you can check out. Funnel and destination, as well as a live build out of me doing that as well, building a funnel for you live and linking it to Go High Level. Campaign build out and naming. So optional and a live video of me building out a campaign under this video. Pre-launch checklist, things you need to make sure you do before you launch. Go through this literally every time. I would save it and SOP it yourself. And then step 7, launch, and a video of me live launching a client campaign in the description of this video as well. And then finally, the 7 days after launch. So I hope you enjoyed this video. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Live Creative Creation. So in this video, we are going to be making some AI video ads as well as AI image ads, and these are going to be pretty much all the creatives that you want to run for your clients. Obviously, don't copy this exactly, okay? Change it depending on what niche you are, what script you use, and different angles, and this is just what's working right now. So this will change, so keep in mind. I am, however, going to make an AI video with you guys on CapCut, as well as an AI image ad or two on Higgsfield. So I'll put the prompts in here as well. For now, I have the AI video scripts in here. I will also make some AI image ad prompts, and I'll just put them in this doc and put this doc under this video as well. But just for now, just so you guys know, what we're going to be doing is using a price-related ad offer that we made inside of the service delivery video. So if you're coming from that video, that's where you should be coming from. But if you go to the add offer section, we do cover creating some kind of offer that's similar to this. Yeah, so a pricing anchor offer, depending on what service. Now, I used my customer profile, which is right here, to kind of determine where I should price anchor. I went with 9,500 because the average job size on where these guys are working is like 20,000. So I think 9.5K is a solid low range where it's like half of it. It should be a good price anchor within the ads to explain that, like, hey, we have good services, we have the same materials as the older, as the more expensive guys, as the bigger companies, but we just have low overhead, so that's why we can charge less. And that's going to be the offer in the ads. It's the winning offer. So there are some things we can do, comma versus no comma, starting at for less than. I want to go with the starting at probably for most of these. I guess starting at would be much lower. Yeah, or we can either go 9.5K, like for 9.5K, or starting at 7.5. I just don't want to keep it too low, to be honest. But let's go ahead and ask Claude. That's what I've been doing, to be honest. Should I use
7.5 or 9.5. And then also what I had did is I went into Higgsfield into the video section in Seed Dance 2.0 with 916 and 720p and 5-second videos of just basic B-roll videos. So this one was a create an ultra realistic video of a crew making a deck in super fast mode. Just like this. I'll probably use this one for the start of the ad. Then we have one of a crew, we have one of like a giant company, we have one of just good materials getting placed in, we have one of a finalized and finished deck, which looks great. And we also have one of their area if we decide to like, push that into the ads as well. So let's see what this said in regards to, it should be good. So basically the first thing we're gonna do is we have a bunch of B-roll and I am gonna make some more B-roll really quickly. Decking job being completed. So we're just making some simple B-roll with 5-second videos. These are going to be somewhat shorter ads because we don't really need them to be too long. And how we're going to actually go about and make these is using CapCut. So I'm going to open up CapCut as well. I usually use DaVinci to be fully transparent with you, but CapCut has a lot of good options, especially for like what we are trying to do here with the when it comes to sound effects, when it comes to transitions, and a lot of stuff like that. So let's go ahead and just open this up here. So I got the ultra wide monitor. Okay, so first things first, we're going to go ahead and just import all this B-roll. So I'm going to go ahead and just download it first. Okay. And we have one new one coming in as well. What we'll do is just import all of this, all these videos. The new one's done yet, not quite. Okay, and now that we have that, we have the general order of like how I want to build this, which is like I want to do the fast mo one first because I did some research on Facebook, and this is something you can do with your own niche. I looked up on Facebook just like decking replacements, deck jobs, and I can show you what I'm talking about here. If you look up deck replacement or your niche or whatever on Facebook, you'll see like outliers of videos and videos with like thousands and thousands and thousands of likes and comments. And a working concept that I've seen for all of contracting is like the really sped up videos. I saw a couple videos and I think I might have saved them somewhere. But I saw a couple videos that had just like an insane amount of views and likes. And honestly, like it's very important that we get good reach in these ads. So that's the reason why I kind of cater towards that. Yeah, so that's even a great idea right there too. That's a really great idea. This is more for like decking materials though. Let's see what else we can just find. I'm just looking on what organic was because the line between organic and paid is like 1. Right? There's no difference in performance between organic and paid when it comes to like, yeah. So see, this one is a good one as well. It's just a sped up video, right? That's like something that's working really well, really good format. So that's what I'm using for the first part of this. And none of these are really like huge outliers. Like I'm looking at just a couple hundred likes on each one. I would like to see ones that have, crazy outlier potential. But for now, I think we're just going to go with what we have. Okay. And call it good. So let's go ahead and take the other video as well from Higgsfield if it's done yet. It doesn't look like it is, so no worries. So we're just going to basically plop this. Obviously, there's a ton of BS sound effects that we can turn off. And the way that this is going to work is we have the script, and we can basically use this to create a voiceover. It has 11 labs on this, so that's pretty much all you have to do. This is for the specific voice. Let's go ahead and do 11 labs here, and here are the different voices. Okay, so we're going to just throw one of the scripts in here and just have it basically voice it over. So I'm thinking for this one, we'll just do one of each for now, just so we have some options. But we'll probably just do the general one, because this is the general one right here.
steady, warm, and seasoned with a bit of southern heartfelt. I am Sloan.
I love diving into the why behind the how. When your body was once a star. I'm Zoe.
Okay.
I love diving into the why.
Yeah, Zoe is really good. That's great. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, let's generate that, and then we'll throw it in CapCut and continue. For now, let's also check the other one as well. Should be done by now. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back to the audio. Let's grab it and then throw it in CapCut. Okay. Because it's much shorter, which is much faster with speaker, which is good.
A brand new deck for $9,500 near Hampton Roads. We're locally owned and operated, so we're not a big Hampton Roads.
Okay, and then we'll just do a lot of cutting here with the audio just to make sure it's clean. So right here, we'll just do a split. Right here, we'll do a split, and then we'll go ahead and crop out all this in the audio.
We're locally $100 near Hampton Roads. We're locally owned. A brand new deck for $9,500 near Hampton Roads. We're locally owned and operated. Not a big company. We're locally owned and operated, so we're not a big company. We don't have 20 offices, 50 trucks, or 100 billboards. We run our business like a lean machine, which means we have a small near Hampton Roads. We're local.
Okay, so we'll generate a few more of those, and then we'll probably use glare, a glare transition between these clips as well. So probably do, let's set these up, glare, probably, the normal glare is pretty good. Let's see glare 2.
Dollars near Hampton Road. Dollars near Hampton Roads. We're locally owned and operated, so we're not a big company.
Yeah.
We don't have 20 offices, 50 trucks, or 100 billboards. We run our business like a lean machine, which means we have a small team, run our own crews, so less overhead for us, and ultimately better prices for you. All of this while still using the same high-quality materials as other contractors use.
Okay, audio sound effects, mouse click. I actually like this. And we can take this and make it much quieter.
A brand $100 near Hampton Roads.
Yeah, that looks great. And then we'll do a little bit louder, to be honest, like 13. Just line up ones for each transition. Cool. Check it out.
A brand new deck for $9,500 near Hampton Roads. $9,500 near Hampton Roads. We're local.
Okay, let's add some music.
A brand new deck for $9,500 near Hampton Roads. We're locally owned and operated, so we're not a big company. We don't have 20 offices, 50 trucks, or 100 billboards. We run our business like a lean machine, which means we have a small team, run our own crews, so less overhead for us, and ultimately better prices for you. All of this while still using the same high-quality materials as other contractors use, but charge 3 times more for it. Want a fair price for your deck? Click the Learn More button below to get a free estimate.
So for captions, I like to go to templates and find one that's like glowy and big and a little bit more, noticeable. So let's see what we have here. This one's pretty good here. I like that one.
A brand new deck for $9,500.
I don't know if it's good enough, to be honest.
A brand new deck for $9,500 near Hampton Roads. We're locally.
Okay, this is much better. Let's go ahead and increase the font size slightly and then move it on the y-axis just a little bit. So we'll just move it up. Probably about to the middle, bottom 3, so -750 maybe-ish. Let's see, that's probably pretty good.
A brand new deck for $9,500 near Hampton Roads. We're locally owned and operated, so we're not a big company. We don't have 20 offices, 50 trucks, or 100 billboards. We run our business like a lean machine, which means we have a small team, run our own crews, so less overhead for us, and ultimately better prices for you. All of this while still using the same high-quality materials as other contractors use, but charge 3 times more for. Want a fair price for your deck? Click the Learn More button below to get a free estimate.
Okay, so now let's make some image ads. I'm going to show you some winning ads that I've used in the past for my roofing clients and other clients as well, just to kind of give you some inspiration on like how we're going to be doing this. The authentic selfie has been very high performing for me, so that's been working really well. This style as well has been working well for me. So the starting at price with the ad offer here, and yeah, selfies and stuff. So we're going to go ahead and make something similar to this and similar to this. So for the prompts for that, we're going to use 1:1 aspect ratio and 2K in Infinite Pro, and just say, make me, okay, I'm just going to tell Claude what I want. So make me a Higgsfield prompt to make an ad like this, but for decking instead. Make the starting at price 9,500. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that. So I know this guy's target market pretty well, and I know that they want some kind of military push in the ads. So I'm going to go ahead and just use these prompts into Higgsfield, just like that. That's going to be one. It's also important to keep in mind the area as well, because I just got one that just generated this, and it's in like a cold environment, and I want to make sure it's in the correct location. So we're going to go ahead and make sure it's in this area and regenerate it. So for the 2x2 grid one, I'm also going to make sure that it's in the right area as well. Once again, we generated some pretty good looking creatives, but a lot of the area, like this house, is not going to be the target demographic, to be honest. These are pretty good, actually. This is pretty good. I do like it. Just in case, though, let's go ahead and make a couple more of them. Okay, this ad is awesome, so I'm going to go ahead and download this. But yeah, these ads look great. I'm going to go ahead and run these. I like this one a lot because it has proud to offer military discounts. So we'll probably go with this one as well as this one because this is probably the ideal demographic. So we'll go ahead and download these two. And those will be the creatives. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will see you in the next one.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Live Funnel Buildout. So in this short video, we are going to be building a winning funnel from scratch. This is going to be a one-size-fits-all for all of your clients that you can use, but the way that I would recommend doing this is you make the funnel once in Lovable, and then all you do when you sign a new client is just duplicate the project inside of Lovable and then change the domain. But first things first, let's go ahead and go into the agency or a client sub-account that we have, just to give you an example about like what we're going to be building here. Inside of the snapshot that we have for client fulfillment, you will see a client funnel template here that is inspiration that looks something just like this. This funnel is old and slow and not that well converting and not that pretty looking. So what we're going to do is make an entirely new one from scratch. And I'm just going to go through and work through this live in front of you, just show you like how I would go about building one of these funnels. First thing we're going to do is ask what we want. Now this funnel, the criteria for it is everything that's on this page right here that's in Meta Ads Mastery. So we're going to use this to help us build this page. I'm going to go ahead and download this as a PDF and then give it to Lovable as detail. So let's go ahead and attach this as a file. Help me create a high converting landing page for home improvement companies. It will be coming from ads like the ones I attached. We're going to attach some ads as well, just so the congruency is there. I'm going to be stuff like this, stuff like this, stuff like this if it can load a video. The page to have a high converting and mobile first survey that asks these questions in this order. So the questions that my client wanted to have asked are basically, do you have a deck as the first question? And if the answer is yes, then the follow-up question is and here, because we're doing this through a blanket page like Home Solutions USA, some companies want the information known that it's like through their company. So we can do that by adding the company name in this landing page. But to keep it simple, we just want to make sure that they understand the most important parts of this funnel to make it stronger. So I want a spot to show lots of reviews. I want no hidden fees showing, licensed and insured, military discount, op supported. This is really important because of the market area that we're doing it in. We also want, make this a really strong and high converting page. Minimal friction, super simple, iPhone first, and then a booking calendar for the estimate, which is a go high level calendar at the end of the survey. No specific qualifications, like they'll work with anyone. Calendar at the end of the thing is going to be connected to this sub account, so we can go ahead and just embed that calendar in there as well. So we'll do the on-site estimate, share, copy, permanent link. Actually, we'll do the embed code. There's the calendar to embed at the end of the survey to book a free estimate. Okay. Yeah, so this is all great. If we actually look at the website of the company that we're building this for, I believe it's this right here, this website. Yep. So it actually looks like their website isn't even loading, to be honest, which is a little concerning. There we go. So it's pretty outdated, pretty old. Their color scheme, I'll just give them the look of their page. I attached the look of their current page. Don't take any inspiration other than some slight color inspiration, just so it looks on brand. And also, okay, display the social proof as well as a like carousel that cycles of like where it says class A contractor, etc. And then let's see, these are actual jobs that they've done. So we can actually take some of these. We don't want too much friction, to be honest, on this page. We're going to keep it as simple as we can, though, so I'm not going to put any of this into the landing page. Yeah, so let's just give it this information. The current calendar that they have for conversion is like pretty, it's pretty crazy. Like obviously there's a lot of friction here. There's lots of places that they can click on and all this stuff. And then we are going to also put their logo as well. So I'm going to download that and throw it into Lovable. Yeah. Okay. So let's just see what it pops out with. This is going to be the fundamentals of what we're going to be building. And obviously it's going to be iPhone first. So we're going to let this start building it. And yeah, once this is done though, we will edit it, make sure it looks good, make sure it's high converting. We'll connect the funnel to go high level. So we'll actually go into the automation of the sub account and connect it, because obviously like the survey and the Lovable funnel is going to be connected to go high level through webhooks. So the way that that'll look is like we'll put an inbound webhook here and we'll send Lovable this information and add a contact here and then choose the fields. So I'll show you how we do that. And then yeah, we need this is going to be a question as well, which I forgot to add. The contact, make sure add a question in the form with the contact information like name, email, phone number, address, and then forward that to the booking calendar at the end as well, so there's minimal friction. That's something as well that you need to have in place. That's a part of this conversion rate doc. Is there anything else? Page load speed we'll fix at the end. Congruency and visual credibility, we'll make sure that that looks good. We can add some social proof under it as well. Messaging congruency. This is one thing. We haven't actually built out the ad campaign yet, so we'll have to mess with this. The way that this will typically look, though, is the winning messaging is just, job starting at 9.5K or whatever like the offer is that we're going with. So we can write that here as the headline at the top of the lovable funnel as well. So we'll watch this build it. And then other than that, we'll make sure the page can actually answer all of these questions, and that it's high page speed loading, user experience. So yeah, let's see what it builds, and then we can go from there. These guys do have a pretty strong Google page presence. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when you look up their company on Google, it's got tons of reviews, it's got lots of information on there, and I'd love to showcase that in the page at some point, somehow. So yeah, we can go ahead and give it that information as well. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh it and see what we've got so far. Okay, so for the phone, right now, this is way too much going on. Okay, we're gonna tell it to remove some of this information because yes, it's got some good information, it's got some proof, and it's got some stuff, but like this is way too much going on. Like, you click on this, you don't know where to call, you don't know where to click this, you don't know where to click that, click these, like you really don't know what the hell to do. So we'll reduce all the friction, remove everything that doesn't need to be there. And this is the survey that has you filling out right now. Do you already have a deck? Yes, I have a deck. How big is your current deck? Their minimum size is at least 180 square foot and above. So we'll actually change that to be 180. This is survey to be under 180 square foot instead of 200. And then roughly how old is it? Project done. Property address, and see available times. Yep, so they fill in this information. Let's test out if it autofills. Let's do owendecking@gmail.com. Yeah, so that autofills properly. The full name doesn't autofill. Location. Okay, so we're gonna have to mess with this form a little bit and set up a high level, which is just fine. I believe the form it has set up for right now is the appointment booking form. Yep. So if we, okay, yeah, it looks much better now. Way simpler. Get a free instant quote, take 60 seconds, no phone calls until you book. Google rating. The Google My Business link, I don't really want it to be clickable. That's correct, right? 4.2, 78 Google reviews. Radar 78 Google reviews. So I'm actually going to click on this. Share, and it's fine. Make the Google rating redirect to this. Get a free instant quote, quality. Let's see. No hidden fees. Make sure this is optimized for mobile. Discount as well. I don't really like the idea of having this take, it takes 60 seconds. Because it has it right here and here, and I just don't want it at all, to be honest. The calling CTA as well. This is something that we could keep. I don't like this. All right, licensed, looks good. This looks pretty simple. Oh yeah. That's great. Perfect. Okay, yeah, this is this is gonna be super high converting. Yeah, so this is our inspiration. We don't have any prepare like call here, so I'm just gonna remove that. So we'll have to remove that. All right, this is a pretty high converting looking landing page. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is going to print. Cool. So let's go ahead and just save this, and we want to test it out as well. So let's go ahead and fill it out. How big is your current deck? Let's do one. Let's do no. I want a new one built. What size deck are you looking to build? 180 to 400. 1 to 3 months. Send your estimate to Owen123@gmail.com to see if it saves properly. An address. We actually don't want the address to be, yeah, we do. Okay, it's fine. Okay, see available times. Okay. And then if someone was to book an estimate, they can book one in. And here's the first issue. This survey and form does not look good. So let's just fix it. And then we'll also have to add the custom values in as well. But we'll do that in the pre-launch video. So we're going to add a custom domain to this also. So let's test it out. Yes, I have a deck. This is a lot of friction. I'm not going to lie. Like, this is a ton of friction. If the TAM, the total addressable market, is smaller for this company, I'm going to reduce the friction by a lot. But this is the information that this guy wants. Pick your time calendar. Okay. So all this autofills other than the full name. So we'll have to fix that. So for the thank you page, the inspiration that we have for the thank you page inside of the funnel template is like a custom coded one that looks decent, but again, it doesn't look congruent at all. Expect our call soon. So I'm going to screenshot this and then send it to Lovable and say this is like an idea about what I want to see. See a similar layout for the thank you page, but actually make it look like it belongs in the funnel. Add social proof, everything they need to get confidence in the company. I also want to embed their Google My Business profile as well, which is right here. So you can press share, which is that. Okay, so let's just press next. And this is going to be the page. Make it /thank you. Okay. So let's see if that worked. They pick a time. They still get the location option here. And I'm pretty sure that this has to be a problem with the might go high level somewhere. Oh, obviously it's this right here. So this information right here is going to be their address, right? Whoever enters in the address. So it's going to be the contact full address. So just to verify, I see this, jobs they have done in the post booking page. I'm going to include some screenshots of jobs that they've done, which are on their website. They've got a lot of testimonials and pictures and things. Wow. Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff on here. I'm just going to take it all, give it all to Lovable, and see what Lovable does with it, to be honest. Yep, contact full address is going to be correct there. So we have that set. We have this set high priority because he's going to be the one taking appointments right now. Save changes. There we go. So that'll fix that. Next thing we need to fix is screenshots of these jobs. There's so many of them. I'm just going to include all of these. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am just sending you tons of stuff for examples. Okay, cool. Looks good. Now when we fill this out, boom, perfect. They can book. Then after they book, let's just make sure this works. Which actually I'm not going to do because I don't want my client to get notifications quite yet, because we don't have the custom value set up on like what the job type is and all this stuff, which we do need to set, which we'll also do in this video. The thank you page, thank you for choosing us, expect our call soon. And see, notice how I'm building all this on a mobile first. Go high level wise, all we need to set up is the automation and then the custom values. I do want reviews to be higher up though on this page because that's probably the best thing. So that's doing that. Once that's done, then we can go ahead and connect it to Go High Level, connect the automations and everything else. Okay, so now let's go ahead and connect the survey to Go High Level. We're going to go ahead and add it to the 1.1 new lead automation. That's all we have to change. Everything else is already set. Now, we already have it set, so when someone books an appointment, they will get removed by getting added to this workflow from all lead nurturing workflows. So what that means is all we have to do is just trigger this as a normal new lead as we would with the survey typically. But instead of the survey, we're going to be using an inbound webhook from Lovable. So the first thing we have to do is tell Lovable, basically, all I did is like say, okay, make it so a survey submission is a new lead inside of GHL with a inbound webhook. So all you have to do is tell it that. And it's going to ask for the URL, which we just got here. So you copy that. Okay. Drop the URL. So you send it. Once that's done, it's going to tell you like how to map it. And also you're going to ask it to basically make a payload reference, which is right here. So let that do its thing. By the way, this looks really good. Like I think this is going to convert very, very well. The headline will change depending on what we actually decide to go with. I think we're going to do like the veteran approach for the actual ads just because that works really well in their area. Okay, it says check new requests. There's the payload. If it doesn't send you this right away, just ask for it. Just be like, take a screenshot, it says no results. Attach a mapping reference. So save this as a trigger, create contact, and you'll add the fields. You could start off with the basic fields, but if you need the exact ones is like what to build, you can ask Lovable, but it should send you. You can ask it for like stuff like this, like what it wants you to map basically. So first things first is just the full name. Actually, let's just do first name, last name. And that's going to be the trigger from here. First name, last name. And then we'll do email, do phone number, and then we'll do address. Okay, so now we have to make a couple of them. So we need what? We need project type, has existing deck, current deck size, deck age. So all of this information to making custom fields. So let's just go ahead and go to settings, go to custom fields, create single line contact, and then chooses as the names. So project type, do another one. We'll do has existing deck. And then we'll do current deck size. Okay, create that. Deck age. Again, this is a lot of friction. Like I'll probably remove friction depending on their market size, but I have a feeling the market size is actually pretty big, so it might be okay. Deck age, and then desired deck size. And timeline. Okay, so now that we have all that done, we can go back to the automation and map out those fields as well. First things first, we're going to go ahead and map out the project type, which is what we just made there. And that is going to be project type here. Then we are going to map out has existing deck. Oops. And then the current deck size. Deck age. Desired deck size. And then finally, timeline. Okay, there we go. So it's going to give us all that information in there. Just as a bonus feature, you can basically add this as well to the information. So, for example, this actually nothing needs to change here, but we do have to change the automation that has the notifications. So if we go to the alert workflow and the new lead automation, the internal notification, this is going to be going to the company email. We can basically change this information here. Email template not found. So this is the internal lead notification. So new lead internal notification. Okay. And then about the lead, this is where we'll have this new information that we just put in. So what we can do is actually duplicate this tab and then just put all the new information in here that we have inside of Lovable. So we have project type, just all of this information basically. We already have the address and all that down there. We just need this information. So we can do project type. Okay, and that's all the information that they want about the lead. It's a lot of information, yeah, so this is gonna be 18. And then for this, we're gonna put in all these contact fields. So there's no good way to do this now other than just copying and pasting it from the automation. So I would recommend just going to the new lead automation and then getting it all from here. So we have the project type, or we could just do the actual project type custom field because it has it mapped to it now. So the way we do that is go to settings, custom fields, or I guess custom fields. Timeline, you just copy and paste it here. So timeline, there we go. Let's add a space. And then desired deck size. And then again, the friction will probably change, so we'll probably remove some of these in the future. We'll see. Project type. Okay, perfect. So we'll just copy and paste all that and save it because we are going to have to put this information inside of all the notifications. So sometimes when you edit them, it goes back to the original snapshot of like what it looked like. So make sure you change the name to be the correct name and everything. So let's save this. Okay, so it'd be from name, from Owen Rensland, company email, to company email, all the information. Okay, as well as here, just copy and paste it here. Project type, timeline, just all that good information. And then we'll also do the same thing with the employment workflow. So this one's just going to be the internal notification here. All we have to do is do this. I actually like the look a lot more where it's cleaner and smaller like this. So I'm going to change that with the original one also. So this is all correct. And then here as well. And then we'll do the new lead alert as well. We'll just update it. So it looks a little bit cleaner. Okay, there we go. So that's pretty much it. Sometimes it has a weird habit of doing that, so we'll need to fix that. And then make sure it looks good in the appointment one more time. Looks good. Great. All right. Looks good. So now we can actually run a test to see if all this is working. We can get that going. And then also what we need to do inside of the custom fields, custom values as well, is add the information. We'll add this in the pre-launch video. Color we won't worry about. And then the confirmation page URL is going to be the new URL that we have here. So if we look this up, it should be opening up now. I believe it's /thank-you. Yeah. Oh yeah, this looks amazing. Heck yeah. Perfect. Cool. So we'll put that in here. And that's pretty much it. In the pre-launch video, we'll set up the pixel. Just a hint, all we'll do is ask it, add pixel to this, and it'll pretty much do it for us. But yeah, that's the page. It's super high converting. We can even test out a booked lead and appointment right now. You know, the mini thing works there as well because Level is amazing. So we can search this up. Yes, I have a deck. 20 to 400. I want the project done ASAP. Test lead. gmail.com. Okay. You're set, Owen. Pick a time. Schedule appointment. Thank you for choosing us page. And we'll remove this edit with Lovable as well. There we go. And now, let's check it out. So allow that. Yeah, this looks great as well. Did I get the SMS message? I did. Looks great. So that's good to go. Now let's see if our client also got the notification. Owen has booked an appointment. Now we're seeing some information. You have a new appointment, the information in there. So all of this does look good as well, but I'm noticing that this information isn't showing properly. So let's first check the contact. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like none of this actually showed up. So let's go ahead and fix that. So I'm assuming what that means is that this webhook didn't fire properly. Let's tell it. The contact was created well and works well. The email deliverability is bad, so what we'll do is we'll actually just like go ahead and overhaul that quickly. All you have to do that is go to email services, create a dedicated domain. There we go. Now he has the information as to the booked appointment. This gets sent to his number. And then this is the person that, it obviously sent to, which is an actual contact. Okay, so we'll do one final test pre-launch just to make sure everything's good, but that's the entire landing page setup live in front of you. This is a super high converting page, and I have no doubt this is going to crush. So thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Live Campaign Buildout. In this video, what we're going to do is use the creatives that we've made in the past and basically build out a campaign, also with the landing page we built as well. Now, in preparation for this video, I went ahead and did some research on Ad Library and seen, what has kind of been working. This concept has seemed to be run a lot, so I'm assuming it's probably a winning concept. So I'm adding the guy's name in here. And then this is the option 2, which has worked for very well for some of my ads. So this is an option as well, and then the headline options and the description options. This is what we're going to be using to build the campaign. So first things first, let's go ahead and just create a new campaign. This is going to be under an ad account. That's a general ad account. You can have just one for every single client that you have. So I'm just going to build out this one for this client. So in the service delivery video, I do have a naming scheme if you want to use it. I should probably use it just for, just to be a good example. This is the company name, this is the niche, and then this is the date, so it's 6/17 right here. Auction, lead, campaign budget. We want to do ad set budget so we have more control over what the ads, spend at. And that's pretty much it. I'm not really going to set a campaign objective here. Normally you'd want to add like a spending objective. I believe that's Normally you want to have an objective set so it doesn't spend more, so it knows like what auctions to bid at. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and call the campaign that. And what's nice is that you can just duplicate campaigns for new clients as well. It's super simple and use the same pixel. For the ad set, we're going to go ad set Advantage Plus. The age range, believe it or not, this company wants to go 40 to 65 plus because the age is a little bit older. So we're going to do 40 to 65 plus. And then we're going to set this as just Hampton Roads, which is like a general area as to where we're going to be running the ads. We want it to be a single destination and a website, the landing page that we made, maximize number of leads, and we will set up the pixel as well. So let's go ahead and do that now. It's a super simple process, but all we have to do is go to Lovable first, and then also go to Events Manager. This is the same pixel you're going to be using for all of your clients. Help me set up the pixel so that the lead gets tracked accurately, and so does the schedule event. So click Connect Data. This is going to be the pixel that you use for all of your clients, okay, for every single landing page. It learns after like 30 or so events, and we can actually use the same pixel for all of it, right? And we can just connect it all through Lovable. So basically, to do this, we have a web, and then we can create a new data set, and we can just call it like service delivery, pretty much, because we're going to be using it for everyone. We're going to create it and say meta here. It is meta, but I am going to use the same pixel for every single one of my clients. We are going to be in different Lovable projects that have the same pixel setup so that we have one congruent pixel for everyone. Help me set this up. Okay, pixel ID is going to be here. So we have that set to the right ad account that we're running the ads in, set it metapixel, and then we'll do add it to yourself and the base code. So we're going to skip this for now and just send the base code, and then it'll go from there. Because we don't have that much volume and this is lead generation and not appointment booking. I mean, we are doing appointment booking, but like honestly not that high of a volume yet. So I would just optimize for leads. So we'll do that inside of the campaign once this is all set up. But this is pretty much most of the process. We do have it inside of Go High Level as well. We fire certain things with Conversions API. So if I go here, you can actually see their account in the automation section. We have it, so in the new lead automation, it'll send, actually it doesn't have it here, just the appointment booked automation. And we're gonna actually turn this off and remove this because we don't need the Conversions API with Lovable. It does it for us. So we're good to go there. Okay, so basically, Pixel is wired up. So we have this right here. Let's just do next, turn on advanced matching. Okay, and we just refresh this. And go to our new pixel. All right, set up metapixel. So we'll test it. It looks like it's already done. Works exactly as intended. So now that that's done, all we have to do is wait on the overview section 30 minutes for these two to become events, and then we're good to go there. In the meantime, let's go to the campaign and continue to set it up. So we set up, which one? Where is it? This one right here. Okay, we have leads, ad set budget on the ad set level, conversion location, we have website. We'll use the service delivery one here, and we'll choose lead once it becomes an active event. It'll take around 30 minutes or so. So that's good to go. We're not going to worry about any of these cost per result goals for now. Daily budget for this client, I'm going to go ahead and start them off I've got like 4 creatives, so I'm gonna start off at around like $80 a day in ads. Chesapeake, Suffolk, Virginia Beach. I know they primarily want jobs in this area starting off, and then they also wanted to add Suffolk as well later on. They didn't want to count that out, so we'll also add a small pin on Suffolk. And we will now like actually set a solid radius for these. So the first one is Chesapeake. Let's make this a little bit smaller. We don't want a little bit bigger than that. Maybe like 15-ish. And then Virginia Beach. That's fine. And Portsmouth, 15 as well. So estimated audience size is 946. And if you remember in our service delivery part in terms of TAM, it is a large TAM, which that's what I would indicate it as because it's 80,000 people. Because that TAM is pretty big, I don't mind having this extra friction. And I believe that's correct. I don't want it to be in the Norfolk City. So we are going to do one small circle here. That looks just like maybe a little bit smaller than that. And then this is going to be an exclusion. So we have areas of Suffolk. The Suffolk bubble is like, I prefer it to be a little bit over actually. But yeah, basically the ads will be running in this general area, and this is like where they want jobs. They don't want the downtown city jobs, obviously, because they're just a little bit broker. They want a lot of these Virginia Beach ones though. So we'll call that good for now for targeting as far as location goes. And minimum age, we are going to set this to 25. Keep in mind, this is an older demographic for this client. Because of that, we're going to further the limit reach of our ads and only specifically go from 40 to 65 plus, and then choose all genders for now. And that's going to be that. Placement controls, we are going to change the placements and only go Facebook and Instagram. This is only to have better CPMs. Okay, cool. All right, so that's pretty much the ad set level. Obviously, we'll have the conversion event in here once it loads. And now we'll go to the ad level. Just to stay congruent, we should probably have the naming scheme. In total for this client, I'm thinking I'm going to test around 4 ads because we're doing around $80 a day in ad set or an ad spend. So we'll probably do video, video 1. So this is the first video business page that we're running these ads off of. That's warmed up already. In addition to that, multi-advertiser ads, we'll turn that off. Destination, this is where we're going to put the funnel. So this is going to be this link right here. Okay. All right, no browser add-ons. And then for the creative, this one's going to be a video ad. So we're going to go ahead and add a new video ad. It's going to be this one right here, which is this. Let's just make sure this is all correct. My name is Todd, blah, 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 blah. Great. For the headline, and then for the description, we will do the review option, or I like this one. Okay, learn more. Perfect. Languages, Spanish. I'm going to turn this off because this is kind of, it's in Virginia, so. Okay, so turn that off. We'll select none of these. Okay, perfect. And let me just make sure the CTA is correct in the primary text and everything. We'll just throw that back on there. Primary text, headline. And it's very important that you have all this stuff in like an ad vault, which I have in the service delivery video, just because you can easily just copy and paste it back and forth, kind of like how I'm doing now. It just saves so much time. Okay, perfect. And then we'll do learn more. There we go. So video touch-ups is fine. That's all fine. I would actually usually prefer to turn all these off for the most part. Perfect. Okay. So we'll add website events, and for the pixel, we'll choose the service delivery one as we set. And let's see if also this is like in here now. Okay, so we'll check on that in a second. So that's one. Now we're gonna do an image ad next. So this is gonna be image, selfie. So this image ad is going to be a basic ad. We're going to remove the creative, add an image. And for this image ad, I believe I have a couple different options. I'm probably going to use this one. I think this one will be the highest converting. So branding off, just make sure it's all off. I would actually recommend keeping it the same for the most part, but I'm going to go ahead and for me, I'm personally going to just like do something like this. This is all proven. These are all winning options. Image generation off, 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 all this off, off. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this looks great. So we'll do that. Best prices, blah, blah, blah. Website events, we'll turn this on as well with the service delivery. And that's another ad done. Okay, so we'll do another one. This one is going to be a 2x2 grid. So we're just going to call this grid. And for the image ad, we're going to do, I have two good options. Let's upload both of them to see like what they look like. Okay, definitely this one. This one's much better. Yeah, we'll do this one. Okay, so for this one, we're going to go with the other copy in creative just because it aligns better with the creative. Headline. We'll keep the same headline, to be honest. That looks fine as well. All this is off. Great. Looks good. All right. Perfect. So this one's done as well. Let's go ahead and make sure website events is checked on as well. We'll quickly duplicate this as well, and then we'll just do one last ad. I believe this last one is just going to be, actually, do I have another ad? Let me check. No, I don't have another ad that I want to run. I think we're just going to go with these three for now. So that's it. That's a built campaign. Let's quickly go ahead and check the events manager to see if it's firing properly in the way that we set it to. So we should see an event here. And after that happens, you go to campaigns, composite guys, and the ad set, and we change the objective to make sure that it matches that part of the pixel, which is right here. So this should be service delivery, and it should show lead as an active event. Okay, it'll take around 30 minutes or so. I believe it's been like 20 minutes, so it should be like another 10 or so minutes. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, it's Owen, and welcome to Campaign Launch. So in this short video, we are basically going to go through a checklist that's in the service delivery module to launch. So this is the pre-launch checklist right here. We're going to be using it with the campaign that we just made, the service delivery one that we just made for this new client. I just refreshed the events manager and the pixel we set up, and the events are firing properly. You can see them active here. So inside of the campaign, I'll show you. All we have to do is add the events to the ad set. So right here, service delivery, and conversion event is going to be lead. In addition to that, all of the ads at the bottom, make sure they're set up for website events and the correct pixel. Okay. This right here means that I believe it's setting, yeah, this is the option, so we'll just choose on there. Okay. So we're pretty much good to go. We have everything pretty much built out. Now let's go through the checklist just to make sure everything's good. I want to do a final test as well, but price match, the copy price exactly is what, 9.5K?
A brand new deck for 9,000.
9.5K, 9.5K. Yeah, I think that this is fine. I would like it to be lower, to be honest, but we're just going to see how it goes. If I need to make it lower, I will. So all of the copy is correct and updated. Looks good. Descriptions and headlines are good. Call to actions are good. Same there. So check. Captions are visible. Yep. Numbers are digits. Yep. Aspect ratio 1:1 square for image ads. Yep. Yep. Video ad is 1080 by 1920. Yep. Multi-advertiser ads is unchecked. CTA is learn more. Good. So tracking destination, the correct pixel and event is already set up. We already tested that. That's good. But just to test it again, you would go to Events Manager and you would click on the specific event. And then you would just click Test Events, Website. And as you can see, lead and schedule processed once. That's all that matters. So that's good. Landing page link works and checks these boxes. So let's open it up. Super fast load speed. Page load speed, check. Branding and visual credibility, definitely there. Has proof as well. Same brand as the company. Messaging congruency. Free instant decking quote. The actual ads say best deck prices. So this could align better, to be honest. And I think I'm actually going to go ahead and align this a little bit better by changing the headline. And then change this to what was here before. So we'll change that to that, and then have this be the headline. Okay. And we'll do that for all the ads. We just want it to be aligned. That's the biggest thing. So we have the description. We'll do that for this one as well. And then here. Okay. Now this aligns perfectly with that one, and they're all three updated and active. Okay, next, page experience is great, super simple. Let me see on their phone. They don't have to scroll to see the CTA because it's right here. The survey is smooth and fast. There's not too much information on the page. It's super simple. What is this? It's a deck and quote. What results can I get? Somewhere down here. Can I trust these people? Social proof, trust, BB accredited. What do I have to do next? Survey. What problem does it solve? Not having a deck or a good one. What do I need to do in my end to make this work? Go through this. Simple enough. Application questions. So this is the biggest thing that we're going to have to monitor. I usually wouldn't start a campaign with this much friction. This is a lot of friction. But the only reason why I'm okay with this right now is because this is a bigger company and I know they need qualified leads. Like they don't care just for any lead. They want good ones, right? And they're paying me accordingly. I mean, these guys are paying like $250 per show appointment and $3K in ad reserve. So they're paying ad spend too. So I don't mind having it heavier friction. And also if you check out in the ad set, the location, the estimated audience size, yeah, so the actual audience size is actually quite low, to be honest. So we could find that we get a little bit lagging results. I say like 800K plus can justify all of that friction. I think 500K is roughly enough, and we'll test it out. We'll just see. I think the biggest reason why the estimated age range is like the audience size is so low is because of this age range. So we could go down a little bit to like 38. That helps a little bit. We'll go all genders, and this is going to be our targeting. So that's good. That's set. What's next? Application questions. We'll keep them for now. Okay, we might change them. We'll see. Application user experience is good. Yep, I tested it out on the phone as well. VSL play rate. We don't have VSL. So those are all checked. So that's good. billing verified and prepared. So make sure the card is set and the bank is verified if you haven't used the billing account yet, but if you have, then it's fine. Campaign built with ads pointing to the form/landing page. And if you don't know how to actually set that up, you just go to the billing settings right here, billing and payments. Campaign built with ads pointing to the form leading page. Good. Client sub account built in Go High Level and meta integrated if needed. Go High Level automations triggered, set, and published. And now it's time to launch. So basically, that's pretty much it. All we're going to do now is go ahead and schedule the ads to launch on midnight. That is the plan. So we select this campaign, select this ad set, and go ahead and edit them and publish it with the set date. So just to make sure all this is good as well. Start date, we're going to do today at midnight. So that's going to be 23:59. Okay. So we'll launch those now and we'll go ahead and hit publish and then we should be good to go. All right, so here we go. We have this going, we have this going, we have these three going, and then we press edit just to make sure. Scheduled to launch today at midnight roughly. That's what you want to do for the most part. The locations are all set. Not too defined, but I think it's going to be okay. We'll make changes if need be. And we have the 3 winning ads. Okay, looks good. So that was launching the ads. They're going to go ahead and get started, get processed, and hope you enjoyed. If you have any problems with the ads or changing things, just use Meta Ads Mastery and you should be good to go. So hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Client Retention Mastery. This is the all-encompassing guide to keeping your clients, collecting recurring revenue for years and years, and saving clients before they churn. Signing a client is a skill. Keeping a client is a business. Remember this. Everyone obsesses over client acquisition, how to get the best cost per lead, what ads to run, what landing page to run, but nobody builds a real client retention system. And that's exactly why most agencies stay stuck, signing a client, losing a client, signing another client, just to be in the same income, a couple months down the line. If you can fix retention, every single client that you sign from this point on stacks on top of the last one, and you could truly scale your income. This is by far one of the most valuable videos inside of the entire program, because even if your clients are getting results, watch this video because results do not keep clients, okay? And you'll see exactly why soon. Okay, this is what we're going to cover. Let's get into it. Retention, philosophy, and mindset. Now, remember the more, better, new framework. Before you spend more money on acquiring new clients, pull the better lever on the clients you already have, because it costs roughly 9 times more to acquire a new client than to keep an existing one. And the clients you already have already trust you. They already decided to move forward with you. Like, selling to them takes 0 additional sales effort, right? And the math is simple here, right? A client who stays 12 months or more is worth 4 to 6 times more what a client who stays 3 months is worth, right? Each client should be worth at least $10,000 in LTV. That's the KPI, but I personally, because I have this stuff dialed down, I have clients worth over $50,000 plus to this day. Service delivery versus client success. Most agency owners have nearly identical service delivery, similar ads, similar funnels, similar go high level automations. What actually separates the 10K month agencies from the 40K month and beyond is typically client success. Service delivery is the service you provide. Client success is the experience your client has being in the relationship. You can run the exact same campaigns as another agency and keep clients 3 times longer purely because of how the partnership feels from your client. And that's what this entire video is about. So first, we need to understand why clients actually leave and churn. And before you can fix churn, you need to understand what causes it. Most agency owners assume clients leave because of bad results. Sometimes that could be true, but in most cases, especially in the first 60 to 90 days, clients leave for a completely different reason. They stopped feeling like anyone was paying attention to them and helping them. I mean, just think about the last client that you lost, if you've lost one. Did they leave because the results were objectively bad, or because communication dried up, updates got infrequent, and the silence started to kind of feel like they were paying for nothing? Because in their head, silence is a scam. Roughly 65 to 70% of clients who cancel say they felt not valued or ignored. Only roughly 10 to 15% cancel purely because of poor results. Most agency owners assume that this number is 90%. And also, it's 9 times more expensive to acquire a new client than to retain an existing one. And 3 months is the average point where most agencies stop proactively communicating with their clients. This is all data based on my past clients. Obviously, all of it's rough data, but it just gives you a scope of understanding about like how this stuff actually works. So roughly 14% leave purely because of the results. Oftentimes, you can get a pretty easy return on investment because running local service ads is pretty easy, right? But, during a tough stretch, like a tough market, slow season, whatever, it's really hard to keep clients unless they feel valued, right? And you probably felt this in your own agency as well. Like month 3 hits, the client seems so happy, so you're fine. So you stop checking in because like you assume that everything's fine, that they don't need it. But that assumption is what causes churn. Now, the three real churn drivers, perceived abandonment is where you go quiet and the client has no visibility into what's actually going on within their business. That is the number one churn driver, especially in the first couple of months. So you must do as much as you can to minimize this. 2 is result disappointment. Expectations were set too high on the sales call and reality falls short. The client feels misled. This is something that you can work on in the onboarding calls to dial back expectations to make sure that this doesn't happen. But this is very common anytime the promises are pretty much unrealistic in the sales process or the timelines of the numbers. You tell the client, oh, I'm going to get you 20 jobs in the first month if you don't pay. Yes, they're going to go with you and that's not going to happen. Then they're going to get result disappointment and they're going to churn. The third one is trust erosion. This is where the small things kind of stack up. So billing confusion as well. Like this is the reason why I recommend manually charging your client every week instead of having it be automatic. When you have just one payment that they don't recognize, that is trust erosion starting. They're going to be a little confused, like what's happening. And, if you don't return a message or if you don't give them a call back, like it'll just build and build and build until they leave. So you must do everything you can to remove these. But just a warning on result disappointment. This gets worse the moment you hire closers as well, because closers will do anything and say anything to close the deal because they're paid on commission. So they're incentivized to promise whatever the deal, just whatever can get the deal closed. Make sure they understand that, they can't overpromise and underdeliver. And honestly, they can use that as a sales strategy as well, because like these companies are so used to being overpromised to and underdelivered that by saying, oh, we're not going to get you this many leads, but we are going to do this. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. Just by saying that line, that's a very, very effective sales strategy. But the key takeaway, perceived abandonment is 100% what you control. And it doesn't need any better results. You don't need any extra ad spend. You don't need any new skills. You just need consistent, proactive communication. Okay? And if you can nail that and the client feels, looked after, those clients will stay with you for a long time. If you have clients that feel as though you've forgotten about them, they'll leave, even with a winning campaign. Even if they're getting good ad results, it's not enough. Like, you have to communicate with these guys and make sure to prevent perceived abandonment. The communication system. So there are 2 types of client management. There's reactive, which is when the client asks a question and you answer it. They'll raise a simple concern and you address it, and then they'll go quiet, you go quiet. This is default for most agencies, and this really hurts your retention. Proactive is a way of flipping it. You reach out before they ask, you send updates before they wonder, you share wins before they go looking. Almost no business communicates like this, and it's exactly why it works. When your client gets a check-in text on a Monday morning or a Sunday evening, their brain registers one thing, and it's that this guy actually cares about my business. That shift is massive because the client stops feeling like a customer, chasing some kind of lead vendor or appointment vendor or like a marketing agency, and starts feeling like a business owner with someone who actually wants to help grow it. And they'll feel that intention. In the other video, I showed an example of me communicating with a client in the onboarding video. I'm not sure if that video is before this or after this, whatever it is. I think it's before. You should have seen the level of care and attention and the level of communication that goes into making sure your client relationships are set. Right? These guys can pay you like $5,000 to $10,000 a month individually. I mean, why wouldn't you try to communicate with them to maximize that? Perceived effort. The perception of effort matters as much as the effort itself. This is something that's going to be kind of shocking to a lot of people. It's a bit of a paradigm shift for a lot of people. You can deliver great results in complete silence and still lose the client. You can deliver average results with very good communication and keep them for years. That is what I've done, and that's the key. Over time, the market changes, things change, and you can't get them always spectacular ad results. Or fulfillment. Like there's always something that's going on, so it's like, but what you can control is your communication. If you want clients that'll stay for years, communication is the key. Now, yes, I've had clients for years that some of them of which I've never even talked to. Like I've talked to them like 8 months ago, but it really depends on the relationship and what they need as well. It's not about deceiving anyone. You're doing the work either way. You're working to get them good results. But it's about making the work actually visible, because humans trust people who show that they're thinking about them. If a client gets a photo of your screen open on their campaign, they don't have to double check and double take whether or not you're working, right? They'll register, oh, he's working and my business is on his mind to succeed. That single photo is worth way more than any dashboard or any text or anything like that. So that's the first thing I would recommend to keep your clients. The proof of work photo. This is the single highest leverage retention habit there is, and it takes literally 10 seconds. I can show you an example of a client of mine. Keeping them updated with pictures, videos of what you do. This is what gets them excited because it differentiates you from all the other agencies. So open your laptop, Ads Manager, go high level sub account, just take a quick photo of the screen. Early morning is the best by far. But say you can send it with one line, morning, going through your campaign right now, numbers look solid, we'll update you later. If you do this a couple weeks, a couple times per week per client, this will improve your retention and make them so much more excited about working with you. Because they're so used to paying agencies that just don't contact them at all. So if you do this 2 to 3 times per week per client, you'll crush. And you can do it often for the first couple weeks for new clients. For this client, I signed them just a couple days back. So I'm contacting them, communicating them once a day. But the common mistake that I see most of the time is just inconsistency. If you give them a detailed update on week 1 and then nothing week 2, one line week 3, 10 days of silence, that is bad. Okay. Their confidence in you will swing up and down every week, but the only way to, prevent that from happening is just having consistent outreach and communication. Here are a few different ways you can go ahead and communicate with them. A proof of work photo, weekly performance update, lead notifications, monthly summary, 2-3 times. This is basically when you want to communicate with them. So have that proof of work photo a couple times per week. Weekly performance update, at least every Monday or Tuesday. That's what I do. Lead notifications, they get that every time there's a new lead. Monthly summary, problem alert, call or voice note. Send voice notes. They're very effective. They want to hear your voice. Casual check-in with just SMS. Bi-weekly check-in, Google Meet. You'll have a sit-down meeting every 2 weeks to make sure that they are happy and we can diagnose the problems. You will first address the elephant in the room, then you'll walk through the numbers, reset the goals, celebrate wins, and dangle the next carrot in front of them or the next milestone. And this is kind of the overall communication cadence that we want to live by. If you want a full structure on how the actual Google Meet, bi-weekly Google Meets are ran, this is a guide for you. Basically, it goes over the preparation, the introduction, outlining calls, so setting the frame in the call, progress review, making sure you hit the elephant in the room, and homework. So this is basically the exact Google Meet guide. I recommend bookmarking this for when you have your next bi-weekly Google Meet. This is a big needle mover for having good retention. So voice notes are, really powerful. Texts are easy to ignore, but a 30 to 60 second voice note or a little video isn't. The client will hear your voice, they'll hear the energy, they'll feel like they have a person instead of a service. The biggest thing I teach people is when you're helping home improvement companies, they've gotten burned by so many big companies, Angie Leads, Home Advisor, all these different, big lead companies. And if you just position yourself as a real person, this is the exact reason why my B2B ad page uses a profile picture of me handshaking, a contractor instead of, a picture of a cool company logo. It's because they want to work with a person, not some big company, right? And by sending voice notes often, that's how you can, have that effect yourself. Send at least one voice note a week, walk them through one insight or an optimization or one thing that you're testing on their account. Just record it while you're walking or making coffee. It like takes 60 seconds. A lot of these client retention strategies are usually based on communication. And a lot of that communication is just small effort and little bits and bobs here and there of like having consistent communication through just making sure you're communicating with them often. You know what I mean? Like it's usually going to be a couple minutes of your day every day, but it's very important because like a lot of people skip these types of things. And because of that, they just lose a ton of clients that they could keep. Then they have to pay a ton more money to sign new clients and then they're not profitable. So the 4 habits of showing you care: remember the personal details. If they mention, the kids tournament, I think this client of mine mentioned their kid's graduation, so I would mention it in the onboarding call, etc. You might have seen the onboarding call. How did that big commercial job end up doing? It costs nothing to show you care, and it really helps build the relationship because these are clients, right? And at the end of the day, like, yes, they're here for the service, they're here for the outcome, but they're also here for, the communication and the people part of it. So also share wins before they ask. Every time a record breaks, so they get the best lead week they've ever gotten, lowest cost per lead, biggest job close, message them within the hour. Don't save it for some kind of monthly report. Win and celebrate every single win you can. That's the biggest thing. For example, just hit your best week yet. 22 leads at $31 a lead. This thing is moving. 3, spot problems first and own them. Always address the elephant in the room. Pause the campaign. If the cost per lead spiking, tell them. Heads up, cost something in your account this morning and already fixed it. Here's what happened and here's what I did. Okay, if you can find a problem, if they find a problem first, that loses tons of trust and starts going through that trust erosion phase. And then, some kind of billing problem happens, and then some kind of like all these things happen and they just decrease the amount of trust that they have for you. Number 4, invest real time into the relationship. Get on calls with no agenda, talk about their business, talk to them often, just, give them a weekly call at least just to see how they're doing. Anything that you can help them with. All right. Because if clients can see you as like a partner and a growth partner, they'll refer you to other companies that they know and also just stay with you as clients for years. The 8 pillars of retention. So every client relationship moves through the same 8 stages roughly, and churn happens whenever one gets skipped. These pillars do come from the book Never Lose a Customer Again, which I highly recommend you read. It's also assigned reading when ramping up CSMs for that position, but read this book if you want to improve your skills on keeping clients. Number 1 is assess. So the prospect is already deciding whether to do business with you. Let them see what to expect post-purchase. So this is having a smooth post-sale process, having a smooth post-sale form, a smooth onboarding booking, and just like getting everything done after they pay to make sure it's a smooth onboarding process. Admit they buy because they believe you can solve their problem. So you want to celebrate this new relationship, be excited about it. These are 2 things that happen right out of the gate. Affirm. The buyer's remorse will set in. Allay their fears and reaffirm their reasons for buying. Send them as many wins early on as you can. Do a Google review campaign. Do a Google audit. Sometimes what I like to do with clients is hop on an onboarding call, look up painting companies near wherever they're based out of, and then show them where they rank in terms of like Google SEO and what we can do to get them to be one of the higher businesses ranking here, just based on review counts and based on like their optimization. So like just providing free value where you can early on can really help that buyer's remorse. Or you could just get fast results from ads by spending more, and that's what I usually do. Activate. So create a great first impression during the first major post-sale interaction. That is going to be on the onboarding call, just making sure you nail the onboarding call. Acclimate. So the client is learning how things work. Make sure to handhold them through through using your solution. Make sure they understand exactly like how to use Go High Level, how to contact the leads, notifications are all set up properly. Like everything makes sense and is clear to them, and hold their hand. I'm noticing right now, like the client I just signed yesterday, like I'm not doing the best job of this. So I'm going to give them a quick call today and make sure to finalize things. Accomplish. Set clear objectives on your bi-weekly calls and metrics so you know whether or not they hit their goals. You have to set goals before you can hit them. Celebrate with them. This is very important. Constantly celebrate with them, okay? If all you're doing is like talking about problems, like obviously they're going to churn eventually. You know what I mean? So obviously the way that business owner's mind works, it's all just finding the constraint and solving it, right? That's how a business is made, right? You just solve a problem. But we can't do this when it comes to client relationships. We have to celebrate constantly. If you constantly are talking about the problem, then like they're just going to view you as problematic and they're just going to leave. So constantly celebrate with them every time that there's a new lead, new appointment, whatever it is, celebrate with them. And don't, you will increase your standards, but don't forget to celebrate. The client embraces your brand eventually. and takes the initiative to deepen the relationship. And this is like the scaling process. And advocate, make it simple and rewarding to refer your service, pay them money, so then you can have referrals. Now, the first 4 happen right before and after the sale, covered in other modules or other videos in this module. This video is about 5 through 8, so acclimate, accomplish, adopt, and advocate. When it comes to acclimate, the client is live and leads are starting to flow. Hold their hand as much as possible. Make sure they know exactly what's expected of them and how to handle the increased lead flow. Constant communication, calls, updates, helping them run the system with you. This needs to feel seamless and valuable. By having a system, it helps, especially one that's well built, and that's why my snapshots are so good. But this is very important, so hold their hand in the beginning stage until they get a grip of things. Accomplish, be clear about metrics now. The client needs to see where we are in the process, and more importantly, what we're on track to do. If they lose track of their goals, they'll leave you even while you're generating leads. So spend lots of time celebrating wins, small and big. They need to feel like they're accomplishing and winning. So constantly dangle the carrot in front of them. Be like, hey, we're gonna do this, and it's gonna get X result or whatever it is. Just constantly dangle the carrot in front of them. That's the key to making sure your clients are always happy. And then adopt. After a few weeks of celebrating wins, deepen the relationship by joining the bi-weekly calls. Do optimization through iteration, and that's where the real loyalty will form, and they won't want to work with other companies. Agencies that skip the calls and the bi-weekly calls, and I know it's easy to, I've done it before for sure, but nowadays it's just, you can't do it. If you don't celebrate wins with them, if you don't attend those bi-weekly calls, you'll never really reach this level in the client process, and because of that, you'll never get referrals. Advocate, always mention the referral program and the bonus every single time that you speak in one of those bi-weekly calls. The more you mention it, the more they mention you. A lot of people just forget to ask for referrals. And so referrals are just really rare and elusive, and they just can't really get any. It's because they don't ask enough. That's the only reason why. Expectation management. Under promise and over deliver. Every cancellation has a cause that comes before the cancellation itself, obviously. And it almost always traces back to one thing, which is the gap between what was promised and what was delivered. Okay. That's the biggest thing. And remember what you're actually selling, because you're not selling leads or appointments, you're selling the end results. And that's what closes deals at the end of the day. But it's also what the client now expects. So if you oversell on the front end, say you're going to get X amount of jobs this fast, you start the partnership already behind. For example, a client is promised 60 leads a month who gets 35 is unhappy. A client who's told to expect 20 to 25 who gets 35 is a fan. This is all perception. It's the same 35 leads, but a completely different outcome when it comes to client results and client retention. The result's the same, but the expectation dictates the outcome. So if you're doing a churn and burn agency and you're over-promising, you will sell with aggressive projections to close the deal, saying we're going to get you tons of jobs every single week, and we're going to start getting your jobs as soon as tomorrow. Month 1, you get some results maybe, but below what was promised. The client is pretty disappointed despite reasonable performance because you overpromised so much. Month 2, the client is shopping around or leaving you already. Month 3 is when they'll probably cancel. So maybe even a bad review. If you underpromise though, focus on underpromising, you sell with conservative, clearly caveated projections to make sure that they know that you don't want to oversell and underdeliver, and you make that very clear on the call. Month 1 will meet their criteria for what they deem to be as decent results, or it will beat the conservative number. So they'll be impressed. They got more than they expected. And that's why I even messaged this client today that got an appointment yesterday. This is much faster than I was expecting. I'm always dialing back expectations and celebrating. Month 2, your client's telling other contractors about you. In month 3, you have happy client referrals coming in, and you can scale. So this is the difference between expectation management when you underpromise and overdeliver versus overpromise and underdeliver. So early in every partnership, say something along these lines. This is what I usually say, and this is how to set expectations. I want to be straight honest with you. I'm not going to oversell you guys. Okay. I've run this system for a lot of contractors for so many times, and I know how this plays out. So let me just give you some realistic expectations. So this goes one of 3 ways. Some clients close their first job in the first week. Some take 2 or 3 weeks before the first one lands. And some need a full month before everything clicks, before they're even getting jobs. I can't tell you which one you'll be, and anyone who says they can is lying to you. But what I can tell you is that the system works, and we make decisions off of data rather than emotions. I've watched clients panic week 2, make emotional calls and break a campaign that was about to take off, right? That's just what happens. So here's the deal. I'm here the entire time. If anything ever feels off, you bring it to me immediately, okay? Instead of just letting it sit and boil. Every time that you see a problem or something, I want to see it as well. Everything I see, I'll share with you. We'll run this as a team and build something long term. So this does two things. First, it makes a slow start completely survivable because you predicted it. Second, the client adopts your mentality. When week 1 or week 2 is quiet, they'll say to you first, I know it's slow. We'll let it run and make a data-driven decision. We want to get them on the same wavelength as us. Keep in mind, these guys are not marketers. Like, yes, they might think they know a little bit about marketing, but they don't know how to make marketing truly successful. And that's why they're reaching out to us. Billing and the rebill conversation. So every time you ask a client to renew, you force them to decide whether or not you're worth it. So, they'll pause, they'll tally the cost every time that you ask to rebill. They wonder if they could shop around and find something better. You created that doubt just by asking for another payment. It also puts you in the wrong position because you become the vendor that's requesting payment and they become the judge deciding whether or not to grant it. Those are the wrong dynamics. You want to be their partner, and the billing should happen quietly in the background between their card and your payment processor. Payment should feel like a utility bill, right? It runs, they understand it runs, and the only question is whether or not you delivered enough value for them to never think about it. So just understand that a client who asks to be asked for money every month is a client who reevaluates you every single month. A client on a semi-auto billing or auto billing only evaluates you when something causes friction. And when that happens, you can handle the friction directly instead of sweating a renewal conversation every 30 days. So what I would recommend you do is set up some kind of manual or auto billing. And to do that, simply just add their card on file and then bill them and make sure they expect it. Auto billing is very helpful for this reason, because obviously and this isn't aggressive. This isn't an aggressive strategy or anything. It's how every subscription on earth works. Like Netflix doesn't email you a renewal invoice. So in your payment processor, make sure you save their payment details for future use. If you're on some kind of pay per result offer, this is how you bill per shown appointment. You'll do it every single week. You'll count up how many shown appointments that they've gotten. Make sure you communicate with them often and bill for it. You want to give notice before most of the charges. So I would do 3 days before, the night before, and the morning of, just for the first couple of billing sequences. And after a couple of weeks, you could pretty much just keep billing them continuously. So even with auto billing, some moments do need a real conversation, however. So when there's a term renewal, a failed card, a budget increase, or the client is raising some kind of concern about value, the worst version is transactional. You ask for money and they decide. The best version makes the payment feel like a natural ending to a conversation. So the structure to take this, to the next level for the rebills and these bigger conversations is open, deliver, and close. Open, start genuine and conversational, ask about the business, not the campaign, not the situation. It works because they feel like a partner and not some kind of just account. Deliver, walk them through the exact value that they've received, shown appointments, job closed, revenue generated. Anchors the payment to numbers that they can see and count, and then close. Ask an alignment question, not a money question. So for example, hey man, how's the week been? Sweet. Anything you guys need from me? Okay, perfect. So I pulled your numbers before this call. We've sent you guys 20 shown appointments this month. You've closed 10 of them, if I'm not mistaken. And off of what you told me, that's roughly however much in revenue. Okay, I'm so pumped to keep this going. This is great. That's working out so well for you. Just quick heads up. Your rebill runs in about 3 to 4 days. So there's nothing you need to do. I just want to always let you know and want you to be aware before anything hits your card. So notice what happened. 1, the numbers did the selling. We got rid of all the surprises. And the choice was between 2 yeses. One more rule here is that we don't handle objections inside of rebill conversations. We keep delivering until there is no objections. It's an important part of being a service provider. Warning signs and the save call. So churn almost never comes out of nowhere. Clients will telegraph it weeks in advance through small shifts in tone and behavior. Here are some signals that you can look for. You can always look at this doc and look at them. And specific responses of what you can do to prevent them. Now, if the rebill is coming up and the campaign has been underperforming, don't wait for them to bring it up, okay? Once again, you must bring the stuff up first. You'll call them and you come in hotter about the problem that they are. Listen, I'm looking at your campaign right now, and I'll be honest with you, like I'm annoyed. Okay, I'm meeting with my team tonight, my ad team, and we're gonna get to the bottom of like what's going on wrong here, because like I don't accept this standard in my business. If you call them and say that and match their frustration and go like even one notch past it, you're now on the same side of the table, and they can't be mad at you because you're already mad for them. And then you could just stack the commitments. You know, saying you're going to have immediate action, you have skin in the game. You could optionally say like, oh, I'm going to add some of, you know, add some more ad spend of my own budget and scale their budget, you know, or whatever it is. You can put your skin in the game. You can extend the rebill. That rebill is due in 7 days. Forget about it. Okay, we're going to keep running until you're profitable. Free value, you can throw in a rebuilt funnel. I like to throw in a fresh website because sometimes their websites are really outdated. And the whole goal here, though, is just extreme ownership. Okay, the client does not want excuses about the market and the season or the leads, even if they sometimes bring those up. They want to see someone in control that takes responsibility for everything, even if it isn't your responsibility. Oftentimes, this is why it takes a lot of patience to own one of these businesses, is because a lot of these clients will come in with blaming some kind of circumstance that you can't fully control. Why am I not getting good leads? You know, there's like 50 other marketers in their area running similar ads. It's like, you need to position that as your fault and your responsibility. It's very important. Even if it's not your responsibility technically, you have to position it that way. The reset call. So the save call is for accounts in danger, and this is what you want to do if you're having some issues with potential churn. The reset call is for clients that are annoying. Okay. If you have clients that are texting you constantly, blaming you for their own sales problems, or clearly just don't understand what they signed up for, a difficult client isn't a bad client. Usually they're just nervous and missing clear expectations. So here's when to have some kind of reset call. If the client is texting you constantly with minor complaints, or they're blaming you for their own sales conversion problems, or, you know, they seem like they're building a case to cancel, or they're asking questions that show they don't understand what they actually bought, open up and send them one of these calls. Go ahead and do one of these reset calls. So open and take control. Hey, name, I called because I want to get in front of this before our next update. I've noticed a few messages coming through, and I'm going to just make sure that we're completely aligned. So walk me through exactly what's worrying you right now. Listen and do not defend. Let them empty the tank. Let them talk about their life and their problems. No interrupting, no defending, and just notes. 90% of the time, their actual concern is way smaller than the text made it look. People like to over-exaggerate when it comes to text, especially in this client relationships. Reframe with the numbers. Okay, let me just reflect back to what I'm hearing. You had 15 appointments in the last 30 days, and X are sitting in your pipeline right now. The specific thing I want to address is, and then their actual concern, here's what I'm seeing on my side. Always start, with the numbers and reframe with the numbers first. And then you want to reset the expectations. Going forward, here's what to expect. Here's what I need from you, and here's my commitment to you. Does that work? Difficult clients almost always become your most loyal clients after one of these reset calls, because nobody has ever taken control of the relationship like that before. I mean, these guys have worked with agencies before and have never had someone challenge them and reset expectations and realign them like this is some high level shit. Okay? This will create loyalty. Renewals, referrals, and upsells. So renewals should never be some kind of specific event. If you've communicated well, celebrated the wins, and walked the numbers on your check-in calls, the renewal is just another check-in call, pretty much, before you dangle the next term. Remember, constantly dangle the carrot in front of them. Hey, I want to map out the next 6 months with you guys. Here's what I'm thinking. Always be pointing at the next milestone, so there's always a reason to stay. And for the exact renewal conversation, I have a resource for you as well you can use. Use this exact script to guarantee a renewal. Okay. Referrals. Happy clients are your cheapest form of acquisition, but only if you ask. People will not refer you unless you ask. Ask consistently, even way more than you think you have to, because the way that referrals work is there'll be a situation that come up in their life where they're like, they have a company that they're in contact with that's having a similar problem or some weird specific situation, and they won't think about you and won't even have the thought of, oh, should I refer him, unless you've asked so many times that it's ingrained in their brain. So every single check-in call, mention it. The more you mention it, the more they mention you. Literally, all it takes is one good client, because they know there are a ton of other companies nearby or in the same niche that own businesses exactly like them, because they've gotten to where they've gotten to, by connecting with other business owners. So ask. You never know. I mean, you can offer $500 to 1K per referral, and that client referral could be worth 3 to 5K a month for you. Like it's extremely worth it to ask. Reviews. When a client is on a hot streak and doing really well, that's the moment you want to capture proof. I have a proof capturing SOP for you for this. But you want to be asking for reviews quite often, okay? If someone's getting like a result quickly, have them record a selfie video of explaining like what happened so fast. So go through the proof capturing SOP, the rules on like what makes proof strong or not, the different options for proof collection, how you can basically document the client journey, what you need to ask someone for testimonials, as well as a client testimonial framework. So like when you're asking for testimonials and like a video sit down testimonial, here's exactly the right questions you want to ask to basically maximize that testimonial. But remember that raw proof is always better. So if you can get Trustpilot reviews, those are good. Ask for them when the results are fresh and the positive, and the experience is positive. You can always ask for multiple as well through the client journey. Upsells to increase LTV, upsell your clients. Here is a resource with some upsells. So you can do a Google review campaign. Here's a resource to explain how to do that. Yes, I have a lot of stuff built out for this. Database reactivation campaign, web chat widgets, new campaign. So there's lots of different ways you can go about doing these things and just upselling your clients to make more money off of them. So the exit call and churn, even with all of this in place, like you will still have clients that decide to leave. And prevention is obviously the best cure. And but when prevention wasn't enough, first just make sure your agreement includes a clause charge as well of saying like you'll charge them $1,500 if they refuse to do an exit interview. You need that final conversation to learn what went wrong so then you can prevent it next time. So the exit call is that final touch point moment with your client that has two possible outcomes. One, you extract every piece of feedback possible so the next client never churns. Two, you keep them and run it properly, and outcome two happens far more often than you expect, to be honest. Like sometimes you'll run these exit calls and you just keep the clients, and it's always cheaper than replacing them, even if you don't like it and it's uncomfortable. Now, the thing you need to understand about an exit call is that the two possible outcomes that it can have are both extremely good. One, you learn and don't make the same mistake twice. Two, you keep them and make more money. So have an exit call, and here's the exact exit call script you can use. And then when they still churn, respect the agreement. I will say having a contract just full of protective clauses doesn't mean you should weaponize them. If a client genuinely got nothing and wants their money back, just give it back. Your reputation in a local niche, especially like a local service niche like decking or home improvement of any kind, it travels fast and it's worth more than just one refund. If they've made a solid profit, and want a refund anyway over a technicality, that's when your clauses exist and you could use that. I've had that happen to me before. And in every case, a clean refund is always better than a dispute and a risk to your payment processor. So to finalize this, retention is not about the results. Okay, it's about whether your client believes someone intelligent and dedicated is looking after their business. Results will feed that belief. So do proof of work photos, voice notes, problem alerts before they notice, record a week, go through celebrations often, give them free value when things dip, simplify the rebuild conversations and have the numbers do the talking. Your client's perception is their reality. So make sure what they perceive is someone who genuinely cares about their business, because the moment that they stop perceiving that, it's over and you will lose them. So to recap, we covered the mindset, the more, better, new, about having, keeping your clients is way cheaper than getting new ones. Why clients actually leave, what causes churn, what drives it, the communication system, so how to communicate with them effectively, the 8 pillars of retention, so basically the client journey and what they'll experience throughout it, expectation management, billing and rebuild conversations, warning signs, and the save call. If you need these warning signs, you can always look at them, and the save call and reset call, renewals, referrals, and upsells, exit call and churn, and once again, the retention playbook. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I will see you in the next one.
So that was all about client fulfillment. Now, getting clients is extremely easy, and growing this business is simple. We need to book appointments, so like a Zoom call or a Google Meet, with business owners that need more customers, speak to them to see if we can help them, and then simply collect payment on a call. The second that payment clears is the second that you have a client. We will first go over how to book appointments and then go through all of my sales training, live sales call recordings as well. And then once you sign someone, you could simply just refer back to the client fulfillment module that you just watched. So if you have at least $2,000 or more to put into this business, then I would recommend starting with meta ads as your main primary source of client acquisition or booking appointments. If that's the case, refer back to the beginning of this video when we talked through meta ad mastery. Now, if you have between $500 and $2,000 of budget, so somewhere in that range, to grow this business and get customers, I would watch this next immediate section right after this little clip right here that goes over cold SMS in its entirety. Now, if you have anywhere between $0 and $500 or less than $500 of budget, obviously most of that is going to go high level, around $97 a month of that. But the cheapest possible way to grow this business and get customers is simply just to cold call. If that's you, then watch the section right after cold SMS. You could skip a little bit into the video and go over the cold calling section to learn exactly how to reach out to businesses through cold calling. Remember that everything in the fundamental video applies to this entire business, how to actually scale it, throughput, all of these things, building a system, building a client acquisition system. All of it is based on that fundamental information. If you want my winning B2B paid ad system, then go back to Meta Ads Mastery. And if you want to learn specifically on like how to cold SMS or how to do cold calling, that'll be right after this clip. So I hope you enjoy, and let's get into learning how to get clients.
Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to the daily workflow required to go from 0 to 20K a month. Now, this resource is an in-depth overview of the best possible ways to spend your time to maximize your leverage and your input to output ratio, especially input to outcome ratio. In the beginning, the highest possible leverage thing that you can do to grow your business and go from 0 to 10 to 20 to 30, whatever it is sell. Spend all of your time selling. It's really that simple. Like, it's actually so easy. All you have to do is wake up at a reasonable time, start outbound, set appointments, and close appointments the entire day. And then spend the last couple of hours of the day on your product and fulfillment. And a good analogy I have for you is that, like, when a plane is taking off, it exerts 90% of its fuel when it's actually taking off, right? Not when it's in the air, when it's coasting, when it's already flying, and when it already has momentum. It's the same thing with this business, right? Believe it or not, you'd think that you should spend all your time on your fulfillment and product, and then some time on setting appointments and closing appointments. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good your product is if you have no one to give you feedback on it, right? We understand from systems thinking, from fundamental flow, that like you have to have feedback in order to make your product better. Like, you literally don't know how good it is until you have clients that are actively using it and telling you, right? Yes, you can make assumptions and make, improvements based off of what you think is better and or worse, because sometimes it's pretty simple. But the truth is that, like, you have to set appointments and close appointments. This is the day. This is your every day for this business. It's not supposed to be easy, but making some insane change like this, and there's a reason why like 99% of people can't make money online, like $0, like, which is insane. Saying that for me, for example, like, that's nuts. Making no money online, like it's nuts. And if you want to break through that, you have to do this every single day for 90 days straight. Set appointments, close appointments the entire day. Yes, you can eat for an hour in here and go to the gym for 2 hours in here, and like this right here will guarantee that you hit this goal extremely, extremely fast. Right? Like, this is the daily schedule. There's no, yes, obviously, like, you can work on your identity packet, and you can do that in the morning, for 5 minutes, and then you can, do your fancy cold shower or whatever, which obviously is not required. Affirmations and all this stuff. Like, yes, it's important to, instill the right beliefs, but at the end of the day, you will get the right beliefs over enough time by doing the right inputs and actually getting the outcome, right? So I want you to remember that the most important thing you can possibly do, set appointments, close appointments to go from 0 to 20. If you're not at 20 yet, keep doing this every single day until you are. That's it. So simple, right? Remember from ad fundamentals, the more better news system. Like, you're probably not even doing the wrong thing. So you don't need to have something new or better. You just need to do more. It's always just more, right? And if you actually exhaust this, doing as much outbound as you possibly can, then maybe you can improve the system. And then you can go to something like, something that's more high leverage, after you're at 20 or 10. And that might be, delegating, interviews, hiring, removing yourself from the process so you can actually scale further. Like, that might be a reasonable next step once you're already at this point. But if you aren't at 10 to 20 yet, then just do this. Just do this literally every day. Like, and you will get there. It's that simple, right? There's no magic here. I hope this can be like a somewhat of a paradigm shift or something for you, because like, people think that there's some magical method that if they don't do certain things in a day, like wake up and cold plunge and like work out at a certain time and like do gateways before sleep. Like, yes, these things can maybe help you and make you feel more motivated, and also just like start to change your beliefs in a certain way to make this stuff feel easier. But at the end of the day, if you want it, you have to do this. I mean, this is the raw truth, right? This is what it takes. So this is your daily workflow from now on for the next 90 days. After these 90 days, I promise you everything's going to change. You're going to have this, right? Remember, like, you will have that. That will be your reality. So I hope this was valuable. I hope this was helpful. It's a simple video, but I think a lot of people need to hear this. You should at least be spending an hour a day on your product, 1 hour to, maybe 2 hours a day. But likely all of your day should be spent setting appointments and closing appointments. So, yep. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
This video is going to go over my entire cold SMS system in its entirety and install it into your business as well. So here's what we're going to cover. The general flow of my cold SMS system. Plug and play when we'll actually place this snapshot into your sub account that we created earlier. Fuel for the fire. We're going to go over the best possible ways to get leads in 2025. HPF, or script configuration. We're basically going to configure your scripts for cold SMS. Actually running the system. This is going to be a portion of the video where I run you through me actually doing the system and everything that you need to know. Calling. Everything about calling, as well as the scripts I recommend using. Booking sequences, basically how to book people in. Removing yourself, this document will be in pretty much every outbound video, so I'm not actually going to cover it, but you can open up the document and be able to remove yourself entirely from the process, and I recommend doing that as soon as you possibly can. And finally, SOPs, or standard operating procedures, basically everything you need to know to never watch this video again and be able to run the system forever. So let's jump in. Again, welcome to Cold SMS Surge. So this video is created to be able to pretty much plug and play everything about cold SMS into your high-level sub account that we just created recently. It's going to be a shorter video. There's not too much theory or concepts here. We just want to get you to be able to send SMS as soon as humanly possible. And just so you guys know, this system alone, okay, so not cold calling, no cold email, nothing else. This system took me to 20K a month. No paid ads, only this system took me to 20K a month. So there's no reason why you can't do this too. So here's the general flow. It looks super simple because it really is. All that happens is we scrape leads from a niche. We add the leads into Go High Level. We add those contacts that we added into Go High Level to a workflow, create a drip campaign from that. We send 5 contacts the SMS message every 5 minutes. You basically just call whenever you get a notification. You book the appointment in. Show up sequences will make sure they show up, as well as watch the pre-call video that we created in the other module. Calling 2 hours before just to make sure the frame is set and that they're going to show and that there's urgency and that you remind them of it even. And then finally the sales process, which we'll go over in another module. But for now, I just want you guys to know that this is super simple. Like, I don't want to overcomplicate this video, but this is exactly what happens in this process. Okay, so let's get started. Plug and play. So before we can actually start sending SMS and booking appointments, we need to first import my cold SMS snapshot into the agency sub account that we created in Software Synergy. So to do this, just go ahead and click on this link and you will be prompted to either log in or just say yes, import now. And once you're actually in the agency level, in high level, just go to sub accounts, select manage client, select actions, and select load snapshot. And remember, this is in the agency level, not the sub account level. So go into the agency level, go to all of your sub accounts, manage client under the sub account that we created in Software Synergy, select actions, and then load a snapshot. Okay, and then go to imported and select this snapshot that you just pressed yes to import. So here is a quick run through of the actual snapshot. So now we are in the snapshot. It is super simple. Remember, this is an addition to your current snapshot. So all this is going to do is add a pipeline for you. So if you go to opportunities, alrighty. So the one thing you'll notice about this is that this snapshot isn't an entire sub account. All it is just an additional snapshot to your current sub account. So what you'll see is a new pipeline in opportunities. So you can go in here and this will be pretty much usable. So
When you import leads into cold SMS, they can show up here. The pitched will show up here. The ones that respond to the pitch will show up here. And then the rest is pretty much up to you. Now you can put into, everything will automatically go into booked if they are booked. And then if they no-show, you can drag it manually and then go to the no-show automations. And then the rest is pretty much for you to use. Now let's go over the automations that come with this new snapshot. So you should see a new folder in here called cold SMS. 2 automations, one called Q/pitch SMS and one called SMS notification. So the Q/pitch SMS is a super simple workflow. All that happens, all that you need to understand is that when you add contacts to this automation in the drip campaign the way that we're going to, they're going to become a cold SMS lead in the pipeline, and then they're going to get sent to the hook. I have you guys making this later in the video, as well as a wait step. And if they positively reply to that hook, then basically it'll send a pitch message, which I also have for you guys in this video. It'll make an opportunity called pitched in the pipeline, and then it'll wait for apply from that. And a lot of people won't reply to that. So what we have to help that is a follow-up. So it's a simple follow-up just if they don't reply to that initial message. And then if they do reply to that message, then all that's going to happen is that it's going to become a new lead, and you're also going to get a notification. So the notification is super simple. When it becomes a new lead, you just get a notification via SMS, via the phone number that you put in your custom values. Now, eventually, if you'd like, you can put this in a Slack channel as well. All you have to do is go to settings, integrations, connect your Slack, and then change this to be a Slack, just like that. And then if you connect it, it'll just be like a simple, you just choose the channel and then choose the message. So this is the message that I have for you guys right now. New lead, call within 5 minutes, all the information, and then as well as the link to actually just contact that lead directly. Because every time you get a notification and someone responds positively to that pitch, you're going to want to call them up. But yeah, guys, that is the entire snapshot. It is so simple. Don't overcomplicate this process. It's super easy. So let's keep moving. Fuel for the fire. So there's so many ways we can go about getting leads. And as of right now, here are my main favorite methods. Like, this is dependent on where you can find the information of your, potential customers in your niche. And these are pretty much dedicated for niches that are found on Google Maps and BBB. So if that's you, you can use this resource. If not, just critically think about it. You can either buy leads on bulk off Fiverr or just use pretty much any other tactic to get them. Don't overcomplicate this. And don't spend too much time scraping leads. Like, don't do it yourself. There's so many methods out there. It's a low leverage activity. But this is for the people that can't find the leads they need to on Google Maps or BBB. Now, I'm actually not going to go through this because I'm going to let you guys do it yourselves. Now, this resource right here has a ton of different methods of getting leads, and they're the best ways. And there's also step-by-steps on how to do each one exactly, as well as video tutorials on there as well. So all you need to do is just determine whether or not this is on Google Maps and BBB work for your niche. And if they do, choose which one specifically, and then just go with a method on here. It's a pretty descriptive resource that should help you go ahead and pick a method of getting leads and make sure you're never scraping leads ever again. So once you actually have your leads, let's use this master lead list I have for you here. So this right here is the master lead list. Now, it's a super simple spreadsheet. So all you have to do, if you have lead scrapers, you can put their emails in here. This is all the states in the United States. And there's status options. So if you have a state where you have too many clients, or you have a state that's just not good, for example, Texas is not very good for roofing, you can go ahead and block that. Now, also, you can go ahead and select each state's sheet. They will also be down here. So if you want like a quick way of getting into like Michigan or something, just like that. Now, also, I recommend getting leads, and there's going to be like, you'll understand how to get leads once you go through the process and watch those tutorials. But I recommend keeping each state pretty organized and clean, just so you have a giant amount of leads, from the whole history of your business. So if you ever need more, you can always just come back. Because with getting leads, a lot of people think that you might like run out of leads. Now, this is ridiculous because You can take the same, like I've done this, you can take the same list of leads that you got 6 to 8 months ago and completely do the same outreach or same method or same system towards them, and they will forget completely that it happened in the first place. So what I mean by that is leads are infinite, basically, and I just want you guys to make sure that you know that and that there's no way you'll ever run out, okay? I mean, I'm just saying, like, unless you're going for, like, giant companies or you're going for, like, really, really, really niche specific things, which hopefully you picked a good niche after watching that video so that you don't really have that problem. But all you need to do to fill this out because of the formatting is fill out the website/BBB link, the company name. Now, with the BBB, for whatever reason, it formats company names in a pretty interesting way, like all the scrapers do as well. What I mean by that is like let's say it's like that. This will basically get rid of that. So when you're importing into Go High Level, you can just take this column instead of this one. So it looks less like suspicious if you're reaching out like, is this Owen Roofing ? They're not going to be like, is this Owen Roofing LLC ? Like, it's just, you know what I mean? Now, the other thing you need to fill out is the phone number, the email, and then with the full name as well for BBB, this is what the full name will look like. Now, what's great is I have a way of splitting it up just like that. But like I said, I really, really recommend going through the process, getting the leads, and making sure they're all in here organized. There are infinite amount of leads, but it's super easy to just copy and paste. And I don't mean like, do not type out the information, okay? You're going to get spreadsheets. A lot of the lead methods have you creating like random sheets, random spreadsheets where you just have a ton of information. And what I mean is that, like, make sure whenever you get like a giant list of company names, a giant list of phone numbers, giant list of emails, giant list of websites, just copy and paste them all in. It's super, super simple. And if you're wondering how my infinite scroll is working, you can check out a setup video I have on my YouTube that I posted a few weeks ago. Now, another great thing about this is that for every single one of these sheets, there's a duplicate checker on the phone number, because I don't want you guys to have like duplicates of phone numbers on here. So if you have like any duplicates, like 123, 123, it'll just show up like that. And that's the same for every single sheet down here. And we're going to run through exactly how to use this once we go through me going through the whole system. But I just want you guys to make a file, make a copy of this, call your company name master lead list, and then you have a solid lead list of every state in the US. Now, if your services are dedicated to a place that's not in the US, you can always just reformat this to whatever it is, whether it's provinces or whatever. Now, let's keep running through the documents. HPF script configuration. So before we go over the entire high-level process in gray, we need to configure some scripts first. So this is where we are on the process. If you guys remember, this is the chart. Now we know how to scrape leads, we know how to get leads, we know how to format them, and I will show you how to actually use them once we go through and go to the Go High Level stuff. But first, let's go ahead and configure some scripts. So there's 3 messages that we need for this specifically, and that's why it's called HPF. We need a hook, a pitch, and a follow-up. Okay? The reason why we're only using 3 messages and not like 25 follow-ups is because SMS costs money on Go High Level. It's cheap, don't worry about it, but just make sure you know what you're spending, because if you have like 20 follow-ups and you send 5,000, that will end up spending a lot of money on cold SMS. So, hook, this is super simple. It could be a question or a message just to qualify people or just engage them, get them to reply, etc. Like, do you guys do roof replacements? Do you guys do ceramic coatings? Is this owner name ? Something like that. You need a pitch. So like a simple message that is basically used to convey your offer, but more in like a dumbified way. You know, we don't want to use our medium form offer here. So like, nice, this is Owen. I saw you off Google with some good reviews. I was just wondering if you'd be open to like a little partnership or something. I think I got like 5 or 8 people that need a roof replacement. Are you open to this or whatever? Follow up, a simple message. Don't overthink this message, because a lot of the people that go through the process of cold SMS with you are going to reply to the hook, but then not reply to the pitch. So the follow-up can prevent that. So like, this is company name, right? You want to chat about it ? No worries either way. So here's a simple configuration resource so you can figure this script out. So just go through this process and create your hook, pitch, and follow-up, and this will show you how to actually add it into the automation itself. Running the system. So I'm going to go through the entire process of me actually running the system as if I were to send cold SMS right now on Friday at 7:34 p.m. Alrighty, you guys. So let's say you just got your first, 6,000 leads right here, right? Let me just reset this from the example earlier. So let's say your scraper didn't give you the email or the full name or any of that stuff, but you realize like you don't really need that stuff to actually send SMS to them because you don't have any full name or name in the automations or any emails or anything. So all you need to do now that you have a list of thousands of leads, mark off exactly how many you want to send. So like let's say there's like 5,000 here. Go ahead and mark off like I'm going to send 34 today. So simply just mark that off, right? I recommend highlighting it like a light gray or something, just so you know that these leads have been sent SMS already. Now what you want to do is copy all the information, create a temporary new sheet and paste it all there. Okay. Now these sheets right here are going to be pretty much deleted after you use them, but all you need to do once you copy and paste the info, you simply just download it as a CSV, and then we can go ahead and delete this sheet now. So now let's go into our Go High Level. All we want to do to import it is to go ahead and go into Contacts and press Import Contacts. Okay, now we're going to upload the file that we just downloaded. Select Next. Go ahead and map out all of the information. So the BBB link, I usually put it as the website. Make sure to do the second one because the second one is the formatted company name. Map out the phone number, and then don't import the unmatched column. So for example, this one is not matched, so just don't import it. Press Next. Now, naming these are really important. I recommend doing this so you can keep track of what day it is and how to easily contact all these leads. Now, what I do is typically the amount of leads I'm sending. So let's say I'm sending 34 now, as well as the date. So now you've done that, all you need to do is create a list of contacts from the import. Super important. Don't worry about the advanced. Confirm and then submit. So now it's going to go ahead and process, and you'll see it there. And now if I click on it, you probably won't see the leads. And there we go. Now we have 34 leads. Now, one thing that's great about Go High Level is that it won't actually import all of the duplicates. So I put in here as a duplicate to test. And as you can see, we imported about 32, and it removed the duplicate and made it 31. Okay, it's really, really smart and intuitive. And when you want to send the actual SMS, all you have to do is select all records, add to automation, choose the queue/pitch SMS, add in drip mode. I recommend calling this just like cold SMS. It doesn't really matter. And start it a few minutes from now. So let's say I was sending it. I'm not going to send it at 7:50 p.m., but 7:53 p.m. And then you want to send 5 SMS every 5 minutes. Okay. And press add to automation. That's all you have to do. Okay. And then once that time hits, once 7:53 hits, it's going to send 5 SMS to 5 of these contacts. Wait 5 minutes, send 5 more. Wait 5 minutes, send 5 more. It's going to do that all until it's out. That's why every morning I recommend doing setting it up at 8 and setting 500 leads to go. And then basically the entire day, it'll just send SMS and just basically work all day. And then every time you get a notification, it is going to basically be crucial that you call and book that appointment in. But what's great about this system is that it kind of runs in the background. You can work on so many other things, whether it's watching more videos of this program or whatever it may be. You can work in so many ways in the background, and it'll just send over thousands of messages. And every time you get a positive reply, which you'll get a lot, just go ahead and give them a call and book them in. Super, super simple. Just be in the conversations tab and kind of watch the SMS be sent. Make sure it's delivering properly. If not, you may need to troubleshoot some things. And you will have a limit as well, your SMS limit. If you go to the agency level and view your actual sub account, You'll be able to see your sending limits. Your sending limits do ramp up, however. So for right now, I believe it starts at 100. But once you break that, it'll give you like a 24-hour waiting period, and it'll be like 150, then 250, then 350, then 500, etc. If you're impatient, just create multiple sub accounts, get their phone numbers verified, which is like $15, and just send off a multiple sub accounts. That's what I recommend. But for that, you do need the $500 a month or $297 a month Go High Level plan as well. But yeah, when you actually get that notification, whether it's on your phone or Slack, you just click that link or go to the conversation, because that link takes you to the conversations tab. Select the actual contact and then just give them a ring and book them in. Also double down. So that is pretty much the system in its entirety. It's super, super simple. This way it's organized as well. So you should have thousands of leads. You can always add, thousands and thousands of more columns if you want. And the formatting process is super simple. I recommend getting one of these mouses as well, because the infinite scroll is super nice. But yeah, let's continue. So calling, I don't want to really repeat content. And if you're watching this, there's a chance you either watch the cold calling video before this, or you haven't yet. And if you haven't yet, go back and watch it, because there's a lot you need to know about calling prospects, whether it's framing, urgency, rapport. There's so many things that we need to make sure we nail. And so in addition to the previous video, I'm just going to recap on 2 quick things. Just make sure with the cold SMS system, because you're not directly cold calling them, they're engaging first, giving you a positive response, and essentially diving into your products a little bit. The framing is there already, but you need to make sure every time you're in contact with them, you reset that framing and make sure they know that they're there to look at you and what you're selling, and not the other way around, right? We don't need them as clients, but they need our services. That's how it needs to be framed. And then also remember, we just want to build urgency on the call, because you can have all the show rate automations in the world, everything, but if there's no urgency, then there's no reason why they wouldn't want to even step on the call in the first place. You know what I mean? If they don't want what you're selling, there's no value, they just don't think there's going to be any value, then they're not going to show. You know what I mean? Saying that you can just provide some free value to help them out is not enough urgency. You need to build urgency. So here are 2 scripts I have for you for cold SMS. One script when calling them is to basically call them when you get that notification in and book them in. And the other one is calling prospects 2 hours before the meeting. So go ahead and open this up. This is the calling script. Super simple. I have some tips as well on the side, just so you can make sure you internalize things. Everything in the dark is changeable. Everything in the light is something that they would say, etc. So here's where we are now. We know how to scrape leads, add them to Go High Level. We know how to add context to the workflow, the drip campaign. We know how to send 5 every 5 minutes. We know how to call when you get a notification. And we have the scripts for that, the call 2 hours before. And lastly, we need to know the appointment booking stuff and the show up sequences. Now, the appointment booking stuff is super, super simple. All you need to do, I'm not even going to read any of this. All you need to do is, while you're on the call with the prospect, just go to your domain.com/strategy calendar. Hopefully you bookmark this and tab extend, but if you haven't, do it. And simply just fill their information in, because Go High Level creates contacts based off of phone numbers. So the reason why I say that, and the reason why I have duplicates highlighted in the spreadsheet, is because in Go High Level, you saw that when we imported the leads and there was a duplicate, it removed it and it merged it as one contact. It will do the same thing with booking. And that's why, instead of just booking in the contact directly, by clicking on the contact and Go High Level, because that's a little bit annoying, we can just book them in the calendar. And as long as you have the same phone number, as long as they want to book in the same phone number, which I'm assuming, because you're on the phone with them while you book them in, it will be the same phone number. Just go ahead and book them in while you're on the call. But yeah, and also, side note, just because they're not booking in themselves, they don't really see the /booked page that we created with the pre-call via cell and the confirmation. So just make sure they complete the steps on the /booked page while you're on the call with them. Okay? And this is in the script, by the way. So really quickly, I want to run you guys through the show up sequences. So the automations that I use to make sure they show. So when someone books an appointment with you, this is what they get. Okay, they're going to get a message that says, as a reminder for your call, confirm. Okay, as well as the meet link, etc. So just make sure that you know that this is the first message that they get. So you ask them, be like, did you get a text message on your phone? It said like reminder, something, yes, confirm. This is the email that they get. Okay, with the VSL, the post booking page. And test this out. So I recommend booking in yourself, just making sure all this looks good and all of it's branded properly. It should be if you filled out the custom values enough, but there's a few things you just want to make sure 100%. So just go through, fine tune, make sure all these automations look good. The 2 hour before notification, good to hop on at 43 min. Make sure you checked out pre-call VSL if you haven't yet. And then, yeah, should be good. So that is all the show up sequences. Now, the last thing that I have for you guys in this video is if you want to remove yourself, which you need to, okay? I recommend running the system for a little bit, maybe get to like 5K a month with it or 10K a month, which should just take, not very long, to be honest. Like, it's pretty fast with this. You can remove yourself completely by going through this resource. This resource will be in every single outbound video I have on here. But there's tactics that you need to use that you can implement and structures that you can implement like literally as soon as tomorrow. And I want you guys to go through that and at least start putting out job applications, start getting people on your team, start building them up, start training them, because over enough time, you're going to get like 30 or 40 people that are interested in being appointment setters for you, but there's going to be like 3 or 4 that are really damn good at what they do, and they will basically just feed you with appointments. Like, you'll have 10 appointments a day, a complete autopilot where we don't even see anything, and all you do is sit on calls all day, every day, right? And this is the reality of scaling, right? But it's what we want. And then the final thing is the SOPs. So these are SOPs of everything that I went through today and actually just running the system yourself. So hopefully with that, you don't have to actually watch this video ever again. You can just look at the SOPs just for reminders. But yeah, just to recap, this is everything we went through. I'm not going to go through it again because there's nothing to really understand here. Just make sure you go through everything in this video, all the processes. Remember, the lead source right here, the fuel for the fire resource, will be constantly updated. So chances are, if there is a method in there and it looks complicated and hard to set up, it works because it's still in there. Otherwise, I would have been notified and to remove it. So yeah, I will speak to you guys soon. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you crush it with this system, because I know you can, and it's such a great system to book in appointments. And real quick, just a side note, test things out, okay? Don't be irrational. Don't make script changes after 50 messages are sent. What's great with this system is that you can easily send 500 messages. So you can completely test out a new script every single day if you send 500 a day. But the number you want to look for is 300. All right, we're going to go, you should have a basic understanding of metrics and how they work already at this point, but just be realistic, and I guarantee you it's because of your messaging. Like, if you're not getting a lot of appointments, we can always work through it. But yeah, this system is killer. This should give you so many appointments, and get in the habit of doing it every single day. All right. So I'll see you guys soon in the next video. And remember, if you haven't watched the cold call video yet, do it now, because there's a lot of fundamentals that I need you to go through to make sure that you're not, missing out on any appointments just because you don't understand fully how to call people like this. So once that's done, you can come back, build the system, implement it in your business, which shouldn't take longer than 20 minutes. And once you do that, you can start scraping leads, getting appointments, and closing deals. So all right, you guys, I will speak to you soon. Thank you so much for watching, and good luck. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Cold Calling Catalyst. This video is going to take you from start to finish on my entire cold calling process. Cold calling is really fundamental, and I really recommend watching this video. Even if you don't plan on cold calling directly, still watch up to a certain point, because there's a lot of fundamentals about just calling business owners and conversational stuff that I really think would be beneficial for you to learn. So let's jump right in. Here's what we're going to cover. We're going to go over mindset and belief shattering right off the bat, just so we can make sure that your mindset's built and ready for cold calling. Tonality, frame, urgency, objections or lack thereof, rational reverse engineering, plug and play, fuel for the fire, booking sequences, running the system, removing yourself, and then SOPs. Now, if you aren't planning on cold calling, I recommend you do. What you want to do is watch this entire video all up till plug and play. So that's what I would recommend, because a lot of the fundamentals are in the beginning of the video, and we want to make sure we cover those, because no matter what outbound method we use, it usually will include calling at some point. So it's really important that we go through this, because this could also be used as like a little fundamental sales lesson, especially when we talk about frame and stuff. So let's jump right in. So once again, welcome to Cold Calling Catalyst. This video will not only go over a very crucial and important step in your entrepreneurial journey, but also teach you the fundamental skills you need to scale an agency. So cold calling is really, really good in the beginning. It can get you a bunch of meetings, and especially building cold calling teams could help you scale super, super fast. But it's not necessary to scale to 6 or 7 figures. There are better and easier methods like cold SMS. However, cold calling is very, very important just for the fundamentals and the learning skills that you get from calling the prospects. So that's why I recommend cold calling in the beginning. But if you aren't planning on doing it, once again, just watch up until plug and play, just so that you can get the most important fundamentals from the video. But let's jump right in. Mindset and belief shattering. So the first and arguably most important topic in all of this is your mindset. So if we can't nail this in the beginning, then you'll find that cold calling will never do what you need it to do, and you will never be able to cold call. Right? Our mind literally plays tricks on us, because our subconscious rules all, because all humans try to move away from pain. So let's cover some crucial ideas, because it's really about how we view it. Cold calling is not bad. And until you see that, you're going to have a hard time doing it. So we want to change how our mind in its entirety, so subconscious and conscious, views cold calling. So I have a few tips here that we can go through really quickly just to help you right off the bat. Because I bet you if you've cold called before, you have some of these instilled beliefs in you that we need to break. Tip number 1 is value. So cold calling is literally just a value exchange, like nothing more, nothing less. You have to train your brain to view cold calling as enjoyable as possible. All it is two humans exchanging value for each other's businesses. That's all it is. It's just one person with a proposition and the other person has a business, and then you can merge together, grow together, and exchange value. It's that simple. So I recommend viewing it like that. Tip number 2 is positivity. So regardless of how they see it or not, you have to program your mind so that every time you think of cold calling, you feel good about it, right? Think about it positively, that you're helping change people's lives, because you are, genuinely. If you get them on the phone, you book a meeting with them, and you go through the sales process, and they become a partner of yours, then you can actually change their life completely with your product. So always be nice and kind. So never hang up abruptly or prematurely. Always have positive interactions and actual full conversations, because that will train your mind to appreciate these conversations, and you'll enjoy it more. Right off the bat, these are super simple. Tip number 3 is pretty interesting. We can look at it like a prank call. So I never really did this, but I heard it from one of my mentors. And if you do prank calls before the actual cold calling session, just to prime your brain and get used to the nervousness of calling someone out of the blue, it can really help. But feeding into that more is tip number 4, which is that nobody's real. You need to have the mindset when cold calling that everyone is literally a robot and nobody's a real person, because they kind of aren't. I mean, genuinely, how many people do you think you'll actually see in real life that you'll cold call? Probably never, ever. So you don't want to treat rejection and put a bunch of weight on it, right? Because it doesn't matter. It's not real, because these people aren't real to you. They're not in your life. They're not people closest to you. You'll never see them in your entire life. So you need to have the mindset that nobody is real. That will really, really help, especially when you get rejected. Further on in rejection is tip number 5. So every time you experience rejection, say you love it, constantly train your brain every single time to say that you love rejection. You love it. You love it. That means I'm getting closer, right? Because otherwise, if you don't do this, if you don't train that part of your brain to love rejection, then it will eat you alive. So tip number 6 is incentives. Now, we will do this later on in the video, but we can reverse engineer how much we make from each individual cold call. We'll go over this later in the video, But basically, you can equivalent every single cold call you do to be like $10 to $40. Like, that's not too damn bad when you think about it like that. But you want to incentivize yourself. So like this might not be how it works like systematically, but kind of is. And so you say like, the more no's I get, like I'm getting so many no's and rejections, the closer I'm getting to a yes, right? If you think about it like that, it can truly, truly help. Because when you're actually cold calling, it feels like that. Remember, during these calls, you're getting sales skills, you're getting confidence builders, you're losing the fear of rejection in its entirety, which is amazing. You're getting self-respect and like a ton of skills when cold calling. So there is a lot of upside to cold calling, right? And this outreach method's arguably the best in the game just for personal development, character building. So like if that isn't an incentive, like I don't know what is, right? Tip number 7 is gamification. This really, really helped me in the process. And you need to think of cold calling like a game. So there's a lot of ways you can make it seem more like a game. Something that I always did was tally my calls, pitches, resignations, and appointments on a whiteboard. So like I would have a whiteboard in front of me with a marker and I would just tally everything and just think about it like a game. Every time you get an appointment, you just like mark off the points and it feels like you're gaining points in a game. Like it makes it so much easier. And I know that sounds crazy, but I really, really recommend it because you just constantly want to get more and more and more points, right? Tip number 8 is mirroring. So what's interesting is that business problems are usually not business problems, but life problems showing up in their business, which is the concept of mirroring. So the thing is with mirroring is that you have to treat other people cold calling you with respect, and you want to act how you would want a prospect to act, right, when you call them. Now, the thing is that if we get cold calls and we treat them like shit and we just like hang up right away and we, you know what I mean, then that will show up in our actual cold calling process, which sounds absurd, but like your subconscious will truly thank you for this if you treat every single cold call you get with respect. And you know, all these tips are designed to just like help you see differently. Now, let's go over some fundamentals to actually understand how to call prospects and how you should be acting on these calls. Tonality. Tonality is arguably one of the most important aspects when it comes to calling prospects and sales just in general. Like, it's super, super overlooked, but it's really important. There are 4 main aspects of tonality: confidence and clarity, warmth and friendliness, energy and enthusiasm, and then adaptability. So these 4 aspects right here are really, really crucial when learning to properly communicate over the phone. So let's go over confidence and clarity. So like we mentioned earlier, like these calls are all about value, right? So it's important that the prospect thinks that this call is worth their time. This is why you have to be confident. And there's a few ways to be more confident, but let's say you pick up the phone and it's someone trying to sell you something and they're like, so like we could probably get you more customers. Like I think that it would probably work out. Versus, we can get you 5 to 6 roof replacements completely risk-free. Like I've done this so many damn times. Like the difference between those are astonishing. And in order to be more confident on the phone, you have to speak clearly. And this is really important as well. If you have an accent that's not like a typical American accent and you're calling American businesses or something, then mention it in the beginning. So you can always make a joke about it in the beginning or say like, I do have an accent. I know. Maybe don't say that, but like, just make sure that you bring like awareness to it, right? Don't act like it doesn't exist because obviously it exists and your prospect knows that. So in order to seem more confident as well, avoid filler words like, just filler words like that. And then just act confident. Like just feel good about yourself. Feel like you know what you're doing because you do. Like if you have this program and you've been through the material, like you know what you're doing. So those are what you need to do to act more confident and be more clear on that call. Now the next thing is warmth and friendliness. So positivity is really important. And not only does it set the relationship off right, like with the prospect or the potential client, but it also helps our mind and how we think about cold calling. If we're friendly on the phone, then our mind will be more like positively inclined to give it a positive spot in the mind. To enjoy cold calling more and want to do it more subconsciously, we just have to be more friendly and warm on the actual call. So a really, really, really good tip for this is to smile while you're on the call. Like think about this. Like listen to my voice here. I went to the store to get bread. Like those two, you could probably tell which one was smiling, right? And so when you're on the phone with these prospects and you're cold calling, just smile while on the call. Because what's crazy is that people can tell whether or not you're smiling, like just by the sound of your voice. And, you know, they can't see it, but trust me, it helps a lot. Another thing you want to do, and where a lot of people go wrong, is that they end the call on a bad note. Like they hang up abruptly or they do something like that. And you never want to do this, because if you hang up abruptly and you end the call on a bad note every single time, or you say something mean, then over enough time, your subconscious will be trained to think of cold calling as a negative experience if you're constantly ending calls on bad notes. So be playful. Don't end the call like on a bad note, and don't end it abruptly. And this should help you out a lot. So another aspect of tonality is your energy and enthusiasm. Like, we don't want to have car salesman energy and be like, I will get you 10 to 5 jobs, blah, 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 blah. Like, you don't want to act like that, but you want some energy in our tone. So you don't want to be like, oh, we'll get you like 3 to 5 jobs. But you also don't want to be like, oh, we'll get you 3. Like, you know what I mean? You need to have balance, but it's really important that you have some energy and enthusiasm, because having your pitch be monotone and comes off as pretty boring. So to show genuine interest, we want to vary our pitch and just try not to sound monotone. Like, tone is something that you'll learn a lot in sales, but it's really important that we master this early on, or start working on it early on, because, like, for example, my voice right now, like, I am constantly changing my tone. Like, I am constantly changing my tone to different pitches and different, like, energies, and that makes it sound a lot more listenable. And if you're on these calls and you're monotone, like, imagine if I made these program videos and I only appeared in one tone. Show genuine interest by understanding their problems and helping them, by varying your pitch and understand. Like, it's so damn boring. You know what I mean? So in order to have some more energy and enthusiasm, we want to, vary our pitch, show interest, because remember, like, we're understanding their problems and we're helping them. So adaptability. So, like, this is a skill I learned when doing door-to-door sales growing up. It's really, really important that we match our prospect's tone so we can build some more rapport. And if we can do this properly, then our prospect will feel more of a connection with us. They'll be way more inclined to resonate with what we say, and also maybe book an appointment and even become a close client. And to apply this to be more adaptable and match their tone, you have to just kind of listen to what they sound like, listen to how they act, listen to how they talk, and match it. If they drop a swear word randomly in, like, the call at some point, do the same. Or, like, if they sound more formal and they sound like they're probably just, like, in an office in a business, then do the same thing. Sound formal, professional, like you know what you're doing. And vice versa. Like, if they sound casual, then have more of a relaxed tone. Like, all of these things, being more adaptable on the phone, will allow you to build way more rapport, and you can get way more success. So make sure to couple all these 4 main aspects in your calls, and you'll get way, way better results, right? Confidence and clarity, warmth and friendliness, energy and enthusiasm, and adaptability. All these things will majorly help your tonality and allow you to book way more meetings. I hope you guys can see that cold calling is a lot more than just saying a script. There's a lot more to it that makes you successful or not. And all of this stuff doesn't just, like, affect your booking rate. Like, this affects your show rate. This affects your close rate. Like, it's really important that you nail everything in the most fundamental level. Otherwise, you're going to struggle a lot later on. So now that we went over tonality, let's go over frame. So the definition of frame is the perspective, context, or lens through which a situation, conversation, or idea is presented and interpreted. Like, it establishes the boundaries and meaning of an interaction, shaping how others perceive and respond to it. So, for example, to help you understand this, like, if a prospect is focused on price, you can reframe the discussion to emphasize value and long-term benefits instead. So it's like kind of a change in perspective, right? Perception is key in sales because it completely determines why people do things. Like, if someone perceives something as super, super valuable, then they're going to go with you and pay you money. You know what I mean? Another example is setting frame at the beginning of a sales call, like, to guide the conversation. So you could focus on your value, establish yourself as the authority on the call. Like in the beginning of the call saying, Hey, I appreciate you for taking the time today. In this call, we're going to go over some questions. I'm going to go ahead and ask you some questions and see if you're a good fit for this product. If not, no worries, like, etc. Like, we want to frame the call so then the perspective is shifted so we have the authority, and that will shape how others perceive and respond to it, so we're able to actually like book appointments or like guide them through the process that we want them to. And whether it's a cold call or like a more detailed sales call, the ultimate goal is often to either like book an appointment or secure a new client. If we can properly utilize frame and authority, it will allow us to lead the conversation, highlight specific value we want them to see, and address concerns in a way that aligns with our goals. So like frame is the key when setting appointments and closing deals. And the only way we can actually establish frame on these calls is set expectations, ask the questions, and positioning yourself as the expert. Right? We have to have control. Otherwise, we're going to get walked all over. So when setting appointments through like outbound, like cold calling, it's really crucial that we reframe the conversation. So like frame it so that they are coming to you and need your services and you aren't coming to them, like even though technically you are. And so like you don't really need them as a client, because if they feel as if they need you and you don't need them, they'll be more likely to go with you. I don't know how this works with the law of attraction, but if you come off across on a cold call like you really need a client, like I need you as a client so badly, I don't have any clients, they're not going to go with you. But if you come across as like, I don't really care what happens on this call, like I just offering my services because the people that get them are super benefit from them a lot. So if you want to go with me, you can. If not, no worries. Like that is way more attractive for some reason than the other way around. So that's the thing with outbound though, is like it's already framed in the wrong way because we're calling them. So like, for example, when you run paid ads on Facebook, the prospect clicks on your ad coming directly to you, fill out your form. So the frame is completely set in the right way. Like they are coming directly to you. However, in a cold call, you are calling them. So like during the actual call, you want to reframe them so that it seems like they're coming to you for your services and you're not coming for them to be your client. And this is the reason why I preach cold SMS so much. It's because you're texting them first to kind of break the barrier, and then they give you a call. So it frames them as if they're calling you for your services, which will ultimately help you book more appointments because the frame is set better, right? If you couple that with tonality, a solid script, and a bit of urgency, like there's no reason why you can't get them on a call and close them for at least, 1 to 5K. Urgency. So now that we understand the frame, we need to build urgency on these calls and reframe their mind to instill a sense of importance so the prospect actually shows up for the call. Now, people don't understand the concept of urgency because urgency is different than scarcity. People on cold calls and other outbound appointment setting calls will always have the mindset that like, this can wait. Like, this isn't that important. Like, why don't we just do it next week or whatever? And it's really important that on this call, we change their mindset from this can wait to this matters now. Otherwise, if we don't change the urgency and increase it, like they won't even show up in the first place. So maybe you book a meeting and they agree to it for tomorrow, but because there's no urgency in their mind for this actual call, they're not going to hop on. They're just not going to show up. Like most programs you see online will teach booking appointments with cold calling, and you can get like 5 to 10 meetings a day with ease. But nobody teaches these fundamentals like urgency, which is the key. Like if there's no urgency, like honestly, there is no reason to even show up in the call in the first place. And how I used to go about building urgency is I would say on the cold call, I can share some free value in our meetings. So at the very least, you can implement the things I use if you'd like yourself. That's how I used to build urgency, and it worked okay. But in order to build more urgency, here's an urgency equation I created. So the Alex Hormozi value equation. This is my version, but for urgency. So it's perceived cost of delay times time sensitivity divided by perceived risk of missing out, or FOMO, times desire for immediate benefit. For all the examples coming up, I want to make sure that you guys understand that you shouldn't directly say these examples in calls, but only if it flows well with the scenario. Like remember, this isn't binary. It's not about whether or not you have built up urgency. Like it's not like yes or no, yes there's urgency, or no there's not. It's about how much you have built. So you want to just build more and more urgency so the chances that they show up to the call is greater. And, you know, if people think that the call is going to change their lives and you had enough confidence, then there will already be enough urgency to hop on that call. But here's some extra bonus features that we can do to actually increase the urgency. Because like over time, this is why I preach cold calling so much early on, is because you can master these three things. Like you can master tonality, frame, and urgency, which will really help you in the sales process later on. But over time, you'll improve at this, and it'll immensely improve your show up rate. So perceived cost of delay. You're probably asking, like, what the hell does any of this mean? The perceived cost of delay represents the consequences or missed opportunities if they wait or delay their decision. So, for example, like, let's say you were to say on the call, like, if you wait to hop on a call with me, like, I don't want to be that guy, but you kind of risk falling behind your competitors because I'm already working with so many guys that are getting leads online. And the longer you wait, like the harder it'll be to catch up. So it's really important that we hop on a call as soon as possible. So your business, and I've seen your business online, like it's qualified. It's just about taking the extra step. Like that is really, really good to build urgency. Because like by not hopping on a call with you as soon as possible, you mentioned that they're falling behind to their competitors. Like nobody wants to hear that. Time sensitivity. So there has to be some aspect of time sensitivity in the potential meeting. Like mention, like I don't want to waste time, and I want people to take this opportunity seriously because like we're completely filling up with clients in the US as we speak, and so we need to get on a call within the next 24 to 40 hours. Or just there has to be some form of time sensitivity. Like otherwise, people will just want to hop on like 2 weeks from now, or like after the season's over, or like at the end of the month. And it's like, I'm sorry, but no. You know what I mean? So you need to somehow on that call just think about it and build up that time sensitivity. Now, there's ways you can configure this into your actual script. The script I have for you guys in this video isn't too complicated. It's a pretty bare bones script, so you guys can work on adding some of this stuff. But the reason why a lot of this isn't directly in that script is because I want you guys to be able, like, learn these skills naturally. Because in sales, when you're actually on the sales calls with these guys, you're going to need to be able to build urgency fast. And the best way to do that is to develop the skills fundamentally so that when you hop on the call, you don't have to just read from a script and hope that it'll work. Because trust me, from experience, it won't. So in the equation, we divide that by the perceived risk of missing out and the desire for immediate benefit. The perceived risk of missing out, otherwise known as FOMO, is that they're going to miss out on this opportunity. So like, for example, several of your competitors have already signed on with us. They're seeing an average of 40 extra leads every single month. And so like, that's the main reason why I want to hop on a call and go over everything in more detail, because your business is a perfect fit for this. Desire for immediate benefit. So another great way of building more urgency is to mention what can happen if you take action fast, or if they take action fast. For example, we can have your campaign up and running in literally just a week. So you'll start seeing results almost immediately. So I look forward to speaking with you. Like this is a way to just like slightly build some urgency in the call, say it at the end of the call or something. And a combination of all four of these isn't necessary every single call, but the more urgency we have in the actual call, the better chance that these guys are going to actually show up. A lot of people think your show rate is affected by automations and reminders, and it is to an extent, like especially just making sure that they know how to hop on in the first place. But actually, it's more about building urgency. And if you can't build urgency in the call, then your show rate's gonna be like 20% instead of 60 or 75 like it should be. Objections. So if not fully understood yet, an objection is a concern, hesitation, or resistance expressed by a prospect during a conversation, which is like kind of a potential barrier to moving forward with something. So, for example, what's the price? How does it work? Can we conduct the call now? Let's do it next week. I already have too much work. I'll check out your website and get back to you. Let me think about it. Like these are all objections. Now, I will have an entire video on objections that's got to be more than 2 hours long in the sales module. But for now, let's go over some key understandings about objections and cold calling, because it is a little bit different than in sales. Contrary to popular belief, like we don't really want to handle objections in cold calling. And the reason why I say that is because if they're like throwing a shit ton of objections at you just for hopping on a simple little Zoom call, then chances are they are not going to be the best fit. And I've seen it like hundreds of times. And if they have plenty of objections on the initial cold call, like there is a worse show up rate, a lower close rate, and they also are just not the type of people you want to work with in the first place, which is really, really important for churn. Like, obviously, show rate and close rate are really important metrics, but we want to focus on people actually staying with us. Because just one person paying us one time is not worth it, right? A lot of this program is going to be teaching you guys how to maintain clients. And it's really important that we actually master that. But the first thing we can do to prevent it is to see it actually on the cold call. And when people throw just a ton of objections at you for no reason to even hop on a call, that's how you know they might not be a good fit for you. Like if you have a feeling that they might be a good fit, what you want to do is just ignore the objection and ask a question. Like almost fully interrupt them, but not completely. Now, like if someone says, "How does it work?" ? You pretty much just ignore it and be like, "How long have you been in business for?" Like right while he's saying it. This is a really good way of doing it because they're almost just throwing out smoke. Like they're literally throwing smoke at you, just BS. And the better you can cut through it earlier on, the better you can kind of manage it and move past it. Here are some typical objections that are super common when cold calling and some responses I recommend. So these responses are responses that pretty much hold frame pretty strongly. So I recommend using them. But if they just throw like objection after objection, just get off the call. It's not worth your time. So what I recommend doing is actually just writing these down in some kind of vault or something so that when you're cold calling and you don't really know the response right off the top of your head, you can just pull this out and use them. Now, I'm not going to go through every single one of these objections on this video, but it's really important that you go and understand and look through this, because when you're on a cold call and you hear one of these responses, you are going to have to say something along these lines. So these are really, really good responses, but remember that objections, just like, it's not mandatory that you handle them. Like more often than not, they're pretty much just a waste of time on cold calls. Sales calls, it's a different story. So it's better off to just ignore them on the cold call, maybe ask them a question and just move on. But handling objections is great practice though, so I recommend using the responses above in cold calls right here. Just if you feel like the prospect might be a good fit. Like if not, leave it alone, hop off the call. Don't place too much projected importance on it. All right, rational reverse engineering. So this is super fun. Let's simply reverse engineer our goals on a mirror board so we can understand our goals a little bit better and also run through dialing efficiency. So when dialing, there's a lot of ways we can be more efficient, but if we don't want to spend 5 hours a day dialing, then it's really important that we do a few things right with efficiency. I recommend just removing your phone completely from the room for 3 hours and just locking yourself in the room and making yourself dial. That's really, really helpful. But we will be using a power dialer in this video, so it's much easier to use and be efficient because it does it for us. It's super normal to have a conversation or to wait for like at least 30 seconds for them to pick up, you know what I mean? So if it's taking us 1 minute every single dial, it's taking us 10 to 20 seconds to get the new lead or whatever, like that will take us 60 minutes for 60 dials, which is not good. Like you can dial 200 people in like 2 hours if you do this right. So it's just really important that you spend the time and efficiency right. And it really helps having a power dialer, and we will go through that. But for now, let's go through and reverse engineer your goals. So let's say you want to hit $10,000 a month in revenue. Now, actually getting to $10,000 a month in cash collected is super, super easy. But once you're there, people have a hard time maintaining that. And what I mean by that is you can collect 10K of cash, right? That's just like 5 closed clients. But it's really important that we keep that so our income actually exponentially grows. Now, besides the point, let's say we want to make $10,000 cash collected on a given month. So if each client is worth around $2,000, then that means we need 5 clients in a given month. Okay, so that's really, really easy. And if our close rate is around 20%, which is pretty typical, then that means we need 25 meetings or 25 showed up meetings. Let's say our show rate's pretty bad. It's like 50%, right? Then we need 50 meetings. So it's going to take 50 meetings booked on a given month to hit $10,000 cash collected. So we need 50 meetings. Let's say our appointment booking rate is 3% with cold calling. That means we need to do 1,666 cold calls in the month, right? If we divide that by 30 days, that's 55 cold calls a day. Like, that's nothing. So let's say you don't cold call every day, though. Let's say you cold call for like 20 days in the month because weekends, holidays, etc. Okay, 20 days. That means you need to do 83 cold calls a day to hit $10,000 cash collected if you have a 20% close rate and a 50% show rate. Now, I would just double this and then guarantee that you hit that mark. But what's super interesting is that we can take this first number right here and divide it by our dials per day or even our dials per month. And then we can actually see how much money we make for a dial. So every single dial you do, you make $6. So what's really cool about this is that when you're dialing in a given day, you get $6 for every single dial you make. And all you have to do is 83 dials for 20 days in the month to hit this goal. Like, it's so damn simple. Like, I don't know why people don't understand this. So what I recommend you do is figure out your goals, figure out how much dials you want to do a day, double it, and then you'll guarantee that you'll hit that point. Because it's literally a science. Like, the more dials you do, the more inputs and dials that you do, more tallies that you do, like, that just equivalates to more money. It's just so simple, right? That's how to reverse engineer your goals to make it a little bit more fun. In the actual metric trackers, I do have it, so it says how much money you make per each dial, which is pretty cool. But now let's go ahead and set this up. So before we can start cold calling and actually booking appointments, we have to first set up a power dialer. So a power dialer is just a way to track your calls, a way to increase the inputs so you can just like do more calls faster and make calling way easier. You can either pay $59 a month for the Wave power dialer, which I recommend. It's really, really good, or just use the Go High Level one. Now, I'm not going to go into depth on the Wave one because I don't use it and I've never used it. But I do recommend the Go High Level one because I have it set up. So Go High Level has a power dialer, and I'll actually run you guys through like what it looks like. Now, go ahead and get this snapshot now and import it into your agency sub account. It should be called Bridgelink Media Appointments Cold Calling. And here's an example of the actual sub account snapshot. So it's really, really simple. All it comes with is its own pipeline. So when you start the actual power dialing campaign, all the leads are going to get put into this column here. And basically, you're going to call them up, and they're going to get put automatically in here. And when you call them the second time, the next day, they're going to get put in here, and then third time here. And then every single time you go through a call, it's going to ask you how the call went. And it's either you need to follow up with the guy, they're not interested, or they're interested. And basically, the people will automatically be put into these columns based on the response. And I'll show you what I mean. So what's key in this snapshot is the actual automations you get. So number one is the power dialer campaign, and then also the appointment tag. So the power dialer campaign looks complicated as hell, but it's not that complicated. Basically, when we add leads to this, they're going to go into the pipeline that we showed you in the beginning, and then they're going to get added to here. All of the people are going to wait here, and then you're going to dial them all in a row. Like, this is how the power dialer works. Now, once you dial them and they actually like go through the process of a manual call, they go into the pipeline stage of call 1, actually updates the contact field to 1. So like it automatically tracks how many times you call them. And if the tag includes appointment booked, like if you booked an appointment with them, which is automatic, this automatically happens. If you just do it through the booking calendar with the same phone number, then they get removed from the automation. And if not, if the call result is follow up, it'll add a task to follow up with them in 5 days. And if it's not interested, they'll get removed from workflow or added to the pipeline stage not interested. And if there's interested, then they'll be in that pipeline stage. And then if they didn't answer or if none of these conditions are met, then simply it will just wait a day and the same exact process will happen again. So it's really, really simple. Appointment tag simply just adds so there's an appointment booked, we go ahead and add that tag so they can get removed from this workflow. So I know that looks a little complicated, and it sort of is, but not once you get the hang of it. It's a super easy system to use. I'll run through it in a little bit with you guys, but for now, let's go through my script. So here is my actual cold calling catalyst script. Now, it's nothing crazy. The reason why it's pretty bare bones is because I want you guys to be able to iterate on it and make it better based off of what you learned from this video about framing, urgency, tonality, etc. You don't want to follow it exactly every single time, but a good framework similar to this is always good. Now, if you want access to that, it should be in the description and the resources section in school. Fuel for the fire. So there is a lot of ways we can go about getting leads. And as of right now, like these are my favorite methods. So these methods are pretty dependent on where you can find the information of your niche. Now, if you can find the information of your niche on Google Maps or PBB, then these are going to be great. And if your niche is found elsewhere, just like think about it. Like it's probably so simple. You can either buy leads off of Fiverr or like just pretty much use any tactic to get them. So just make sure you don't spend too much time scraping leads. Like, you know, it's pretty low leverage and there's a lot of methods out there. But here are my main methods. So in this sheet right here, I walk you guys through video guides about exactly these different methods of getting leads. So when you want to go through and get leads or even get owner names, it's super, super simple. Just go ahead and watch this first and then go through the process and choose a method. There's a few options. And that's how you are going to want to get leads. And then once you have your leads, you can use the master lead list I have for you. I can quickly run through it, but this goes by state and then who you scrapes by. You can put emails in here, the progress. And then when you even click on one of these, you can actually click on the sheet. Super simple. And these are the actual information that I have in here. So put the website BBB link, the company name. What's cool is that when you copy and paste from a BBB, it'll say like company name LLC. And that will actually reformat it for your Go High Level import. Same with the full name. Let's say it's like Mr. Owen Jangle Rensland. This will actually split it up so you can also format it just like that. All right, booking sequences. So there's a few ways we can go about booking appointments. It's really, really crucial that we book the appointments like while we're actually still on the call with the prospect. Like it's super, super important. And so this way, like when you're on the call with them on the original cold call, you can ask them, be like, hey, did you see that in your email? Can you accept it? Put it in your calendar and try joining, etc. And do you see the pre-call video? Like you can ask these questions while on the cold call. So you want to book them in while you're actually on the phone. And Go High Level creates contacts because we're cold calling on Go High Level. It creates contacts and updates them solely by phone number. So if you simply just import the leads, you can go ahead and use your booking calendar to book them in that we set up in Software Synergy. So like while you're still on the call, just go to yourdomain.com/strategy calendar. And I recommend booking that in TypeExtend if you haven't already. And then you can fill in their information. Just make sure that the phone number is the one that you called them with, so it aligns with the Go High Level contact. And you can book them in. This will automatically also mark them as interested in the pipeline. So super simple. But there's a lot of steps that we usually have them complete on the /booked page. So we really want to make sure that they complete the steps on the /booked page because they don't see it this time. Like since we're the one booking them in, they don't actually see that page. So just make sure they go through all the steps on the /booked page while you're still on the phone with them. I know this could be a lengthy call, but it's better to be safe than sorry. So now that you guys understand some fundamentals about calling, you know how to build urgency, frame, tonality, all that good stuff. You understand how to reverse engineer your goals so you know how much dials you need to do to get what you want. We have everything set up. You have the Power Dialer snapshot in. You understand the script. You understand how to get leads, how to book people in, that you need to do that during the call. Let's run through this system. So I'm going to go through the system really fast on a Miro board just so you can get the general flow of the system. But we're going to go through the SOPs so then we can actually understand it a little bit more in depth. So to make this simple and easy to understand, I'm not going to overcomplicate this. What we do is we get leads through the methods listed in the fuel for the fire. We format those leads with clear out phone to remove landline numbers. And then we go ahead and take those and put those in the master lead list so we have an organized list of leads. And then we basically, after we have the master lead list fill, we just import those into Go High Level. And then we add them to the automation. And then from there, all we have to do is just dial. This is how the process works. Now, I will run through the whole process with the actual SOPs because it's more complicated than just this, obviously. But in short, we grab the leads, we format with clear out phone. So we copy and paste and download the CSV, upload to a new sheet, basically download that CSV, put it into clear out phone, open that in another sheet, and then sort by A to Z to remove the fixed line numbers. And then we copy and paste them, format it into the master lead list, add them to Go High Level, add them to automation, and then just start dialing. Okay, once you get the hang of this with the SOPs, it's super simple. So let's go through it now. So to scrape leads, it's super simple. We already kind of went through that you need to go into the Fuel Fire to understand this, but this is exactly what you want to do to go ahead and get your leads, right? So scrape your leads using a method from this document, download the CSV from the method, append it to a random Google Sheet. If you want to make a random Google Sheet, I recommend just doing sheet.new. Okay, that'll make you a random one. And from there, you want to go ahead and take the original lead information and append it. So then you'll have like a bunch of information here. And it's really important that you have a labeling row. So like, let's say you have a list of phone numbers that's like, you know, not saying that's a phone number, but like you have a list of phone numbers just like that. What you want to do is add a row on top and label it phone numbers. Okay. Just phone numbers. You don't need to worry about the link, the websites, the business names, or any other information that you might have. And yeah, label the phone numbers. And the reason why you do that is because you want to import it into ClearOut Phone, and ClearOut Phone needs to know what the phone numbers actually are. So go ahead and use this link to set up ClearOut Phone. You can create an account and buy credits. It's super, super cheap, but you run a diagnosis and then you'll get a bunch of results. So when you import, so now you should have a CSV and then you should have this old sheet here. I recommend just using the same one, deleting all the information on the actual sheet and importing the ClearOut Phone results. I'm just using an old one here. You can append to the current sheet and you'll get all this information from ClearOut Phone. Okay. So it looks like a lot, but what you want to do is simply just click on the one that says mobile, fixed line, or toll free, and you sort A to Z. And then take all the fixed lines and just delete them. Okay, so now you have no more landline numbers, and these are all good, valid leads and phone numbers. So you can delete all the information you don't need. Simply, see, I did the phone numbers thing here as well. And then you can take this information and simply copy and paste it, either column by column, or you can just copy it all and paste it into the master lead list here. Right, so let's say these were Alabama leads, then we would simply take all the information and copy and paste it just like so. See, it reformats it automatically for you. And then the phone numbers. Now if there's a duplicate, we'll know because it'll highlight red. But plop that in there. Just like so. So we didn't really get owner names, and that's fine. You don't need them. But now we have a bunch of good leads with valid phone numbers in the lead list. I recommend organizing this by state and keeping track of this. Helps. But now that we have this, let's see what's next. So we want to use the leads now. We want to create a temporary new sheet, just like it says. Copy all the leads you want to use and highlight them gray. So let's say we want to use all these leads. Copy and paste, highlight them gray into the sheet. And now we have a bunch of clean leads in here. So next, we just download it as a CSV, and then we delete the temporary sheet. Download as a CSV, and then delete the temporary sheet. Super simple, right? This is all in the SOPs. Now, if you want to keep it organized and make it look pretty, I'm going to highlight till there. There we go. Now we have a CSV of leads that are ready to be imported to Go High Level. So to actually do this, let's go to the cold calling SOP. So to import the leads into Go High Level, we want to go to the contact section, import the contact list, and name the import. So let's go ahead and do that. Basically, we go to the contact section, press import contacts. You simply just use the list that we just downloaded. Select create contacts. And then we need to map the information. So this would be the website. This would be the actual company name or the business name. And this will be the phone. It will say don't import data in unmatched columns here if there's extra columns here. So make sure to check that and then press next. Create a smart list. And so you can name it. So I recommend naming it, number of leads, and then date. I don't really remember how many leads I did, but let's just say it's like 25. And then the date is 18/25. Okay, so there we go. We create a smart list, we consent, and then we just start the bulk import. So now it's going to go ahead and import those leads, and we'll see it up here in a smart list. So this is just a list of a few leads that we have, and let's say we want to cold call these, right? We want to do this every day about how many we want to cold call. So like copy and paste the leads that we want, and then from there, we just add them to the workflow. So simply go to contacts, select all of the ones in the import, just like that. And then we want to add to automation, and then choose the power dialer campaign and add all at once. So we can name that whatever you want. And there we go. So all the leads are now in the campaign started. So all they are is just waiting to be dialed now. So to actually start dialing, what we want to do is go to the conversation section and go to manual actions. And then from here, you just press let's start. Now you just need to press this phone number simply like that. And then it'll allow you to go to next lead. Once you're done with the call, it'll give you a little pop-up that says 4 things that how the call could have gone. All you want to do is press complete, right? And now while it's loading until the next lead, you want to scroll down and go to additional information and change the cold call result to what happened in the cold call. This will influence the automations. So just put in the outcome, and then it'll automatically switch you to the next lead, and then you just dial again, and you just keep doing that process over and over again, and this will actually change the automation. So simply just choose how the call went before it switches to the next one, because it'll automatically move to the next lead. And basically it's going to say you can't save it because you want to save it every time, and it's not going to let you save it unless you put the actual first name. So if you're not using owner names here, then in the actual import of the leads, you want to use the company name. And then that way you can just press save, and then it'll move on, and then I mark that one as interested. And after you call them, it will say 1. It'll auto update to 1, 2, or 3. But yeah, that's all it is, right? You just want to continue until you're out of leads for that day. And when you're actually calling, you want to utilize this script and then book them in with the sequences that we showed you before. So remember to book an appointment, just go to the strategy section link. Remember to book in with the same phone number you're contacting them with, and then that's it. You'll go through all the leads, and once you're done calling all the leads, they'll be put into the call 1 here. And the next day, what you want to do is call them again in the call 2, and then call 3 the following day. So like basically you're weeding them out into these different columns from these calls, and then you keep adding more and more to the campaign. So then this way you can get through as many leads as you want. And yes, when you are cold calling, you can also double dial them as well with the green phone number. I would recommend that as well. So the next step in the process, now that you know how to run the system and you know how to actually cold call in here, we want to go ahead and set up tracking. So you have to track metrics like when you run the system, like because if you are having issues booking as many appointments as you should be, your ABR is like super low and you're not really booking much, then we have to correctly figure out what's going on. And the only way to do that is to track metrics. So every single time after cold calling, you have to fill this out. So here is a simple cold calling tracker, and make sure to actually hover over each one of these blue boxes to actually get all the information you need. But every single day, let's say you did let's say, I don't know, what's today, the 18th. Let's say I just did 34 dials, which don't ever do 34 dials a day, do like 100 at least. I pitched like 4 guys, 3 people resonated with it, like they appreciated the offer. Resonations are if someone resonated with it. I got 1 booking. I took 0 sales calls, made 0 sales, made 0 money, right? Just do that, and over enough time, your metrics will show, and you'll actually be able to understand what's wrong with the system if something's wrong. Now, when looking to remove yourself from the entire system, which I recommend doing sooner than later, open up removing yourself outbound and just scroll all the way down to the cold calling part. It is pretty far down because it starts with cold SMS, and that should help you with removing yourself and hiring and outsourcing this entire process. But yeah, so here are the SOPs as well that I used earlier on in the video to help you have guidance when cold calling and making sure everything's good. But just to recap, we went through the mindset and the belief shattering. If you're ever having issues cold calling and you think it's because your mindset, which it probably is, go ahead and rewatch this. But we went through some tonality tips, some framing tips, urgency, how to build more urgency in your calls, objections, and how like you don't really even need to handle them. Maybe just asking a question or ignoring, but the responses as well. Reverse engineering your goals so you can kind of understand that cold calling is not that bad, right? If you make $10 a cold call, that's a little bit better than making $10 an hour. Plug and play, super simple. Actually just importing that snapshot, how to get leads, how to book appointments, running the system, so the actual dialing process, removing yourself, and then also the SOPs to help you in the to run the whole process. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It was a shorter one for sure, but I hope that everything makes sense. Now, if you ever have any questions, make sure to revert first of all back to the SOPs, because this will go through the entire process with you start to finish, so you can actually do this yourself. And yeah, if you have any other questions, then we have the coaching calls for that. So, all right, I will see you guys soon. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Sales Fundamentals. This is the first video of all of the videos in the sales module, and I just wanted to welcome you first of all. But second of all, I just want you to know that this module will completely change your life. Okay, these videos are very, 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 very insightful, and they have a lot of information for you. But I just want you guys to realize that sales isn't one of those things that you can just kind of watch a few videos at and be good at. Okay, sure, these videos will help you, they will guide you, but becoming good at sales does not come from watching these videos. It comes from you, right? It comes from you choosing and telling yourself that you are going to be a good sales rep and intending to become that higher version of yourself, but also repetition. Because you can watch these videos all day. You can watch these videos fucking 100 times. You can know the information, but never have the skills because you didn't put in the hours. So I just want you to know that sales is about repetition, okay? The more sales calls you take, the more money you make. Simple enough. So here's what we're going to cover. Welcome to High Ticket Sales, Neuroscience-Driven Foundation, Why People Buy, the 4 parts of communication, presence and truth, the 3 levels of conversation, state management, identity-based selling, and then roadmap. So, welcome to High Ticket Sales. If you are new to High Ticket Sales, then welcome. If you are not, then still welcome. This video will cover a lot of the foundations and fundamentals that I believe you need in order to sell. But more importantly, once again, I just want to remind you that sales is nothing without repetition. Okay, you have to be comfortable throwing yourself in the deep end, literally just taking your body, flinging it into the fucking Pacific Ocean so you can start working and getting better at sales. High ticket sales is a very common skill among ultra successful individuals, right? If you can sell, if you properly learn how to sell, you will quite literally never be without work for the rest of your life as long as you find something to sell. This is something I was telling my parents a lot when I was dropping out. And it was just that listen, mom and dad, I will always be able to sell no matter what I do. And so I will never be without work, right? There'll be times where my income's low. There'll be times where my income's high, but it's I will always be able to sell. So there's no reason why I should ever be without work. And high ticket sales is just pretty much the art of turning a prospect or interested potential buyer into a client for a product that usually costs a larger sum of money. That's why it's high ticket. I wouldn't say high ticket is $1,000. I don't think that doesn't really count. I would say 2,000 and up for a product is usually considered high ticket, but I guess this kind of depends on your preference and, it depends on the industry as well. But high ticket sales is conducted through usually one online video call. Okay, just one call. And I will explain later on in this video today why it's just one call, but keep in mind that it's one call. Okay, it's entirely possible to close prospects on one call. Close hundreds of people. Brandon can attest to this. It's just it's one call. All right. And usually it's one video call. and where the prospect pays at least 1.5K on that call, right? So not right after the call, not next week, not, a month after, like literally on that call with you on there. And these calls are usually labeled strategy sessions, discovery calls, appointments, sales calls, etc. There's so many different names for them nowadays. And they are usually hosted on Zoom or Google Meet, right? They last anywhere between 30 and 70 minutes. These meetings are the fuel for your business. These are what drives growth. Without sales meetings, without appointments, your business dies. And in order to successfully grow this business, sign clients, improve your product, iterate, just like all that good stuff, you need hundreds of these calls every single month, hundreds of these appointments. Everyone asks the question, why am I not at 10K a month yet? Like, it's insanely common. And this is the complete wrong question. You should be asking yourself, how many sales calls have I taken so far? Because let me tell you, on average, for most beginner entrepreneurs that are building some kind of product online, whether it's a marketing agency, whether it's just like a SaaS info product, whatever it is, right? It usually takes an average of 100 conducted meetings to hit 10K a month. Okay, this is like a safe average to assume. And this is high for most people. Like it, quite literally took me half, but it's a good rule of thumb. It's like if you ask yourself, okay, why am I not 10K a month yet? The easy answer is like, how many sales calls have you taken? And if it's more than 100, then like, yeah, okay, maybe you should be concerned with what you've been doing. But if it's less than 100, then you have nothing to do but book appointments and keep selling. And I'm not talking about like 100 bookings. Yeah, I mean 100 conducted sales calls, like 100 times where you sit down with a business owner or two and sell your services. So the number of sales calls it takes to hit your financial goals, obviously it depends on your goals, it depends on your experience, depends on pretty much everything else. But it's very, very apparent why someone isn't successful if they haven't taken lots and lots of these calls. You must take hundreds of these calls in order to be successful. Okay, it's not complicated. It's not rocket science to book appointments. You don't need this magical system. You just need to, pretty much just start selling to people. But I do have some magical systems for you, which is great. But I went back to my old recordings, you guys, and they were in like a big Google Drive file. And it took me exactly 50 sales calls to hit my first $10,000 month. Right? And I just want to mention that like the first 25 were all no's. And it's super easy to just like cut yourself out and be like, oh, I'm failing. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to succeed. But look where I am today. And imagine if I quit on the 24th no. Or the 25th no. Like, what if I quit on one of those no's? Instead of pushing toward like to that 26th call where I got my first yes and I finally made some money. And it's just like, this happens to everyone. It takes time because like, dude, you can't just watch this sales module and just expect to just close everyone you talk to. If you expect that, then you are going to be disappointed because it's not going to happen. You need to prepare yourself to be like said no at least 30 times, at least 25 times. Like, especially when you're in the beginning stages, like this is just kind of how it goes. And what's crazy about this is I had like, a whole year of door-to-door experience before this as well. And the people that don't even have any experience, it's completely standard for you to take like, 30, 40 sales calls without, signing your first client. But I'm telling you, if you actually take this seriously, go through this module multiple times, take notes on your bad sales calls, use all the tips we have for you in the coaching and everything else, you will close someone much quicker. However, this module, coupled with ruthless execution, insane practice, constant effort, it will turn you into an absolute beast at sales. And I don't want you guys to expect to hit 10K a month, 20K a month, or 100K a month, or whatever the number is, without learning to be great at sales, especially high ticket sales. So this video specifically will teach you a lot. We're going to go through a lot of information, and the expectation is pretty much that you watch this video multiple times. All right, a lot of the stuff we're going to cover is, stuff that needs to be reiterated and like constantly reminded in your head so you can actually practice it as well. because it's super easy to watch a module like this or a video like this and then just simply forget about it because you're busy doing something else. So it's so important and crucial that you constantly practice through repetition and execution and take calls, do mock calls, set appointments, get more sales calls in the calendar. Like, you do all these things, right? In addition to watching these videos multiple times. So you can constantly just reinforce the information in your head and become successful. So take notes on it, practice it, watch these videos, everything. I need this information to quite literally be internalized. So not only, will you succeed in the coming months, but like also in the coming years as well. So the first lesson kind of that I have for you guys is that in life, everyone is different, right? And in sales, it's no different. Everyone is different. And, most people will be like, oh, what do you mean? Everyone in your niche has affinity to each other. It's like, yes, everyone in your niche does have affinity to one another, but there's no two people that are the same. Okay? Different energy, different lives, different family, different expectations, different experiences, different trauma, different levels of buy-in. Like, the list goes on. Different everything. And the first thing I want to teach you is that with high-ticket sales, there is no such thing as a one-size-fits-all solution. It does not exist. There is no magic framework or special sales script that can close any prospect. And the reason is that because everyone is different. Okay? For a certain personality type and certain level of buy-in, some people might buy very, very quickly with, very minimal of a process. But for others, it's the complete opposite. And it really just depends. So I want you guys to kind of just take in at an early stage my philosophy for sales in this program. And it's to sell scriptless, leverage neuroscience, use presence, and utilize truth in order to drive the transformation. That is my philosophy for the sales module. The goal of a salesperson is not to just sell something or convince someone to do something. It's to facilitate the transfer of energy. All right, taking someone that's at a low buy-in stage right now and giving them your energy of who they have to become and help them become who they need to be in order to get the outcome they want. Right? That is what we're doing on these calls. So another crucial concept that I need you to be able to take away from this video is that sales is one big continuum. Like I said, that every prospect isn't the same. Sales is just a huge continuum. It's a giant spectrum, and it's not binary at all. There's no magic sales script that's going to make you good at sales. There's no, the same type of prospect doesn't ever exist. Like, it's not binary. You'll have conversations that are very lighthearted where you guys are laughing and making jokes, having a great time, telling stories even, and then they instantly buy from you afterwards. Right? That'll be some conversations, but others will have you challenging the prospect to the breaking point where they literally start crying and rethinking their entire identity. This is the thing. It's a spectrum. It depends. There's sides to this. There's poles, right? These are both pretty extreme sides of the poles. Most conversations will be, in between these two, but some of them will be like far past them. And I guess the lesson here is that it's not binary. It's a continuum. It's a spectrum. And I want you to know that you can sell in any way, right? There's no restriction to how you can sell. I've had friends that, have a pretty okay close rate, literally having 10-minute, discovery calls and then quite literally just showing them the ads manager with a lot of confidence and then just getting them to buy. It's there's definitely ways, there's so many ways you can sell, you guys. I want you to remember there's no one method that works the best. I mean, obviously there's methods that we think that work quite literally the best, but those methods are selling scriptless and, having more experience. Obviously those are going to sell better, but I just want you to know that you can sell in any way. So there's no process that's quote unquote very wrong. It just might be different. but we can give you insights to how effective a process might be or a situation based off of the the prospect's energy type and based on who they are, based on who you are, based on like what we're selling. There are things that we can improve on, right? To get you to a point where your close rate's higher. And what works for you just might not work for other people, and what works for other people might not work for you. It really depends. And so once again, sales is not binary. You quite literally cannot expect a predictable outcome from using the same script or framework for everyone. You just can't. Like, it's impossible. If everyone was the same, then yeah, it would be very, very predictable. But everyone is not the same. So a good kind of indicator of whether or not you're actually good at sales is if you can sell to any type of person and maintain a consistent close rate. Because like regardless of this like little affinity that each person in the niche has to one another, everyone is extremely different and has different levels of buy-in. So this is how you can kind of separate a good rep from a great rep. And it's like, can the good rep sell to everybody? Take anybody that's on the call and facilitate that transformation. And chances are, they can't, because it's hard, right? There's so many different kinds of people out there. You have to have a lot of experience to do this. And that's kind of the key here. Experience and reps. So before we dive in, let's quickly cover some misconceptions about sales. Number one, you have to be super high energy like a car salesman to be good at selling. Oh, yeah, you can get this car for $29.99. It's going to be a very nice car. No. It's better to be calm, collected, silent, and sophisticated, and maintaining your energy in the middle throughout the whole call. What I mean by that is if you join the call and you're like, hey, how's it going, Mr. Prospect? How are you doing? Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions. Like, you maintain that high energy, then you'll only be able to go down from there, and you'll bring the prospect's energy down with you. If you start in the bottom, you'll be like, hello, hey, how's it going? Yeah, in this call, I just want to ask you a couple questions. Like, you start low energy, and the prospect will meet you there, right? And that's why it's really important on these calls to stay in the middle. Have your energy levels stay and fluctuate from the middle, so then you can utilize tone to your advantage. So in the beginning, you can be like, hey, how's it going? So yeah, in this call, like, I just really wanted to cover a few things and kind of figure out where you're at and where you want to go. And how I'm like in the middle right now. And this allows you to fluctuate and be like, oh, wow, I'm really sorry about that. Like, or like go down to that tone, but also allows you to go to the higher levels and be like, awesome. Yeah, I'm super, super excited. Right? It like allows you to fluctuate. So that's what I mean by staying in the middle. The best salespeople are extroverts. False. Introverted people are very, very good at sales because like they listen more, they speak with intention. Sales is a lot about listening, right? That's a lot of the process. Next, follow-up is what closes deals. False. Follow-up is for people that can't close. Great salespeople are just born with it. False. Great salespeople have simply sold more and have taken more calls. You need to sound professional and polished in sales. False. You have to sound genuine, like a real person. Scripts can make my close rate predictable. False. Everyone is different, and one script can't guarantee a certain close rate. I must close as many clients as humanly possible. False. Only close the people that you can actually help. If you find someone that you can help, be ruthless in pursuit of the close. Business owners don't like being on sales calls. False. Business owners appreciate a good salesperson and will pay you thousands and thousands of dollars to get their problems fixed. People won't pay me $2 to $5K on one 45-minute meeting. False. If they believe in the transformation, they will justify the cost even if it's $5K plus. Price only becomes an issue when your belief is weak and you lack confidence. Neuroscience-driven foundation. Sales is all about energy, and sales is simply the transference of energy, right? We're bringing someone into the identity of who they need to become in order to actually, achieve their goals. Most people just think sales, about just convincing someone to do something, right? That's all sales is. I'm just convincing someone to, make a decision. But it's actually about facilitating a transformation, but more importantly, calibrating who you are to where someone is. You were helping them see a better version of themselves clearly enough to want it, right? This is what you do. If you can almost show them that better version of themselves, they will want it and they will do what they can to get there. Sales is the transference of energy, identity, belief, and certainty. Based on neuroscience, people buy with the limbic system, okay, which is the emotional brain first. And then afterwards, they justify their decision with logic. So what you can learn from this is that like decision making is almost all subconscious and all emotion, right? And what's crucial to be able to close any prospect is have emotional momentum. And if you don't have just one call, right? If you have like 2 or 3 call close, it will be very, very hard to maintain emotional momentum because like there's so much time separated and doubt will grow, right? But basically, it's about 80 to 90% emotion, from the limbic system, and 10 to 20% actual logic. So just remember this. And most bad salespeople try to basically logic someone into a decision that was never even made logically. Like they will try to logic someone into a decision, but they're, the other person's making that decision out of emotion, right? Whether or not they like to admit it or not. And it's just interesting. But neuroscience tells us that sales is all about trust, story, and identity shifts. So we'll cover more about neuroscience in the future with sales. But for all you need to know is that like sales is the transference of energy. We're basically showing the other person who they need to become in order to get what they want. And that's why, sales is all about trust, story, and then more importantly, identity shifts. So the action that I'm going to include you guys in this video will definitely help with this understanding. But let's keep going. So why do people buy in the first place? Why are these people on the sales calls with you? What happens on these sales calls? And more importantly, why are they giving you money for, your services? So what is the founding principle of sales? Like, why do people buy? The reason why people buy from you is because of purpose. And a common misconception is that people buy because of pain. But people don't buy something directly because of the pain they feel. People buy because the purpose is to escape the pain and move towards an identity that they emotionally crave. People do quite literally anything to escape pain. Everyone fights to stay comfortable. And it's like, and I guess I want you to like think about this for a second. The last time that you made a big purchase, right? And I'm talking a purchase above $1,000. Why did you make that purchase? And a good example is that like I bought a coaching program for about $5,000. And the reason I bought it wasn't because, I was in insane amounts of pain. It was because I wanted to move towards the identity of being a more successful entrepreneur and also escape the pain of not being as successful as I know I could be, right? So that was kind of the purpose. Like that was why I bought it, right? And here's what happens. So you get these guys in a meeting, right? And just for an example really quickly before I explain what happens on the call, let's quickly explain what happens with your current agitated self. So let's say this is you, okay? And you go on YouTube, you go on Instagram, you talk to friends, you talk to family, and you begin to notice how your life could look, right? So you now have this awareness of a problem and that your life is not as good as it could be, or this opportunity that your life could change. And you then live with the current situation, okay? Because you have, like at that point, once you realize what your life could look like, you have an agitation because you're not where you want to be. And you live with that in addition to the awareness that things could be better, right? So through, social media, through experiences, through coworkers, through family, through however, right? You then begin to have this agitated current situation that you're not happy where you are. And you have this awareness that things could be better. The same thing happens with your prospects. The agitated current situation being they don't get to spend enough time with their family because they're stuck spending time on low-paying jobs. And the awareness of a better possibility might have come from like other businesses in the area, social media, friends, that like they could get jobs that are high paying on autopilot so they have more time to spend with their family, right? This could be an example of your client or like a prospect that you're about to sell to, right? And what's powerful about this is that this happens to everyone, right? It's happened to everyone. It's like, it's the reason why you are in this program is because you had some sort of agitated current situation, whether you're in your parents' basement, whether you're stuck in high school, and you understood that like it's possible for you to drop out. It's possible for you to succeed. It's possible for you to live on your own and make your own money. And that's why you're in this program, right? But what actually happened? Because like, it's great that you had this agitated situation and you understand that everyone else does as well in regards to, work and other things. And more importantly, an awareness of something that's better. But what actually happens for you to buy something like this program or have your client buy something like your product? It's the call. The call is what happens. Before the call, here's how this looks. So we have the call, we have the agitation, and then we have the awareness that things could be better. And during the call, what happens is that we define where they currently are. Okay, so we ask questions through a discovery process of defining where they are and figuring out what's the problem and what's going on and how we can actually maybe help and see if we're like even going to be a good fit together, right? And when you do that on the call, you slowly distance that awareness away. But by now, you now have a pretty solid and clear understanding of where they are. And you now know where they want to be. All through this solid discovery process where you're asking questions on the sales call. And what that does is you'll notice it does something pretty interesting. It creates this gap. Okay? And as you'll notice, there is a clear gap separating from where they currently are and where they want to be. And this is painful, and they want to typically avoid that pain and escape that pain. And that's typically the purpose of why they're, still going to be on the call with you at that point. And then from there, it's cake. It's easy to sell them. But it's very important that like this gap is everything. Okay? And the key is that you have to position yourself as the bridge between the gap in order for the prospect to get where they want to be. Right. And that's what I mean when sales is like a, transference of energy and a facilitation of a transformation where you're like showing them who they could be, giving them a glimpse to who they know that they could be and who they could change into, and then helping them see that you are that path in order for them to do that. Right? That's the key. So a good visual here is that like you, your service, and your offer will bridge the prospect from where they currently are and their agitated situation and a clear understanding of where they currently are to where they want to be. That is what you do on these sales calls. You ask a ton of questions. You dig deep into them. You ask why. You figure out. You dive into levels of the conversation that we'll cover later in this video. And in doing so, you create this gap and this distance between where they are and where they want to be. And only then can you position yourself as the bridge between those two gaps so they believe and truly believe that you are going to take them from where they are right now to where they want to be. And that's when they'll buy. So the 4 parts of communication, there's 4 ways that we can communicate on these actual calls. And one is the words, right? Like the actual words of what you say, right? 2 is tonality, so how you say what you say. Number 3 is intention, so what you want for them in the first place. And then number 4 is your self-image, or who you believe you are. So these 4 parts of communication are really, really important to understand. Because if I were to ask you which of the 4 is the most important, like right now, pause the video or whatever, answer the question, which one of these 4 is the most important that you think on the call? And you'll probably say, oh, it's probably the words, right? It's probably like what you say. That's probably the most important, right? Wrong. Very wrong. The words you actually say is only 7% of it. It doesn't usually matter, the words that you say. And when I heard this, I was actually like shocked. But it began to make sense. According to Maharabian's rule, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, 7% is verbal language, right? Or the actual words you say. 38% is the vocal language, right? The sound. And then 55% is the body language or the motions. So what's interesting is that the words you say is 7%. So 7% of how you communicate on these sales calls is literally what you say. That's crazy. So you should never really care about saying the right thing or having the, the right comeback or the right phrase, because it's only 7% of it. Like, it doesn't matter that much. And it's interesting that that's like the literal content of your message, while it's only a small fraction of what actually drives trust and conversion. Because if we were to look at what actually drives trust and conversion, it's not what you say. But please do not overfocus on these perfect lines and rebuttals and these perfect ways of wording things. It's like a decent phrase. That's the reason why I don't really care about like how I talk and what I say on these videos. It's more about my tone, and it's more about like how I see myself and how I see the process. And it's like, just don't overfocus on these like little perfect lines and rebuttals and these little things, because a decent phrase, okay, just a decent phrase with a great energy and confidence will demolish a perfect line with hesitation every single time. Number 2, tonality, how you say it. So how you say what you say is 38% of it, right? That's a huge percentage. Okay, that's a giant percentage of this. And tonality is something that comes naturally with experience, but it is extremely crucial. It can destroy your show rate, it can destroy your close rate. And you have to convey authority, warmth. You need to be certain. You need to be curious. There's a lot of different tips on tonality that you can use. But honestly, if your tonality is really, really bad, it doesn't, it makes sense to find like some kind of vocal coach or find someone that actually like is trained in this art. I learned my tonality skills from, door knocking, doing door-to-door sales, and just overall selling more. And that's how most people learn. But in practice, like if you're giving more of a downward tone, you're like, okay, here's what we're going to cover. We're going to cover like blah, 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 blah. I'm going to help you do this X, Y, Z, and it's going to be great. Like that downward tone, that can indicate certainty. A more upward tone indicates curiosity. So like if you're curious about something, if you're like, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, totally. So like, how is that going for you? Like, you know what I mean? Just these little inflections, whether it's downward or upward, can kind of drive trust and conversion. And a neutral tone in the middle, is just simple and safe and reliable. It's like these aspects of tone that I'm covering are crucial, and like they really, really drive the sale. But a lot of people don't see that, because like when you're in the moment, when you're actually talking to the prospect, you don't really realize these things. These are things that you realize once you watch the call back afterwards. But just know that like over exaggerating your tone is usually always a good idea, especially on the phone call. Use silence to create gravity and pain. Silence is very, very powerful. I would recommend using it much, much more. And the main reason why 38% of, the equation is tonality is because it shapes how your message is received. Like, I want to quickly talk through some examples with you. So let's say that like we're telling someone to go take out the trash. Okay, let's say it's like, I don't know, a family member. Let's say it's your mom and you want her to go take out the trash. Let's say you say, Mom, go take out the trash. Versus, hey, Mom, can you go take out the trash? The difference between those two, one of them, they might say, fuck you, and ground you. And the other one, they're like, yeah, no problem, honey. That is like a very, very light example of tone. Another example is like, let's say you're talking to a friend and you're like, I hate you so much. Versus, I hate you so much. The difference between those two tonalities, like one indicates that you actually hate your friend. The other one is that like they did something that's making you laugh, that's funny, that like it's kind of annoying. You know what I mean? Like the difference, like that is the difference between tonality. And if you open up a call and you'd be like, hey John, how's it going? Awesome to hear that. Yeah, how's your day? Verse, hey John, how you doing? Hey, it's nice to meet you. Like, you wonder, like, how did you, develop this skill? And the answer is just having more experience and doing more reps and actually just taking notes and finding these errors. Usually over exaggerating your tone until it becomes habit and instinct. But the thing is that, like, people fail to see this and their close rate suffers. If you're asking a hard question, then you need to have a tone that reflects it. It'll completely dictate the type of answer you get and the type of emotional depth as well. And it'll indicate the speed of the emotional momentum in the call as well. Like, if you have an inability to, match your tone to certain questions and like actually use it to progress the conversation, then you'll find to have like a much harder experience on these calls closing people. And that's why tonality is so damn important. Number 3, intention. So believe it or not, intention is a big part of this. Okay, and intention is actually, what you want for them. So in the rule, right, the last 55% or whatever was body. I believe it was like body language, right, or whatever. But I believe that intention is 27.5% of it. And the reason why is because intention is the invisible force behind your words. People sense it. People can feel it. And if your intention is flawed, then they will notice it. They will find it. They will see it. They will find, that inconsistency. Because they will subconsciously kind of detect if you're just, trying to close them for your gain or that you actually care about them and want to help them. Intention is really, really important because, like, if you're doing, sales, if you're booking appointments through, I don't know, cold calls, cold SMS, whatever it is, right? And your intention is just to get a name on a calendar, then I guarantee you they probably won't show up to the meeting. And it's really fucking strange. You're like, wait, why? I got the appointment in the calendar. Why is he not showing up? But if you have the intention of, I actually want to help them and see what we can do for them, then you'll find that they'll show up to the meeting. And it's like, it just comes across in how you ask your questions, how you pitch the meeting, how you actually go about doing the process. Like, it changes everything. It's the same thing when you're, like, let's say you're on a sales call and your intention is, I just want their clients' money. I just want cash up front and I'm not even going to service for them, right? I'm not even going to provide service. I just want their money. Like, you will never close someone like that. You honestly just can't. Like, it just won't work for you. And so that's why intention is so important, because, like, if you have the intention that you want to help them and you want to see that it's a good fit, then before you know it, you just, your close rate's fucking 30% and you're making tens of thousands of dollars up front on the call. And the reason why is because your intention is in alignment. Intention is really, really important. And you can figure this out by, like, asking yourself what you actually want for them. Like, do you even care about these prospects? Do you even care about them succeeding? Because I can tell you that, like, I do. I want my clients to succeed. I'll do everything I can to make sure they succeed. I have that intention, and that's how I know they will. But it's very easy to be caught in the loop of, like, oh, I just want cash, right? I just want money up front. Because when you do that, you find that, like, oh shoot, I attracted the wrong type of person. So I might have some cash now, but over the long term, I made a bad play. Because these guys might not succeed. You know what I mean? And if you have the intention, once again, just to take their money and run, you'll never get it. So before the call, I want you guys to ask yourself, before sales calls, ask yourself, why am I really doing this? And you have to convince yourself and literally brainwash yourself to convince yourself that you want the outcome for them more than you want the outcome and sale for yourself. And if you can do that, you'll begin to start closing deals like a maniac, because you'll align with the questions that you need to ask to actually get the close. And the only reason those will actually come to you is, like, you have the intention and they can feel that. Like, it's a whole flywheel. So when you have a set, clear intention, the call just feels much more smooth. It feels much better, right? And you must kind of make a mental shift. You must go from, like, how could I close this prospect, to what's the truth they need to see right now? What is the truth they need to see in order to actually succeed, right? This is the power of intention. So if you're doing math in your head, you'll know that there's about 27.5% left. And this is the self-image, otherwise known as who you believe you are. You know, with your intention and your self-image, these will show in your body language, and this will show like how you show up to the call, how you ask questions, how you answer, how you pitch, how you present your offer, like literally how you do everything is all determined based off your tonality, self-image, and intention. And self-image is honestly, I think, the most important one. It's who you believe you are. Because I would honestly say that self-image is 99% of the entire communication. And 1% is everything else. But unfortunately, there is no room left in the 100%, right? 27.5 is all that we got left. But if you see yourself as some beginner, right? If you see yourself as, not the best, and you see yourself without much business experience, and you see yourself as the type that's like not very good at this, you will probably never, ever be able to close anyone. You just won't. And I'm sorry, but the truth is that if you want to be great, you have to see yourself as that. If you want to close deals, if you want to be the type that can, succeed and crush it, you have to genuinely believe that you are the type of person to do so. If you see yourself as an expert on advertising, that you're the best, you're the go to advertising, you're insanely good at sales, and you're pretty much the best in the world there is, that will come across on the call, and your close rate will fucking jump. But only if your self-belief is good enough, because your self-belief, your self-image, all this stuff, it comes across with your conviction, your posture, your pauses, your breath, your questions, your responses, your conviction, literally everything. It is everything. The buyers will feel, the prospects will feel how you see yourself on the call. When the buyer's thinking do I trust this person with my future and my money? The answer really depends on your state more than the words you say. You could say all these words and be like, oh, you're going to do amazing. Everything's going to be amazing. You're going to crush it. You're going to sign fucking 30 deals in the first 30 days. It's but your tonality sucks. Your intention isn't real and your self-image isn't there. It's this person's not going to trust you with their money. They just won't. So it's very, very crucial that you nail this self-image thing down. You see yourself as the best there is at sales, the best there is at marketing, and the best there is that these guys could actually go with. Quite literally believing that there is no better way. That is what will guarantee that you succeed. People don't buy from who you think you are. They buy from how you carry who you are. And how you carry who you are comes from who you think you are. So if you genuinely think that you are the best and you are great at sales, you're super confident, you're going to, give them the best results ever, there's no one else in the market that can do it as well as you, then that will show up in how you carry yourself, which will then show up with how they think you are, right? So they'll buy from you in that case. And it's very, very important. The self-image is everything. Just remember that it's not about the words. It's about the tonality. It's about your self-image. And it's about your intention for them. And the intention for the call. Presence and truth. So, one thing that you guys will see, and if you're already in the market and you've already seen so many of these calls, you probably already understand this. There is so many overused scripts, AI, bullshit, robotic pitches. There is no authenticity in the market anymore. Because everyone's using quote unquote, this is the best method to do this or that. And because of that, there is no authenticity. There's nobody being genuine. And if you're able to be authentic, be present, you will succeed so much more. Being authentic is literally everything nowadays. That's all business owners want to see on a call with you. They want to see you be all your authentic, confident self, that you can provide the result that you say you can. And if you're able to be fully present, that means you must be able to give the conversation your full attention. You must be speaking and listening and doing everything you can to be present in the moment from your core values. Presence and truth are very, very important in sales calls. Like, it's the reason why I'm giving it an entire section, is because naturally, by getting the truth out of your prospects, you will separate them from where they are and where they want to be. But more importantly, when you're present on the call and you're not somewhere else and your headspace is not somewhere else, then you'll naturally just kind of know how to progress the call. It'll just happen naturally without thinking about what next to ask and what next to do. It's like you'll just know because you're with them. You can hear them. And if you guys want more trust, like everyone thinks, oh, if I have a shit ton of testimonials, I'll have amazing amounts of trust. It's like, you'll have more trust for sure, but like you won't have enough, because real trust comes from authenticity. It's what sets you apart in the market. And on calls, you must be fully present. You must be in the moment with them. No multitasking, no glancing at frameworks, no reading scripts, no searching things up on Google, no note taking. Like, focus both eyes and your whole mind on the prospect. Genuinely listen, actively listen, lean in, maintain eye contact, hear what they're saying. All of these things that the prospect's telling you during the call, that's where your fuel is, right? That's where you're going to know how to take the call and what direction to take it in. And if you're not present in the moment, you can't really pick up on those things because your head's somewhere else. Mirror their body language, match their tone, gestures, breathing, everything. Just feel what they feel and create a subconscious sense of harmony and trust. Because, like, I'm telling you, if you're authentic, if you're genuine on these calls, if you're listening, if you're present with them, if you're fighting to get the truth out of them, like, they will trust you. What everyone fails to do is they're just rushing and thinking about, like, well, what's the next question I should ask? What's the next question? And they're stuck at their head. But if you just listen for meaning and you listen to what they say and let their words sink in, you will build a shit ton of trust. You'll know what questions to ask them. You'll make them feel understood. They'll feel heard. Like, it's everything. Like, those right questions that you're looking for, that you're thinking about trying to figure out what to ask. You're like, oh, I don't know what to ask. I don't know what to ask. It's like, if you just listen and stay present with them on the call, the right questions will come to you. I'm going to be honest, like, I'm teaching you guys how to sell scriptless in this module. How to sell without a script right in front of you. Because, like I said, if you're there to facilitate the transference of energy and you want to actually help them see who they can become in order to get what they want, it's like, it's going to be very difficult to do that with a script because you're not with them in the moment. If you just go down a list of questions and you ask them a list of questions that supposedly dig out all the pain or whatever you're trying to do, it's like, they're going to give you points. They're going to give you fuel in the responses. And if you fail to see where you should be digging on and where you should be, continuing the conversation, just because you want to ask the next question in the list, it's like, you will never get that far in the call. Your close rate will suffer. It'll never get past like 10, 15%. And the reason is because you're not present with them. You're not in the moment. You don't know what the right questions are because your head's stuck in completely somewhere else. Everyone says sales is about asking the right questions. It's like, yeah, it definitely is. But people need to understand that it's not about having the right questions. It's about like being with them in the conversation. And those questions just seem to come to you, naturally. People think trust is all about testimonials and proof and social proof, but I'm going to be honest, you guys, a lot of the situations It's really about how you show up to the call, how you view yourself, the presence, getting them to, say the truth. And you want to stay calm on these calls, breathe slowly, mirror their pace, allow them to open up more easily, because the deeper you can get in these calls, the better. But a big part of these calls is getting them to be truthful. Especially with like contractors, I'm not sure, depending on what niche you are in, right? But prospects will lie to you about numbers, or maybe not even fully lie, maybe just like bend the truth a little bit, but they'll semi-lie. And when that happens, when they lie about their numbers a little bit, or they're not fully truthful about their situation, it completely incentivizes them to not be real with you. So the call actually doesn't progress anywhere, and eventually just lie their way off the call, And so one of the most important parts of these calls, like I said, is obviously presence, but more importantly is challenging for the truth. Where you sense BS, catch it. Ask about it. Figure out the truth. Don't just let it slide. Because eventually you'll find out that they'll just, fucking lie their way off the call. And it's like the truth and the pain and that separation and creating that gap is usually done through figuring out the truth of what's actually going on, because we want to figure out the truth of, their current situation. We have to clearly define it. And if we can't even get the truth of their current situation, then we're going to have a really hard time building that gap and truly getting them to a place where they would actually be interested in buying. So let's go over a tale of two calls, right? We have one call and we have two calls. Okay, let's go over them. So sit back, relax, get some popcorn. Maybe not actually, but we're going to just go over some, two examples of calls. And we're not actually going to watch these calls, but I'm just going to kind of tell you a story. So the first call is a contractor, right? So this, more specifically, we are going to go with a roofing contractor, okay? And this is you. You are in your gray suit. You are on the sales call. You're feeling all formal. You're feeling amazing. You just booked the sales call in from a cold call. You're doing amazing. And the roofer's on the other side thinking like, oh God, what the fuck did I just get myself into? And you open up the call with your script and you're saying, hey, how is it going? Awesome. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, just want to jump in here. Everything that we do is customized. So I'm just going to go ahead and see if this is a good fit. And if it's a good fit, we can move forward. If not, no worries. Does that sound good? Roofing contractor says, yeah. And then you say, okay, what's the biggest problem in the business right now? And they're like, lead flow? And then you're like, okay, got you. So how many leads per month are you getting right now? And then the guy's like 6 to 8. And you are like, okay, how many jobs is that? And the guy's like, oh, it's like 1 to 2. And you're like, got it. So what type of jobs are these usually doing? And the point is that you're asking all of these questions and you think you're just, deepening the level of conversation, but in actuality, you're just not listening. There's no presence and truth because you're just reading off a list of questions. That's the reason why this guy's staring at a fucking script. It's like, if you do this, if you just ask them all these meaningless questions after one another, it's like they will never ever buy from you. And this is what I want you to see. It's not because okay, sure, some scripts will miraculously work on some people because of who they are, and if you you execute it well. But for most situations, if you're just asking the same blanket set of questions to everyone, they will not buy from you. And more importantly, what did we learn in this section? Presence and truth. If you ask them how many leads they're getting and they say 6 to 8, that's not truthful. Was it 6 or was it 8? So when you get ranges and stuff and you get people that are not completely, giving you the truth, it's like, okay, wait, 6 to 8, what does that mean? Last month, how many was that? And they're like, oh, I don't know, 7 to 10. You're like, okay, what do you mean 7 to 10? 7 or 10? How many leads did you get last month exactly? And this battle to find the truth, like you're figuring out the truth, you're asking them to figure out what the actual true number is. And by figuring out this truth, you are quite literally like causing a ton of indirect pain, and you're separating the distance. Like you're creating that gap much, much more effectively. And another way to do this is like figuring out the truth about their revenue and that the job, like how many jobs they complete. You know, if the guy's asking, if you asked him how many jobs they complete, he said, oh, we're doing like 1 to 2 a month. Then you ask them, it's like, okay, you're doing 1 to 2 a month. How many did you get done so far this month? 0. Okay, what about last month? 1. What about the month before that? 0. What about the month before that? 2. It's like, if you get these exact numbers, these specific things, then that will be a lot of pain, like a lot of purpose, a lot of, separation between where they are right now and where they want to be. And if you, strive for this presence and strive for this truth, but you're using a script, it just kind of won't work. Because you're constantly just staying at the surface level and you're never actually digging down into anything. The next section of this, video is about getting more, in depth into the conversations and getting deeper into meeting. And if you stay with a script, you forever just stay at surface level. Number 2. So let's say that you're a G. You're an absolute G. You have your little watch on, you have your glasses and your headphones on, and you're in your yellow bike in the background. And you hop on the sales call with a prospect and you're like, hey, what's going on? Where are you calling out of? Is that a Detroit Lions flag behind you? And you first of all open up the conversation naturally. You kind of notice something about their environment or their location. And they're like, oh, yeah, I love them. I'm from Michigan. And you're like, oh, cool. Yeah, I actually grew up in Michigan. So how are you doing today? You ask them how they're doing. You do a bit of a loose frame set. And then you eventually start diving into questions, because you want to learn more about their business. And what's great is that, like, when you don't use a script, when you have an open book and it's just a conversation of one person to one person, notice the eye contact versus this. Like, you're staring at the script. On the call, you'd be more like staring at your screen and like reading from line to line. And in this one, you are speaking directly to the prospect. You are looking directly at them. You are listening to them. You are talking to them. They feel like they're being listened to. They feel like they're being heard. And this is naturally giving you the right questions to ask. And you're digging into all these different aspects on the call. And it's like, if you had just a script and you were just, asking a glossary of questions to them, like, they're never actually going to go into depth about any of those answers. Because in those answers, you will find things that you want to cover. You will find things that you want to push. If he mentions at some point that he got in a divorce or something because of how much time he spent working, the fucking script guy would be like, okay, so how long have you been working for? Or like some bullshit. Just ask some question that is completely off a tangent. It's not even close to what they just said. But this guy will say, wait, what do you mean? You got into a divorce because of work? Like, how did that happen? What? I'm confused. And the difference between these two is that this one doesn't close and this one does. Because they're understanding their prospect, they're actually listening to what they're saying. They're digging into all of these pain points. They're finding outlets because they actually have the right intention. They know that they're confident in their ability. Their posture is upright. They're showing up to these calls in a certain way. And in reality, it's like, this guy thinks that he's doing all he can and doing the best he can because he's like saying the correct words. Like, he's literally saying every little thing right because he's just reading off of the script. But the Chad is realized this and it's like, oh, well, what I say is only 7% of it. It's more like how I say, how I show up, my intention, how I see myself. And he sees himself as the expert. His intention to see if his prospect would be a good fit to work with him. And he shows up to the call like a fucking Chad, like a beast. And he just closes the deal. because he can actually be present and be there and be truthful with his prospect. And his prospect can actually like feel like he's being heard because this guy's listening and this guy's digging into those points, and, building the emotional momentum. And that is kind of the biggest difference that I want you guys to understand. The 3 levels of conversation. So I kept this kind of glacier themed because it's literally like a glacier visual, and I'll show you what I mean. But the 3 levels of conversation is something that you should never be thinking about during a sales call. Okay, this should never be, going across your head. You really should be on the sales call just trying to figure out what's going on, right? Defining their situation, figuring out where they actually want to go, seeing if you'd be a good fit. That's literally the only focus, right? And so that's why I'd be careful, right? But I just want you guys to know what these are so that when you're reviewing calls, when you're seeing what happened, you can kind of see what level these guys were at and have like a little bit of a specific identifying system so you can see basically how to get into a deeper level of conversation where there's more emotional buy-in. So there are 3 levels of conversation, and to close any deals, you must reach level 2 or level 3. You have to. And if you close any deals in the past, that means you have reached level 2 or level 3. Because let me tell you something. It's like a glacier. Okay? And ideally, I like the middle section to be a little bit smaller and the bottom section to be a little bit bigger. But for the agency reason, like I think that this actually perfectly replicates things because it really doesn't take a masterful sales guy to get to like fucking, a 30% close rate. It really just takes, a solid level 2, a deep down discovery, understanding where they're at. And the first level is the surface level. Okay, so this is level 1. This is above the water. I want more leads. I need more work. This is what the prospect is saying to you. And at this level, it's very, very simple, right? There's no like deep discovery yet. There's no like special questions or anything like that because all the answers are just like, 1-word answers, some simple stuff. And that's level 1. Level 1 is the surface level. So these contain, this level contains questions like, how many jobs did you guys do last month? Or what's your biggest constraint in the business? Or how many leads did you get last month? And in the surface level, there is no urgency. There's no trust. There's binary answers. The prospect is usually emotionally detached from the whole call, and you sound like everyone else. So if you stay in the surface level on the call, which if you go through a glossary of sales questions in a sales script, like you will stay at the surface level, they walk away feeling like nothing even happened in the call at all, regardless of what they tell you at the end. So what's weird is that the people that get stuck in their like head, like they're just kind of like stuck in their head trying to figure out what to ask and what to do, like those are the people that just are stuck in level 1 always. And so when you're thinking, what question should I ask next? Instead of being present in the moment, listening to what they're saying, you are asking questions. Yes. Especially if you're going on your sales script, like looking for questions and asking them, but you aren't creating any emotional momentum whatsoever. And emotional momentum is like the compounding of emotional energy and weight that builds throughout a sales call. So what's powerful is that like throughout the sales call, you were digging into all these points. You were digging into this, all these pain points and all of these little aspects of their lives of, trying to define why what they're doing isn't working for them. Right. And this progressive emotional momentum, it's just being built and built and built. It's increasing their emotional buy-in. And it's kind of like the alignment between how they feel and who they want to become. Right. And this emotional momentum is created. They're getting deeper with you. They're feeling more comfortable and opening up to you. And if you go on 2 or 3 separate calls, like you won't have any emotional momentum because like in between calls, when they're not talking to you, doubt is building inside of their head. Like you can think about this, like as soon as they hop off the sales call with you, there's a plant that gets seeded in their brain and it's slowly growing from that point onwards. And it's doubt. It's doubt that you can actually do what you say you can do. Right. And that's why it's really important to get the payment and actually close these guys on one call. Because if you have 3 calls or 4 calls, you have all this time between each call and you have all this doubt built up that inevitably they probably just won't go with you. And so that's why high ticket sales is typically on one sales call, right? And If you close a deal at level 1, like, congratulations, because I think it's pretty much impossible, especially for an agency where you just ask like no questions. Because like these guys don't have that high level of a buy-in in the beginning. Like if someone comes in the call with the most insane level of buy-in where they're like, oh, I've wanted this service forever, you know, it's kind of like going to Best Buy and like asking them for, you know, or like going and buying a computer. It's like you might have been wanting a computer for a long ass time, so your emotional buy-in is so high that like you will buy it no matter what. You know, and there's very few prospects that will get on a call with you with that, you know, level of emotional buy-in where they literally just like know of who you are and what you do, so they'll just like want to pay you money. But most of them will just like come in with a pretty low level of emotional buy-in and not really have much. And it's your job to just increase that and take them from a state that's, you know, it's like a low emotional buy-in stage to a high emotional buy-in stage with the energy that you have in order to show them who they could become in order to actually achieve their goals and who they want to become, you know. So, but like I said, though, the buy-in for our product is, you know, it's generally quite low just because of like the sheer amount of people that are offering leads and appointments and lead gen and all this stuff. There's a ton of agencies out there, but this is totally fine. Like there's nothing wrong with this. There's no bad thing about that or anything. Like we just have to be better at sales. That's the key. And this section is all about surface level awareness, right? So it's all about like asking them questions about just like collecting data. Like that is pretty much all surface level is, you know, made to do in that initial call. Like we're in that first, in that sales call, right? Where you're asking them questions and you're, you know, trying to create and increase that gap just to figure out where they are and where they want to be and if they'd even be a good fit for you. You're asking, first of all, you're in the level 1, right? You start in level 1, you're asking these surface level questions, you're collecting data, you're figuring out how many jobs they're doing, how much revenue they're making, how many leads they're getting, how many clients they have, like all of these questions. That's just kind of collecting data. It's not really doing anything. It's just giving you a little bit more information. But when they give you those answers, you can begin to start breaking down into the action level or level 2. And level 2 looks like, I want more work so I don't have to worry about money, or I want to lose weight to be more confident in my life. Now, level 2 is action level. So these are questions like, what are you doing to solve this right now? What have you tried so far? How long has this been happening? So when they answer and they're like, oh, well, things have been really slow. I've only gotten like, you know, 6 leads in the last month. You're like, oh my God. You might say, oh shoot, okay, well, how long has this been happening? You know, and that's how you like kind of know that you're getting into the level 2. And you realize like what I said there is like the prospect said things are getting slow. Though that way of saying that, like things are getting slow, that's a container word. And I'll explain more what that means soon. But the goal for this section of the call is to begin to agitate the gap between the effort and the outcome. So they can slowly begin to separate those two diamonds, right? That you remember, the red and the green one. And where a lot of people go wrong is in sales calls, they ask a bunch of discovery questions and they're like, question, okay, question, okay, question. And they go through their sales script. But at the end of the call, when they're about to pitch, that red triangle, that red diamond and the green diamond are still in the exact same place in the beginning because they never actually went into depth or went to like level 2 or level 3. You know, that's the problem. So with your set calls, so like setting appointments, so booking appointments, you know, with appointment booking systems and cold calling and cold SMS, like ideally you want to get to level 2. You know, if there's more emotional buy-in, they'll want to show more. Most decent salespeople just kind of live in this section and, you know, stay in level 2, and that's fine because you'll build some tension, you'll build some accountability, especially if you're pushing for the truth. Like you'll definitely get some people that are, you know, closer to the point where they want to start buying from you. But more importantly, like you are uncovering what they've been doing and where it's broken. So the way that you'll know whether or not you're in this section and in this level 2 is if you and your prospect are using container words. Okay, and what container words are words that simply have more meaning. So there are words that have meaning packed within them. For example, burning desire, needed help, light bulb moment, like work is slow. Like saying work is slow, that has a meaning, right? That means something. And by using those container words, that's how you kind of know that we're in level 2. In that, that why stage, or the action level, if you will. And so how this would actually look in the conversation is, what made you realize you needed this? Or like, how does that make you feel? What would that mean for you? What's the reason behind that? And the goal of this level 2 is to look for specifics. So specific numbers, we want specific metrics, because in surface level 1, we kind of just like got some data, some general data. And what's important about level 2 is that we're like exposing the truth behind that data to find specific numbers, specific details, specific revenue numbers, and using that to kind of like using the truth to kind of figure out what's actually going wrong and finding these areas that we can push on. Because yeah, level 1 was, about making them feel surface level awareness of their situation, right? So they kind of have a solid awareness of their situation. They kind of understand where they are. But level 2 is about making them feel emotional awareness. It's about making them have responsibility for where they are. And you have to be the person to quite literally hold up the mirror so they can see where they are and see their situation and see the emotional weight of their situation as well. And so when you're going through this discovery process on every single call and get to this action level, you begin to start asking deeper questions and you begin to start hearing container words from your prospects, write them down as well. If your prospect says that work has been slow, write down work has been slow on, your notes. Because I don't preach taking notes too much because it takes you away from the call. For some people, notes actually just only hurt than help because they hurt the presence that you have on the call. But it's always good to write down the container words so then you can use them against them. Right? And you can be like, I thought you said work has been slow. You can catch them in these not full of truths. And the reason why you can do that is if you have those container words known. These container words are doors, that you can quite literally use to progress the emotional momentum of the call and also the emotional buy-in. They're very, very important. They push the sale ultimately. In the discovery process, we can, it's very easy to get into the habit of just going question, next question, okay, next question, okay, next question, okay, next question. It's very easy to do that. And a lot of sales programs actually preach that, but I recommend being very intentional with these questions. And a way you can do that is by pre-framing each question. So pre-framing isn't actually an actual word in the English language, but it's a very, very helpful tool that you can use on these calls. Because if you're going through this deep discovery process, right, and you're just going question, you're going, okay, question, okay, question, okay, question, it can feel a lot like an interview, right? And I can tell you, if your prospect feels like they're being fucking interviewed, they're not going to open up to you. And more importantly, it won't feel like a conversation, right? It'll just feel like an interview. And if you want to get deeper with the prospect and you want to find out and get to this action level and get to this transformative level, which is level 3, you have to be very intentional with your questions. And a great way to do that is by pre-framing them. Pre-framing is a way of transitioning through questions. So think about it like this. If you're asking a question, you'd be like, how many leads are you guys getting? Instead of being okay, how many leads did you get last month? Instead of just being okay, and saying okay in between every single question, it's a way of just pre-framing the next question based off of their answer so it feels more conversational. So it's really all about just making the conversation flow smoother, making them, more importantly, feel more heard. And a great example is that okay, cool. So we've had a chance to kind of look at what you guys are doing right now. Now I want to understand what that's actually doing to you. Okay. Because it's all great to go over the, the shiny numbers and all that stuff, but I really want to understand how this is actually affecting you. So how is all of this affecting you? Especially how you show up to the job site. By saying all of that, instead of just saying, you ask a question and then you're okay, how is all this affecting how you show up to the job site? It's a very easy thing to be oh wow, that's a very salesy question. How is all this affecting how you show up to the job site, right? But by pre-framing the question and being like, yeah, so we've had a chance to look at how things have been going. And I kind of just want to understand a little bit more, like, how is all this affecting, how you actually show up to the job site? Like, is there an actual effect there or not? And by pre-framing that question in that way, we're able to dig much deeper into the prospect's eyes and just like actually get a real answer. Because like I can tell you a lot of the time, it's very hard for the conversation to like not feel like a fucking interview if you're not pre-framing questions properly. It's very, very important to do that. Otherwise, the prospect will just not open up to you properly and it won't even feel like a conversation in the first place. Number 3 is the transformational level. Okay. So this in the process is the deepest part of the call, right? This is when you're trying to like get to that identity level, right? Because we've had the surface level, we've collected data, we've gotten to the emotional awareness level. So what's the third thing, right? The first one's surface level awareness. The second one's emotional awareness. Then what's the third one? A good example is like, I want work so I don't have to worry about money, so I can provide for my children and be a role model. If I had that extra money, I can actually pursue my passions and be more fulfilled in life. Level 3 is the transformational level, and it's also known as the identity level. So level 1 is surface awareness, level 2 is emotional awareness, and level 3 is identity awareness. The goal of level 3 is to build emotional leverage by letting them see a truer version of themselves. What I mean by facilitating that transference of energy and like actually facilitating a transformation for them is by helping them see a better version of themselves. And a great example of this is that like when I was getting into that one coaching program, the sales rep was a very, very good, he was great at sales. And I actually, I was listening to the sales call process and, it's typical for a business owner to go on a sales call and be like, oh, I know what's going on. I know what's happening. But in actuality, like it worked so fucking well on me. I didn't even realize it because like he let me see like who I could become. He kind of made me like almost visualize and fucking feel this version of myself that's like an entrepreneur, that's successful, that travels, that isn't friends with his current friends, that's doing all these things that like are really special. And he allowed, like, he basically gave me the ability to see that version of myself. And with his energy, he allowed me to step into that version of myself. And in doing so, close the deal and make me pay a shit ton of money. Right? That is the transformational level. And at this stage, you are quite literally showing them who they need to be in order to hit their goals. Because a lot of these people, whether you're on like a call with, a 50-year-old business owner that doesn't know much about ads or whatever, it's like they are not right now in their current state. They are not the type of person that is good enough to just kind of run their own ads, figure out how to market and, make a bunch of money through social media platforms, right? They're not, that's just not who they are yet. And if you can show them that that's who they need to become, then they will buy from you because like it's all about expansion. Right? So if there's one word I could use to describe this level 3, it's expansion. Right? You're expanding on what they've currently said to you, and you transition from like what they're doing to who they believe they are. So all of this is done through expansion. So like basically in the discovery process, some good words you want to use and just kind of think about the discovery process as is just like presence, truth, and expansion. Okay. And by doing these things, you will kind of naturally just, get to at least level 2 and maybe even level 3. But you are expanding on everything they're giving you and deepening the process by taking it to an identity level. Because it's not anymore a process of like what they're doing. It's about who they are. And a great way to transition, first of all, a good way to transition from level 1 to level 2 is by asking why. Why are you doing that? Or how is that affecting you? But a great way to transition from level 2 to level 3 is how would that change how you view yourself? Because we're slowly seeping in and getting into that identity level. And so another gateway to level 3 is also by seeing how other people perceive them, like their family, their friends, their employees, their peers. And at this point, we have data from surface level 1. We have emotional momentum because they're like into the process. And now all we need to do is expand on it. Okay, so questions you might ask at the stage might sound like, how would that change how you see yourself? What would this unlock for the way you show up? And I mean, not just here, but like in life in general. A great way to think about this is that like in level 1, all you're doing is asking some surface level questions, collecting data, right? Level 2, you're holding up a mirror for them so they can start to see themselves and have emotional awareness for what's going on. And level 3, you are quite literally creating a mirror for them to look at with their future self on that mirror so they can begin to see who they need to become and step into that higher version of themselves to actually end up getting the result that they know they want. You know, level 2, the key indicator was container words. So level 1 was just, data. Level 2, we're starting to hear container words or, words that have meaning. And the key to know whether or not you're in level 3, you will hear the prospect say the words, I am. Okay? So level 2, container words. Level 3, I am. So you'll begin to hear the prospect say like, oh, I'm not the type of person to do this. Like, or I'm not the type of person to do that. Like, that is how you know that you're getting towards the sale or you're getting ready to almost start pitching, because like you're getting into that transformative level, but it's just really important that you expand. So I am is that key indicator for level 3. And in this stage, they'll start to sprinkle it in here and there, and you'll start to notice it. And that's kind of how you know that you're on the right track. But if their identity and how they see themselves is in line with the outcome we want, then it is game over. Think about the example of me going into that coaching program. My identity, the type of person I saw myself as the type of person to succeed and the type of person to make money online and be a successful entrepreneur, right? And that's how I saw myself, right? And what that sales rep did is he put up a mirror. He created a mirror and made me realize that I'm exactly who I need to be to hit the goal. I just don't yet have the right information to do so. And to actually get the result, I have to step into the higher version of myself and become the type of person to actually go through with things in order to actually get the result. And I went through the process. I bought the program. I got the result, and I was in a 10 times better situation. And this realization has to come from you. There's a reason why, like, you're creating a mirror so they can see themselves instead of like creating a new version of them, right? Because that realization has to come from them. They need to realize that they need to step into that higher version of themselves, and that has to come from them. However, you can cast identities out to them, by like noticing certain things. So that sales rep, I'm just like thinking about this while I'm explaining this to you guys, and everything that I'm telling you, he did to me, which just it's hilarious. But we can cast identities out to them. So, Mr. Prospect, I noticed you're more into pushing yourself and being more like growth minded. Like it seems like you kind of thought this out. Have you always been like that? And by casting these identities, they agree with them and they associate these things with their identity. And that like association with their identity kind of just strengthens it, because like if they already see themselves as the, the type of person that they need to actually get the result, then the thing is that like they're already going to buy, and the reason for this is because like the most powerful human force is to remain consistent with your identity. Like everyone is always just remaining consistent with their identity, because changing your identity it's difficult. Those are going to be the calls where you're breaking people and they're crying, they're questioning their whole identity and reality. But the people that are already growth minded and that already have the identity of what they need to succeed, like those are the types of people that will buy without a question, because they're already in that state, right? So once you are in level 3, this is also where you pre-handle objections. So at the end of the sales call, you're going to get something called objections. And these are going to be like the typical, like, let me think about it, or let me talk to my wife about it, or let me go through this and get back to you. Like there's so many different objections you can get, or like it's too much money, like all these things, right? And when you're in level 3, the emotional momentum is so heavy and there's so much buy-in at this point that you can handle these objections in the discovery process, Because let me tell you something. I'll cover more about objections, right, in the framework video, but I'm not going to make a whole video on objection handling because you shouldn't have that many objections if you're good enough. I want you to remember that handling objections comes from having a better discovery. That's pretty much it. So these are some objections that you can expect to get. And once timing, I don't think that this would work out timing wise right now. I need to wait, a few months. Finances, I don't have enough money. Spouse, I need to make sure my wife's okay with it and on board. There has to be a cost of inaction, right? So there's like a reason why, like it's more expensive basically to stay where they are right now than to actually make a decision. Being qualified, being the decision maker, because you could go through this whole process on a call with a sales rep that's not even the company owner, and then at the end find out, I'm not actually the company owner, so I can't make a decision. You know what I mean? So you must be able to handle all of these things at that level. But we'll cover more about objections in the future. But just understand that, like, once again, you should not have that many objections, okay? You should have almost none, always none. And the reason why is because you have a good enough discovery process, because you're actually digging into these pain points, right? And covering each and every one. And a lot of, like, these come from, like, for example, right? Let's say we're going with the spouse objection, right? And at this point, we're in the transformative level. So we're asking them questions and we're digging into concepts and we're asking why that is, what's going on, what's actually going on, and how is that affecting how you show up on a day-to-day basis, and how is that affecting how you act and all this stuff. It's like, okay, let me ask you this. Like, would your wife be on board with you doing something like this? Like, I'm just kind of curious. And so you can dig in and be like, wow, so this really shows up. It really shows up in how you show up to your family as well. So I'm assuming your wife would be on board with this then? I mean, obviously, yeah, especially if she gets to spend more time with you and stuff. Like, you just slowly, like, you dig more into these aspects, right? And at the end of the call, if he says, I want to talk to my wife about it, you're like, did you mention on the call that, like, your wife would be on board with this? And you can go deep into that objection, right? You can handle the fuck out of the objection and make them, like, think that they're not the man of the household and all that. There's a bag for objection handling, right? But all you need to understand is that if you have a good enough discovery process, objections isn't going to be your problem. Okay? Because no one has objection handling issues. Usually it's just they're not good enough at discovery. And that's fine. You just need to do more mock calls and take more calls in general, right? Do more discoveries. And the best way to handle objections is to basically have a deeper and more meaningful and overall better discovery process, because it's so much easier to pre-handle objections than to just, like, actually upfront handle them at the end of the call. So much easier. And the only way you do that is by having a better discovery. So another crucial point is that before you pitch, before you present your offer, before you share your screen or do any of this stuff or present your price, like, you have to get to level 3. It takes a lot of experience to know when someone's ready to buy, but you kind of just get this, like, feeling that they're almost at this point where they're ready to buy. But let me tell you something, like, if you're just asking surface level questions, they are not going to be ready to buy. Like, you have to dig really deep into this. And you have to, get these deep pain points and cover all these things and get it to an identity level and even cover these objections. And, like, once you do that, then you pitch, after have that cost of inaction covered, then before you know it, like, you got another client. You just got paid $4K, right? So before you pitch, before you present your offer, get to level 3 first. State management. So I believe this is one of the last sections of the video. State management is incredibly important. And I actually didn't realize that many people struggle with it because I've always been so good at it. But in sales, your state is simply the condition you're in. So this consists of your mood, your body, your thoughts, your posture, your emotions, your mindset. Like, if you're feeling bummed out and you're feeling, like, rough and angry and all this stuff, like, that's your state, right? And once again, it's basically how you are in that specific moment. So if you are taking the call in a negative state, you will find yourself self-sabotaging, underperforming, But in contrast, if you have like a high energy or you're kind of in like a flow state, you kind of just seem to close every single person you talk to. And what's interesting is that this is all about state management. State matters so much because, like I said earlier, buying is 80 to 90% emotional, right? It's not purely logical. So what's interesting is that neuroscience states that mirror neurons in your brain literally cause people to catch your feelings. People will quite literally reflect how you feel on the call. So if you come into the call upbeat, confident, and excited, the prospect's brain literally mirrors it. Like, they will be confident, they will be excited, they'll be upbeat. But vice versa, if you come to the call depressed, sad, anxious, and worried, like the prospect will have the same exact feelings, and they won't buy from you, right? So the art of state management is all about handling your emotions, being a stoic, if you will. And if you have negative self-talk before a call, it will distract you, tank your call, self-sabotage. And this kind of like inner chatter is what, controls most of your state most of the time. And it's really important to have, a good level-headed state just like in all areas of life and having that emotional baseline. Because let me tell you something. Like, let's say you don't have an emotional baseline, right? Let's say you're always all over the place and you're driving, right? Let's say you're driving to, I don't know, a friend's house, and you get this bad driver in front of you that almost rear ends you and does all this stuff and swerves and like pisses you off, and they put their middle finger up, and now your state's fucked, right? You're out of your emotional baseline. You're angry, you're upset. Like, and then that shows up how you show up to the sales calls later that day and how you book appointments and your client success calls and like everything. Literally everything. The people that can't control their emotional state, the people that don't have a solid emotional baseline, are much more likely to fail. Because let me tell you, like, let's say that happened to me. Let's say someone was fucking flipping me off in the car. I would just like be like, all right, move on. And I just wouldn't even think about it. That's literally the last thought I would ever have. And for some people, it would piss them off and make them angry and get them in a bad state. It's like, I didn't realize that that's like a skill, to be honest, but it is. You have to learn to be you have to learn to be at an emotional baseline, to not be changed by certain things that happen to you. Because like, I can tell you something that like, that shit does not matter. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing with your setting calls. It's like, let's say you're doing cold calling and you're doing like, I don't know, 200 or 300 dials, and your fifth call, you just get into dialing. Your fifth call, someone says, fuck you, never call me again, go die. For emotional babies and sensitive people that can't control their emotional baseline and state, they'll be like, oh, I'm so upset, I can't do this anymore. Oh, I can't take any more calls. It hurt too much, too painful. It's like, bro, how the hell are you ever going to succeed if you can't handle rejection from a random person you don't even know who they are? Like, if your mom says go die, like that's fair reason to be like fairly upset about yourself, right? Because that has a lot of, emotional weight to it. It's your mom. But if it's some random roofing contractor that's on the other fucking side of the planet, like, what are you doing getting upset about that? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why does that matter? Are you going to do you know them? Are you going to talk to them ever again in your entire life? No. So why are you allowing them to take that much emotional drain from you and like get you into such a negative flow state? I don't understand. And your state, this kind of state that you're in, underpins your presence, your intention, your identity, how you see yourself on these calls, which are, obviously those are like the key aspects of communication like we covered earlier. And it will really just like completely dictate how the calls go and how effective the conversation is. So it's very, very important to master this. And if your mindset is off in the distance, you will not able to be present on the call ever, really. If you're thinking about that guy that, fucking flipped you off in the road and you're on the sales call, it's like you will never be able to be present on the call. You won't be able to ask the right questions. You won't actually progress the emotional momentum. You won't close them. because your mind's somewhere else. And this is the power of managing your state. Because this happens on sales calls, setting calls, catch-up calls, everything. And without proper state management, if you have one bad sales call, then chances are every single call the rest of that day will be iffy. And that is not something you can afford. Because let me tell you, the key to having a consistent close rate isn't about having a consistent script and using a similar process. It's about being consistent within your state and allowing yourself to show up with 100% presence and being, having all and showing up with all of your effort to every single call you take. I will cover some tactics to kind of help manage that state, but you got to understand that like there's a lot of thoughts and habits that you have that are pretty much state killers. And there's a lot of different ways, to do this, but like honestly, just you need to become good at killing thoughts. Like if you have a bad thought that doesn't, serve you, just kill it. Be like, okay, I did not have that thought that didn't even exist. You need to learn to be good at that. But anyways, saying, I really need the sale, or what if they say no, or saying, ugh, this prospect sucks. Like this critical self-talk, saying, I suck, or they're better than me. Or when you're overthinking, like, oh, what if they say no? Or this won't even work even if I do sign them. It's like, or feeling unprepared and saying, oh, I really hope I remember everything on this call. Or just like physically neglecting your own needs by not eating, not sleeping, having too much caffeine, all of which just builds anxiety, fucks up your state. Like as humans, we do have a built-in negativity bias, right? So like every single positive thought we have, our brain seems to throw out about 3 negatives. What's incredibly interesting about this is that like it's all designed to keep us in survival mode, right? So you'll get these worst case scenario thoughts, right? They'll flood into your system and that'll give you cortisol and adrenaline, triggering this like fight or flight response. And the result is, you'll have like a faster heartbeat, shaky hands, a racing mind, because you're thinking of the worst case scenarios all the time, because every time you have a positive thought, you have about 3 negatives. And all of this stuff, right? These negative thoughts that are just like these worst case scenarios that are flooding into your system and giving you this adrenaline and triggering this response, like, and giving you a faster heart and all this stuff. It's like destroying your ability to sell. And it's very interesting biologically why this happens. And the reason is because humans are built to survive. We are built to be in survival mode, right? We're not built to thrive and expand and be creative and do all these things and succeed. We are built to survive, right? That's what we are built to do. And so it makes sense that this is a thing. Because if you're in the fucking African jungle and it's like, I don't know, however many years BC, and you need to survive. So you get meat from like one animal and you survive and you're like, oh, this meat's delicious. I'm glad I got this meat. I need to cook it now. And then you get 4 more negative thoughts. And it's like, but I could die any moment. There could be a killer stalking me right now. There's more animals I need to kill before they kill me. It's like you get all these negative worst case scenario thoughts that sound crazy to you right now because we're in the 21st century. But like, if you think about that for a second, that makes sense biologically to have this negativity bias where we think of the worst case scenarios because we're geared to survive. We are not geared to thrive. That's not how we're built. If humans didn't have this, bro, everyone would probably be rich and rich, famous millionaires. But the problem is that like if everyone was like that, then there would be no value in it, right? But this all comes from really mastering your state. So you need to actively interrupt these flawed patterns and be better than that. You need to control your emotional state and control that emotional baseline. And to do so, it will honestly take pretty much more reps than anything else. Like that'll be the biggest needle moving thing for you, is just taking more calls, doing more practice, booking more meetings, and practicing being in that state. However, I do have some helpful, action items that you can kind of utilize. So right now, literally while watching this video, I don't know if you need to pause it or whatever, or if you have a paper near you, but go grab a piece of paper and go ahead and draw a line down the middle to create 2 columns. Once that's done, once you got 2 columns in the paper, in the left column, write down the reasons why you lose sales and lose bookings. And if you haven't done like any, too much sales yet or too much booking, you should have already at this point. Like, I don't think I'm really accepting too many like fresh beginners into this program, but the chance that I am, then, I guess write down the traits of people that you think would lose, sales and, lose bookings and all that stuff. The traits of those people. And in the right column, write things or words that bring you or remind you of being in that successful state where things just kind of seem to flow, where you got the result, or even just like the qualities of people that operate at higher frequencies than you, right? If you write those qualities down on the right side, then here's what you need to do. Once you have a list of, 20 to 30 words, and I would recommend just pausing this, doing this now, writing all these words down, go through those words and find 3 words that stand out to you. And I'm assuming you guys haven't seen the show called Severance, but there's a show where basically like these workers there's actually a chip in their brain so they actually can't remember what goes on at work. But what they do is they, use this computer and they choose these numbers that basically feel something. They have a feeling. So they're on this little computer screen and they choose these numbers that have this feeling to them. And they do that. And that's their whole job. And so go through this list of paper, like go through these words, and just there's going to be like 3 or 4 words, maybe 2 or 3 words that just stand out to you. That make you feel some type of way. And you need to find those words and then write them down. And these will be your 3 anchor words. These will be the words for you to set your state for success. So and maintain that state as well. So what's great is that you can write these words on a piece of paper. And honestly, I would recommend putting it out on your wall. So taping down these words to the wall. But an example of these words could be like grounded, curious, and challenging, right? And you should either print these 3 words out, hang them up on the wall right across or above your computer so you can see them every day, or set them as your background. And what's great about these words is that before and after every single sales call or every single cold, maybe not cold call, but maybe a warm setting call or something, you will take 3 deep breaths and then say these 3 anchor words. So let's say you have a sales call, right now it's, I don't know, let's say it's 2:55, right? You're getting into the process. You're about to take a sales call at 3. And before the sales call, what you want to do is take 3 deep breaths. Be like, grounded, curious, challenging. And you just want to stay grounded by saying those 3 words, thinking about those words, meaning those words. And if you do this, it will help you get into the state you need to be. By taking those deep breaths, it'll just kind of clear your mind and prepare you. Because if you do this for every call, after every sales call, let's say you have a bad sales call and you get off the call and you're like, you 3 deep breaths and you're grounded, curious, challenging. And then you just feel it just doesn't seem as bad. You're I had a bad sales call, but I need to stay grounded, curious, and keep challenging. And you do that for every single call. It will slowly reinforce your state and your identity and create a habit of being those traits. So it's very, very overpowered, and over enough calls, it'll really seep into your identity, because eventually it'll become habit, it'll eventually become instinct, and then it'll be basically just be a part of you. You'll start to be the type of person that's grounded, or be the type of person that's curious, and that's how you'll see yourself, and that's how you'll start to close more deals. So this is a good tip to help manage your state on these calls. Another thing you can do is in the morning, just when you wake up, tell yourself today is going to be a good day. Right? Just tell yourself that in the morning, anchor your state in the morning, be calm, collected, just tell yourself it's going to be a good day. And I would also recommend listing out what you're grateful for. So I have a journal for this that I like to use. It was actually a journal from one of my girlfriends in the past that got it from Italy. It's a beautiful journal, and I basically write down what I'm grateful for in it. I do that pretty often. But if you want to focus mainly on your state for sales performance in general, what you want to do is, 1, you can watch a good sales call that you've had in the morning to kind of set you in the right mood and state, because you're going to have a day of calls, right? So it'll kind of get you in, anchor your state and get you in the mood for all these calls. Because if you watch one good call from you and you're not oh, this is a terrible call, then you'll actually be quite proud of yourself and be wow, this is great. And the rest of the day, it'll be much, much better, right? In addition to the 3 words and the deep breaths. And also, before bed, watch a bad sales call before bed, okay? Because like you can get feedback and like learn about what you did wrong, but that's after you've taken all the calls for the day. Because what's interesting about being an agency owner is that you have to take so many calls every day in the beginning when you're going from like 0 to 20K a month. And it's very important that you can manage your state throughout the whole day of calls. And the best way to do that is by setting yourself in the beginning, in the morning, just being like, here's a great call. Let's watch it. Let's see how it was, how it felt to be there, how it felt to, operate at that higher frequency. And then towards the end of the day, like you watch a bad call because that's where you actually learn, right? That's where we're actually learning, tackling the painful task of watching a bad call, but that's where we learn the most. But every single call, you will reinforce these words and they will eventually become instinct and they will seep into your identity. So just please remember that state management is a skill and you will improve at it. But if you can't even manage your state about like simple things in life that happen to you, then you're probably not, you're probably pretty fucked. So you have a lot of work to do. Because like if you're a victim to your state, things will just get to you and you will never be able to succeed. So you cannot be a victim to your state. You have to control your reality. It's the same thing with, the bending reality and the mindset module. It's like you will never change your reality if you're a victim to it. If you think that everything is happening and you can't control it. It's like if you're a victim to your reality won't change. It's the same thing with your state. If you're a victim to your state, it won't change. Like you control this and you have to control it. Otherwise, you're not going to perform very well. Just having that emotional baseline is everything. The people that operate at just like a better frequency, that are just like usually more successful, they always seem to have very, very good state management. Nothing affects them other than things that actually truly have meaning, right? That's a trait of super successful people that I've found. And I've seen that among my friends as well. Identity-based selling. So who you are off the call is who you are on the call. Let me repeat that. Who you are off the call is who you are on the call. If you want to be better at sales, you have to be better off the call. Your identity seeps into your sales calls, because whatever you think, whatever you believe, it really will influence all of your results. Similar to the mindset module, you must quite literally take some time to find who it's going to take to actually hit your goal and then become that person. It's the same thing with sales. And you have to change your identity because if you can consistently act in a way, right? Consistently have the thoughts and consistently build these habits, that eventually it'll become instinct, right? Over 60 to 90 days. And then that will seep into your identity. And eventually you'll be good at sales. Because right now, you might not see yourself as the best sales rep, right? Because you don't have that much experience. But first of all, focusing on your current ability is, flawed. And I'll explain that soon. But the thing is that be very careful about who you think and who you see yourself as, But in short, just have the intention at becoming the best. And over enough time, over enough action, and enough calls taken, you will genuinely think that you are the best. And that only comes from building habits, doing things repeatedly for 30 days straight, and then 60 or 90 days for the instinct, and then eventually it seeps into your identity. And then you see yourself as the type that's very, very good at sales and that's crushing it and doing all this and that. But every time that you have a thought that doesn't serve you, kill it. It's the same thing in the mindset module. If you have a broke thought, or a low frequency thought, and you're thinking about doing something that that's not incongruous to your goal and that doesn't serve you, you need to learn how to kill that thought. Kill that idea. It's because we can't always control our thoughts, right? Because our thoughts create our beliefs create our reality, etc. And we'll get thoughts and they'll be like, oh, I should have closed this. I'm not very good at sales. That thought, it doesn't serve you, so kill it. That should be removed from your brain instantly. And you need to be good and, learn to just remove thoughts that aren't good for you. And I've been doing this very recently with drinking, for example. For example, I was walking home on a Friday night after a workout at 11 p.m. And I was like, oh, wow, I kind of want to go out and drink and, hang out with some friends. Instantly, I killed that thought. That wasn't even a thought that existed in my head after that moment. Because it doesn't serve me. So something that's really, really powerful is that sales isn't really something you do. It's kind of who you become. And sales really takes a lot of training and takes a lot of effort and, repetition to get good at. But it's not something that you just kind of do. It's truly who you become. You need to become the type of person that, crushes it in sales. So I want you guys to remember this. Never focus on your ability. It doesn't matter whatsoever how good you are at sales right now. I don't care if you have a ton of experience. I don't care about any of it. It doesn't matter. Okay? Because if you only focus on your current ability, it will always entrap you. Like, if you constantly focus on your current sales ability, whether it's really good or really bad, you will never be able to grow from that. Because if you already think that you're the best there is at sales, you won't be able to grow from that. If you already think that you're the worst at sales, you won't be able to grow. You'll always be insecure. You'll always feel like shit. You'll always never be confident. It's like you won't succeed. So never focus on your current ability in sales, okay? Instead, focus on intention. Focus on intention, you guys. Intention will give you forward momentum. It'll it's what you intend to do. It's who you intend to be. If you focus on your current ability in sales, it'll sound like in your head, you'll be like, I've never closed a deal before. It's not my ability to close. That's what you'll, think. And that's what you will feel that's your ability. Right. But it's like, obviously if you're focusing on that, then you're not going to close anyone, anytime soon because you think you're bad at sales. It's going to affect how you show up, your present, your intention, your literally everything. But if you focus on intention, it sounds like, I want to be this person that is great at sales and I intend to step into that higher version of myself. And if you constantly have that intention, then it's infinite. You can always improve. You always will take the action to figure out how to grow because you intend on becoming just better, right? You're not focusing on your current ability. Ability traps you. Intention is infinite. And when you actually show up fully to these calls, you're confident in yourself, you're aligned, you're certain, you're emotionally present, you're active, you're looking for the truth, you're being truthful. You're no longer just selling. You're leading and facilitating a change in their life through a transformation by letting them see the version of themselves that they need to in order to hit the goal that they want. And so a good salesman sells a product, a great salesman sells a future or a transformation. People don't buy products, they buy feelings, status, identity, and results. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Now we're going to go into the roadmap of just kind of how this module is going to go from now on. By now in the process, you have a solid fundamental understanding of sales, right? You understand a little bit about it. And in the next few videos, we will cover setting in the next one, how to take calls, operations, everything else that you need to close at a high percentage, and then also eventually build teams to remove yourself from the process. But if you feel a little bit lost, don't worry. It's completely normal. Just know that everything will make sense in the coming videos. The expectation, though, for everyone in this program is to watch this video alongside every other video in the sales module multiple times so you can truly internalize all this information that I'm telling you and also, more importantly, apply it through actual reps and execution. Because keep in mind that you cannot become a great sales rep overnight. You just can't. You can't just watch this module and instantly be good at sales. The best sales reps have taken hundreds or even thousands of meetings and have used coaching and materials to constantly grow because they intended on becoming the best and not focused on their current ability, right? So you won't simply just, again, watch this module and close at 30%. It won't happen, but it will take reps. That's okay. So if you think that you aren't great at sales or you aren't capable of closing huge deals, I want you to, first of all, stop focusing on your current ability and focus on intention. Then second of all, take 30 sales calls, watch this module 2 to 3 times throughout that time, and come back, and I guarantee you won't have that thought even in your brain. And at the end of the day, I can give you all the sales training in the world. I can give you all the modules, all the best information, all the best coaching, but it is your job to constantly do repetitions and to do relentless effort and execution, because that is what will truly separate you from all of the unsuccessful people in the space. But once again, sales is, one of those skills that comes from experience, repetition, coaching as well. Like, these videos will help a lot, right? But they won't be what takes you from a beginner to an expert. Hundreds of reps, relentless effort, constant grind, constant hunger. That is what will make you great at sales. The most inspiring person is the one overcoming the fear of doing something, not the person who is excellent at it. So I'm going to leave you guys with a crazy action item. This will really, really test your commitment to not only this program, but also to your own growth. So I just want to keep that in mind. It's the second one. But the first one is complete 5 mock calls. So with mock calls, it's like basically a practice call with someone else in the program. So I went ahead and included a resource in the description of this video so you can go ahead and check it out. And that basically it'll explain to you how to conduct these mock calls with people. But what you want to do is find someone that's better than you, take a mock call with them, and have them explain to you like a little bit more about the discovery process and how it should go. And, actually just see what it looks like. Because right now you have no knowledge on, the framework, and you don't even know how these calls should look and how, and that's fine, right? But you understand some fundamentals of why people buy. You understand like how you need to have a good intention, and you understand all these things about neuroscience, about its emotion, which is great. So what I want you to do is find someone that's better than you in sales and complete 5 mock calls. So book 5 spots in the calendar, ideally 5 different people, and just basically complete these 5 mock calls and learn everything you can from these guys, because obviously they're going to be further ahead than you. Don't just do this with someone that's, as a beginner as you. Just do someone that has at your skill level or better, ideally. But complete 5 mock calls. You must do that. And then the second thing is buy the book called Neuroselling by Jeff Bloomfield. So this is a great, great book that has a really a ton of insanely good information about, neuroscience and selling in general. And I went ahead and included the link to Amazon, I guess the US one in the description, although I'm not even in the US right now. But go ahead, if you are truly committed to becoming a great sales rep, that I can't recommend this book more. You must, and there's a difference between reading a book just to read it and just to gloss over it, and also just like internalizing it and taking notes on everything. Treat it like it's one of these videos in the program. Take notes on it, write sticky notes, write summaries. Just do everything you can to learn, because I'm telling you guys, if you can become a killer at sales, then you can quite literally like half the amount of time it takes to get, to where you want to go. So I hope you guys can understand that, but I hope you enjoyed this video. More importantly, the next one is about setting. So I'll see you there. Have a good rest of your day, and thanks for watching. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland, and welcome to Setting Mastery. So this video is going to go over setting in its entirety. We're going to go over how to set, why setting, what's important about setting, how to actually handle these conversations in a better way and get the result that you're actually looking for, right? Because setting is very, very important. Setting is the art and act of booking appointments, right? That's another way to put it. And the people that can set and the people that can't set, it is a very, very large indicator as to why someone can't succeed if they can't set, right? So where someone learns fundamentals with setting depends on, their experiences in the past and everything like that. But a lot of these like theories, fundamentals, philosophies, and kind of just methods in general are, there's not too many of them. It's just about like how well you can recognize them and like when to use which one, and just kind of like, it really just comes more from experience. And that's the reason why this video is designed to be watched more than 5 times, right? You should be at least watching this video 3 to 5 times, coupled with, insane execution, solid practice, good effort. Because if you can do that, you will be so much better at setting appointments. And this will speed run the whole progress of your agency, because setting is very, very important, you guys. This is like extremely important. It affects quite literally everything that you do in the business, especially in the beginning, right? And, I spent like 6 to 12 months doing door-to-door sales before I even got into like online business. And those skills of being able to just like mirror people and like frame things in a way that leads towards a sale, and like, acting confident and just having a good tone so they don't, actually like physically slam their door on me, right? Like those are the things that I developed during that time. And oftentimes I wondered, because I had a friend that had no prior experience and just got into booking appointments and, cold calling and doing all this stuff. And I was able to book like a ton of appointments and do super, super well. My show rate was like 80 or 90%. Yet my friend would have a hard time even booking one a day. And then if he did get one, it wouldn't even show, right? So it's like, I asked myself, like, what could be the difference? And honestly, if I were to answer that question today, the difference is how much time he spent versus me actually like selling. You just need to sell more. You need to be uncomfortable more. You need to talk to more prospects. You need to practice and execute more. And that really is the difference between someone that's terrible and someone that's an A player, right? So I hope that I can really instill that in you and just make sure that you can watch this video 3 to 5 times alongside practice and execution, because the more you practice, the more you actually execute on the stuff that's in this video, and the more you actually watch this video in the first place, the better you'll become at setting. And inevitably you'll be able to, train your team better, ramp up setters in a more efficient way, create that, and basically succeed more just in general, right? This will also help on your sales calls. Everything will be good from this, right? So let's jump in. Here's what we're going to cover. Mindset / identity, who you are on the call. Communication, how you interact on the call. Conversation, what you actually do on the call. Objection handling, and finally, effortless execution. Thankfully, setting calls are, they're pretty simple. They're not crazy long. They're not crazy complicated. There's no cameras involved. It's usually, there's only a few different sources. There's only a few usually different types of people that you'll run into, especially, building an agency. And it's not that complicated. So I want to make sure you guys understand that, like, the bag does go much deeper, right? This gets way more complicated. It gets way more harder for, higher level setting. But if you just want to hit like a measly 20K a month, 10K a month, like with a, 70 to 90% show rate with, a 5% ABR, like if you want to do these things, then this should be enough. And I'm not just saying watching this video once. Watching this video once won't give you those results. But watching this video 3 to 5 times alongside, ruthless execution and practice iteration, it will, right? Keep in mind that almost everything that you guys learned in the last video, or sales fundamentals, largely applies to setting as well. If the material of last video has become foggy to you in any way, shape, or form, please just go back and rewatch it, okay? It's not worth it to just like risk being foggy and not really knowing, oh wait, is that how I should do it? Or is what are the 4 types of communication? Like, you should know this stuff, right? And that's the point of these videos. It's not so you can watch them once and maybe, make some changes. It's so you can watch them multiple times and really internalize the information. So if the material has become foggy in any way, just go back and rewatch it, okay? You have 24 hours in a day. The videos are only, an hour to 3 hours long each. And it's really impactful. It really helps. So this sales module is incredibly powerful, right? And I expect you to watch it multiple times. Once again, I'm going to say this again. In addition to constant practice in order for you to internalize it. Because just learning is not enough. You can learn pretty much as much as you want, but the problem is that people are afraid to execute. People don't execute as frequently as they should. And it shows in their lack of ability. And you might be saying, Owen, I'm not a setter. I want to be a business owner. I am a business owner. Great. Cool. But setting is one of the most important skills to have as an agency owner and ultimately a business owner. And it will strongly determine whether or not your agency is able to succeed like in the first place. It's very powerful. It's very important as well. And you can't just remove yourself. And you might be asking yourself, why? Because in the beginning, setting is the lifeline of your entire business, right? So honestly, you need to be able to set extremely well. You need to be a fucking world-class setter. And that's so important, right? It'll take time. Getting over the accent or handling accents, or just becoming better at being on the call with these prospects. It seems difficult in the beginning, but it's very exponential and it's very easy once you get the hang of it, right? And once you can get a consistent booking rate, get a consistent show rate, like it's pretty easy to scale. So what is setting? Setting is short for setting or booking appointments. Whether we are an actual SDR, or a setter, or an agency owner, or a business owner in general, if you're in the high ticket space like online, chances are there's setters being utilized, right? It's very crucial. And SDR, by the way, means sales development representative. So you can think of a sales rep like a sales representative, and then this was sales development representative. So it's something that like develops the sale, right? Gets it to a point where they can get on a call. Every majorly successful high ticket offer you see online has SDRs or setters, right? And whether you're selling marketing to local businesses, content management to creators, or basically literally anything that costs more than a few $1,000s online that requires sales calls, there's very high chances that setters are being utilized in a major way. A lot of scaling issues, dude. You can take any fucking online consulting, coaching, or agency, or any online business like that whatsoever, info, and literally just implement paid ads and setters, and you literally have like a cash printing machine. Unfortunately, just doing paid ads is not enough. Like, you have to have setters, you have to be good at setting, you have to be comfortable with setting frequently, and it will majorly impact everything you do. They're a crucial part of the process, right? Because they are the preparatory step towards the sales call. They're right before the sales call. So like, you can honestly tell whether or not someone's like even gonna consider buying based on that setting call, right? It's got to be very, very important. It's the first touch point, right? So if you plan on signing plenty of clients, which you should be if you're in this program, you must learn to be a world-class setter. Luckily, this video should be all you need to do so, given that you watch it 5+ times and more importantly, practice and execute frequently. Not just frequently, as often as you possibly can. A kind of harsh truth that I don't think a lot of people realize is that when you start an agency, 90% of your job in the beginning is just setting appointments. That's all it is. Because if your business stops setting appointments and your business isn't growing organically, then like you will die out naturally, right? And here's how to know whether or not your business is growing organically. Obviously, you probably know, but if your churn rate, which is the percentage of clients that leave you on a given month, is higher than your referral rate, which is the percentage of your clients that refer you on a given month, then your business is not growing organically. And what happens is that means your product isn't good enough. Because a healthy business, for example, this business that I'm running right now, my referral rate is much higher than my churn rate. And so my business is growing almost without me. That's because the product's good, right? So that's why in the beginning, because when you don't have that much of a product and you don't have it built out that much, it's crucial that you continuously set appointments. You force it to grow because they're the fuel of your business. So we must learn to master the ability to set appointments and do outreach successfully. So you're probably saying, okay, oh, and I'm probably just going to outsource it, so it doesn't really matter. Wrong. You couldn't be more wrong. Before you can even consider removing yourself from the process, you have to be good at it. Okay? You can't, you can hire A players, right? You can hire people that are very, very good past your skill grade. And that's honestly recommended eventually. But how do you know to recognize an A player without being one? How do you ramp up an A player that isn't one, that needs to be one? How do you, you just have to be good at it before you can even think about outsourcing it well. The people that rush to outsource and don't, say, oh, I'm just going to remove myself from the process. Those are the people that usually fail. Because typically the reason why they're outsourcing is because they don't want to do it. If you don't have that mental resilience, then you're probably not going to do too well, right? Why? Hiring setters / SDRs is all about culture and skill. Yeah, truly. To build a successful team, or even just one single appointment setter, you have to know the ins and outs of setting so you can properly do so. They're going to be asking questions. They're going to be, expecting training. There's a lot to it, right? And you need to be able to give them feedback and tips on improvement. And unfortunately, just watching this video 5 times isn't enough, right? You need to actually do it, a lot. So if you thought that you could just outsource your way to 30K a month, I want you to reconsider and think again. I don't think you can. You could get lucky and just hire a really fucking good sales rep that closes at 60%. But if you want a healthy agency, you build it and scale it right, just become a good setter first, okay? And so this video applies to pretty much every version of setting, right? Everything. Cold calling, cold SMS calling, DM setting, paid ad confirmation calls, organic inbound, and there probably will be more methods in the program for setting, but for right now, it applies to all of this. It's just setting, the act of setting appointments, right? It's super general. So basically every outbound, every inbound method, every almost paid method as well, everything that just includes talking to a prospect and setting an appointment or confirming an appointment, right? This video applies to that. So it's an understatement that you need to learn to be the best possible setter, right? If you want to sign an abundance of clients, if you want to be super successful, you have to be very, very good at setting. What most people do is try to avoid setting appointments, try to avoid outreach, and just outsource it or remove themselves or just try to immediately run paid ads. But becoming a great setter is extremely important because if you're a bad setter, chances are you're not going to be that great at at closing. So the most natural step to become the best closer is to become a good setter first. And so if you want to become the best closer and sales rep, you must learn to be the best setter first. So let's take a second real quick, right? Let's just consider and think about what setting could affect, right? Setting could affect your pitch rate, your resonation rate, your booking rate, your show rate, your close rate, your churn rate, your literally everything in your business. Setting literally affects everything. First of all, it is the life of your business, right? You need appointments to grow. Second, if you want to close appointments, they need to actually show, and I want you guys to remember this. The difference between a good show rate and a bad show rate is the ability of the setter. Let me read that again. The difference between a good show rate and a bad show rate is the ability of the setter. This is crucial that you guys understand this because getting just a name and an email and a time in the calendar isn't enough anymore. It's just not. It's clear. And people misunderstand that their show rate bottleneck, right? If their show rate's 20%, it's your show rate. There's almost no niche where your show rate should be less than 50%. And if it's less than 50% or 45%, then chances are it's probably your bottleneck. And it's not because of the lack of reminders or because they don't know how to join the meeting, but it's usually just how the appointment was set. Think about it. If you're a business owner and you're going on a call with some random person that's trying to pitch you a meeting and they don't do a good job, you don't really see value, then why the fuck are you going to show up to the appointment? Everyone in this agency space says the goal for outbound or inbound is just to get an email, get someone to agree to a time, get them in the calendar and set the appointment, right? But I want to cause a bit of a paradigm shift. The goal of an outbound message or attempt at booking someone is not to get their name on your calendar, okay? It's to actually help them through your services. And this might seem predictable, but when people do outbound or set appointments, they simply just have the intention of getting a yes and a slot in the calendar. And that might have been enough in 2010, but nowadays, it just isn't quite that simple. You have to use the tactics in this video and knowledge I have for you to make them actually want to show up. Because I can tell you when you're sitting there cold calling and you book, 5 appointments and you're like, nice, I booked 5 appointments today. It was a great day. But all you did was have the intention of trying to get an email and then a name and a time in the calendar. And that's literally all you focused on. I'm willing to bet that almost none of those people will show up. And I know that sounds insane because how could so many people not show up? But nowadays, instead of just pushing around cold callers or pushing around people that are trying to reach out and do outbound and, cursing them out and doing all this and expending all this energy, what most of them do is just mindlessly say yes, because it's so much easier to say yes than no. Think about it if you were a business owner, right? You got called by a cold caller and you just, you're getting a call. They were trying to ask you questions. You were just kind of mindlessly answering the questions because you wanted to just move on with the call and you didn't want to, rudely hang up. And then the guy's like, let's get you on an appointment. I'll schedule you in for tomorrow if that works. And then what time works for you and what's your email? And the guy's like, oh, email is johnnycash345678@gmail.com. 3 p.m. works. And then he's like, okay, have a good day. Like, that's all that happens. And usually the setter will go back in the, the recording and listen to the email to try to book them in. But it's like, they just mindlessly said yes and gave you an email, not because they wanted to show up to the meeting, just because they wanted to get you off the phone. There's so many people reaching out to all these business owners nowadays, and that's really just a common way of rejecting you, is actually by accepting you, which is super, super interesting, right? That's something that a lot of people don't really understand. So in order to become the best setter, you must be comfortable with the idea of taking on the identity of a great setter. Okay? Like I mentioned previously, appointments are the fuel for your business, right? So if you can become absolutely lethal as fuck at setting them, like super, super good booking rate, super good show rate, you will scale so much faster than everyone around you. Whether you're running paid ads, whether you're running inbound, whatever you're doing to get appointments, like, you will scale so much faster. And in the appointment booking module, whether you decide to use the cold calling methods, the cold SMS, or really any other methods in the module, like, it's crucial that you understand that the people that skip directly to closing or outsourcing without spending significant amounts of time, setting appointments in the trenches, learning the ropes, those types of people that don't do those things are typically much worse off. They end up worse at closing. They end up giving up sooner. Their agencies stop because they aren't comfortable with continuously setting. The mental resilience that you build from setting appointments constantly will train you to be comfortable with feeling through the pain of growing a business, because there's going to be a lot of things that challenge you, right? Let's say you have a CSM leave you. You have your first ever churn or your first ever refund request. There's a lot of painful things that can happen, and if you can just at least be comfortable with setting appointments, then you'll find that if you could do some painful things in your business, everything else will feel a little bit easier, right? Because your pain tolerance changes. So for a quick recap of last video, I'm not going to go too much into depth here, but so remember the 3 levels: the surface level, the action level, and then the transformative level. You don't want to just stay in level 1. A lot of people have this misconception that if you build out any pain in the setting call whatsoever, people aren't going to show. And it's just not true, right? Because we're increasing emotional buy-in. They will show, as long as we just don't piss them off, right? Or go way too unnecessarily deep. So as a setter, to be a good setter, to have good emotional momentum, in the sales process, you want to go to level 2. The trap of a setter is staying in level 1. So if you can get to level 2, to that action level on setting calls, there's so much more emotional buy-in. They actually care about the call. They actually want to show up. They're incentivized to show up because they think it can actually change their lives. And that can only happen if you get past that surface level. I want to tell you that if you guys can't get past the surface level on setting calls, there's probably no way in hell you're going to get past the surface level on closing calls. And this is why it's so important to become a good setter first. And remember the importance of truth and presence, on all calls, whether it's a sales call, a setting call, a phone call, whatever it is, right? With these types of business owners, especially people that are more P and A type energy, you'll find that they sometimes conflate the truth. Sometimes they'll mistake things because they'll want to make them sound better than they actually are. They'll just kind of go through life without presence and they won't really think about what they're saying. So by having a solid sense of truth and presence, being able to push them maybe a little bit just to make sure the truth is right, but not in a way that'll, push them off the call. But presence is really important. You need to actually listen to what they're saying. This is why using a script, I don't recommend. In the beginning, you have to start with some kind of script or framework just to kind of get your bearings. But the natural stage of progression, like I mentioned in the last video, should be, going from a script to going to a framework and then going scriptless and frameworkless, right? So I'm going to cover a few major sections in this video, which will include, theories, topics, concepts, examples, fundamentals, exciting stuff, right? And this video is made to be watched more than once again. So if you combine constant practice, watch this video multiple times, you will improve exponentially as a setter. Mindset/identity, who you are on the call. So before we cover the actual identity and mindset of who you need to be on the call to be successful, I want you to understand the following. Who you are off the call is who you are on the call. Let me repeat that. Who you are off the call is who you are on the call. This is the same thing with sales, the same thing with setting. It's like if you want to be a good setter or a good closer or a good, sales representative in any form, you have to be better off the call. Do you really think that, I like to use this example, do you really think that someone that's sitting in their parents' basement with boxes of pizza everywhere and like fucking greasy laundry all over the floor, it's like everything's all oily and gross, it's like, do you think that those people are going to be good at closing or good at setting? Obviously not, because who you are off the call is who you are on the call, right? So you have to be, if you want to be tactical, if you want to be almost pushy but not, if you want to be truthful, like you have to do these things off the call as well, because they really show up on the call as well. So every internal belief you have and every narrative, every idea, every intention, they will transmit to the prospect through your voice, tone, posture, yes, even over the phone, and this will ultimately shape your presence and your results as well. So if you want to be a great setter instinctually, just remember you must be able to adapt the identity of a great setter outside of work as well. All of these concepts, ideas, we're going to cover in this video, basically, they all apply to setting in general, right? So whether it's cold calling, whether it's cold SMS calling, whether it's even DM setting, whether it's confirmation calls for paid ads, like literally everything, right? It applies to virtually everything. But this video is catered more directly towards business owners. And those people are typically more P and A type energy. So we should have covered pace in the last video so you can see the 4 different types of energy. If they are like an S or E, the setting, it'll be a little bit more different. Now, I want you to keep in mind though that like all of this is, applicable to all setting, right? But setting to like, a more P or an A type energy is way different than setting to like an S and E, right? S and E's usually just want to be heard. They want emotional validation. They want, and then P and A is usually just like practicality. They want numbers. They want, results. They want systems. They want operations. Like it's a very different vibe, right? But you won't really get business owners that are an S or an E. Like it's very rare. They are there, right? I've had multiple before in the past. But still, the stuff that I'm teaching you in today's video isn't just only P&A, right? This applies to all setting, all calls, all everything. And I guarantee you, if you even take these methods and try them on an S&E, it'll probably work. They're very, very good. So first, identity of a setter. So as a world-class setter, you don't read a script. Sorry to break it to you, you just don't. And you also don't just set appointments. Again, sorry to break it to you. You are literally the first experience that someone has with your brand and your company in general, right? So as a great setter, you will sort leads. You will focus on leads that could be a good fit. You will pursue the leads that might be a good fit. And you don't beg for calendar slots. You award them, right? And your state, how you show up to the call based on the 4 types of communication, calibrates how or even if the prospect shows up to the sales call in the first place, right? So how you're acting, your tone, your intention, how you see yourself, and what you actually say, right? Like these are what determines whether a prospect shows the sales call. Okay, it's not the reminders, it's not the automations, it's not the, part of it might be the pre-call, obvious though. That's a good point. That's very important stimuli, but a setting call, even if it is cold, it really should feel like a warm hug. It should feel like a graduation to the next call. The prospect should feel as if they are being awarded the opportunity to hop on the next call or get to the next step. You must make a conscious shift. You must constantly tell yourself that you take set calls frequently and you set appointments great and you're the best there is at setting. You must constantly tell yourself that every single day. And remember that. Because again, if you see yourself as someone that's bad on set calls, if someone that, you see yourself as an accent that can't be, trusted, if you see yourself as, not that great of a setter just in general, like that will show up on your setting call, like a lot, right? So it's very, very important that you make a conscious shift and constantly tell yourself the opposite, right? Who you are off the call is who you are on the call. But if you can continuously tell yourself that, this will happen, right? If you remember this from the mindset module, which you should, if you haven't seen those videos, if you haven't seen Agency Ascension either, go back and watch them now. Okay? But this will happen. A little feedback loop will happen if you constantly tell yourself, because you're changing your thoughts and your belief. Your thought is that like, oh, I'm a good setter. I'm great at this. I do this often. And you'll take massive action by doing so many setting calls, so many cold calls, whatever the course may be with those beliefs. And you'll get results. You'll get a ton of appointments and you'll be like, holy shit, that belief is valid. And, just by experiencing that feedback of taking more appointments and getting more shows and like increasing your show rate, you'll find that like this flywheel just keeps going on. And before you know it, you think you're the best fucking setter in the world, right? This is how this stuff works. It's super simple. Okay. 2, intentionality. Intentionality is very important, right? Intention is quite literally everything, with setting and closing calls. Like you have to have a good intention because people can feel and sense your true intention through every aspect of the call, through all 4 types of communication. So you have to have a clear intention before you book anyone, before you even think about setting anyone. You need to set that clear intention in your head. And if you have the false intention, right? Like if you just want like a yes, or you just want a name in the calendar, or just a slot, or you just want their email, then they probably won't show. And it's the same that like if you have the intention of just wanting their money on a sales call, you probably won't get it. You probably never get it. It's all about intention. So on a setting call specifically, you have to have this intention. Okay? I am simply going to determine whether the prospect needs my agency's help and if they have the necessary time, budget, and resources to benefit from my services. I'm going to read this one more time. I am simply going to determine whether the prospect needs my agency's help and if they have the necessary time, budget, and resources to benefit from my services. This should be your intention on, a setting call. If you can just, determine if they need your help and have that intention going into the call, these people will show up to the fucking call. Your show rate will probably double because instead of going from, oh, I need an email and I need a calendar slot on my calendar with his name, like, to I'm simply going to determine whether they need my help in the first place, you will see a massive jump in your show rate. And it's weird how that stuff works, but just having that intention clear before is really, really important. If you constantly remind yourself of that intention and you even like write this out, what I'm going to do is put a pinup in the resources of this quote right here. So you can basically print this out and pin it up on your wall. The reason why I want you to do this though, and pin it up on your wall is because if you're constantly doing setting calls, which you should be doing setting calls every single day to book appointments. And you constantly look at, that paper while you're setting the calls, it's like that will seep into your calls and your show rate will become that much better. So I'm going to go ahead and include this as a resource down in the resources in the description of this video. So go ahead, print this pinup out that I have for you, and this should be very, very helpful for you. Because if you can constantly remind yourself of that intention, you will end up coming across the right way on the call. Your show rate will improve significantly. You'll get more closed deals because people sense that intention. They can feel that intention through the call. Have you ever really if someone just wanted your money, like you wouldn't probably give it to them, right? But if someone wanted to help you, then you're like, oh yeah, I'll give you fucking money. So it's because that if you have true intentions, instead of just wanting an email and get yes to the booking, like you can truly improve your show rate. You can have, way better experiences on the call. You can have way more closed clients. And this is why outsourcing in the beginning is so, silly in my opinion, like right away. It's because like you have to train all of these things. You have to, give your setter all of this information. And if they don't understand this, like even just this little bit about intention here, they'll find that like maybe their show rate's terrible. Or maybe their like actual conversion rate from their calls is just actually terrible. And there's so many different metrics that go into it. But what happens is because like you don't know this stuff, right? So you can't train your setter. And the only way that this stuff, just like internalizes in your head is by doing it through experience and repeated exposure. Right? That's all you can do. Number 3, assuming the sale. So if you can internally operate on the belief and the assumption that like they are probably going to move forward with you, and unless like they're disqualified or anything like that, they will benefit massively from my services. I always believe this, right? Every time I book a call, every time I do any setting calls whatsoever, it's like you just need to think like if these guys, unless they're disqualified, unless they don't have like, the time or whatever, like they will benefit from my services. They will benefit massively from my services. And you must internally operate on the belief and assume that like they will benefit massively from your services, and also that like they'll go with you, right? They'll move forward with you unless they're disqualified. Because a lot of people get psyched out when they don't have a ton of, fulfillment experience and a ton of testimonials, and get kind of entrapped in the belief that like they can't even help the business owner in the first place, right? If you have that belief, if you have that thought even, first of all, delete that fucking thought from your head every time you think it, right? You need to be comfortable with just like you should have this, down from the identity stuff, right? In the mindset module. But it's like, if you have these thoughts, you have to just be comfortable at just removing them instantly from your head and be like, okay, I can't even think that because it's not a thought. It's not a thought I want to think. It's not a thought that I have. It's not a thought that's a part of me. And if you can get good at removing these thoughts, then you'll find it much easier to do this. But like a lot of people get psyched out because they don't have this, right? But when you have this belief, no matter what you do, you won't succeed on setting or closing calls. If you can't assume the sale, if you assume that like you can't even help them in the first place, your intention will be wrong. The way you come off across on calls will be wrong. Your closing calls will never close, like because you can't even help them. But like you need to internally operate in the belief that you can, because like you literally can. You know what I mean? Like you're quite literally changing these people's lives by growing their business in such a significant way. Especially with the fulfillment that I have for you guys in this program. So by underpinning this belief and assuming the sale, you shift from a lack of certainty to like what I like to say, assumptive certainty. So you're basically assuming that they're going to close, assuming that they're going to move forward unless something happens and they're disqualified, right? You kind of go from like if we can be successful together, right? Because like, here's how this could show up on the call, right? If you assume that you can't really help them, if you don't assume that they're going to move forward with you, if they're qualified, then on the actual call, you'll say stuff like, yeah, if we can hop on a call, if you have time, if we can be successful, if this actually works out. And you see how my language is versus, yeah, when we're successful, when we're actually doing this because we've been doing it for so long. We'll hop on another call and go through everything, and I'll show you how everything works. Like there's just a difference there. A difference in confidence. And you might not realize it when you're actually saying it. You might not realize this lack that you have, which is very, very common, but they will. They will notice. They will notice you being not very confident. They will notice you saying, if we can be successful, like if we can hop on a call. Like there's no if. It's when. It's like, it just has a weird way. It's like how intention works. Like if you have a bad intention, like it just kind of naturally shows up in the wrong way on the call. And it's the same way with this. And it's the same way with assuming the sale. So you must always assume the sale. If you can assume the sale, you'll have way better frame control. You'll have a much more pleasant experience on the call in general. And the dynamic on the call will be less like you're reaching out to me because you need me as a client, not because I need your services, right? Or a typical prospect might say, you are reaching out to me because you need me as a client, not because I need your services. Like they'll say some bullshit like that, right? But if you can assume the sale, then you can kind of prevent this from happening a little bit. So if you don't have proper frame control, which is very, very common for a lot of people cold calling and doing, setting, you have to be seen as I guess you want to be seen as a premium service, right? If the prospect needs your services, they see you as a premium service, they're begging you to hop on a call, and that you don't need them as a client, they are going to close, because going with you, and this is all done on the setting call, which is super, super interesting. You set that initial frame of how they view you and how they view your brand, how they view your company, how they view your product. They'll see your service and product like a premium service that they want to get, right? And they want to feel, qualified to actually go through with it. And this is what happens when you can properly set and have good frame control and assume the sale and do all these things and have good intention. Like, they'll see you as this premium service, and they'll honestly ask you and beg you to get on a call. And if that's the case, if you can actually do that, obviously it helps having paid ads, having them actually coming to you. But if you can actually do that, even just on a normal cold call or cold SMS call, your close rate, your show rate, everything is going to be so fucking high. This change in perception happens on the setting call because this is the first touch point with the company. This is the first time you're interacting with them, right? And this also happens in the closing call. We'll cover more about frame control more in depth soon, but it's very important on the setting call. And assuming the sale can give you that perception that you're kind of picking or choosing clients instead of just begging for permission. Because every setter, most bad setters that I see, even that work for, good companies, they just kind of beg for permission. They beg for a calendar slot. They beg for an email. They beg for the chance to be heard. It's obviously you're not going to fucking close someone. And if you do, it's going to be for a free trial or some BS. But yeah, so that's assuming the sale. Number 4, authority. Authority is very important on the setting call because the moment you lose authority and lose frame, you just lose. You got to have a strong authority on setting call. And it's not about being loud and aggressive and being rude and being abrasive. That's not what being authoritative means on setting calls. It means just being calm. It means being measured. It means being commanding. It means knowing when to cut them off. You have the ability to interrupt. You can redirect their tangents, that don't have direction towards the sale. You can hold the frame. You can be the one asking the questions. This is what having authority looks like. If you find that they're walking all over you, they're answering another call, they're asking you the questions, you don't have frame, you don't have shit, and you lose. They probably won't ever agree to an appointment. If they do, they probably won't ever show. And if they do, then they probably won't ever close. So that frame control is important. And having authority comes largely from how you see yourself, right? And how you show up to the call. And this is why that identity stuff is so important on the, how you are off the calls, how you are on the call and stuff. Because on the last video, we mentioned the 4 different kinds of communication, right? Intention, how you see yourself, how you say what you say, or your tone, I guess, and then what you actually say. And what's interesting is that the most important things out of all of those for setting calls is how you see yourself and your tone. And your intention is pretty important. But what you actually say is probably the least important. And people, have this kind of misconstrued. They think, oh, what if I say the wrong thing? Or I don't want to be too conversational because what if I, say the wrong thing? It's it doesn't matter about saying the wrong thing. It's about how you say it. It's about how you show up. It's about your intention. It's about how you see yourself. And if you want to have proper frame control, proper authority, then you have to see yourself as someone that's authoritative. You want to see yourself as, this founder, this business owner that has this amazing product that's gatekeeping it from, the business owners. And they can, if they're qualified, they can maybe see what you offer. If you can have that frame and view of yourself, then it will be so much easier to have that much more authority on these calls. Because if you show up with a good posture, good environment, a good state, you're in a good mental state, it will show up so heavily on your calls. It will be a big, big, big difference. That was authority. Number 5, detachment. So as we've mentioned so many times in the past modules in this entire program, you have to be detached completely from outcomes. You have to remove projected importance, and you have to be really good at it. You can't be attached to a yes or no. You have to be detached emotionally from a yes and a no. All it is words, right? It's like if you place too much projected importance on someone saying no or just on a certain outcome in general, you will create excess potential. Your state will be thrown out of whack. Your mood will be fucked. It'll affect other calls. If you place too much projected importance on like a certain outcome, you might get like a no, right, on one setting call. And, it was a pretty brutal no. It was a hang up. It was a fuck you. It was, hang up. And the skill is doing 10 more calls after that and being able to book them in and being positive, being happy and excited. Having that state management is key. We talked a lot about state management in the last video. And that's something that I learned very, very, well doing door knocking. It's like when you're doing door-to-door sales for something as simple as like window cleaning, if you can't handle your state, then you might get shot. like you go to a door, right? And let's say the door gets actually slammed on you, which happened to me hundreds of times. And what I would do is I wouldn't be upset and be like, damn, that guy was a fucking jackass. Oh my God, I fucking hate him. No, I'd just laugh and be like, wow, that's crazy. And then move on to the next one and be exactly positive, excited, happy, have a good intention. Like that, I didn't realize it, but that was developing me, into a better closer, better setter by developing my skill of state management. And you have to be able to detach yourself from outcomes, from situations. Otherwise, they'll control you. And how this actually like shows up in your numbers is that like if you can't have proper state management, then you won't ever have consistent rates. People have such this limited viewpoint of how to get consistent booking and closing rates. It's like you can't just use one script on everyone, expect it to work, and get a great closing rate. That's just not how sales works. There's too many different kinds of people, too many different energy types, too many different situations, too many different lives. Like these people are different. You can't expect the same thing to work on every single one of them. And the key to having a consistent booking rate, a consistent closing rate, is all about having very, very good state management. You need to be incredible at state management. And it's a skill. The best way to remove this attachment, and become detached is to kind of adopt the role of an observer. Think of yourself as an observer, just simply observing the situation. So, for example, when I was doing the door knocking and I was getting the door fucking slammed on me, I just kind of observed like, wow, I wonder how that shows up in that guy's life. I wonder if the reason why he knocked the door or like slammed the door is because like he slams the door in his own life, right? I wonder if he treats his children like shit. I wonder like how his actual life situation is given to the fact that he could slam a door on a kid for no reason. It's like you just kind of observe the situation to be like, I'm kind of curious about that, right? I'm kind of just investigating how that could actually look. If you can adopt this role and be an observer, be like this curious investigator, then you could find that like you will not be nearly as attached to the outcome. And it's kind of like when you're on a sales call, right? And you get this fat no, right? He thinks about it for like fucking 60 minutes. It's been a whole hour of just like thinking about it, handling his objections, working hard to push him. And at the end, he's just like, I'm good. And then hops off the call. It would be so easy as a sales rep to just get fucking angry, get pissed off, have that ruin the rest of your day. But like, you just need to observe and be like, okay, that's what happened. Okay, let's move on to the next one. And have no emotional attachment to it. You have to be fucking good at this. Because instead of sitting there and praying and hoping for like a yes, which is what most people do, you kind of just like adopt a more curious mindset, kind of just like simply to learn, you just want to learn more about their situation, kind of observe what happened in the call, and all do this from an outside perspective. And if you can do that, you will be detached from the outcomes of these calls. Another recommendation I have for you is after every brutal hang up or after, I guess a virtual door slam, before sessions of dialing as well, I just recommend 3 deep breaths. Just 3 times. Just re-anchor your state back to the present moment and really just positively impact how you show up to these calls. It's the same thing with, actual sales and closing calls. Having that ability to have those 3 deep breaths and just kind of re-anchor your state back to, a positive outlook and more of a observing point of view and perspective, and also utilizing those 3 words that I had for you in last video as well, right? You should have created a list, and you should have 3 words that when you say them, that like they allow you to just kind of get into the flow, get into the state that you need to be in for these calls, right? For the closing calls specifically. And you can use those 3 words as well for setting calls to just re-anchor yourself and become more present in the moment and just kind of get back to the state that you need to be in. Like I also mentioned in the previous video, state management is a skill, right? You guys understand this. You will improve at it. You will become better at managing your state, your current state. But in the beginning, it gets a lot of people, right? So, number 6, expectation setting. So that we just finished detachment. Let's go into expectation setting. So on some calls, I like to use this framework of like an if/how call. Sometimes I do this to set expectations on some calls if I think that it'll work with them, and if I feel as though they need that, kind of extra expectation setting. But you can only do this if they're reaching out to you. So like cold SMS does work. You can do this in cold SMS. You don't really ever want to set too much expectations on a setting call. Okay. You want to save that for a closing call. Setting calls are not that like, you don't want to set frame or like do this like yes, no, maybe like bullshit. Like you can't do all this on a setting call. It's supposed to be a casual conversation between, some people. So I do, however, like to use the if/how call framework, and I'll kind of explain that. So it's kind of saying like on the setting call, like if you say that you're starting, if you kind of feel like you might be starting to kind of lose some frame, then you would say, yeah, okay, cool. So by the way, this is an if call. Okay. This is just a simple call just to see if we are a good fit. And if it seems like we are, then I will transfer you to the how call. Okay. So I'll show you how this will actually look and be able to be implemented inside of your business. Right. And I do this pretty often. It works pretty damn well, for most prospects. It doesn't work for everyone. And that's why, one thing I'll mention is that like all the taxes I'm going to give you in today's video, they depend on the prospect, right? It depends on the energy type. It depends on when you can actually, where you are in the conversation. And that's what's hard about teaching setting is that like, you have to do it through experience. I can't just like give you the one-stop shop for setting. But I can help you by teaching you a bunch of tactics and helpful actionable steps. But the only way you'll actually get better and notice them and actually utilize them is by doing more setting. Right? But yeah, like I said, the if/how thing, it kind of depends on the prospect. Number 7, challenging. Challenging is very, very important in sales. But given the methods I have for you to set appointments, whether that's cold calling, cold SMS, DM setting, or whatever, like however you're setting, I actually wouldn't recommend challenging people on a setting call. Very different than the closing call. You want to challenge them a lot, and I'll show you how. But on a setting call, it'll just throw these guys off. It's way more effective to challenge prospects for like B2C setting and closing, so business to customer, and in closing calls for business to business. But like, I wouldn't recommend it for a B2B setting. Okay, like it's just not worth it. The reason why is because like you don't have that much authority in these calls just in the first place, right? It's always a battle to hold that authority and hold that frame. And that's good, but like you don't have enough authority to actually challenge them because like oftentimes the business owner will see or hear that you're younger. They'll assume that you have less experience. They'll act like you have less experience. So if you just challenge them like that, like you'll just get pushed back or even just get hung up on, right? It's super simple. And to actually successfully challenge on these setting calls, it takes a fucking very, very good setter. You have to be very, very experienced, and because otherwise they're literally just going to hang up, right? So you need to make sure that you're very, very good. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend using the methods we have. At least don't challenge them very much. Okay, it's not worth it. Number 8, dropping the script. So by the time you have watched this video 5 times and you have a pretty solid understanding of a lot of these concepts I'm teaching you today, but more importantly, plenty of repetition, right? You have lots of calls under your belt. You have lots of experience setting. You have to get rid of your script, okay, and your framework. Like, the problem is with setters is that, like, they'll give you emotional cues and you can't really dive into them unless you don't use a script. So one of my philosophies for this program in general is I'm very, very anti-script when it comes to selling in general, right? Whether it's setting, whether it's closing, I'm very, very anti-script. Okay? You should not be using a script. But the thing is that like I said in the last video, to get to that point where you can scriptless sell, whether it's a closing call or a setting call, you have to start with a script. You have to start with some kind of script and then eventually move into a framework. And then after you have that framework, move into scriptless selling. And the reason why is because they don't seem fucking genuine. Like, especially on closing calls. Like, if you use a script and you have a serious conversation with someone, it's like you will basically steer them away from booking a call. And if they do book a call, they definitely won't fucking show up. And this is why you have to be very, very careful. And if you do use a script, you have to be extremely good at acting like it isn't one. Like, I have the ability to use a script and, you guys won't notice when I'm reading a script, but it's very, very hard to do that. And so almost more times than not, I recommend just not using one at all. Right? And in sales, presence and truth is quite literally everything, especially with the more P and A types. You have to be comfortable with not using exact wording and using exact stuff, but like, you should either be using a framework or nothing at all. And because you'll be on these calls with these guys and you'll find these cues that they give you, these emotional cues and emotional triggers that you need to dive into and explore. The prospect will reveal these things to you, but then, like, if you aren't present enough and you don't even, realize that they said what they said because your head's just stuck and buried in a script, you'll never see them. You'll never actually get to the real reason why they're on the call. You'll never truly be able to understand them. And ultimately, you probably won't close as many people. A lot of these business owners get a lot of calls. They get a lot of people trying to schedule them in for this, that, whatever it is, every single day. So it's very typical for the prospect to just mindlessly give you responses. Like I said, with the conscious shift and that paradigm shift, is that, like, business owners are, mindlessly saying yes to get you off the call nowadays. And I want you to remember that, like, it's very important to be able to catch this lack of presence. Because if you can have presence in the call, you can prevent this. And I want to give you guys an example. So let's say you give a business owner a call and say, "Hey, is this John? It's Owen from Bridgelink Media's team. Does that ring a bell?" And they might just say, yeah. They mindlessly might say that because, like, that they're just used to saying stuff like that, right? Or just like the fact that it's easier to say yes than no, but they actually don't, right? And so, but because most people are, like, mindlessly going through life, it's always good to double check and, like, slow down and either ask the question again or be like, "Okay, well, do you know what the call's about?" And they'll be like, "Oh, no." And if it seems hesitant, they seem hesitant, like, with any answer, it's always good to just repeat the question. Let them realize what you're actually asking in the first place, because so many people in this world just move throughout their entire lives without presence. They're not present of the moment. They don't realize what's actually happening. They just do it. And a good, skill to have in sales is to be able to break through this. Is to be able to make sure that make sure that you can make the prospect realize what's actually happening. And have presence and truth. It's quite literally everything. Because, like, if the prospect doesn't have presence or is just, like, kind of like BSing you, you're not really calling it out on, like, the closing call, for example, what'll happen is they'll be lying to you, about like maybe their income, maybe how much jobs or leads. And because like you failed to catch it because your head was in a script, you couldn't challenge them. You couldn't actually bring truth to the call. Then by the end of the call, when you're supposed to get like an outcome on whether or not they're going to, move forward with you or not, they're just going to lie to you again. And you'll never see them again. It's like, that's what will happen because like if you've done it once, like it's super easy to lie and get off the call. And that's what a lot of these guys are doing. But if you can have that solid source of presence and truth, then it won't happen to you. Once again, people mindlessly go through life and don't even realize what's happening to them, right? So you want to make it seem like you're going through a list of questions. And it's very important that you make it seem like you're not going through a list of questions, right? That's not what you're doing. And so it's really important to drop the script, because if you're just going through a list of questions and they're kind of incentivized to lie to you and just get you off the call, it's a waste of their time. That's why you have to have these setting calls be not like interviews, but more like conversations. Next up, communication. So how you interact on the call. Now, the first thing I want to cover is tonality. And before I even dive into this, guys, like tonality is so fucking important. Tonality can be the difference between getting hung up on and getting said fuck you and closing a deal. And literally just tonality. Like that's the only difference. And I remember that tonality doesn't come from watching a video like this. It comes from, repeated experience and hard work and like taking what you've actually seen and like applying it, right? So, and some people are better at tonality than other people, but like hear the difference between this. I want to book an appointment and see if it's a good fit. Versus, yeah, I just want to book an appointment and see if it's a good fit. Like, bro, the difference between those two people, and it doesn't like the first one sounds like there's no way anyone sounds like that ever, right? But you'd be surprised because people do. And they expect to get like a fucking 5% ABR and a good show rate, but it's like, how the hell are you going to get a good show rate and a good appointment booking rate if you sound like that? Versus the second one, which sounds confident and it sounds reasonable and it sounds matured and it sounds, it's everything. Imagine if I went through all of these calls, or I guess like all of these, program videos, and I was like, yeah, so tonality is very important and you'll really benefit from it. Versus tonality is very important. You will benefit a lot. Like the difference between those is quite literally fucking insane. And that only comes from experience. Tonality is everything. I think tonality is the most important thing out of all this entire video. So you have to come off as curious. Your tonality has to be curious. And because if you sound like an asshole, if you sound like you fucking hate them, or you have no inflections in your voice, your booking rate will be so low. Your show rate will be terrible. No one will show. Like, and a good example I like to use is a robot. Do you think that if you were a business owner getting called by a setter that was trying to book you in for an appointment and he sounded like a robot, like he was like, hey, is this John? Hey, so we basically help roofers get more roof replacements on a pay and results basis. Can I ask you some questions? Yeah, so how's business going? How's business going for you right now? Cool, how has that impacted everything else in the business? Are you getting started with lead gen, or are you looking to get started with lead gen, or is this something that you've already been dabbling in? Would you like to hop on an appointment where we can go over the next options? This is an if call, so basically to see if we're a good fit, I'm going to transfer you over to the how call to see how this will actually implement in your business. Does that sound good? Bro, who the fuck would show up to that? Like, I know I wouldn't. You just can't sound like an asshole, and you can't not have inflections. You have to have inflection in your voice. You have to change pitch. You have to know how to use your voice. And you have to be able to transmit the energy of a warm hug. But keep in mind that, like, on this call, you're not pitching the service. If you just pitch the service, they'll probably just hang up and say, I'm not interested. All you're doing is pitching to hop on a second call. A lot of people mistake these setting calls and be like, oh yeah, we bring 6 to 8 replacements on a pay and results basis every single month, and we get you a ton of leads, ton of appointments, all this good stuff. And most people would just say, oh, I'm not interested, and hang up. And the seller will be like, why the fuck is that happening? But it's clear. It's because you're not framing everything right. You're not doing it right. You have to pitch a second call and be like, well, it's super nice to meet you, Mr. Prospect. Yeah, I just kind of want to learn a little bit more in your business on this quick little call that we're having right now. And just to see if it makes sense to maybe like hop on another call where we actually like go through and take a deep dive into some things. I can show you what we actually do and more specific, right? But on a high level overview, we help roofers, bring more work in, but that's super general. That can mean 100 things. So the whole point of this call is just kind of see if it would make sense to hop on another one, right? The difference between those is that one's pitching the service, the other's pitching the second call. And in a setting call, if the goal obviously is to set the appointment, then you want to be pitching to hop on a second call, okay, with the intention of trying to help them. For example, by transmitting this energy of a warm hug, an example of this is like saying, you're one of us, we are inviting you to the next step. That's how you want to make this be perceived by them, and if you can make it feel like they made it to the next step, then that's the key. They answer your questions, you're like, okay, so I think I can actually let you go into the next call with the founder of the company. And the reason why I say that, John, is just because it seems like you would be a good fit for what we do, right? Not everyone does. And that's the reason why I'm inviting you to this call with the founder. Okay, so he can actually run you through the process and how it actually works. Does that sound good? It's like making them feel like they made it to the next step is very, very important. Kind of general consensus to just kind of help you improve is that when you tell the prospect something, make it more downward with your tone. Okay, so let's say you're telling, I don't know, you have let's say you have a servant or a minion and you're like, go bring me a cup of water. Or I don't know, you tell your servant to go bring you a cup of water and you say it more downward. You're not like, can you bring me a cup of water? You're not fucking using upward inflection there. You just be downward because you're asking, you're telling them something. So when you tell the prospect something on a setting call, use that downwardness. Be like, so here's what we do. We will help roofers generate this work by using paid ads. Using that downward voice, not yeah, so we help roofers with paid ads. You don't sound curious about that. Tone is very logical and experience based. I feel like some people just don't have that well of a background in having good tone. But if you're asking a question about something, about goals, about you don't want to sound downward there. It'd be like, what are you doing to hit your goal? Or what's your goal for 2024? You don't want to be like that. Be like, yeah, cool. So what's your goals for 2024? What are you guys looking to accomplish? Awesome. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. How is that impacting everything? Is that good? Which these might not be good, questions to ask or whatever, but just in general, just giving you the example for tone reasons. See the difference in tonality between how much money have you guys made in 2023? How much money did you guys make in 2023? The difference between those two can be literally the difference in your show rate. Tonality is so fucking important, you guys. And the only way you can get better on it is just to understand that you must do upward inflections for questions and curiosity, but more downward when you're actually telling them something. And a good rule of thumb with this is just come off as if you were talking to a normal person. I'm assuming that you're probably not a dick and you're probably not a bad person. So you can kind of just think of this as a natural conversation with someone. I think people sometimes have this connotation that a setting call must be this robotic sales-oriented call where everything's serious because it's about business. But when you're like that, your show rate is terrible. And the reason is because these business owners are so used to calls like this that they're almost all robotic and everyone treats them as like quote unquote business calls and being more formal. It's like, don't do that. Be natural. Crack jokes. Have a normal tone. Sound like a fucking normal person that, you know, the business owner would want to be friends with. And that is what gives you the good show rate. That's what gives you the good close rate. A lot of people don't understand that. People kind of get this preconceived connotation about setting appointments, right? They think everything must be robotic. Everything has to be quote unquote business professional. But this is not even close to the truth. You can't be robotic. You have to be a normal person. And I kind of already went through some examples, but you just cannot be robotic. You have to change your tone. You have to have inflections in your voice. You can't do the whole call like this, otherwise they're not going to book an appointment. Oh, how was 2024 for you? Cool. Yeah. How was what are you planning on? What are your goals for this year? Got you. Do you think that you're actually like in range of hitting those? What are you currently doing to get new work? How many leads did you get last month? First, like, so how many leads did you guys get last month? How much money did you guys make last year? I'm just kind of curious. What are you guys looking to get done this year? And by having a tone like that, you're not going to get pushed around. You're just going to like make the prospect enjoy the call and not make it feel like a fucking interview. Like you want to make it feel like a calm, casual, nice conversation that's also, you know, truthful and present. Frames, labels, and mirrors. So we covered tonality. Next up is frames, labels, and mirrors. Now these are like three little sub concepts that, you know, you'll find yourself doing on calls. Frames is like taking something someone says and reframing it towards the sale or the identity of the person who buys. So let's say someone says, oh, I don't need more work. I don't need more work. Most unskilled sellers would be like, oh, great. Well, sounds like you're doing well and I don't need to do much. Or actually without tone, they'll be like, great. Sounds like you are doing pretty well. But like great setters will use frames. Basically, you take what they say, right? And then you reframe it towards the sale. So you would say something along the lines of, okay, well, it sounds to me that like you seem to achieve everything there is to achieve there, right? And it might be time to move on to something greater, no? It's basically just saying exactly what they're saying in a different way and framing it towards, you know, a direction that would lead to the sale. And the second thing, so we covered frames. Now labeling is just labeling their identity. So it's usually done through statements like, oh, sounds like or feels like, and then usually a positive experience, right? So for example, if you believe that it takes an action taker to, succeed as a client for you, then they might say something like, yeah, well, I've been working every day since like 6 a.m. I don't even see the family. Obviously, you might want to dig in more about that, but you could say, sounds like you're an action taker. And by doing this, by labeling them, they associate themselves more with the identity of the person that will inevitably buy your product, right? The third thing is mirroring. Mirrors they're just like, it's just a way of saying what they said using upward inflection to get more information. So like, for example, like if they tell you I'm drained or I'm suffering or like I'm about to go bankrupt, you would just say drained, suffering, bankrupt. And by doing this, like this little just one, don't say the whole thing. You're like, you're going bankrupt? Because that'll sound defensive, right? That'll sound like you're pushing them. And it'll be more like hostile, right? So like, for example, let's say they say, I'm drained. And you would say, you're drained? Like, see, that sounds like you're attacking them. But if they say, I'm drained, and you would say, drained? Then it just allows you to get more information. They'll explain more, like, they'll be like, yeah, well, it's just been really hard recently. They'll explain things, right? This is just a way to get more information. So that's that. And just be curious. Don't be judgmental. It's very easy to come off as judgmental on these calls. So it's very important to be curious. And if you can use these mirrors and stuff, you'll get more information on their, the current situation. And you'll see this a few times on, maybe like once or twice every single setting call. And you'll find yourself using it quite frequently. And it won't just be like, I'm drained or I'm suffering. It'll be like more casual stuff like, yeah, man, I'm pretty tired. You're like, tired? You know, you just kind of, you'll find yourself using it. So that's another thing. Non-open-ended questions. So basically avoid questions that aim toward a yes or no answer. And the reason why is because these don't really progress anywhere in the call. Like they don't do anything to the call. So it doesn't progress the conversation toward the sale. So like you must ask open-ended questions. So non-open-ended questions are questions that are essentially non-open-ended, right? They have like literally a yes or a no, a binary answer. Like instead of asking, is the business going well? They're going to say either yes or no, and they're probably going to say yes. Versus asking, how's the business going? They're not going to say yes. They're going to say, oh, it's been going pretty well. We've seen an increase or whatever, right? So if you can stick to asking open questions, like, what are you currently doing for a living? What has you looking into X? Or in an ideal world, what is your goal with X? Like by asking these non-open-ended questions, they leave it up to the prospect to give them an actual response. That's not, just like a binary yes or no. And it'll actually lead to, the sale inevitably, or like have a direction, because like when you ask yes or no oriented questions, like it doesn't really go anywhere. Double commitment questions. These are amazing. Like these are like candy or like crack to good setters. So it's a question that has two options, and they have to commit to a path, right? But both answers lead to, the direction of the sale. So most setters will open up their setting calls with a double commitment question. So let's say we're, a real estate offer, and I like this example because when my sales, current sales manager is mentioned this and is like, he's on a real estate offer for Justin Waller. And it was very interesting because I was like, okay, so how do you open up your calls? He's like, hey, it's Brandon from Justin Waller's team. Does that ring any bells? Cool, yeah. So are you currently in real estate, or are you just kind of looking to get into it? So see how the question has two different paths, and the prospect has to choose a path, and each one leads directly to the sale. So that's very, very smart. So another one is like, have you dipped your toes in lead generation, or are you kind of just looking to get started? Double commitment questions are great openers to setting calls, but be very careful if the setting call is cold. Because like if you cold call someone and you open the call and say, hey, is this John? And you ask them, have you dipped your toes in lead generation, or are you looking to get started? Like you can't ask that. Like it doesn't make any sense. It's like, are you looking to get started? Like they don't know who the fuck you are. They don't even know, they've never even heard of you. So you can't ask them, are they looking to get started? Because there's no affiliation to you and lead generation yet, because it's a cold call, right? You can get away with it in cold SMS if you do it the right way. Just be very cautious. It's you got to be careful. Usually this works better with like paid ads or organic. Like if someone comes in on a paid ad and submits a form as a lead, and you call them and you're like, hey, it's Owen from Bridgelink Media. Did you you filled out our ad. Does that ring any bells? Awesome. Yeah. So are you looking to kind of get into lead generation, or have you already like dipped your toes in it? Like that makes complete sense, right? These are great openers to setting calls, but again, just be careful if it's cold. Red flag recognition. There is a lot of red flags I have seen over the years that indicate a problematic client or a bad sales call. So I'm going to go ahead and go through a list of a few red flags just for you to kind of be wary of and be cautious about. So if you see one, don't immediately just hang up and give up, right? Just be careful, keep progressing towards the sale, but do it skeptically, right? Because chances are if they're, one of these red flags, like they're not going to either be a good client or you're not going to have a good sales call with them. But it's not binary. Like it depends. Red flags meaning I won't pay up front no matter what. Or just people that sound less competent, people who brag about money or ask about prices a lot, people that are absolutely broke and it's apparent. Online marketing doesn't work. Like there's a lot of red flags. These are kind of like the main ones that I've noticed on setting calls. If someone has one of these red flags and saying like, oh no, I'm not paying up front no matter what. You can't, there's nothing you could do. It's like, okay, don't even bother booking them in, honestly. It's probably just going to be a waste of your time. But if you do go forward with the process, do it very, very skeptically, right? Same thing with all the other red flags. Pattern breaking. Pattern breaking is very, very important. This is very important on setting calls, especially cold calling, cold SMS calling. As agency owners, we have to keep in mind that literally everyone is calling these business owners. Everyone and their mom, they're getting 5 to 10 of these calls every single day. And that's not a bad thing, right? That's okay. That's actually honestly a good thing because like it's super easy to stand out. So the intro of the call is very, very important, right? It's one of the most important parts of the whole call. The first usually like 5 or so seconds is usually where most people will hang up. So first of all, you need to properly be able to open up the call. And I'll teach you properly like how you should open a call, just like realistically. But a great thing to remember is just break the pattern. You can break the pattern with humor, with being unique, with just acting different. Like anything you can do to break the typical pattern that they're so used to seeing is always going to help you get, closer to the sale. And if you're able to have humor and like get these guys laughing, like they will join a meeting with you because they like you. If you're a stagnant robot that doesn't fucking change and just like, oh yeah, we can get you appointments, like they're just going to be bored out of their mind. They can't even sit on a call with you for more than 5 minutes. You think they're going to sit on a call with you for 50? So be very, very good and work towards breaking the pattern. Humor. Humor is a great way of breaking the pattern. Building rapport, building trust, etc. If you can get these guys laughing, it really, really helps. And most people will, once again, treat these calls as robotic as possible. And so if you can be a human, crack a joke here and there, it'll help a lot. Now, I can't really come up with examples off the top of my head for this because like it's really, really natural and depends on the actual like call and the flow of the call. And it kind of just comes to you in the call. But one thing I will say is just don't have like a restriction for humor. Like it's fine. You could say it, right? You can be funny. You can crack a joke here and there. A good example is like if they give you the objection of like, why are you different than all the other people that called me today? You can just be like, honestly, like I ask myself that question every single day about why I'm different and why I'm so good at what I do. And honestly, I can never seem to find the answer. Like it just doesn't seem to come to me. Like by just cracking like a little joke here and there, by making it more fun for them, like they will be much more incentivized to book, right? So humor is really, really important. Finally, conversation. So what you actually do on the call, right? We've talked about how you should be on the call, like your identity and your mindset towards the call, and then how you should, act on the call. But here's what you should actually do on the call. One thing I want to quickly mention is pain. Pain is very important in sales. It is quite literally what drives the sale on the closing call. But on setting calls, we don't want too much pain. You do want to build some pain, right? And you will do so if you enter level 2, the action level, right? We have the surface, action, and transformative level. If you enter level 2, you'll build some pain, right? Just a little bit. But keep in mind that like these are typically P and A energy dominated individuals, right? They are practical, they're action based, and because they are business owners, they are going to be more difficult. They're going to be less receptive to building pain on these calls. So instead of driving straight into the pain of not being able to see their kids at night or like, all of these things and deep and meaningful talks, it's like, it's better to just talk about numbers and goals. Because if you can dive specifically into the numbers and the truth behind the numbers, it will be more than enough pain. Because what's interesting, like a great example I like to think about is on closing calls, when you ask someone's like how many leads they generated last month or how many leads do they usually generate, usually they'll say, oh, I don't know, 10 to 20. And then you find out that last month was 10, the month before that was 8, and the month before that was 6. There's been no 20. It's 10 to 20. So if you can be a parent, be truthful, and figure that out and just be like, okay, so usually it's more like 4 to 10. Okay, gotcha. Because if you can just make the truth apparent to them in the numbers, that is, trust me, that's more than enough pain to get, a solid emotional buy-in. If you go deep on setting calls, it's usually a good idea because of the emotional momentum towards the sale. But for business owners, I don't think it's the best idea. You don't want to go too into depth here. You just want to make sure that, the numbers are clear, the numbers are truthful, and you kind of, everything's understood to them. So like it's painful, right? Like the numbers are oftentimes painful. So because the problem is that most will get annoyed, most will get defensive, most will hang up, and the call will typically end pretty bad. So for P&A energy types, at least, don't go too into depth. Just go into depth about the numbers and goals. Number 2, why now? So we covered pain. Now, why now? So figuring out why they're on the call now specifically can increase urgency, build commitment. A lot of good things come from figuring out like why they're on the call now. So, but like, you got to be careful about this, especially like if it's a cold call, you can't be asking, why did you decide that now is the time that you wanted to change? Like you can't say that on a cold call because like you called them. That makes quite literally no sense because like they're just kind of like hearing you out, just kind of like letting you reach out to them, and they didn't actually make like a conscious decision to call you and try to, figure in, like if they looked up, lead generation online, saw your number and then gave you a call, then it makes sense to ask, why did you decide that now was the time you wanted to reach out and give and change? But if you're doing a cold call, that makes no fucking sense, right? So just be careful about that. And so asking like any why now related questions, just kind of figuring out why they're on the call now. Do this when leads are coming in organically or via paid ads. Do not do this with cold outbound of any kind. Do not do this with DMs, cold SMS, nothing. Just only do it with organic and paid ads. Because if someone calls you, if someone fills out your form in a paid ad and shows interest, you can call them and be like, okay, so why now? Like, why have you decided to just fill out one of these ads now? I'm sure you've been seeing these for months. Like, why now specifically? What's changed? That makes sense. Qualification/reverse qualification. So qualification is very, very important on setting calls. This will determine who you book and who you don't, right? So this will look at, a lot of stuff that's all dependent on your niche, but a good rule of thumb is usually like income, time, job capacity. So for example, like roofing, like I don't take clients making less than $500K a year. I just don't. That's a qualification that I have. And another thing is like if they're retiring like this year or like they just don't have any time whatsoever, then I wouldn't even bother scheduling a time in, right? Because like one is that people should always be able to make time, right? So they say they don't have time, like, okay, so you're just not willing to make it. But if they're also like retiring or like, selling their business or stepping away from it, it's like, it's not their focus, not their priority. It doesn't really make sense to get them on a call and set them and close them and do all this and that, right? I also don't take roofers that don't have enough subcontractors to actually handle the jobs or enough sales guys to go to the appointments I bring them. It's important that like you filter through these leads. Don't just sign and close everyone that comes to you. You have to be more selective. It's very, very important. Otherwise, you'll have really bad churn. You'll have clients that are nagging on you every single day. And if you want to have a successful business over a long period of time, you need to get clients that are good, right? And the best way to do that is by being strict on qualifications. So you have to figure out these qualifications, keep them in mind when you do your setting calls. You or someone from your team will always need to qualify prospects before sales calls. So just like make a doc or make a SOP or, keep these qualifications very, very, very specific and keep them in your mind just when you go to set, right? The other thing, reverse qualification. So we covered qualification. Now, reverse qualification is a term that I coined that basically means tactical skepticism. So it's like intentional skepticism, and it's like kind of acting like people aren't qualified, which makes them want to book in more. So for example, you'd say, are you sure you would even have the time to do something like this? Like, do you even want to grow the business in the first place? Like, because we only want to work with growth-minded individuals. So like, I don't know if we can even help you in the first place. And you might think that you'll get hung up on by doing this. Honestly, like if you have a bad tone, you probably will get hung up on. But if you have a good tone and correct tone, like people will actually try to convince you why they're qualified. And they'll try to convince you to go on a call with you and book a call in. And from there, it's so fucking easy. It's cake. Like if you try this with a bad tone, it's like, do you even want to grow the business in the first place? Like, we literally only work with growth-minded individuals, and it doesn't sound like we can even help you. Like, if you have that tone on a call, bro, dude, they're gonna fucking hang up. They're gonna block you. They're gonna hate you. Versus, I mean, I don't know. Are you like looking to grow the business in the first place? Like, the only reason I say that is because we only work with growth-minded people. I'm not saying you're not growth-minded. I just want to make sure we can know we can even help you in the first place. Because right now I don't know if we can even help you. Right? Like, that's such a better tone. It all comes down to tone. And the reason why this works so well, this whole idea of reverse qualification, is because these guys are so used to having all this authority. You know, they're so used to pushing these little kids, calling them around. But when you break that pattern, when you almost disqualify them before they disqualify you, they realize that you're different. This isn't the same. And that will entice them to want to hop on a call. So if you haven't mastered your tone, or they are easily agitated, they might say fuck off and hang up, but honestly, who cares? Doesn't matter. Notes. So whether you yourself is taking the sales call, whether you're closing, or whether you're just like handing it off to a closer, it's crucial that you take notes for each one of these setting calls. And the reason why I say like handing, setting calls off to a closer is because oftentimes when you're running paid ads, right? Or when you just start to run paid ads and you actually have a closer, you usually want to still do those set calls yourself. And those set calls from paid ads would be like confirmation type calls. So that's why I kind of mean that there. Or like, let's say you just like want to be a setter for a company or whatever, like whatever you end up doing, right? It's just very important that you take notes. So notes about their income, their goals, their current situation, what type of energy they seem to have on the call, just the background information, etc. Just general stuff about them that you think that the closer would benefit from knowing. Thankfully, Go high level notes are super easy to use, right? So when you go to call the prospect right when the meeting starts, you'll open up Go high level, and that's just going to be a natural flow, right? Because you're going to call them, and the notes will be right in the context. So that's why I recommend taking notes on Go high level. You can just take notes for every setting call. So it's super simple, right? Taking notes, it's important. I would do that for every single setting call. As well as even if you're taking the closing calls, which is probably most the case of you, like most of you in the beginning, right? When you just like, you're setting the calls, you're booking the appointments, you're closing them, take the notes and then go high level. Don't do it on like a whiteboard, like what I used to do. And the reason why is because like, yeah, you would just take notes, you put it in the Go high level contact. Then when you have it ready for you, readily available for you during the closing call. The reason why this is like helpful is because when you can get some of that surface level BS out of the way, like the data collection, like how much they're currently making, how many jobs they're doing, all that good stuff. When you can get that information out of the way, then on the closing call, you have more time to go into more deep shit, right? Have time to build more pain and go deeper into the process and level up, right? Going like literally leveling up, going from the surface level to the action level. And, because all of that information is data collection, right? It's all on the surface level. And you can have that information already readily to, available to you in your notes. And it gives you that much more time and a chance to, dig deeper and go into like hopefully the transformative level where you need to be on the identity level to get them to buy, right? Which we'll cover more, later in these videos. But booking tie down. So at the end of the call, there's a few different ways you can do this. And if you want to maximize the chance that they show and inevitably become a client, then you have to be comfortable tying down the booking. So what I mean by that is usually you keep them on the phone, for another 3 to 5 minutes and proceed to book them while still on the phone. So this is really, really important. Usually the biggest reason why people's show rate is so bad is because they don't do this. I mean, obviously it's the ability of the setter, but like this comes with the ability of the setter. Like if you're a good setter, you're doing this, right? And so while you're still actually on the call with them, you want to book them in on the phone. So like, let's say they agree to a meeting and they think it actually makes sense for their business and you think you can actually help them. Then you get their email, you book them in, and most people hang up the call there and be like, okay, cool, I'll see you then. But the problem is that like they don't get an email, they don't get a notification until like a few minutes later. They don't even really recognize, maybe the email goes to spam, maybe they don't see the invitation. Like There's so many things that could happen when you're not talking to them. So while you're still on the phone with them, be like, cool. You got like maybe like 3 to 5 more minutes or like you got like 2 to 3 more minutes real quick. I just want to book you in, make sure you actually get the email so you know where to join so we can actually help you. Or at least see if this would be a good fit. Right? And then while you're still on the phone with them, you would basically, make sure you get the email clear, actually book them in and go high level while you're still talking to them, right? You're still talking to them at this moment. And then you can ask them, be like, cool, did you get that email? Did you get that confirmation? Yeah, sweet. Go ahead and press yes to it. And then you can either ask them to reply to the email, reply to the text message, just to get some kind of form of commitment on there. And it's always a good idea. This is very important, right? Because they need to show some form of commitment that they're going to show. And this also helps them, get the VSL if that's, what you're sending to them, but also get them to reply yes to confirm the email. And maybe not reply yes, I mean like press yes, the button. Like there's, an option when you send an invitation or an event via Google Calendar. Like there's like a yes or no, and make sure they press yes. And also, if you have an SMS that's like, reply yes, otherwise your booking will be canceled. Like if you have that automation set up, which I don't have it in my base snapshot, but you can always add it. Then you want to get them to reply to the SMS while still on the call. I did that as well for a lot of my sets, and it helped a lot, especially my show rate. So another thing about this, though, if they're driving, don't ask them to reply to the text or reply to the email or confirm the call. Just say something along the lines of, cool, okay, well, I just sent out the invite, so I don't want to pull up your email and cause a disaster. So just make sure that you get to it right as soon as you can, you're pulled over or you're parked, you're back at home, back on the job site, whatever it is, just check your phone, check your email, and you should see it, confirmation email. Just press yes to confirm. Otherwise, it's going to get canceled. And that's not something that's like an optional thing. It's just like, it's mandatory, right? So, and then just follow up with them an hour later if they haven't done so yet. Just give another call or a text to make sure they confirm. And additionally, you can even add them, have them add your contact. Additionally, you can even have them add your number, your go high level number, as a contact in their phone. So this is like something that's like a little bit more niche, and not a lot of people know this or do it. But on that, call, right, you have, the booking gets sent to them. They see, SMS automation from Go High Level. That's, confirmation about the call. And you just ask them, be like, yeah, if you want, you can even add this as a contact. And then from there, you can know how to reach me, and you'll see where the reminders are coming from, and you'll know when to join, where the booking link will be. And then you can also send in the pre-call VSL an hour before the meeting on there. There's a lot of good ways to go about doing this. The biggest reason why people don't show up to calls is because the setter hangs up, the call before they actually get an email or get anything, of, substance. And they just kind of give up because it's uncomfortable to stay with them on the call for more than like a few minutes after they agree with you, right? It's very important. To be a good setter, you have to be well-rounded. You have to be good at pretty much everything. So do this. It's very important. Tie down the booking, and you'll see better results. It'll show them how to join the call, how to contact you, pre-call VSL, everything. And another way you can verbally tie down the booking, which I love to say, is my manager said he's going to beat my ass if someone doesn't show up. So are you 100% sure you can make it? Like, just by saying something like this, first of all, you're using humor. Second of all, you're tying down the booking, and your show rate will probably go up exponentially. So it's very, very good to say stuff like this. Booking tie downs are very important. You cannot be a good setter without tying down the booking in some way, getting them to confirm, actually verbally tying it down, or, getting them to, show some form of commitment at the end there. So those are like the 3 sections about how to act on the calls, what to actually do on the calls. Now, most of it's like philosophies and ideas and like methods and, things you should keep in mind. There is a framework I have for you for, just setting in general that's in the resource description. So you can use that framework. Don't use it as a script. Don't read off the questions because it's not even catered towards, specifically an agency offer. And the reason why I did that purposefully is because I want you to think for yourself. Either make your own framework or just don't use one at all. Okay. But let's go into some objection handling, because oftentimes you're going to get on calls with these people and they're going to be busy. They're going to not want to talk to you. They're going to do pretty much anything they can think or do or say to get you off the phone. So objection handling is very important in setting calls. And I just want to preface that objection handling in setting calls is very, very different than closing calls. Okay, this is going to be very, very, very different. Most of this is surface level, right? Objection handling on sales calls and closing calls are always deeper. So let's jump right into objection handling here and go through it. Objections are extremely common on setting calls. I'm busy right now. I'm with a client right now. I don't need more work. Give me a call back later. What makes you different? I don't have time for an appointment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And objections get, like I said, much deeper on closing calls. But for setting calls, it's usually just a few different things. It's usually like a lack of trust, illusion of the ego, bad experience in the past, or they don't see the value, defensiveness, bad timing. It's usually just a few core things. And there's a lot of reasons why someone would object to hop on a call with you or someone from your team. There is a basic fundamental way to handle almost all objections on setting calls, but the way you actually execute it depends a lot on your personality. It really depends. The way I'm going with these responses, to these objections that I'm going to show you are based off of my personality, and these are things that I would say. And as you become more of an experienced setter and you kind of know how to use the framework, it just becomes kind of natural to handle them, on the spot when you're under pressure. Like, it just becomes easier, and you won't exactly have the perfect exact responses ready to go all the time. That's not how it works, right? But it depends on your personality. And the fundamentals is for objection handling on setting calls is it's all you do is you basically just do a basic flip and reframe it. Right? So you usually just acknowledge and appreciate what they said, and then you usually flip it around on them and then just frame it in a way that's different. So here's some examples. I know that probably sounds confusing. And I'm going to cover about 20 or more common objections here that you will run into on these setting calls. So I want you to try to handle them before I actually show you the response. So how you can go through this section is just by pausing when every new objection comes up and just figuring out and just actually say to yourself how you would handle it. Let's say a prospect was saying it to you right now, and just say how you would handle it, right? So let's do this. And like I said, I want you to rewatch this video 3 to 5 times in the future, just so you can see your improvement, practice these objections, practice setting in general, and start to notice some of these patterns on the calls, right? Along with practice. I'm busy right now. So right now, go ahead and pause the video and just kind of ask yourself, okay, how would I handle this objection of I'm busy right now? Do this now. I'm busy right now. The reason for this objection is that it's a pattern brush off, right? It's like an automatic response that people have to most calls. There's no urgency. They don't even know what the call is about, but it's just it's basically like an automated pattern brush off that they're just kind of used to doing because they get so many of these calls, or they could actually be busy, right? Which oftentimes isn't the case. A good response for this could be yeah, no, for sure. I mean, you got 5 minutes. If you don't have at least 5 minutes, then I honestly wouldn't even probably be able to help you in the first place. Number 2, I'm busy. Can you call me back in X amount of time? Pause now and try to respond to this yourself. Do this now. I'm busy. Can you call me back in X time? The reason is because they're just trying to get rid of you. They're either broke, they're low urgency. It's kind of just a polite deflection. And a good response for this is, I totally understand. Just to describe you who I am and what I do, then give them an elevator pitch, and then go through and ask your first question immediately, right? Don't wait for a response. Okay? That elevator pitch is a good thing to write down and have in the back pocket, right? Okay, well, real quick, just describe who I am, what I do. My name's Owen Rensland. I've been helping roofing companies for 2 years. I've got 40 guys across the whole U.S., and we're basically helping them get more roof replacements on a pay-per-close basis, or however that looks, right? How long is this going to take? Pause now and try to answer this yourself. Do this now. How long is this going to take? The cause of the reason is because they're not interested, they don't see an outcome, there's a time scarcity, they don't really want to be in the call with you whatsoever. A good response to that would be like, yeah, no, yeah, it should be like 5-10 minutes. I mean, do you have time for that? Or, and then you just immediately ask your first question. Don't even wait for a response there, right? I don't need more work right now. Go ahead, pause, and try to answer this yourself. Let's say the prospect just said, I don't need more work right now. Act as if they said that and how you would try to handle it to get them to book an appointment, or at least keep the call going. Do this now. So the cause of the reason is an illusion of the ego. So sometimes can't handle it because sometimes they actually can't handle more work. But the reason is because they're used to doing low paying, shitty jobs. So there's always ways to handle this. And the way to get a good response is like, if it's a cold call, just hang up. If it's not a cold call, be like, yeah, I understand. Just curious. Like, why did you take the time to reach out to me? Or why did you take the time to respond to me then? If it's like a cold SMS or paid ads or all that good stuff. I already have a team for that. Pause now. Try to handle it. Do this now. The cause of the reason is they already have a marketing team of sorts, right? And a good response is, if it's a cold call, just hang up. If it's a warm lead, then ask why they said they wanted to talk and dig a bit more on their team and the results with that team. Because chances are, if they're reaching out to you for, lead gen services, or they answered paid ads, or they responded to the cold SMS message of, getting more work, it's like, chances are their team isn't doing too well. So all you want to do is dig into that. 6, nothing like this has ever really worked for me. Go ahead, try to answer this now, pause the video, and see if you can do it yourself. Do this now. So the reason for this is that they've been burned before, right? So they need emotional validation and they don't have very much trust. So a good response would be, yeah, totally, I get that. A lot of services are pretty shitty, but what made you open up to reaching out about something like this? Right? It's a simple, just you noticed it, you flipped it, reframed it. It's super simple. 7, why should I listen to you over the 10 other people that called me today? Go ahead, pause it. Try to answer this objection yourself. Do this now. The reason is that they feel like they're being sold to constantly, right? They feel like they're constantly getting these calls. They want truth. They don't want tactics. They don't want the salesy tactics. They need trust. So a good response would be like, yeah, honestly, that's a question I pretty much ask myself every single day. And that's a great way to respond to this. Number 8, just send me an email. Very common. Try to answer it now. Do this now. The cause of the reason is that there's no urgency and there's no trust. So a response is just give them a little bit of an intro on what you do, and usually it goes away. So if they say it again, just be like, yeah, that's the point of the how call. I don't fully know whether or not I can even help you in the first place. So we want to diagnose whether or not that's possible and how it would look, since everyone has unique needs, right? That's the point of the next call. That's the reason why I'm not going to send you an email, and the reason why I want to hop on a call. I want to figure out what you actually need. So it's it kind of makes sense to say, so that's a decent response to this objection. Remember these are the ways that I would handle it with my personality, and just keep that in mind. Everyone's going to handle these different, but most of them, most of them have just a simple flip and a simple reframing. That's what most of them have. Number 9, give me a call back later. All right, try to answer this now and think about how you would respond to this objection. Do this now. The cause of the reason is that they're not engaged or present, and they could actually be busy, right? The response is yeah, totally, I understand. Just to describe who I am and what I do, and then go with the elevator pitch, and then ask the first question immediately, right? Same as that other one, super simple. Number 10, I don't know who you are. Okay, you'll get this a lot. Try to handle this objection. Do this now. The cause of the reason is that they're looking for familiarity, right? There's no trust. There's no familiarity built. They don't know who you are. And a great response for this is, that's totally fair. Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to. I mean, my name is Owen Rensland. I like dogs, and I work at Bridgelight Media. We focus on getting X result for Y person, right? Super simple. 11. Facebook ads don't work. Let's say you dropped that you do Facebook ads at some point in the pitch by accident, or in the setting call by accident, or they know in the first place, right, somehow. And they say Facebook ads don't work. So respond to this objection now, pause the video, do this now. So the reason is because they've been burnt in the past, and this is a belief that they have. Now, to actually handle this and respond to it, just be like, oh yeah, I get you 100%. When was the last time you saw a Facebook ad? So like, do you think that they work for anyone? And they will typically say it doesn't work for roofing, and then figure out why, and then usually you get to the irrational dumb reason. Yeah, it's super, super, super easy to handle this, right? Number 12. What makes you different? Go ahead, pause, handle this objection now. Act as if you were handling it in the setting call, right? Do this now. The reason is that you triggered, some curiosity, but they're testing you, right? They're testing your frame. They're testing to see if you can control the call. But a good thing about this is that you've like intrigued them a little bit, right? So a good response is like, again, honestly, that's a question I ask myself every single day. Like, you'll get them laughing. They'll be a little bit confused, and they'll be way more curious and way more willing to hop on a call. It doesn't seem like they would be because there's not as much value, but like, not everything's about value. It's sometimes just about building enough rapport, right? I don't have time for an appointment. So go ahead and pause, act as if they're asking you this question or telling you this, and you have to respond to it and handle the objection. Pause the video, do this now. So the cause for this is that like there's no perceived ROI. They don't see any value in hopping on a call, right? Like that literally means nothing to them because people can always make time. The response would be like, got you. Yeah, okay, well, when's the next time you might have like 45 minutes? And if you don't think this can help you, then I honestly don't want to waste time for both of us. Super simple. 14, just book me in. Believe it or not, when you go through and pitch and cold call some people, like you'll have experiences where people say, "Oh, just book me in. Just book me in. Just book me in. Just book me in." And believe it or not, that's actually an objection. So go ahead and pause and act as if you had to handle this objection right now, and just like say it out loud of what you would do. Right? Do this now. But the reason why they say this is because like it's just like it's another brush off. Like they're just kind of saying this to get you off the call right now, thinking that this is gonna like satisfy your needs. But the problem is that they won't actually show up. Right? They're just trying to get you off the call, and it's usually an attempt to feel in control and hold the frame on the call. So a good response would be like, to be honest, I don't really know if we can even really help you in the first place. And we don't take just anyone with a credit card and a pulse. So I kind of want to learn a little bit more about you first. Super good response. 15. I don't want to hear your script. / are you reading off the script? You'll get this a lot too. And this is actually, it's more uncommon, I'll say, but it's definitely still prevalent. So go ahead and try to handle this now. Pause the video and do it now. So the reason why this happened is because of a tone error, right? You sound robotic. You're not doing enough inflections in your voice when you're being curious, and it's just all over the place, right? And these guys, all they want is authenticity, And a good response for this would be like, look, I don't have a script, but if you want me to, I can pull one out, and then ask your first question like normal. And this kind of breaks the pattern. It kind of like releases a little bit of the tension, kind of, uses a little bit of humor as well. This is a good way to handle this. 16, tell me the price first. You will get so many people saying this. Tell me the price first before we go on a call, before we schedule something in. So many people. So pause the video now. Try to act as if you were handling this. And again, the reason why we're doing this is because like if you watch this video 3 to 5 times and you do this every single time, by the end of watching this video 3 to 5 times, you will be very, very good at handling these objections, and you'll be much better at setting. So tell me the price first. Go ahead, pause, do this now. The reason is that they just don't trust you. They want to be defensive, and they want to disqualify you before you can manage to qualify them. So a response is be like, you know just as well as me, I won't drop that price on this call. But to be fair, I honestly don't know if we can even help you because, like, unlike most agencies, we don't just take anyone with a pulse and a credit card. So, and then ask your first question, which usually should be a double commitment question now that you know what that is, right? Next one. Why are you asking me all these questions? So go ahead, pause the video now, act as if you were trying to handle this objection and what you would say. Do this now. So the cause of the reason is that you haven't earned the right to go deep yet. So it feels invasive to them that you're asking these questions because there's no trust and there's no rapport. So a good response would be like, I mean, why are you responding to all these questions? Right? So you could just like break the pattern there by doing that. And just saying, yeah, I just want to get the clearest picture possible of your business. Just kind of see if I can even help you in the first place, right? That's the whole point. Or you can use the if call setting, like expectation setting frame. Like there's definitely different ways you can handle this. But yeah, that's a good way to break the pattern and do it that way. 18, I'm driving. So go ahead, try to pause the video, handle this yourself, and just see what kind of response you can come up with. Do this now. The cause for this is that, like, well, obviously they're driving, right? And this will make them have no urgency, no focus, high resistance. So the best response you can do is like, yeah, no problem. I mean, I don't want to distract you too much. So do you feel like it's fine to have a conversation on the road? And then go through with the first question. And if they say no, then just figure out when to call them back, right? Figure out a next touch point, next TP, if you will. Number 19, I've been burned before. So go ahead, pause the video, act as if you were replying to this and giving a good response to get them, to keep going through with the call or even book an appointment. And they tell you I've been burned before, right? So do this now. They have major trust issues, right? So all they need is to listen. They need to be listened to. They need compassion about their situation. They need validation even. But be careful with validation because it can alleviate pain, right? And a good response to that could be, I'm so sorry to hear about that. Some agencies just don't seem to care about their clients and just try to wring people out for cash. You know what I mean? Can you share like a little bit more about how that like happened? A little bit more about that experience in general? 20, I'm with a client. So let's say they're with a client and you are handling this objection. Go ahead, pause the video, try to come up with a response that you think would be fit for the situation. Pause and do this now. So the reason for this is, well, obviously there's bad timing and they're probably totally disengaged in your conversation. And the best thing is just to set up a next touch point, right? So a good response would be like, no worries, I'll call you back. This was a bit of a test one just to see if you're kind of like still paying attention with this process. Cause like if they're actually with a client, you don't want to try to like handle that and get them on a call, right? So just kind of a little bit of a test on your end. So hopefully you passed. 21, I'm working / I'm on the job site. So go ahead, pretend that they just asked this or said this to you and that you're trying to respond in a way that'll keep the call going, even lead toward a booked appointment. And go ahead, pause, come up with this response and do this now. So usually it's bad timing. They're probably in a bad environment to talk. So again, the best thing you can do is probably just setting up another touch point. So good response. Yeah, I mean, you got like 5 minutes. And if not, if they don't, then just set up another touch point. Super simple. 22, I'm getting a phone call. A lot of people will say they're getting a phone call and they're not actually getting a phone call. This is very, very common. So go ahead and pause and pretend that they're saying they're getting a phone call, but it's very apparent that they're not actually getting a phone call, right? Try to come up with a response that can either keep them on the call with you or even lead towards a sale or a booked appointment, right? So do this now. Pause the video, and yeah, do it now. So most likely these are lies, right, to get out of the conversation, because like if they were actually getting a call that was important, they would instantly hang up. So you didn't hook them in enough, or if they're actually getting a call, then they're comparing your call to the other call and the other one's more important. So for this objection, honestly, the response, I'd say, oh, look, that's perfect timing. That's what I would just say, like sarcastic, like that's perfect timing. And then if they say like, yeah, it's perfect timing, I'll or whatever, like if they just like keep talking to you, then chances are they're probably not actually getting a call. But if you say like perfect timing and then they just like actually hang up, then that's how you know they're actually getting a call, right? This one's kind of a challenging one to handle. It's kind of like one of the only things that someone can say to just like actually get you off the call as soon as possible. So that was pretty much all of the objections that I wanted to show you guys. They're pretty much all the most common ones and pretty solid responses for each one. The reason why this is in this video is not to like give you a resource to basically help you handle any objection you want, you know, with just one little script that'll work for every prospect, because this won't work for every prospect. Everyone has different energy types, everyone's different, and you can't expect all these responses to work on everyone, right? That's the reason why I'm not including these objections in a resource or anything. I'm solely having these in this video so you can use them to practice. And when you rewatch this video and we go through this process and you pause for every objection and actually to try to come up with a response, then hopefully the next time you watch this video, it'll be better than this time, right? This is a learning experience. This is a training program. I like to view this program as a training experience, to train yourself to be the best and to execute at the highest level possible, right? So let's go through effortless execution finally before we wrap up this video. So when we're actually executing these setting calls, right, there's a few tips I have for you to just kind of overall increase your metrics, and that's the whole point of this section. So if we were to diagnose where things could go wrong in this process from the beginning, it all starts with your phone number and your pickup rate, because all these setting calls are calls, right? So if we want to optimize the first metric, which is pickup rate or PUR, which I know, like, I'm not sure, you should understand most of these metrics from Agency Ascension, like I believe with the CEO dashboard and all that stuff. Like, you should understand a lot of metrics already. But if you don't, just keep in mind that like you will understand these better off when you're actually going through the appointment booking, videos. But to basically optimize PUR, which is pickup rate, so the chance that someone picks up when you call them. So let's say you call 100 people and 3 pick up, your pickup rate's 3%, right? That's terrible. Your pickup rate should be like 75%. So use Wave or some other spam protection for your Go High Level numbers. And then before purchasing a number, you can look up a spam checker and check the number beforehand. So if you look up on Google phone number spam checker, then you can paste your number in there and then see if the number is like counts as spam beforehand, because Go High Level has to buy the numbers or obtain the numbers somehow, right? And some of them, they're not like fresh, right? So some of them have like, some of them are more spam likely than others. So you want to find one that's low risk. This is the first thing you can do. The next thing is don't triple dial on your number. Always double dial. For setting, always double dial. But don't triple dial. Don't, call the same person 3 times in a row, because your number will be burned. It'll show up as spam likely. Another tip is to use an area code that coincides with the area the prospect lives in, because what's great about A2P is that it stays once you complete it. So like you can just like buy as many phone numbers and they're all of them are going to be A2P compliant on that sub account. No, that does not mean you can like have limits. Limits go per sub account, not per phone number. But you can simply just buy more numbers. So like on a lot of my sub accounts, I have like, 30 to 40 numbers of like different states. And you can just like choose the different area code based on the state, right, that you're outreaching for that day. So yeah, like I said, always double dial. Use SendBlue or some other app that integrates with Go High Level to send blue text messages instead of the normal green Go High Level SMS messages. This solution right here, using, to get these blue messages, it's very, very effective and a very, very worthwhile once you can afford it. But I believe it's around $500 a month or something along those lines. So just be cautious there and keep that in mind that like right now that isn't necessary. I scaled all the way up to 20K a month, just all without even, SendBlue or anything like that. Only the normal Go High Level SMS. But that will increase delivery rate, response rate, all metrics when texting and sending reminders. So keep that in mind. So the next metric to focus on is your ABR or booking rate, right? And to optimize your appointment booking rate, there's a few things you can do. The biggest thing is probably watching this video multiple times and having rigorous practice outside of this video. Your ABR should increase a fuck ton because you're becoming way better at setting, right? So your appointment booking rate, the chances that you book them per dial. So like you do 100 dials, you book one person, that's an ABR of 1%. But like, honestly, it should be way higher. So like I said, though, in addition to the info in this video, speed to lead is very, very important. So if there's a lead that shows interest, you need to contact with them like within 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, that will majorly improve your booking rate and your pickup rate as well. And when you have leads that show interest, get used to contacting them 8 times. Something that's interesting is that like Alex Hormozy says this a lot And the more touch points, the better, obviously. But the sweet spot for contacting a lead to get them to be a paying customer is 8 times. So on average, you need to contact a customer 8 times to get them to purchase from you. And I don't mean just like texting them 8 times or calling them 8 times. I mean like, you know, you have an initial cold SMS message. That's 1. You have a call with them and set an appointment. That's 2. You have a sales call. That's or even have like a confirmation call before the call. That's 3. You have text reminders before. That's 4. You have the actual sales call. That's 5. Maybe they actually want to go on another call with their business partner or something, or you know, that's 6. And then they text you a few times back and forth, and then they actually become a paying customer. The sweet spot is 8. I just want you to keep that in mind. So if you can also just manage to double dial these like leads that show interest for like 6 to 7 or 8 days straight, it will give you the best odds of booking them. And if someone showed interest in the past, then be adamant about trying to get them to book in, right? It's better to just like use the leads that you already have that have showed interest instead of just constantly getting new ones and new ones and new ones, right? So after booking rate, we have to focus on show up rate, or SUR. This is pretty much influenced mainly by your ability to set appointments, but there is some other things we can do to improve it. So to optimize show up rate, first of all, become a better setter so they actually want to show up and talk to you or your closer. And make sure the email and SMS automations you use to remind them doesn't spam them, doesn't blast them constantly and deter them away. A lot of people will become annoyed by that and just decide to not show because it's been, you know, pissing them off. Lower the resistance to hop on the call. And to do that, you can use Google Meet. So also give them or tell them clear instructions about like how to actually join the meeting. But by using Google Meet instead of Zoom, it's much easier to join, right? It's just one click of a button. So, but just make sure you have an upgraded workspace in Google because like there is a 1 hour meeting limit time. And I believe there's the same thing for Zoom. So you need an upgraded Zoom or Google Meet account, just like whatever one you use. And make the meeting reminders as human as possible. So like I have a really good one that like I'm like kind of known for. And 43 minutes before the call, I have an automation that says good to hop on in 43 minute ? And if they say yes to that, then like they join. You know, that helps your show rate so much because they don't think it's like a robot sending that message. They think it's you, right? Another thing you can do to optimize show up rate is have a very solid pre-call VSL. You can set expectations, you can show value, you can show social proof. You can eradicate almost all objections by just building a shit ton of trust in this video, and that'll improve your show rate as well. Like, think about this. If you have a pre-call VSL, there's publishings on it. There's like 20 testimonials. You actually go through each one and explain them, and they hop on the call with you and they saw that pre-call VSL. At the end of the call, they're not going to ask for more testimonials. They're just not, because you already showed so many of them. You know what I mean? Like, and they'll be much more interested to hop on the call with someone that's like actually serious, right? So that'll improve your show rate as well. It's very important. And if people are telling you that they aren't going to show because the video, you know, wasn't something that they're looking for, then that's how you know chances are you probably need to rework your pre-call VSL and make a new one. And when booking people, just please, you cannot book them out more than 24 to 40 hours in advance. Okay? You have to book them within the next 24 to 48 hours if you want to maximize your show rate. Once again, when booking people, you cannot book them more than 24 to 48 hours in advance. Book them within that time if you want to maximize show rate. People will forget about this meeting. And the 48 hours seems to be the sweet spot. Like right after 48 hours, they seem to just forget about it. Right? So make sure to book them in within the next day or two. So onto the resource section, I just dropped a simple setting framework for you guys to use and kind of reference when learning how to set better. I don't want to give you guys a specific setting script. I do have some for some of the appointment booking modules, but just so you can kind of practice setting and stuff, I have that framework down below. It's a general setting framework for pretty much all different offers and all different niches. And even just not even SMMA in general, just like everything else. It's a good framework to, keep in mind, look at, kind of notice what's in there, like double commitment questions and all the other stuff that you learned in today's video. Here's an example of a set for cold SMS I want to break down real quickly for you guys. And I know we're probably approaching the 2-hour mark or whatever in this video, so it's almost done, but here is an example for a cold SMS set that I want to show you guys.
Hello. Hey, is this Douglas? If I'm not
Bobby?
mistaken?
Bobby with New Gospel Choir. This is Owen.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you.
Hey,
I
Owen.
texted you about
I caught the phone a while ago, and it was like a jingle music.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah. When I answered the first time, it just had music, elevator music.
So sorry, I called you. I'm calling you right now through a platform, and then sometimes has like a few bugs in that and stuff.
Right.
Because obviously this is like an 888 number, one of those types
Right.
of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No problem.
Cool. So you own a roofing company, correct? Or is it just a home improvement in general?
Oh man, I'm a commercial and residential general contractor. I can build a roof. I can install a roof. I can build a high rise. I can build a Superdome. I can build a school.
What's crazy there is that like I didn't even know about double commitment questions when I did this set, and this is like a guy that actually closed. And what's crazy is I did a double commitment question as my first question, and I didn't even realize I did it. Are you you're like a roofing company owner, or you're just a general contractor? Like that's a double commitment question. They have to choose one path, and both of them lead towards the sale. Like, gosh, it's so interesting to see these methods actually in action, especially when you don't. I didn't even realize that I used them. So let's keep going.
Build a high rise. I can build a Superdome. I can build a school. I can build a house. Yeah. I can build anything you want.
Bob the Builder.
Bob the Builder.
See, just like breaking the pattern.
Yeah, I mean,
couple quick questions.
Uh-huh.
Mind if I ask you a couple quick questions here?
Yeah, no problem. Mm-hmm.
Cool. So, how's business going for you guys right now?
Wait, I'm sorry. Oh, you went low on me. Say that again. I'm going across the causeway right now. Say that one more time.
No worries. How's business going for you guys right now?
I've got a lot of stuff that it's about to break. I have my guys are busy right now. I don't know if do you watch football?
Do I what?
Do you watch football? You get into football? Okay, you familiar with the Honey Badger?
No, I'm not.
Honey Badger played for LSU, and now he's playing for the Saints. His name's Tyrann Mathieu. I'm actually doing work at his house over here on the North Shore. I've been know him pretty well. I've been working with him for about 6 months now. It's coming to a temporary hold or a temporary end, depending on what you want to call it. I've got a $1 million house that's about to break. I have several $100,000
but I don't.
projects that are about to break. But man, look, and I try to keep my guys busy all the time.
Yeah.
I love to keep my guys employed. And I'm about to come into a little bit of a slow period because I have people putting on their brakes here and there. Even though permitting's my big thing. Sometimes it takes 6 months to get something permitted because you're going through that protocol. So absolutely, man. Look, we're always looking for opportunity for sure.
Yeah. So if you're 100% qualified and everything, it sounds like I caught you at like the right time.
Oh yeah, it sounds like, man. Look, Proverbs 16:9, man. Everything happens. He controls. He controls.
Okay. Oh yeah. So, what does that look like in terms of jobs? Like how many let's just go roofing. Stick there. How many roofing replacements do you guys usually do on like a month-to-month basis?
I may do 6 to 9 a year. It's nothing that we do a lot of because we do so many things. We do new roofs.
Right.
We do replacements. I've got guys that's one of their specialties, but I have cross-trained them to do other things because we try to stay busy.
Yeah, totally. Because I'm going to be honest, like I can get you like 6 to 8 roof replacements a month, and I just want to know if you can handle that.
Absolutely, we can handle that. There's no doubt about that. My brother, I've got 13 to 35 guys available to me. It just depends.
Okay.
It depends on when I need them and what I need them for.
Good. Okay. Cool. So far you crushed my little interview there. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't really work with everybody because I can't. Like otherwise I'd be competing against myself. Where are you calling out of right now?
I'm calling out of the New Orleans area. I'm on the North Shore.
Reframing it, so he's calling me, right? He's coming towards me from
in Louisiana there?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Covington, Mandeville, Madisonville, all of New Orleans metropolitan area, all the way to Baton Rouge.
Gotcha. Awesome. Okay, cool. So yeah, I don't have anyone in Louisiana at all actually. But the reason also why we work with one person per area is just because like I need people that are ready to go. I want people that are action takers. Like I want to make sure you're successful because that's the only way I am. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely.
So and also I'm looking for people to work with for like a longer term basis. But like so based on this conversation, you seem qualified. You definitely are. You have the back end to handle these jobs and whatnot. And this kind of is a call to like see if you are qualified, and then if it's a good fit, which it sounds like you are, I would love to connect you over to our like how call type of thing, so I can show you how this would actually look inside of your business. Does that sound like a good plan to you?
That sounds good. Let me ask you: is this? I've worked with Angie. I don't know if this is Angie on
Hell no.
painting, and I had one guy that I handed over the painting section to, and Angie's that didn't work for us.
we should on that call I'd like to talk like 5-10 minutes about just how terrible Angie is.
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't mind doing that. It is really sad. I'm not gonna lie. It's so easy to sell my stuff because it's so much better than Angie, and everyone's done Angie.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, we can book that little how call and just show you what I can actually do in that screen share. When's the next time you're gonna be able to be available like in front of a computer type of thing?
Let's see. I'm heading to the South Shore. It probably won't be until tomorrow morning. I mean, it'll be late tonight, but I've got
I made the urgency so well and the framing and like the confidence, like it's so well. He wanted to he wants to talk to me tonight.
Okay? I mean, tomorrow morning, would that work?
Yeah, let me
quickly check. Notice how he's asking me. He's asking me.
You guys are
Central
time. So, are you available at like? I mean, it's hard. I'm pretty booked up tomorrow morning. Maybe like tomorrow at like noon.
Let's see. Morning and go in the afternoon. Noon my time, correct?
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me look at my book here.
Okay.
I'm driving, but I'm all right. Yes, tomorrow at noon, I'm fine.
That works?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to go ahead and send you a quick invitation to that. What's a good email I can shoot that over to?
It's Bobby, B-O-B-B-Y, at Dugas, D-U-G-A-S, McGuire, M-C-G-U-I-R-E.com.
Okay, awesome. Then what's your full name? Bobby who?
Bobby Dugas.
Okay.
I'm the general contractor. McGuire side came from my ex-father-in-law. I've been doing this for 43 years. I'm a pretty young 62-year-old. People can't believe I'm 62. If you go to my website, the picture I have on there is from last year. I don't know I don't think you've been to my website because I don't think you were.
I'll check it out before I call.
Yeah, it's on there, about us or about me or about whatever it is. My son-in-law, one of my son-in-laws put it on there, and I'm supposed to be putting content, but I put a good bit. Put it this way, I get a lot of jobs off of my website because I'm pretty deep in the restoration as well, and so it's a really good quality website. But yeah, check out my picture. That was last year. I'm awesome. Sicilian, bro.
Basically, he went on and kind of just kept talking. And I finished booking him, and it was fine. And I said, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And I made sure that he got the confirmation, but because he was driving, I don't believe I told him to like confirm or anything. And if you want to check this out, remember, you can just open up this slideshow in the PDF form and just like, you know, open it up in the Keynote. But yeah, so that's a great example of a very, very good set, right? This was a cold SMS, right? So all it was is just I just gave him a call. I said, hey, I gave him a text message, a cold SMS message, like, hey, this is Owen. I can bring you some roof replacements, etc. when you have a chance for a call. And then I just gave him a call, and that's how the call went. Okay. And actually that morning he closed for 4K, right? So the point is that like all of these different methods, like you saw, hopefully by watching this video a few times, you'll get the ability to start seeing these things in the call. But what's great is that like I didn't even fully know much about setting then. All I've just done is had so much experience setting at that point. Like I didn't know any fundamentals or theories or anything that I taught you today in this video. But if I did, then it would speedrun my progress. But what's crazy is that naturally, just by learning how to set, by doing it more, I was able to apply a lot of those things that I mentioned to you guys in today's video without even knowing it. Right? That's the power of practice and execution. So that's really, really important that I want you guys to keep in mind. But I went ahead and also attached a folder of in the resources section of more set calls, so you guys can go in and kind of check and see and listen to some more good examples of what set calls are. This isn't required or anything, but it's definitely recommended. But yeah, so that's some inspiration, some model calls. So you should see that in the description under this video. Another crucial thing, if you want to execute setting calls properly, you have to be good at tracking. Okay, tracking is extremely important. The only way we can judge our metrics and figure out how good we are and figure out how bad we are, more importantly, is by tracking them. So do not forget to track. And I know that that sounds foreign to you, and it should, but just in general, tracking metrics is crucial for every outbound method you do, whether it's cold SMS, whether it's cold calling, whether it's cold DMs, because that's the only thing that allows you to know what's going on, right? You got to track your pickup rate, your show up rate, your appointment booking rate, all of these things, and measure them in accordance to a KPI or a key performance indicator, right? A metric that determines whether or not like it's bad or good. If you're booking appointments cold calling and your ABR is 0.5%, or even if it's 1%, so you book every 1 out of 100 dials, then the KPI might be 5%. So that's the goal. You want to get to 5%. 5% is the KPI. That's the goal. So that tells you that something in your process is going wrong, and that you need to figure out how to do it. And if you track pickup rate, if you track pitch rate, resonation rate, all these little aspects of a cold call, you can actually just like figure out, there may be like, maybe it's 1 or 2 things, but usually it's like just one thing that's out of whack. And then if you fix that, your ABR goes up, right? So that's just kind of how that works. Hopefully you already understand that after agency ascension, but do not forget to track. I don't have a setting, tracking sheet in the description of this video for you, but I do have them under the appointment booking modules and videos for them. So make sure to use those tracking systems. And if the tracking sheets aren't directly in the descriptions, it should be in the SOPs, right? So do not forget to track. Be careful. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This was a very long one and a very, very informative one as well. If you watch this video, like I said, 3 to 5 times, coupled with practicing, constant execution, ruthless growth, and you just focus on learning and acknowledging patterns and seeing things in calls, like you will become a killer setter and you'll do amazing. So after this video, what I want you to do is do 30 mock setting calls with someone else from the program. So that'll allow you to improve one thing at each time. And the way that looks is simply just go on a call with someone else from the program, or me or Brandon or whoever, and simply just do a mock setting call, right? Pretend that one's calling and one's picking up the phone. Pretend that one's the business owner and one is, the person in the niche. And then you simply and then pretend that one's the agency and then the other's the business owner. And then simply just go ahead and go through the process and act as if you were doing it, right? Do that about 30 times. I want you to try to improve one thing at each time and write it down in a piece of paper. And then at the end of it, you'll see very, very, very good improvement. So in addition to that, I want you guys to continue or finish the book Neuroselling, which I should have prescribed to you in the last video. So make sure to go through and continue, or at least finish that. And yeah. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Remember to watch this video back 3 to 5 times to become the best as you can at setting. It'll help so much, and it only takes a few hours of your day every day. And I will speak to you guys in the next one. Thank you so much for watching, and have a great rest of your day. Hey everyone, it's Owen Rensland and welcome to Sales Operations. This video is going to go over sales pretty much in its entirety, everything that you need to know to actually handle and operate on these calls. And it's going to be a longer one today, but everything in this video is extremely valuable and extremely important. And once you can understand this and maybe watch this a few times, you should have no problem actually handling and taking these calls. So, obviously with practice as well. But here's what we're going to cover. Sales fundamentals recap, the sales framework, crafting your scriptless framework, objection handling, execution, practice and review, roadmap, and action items. So we covered the fundamentals of sales, how to become a great setter. It's time to go over how to operationally take these calls. It's much more simple than you might think. Sales fundamentals recap. So first of all, there's no such thing as a one-size-fits-all solution, right? Like everyone sells different, everyone has different selling styles. There's really no one-size-fits-all. What works for you might not work for someone else. What works for someone else might not work for you. And sell scriptless, utilize presence to drive the transformation. Sales is the transference of energy, identity, belief, and certainty. And then people buy with 80% emotion and 20% logic. So I will say that there is really no one way to sell. That's why I'm kind of making these videos in the way they are, because everyone has a different, type of energy. Everyone has a different way of, handling these calls, different past experiences, different memories, different, standpoints on things. And so it's like, there's no really one way or another to sell because everyone has different intangibles as well. But I will say what you need to do basically is just study the process, practice it, and you'll find your selling style over time. If you use the stuff that I'm giving you in these videos, you will close at a high percentage, right? But there will be a point where you find that you kind of have a selling style, right? You do things a little bit differently. You kind of use your intangibles in a certain way. And I can't teach you that, right? Because that comes with experience. Why do people buy recap? People buy because of purpose. Agitated current situation and awareness of a better possibility. During discovery, we increase the gap, and that's where the sale is made. Just remember that your prospect's current situation and desired situation, you separate them on the call, right? And you are supposed to bridge that gap, you, your service, and your offer. And that's pretty much the easiest way to explain why people buy. Now, the 4 parts of communication. So remember that words, what you say is literally 7% of it. It literally does not matter really what you say to these guys. It's more about how you say it, what you want for them, and who you believe you are in the first place. So tonalities, 38%, intentions, 27.5%, self-image, 27.5% as well. So this is really important because a lot of people don't really think this is true, but just remember that if you need to practice something, practice how you say it. Don't practice what you say. The point of mocks and the point of all this practice and actually just execution in these calls is you're getting better and better and better, right? Through reps. But if you're simply just practicing a script or practicing what you say specifically, it's not really going to do all of that, right? You need to focus on how you say it, what you want for them. Because if you guys actually want to help these people, if you actually have the intention that you want to help them and change their lives through your service, then your tonality and what you say will come across that way, right? It's just a matter of intention. And it's the same way vice versa. If you just want their money, if you just want, them to be your client, then chances are they probably won't because of how it shows up in your words, your tone, and your presence on the call. So it's really important. The 3 levels of conversation recap. So obviously we had service level 1, which we will go into a lot more depth today. Service level 2, or I guess action level 2, which is more the why and the how and the what. Usually the explanation behind things, and then level 3, the transformation level. So this is where we go into more of the identity level, and we're kind of expanding on the entire process. and as well as the objections, which we will cover today. Now, these are just a short list of some of the objections that you can run into. I will say these are all the things that you want to handle during level 3. That's why they're the same color. And that would be the goal, because like there's a few things that aren't on there. And yeah, those are things that are probably going to show up if you don't handle them. So, and then once again to the left, there is a little list of objections that are usually should be pre-handled in the in level 3. Now we will cover these today and cover how to pre-handle them, but it's just important that you know that you have to handle them in level 3, right? And all sales are made in level 2 or level 3. There's no sales made in level 1. Like, they have no emotional buy-in. They really don't even care about the conversation. They honestly could, jump off the call and forget you ever existed. But once you get down and more into depth in the discovery process, you find that like there's much more emotional momentum, buy-in, and they actually have pain and they feel it, right? So once again, surface level 1 consists of, basic ask questions, just collecting data basically. How many jobs did you do last month? How many leads did you get this month? And the whole purpose of level 1 is just to give them surface level awareness of their situation. Level 2 is all about specifics, right? So this is asking how and sometimes why. And the purpose of level 2 is to give them emotional awareness of their situation. The whole point of this level 2 in discovery is you want to basically hold up a mirror for them, right? And that can be painful. So how is that going for you? How come? Right? Questions like this. And I will say level 2 is also, once we said last video, is like this is where you want to be in setting as well. If you can, cause some pain, cause a little bit of emotional buy-in on the setting call, it'll actually help your show rate. A lot of people say that if they have any pain whatsoever, they just won't show up to the call. And that sounds like it makes sense. But in actuality, and when you actually care for someone and you have that intention, it shows through the call, right? So if you're asking, oh shit, how's that going for you? But I just wouldn't be afraid of, don't cause too much pain. Don't do too much, because they will literally just hang up on you. But there's a sweet balance, right? Like if you don't get to level 3 on a setting call, obviously, but transformational level 3 is about identity awareness. So the key word of this level is the words I am, right? In level 2, there's a lot of container words and, a lot of words with meaning, right? And level 3 is all about that identity level. So basically, instead of just like holding up a mirror, right, and letting them see through it and see how painful it is, you're kind of creating a mirror and showing them who they need to be. And you're building emotional leverage by letting them see a truer version of themselves. So you're basically showing them through that mirror that you created who they need to be in order to hit their goals. And a great word for this this section in discovery is basically expansion, because you're expanding on everything that they're talking about and everything that they're saying, and you're really just digging deep into their identity and deep into how they see themselves. And yeah, once again, like if you hear the prospect start saying like I'm the person to do this, I'm not the type of person to do this, etc., you'll know you're there, right? And what's great about this is that like if their identity is in line with the outcome we want, then it's pretty much game over, right? And I'll give a good example here. When I was on a sales call going in, like I was the prospect, right? I was getting sold a mentorship for an agency program, and throughout the call, it was a pretty normal call. It wasn't, he sold scriptless, like he was really great at sales, and it got to a point towards the end where I was like, I'm not too sure if I actually want to go through with this. And he got pretty damn deep in the discovery about my life. I was playing into it because I wanted the outcome, right? Like these guys will play into your process if you actually show you care. Like I could tell he cared about my situation. He actually felt like he could help me. And because of that, it got so deep in the discovery and that way into level 3, he ended up like saying, do you think the reason why you're not where you want to be is because you're the type of person to usually say you'll think about it, or usually say you'll do this or that, or just something along those lines? And he just really challenged my identity. He literally he basically made me see that I have to become and step into a new version of myself in order to actually hit my goal. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. And the only way that happened is because he was really good at sales, got really deep in the discovery, and got to that level 3 point, right? And like what I mean by this is that my identity wasn't in line with the outcome that he wanted, but because he literally created a mirror and showed me who I needed to become in order to actually hit the goals, because he was transferring basically his energy to me, then I was like, okay, I'm in. And I bought. And at this level, when you're this deep in discovery, this is where you want to pre-handle all of the objections, right? There's a lot of different outcomes you'll get in the calls, like, oh, let me think about it. Let me talk to my wife. I don't even know. It's too expensive. I want to see the contract. Like all these BS things, right? That people say at the end of the call. And you're able to pre-handle them in this section, in this level. But I will say the most important thing that you need to know about this whole level, right? About these levels in general, is that when you're in discovery, this is right before you pitch, right? Because you're digging deep into their problems, you're creating that gap before you bridge yourself as the offer between where they currently are and where they need to be. And you must reach this level before you present your offer. Like if you're not in level 3 and you're pitching them and there's not enough buy-in, you lose them. State management recap. So your state controls how you are in the moment and how you act on the call. If you show up positive, confident, and excited, it will reflect in your prospect. Mirror neurons, right? Sales isn't something you do, it's who you become. Your state underpins presence, intention, and identity. Really, really important and huge aspects on the call. One thing that you should keep in mind is that humans are built to survive, not thrive. We have these fight or flight reactions to things, and we have 3 negative thoughts for our positive thoughts just because we're built to survive, right? Not thrive. So it's very important to always be able to control your state and manage it. And another thing you can do is use your 3 words to anchor your state every single call right before as well as after with 3 deep breaths. And I will say that if you're a victim to your state, you will basically fail. Like you won't succeed because you literally can't do what you need to do and can't perform in the way you need to. Identity-based selling recap. Who you are off the call is who you are on the call. Every time you have a thought that doesn't serve you, kill it, remove it from your head. It didn't happen. Ability traps you. Intention is infinite. Another thing I didn't really mention much in the sales fundamentals video is that you can kind of use mentors as pathways to your goals, like brick pathways. And when you're comparing yourself, don't compare yourself in like, oh, I'm from scale of 1 to 10, how good am I at sales? Like, no, compare yourself to their ability. 1 to whoever the mentor is. Like you can ask yourself, would that mentor close that person? And what's good about this is that you can always rise to the level of your mentor and then just basically, get new ones over and over again. Show up confident in yourself, align, certain, and emotionally present to these calls. A good salesman sells a product. A great salesman sells a transformation. People don't buy products. They buy feelings, status, identity, and results. So that was the recap for sales fundamentals. Now we're going to go over the sales framework. So the way I'm going to do this is definitely different than any other sales program that you've ever seen. But before I give you any frameworks or anything, I want you to understand that I need you to take your first 30 sales calls without a script. Okay. And I know that this is going to sound insane, because, in sales, you need a script. But I promise, if you do this properly, you will 5x your progress. Like you will become that much better at sales in that shorter amount of time. So the fundamentals of sales, everyone, you can look at my first video, my sales fundamentals video, and be like, oh, these are the fundamentals of sales. But in actuality, you just need to be able to fucking sell. And the best way to do that is to just to talk to people and actually do it. Right? So that's the first thing I need you to understand is that you are going to take your first 30 sales calls without any script whatsoever. It shouldn't even be a thing that exists in your mind. And if you have a script, if you've been using one, delete it. This will guarantee you will improve at the fastest rate possible and collect a lot of cash. So the sales framework I'm going to give you guys is the best, in my opinion, the best high ticket online sales blueprint there is. So obviously there's so many ways to sell, but this is by far the most battle tested and stress tested method used by all of the best salespeople that I know. Drum roll, please. All right, here we go. Boom. Rapport, frame, discovery, pitch, close. This is the master sales framework. I know it sounds silly and it's very, very short. It's literally 5 words, but this is all you need. And once you can understand this, you will not have a problem with selling. Rapport. So it depends on your selling style, right? But rapport is usually the first 1 to 4 minutes of the call. For me, when I was taking my calls more frequently, I guess my rapport was like 4 to 6 minutes because I was usually a little bit more rapport heavy. And some people are less, like my sales manager, like 1 minute of rapport max. So it really depends. So I will say, depending on your selling style, it's usually the first 1 to 4 minutes of the call, whereby you introduce yourself, you're just seeing how they're doing, you're seeing what's going on in their life, you're just being friendly. And it's really, really important because the first, honestly, for most experienced sales guys, you can look at a call and watch the first 5 minutes and basically tell or not whether the guy's going to close, right? So that's why the first few minutes are so important and why you really, really need to show up to the call excited and positive. I see so many people in sales go into these, jump into these calls and be like, hey, how's it going? It's nice to meet you. Let's jump right in. Are you ready to see how I can help you? It's fucking depressing. And the difference between that and actually showing up is being like, hey, prospect, how you doing? Yeah, it's super nice to meet you. Yeah, I was just, you're out of Kansas, right? Yeah, no, cool. Yeah, I was actually thinking about going there. I don't know, but the point is that it's very, very important because these first few minutes of call, this is your first impression with the prospect, basically. I mean, assuming you've probably had a setting call with them, but we mentioned all these things in the setting call, right? How important tonality is and inflections in your voice. And it's the same thing in the sales call. Those are very universal traits. You have to be very, very good at having that tonality and actually bringing the prospect into your frame of mind because when they hop on the call as well and they're depressed because oh God, it's another fucking Zoom call, and they go in, they don't smile once, and then you're there, you're like, hey, how's it going? And you make it a pleasant conversation, that will just make a huge impact on the outcome. You just have to have the prospect want to open up to you, trust you, and want to move forward with the conversation. And the only way to do that is to be good at having rapport. And all of this is literally done in the first few minutes, right? So just keep in mind that the tone and energy that you show up to the call with is pretty much everything, right? The first 4 minutes of the call, you have to start out positive with an excited tone, act like you want to be there, right? Because you should want to be there, and actually care for the prospect, right? Hey, John, how are you doing today? Awesome. Yeah, it's nice to finally put a name to the face. Where are you calling out of? No way. How is it there right now? Now let me try that with a bad tone. It's hey, John, how are you doing? Good. It's nice to put a name to the face. Where are you calling out of today? Cool. No way. How is it there? You see the difference between those two? You have to become good at that. Anyways, in sales, there are 4 different types of energy. So this is kind of just a general rule of thumb with people. And every single person has every type of energy in them, some percentage of them, but usually there is a dominant one. So this is called pace. And now this isn't, necessary to close any deals whatsoever, but it just helps to understand who you might be talking to in order to kind of cater how you handle the next parts of the call, right? So practical, action, social, and emotional. So for these examples, you can think Elon Musk for practical, Andy Elliott for action. If you don't know who Andy Elliott is, he's one of those guys that stands up and sells to people, car salesman type energy. Social, you can think Dwayne Johnson. Emotional, you can think Emma Watson. Most women are emotional. or more emotionally dominated in like the 4 energy types. That's just natural. But most business owners are some of these too, right? So this is what we're going to focus most of this entire sales video on, as well as the other one. And that's why most of the strategies and tactics that I will teach you guys are pretty much catered towards these two. Because in B2B, when you're selling to business owners, like this is who you're going to be talking to, right? You're going to be very much talking to like a social or emotional people. Those are going to be more B2C offers. But in the beginning of the call, you can get a really, really good idea about what type of energy that person is based off of keywords and just kind of like their overall vibe. And this can determine a lot of aspects of the call, right? So it's important to kind of like keep this in mind and just like kind of gauge who they might be. Typical that they're like P or an A. Like if they're practical, they're action based, like they're a typical business owner. But rarely you might get like an emotional one. You might get like, a female business owner that just seems more, upset about her situation, and she's a little bit more story driven, kind of wants someone to, listen to them, and it just depends, right? But we're going to cater this mainly towards P and A, but I just want you to know that there are other types as well. And the P and A have like social and emotional energy as well, right? There's no binary, yes, one's this, not that. It's just a matter of like percentages and ratios. So if I were to tell you anything to master this whole rapport process, just be friendly. Literally just go into the call and actually try to and just enjoy being there. Because you're meeting someone new, you're learning about their situation, like it's pretty cool. So smile, go into it with the frame of mind that you can actually change this person's life, because you can. And experienced sales reps, once again, like they can tell within the first 5 to 10 minutes of the call whether the deal closed. So it's very, very important that you master this first part of the call. And super important. So there is kind of like a 3-step process to actually going through this and building enough rapport on these calls. And number 1 is just like having a very, friendly and exciting introduction. Smile, make it feel welcoming and exciting that they're on the call with you today. And then just make an adjustment of your personality to match theirs. So you want to be a little bit of a chameleon here, right? So you'll get hints of their personality type by keywords, whether they're like swearing at you, you'll get a vibe, and you'll get hints of their personality through how they're showing up at the call, and whether they're telling jokes or talking about stories. And you want to match their language, right? But if they're low energy, right, they show up to the call, super low energy, they're like, hello. It's very, very important that you don't match their language, right? You want to bring them into your frame of being, in a positive mind, and kind of bring them into your energy. So a good quote for this is that the power plant doesn't have energy, it generates energy, right? So you have to generate the energy in the other prospect. Rapport is pretty much all about awareness, right? You just need to be aware of what's going on, aware of their situation, even like aware of what's going on in the background of their call. When you hop on a call with someone and let's say they have like a Detroit Lions flag behind them, I'm like, oh, big Lions fan, eh? Or just something to, lighten the mood and build that rapport and just be like, we're humans here talking to each other. You know what I mean? And you have to be aware of things, just to notice things and be able to adapt, right? You want to be a chameleon. Just remember, though, that this concept of pace is, once again, not required to close deals. Like, you could never hear of this entire concept and have a 40% close rate and make millions of dollars in sales. But it just can help you. It's like one of those little tools that can just kind of help you build some more rapport early on and make your frame set better as well. Because what's cool about this is that based on the different type of energy, right, whether it's practical, action, social, or emotional, you can kind of cater your frame set towards them to make it more effective. Because I can tell you right now, if you're talking to an emotional type and you use, a set that works really well on a practical type, like it just won't work as well on the emotional. It just won't. And I just want you guys to realize, though, that at the end of the day, people just buy from who they like, right? So, you have to be comfortable pushing people. You have to be comfortable, taking people to where they need to go. But I will say, it helps for sure if they like who they're talking to. They're enjoying the conversation. So the third step of building rapport is just start out with a super cliche question and then share something about yourself as well. So you can ask like where they're calling out of, or talk about something in their background, or like where did you first hear about us? And then it helps if they understand like why they are on the call in the first place. So there's like a bit of a congruency and intention there, especially with this like cold outbound and cold SMS. If you can like build a little bit and establish a little bit of urgency and congruency on the beginning of the call, so they actually understand why they're on the call with you, it'll help out a lot. So before I get started, just so I can best help you out, like what are you looking to get out of a call like this? That's like a super basic and cliche question, but it kind of gives them the illusion of control and allows for a great segue into the next part of the call, right? Or the frame. But in this rapport section, just be careful, because if you build too much rapport, it is a bad thing. You will start to lose control of the conversation. Your frame will go into a fucking trash can. Like, you need to be very careful. I was way too rapport heavy when I started out in sales because I was just generally more like a friendly person. So I would, do rapport for like 8 to 15 minutes. And then I had no frame on the call. And also I was afraid of pushing them towards the end of the call because I wanted to be their friend. Right? So be careful about having too much rapport. However, in the beginning of the call, you might sense that they might be unqualified. Okay? So, there's indications whether, that might be the case, that they're like, oh, I just want to hear the price. Or like they're smoking, or they're talking to other people, they're not really taking the process seriously and not really showing up fully, showing up late. But like if you sense that they might be unqualified, instead of like trying to, have a bunch of rapport in the beginning and, spend like 4 to 5 minutes doing that, or even just like 1 to 3 minutes, you want to just jump right in and be stronger. So what I mean by that is like, you want to do a mini discovery in the beginning, okay? Because like the typical framework for these calls, right, is rapport, frame, discovery, pitch, close. But in the beginning of the call, if you sense that they might seem unqualified, before you go into setting frame, in the initial rapport process, you want to do a little bit of a mini discovery and ask a question and ask some questions to learn a little bit more about them. Because if you sense that they might be unqualified, then you don't want to set frame. You don't want to even continue on with the call unless they are qualified, because otherwise you're going to waste an hour of your time. So, example, you can warn them that it's a 4-figure investment. Make sure, they're going to be a good fit. Just basically try to push them off the call if they don't seem like a good fit. In the beginning, if they seem unqualified, push them, jump right in the beginning, basically almost skip the rapport and, make sure they're qualified before you move forward with a frame. You shouldn't really ever accept a lack of respect. So if they show up late, their mic isn't working, their camera doesn't work, they're trying to fix shit, they start smoking, just don't accept this. Like, do something to regain frame control. Like, I would literally get up and grab a water, go to the bathroom, say, oh, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Give me 1 second. Just something, because like, or you could mention like, respectfully, if you don't think this is worth your time, we are going to need to rebook, because like we need your full focus to see if this is something that will actually help you out or not. And chances are, if they're unqualified and a shitty type of prospect, they'll keep giving you pushback. And if that's the case, say, can I be direct? Do you feel like showing up late without a camera, another person in the room, do you think this distracted energy is causing you to have distracted results? And then the last resort here for this little situation, hey, you have to fix this. You're showing up unprofessional. Let's have an honest conversation to fix this, because if you keep showing up like this, I don't think you are going to be a good fit. Your identity is just not quite there yet. And this is like the most worst situation, like probably the worst situation for someone that's unqualified, that's kind of just giving you more and more pushback. But towards the end of rapport, make sure that, if you have, which you should have a pre-call process and a video that they should watch beforehand. Make sure they have seen it towards the end of rapport. Okay, so right now, up to this point, we have simple introduction, right? We have matching their energy and tone based off their energy type, as well as, asking some kind of cliche question. And if they seem unqualified, doing a little bit of a mini discovery, asking how much they make, if they're even like good to show up for this call and actually be present and focus, Otherwise, you need to reschedule. And you can keep pushing them if they push back. And then also just making sure that they watch the pre-call process before the end of rapport, right? But if they haven't seen it, right, if they said that they didn't do the pre-call homework, they didn't watch the video, they didn't do any of it, then I would honestly just reschedule the call. You know, back in the day, like sometimes I would literally let it play and go get like a coffee or something. I wouldn't recommend this because you're literally on the call with them. It'll take away from the presence. It'll take away from pretty much everything. But if they didn't prepare, you shouldn't really accept that. You shouldn't be like, oh, okay, and then just move forward. Like that's unacceptable. If they didn't prepare, don't accept it. Reschedule the call until they are prepared. And keep in mind that while we do have these kind of like 4 energy types, assumptions are very dangerous. You know, if we are making all these assumptions, you know, like for example, let me explain. If you make an assumption that someone won't be a good fit just because of like their age or their gender or like what you think they are, you might just lose the sale because of how you run the rest of the call. So be very, very careful about your assumptions. You know, like if you assume that they won't be a good fit based off of something, then you do that mini discovery, you know, you get pushback, and then the call just gets like terrible, right? So you need to just be careful about assumptions. Just keep that in mind. You never want to assume too much. And a good way to go about doing this is like never ask a question that you don't know the answer to, because otherwise you'll be assuming. So another thing to keep in mind is be careful with bro energy. Okay, especially with these P&A types and these business owners. Some of them will like match you with it and be like, "What's up, bro?" Like the business owner will say that. And if they do that, that's when you want to be a chameleon and be like, "Yeah, for sure. Yeah." And you know, you kind of just play into that whole bro energy vibe. But for some guys, just be careful, right? Not every call is the same, but I will say, unless they're doing it, don't do it. Okay, don't be like, "What's good, bro?" Like to like a 50-year-old businessman that's like, "Hi, it's nice to meet you." You know what I mean? So just keep that in mind. But if you just pretty much just remember to be a chameleon on these calls, and this, especially in the first, you know, few minutes, and make that little snap to match their energy, then you shouldn't really have a problem. Frame. So frame is usually the next few minutes of the call, directly after rapport. And this is kind of like the simple part where you kind of take control of the call and show them that you're leading it, right? Where you talk about what's going to happen on the call, the agenda of the call. And it's very important, especially in beginners. And I will say that some people, once they get so damn good at sales, sometimes they cut this part out because they're just so good at handling the call. Because I will say, if you're the one asking the questions, you have control of the call, right? And if you're able to cut them off when they're on tangents and just show them that you're in control and that, you know, you have an agenda for the call, then this isn't the most important thing ever. But for beginners, I think it really, really helps. So, like I said, though, it's basically establishing the rules, setting the tone, setting the direction of the conversation, just so the prospect sees you as an authority, right? If they see you as an expert, if they see you as someone that they actually want to learn from and actually offer something to them, then they will be much more likely to go with you, right? If they see you as some kid that doesn't know anything, then they will never go with you, right? So whoever sets frame, whoever's asking the questions, leads the call. And you could tell, like, it's a natural lead in the conversation. If you are leading the call, you will be able to tell. If they're leading the call, unfortunately, you will also be able to tell, right? So especially with the P&A types, though, frame is pretty much everything, okay? If you can, and I like to, honestly, there's some good exercise you can do with frame, and literally, you know, hop on a call with a friend and just set like a topic and have like a bit of an argument and take sides on a topic, and then just like argue about that topic, and then whoever just holds frame the strongest, and whoever is like able to cut them off and able to be stronger in the conversation, it's very, very good practice. You know, this is something you can do in your free time. But frame control is pretty much everything on these calls, especially with these P&A types. a great quote to remember is you are either holding a frame or you're in someone else's. So you must hold your own. And with cold traffic, so like cold calling, cold SMS, cold emails, cold DMs, there is always usually a lack of urgency. So frame is very, very important. Just keep in mind though that with these business owners, especially with the ones that are, way older than us, which is most of them, right? There will be a pretty strong ego. They will be like, "Oh, you're a kid. What the hell do you know? I've been in business for 45 years." But it's like, the best way to deal with this is just to not be phased. They probably aren't a dick. Like, chances are, like, most people aren't a dick, right? But most people do have a super strong character, right? And don't take that the wrong way. Just be unfazed by it, right? Handle it with a little bit of, I don't know, just play with them a little bit, like lighten the mood a little bit. That's the best way to play back into the frame. Just lighten the mood, maybe crack a joke, have charisma, because like a lot of these guys are probably just challenging you for literally no reason whatsoever. Because at the end of the day, like, sales is quite literally just a game. So have charisma, play back into it, hold that authority. And here are some examples of frame sets. So I'm going to go ahead and read off of each one of these. So right now, so far in the call, right, we have that little rapport process. It's like, 1 to 4 minutes, just about. Really, really important. And the frame. So here's some examples based off of different energy types. Now, I will say you can pretty much have a pretty, general frame for most guys, and it's fine. But I will say it does help to kind of see the differences between what each energy type frame set could look like. Because if we're setting to an emotional type, it's much different than a practical. But keep in mind, right, these are examples. Do not write them down. Do not copy them and read them out in a sales call. We do not use scripts in this program. So the general set, right, this is like the most common one, not really catered towards any energy type or anything. Yeah, appreciate you hopping on. Well, just to kind of jump into things here, I've got about 45 minutes carved out for you. So here's how this will work. I'm going to ask you a few questions just to understand where you're at. And if I think that we can help, I'll walk you through what we do and how that would look like. Fair enough? So that's a super, super simple general set. Set 2 is practical. So this is like your more, P&A, like once again, are going to be your more business owner types. And you can just tell how like different this is. Awesome. Just to kind of jump in here because I want to be tactical. This call is really just about understanding what your current process looks like, where you're trying to go, and seeing if it integrates well with the process that we have here. And I'll give you all the logic and all the clarity that you need to make an informed decision, and more importantly, help you feel whether or not this is actually the right next step for you. If it feels like a fit, great. We can talk about next steps. I can get you onboarded today. If not, totally cool too. Sound fair enough? So see, like all these have like kind of the same general framework. Sound good, sound fair at the end. Appreciate you for jumping in, just to kind of jump in. But we're kind of more like process based, right? With the practical types of people, because they don't want to, say like, oh, I want to ask you about your current situation and see how you're, what you're doing and how it's going, but more about like their current process, and just by that simple switch, it makes them much more, impacted by this frame set, and they will, definitely agree with you much more. Okay, action based. So awesome. Just to kind of jump in here. All the work that we do is completely customized. So instead of just throwing a bunch of hypothetical numbers at you and seeing what sticks, what I found works best in these calls is just to get some more clarity on you and what's really going on in the business. So another thing, we don't really work with everyone because we work with qualified people. So it's not a very copy and paste thing, but if it's a good fit, cool. I can get you onboarded on this call. If it's not a good fit, we can part ways as friends. No worries. Does it sound good? So it's pretty long. Like, I honestly wouldn't have a frame that's this long. It doesn't have to be this long. Like, a length that's good is around this length, but kind of cater it towards whatever. So here with it more action based, we're kind of just playing into the fact that we don't want to throw around hypothetical BS at them because they're more action based, right? They want to just like have a clear cut path. Does that make sense? So set 4 is for social. So social people are just like the people that just never stop talking, right? So it's really important to be able to cut them off. But you won't get much social and emotional people on these sales calls for business owners. But a good example of the set for this would be Awesome. Yeah, excited to jump in. So this isn't going to be one of those like stiff calls or anything. This is kind of just a chance for us to chat, get a feel for each other, where things are at on your end, and see if it makes sense to explore anything further together. I just want to get to know what you're currently doing, where things are at, and see if anything we do here could help you. And if not, that's totally cool too. I'm happy to point you in the right directions if I can. Sound good? And then the fifth and final example is the emotional one. As a coach here, what I really try to do is help you understand where you are right now and where you want to go and understand how you'd get there. So that's very clear at the end of this conversation and kind of, set up a game plan to make sure that that makes sense. So at the end of the call, if you like what you hear and you think that we can help you, we'll make you an offer. If not, totally fine too. If you're not really comfortable, you don't really think it's going to be a good fit, trust me, I'll also let you know if it's not going to be a good fit by all means. But at the end of it, if you like what you hear, we will go ahead and get you started. Sound cool? So you see what I mean? Like these are all frames, right? They're all simple sets. Some of them are a little probably too long for the call. But they're just like a little bit different. The general one is just pretty basic. This one goes into more of like the process. This one goes into like not wasting time and getting more clarity. This one's about like, having a conversation together and seeing if things make sense. Each one's a little bit different, right? And so you will basically be using like one of these three typically, but because the fact that we don't use scripts, like every set's gonna look a little bit different, that's okay. So discovery. So this is gonna be like pretty much the meat of this entire video, because discovery is literally where the sale is made, right? So up to this point, we have the report and then we have the frame set, right? And the next step in the call is discovery, right? After you say, cool, if we get started, sound good? Then you want to dive into your first question. And then from there on, you want to ask just a series and line of questioning to get them to a point where they are wanting to buy from you, right? And I know it sounds scary doing this without a script and not without a list of questions, but once you understand where you actually need to go with the conversation, it becomes very, very clear. So discovery is where the sale is made. It's where someone goes from an absolute complete stranger to a paying customer. So it's the part of the call where you uncover their current situations, their pain points, their goals, emotional drivers. You're holding up the mirror. You're digging into those levels. You're getting from level 1 to level 2 to level 3. And you're simply just determining whether or not you can actually help them in the first place, right? That's literally the whole intention of discovery. And discovery is usually like 15 to 35 minutes, right? It is the majority of the call. If your discovery is 2 minutes long, you will never close someone because you're simply just not deep enough into the conversation. You don't have enough emotional momentum. There probably isn't enough buy-in. And I say this, cautiously because like everyone has a different situation and everyone's kind of a different prospect. But a good rule of thumb is that it usually lasts between 15 to 35 minutes. Right? That's enough time to go from level 1 to level 2 to level 3 and pre-handle objections. So discovery is where the sale is made and where this happens. This is when we're asking questions in order to define, their current situation and just like separating the distance between like where they are and where they want to be. And by now we have like a clear understanding of where they are. And then we need to eventually have a clear understanding of where they want to be. Right? And then by doing that, we create that gap. We're able to position our service as a bridge between the gaps with our pitch, right? Or your service and your offer. And that's how it's done, right? So typically discovery is a conversation, between you and the prospect, whereby you're asking a bunch of questions and kind of just having a naturally flowing conversation. It's not supposed to feel like a Q&A or, a big list of questions. It's supposed to feel like a conversation between two people, right? And just keep in mind, though, that in B2B sales, just in general, a tactic shown is a tactic blown. So this is why it's very, very important to not have a sales script, especially with P&A types, and just to kind of let the conversation flow naturally and just see if you're going to be a good fit together. So I will say, you might have noticed that I didn't include the presence and truth section in the recap. And the reason is because I want to cover that in this portion, because that's very, very relevant here. I'm going to tell you guys 3 aspects of discovery that you need to cover on. Okay, the first one is the most important by far, and that's presence. If I were to give you one word to describe the discovery process, it would be presence. When you are there on the call and you are listening to them and you are there with them and you can hear what they're saying and hear what they're understanding and be there with them, you will never forget what to say. You'll never stumble. You'll never not know what the next question you must be asking is. So you have to have a piercing presence. You have to catch things. You have to find these like fuel points that they'll just give you fuel and you have to use it. But the only way you can use it is if you're present and you notice it. But a lot of people think that trust is built with testimonials. Trust is built with social proof. And it's like, yeah, to an extent. But if you have unwavering presence, that is literally all the trust that you'll need. That is how you will build the most trust. And everyone always says like, I don't know what to ask. I don't know what to do. I don't have a list of questions. But like the act of being in your head, scrambling for the next thing is the reason why you don't know what to ask. And the reason why that happens is because you're not actually present on the call. Because you'll ask questions and the prospect will give you fuel. They'll tell you these things that you have to push on. And it's your job to dig and separate that current state from where they want to go. Like that is your job, right? But the problem is if you're not present on that call, you'll miss these points on the fuel. Like this is the problem with a script, right? Because you'll ask a question and they'll give you an answer, which, you know, depends on the prospect, right? Like obviously, you know, everyone's in a different situation, but they give you an answer. And what the smart salesperson does, sits there and listens to what they say, and then asks a question building on that. A person with a script will just go to the next question in the line, which will just basically guarantee that the entire conversation is surface level and not deeper. And the only way you'll know what to ask is if you are literally present with them on the call. That's the only way. So, in order to start out your discovery process for every single call, I would just recommend with the same solid opening question. So an example of this could be, what is the biggest problem in your sales process right now? Or what is the biggest bottleneck in your lead flow process right now? Just like a big, heavy question that can heavy hit them right at the beginning of the conversation. And what this will do is we'll, try to maximize the chance that you'll get into level 2, into that action level as soon as possible and get past the surface level. Because like for most of these guys on the setting call, you already have like basic information, right? If you took notes like you should have on the setting call, you would have, how much money probably they have or how much money they're making. You have, maybe you have their credit score, maybe you have how many jobs they're doing, how many leads they're getting. You have all this surface level information. And so it doesn't make a ton of sense to, dig into that on the call. And that's the reason why we start off with a bigger question in the beginning. And if you start off with that bigger question, first of all, you're perceived as like an expert, right? And there's going to be a few different options as to what you'll get from that question, right? It's either you'll get a very, very vague response and they'll be like, oh, I want to make more money. Oh, I want more leads. I want more jobs. Or they will dive into a lot of good stuff and go into their process and give you a ton of fuel and say what's exactly going wrong and how they need help. And they'll take an ownership of their situation, right? So those are the two responses to this first initial question. And we're going to cover both responses in this video. And the first one is the vague response. So if they're giving you a vague response to that first question, you have to be a doctor. You have to just collect a ton of information on them, right? So you want to just like basically ask them a ton of surface level questions and find the issue, right? So for example, what they do, how many leads they get, how many jobs they do, how much they're paid, if they're underpaid, if they have business partners to split profits with, how much time they're able to spend with their family. If you'll remember, like in this, especially with the vague response, like you are collecting data, right? In the surface level, this is where you are in the beginning. And there's no responsibility in their situation. There's no control. They don't have any ownership of their situation in level 1 because they haven't actually taken ownership, right? So if they don't even know all their numbers also, It might be early, you know, but you can always challenge them. I will say just be careful challenging people too early on. Do you feel like the part of the reason your lead generation isn't where you want to be because you aren't actually aware of what your conversion looks like? So this is a question that will literally pretty much instantly take you to level 2. But the purpose of this quantification, right, of this, you know, figuring out exactly what they're doing is to show them that we understand lead gen more than they do. Because, like, honestly, you probably do. And even if you don't think you do, you definitely just do. Because these guys know nothing about lead gen. They just get their mouth, you know, most of their jobs through word of mouth or referrals, and it's like they don't know jack squat about lead gen, right? So you need to position yourself as an expert here. Position yourself as someone that knows more than them about lead generation. And that's why you want to figure out their exact numbers. What's your close rate? Oh, okay. So what's your average job worth? What's the LTV of your customers? Like, they don't know these fucking numbers, right? But what you can do is have like a benchmark of KPIs for your niche, and you can put this into your sales framework or whatever. But basically, like what their close rate should be, what their booking rates should be, how much their jobs should be worth, how much they should be charging, what their profit margins should be like, and you can figure this out from ChatGPT. But if you have a benchmark of KPIs, then you can kind of just like, you know, you'll see more like an expert because you'll know what the numbers should be, and whether or not they are, you know, in KPI or not. But once again, we're getting a vague response here, right? And the goal for this situation, if they gave us this vague response to that first big heavy hitting question, is just to get them to like basically unsell the thing that they're currently doing. So like convince them that what they're doing isn't the right thing. And if you get to the point where you can make them think that what they're doing right now isn't an option, then they will take ownership of their shitty situation. Like, you know, the people that give you that vague response to that first question that are like, oh, I just want to make more money, they're usually rationalizing, right? And the most important thing, if they give you a vague response, you guys, is just to make sure that you get them to take ownership of their shitty situation. Okay? And that's the reason why you need to ask all these, like, you know, surface level questions and figure out their specific numbers and why they don't know them, more importantly. But on the call, like at this stage, here's where we're at, right? So we pretty much are just at the beginning of the call still. And, you know, we have some data, which is fine. But, you know, you're being present, you're on the call with them, you're listening to them, you're catching these pain points that you can push on. And now it's time to start being a little bit more expansive. So you want to start asking for more specific answers, more specific questions. Okay, how many leads exactly did you get so far this month? Okay, what about last month? What about the month before that? And if they give you a range, look for a specific answer. What specifically have you looked into and that have you tried in the past? How did that go? Why did it not do as good as you think it would? How long did they give it? So if you continue with this pace of being underpaid and undervalued, how long are you going to let it slip by? Like another year? And the goal here is like, once they have this ownership of their situation from that vague response, then the goal is to expand, right? This is the second part of discovery, is expansion. So one, we have presence so we can catch these pain points. 2 is expansion so we can expand on them. So if you're building on these questions, you're expanding on their responses, you're creating this emotional weight, and that's what we need to drive the sale. So like we mentioned in sales fundamentals, like we need them to have emotional awareness for their situation. That's the whole point of level 2, right? And to do that, you have to be able to hold up that mirror by asking the right questions. And now we are getting into the action level 2. So this is more where we're understanding like why things are, but I wouldn't directly just be asking why. Why is that? You know, I will say like it's all about pre-framing as well, but this is when we're understanding like why they want what they want, right? We're kind of just giving them, you know, holding up that mirror, kind of showing them how painful their situation is through the specifics of their answers. And we're not like saying that directly. We're not like, oh, that's so painful. Like, no, but you're asking a question that just kind of makes them realize that, right? They must come to those realizations themselves. But what's important here is that there has to be some level of openness. You know, the prospect has to understand that you are going to show them some intense truths and that you're probably going to pierce their soul, but you're doing it because you believe in a better future for them. Right? Because otherwise, if there's not that level of openness, then they'll just like hop off the call or be pissed off or be defensive. Right? So that's what you kind of need to have in that intention, and have that intention that you just are doing this and you're pushing them so they can become a better person and have a better future. It's very important though that they feel that way, because like if they don't understand that there's that level of openness, like the call will, you know, pretty much get derailed. So it's very important that you have that intention and they understand that you're going to show them some truths. Even you can even say, like, if they give you some pushback and be like, listen, I'm going to pretty much pierce your soul here. I'm going to give you some truths that, you know, are pretty intense, but I'm doing this because I want you to get this result. Yeah, once again, if you don't have that level of openness and you hold that mirror up to them and kind of show them exactly where they are, it will turn into an argument, especially with the P&A types. So you must have that level of openness and have that, you know, level of presence and attentiveness on the call. Because if you don't, and you get to that action level 2 and you're pushing them and you're like, 6 leads? Is that enough? And you're holding up that mirror and you're showing them like what they actually are and like how they actually, you know, basically making them take emotional awareness for their situation. If there isn't that level of openness, it will turn into an argument. Right? So you need to be cautious. But I will say, it is always better to push them as much as possible and then pull back than to be a pussy and not push them at all. Always. It's very easy to pull back. It's very hard to close when there's no friction. It's very important though that you have that undertone, right, throughout the whole call, that you just are doing it because you want to see a better version of them. And they just need to understand that it's in their best interest. You know, because otherwise they will attack you for viewing the truth. So this is why intention is everything, right? Because if you go into the call and you actually just like want to see the person improve and want to see the better version of them, then you will have the best, you know, the prospect's best interest at heart, and naturally it will just happen. You'll have that undertone. Like literally just give a shit. That's all you have to do. But if you could properly pre-frame questions and like the context between questions, it's kind of where it shows whether or not you give a fuck. So a lot of the times when most people do discoveries that aren't, you know, very experienced in sales, they'll just be like, question, okay, question, okay, question, okay, question, okay. And it feels like a scripted interview. You know, it feels like a fucking Q&A. But if you're able to pre-frame questions, and basically pre-frame questions is basically a way of like talking and kind of just setting up the next question. I believe I gave an example of pre-framing on the sales fundamentals video. Again, if any of that information has become foggy, I would literally just rewatch it. But keep in mind that when something is like quote unquote salesy, right, or way too invasive, it's always just how it comes across. Just remember how important tone is and intention. So we are now entering that level 2, right? We're digging and digging and digging. We're expanding on the situation. We're creating pain, creating gravity, creating emotional momentum, widening the gap, right? We're about here now in the process. And this is when specificity is crucial, right? Number of hours spent working, time spent at home, when they get home every day, if they're able to see their kids at night, how much money they make exactly, whether it's slowed down or not. You know, it's like, remember, we're still in the vague response. This is that same situation. And I covered the importance of presence, but I also want to cover the importance of truth. With P&As and, you know, business owners, usually the truth is enough to cause enough pain. But the only way you can actually like have the truth is if you call out their BS. You know, a great example I like to, you know, bring up here is like one of his prospects once said that they work like 128 hours a week or something. Or I don't remember the exact number, but it was a bullshit number, right? It was way bullshit. Like you have to sleep like 7 hours a night and spend every single time, you know, not eating, just working. And It's very important to catch the BS that they give you, because they will give you a lot of BS. They lie about their numbers all the time. So you have to have a bit of a sixth sense and be able to just catch that shit and call it out. Right? And if you're more present on the call, you will naturally just find more of their BS. But if you can actually bring the truth of the situation, it will cause so much more emotional weight. Because otherwise, if they're just comfortable lying to you about their numbers and lying to you about their situation, then they will literally just lie to get off the call. Right? But again, for, usually more P&A types, the truth is enough to build, some solid emotional momentum and get them to where you need to be. For example, here's the example. A business owner might tell you that they work 120 hours a week. A weak sales rep would say, okay, wow, that's a lot. You're working really hard. A good sales rep would say, so wait, you're working 17 hours a day? How exactly does that look? So you're telling me you sleep 7 hours, don't go to the bathroom, don't eat, and all you do is work 17 hours a day? How much time do you actually work a day? Right? Just by discovering that truth, by calling into their BS, you are causing and inflicting enough pain. Because if we take the truth and we layer it, we create even more emotional momentum. A good example of this is like, how much money did you make this month exactly? Because like a lot of times when, mid-sales reps will ask these guys questions, they'll be like, how much do you make a month? And the guy will be like, oh, I don't know. It varies. Okay, well, like, what's a range? And they'll be like, I don't know, anywhere between like 30K and 70K. But if you say, how much money did you make this month exactly? And they give you the exact number, not a range. And if they give you a range, you challenge it, be like, so how much exactly? What about last month? How about the month before that? And just by getting this truth out of them and by layering these, by like going back in time and just figuring out exactly what the numbers were, you are proving to them that like everything is not okay, and they are slowly going to take ownership for their situation. You can do that with leads, jobs completed, profit, etc. But the point is that you're stacking. You're creating emotional momentum towards the sale. And that is the third aspect of discovery, right? We have presence, we have expansion, and then we have emotional momentum. So throughout the call, you're going towards a direction, right? And the way I like to think about this is like the two diamonds in the bridge example and like the gap. Like you're on that line, right? You're creating emotional momentum. You're going towards the sale. Anytime that something is an off tangent, or it's like, they're taking a phone call, or they're like basically going astray from the actual process, the emotional momentum is getting hurt, right? And so the whole point though is that the emotional momentum is like an energy transfer, right? With direction. That's what it is. And you can also kind of feel them having these shifts internally. So this was all like if a prospect gives you a vague response, right, to that initial question. That's what all of this was for. Okay, all of this up until now in discovery. Now, let's say they drop a ton of information on you, right? You ask that initial question. You say, what's the biggest problem in your lead flow right now? Biggest constraint? And they tell you that like they're underpaid, they're working too much, they can't see their family, they're only making 60K a month. Like they give you a ton of fuel. You are not going to do the same thing that like what we explained. You are not going to dive into these specific examples because they already have ownership. The whole point, if they give you a vague response, is to make them have ownership for their shitty situation. But if they drop a ton of information on you, then they already have a sense of ownership. So you don't need to ask all those beginner questions. So let's say they drop an info bomb to that response, right? Like to that question, they literally give you so much fuel and so many things to push on. What the hell do you do? So if they drop a ton of information, then chances are they have taken ownership of their shitty situation. They know they need to change, right? So instead of focusing on pulling up these facts about their life and doing all this data collection, we have to focus more on the following. And I'll tell you this, like, I've done this before. I have tried to, ask a big question in the beginning. They give me fuel and then go into like the surface level and facts about their life. And they were turned off, like, why do you need to know all these facts about my life? I know that I need to change. Let's dive into how you can actually do this for me. That is what will happen. So instead of pulling on these facts, we have to focus on when they came to that realization, when they realized that they need more help and that their situation isn't where they want it to be. When we ask when that realization happened, it's really important that we quantify and get exactly how long ago that was. So what have you been doing since then in order to actually facilitate this change? We want to ask questions around this, right? Like what exactly they have done. So like, for example, like when they came to this realization, let's say you ask them, and they give you a ton of information. They're like, oh, I'm underpaid. I'm, not happy with my work. I only make 18 an hour. It's been really bad. My family's, struggling because of it. You're not going to ask like, how many leads did you get last month? You're going to be like, oh, damn. Okay. So when did you come to that realization? And if they say like 6 months, then it's always great to quantify it, right? I always like to take those dates and make them into like a bigger number. Be like, oh, 180 days ago. So it's been 180 days. What exactly have you been doing since then in order to actually facilitate this change? And specifics are important here. Like, that's why I kind of like doing the whole kind of changing changing the amount of months into days just to make it seem like it's more heavy than it actually is. But if you can get the specifics that they've done in that time to make that transition and actually, facilitate that change, then you can dig into like that'll be the pain points, right? So, but yeah, once again, 270 days sounds much more visceral than 99 months, right? But that's why I say it's like pretty good to have a calculator just ready for calls, just for that purpose. But anyways, you said you weren't able to be present with your partner anymore, and it's been 270 days. Why have you let these days pass by? And if you can, like this, at this point, you're widening the gap a bunch, right? Because you're like digging into what they specifically have done in the past, since they made that realization. And usually it's, pretty much nothing. And you're kind of just making them realize like, oh shit. So what's even driving you in the first place to make this change? Because like, you could always just continue to do what you've been doing. Like, I mean, you've done it for 9 months. It's fine. So like, why is it any different now? So was there like a recent event that caused you to take this a little bit more seriously? What specifically was it? What do you feel like is missing for you to actually make this transition? And, most people will be like, oh, I don't know. And that's the case. You can always challenge them and be like, do you feel like part of the reason why you've been in this situation for 270 days is because you aren't even aware of what you need in the first place? And by now, you might say some things like they think they need to not be in the situation. You would say like, if you had those things, would you go all in at that point? Because like they have ownership of the situation, right? So all we need to do, right, when they give you the info bomb response, so all you need to do is simply just figure out when that realization happened, what they've done since then, why they haven't doubled down on something. If they had the things, like what do they think they've been missing to like make that actual change and cause pain as far as like how that's affected their life. And then if they had these things, would they go all in? But like you can keep layering it. Do you think people have made that change in less than 270 days? What are those people doing that you aren't? Because like if these guys have already taken ownership and are pretty unhappy with their situation, it is your job to dive into behavior. Because they haven't taken ownership of fixing the problem themselves. For someone to facilitate this change, just in general, they need to 1, take ownership of their situation, and 2, their behavior. And when they give you a vague answer to that first big question, chances are that they haven't yet taken ownership of their situation. So that's usually the goal in the discovery. And that's usually enough pain to get them into a buying state. Get them to take ownership of the fact that they're struggling. But if they give you that info bomb response and they actually like just give you a ton of fuel, then they already have taken ownership, but they haven't taken ownership of their behavior. And that's what we need to dive into. And you need to hold them accountable, make them see that they are the issue, right? Hold up the mirror. In the first situation with the vague response, we're holding up the mirror on their situation. We're holding up the mirror and so they can see and take ownership of what's going on in front of their eyes. But here, We are holding up the mirror so they can see that they are the problem, because they haven't made or facilitated that change in the last however many days since they made the realization. You can continue to just tie it down. So I don't know. I'm just curious. Like, why aren't we talking 6 months from now? Like, do you want to keep pushing the ball down the road? Like, you can always just keep doing what you've been doing, right? But the point is that we want to keep getting more and more commitment and make sure things are in the now. That is so fucking important for all discovery, is just to make everything in the now. And a great way to layer this responsibility is just asking more shifting questions, right? Well, especially once we get to that like level 2, level 3 range, you tend to be asking a little bit more shifting questions. So as we deepen and widen that gap, and approach that level 3, this is when the prospect has 100% responsibility of their situation. And you need to keep in mind that most business owners, they aren't going to be going from like 0 to 5K a month, but it'll be more like from 50 to 100K a month, right? Do you feel like you're 1 million a year business owner? Do you think you even deserve that? What's even going to change once you hit 1 million a year? Because you could just keep making like 600K a year. Like, I get you were in a good position, but we are not in that business. We are in the position of taking people from good to great. So what does great look like for you? What happened in these appointments that made you feel like you couldn't move forward and get better results with them? What are the key metrics you're looking for when it comes to making a decision around this? Like, they might not know. And once again, this is kind of like a similar situation to the vague response. Be like, do you feel like if you pulled the trigger on something like this 2 months ago, you would be in a better position or a worse one? So why are you still continuing to jump on these calls but not commit to anything? Remember, like, if it gets too heated, you can always just pull back, right? Once again, it is 100 times better to push very, very hard and pull back instead of just being a pussy. And if you're getting a lot of pushback and you kind of need to pull back from the situation, you can always just say, like, do you even know why I'm having this conversation with you today? It's because I actually care. And I just want to see you get better results. And I feel like if you keep doing the same thing you're doing, like, you just won't get those results. Right? What we're doing in this situation is we're making sure they have accountability and responsibility for their behavior. And we're slowly starting to create this mirror that is showing them who they need to be and what actions they need to take in order to actually get the results they want to get. Right? This is at that identity, that level 3. I hope that makes sense. Once again, let me just say this for the 4th time. It is so much better to push intensity a lot and pull off a bit than just to push you around and skip it. You won't sell without friction. They need friction. Friction is literally where the sale is made. So keep in mind that they will give you great fuel to push on. They'll get to quite an emotional state. And what most bad salespeople do is just ask an entirely separate question. So how do we actually widen the gap? How do we actually cause pain? We have to dive into a topic and dig and expand on it. When you get all of this fuel from your prospect, they say like, oh, I can't spend time with my kids. Oh, I'm not making enough money. Oh, I can't retire my parents. Like, they're giving you all these things. And a bad sales rep will just simply switch to each one and be like, they'll talk about the kids, then they'll talk about the retiring, then they'll, but what you want to do instead is just to dig more into the emotional aspects of just one of those points. Quite literally, think about it like an iceberg. Each singular point that they give you, each pain point that they have is like a little bit of a mini iceberg. And you have to dig on each one till the bottom, till there's nothing left you can get out of each one. Instead, what most people do is they'll just like dig a tiny bit on that iceberg and then switch like to an entirely different pain point. And it's like, by doing that, you're not causing more pain. You are just staying on the surface level because you aren't going deeper into the conversation. So if you want to get them to that emotionally buying state, you have to dig more and more into one thing. So once again, instead of going into that other thing, just continue the emotional momentum through that current route and through that current iceberg. So that pretty much sums up discovery. Like, I'm not going to lie, like, discovery it's just basically a line of questioning and like a conversation throughout the call that you're having where you're pre-framing questions and you're like, digging into depth about their pain points and figuring out like what the hell is going on, why they're unable to change. And if they give you a vague response, remember that the goal is to get them to take ownership of their situation. If they give you an info bomb, then pretty much they have already taken, ownership of the situation, and we need to make them take ownership of their actual, behavior. And the whole point is, digging, going from that surface level 1 to that action level 2, where we're like digging more into the pain points, and then eventually, holding up that mirror in action level 2 so they can see what their current situation is or who they are currently being and if it's enough. And then in the third level, we're actually showing them who they need to become in order to hit their goals, and who they need to be and whether or not it's in line with their identity in the first place. So that is pretty much a summary on, discovery. Discovery is really important, you guys, and I would honestly recommend watching this video multiple times, or even just the discovery portion of this video, just so you can kind of, practice situations. And this is the importance of mock calls as well. If you're doing constant mock calls with people, you are constantly practicing discovery, practicing what questions you should ask next, how to pre-frame, how to actually dig into these pain points specifically. And this is the power of mock calls, but more importantly, this is the power of this video, right? So I want you to listen to this multiple times, especially this discovery portion, just so you can kind of see like what general direction you need to go in. And if you have the right intention, if you understand what's going on the actual calls and understand why you're asking what you're asking, and more importantly, not asking a question you don't know the answer to, then you will crush it in discovery. It's just about practice, iteration, and understanding what the hell is going on. Just remember being present, expansion, and then emotional momentum that you're building throughout the call. And you will get much better at discovery, right? Over time, you'll have reps, you'll do plenty of calls, you'll do mock calls, but rewatching this video like 3 times or more, it will help a lot. So as we wrap up discovery, and this is when you will naturally transition to the pitch. So this isn't really like a big enough part of the call for me to like make a whole section on it, but transitioning to the pitch, the most important thing and the biggest error I see most people make is that they pitch when people aren't ready to be pitched. Transition to pitch. So the most important thing to remember, once again, is that you have to pitch them once they are ready for it. Like this is the biggest problem because you're pitching. A lot of people just pitch too early when there's not enough emotional buy-in. There's not a strong cost of an action. You haven't pre-handled objections. And I'll cover handling objections later on in this video when they are ready to buy. And you'll just kind of tell. Like it's hard to explain this because you'll kind of just get a sense of feeling that they're ready to buy from you. And if they are at that level, if you are at that transformational level 3 and you actually pre-handled objections, and they're at that stage where they're saying I am, and they know that they can achieve their goals if they go through with you, like they are ready to be pitched. And a simple way to do this is just like, how would you like to break things down and hear how we can actually help you get to where you want to go? And I would actually, that's why I have all these X's and Y's here. The goal for this is just to like use context of the discovery that they give you, right? I would love to move in and break down all the details for you. You've been talking a lot about your company and situation. I really appreciate all the context. Awesome. Well, I'm sure just as you know as much as I do, I am no roofing professional, right? I don't know the best materials to use, how to properly lay shingles, the best way to get the best materials. And like with that being said, what I do know, John, is how to grow roofing companies and take them to X or like whatever they gave you in the discovery of like where they want to go in the future, right? I've been taking notes. You can take out a pen and paper and take some as well. Is it all right with you if I just like pretty much dive into everything? Before we jump in, I just want to ask a quick favor. So this is really, really important, you guys. Like between the discovery and between the pitch, right? Because so far we have the rapport, we have the frame, the discovery, and then the pitch. Before you pitch on every single call, it is very, very important that you have a yes, no, maybe framework. So what I mean by that is that like, it's just crucial because like, the I think about objection is probably the most common one, and the best thing to handle it early on is to have that yes no maybe framework. To actually like do this frame, you want to ask them a favor. Be like, before we jump in, John, I want to ask a quick favor. The last thing we want is for you to feel a lack of decisiveness at the end of the call today, right? So you might find at the end of the call, like you might love me so much and be like, oh, and I love you so much, take all my money. But I want to let you know that you can say no to me. It's completely fine to say no to me at the end of the call. The important thing, though, is that we only do one call per prospect. The reason is, one, that we don't want to be playing email ping pong. Two, we don't want to play follow-up call roulette. And three, we want partners that are actually committed to us. So are we able to come to a definite yes or no by the end of the call today, John? And if they answer too fast and it almost seems like a mindless yes, then double down and be like, definite yes or no? Good to go? And the point of this is like, if they seem to just give you like a mindless answer to that question, then like we want to ask it again just to make sure that they realize what they just agreed to, because then they won't give you the I think about it objection at the end of the call. But the point of this like yes or no maybe framework is we want to make sure that they're able to make a decision on the call. And what the most salespeople's like the problem that they'll do is that they'll actually like say this at the beginning of the call. And this works for some situations and for some offers, but with cold outreach and cold outbound, we don't have enough authority in the beginning of the call to ask this request of them. We just don't. But after we go through the discovery process and get to that identity level, especially pre-handle some objections, like we have enough emotional weight and buy-in at this point to ask a request like this before we go into the pitch. So it's very, very important. Pitch. So the pitch is where you're essentially pitching your services, right? This is where you're building that bridge once you've deemed that they are ready to buy emotionally and they seem like they will be a good fit, but more importantly, that there is enough emotional momentum in the call. So we want to keep the pitch concise and outcome oriented. A lot of like a common misconception that most people have is that their pitch must be very in-depth and, very process oriented, especially for more P&A types. But in the truth is that like you want to keep your pitch very concise, right? Very like literally like 1 to 4 minutes in length on the call. And because the more confusing the pitch is, the more questions it will bring up, the more like considerations that they'll have to, make before eventually making a decision. And a super simple and general framework for your pitch is just to like reintroduce yourself in the company and then the outcome that they can expect to get with you. Then just bottle that down to like 3 aspects or 3 pillars. And the reason why you do this is because 3 things is really easy to understand, right? This is why I have like the 3 words for state management, the 3 deep breaths after each call. Like the reason why is because it's just really easy to remember and easy to understand, and it just works great. So 3 aspects or 3 pillars, and each part or pillar consists of a method on how we are going to get them X result, and then the benefits associated with that based off of their discovery. So basically, based off of what they actually want and what they told you in the discovery, this is how we are going to tell them that the benefits do, right? So it's pretty common to use like, 3 pictures or 3 processes on a Miro or 3, or like 3 pillars in a slideshow just to kind of represent those 3 pillars. And it's always good to kind of like give the prospect something to look at on the pitch so they're not just like watching you kind of read something off. Because like I will say, like I don't believe in you using a script for, pretty much anything in the sales process. But for your pitch, because it's so like short and concise, I recommend practicing it like a ton. Practicing it like honestly like every single day would be very, very beneficial for you. Because if you can nail like the 1 to 4 minute pitch, make it super strong, super confident, and even like go on a call with a friend and just like pitch to each other over and over again, what you'll find is that you'll get much, much better and more confident at the pitch, and you're able to like string your words and sentences together so strongly that you will start to not lose people at the pitch, right? But yeah, you can use a Miro here, you can use a slideshow, you can honestly use nothing. Like it really doesn't matter. There's so many ways to sell. There's no like like we mentioned probably 5 times over the course of this entire module, there is no one size fits all to sales. It's pretty much just like, it really depends on the prospect, depends on the situation, depends on the emotional momentum, because it depends on the buy-in going into the call. Like there's a lot of factors that it depends on, right? So it's also fairly common to lose someone at the pitch as well. This was my bottleneck for a while because I was making them way too long, way too, process oriented. But a good rule of thumb, just keep them concise, keep your pitch concise, keep it simple, keep it confident, keep it high level, and more importantly, keep it impactful and outcome driven. So I'm going to go ahead and have you guys go down into the description of this video and go ahead and complete the resource, Crafting Your Pitch. So this will be a pretty simple process. And what I'm going to do is basically go through an example of a pitch of mine. So it's super, super simple. I'm going to give you some ideas for what pillars you can use and how you can like have those benefits. But a good rule of thumb, once again, is just to reintroduce yourself, your company, talk about the outcome and benefit of working with you, and then go through the 3 pillars about how you're going to make that happen, right? And then benefits associated with their discovery. So go ahead and complete this resource and do this now. Close. So everyone kind of has an action threshold for making decisions, especially on a sales call, right? There's a point where they decide, okay, I'm doing this, right? There is that action threshold. And it's kind of the point where the decisiveness appears in their conscious mind, right? Up until that action threshold, though, there is no decisiveness in their mind. This is why they're going to give you objections. And it's like, you have to keep in mind that depending on the prospect and the emotional buy-in going into the call, some will have a low action threshold and they don't need much information. They don't need much certainty and they will literally make a decision. And some people will have a high action threshold, like most people, where they need a lot of information, they need a lot of certainty, a lot of confidence to make a decision, right? It really depends on the prospect. Some people just kind of pull the trigger, and some people just have a hard time making decisions. It really depends. So I want you to understand, though, that confidence, pain, and desire is what drives decisions, right? These are the 3 green factors, right? That's what we can call them. And doubt, comfort, and stagnation, otherwise known as staying where they are, inhibits decisions. So what you can kind of take from this is that if you want to get them to a point where they will make decisions, then we have to push them so far with confidence, pain, and desire and reduce the amount of doubt, comfort, and stagnation that we kind of inhibit in them. So let's go through this with a chart so you guys can understand this. So in this chart, we have emotional buy-in towards the left as it goes up in the y-axis, and then the x-axis, the depth of conversation, right? So we're going to use green and red here like we have in the past for confidence, pain, and desire, and then doubt, comfort, and stagnation, right? So the action threshold, so for this example, this person's action threshold is at 50%, right? That's where the line is. So you will basically increase the confidence, pain, and desire in them and decrease the amount of doubt, comfort, and stagnation there is. And there will be a point where confidence, pain, and desire overtakes doubt, comfort, stagnation, where the green overtakes the red. And when that happens, there is an action threshold, and that's where they buy. Or at least make a decision. And you have to replace and overtake the red with the green. That's the key here. And so that action threshold, once again, is where the confidence, pain, and desire is stronger than the doubt, comfort, and stagnation. And that example is someone that requires a 50% action threshold, right? That's exactly in the middle. And everyone is going to be different on that scale. That yellow line is going to be everywhere for, depending on the person. So let's say someone has a 25% action threshold. This means that they will require much less of a depth of conversation. See how far it is on the bottom x-axis? And they will just kind of buy with much less buy-in, right? Because their action threshold is so much lower. And these are faster closes. They don't require that much depth of the conversation. You don't have to just dig and dig and dig and really just challenge their identity. It's the reason why some conversations you can have with people are laughing and fun, and then they instantly buy from you, right? Because their action threshold is so damn low. But with other people, you are quite literally challenging their identity, making them rethink their entire life, and will literally might be crying on the call. Very rare with P&A types, but you know what I mean. And that would be someone with a really high action threshold. And I guess it just depends, So here's 75%, right? Much more depth of conversation needed, a lot more emotional buy-in needed. It's it really just depends on the conversation. To actually reach that threshold and actually get someone to make a decision, you have to just have a ton of confidence, pain, and desire. And that's the same thing with objection handles, is that when they give you an objection at the end of the call, all you have to do to handle it is literally just have enough confidence, pain, and desire, just to overtake it, to get them in that point where they can take that action and get to the action threshold. But once again, depending on everything up to this point, at the end of the call, everyone will have a different action threshold. But I will say that if you did pretty much everything right towards the this point in the call, and you dug really deep in the discovery, you handled objections, you got to that level 3 action, or that level 3 transformational level, at the end of the call, you'll just drop the price and they will literally just buy, right? They will literally just be okay, and buy. It is quite literally that simple when you do the process that well. And it's very, very fun. But yeah, they'll just say like, okay, and buy from you, right? Super simple. Alternatively, they will give you an objection, right? And we will cover this later in the video. But basically, like closing someone, it's quite literally this simple. Like, you literally say okay and agree to the price, and you just don't say anything and just send the payment link. Be like, awesome, I can't wait to have you. And you send the payment link. And also something you should keep in mind is that like, don't fuck it up. Like if they agree to go with you, don't sell yourself out of the close. Don't explain, like, don't be like, oh, this is gonna be the best decision in your life. I can't believe you went with me. It's gonna be amazing. We're gonna do great things together. It's like, that is how you get someone to like literally say, oh, never mind. Oh, actually, I think I want to think about it a little bit. But if someone goes with you and say, let's do it, say, awesome, I'm gonna go ahead and send the payment link in chat. And then you literally just send it in chat and they pay. And it's literally that simple. Like it is quite literally that simple. That is how to close someone, right? But in the SOP hub that I attached below, which will be like a sales SOP hub, there is instructions on like how to set up payment links through Stripe, how to set up financing and fan basis and all this stuff. What's overpowered that a lot of people don't understand is that like they don't have to pay you. Like if you're charging $4K for 3 months or something, they don't have to pay you $4K up front. But with financing, if they can't afford it, right? This is only not for everyone, right? Just for some people. If they have a good credit score, it's above like, it's above 700, maybe even like 750. They can just like basically finance stuff and pay a little bit of interest. So like, for example, it'd be like 4K for 3 months, but all they have to pay is like 200 a month or something for a certain amount of months, or like 150, right? And this will make it much more, it's much less of a commitment to step in it. But if they don't pay it, then their credit score is going to get tanked, right? So they have to pay it. And what's great about this is that you get the full amount right up front. You get the whole 4K, even if they only paid like 150 or whatever. So, but this only works if they have a good credit score, and you can only do this if that financial objection is like actually real. Like they literally don't have enough money. But it's all the SOPs for this is in the description, so you can see like the post-sale next steps, no close follow-ups, everything up to this point. Like the SOP hub will literally have everything. So if you go through that, read through it a few times, you can create your own. You can even train your guys with those SOPs. Like they're very, very good. So yeah, I just want to let you know that that's attached in the description, and that can show you everything that you need to know on a more specific and granular level. Because I can't really, I don't have time to cover really everything in this video. Crafting your scriptless framework. So, like I said earlier, we don't use scripts, right? As a member of this program, you are not allowed to use a script. But I will say, I do want you to start off with a framework, okay? And once again, as a member of this program, you will not use a sales script, right? You're not allowed. But I am going to have you craft a scriptless framework that you can study before and after calls and use on a call if you actually like get to a point where you don't even know what's happening and you really need it, right? You get lost. And every great closer has their own framework, right? This is just the one that I made. So go ahead and go to description, complete the resource. You should already have a pitch at this point if you've been taking the action steps in this video seriously and been doing them. But if you haven't already, go ahead and complete the resource Scriptless Framework. So this is basically going to be an example of a framework that I've created, and it's basically just a bunch of drop down arrows. So you can see the types, the process and like parts of the call. And then if you need more elaboration on what that part consists of, then you just do a drop down and you open it up. And what's good about this is that like you won't memorize lines, you won't like memorize a script or anything, and you'll actually understand the process and what's going on. But more importantly, you'll have that resource and kind of have that extra helping hand just in case you need it. Right? So go ahead and complete this now. Make your own scriptless framework. I made my own and attached it for you guys. Don't copy it. Don't use the same thing. Just make your own. Okay? It's very, very important because every great closer has their own framework, and you will develop it over time. Like you will change things. You'll find things that work. You'll add things. You'll remove things. Make it your own. Make it special to you because you really get out of it what you put into it. Objection handling. So this like part of the process is like, it's pretty interesting because like there's no set way to really handle these objections. And I will say that like if you're good enough in discovery, like if you pre-handle things, you will never get objections. Like, they will be pretty rare. But just because of the cold traffic and stuff, like, they're definitely common. So some people will instantly pay once you drop the price. Once if you have enough emotional buy-in, you pitch at the right time, you had a good pitch, you were confident throughout the call, you were excited. Like, some people will just pretty much instantly pay you, but other people will give you some objections, right? They'll be like, I need to talk to my wife about it. I need to think about it. It's too expensive. And every great salesperson is able to handle these objections, but more importantly, prevent them in the first place, right? That's the most important thing. We just need to analyze our calls enough and review our calls and be like, what objection did I get? What did I not cover in the process and discovery that I should have? Right? That's kind of the mental frame of mind you need to go into when you're like reviewing these calls. But objections are prevented in the discovery process. And I'm pretty hesitant to build out this objection handling section a lot because, like, I feel like if you should be good enough and like get good enough at discovery because you're not using a script that like you shouldn't really get much objections. They should be pretty rare. But I will say the most important thing is that if you get an objection, you have to handle it. And most people struggle to do so because of fear. So we're going to cover some of these irrational BS fears, but fear of losing the sale, fear of conflict, fear of what other people will think about you. It's just like, it's so common. Like, I don't know why people are so afraid of like handling, these objections and being pushy on people. And like, it's just, I don't get it, but I hope that this will help you understand. So fear of losing the sale. So a lot of people are scared of losing the sale because they're in a scarcity mindset. When you're in a scarcity mindset, like, it'll be harder to be in the discovery process. It'll be harder to be present because you'll be thinking about what to say. You'll be in your head. You'll cherish every single call and don't want to lose, and don't want to do anything that'll hurt the chance that it doesn't close. Like, if you're in a scarcity mindset, then you will naturally just be worse at sales, right? And so when an objection inevitably comes up, they pretty much just let the prospect take control and do what they want. And there'll be times where, like, no matter what, you quite literally can't overcome a certain objection. When this happens, it's a no to you and your prospect. If you give in to letting them like think about it, dude, they won't go with you. Because like, when someone isn't on the call with you, right, there is a latency. Like, let's say you have a call with someone on a Monday and they're pretty emotionally bought in, and then they want to schedule up a follow-up for Friday. When they are not on the call with you, there is a little seed planted in their head. As soon as they jump off the call, as soon as they press leave call, there is a seed that's planted in their head. And that seed is doubt. And over more and more time of not talking to you and not hearing your offer and hearing your confidence and hearing you, that doubt seed will grow into a plant. And soon that doubt seed will grow from a plant to a fucking tree. And they will never go with you. So that is why follow-up calls almost never close. Even like with a deposit, they don't really close because like the amount of doubt builds up. It's just so heavy. And you have to understand that like when you have a client, like even when you just close someone, you are constantly still selling to them every single day. Every single touch point, every onboarding call, every like catch-up call, whatever it is, every like tech call, like literally every call with the client, you are still selling to them. That doesn't just end when you close them. Okay, so keep that doubt plant in mind. And that's very, very important that you understand that. Because like, if you're so afraid of losing the sale, then you should be terrified of letting them go and, just like leave on an objection. Because like, then you just quite literally lost the sale. You know what I mean? But most untrained sales rep will just kind of take that as a hopeful maybe for the future and be like, oh, okay, yeah, just let me know in the coming days. But if you do this, you are quite literally building a business on hope. And you'll never actually succeed. Like, you need a business built off of strategy. That's very, very important. Like, your responsibility is to overcome the objection. Because like, if you did everything up to this point, they should want your objection to be handled. Like, they should want to go forward and like actually change their situation and to become new. But because the human tendency to stay who you are and to stay in the comfort and to stay in the knowing, that is kind of where these objections are coming from. And it's weird how like internally and subconsciously they want you to handle their objections, yet they're still giving you them, right? But if you don't handle it, it will never be handled. And you can think of it like that. If they give you an objection and you, especially like you let them go off the call with it, that doubt seed will grow much faster with an objection. And the chance they go with you becomes even more slim. So if you're like truly afraid of losing the sale, you have to do everything you possibly can to handle that objection on the call to get it closed. Because if you're saying like, oh, I don't want to piss them off, or oh, I'll lose the sale if I fight for it, or I'll let them think about it just this once, you're fucked and your close rate will suffer. Fear of conflict. A lot of people are scared of conflict, right? They walk through life in a state where they don't challenge anyone, they don't speak their mind, they don't tell anybody like what they really want. So naturally, if that's how you are off the call, on the call you'll be scared of what might happen if you challenge the prospect. This is bad. Especially when we get into more higher level of sales, when you're getting into that level 2, level 3 of discovery, and you have to start challenging their BS and actually just like figure out what the truth is and challenge them. Like, you have to be able to do that. You have to be able to create friction because friction creates a sale. And so if you are having a problem in your life, just in general, with, you know, conflict and speaking and challenging people and speaking your mind on things and telling people what you really want, then start to do that off the call, because that'll naturally just kind of show up in your call as well. Because this fear kind of derives from a fear of upsetting others, right? Like, you don't want to upset others because you hate being upset yourself. This is where the fear of conflict comes from. And so keep in mind that this is like pretty much crazy. Like, this is a crazy thing to fear, because like we are actually helping them. So like, if you're afraid of challenging them to help them, it sounds crazy. Like, if you don't overcome their objections, they will never get to experience the outcome that we're promising them. So it's like they're unhappy where they're at. So why would you let a fear of upsetting them stand in a way of letting them get the result they want? Like, if you're afraid of upsetting them, they're already fucking upset, but you're the only thing that can like let them get what they want. So why would you be afraid of upsetting them? What? If you don't want to cause more conflict because you're afraid of upsetting yourself, like, let me ask you this. What is going to cause more conflict? Challenging people so you can help them, or having no clients and no money? What is going to cause a bigger conflict in your life? So if you're afraid of conflict, reconsider that and think about this. And also begin to challenge people in your life. Speak your mind. Tell people what you want. Go out to restaurants and be like, be more determined. Like, know what you want. Be more straightforward. It'll show up in your calls, because who you are off the call is who you are on the call, right? The third fear is the fear of what they will think of you. This is probably the most BS one of all. You are not what others think of you. So remove the fear of judgment. A common misconception is that you need the prospect to like you in order to close the deal. Like, I used to think this too, but it could not be further from the truth. Like, sure, it's true that people like, you know, buy from who they like, but they don't, at the end of the day, like, we're not here to get fucking friends. We're here to get clients. People buy from who they like, but like, you can't let the fear of someone not liking you get in the way of you actually just helping them. Right? You have to ruthlessly close the deal, because like, just remove the fear of judgment from your life completely. This is why I have it in my packet, and I, you know, say it to myself so often, is that like, if you can remove what other people, you know, think about you, then life becomes so much better. I promise. Everything is so much better. But once again, just like, we're here to get clients. We're not here to make friends. It's good to be a likable person, but don't let it get in the way of, you know, helping them. And so you can actually ruthlessly close the deal. And also understand that, like, if you actually try and are good at handling objections, the prospect will admire you for being skilled and respect you for your sales skills. And they won't think of you as like some slimy, shitty salesman. If you actually challenge them with their best interest at heart, they will see this intention. And honestly, like, if they think you're an asshole for challenging them, then chances are they're not going to be a good client anyways, right? So if you have that intention of helping them and have that, have their best interest at heart, then they'll respect you and like actually appreciate you for challenging them. But deep down, your prospect wants you to solve their problem. They want it. They want the outcome. They want the result. So they're probably hoping you can overcome their objection, right? So they can see themselves that their objection is BS. They want they want to be reaffirmed that like their objection is complete BS, and they can finally make that shift, finally take action on who they want to become and actually get to where they want to go, right? But like I said earlier, in level 2 and 3 of discovery, like you have to pre-handle objections. Honestly, if you do that properly, you won't even get any objections at the end of the call, and most will just kind of close with ease, with enough confidence. But these are kind of the things that you kind of want to handle. And they're super easy. Like it's so much easier than you might think. Like in the discovery process, let's say you wanted to handle the timing objection. So let me just quickly define all these objections. So for the timing one, at the end of the call, they might say, now's not the right time. For finances, they might be like, it's too much money, or I don't have enough money. Or the spouse objection, I need to talk to my wife about it. There's no cost of not taking action, right? There has to be some form of cost that they see. Like it's more expensive to stay where they're at right now than to like take action with you. Qualified. That's just really important. Just make sure they're qualified, right? Decision maker. If they are not the decision maker and they need the decision maker on the call. So like you can pre-handle pretty much all of these like with ease. Like literally if you're in the discovery process, you're level 3 and you're asking about them making that shift and like who they need to become, you'd be like, would you say like now is the right time to actually do this? Or like, why don't you just like, why are we not talking like 6 months from now or 6 months in the past? Like why right now? And by doing that, by discovering that like why now, we're kind of just like crossing out the timing objection. With the finances, service level 1, just asking how much they make, asking how much they have to spend on marketing. Spouse, just making sure like the family aspect is covered. Be like, would your wife support you on this decision? And this is also in the discovery process as well, right? Or if the wife is like, part of the decision-making process in general, like getting her on the call as well, making sure that they're even qualified in the first place. Making sure you actually have the decision maker before you even go into the call, on the call with you. Business partners, like objections are really, really easy to handle, really easy to pre-handle. They're much easier to pre-handle than they are to handle like out front, right? But I will say they're typically like a vehicle for limiting beliefs that the prospect has that might not align with your methodology, which causes objections, right? Like they might believe that they need support from their wife, or like they might believe that it's not the right time because of like something in the market, just like some limiting belief. And it's your job to break that limiting belief. But if you get to the identity level, like that level 3 transformational level, you're allowed to like you can quite literally make those shifts in them, right? And break those limiting beliefs. Because the key to breaking these objections and like handling them at the end of the call is to first of all utilize frame and then identity and confidence. So one thing I will say though is that like 80% of all objections are usually smokescreen, right? So they simply just cover literally like a lack of confidence in you, your service, or your business. And smoke screens usually, like I want to talk to my wife, like that's a smoke screen objection, right? That's not the real reason why, right? And the best way to handle these is just to have more confidence and call out the BS. And just the goal is to figure out what the real objection is behind the smoke screen. Because they'll throw something at you at the end of the call. They'll be like, "Oh, I want to think about it." But the goal is to figure out what the actual objection is. Like, what's the actual reason why they want to think about it? Like, what is there to think about? And then eventually you find out like, oh, it's too much money or whatever. But if you aren't able to handle an objection, just keep in mind that the chances are that someone closes on a follow-up is very, very slim. If they try to walk out of incentive-based pricing or walk over you at the end of the call, you must just say no. And you'll see this in the sales framework, like kind of the incentive-based pricing thing that I have there. This is a good way to kind of like, build that cost of inaction a little bit without actually like doing it in the discovery. But when you're scaling to like 100 appointments a month, right, at least, even like 100 appointments a week, chasing prospects back and forth and like having all these fucking follow-up calls is always a waste of a giant waste of time and money. Because like, first of all, people rarely close on follow-up calls. Like, it's almost very rare. Some people don't even some really good sales reps don't even book follow-up calls because of that. Right. And that's why we say we only do one call per prospect before we actually pitch them. But when it's only you taking calls in the beginning, like, you only have so much time every single day. So you must fill those precious calendar spaces with actual calls and not follow-ups, because like, honestly, follow-ups are very, very unlikely to close. I used to have some belief that follow-ups were great and people would close on follow-ups. And so I had this like kind of this little belief in my head that like I was excited for every follow-up call, and lo and behold, I didn't really have like almost any follow-up closes. Just because of mainly that doubt plant in your head, right? But the reality objections is, they lie on a bed basically of limiting beliefs. And once again, if we kind of recap on how someone closes and actually meets that action threshold, it's when the confidence, pain, and desire overtakes the doubt, comfort, and stagnation. So when someone gives you objections, they just aren't quite yet at that action threshold that we need them to be at. And so all we have to do is bring them into our frame with confidence, pain, and desire. So let's say we look at this on the graph, right? We have confidence, pain, and desire, and we have their action thresholds right there. But you'll see that the intersection right where confidence, pain, and desire overtakes doubt, comfort, and stagnation is not quite at the action threshold. It's close, right? You're almost there, but it's not quite there. And let's say they give you an objection. Okay, when you handle that objection, let's say there's 3. Like, they give you 3 objections. You handle one, you handle the other, and you handle the third one. Then what happens is this. By utilizing enough confidence, pain, and desire with those handles, you move to the action threshold and they buy from you. Right? So basically, it doesn't really matter as much what you say in the objection handling process. It's more about having enough confidence, utilizing enough pain and desire as well to get them to that action threshold. Like, confidence is the first word of that green line because it is key. Because confidence is literally the only thing that like eradicates doubt. And doubt is inevitably what's going to inhibit them from making that decision. So there's like 5 actual types of objections, right? We covered like some smoke screens and some other like objections, but there's 5 main types, and it's money, fear, trust, timing, and partner. So every other objection that they give you is pretty much a smoke screen for one of these. And the most important thing that you understand is that before you go to handle any of them, you have to handle money first. Because objection handling is like a little bit of an equation. But a simple framework for handling objections you can use is first just isolating money and then moving on to simply handle the other ones with enough confidence, pain, and doubt, and basically reiterate on the outcome that they can expect to get. Okay? And if you do this enough times, it'll kind of look like this. Like, if you get like, I don't know, 2 objections on a call, and they're like, they give you like the partner objection and like, let me think about it. As like, they say like, let me think about it. And then what you do is like, you kind of uncover that and figure out what the actual objection behind that is. And you figure out, oh, it's money. And so you handle that and be like, if I had a duffel bag with $15,000, would you buy this? Like, why would you buy this and not something else? Okay, but like, what's the actual reason? Because at this point, you've already declared that they have enough money for it, right? You've already done the qualification processes. Otherwise, you wouldn't be on the call still with them. You would have disqualified them. So once you handle that, and it's like, okay, so it's not really a money thing, then what is it? They're like, oh, I want to talk to my wife about it. But the point is that like, all it is literally just isolating money and then handling the other ones with empathy. But be very careful, because when you are giving empathy to another person, right? Empathy is a reward. So do not reward an objection with empathy. Okay, like, by being like, I appreciate and I understand that. Like, do not say that. Because you are quite literally rewarding that objection. You are rewarding their BS. Instead, if they give you an objection, be like, okay, man. And then just actually go in and attack it with enough confidence, pain, and desire. So I went ahead under the description of the video and I attached a resource on objection handling. So it's basically a master guide. It kind of goes through like every single objection that you can kind of experience with more P&A types, especially more like, business owners. And I went through like some examples about like how to handle them. But I will say to guys, like, there's no way to handle, like no specific way to handle objection. There's no best way. It just depends on your sales style and depends on how comfortable you are with pushing them. Because the more you push them, the more you call it their BS and be like, really? Because like there's great ways to handle objections, right? It's a spectrum. So I'll leave some pretty good ones in the description, but at the end of the day, it really just depends on your sales style. Some people are a lot more, impatient and like less BS. Some people are more like fluffy and kind of, happy conversation. But first of all, you just have to push them. You have to break it. You have to realize that, to them that it's bullshit and expect that they're going to give you maybe another one after. And then you just handle that. It's like, if you handle one or two objections, you will quite literally, move that green line up and get it to where it needs to be in order for them to make a decision. That's literally all it is. Right? You just need to keep having more confidence, pain, and desire and keep eradicating that doubt. So, execution. And once again, if you guys need more help specifically on objection handling, I would recommend just doing mocks with people, and then more importantly, the one-on-one the coaching with us, and also using the master resource in the description will help as well. So, execution. When it comes to actual execution, right, with these calls, we have to be very, very intentional and track everything in these calls, okay? This is very, very important that I want you guys to understand. You understand metric validity at this point. Like, you understand that for things to be considered valid metrics, they need enough volume. And it's no different with sales calls. In order to have valid metrics for sales calls, it's only possible after taking 30 calls minimum, okay? So you don't know your show rate, you don't know your close rate, you don't know your DQ rate, you don't know your no-show rate, you don't know anything like that until you have taken 30 calls. Not booked 30 calls, taken 30 calls. If your show rate is 50%, that means you have to have booked like 60 booked calls before you know your close rate. Okay, and once again, that I mentioned in sales fundamentals, it's like if you haven't hit your goal yet, with your financial goal or whatever it is, it's like ask yourself, how many sales calls have you actually taken? And if the number's under 30, then I wouldn't even ask questions about sales. I would just take more calls. Like, you don't need to know all these like intricacies. You need to just talk to more people. Literally, the more in sales, the more you talk to people, the more money you make. Like, are you going to try to argue and say that like if you didn't take 100 calls the next few days, you wouldn't become pretty good at sales and close some deals? Like, obviously you would. But I'll leave you with the SOP hub and the resources, with the best methods for tracking sales calls, taking them operationally, going through with trackers and like all that stuff. That's all in the description of this video. All right. Do not forget, go ahead, make a copy, go down right now, set it up. And then you need to track every single sales call. Every time you get a booking, I put it in there. Every time you take it, right after the call, you update the sales tracker. And then and can actually have data for your performance. So if you ever have any questions of the actual process, once again, just go to the SOP Hub. It'll give you all the clarity you need. And now let's go into practice and review. Practicing is everything in sales. Watching your sales calls is very important, especially in order to improve. And once again, like when I kind of mentioned in sales fundamentals for state management, watching a great call in the morning and a bad call in the evening is usually a good rule of thumb. But if you rewatch these calls, you have to, right? Like it's not a negotiable, like it's a non-negotiable. Like, you will learn so much from taking your sales calls and actually learning and improving on them. But one thing I will say is that let's say you learn something about, from your sales call and you find something you want to learn and change. And then you only have 6 calls throughout the next week to test it out on. That is not enough time and calls to actually solidify that change. If you have one, like a person, right, that reviews a sales call with a coach and finds things to fix, maybe just like one or two major things, and then takes 60 calls or 30 calls in the next week before the next time he gets coached and learns more. He will have had time to implement that and to fix that and make it become instinct in the actual process and actually learn from that. The key to actually learning and improving is to seriously like learn. And I'm telling you, changing one thing on one call is not enough to learn. Okay? It has to be like 30 to 60 calls. So this is why call volume is so important, and why I guarantee, unless you're booking like 10 to 15 appointments a day, you are not doing enough. There's no way in hell. So good rule of thumb, once again, yep, great call in the morning, for state to kind of get you in the right mood, and then a bad call at night. But take notes on these calls, find areas to improve on, and then you actually have to change your behaviors on the next few calls. And not even just one call, like 60 calls. That, like, I would honestly say it takes like 30 solid calls to solidify a solid change. But to practice sales, literally just take more calls. Do more mock calls. Do practice as much as possible. Literally do like 5 mock calls a day if you're not, doing sales calls. Because something that people don't understand is that, like, I mentioned you need to do a lot of sales calls to make, something that you learn actually cement in your brain, right? To actually make it become instinct. But those can also be in mock calls. You can do a ton of mock calls and solidify these changes and like become insanely good at sales literally in like 3 to 5 days or like a few weeks, right? Once again, sales is like one of those skills that you kind of takes a lifetime to master. I, as well as my sales manager, as well as everyone else that I know, hasn't really gotten even close to mastering it. And, but if you want to hit your goals of like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K a month, you will have no problem with the resources just kind of doing what we tell you to do, right? But never stop learning. Keep practicing. Keep learning as much as you can, and you should be doing great. I went ahead and left a resource under this video with call recordings. So go ahead and listen to this after this video. So go down, it's like all the way at the bottom, and you're required to listen to these, right? These are call recordings of closes and solid examples of the call of these sales calls, so you can kind of see what the process looks like. But another cool like tidbit is that you can use AI tools to review your calls in addition to like coaching call reviews. That'll give you summaries, that'll give you feedback, things to improve on, and you can ask it questions. It'll be great. But to become great at sales, you have to be comfortable with sacrifice. Like at the end of the day, if you're not ready to like remove, negativity, and like you're not able to remove social media, and all of this will really affect your state and your skill set. But that's the thing, like you have to have state and skill set to be good at sales, right? Like you can have a good skill set, you can be like, constantly be focusing on your skills, but lacking in the state aspect side of things and like how you show up off the calls as well. And because of that, you will perform much, much less in sales. So remember that growth comes from all of those different aspects and not just being better at sales, right? There's a lot of things that go into this. Everyone sells differently. Everyone has their own selling styles. It really depends. But you need to take more calls, get more under your belt so you can improve more and find more of what works and do less of what doesn't. Roadmap. So from here on out, you need to ruthlessly take calls, okay? I want you to become literally addicted to learning, sacrifice everything, cut out fucking video games. I don't even, if you're playing video games and you're in this program, honestly, I should probably kick you out. But basically, you need to be comfortable with sacrifice, with social media, with video games, with noise, with all this stuff, because it's like, it's really going to hinder yourself. Like you don't realize it, but you think that maybe sales is all about just your skills, but it's really more about your state and skills and so many other things, how you show up off the call as well. So just, if you don't believe me, just remember the 4 types of communication. So the next videos, we'll go over topics like building sales teams, outsourcing processes, culture, management, leadership, just a bunch of, stuff. At this point in the process, though, you have everything you need to have in order to close well. You have the resources, you have literally everything you need to begin to close at a high level. All you need to do is to work hard and practice more and master your state and master your skill set. This will take, you might have to watch this video 3 to 5 times, might have to watch the other ones a few times, might have to do hundreds of mock calls, take, 30 to 100 sales calls, but I promise you, After watching these 3 videos, if you take, like, not just book, take 100 sales calls, you will make a lot more than 10K a month. Like, I promise you. Okay, and if you don't, message me personally, because I will guarantee that you do, and that you are like there's no way. It's impossible. But also, one thing I do want to mention, I kind of forgot to mention, is that, like, the reason why metric validity with a 30 calls is the case is because, like, it's very common when you're beginning to take like 25 calls, not close anyone, and then like the next 5 calls you close all 5 of them, right? So for regression to the mean to set in, you need at least 30 calls, because I will say I didn't close the first like 25 guys, right? And then I closed like 3 in the next 5, and then I hit 10K a month at like 50. So, and that's not 50 bookings, that's 50 like taken sales calls where I sat down and talked to the prospect, right? So keep that in mind. Don't really judge your metrics or anything until you've taken 30 calls, because that's enough for regression to mean, once again, to set in. The metrics are actually valid. So, yeah. But it is your job now to complete hundreds of reps, continue to learn, be hungry, rise to the level of your mentor, be the best you can be at sales, and yeah. So once again, action items for this video. You should have a pitch by now. You should already be done with that. You should already probably be done with your scriptless framework. But if not, go complete those 2 now. And then go ahead and watch the model calls attached. And if you have any questions, the SOP Hub is there for you as well. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. This was a pretty long one, but very, very important and impactful. Let's crush it. Let's become good at sales. And let's hit your fucking goals.
Not much, Owen. You know, I see a lot of these, ads and going through. I guess I'm just hooked in the painting algorithm for lead generating because it's been crazy. But I liked your proposal, I guess, in a way. I liked your pitch, and you just seem like a normal dude. I am the same way. Like I said, we own a cannabis dispensary. We're super normal people. And I just decided in January to reopening up my paint company after about 12 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So cool. I'll let you have the mic, man.
Sweet, man. So, I mean, we're not going to really do anything too crazy. I don't have any crazy bullshit like sales strategies. I'm going to try to like sell you or anything. I just want to like genuinely see if this makes sense. I bite most of the risk here. Just at the bat, you know that I'm paying ad spend and I'm running paid ads for your company. And I've run ads for companies for years at this point. So I know what I'm doing here. I'm just like, I want to see if you're a good fit, I guess, for what I'm offering. And the reason why I'm, kind of steering that direction is because I saw in your application, it said like 0 to 150 a year in revenue. So yeah. I'm assuming the reason for that is because you're newer here, like you're just relaunching this again. What were you at kind of before?
Probably about $250,000.
Okay.
That was 10, 12 years ago, and we expect that. I mean, we're in Florida. We're the only painting company on Clearwater Beach, which is America's best beach. The average income, I don't even have to go there. You get it. It's pretty crazy. So there's definitely potential to make $1 million. I've done that before in my life, obviously in the cannabis industry. But if it's not a good fit, then we wait until it is a good fit. So again, I don't want to waste too much of your time. I know it's very valuable, but I'll let you have the mic.
Okay, cool. Nice. Well, yeah. So wait, just why did you, if the cannabis was doing so well, I'm just curious, why the switch back to painting?
Yeah. So I create, well, first of all, I had the world's first CBD dispensary, and then I created the loophole to the hemp industry that really allowed us to have cannabis at a recreational state without it being recreational because of the THCA. And realistically, it's the same as weed. I mean, it's the same thing. And it's going away in November. It went away after our government shutdown. That was kind of the fine print that the hemp bill was going to be banned. And by November 11th, I believe, we're going to have to be out of there. So I'm going to have to regroup and start my business again. And I've had a couple nice jobs here, but I want consistent work. I want to get a bigger team. And I do want to hit that $250,000.
Okay, cool. Yeah, easy enough. I'm not going to do any kind of crazy things here. I just we can basically get you a bunch of jobs in the calendar and a consistent pace here. Now,
I've worked, like I said, with companies for a couple of years at this point, and you're more than welcome to call any of them at this point. I just like basically run ads for companies, specifically home improvement companies. So a lot of just general contracting, a lot of roofing, a lot of, decking, remodeling, some painting here and there. And so like basically what I do is run a bunch of high quality ads and run it to your local area. And if you said that that's true, that there's not very many local painters in that area, then we can definitely make a huge impact here when it comes to running some paid ads.
Also, my niche that really works is we're ecologically friendly, right? We add essential oils and different organic additives to the paint to create the low VOC paint that you can buy for $80 a gallon. We also put HEPA filters in all units when we paint. So when you come back to your house, it smells like sandalwood and not like paint, and there's no chemicals for up to 2 years. And the exterior part of it, we can paint your home and it'll keep the insects away up to 2 years.
Awesome. Nice. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it sounds like you guys have your product dialed in there. And I guess how recent did you kind of get back into the painting space? Like, has it been like just a couple months or?
Yeah, a couple months, end of January.
Okay, got you. And what since then around how's it gone for you in terms of like getting more jobs in the door?
Well, I'm calling you, so I honestly I'm still working in the dispensary and it's quite profitable, but now I'm all in, Owen, and I've done probably 6 or 7 nice size exteriors, that's brought in quite a bit of revenue, but not that I want. I would like to have a team of 4. I would like to be doing, $50,000 a month. That's what I'd like to be doing.
Okay. Yeah. I honestly don't know why we couldn't do that. I mean, at the end of the day, like, because I'm paying the ad spend here, obviously I have a pretty reasonable rate for most of the guys, and we'll probably go up with time as I increase the spend as well. But we'll likely be spending around like, spending between like $60 and $100 a day on my card just to get you in front of homeowners, right? Yep. And when you actually sit down with those homeowners, that is when we'll charge you. So when they book onto your calendar, right? So that way, like, both of our incentives are kind of aligned there, because, you see all these people charging like huge retainers and like doing all this.
It's ridiculous.
I know. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's like, are you actually going to be profitable? Like, you also don't even know if this is like working yet, so you want to give it, some time usually, but you're already like $7,000 in, in the hole or whatever the case may be. Right. So,
yeah. I already done that already with Thumbtack. That was a waste of time.
Yeah. Thumbtack, Angie, all of them are just really bad.
Yeah. It's a waste of money.
100%. And what's good is like, I don't have like a huge team either for this business. Like, I'm pretty like kind of a one-man band here, which is great for you.
Because I love that.
Yeah. If you want to reach out for any questions, if you're like, okay, Owen, I don't like this ad. Owen, I just like, this isn't working for me right now. Like, we need to figure this out. Like, you can just give me a call and we'll just figure it out. Yeah.
Great.
Cool. So I'm just going to like keep it super straight and just kind of show you some results. I think that's probably the easiest thing here.
Sure.
I do charge a little bit of money up front just to get started, just because I'm fronting some risk with the ads. So I hope you can like understand that. Now, in a perfect world, I would just have it be completely free, but you got to get there somehow.
Not a perfect world, brother. It's not a perfect world.
Yep, it is what it is. So let me go ahead and just kind of show you what I've done for some companies here.
Sure.
This is right here is just an ad account, and I'm gonna go ahead and screen share so you can see. This right here is an ad account of a company I've been working with for a couple years. So like, just to kind of show you and give you an idea here, like, we've gotten this company over 900 leads. So like, there's proof of concept here, not only proof of concept, but proof of concept over like a long time period, because I'm looking for long-term partnerships here.
Yep.
It's fun and all great, and we'll get you some jobs over the course of the next couple of months and it'll be great. But I want to have someone that I can work with for multiple years to really just like scale effectively, spend a ton of money on ads, and just really see great results. I mean, they've spent I've spent them $36,000 on ads, so they better have been fucking profitable.
Yeah, I would say, man.
Yeah, no kidding. And so, yeah, we just have tons of ads that we're running for these guys, getting them tons of leads. And we have some follow-up systems as well with automated messages and automated emails just to help convert those leads and kind of build that back-end system for you to kind of, help you nurture them. We typically work with bigger companies, right? So that's why, like, I know, like, on the application, I was a little bit hesitant to like hop on the call, obviously, just for that, initial revenue number. Yeah. But
Yeah, then the reason for that is because like we want to make sure we have sales teams, like you guys have a sales team in place, so like we don't have to like have AI callers call the leads, and you guys can handle that for the most part.
Yeah.
But are you pretty like on it when it comes to follow up, and you're good about just contacting these people right away?
Very, very. Even if the two review, again, remember, Owen, we're new, but the 2 reviews that we have on Google pretty much stated that the personal attention was provided. I followed up really quickly. The jobs were done. Everything that anybody else would want by looking at that lead for their home painter would be right there. So I think we're really quick at following up. I'm also in the music industry. I'm a talent agent, so I go with celebrities and follow them around. So I'm always on the phone. Any email that pops up, it pops up to my phone. I don't have to look for it. It beeps, and there it is. So again, I plan on this being a bigger thing. I don't feel again, Owen, if it's not quite time yet, it doesn't hurt my feelings. But I really like your presentation. I like who you are. I like the simplicity of it. I like the track record that you have. So that's just something, quite honestly, that maybe we'll have to figure out if we do fit,
Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. I totally get that. Yeah. And I honestly, at the end of the day, like if you are already successful, because I get a lot of these calls, right? And a lot of them are like people that aren't making that much revenue, but also don't have anything else going for them, right? So they're just trying to get this business working, so they can't allocate money, and they can't, for example, we'll charge however much we charge per appointment, depending on the client, and it's like the card doesn't go through. It's like these little things that are.
What happened with me, man?
Okay, cool.
That's one thing I'm not worried about that at all. I mean, again, this is just to kind of have supplemental income as we're transitioning from the cannabis industry over to the painting industry. We're not worried about money for the rest of our life, actually. So
it's amazing. Well, the idea here, ideally would be like, basically we can get ads live for you in, around 72-ish hours, and just start getting some appointments in the door, some leads in the door, just a proof of concept. I don't really want to like you see the proof of concept, right? Like obviously I showed it to you, but like we're not going to get you a ton of leads right out of the gate, right? It's going to be like a little bit of a gradual process. We're going to start off with lower spend just to see what ads are working in your market, because I'm sure it's beautiful there, but I don't know like what ads are working yet.
You don't know until you try.
Exactly right. So we'll just kind of test the waters, and then over the course of the next like couple of weeks, we'll scale that ad spend up as aggressively as you're comfortable with going, depending on your team size. What's great is I find that most contractors I work with, the issue that they run into is not that they don't get enough leads. It's usually that they don't have a big enough team to handle them. I mean, that's just what I've seen. So we'll kind of get to that point when it comes, but I'm going to quickly just show you a little bit like a fun little pitch deck, just kind of give you another idea here and just kind of show you my prices and all that, so you can kind of understand how this would work inside of your business.
Hey, Owen, offhand, do you know how to take a screenshot in most computers?
Yeah. Do you have a Mac or a Windows?
Windows.
Windows.
I can look it up on Google. I think it's Control Windows.
Windows key Shift S.
Windows key Shift.
And then you just drag it, like I think.
Oh. Okay.
I just saw the visual dragging motion.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Cool. Okay. So let me just break this down. I'll show you. You screen sharing my cute face?
No, not this time. There we go.
Dang it.
Buyers on the calendar, not leads.
Yes, sir. We got a cute little slideshow. I'm not a big slideshow seller, but like sometimes it's just fun to pull it out, just yeah, you never know. Anyways, well, this is a little slideshow for you, just to kind of break down like what we do. Like I said, in a couple of weeks, you'll have just a predictable pipeline. Like that's the most important thing, right? Like if word of mouth is good, like I've got literally contractors doing like millions a year just off of word of mouth and referrals. But the truth is like, if you want to scale predictably, as you know, you need to have some kind of paid ads. You need to like I want to put in $20 and get $60 out. That's the idea here. So realistically, we can get you, a known cost per job as well, just to kind of like know exactly how much we're spending on ads to get you more jobs. And then that way we can kind of, compare that to the LTV of like your customer, and then just pretty much just scale.
increase a ton of ads, get a ton of more jobs in the door. And also, this is side of things. I want to do a campaign for reviews as well. You said you have 2 Google reviews. I bet you, do you have contact information for the past jobs that you did like a long time ago? Or has it been too long?
It's been too long, dude. It's been over 10 years.
Okay.
I don't know if
That
they're
is,
even alive.
yeah. I was like 10 years old then. So I get that. So we'll go with that. But yeah, we've worked with lots of people for, years and years, and really great companies. And if you need that social proof as well, you can always give them a call on our call today. Cyril Storm Pros, very great guy. Don as well, Atlanta. So worked with lots of guys, and we basically just run direct response ads to homeowners. So primarily using Meta. So we'll basically run them through Facebook and Instagram. And I typically run them through my own pages because I have warmed up and engaged, accounts basically that are already trained. So like we'll get better results if we run them through my stuff in your location than your own company. But it's up to you, right? If we want to run it off of your branding, we can.
Well, I haven't really got into the socials other than Instagram, and I haven't put anything into it. So pretty much, nobody's really, I got like an average of 500 views per video. It's nothing crazy with my Insta. So.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll probably run it on my stuff then. It'll be nice and simple as well. We can get you launched sooner. It'll be easier for me as well. Yeah, right now we don't have anyone calling our lead, like your leads, but you can set up like an AI caller if you want. But I would just recommend, because the job sizes are bigger, the market's better. Like you need to call. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to call. I would elect not to go with the AI thing, but
100%. Yeah, it's pretty realistic, believe it or not. But like,
well, dude, it's only because I have a niche, and if we are grabbing some leads off that amazing island, Hulk Hogan's neighbor or something, I want to talk to them because they might know me already,
It's a good point. Yeah. Is Clearwater pretty big? Like, is it pretty...
Well, Clearwater is big. Clearwater has 125,000 people, but the island, is there's probably 4,000 people on the island.
And is that where you're looking to run the ads?
I would like to, just because, those 4,000 people most of them have $1 million houses.
Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to be honest as well. Like that's a very small market to be running ads to.
Yeah.
So
we can run it right across the bridge too. We can run Clearwater and Clearwater Beach. Quite honestly, Clearwater is Clearwater Beach. So it'll all kind of mend together.
Okay. Then I honestly, like we can just basically take like some radius, like a radius of the island and a radius of like the city, and just like plop them both in there and just see what we kind of get from that. And I think that that's probably going to be the best approach. We can even just do like a separate ad sets to target and to put different budgets into them as well, just to kind of like, work with it. But yeah, we can get you live in 72 hours, hopefully first sit downs in 3 to 5 days. But I want to be very honest about like expectation setting here, right? Because I'm not going to get you a job in like 3 days. I'm just not. Like it's gonna more be like a week or two, or like,
fine.
I'd be surprised if we even get like a lead within like the first day or two as well. Like I just want to make sure you understand that like this is supposed to be a long-term partnership, but luckily you don't go too into the red. You're not paying me like $10,000 to get started or whatever. It's bullshit. So, yeah,
that makes 100%. I don't really want to take off like crazy. I'm not extremely desperate. I want a long-term partnership. Come November when we're done with the dispensary, I would like to have plenty of fucking jobs and rocking and rolling and doing home shows and all this crazy shit.
Nice. Well, yeah, it sounds like our incentives are kind of aligned there then. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Good. Sweet. And then basically we have a little bit of a calculator. We can kind of like run the math. I'm sure like we'll basically be pretty profitable. What's your roughly like close rate? And mostly this is probably cold. So it's probably going to be a little lower than, but.
Well, my close rate right now is about 30-35%.
That's pretty, that's realistic. Some contractors come on these calls be like 90%.
No. You're going to get to know I'm not like any of those guys.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So like basically the cost per, let's see this. So yeah, what's your average job ticket size as well?
Anywhere from like 6 to 10.
Okay. Yeah. So I was probably right on the mark with the 8 here. Yeah, cost per appointment. So we basically charge $147 per book deployment as well, which that's the kind of book deployment cost. But basically what you could see like at any rate here of just like how much book deployments we get per month per ad spend, like you are very profitable. Like these ads that we run are very, very good. Now, like
And the only proof, like, you just need to know that we've had companies for multiple years. And I honestly don't think you can find any other agencies or like kind of service businesses that do what I do that can show working with companies for multiple years, especially in home improvement. So we run profitable ads, and if they're not profitable, then we figure it the fuck out, and then they're profitable. So
I love that, brother.
Cool. Okay, got it. So that is kind of the breakdown. Basically, we'll start you off with probably roughly 10 to 20 booked appointments a month. That's probably what we'll go with, which will result in probably a couple of closed jobs here and there. But we will all scale with time to, hit some of those scarier months. But just in the beginning, we'll start off. We'll get some stuff going, get the ball rolling.
Well, if we get a $10,000 job, I'm just going to put as much as I can right back into the ads, dude. That's just, it's really simple. Some of these guys are just like, oh, I got to get a new ladder, and nothing like that. Again, the main thing is to have a long-term relationship with somebody like yourself, and by November, be ready to be doing $50,000 to $100,000 months. That's my whole plan.
100%. Cool. So that is kind of the breakdown of the presentation. My upfront fee, just so you know, totally transparent, I charge $12.47 up front just to get started.
It's not cheaper than anybody else.
Yeah, it is. The reason why, and I honestly, dude, I don't profit off this at all. Like, the onboarding costs and getting the software set up and getting the ads ran and the credits used to make those, like, I maybe make $250. So maybe I'll go get it.
That 247 at the end next to the one is probably what you're making, dude. I'm a businessman.
Maybe I'll go get a steak dinner tonight, but like not that 247. Fort Lauderdale's got some great food, but no, yeah, that's what I charge up front, and basically how this next step would look if we decide to move forward. And it's obviously up to you, is we would hop on a call and probably like tomorrow ideally, or maybe even the day after, so I have some time to just build out some stuff to show you as well, and then we can get you live on that next call, basically.
Yeah. I know on your introduction you said to have all spouses at the same time. My spouse could not be here. So what I'm going to do, I'm very interested, Owen. I've been interested since I saw it. I mean, you're all over my algorithm. I just can't get rid of you. So I'm out of all the calls I've taken in the last 7 days, probably you're the one. You're definitely the one. I have to make sure that I have all my ducks in line. I need to talk to my partner, who's my fiance. I'm sure she's going to say, yeah, that looks great. And then let's schedule a call for tomorrow, maybe the same time, and then we can start rocking and rolling.
Let's do it. I love that. Let's go ahead and do that.
What time's best for you tomorrow? And
let's check my calendar, which is getting increasingly more and more full now.
If we can do before 10 a.m. this time, that'd be helpful for us, but not a necessity.
Okay. Yeah. Can we just do at maybe 10 a.m. instead of where this one was at 11?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. That would be great for me. Let me go ahead and put that in here. 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'm just going to move the existing meeting that we have right now booked for tomorrow. But yeah, I'm not gonna put we'll do the same meeting link as well. Like, I'm not gonna push like, oh bro, you gotta show commitment now or anything. Like, I'm working with long-term, partnerships here. So it's like, if you want to move forward, we'll move forward. If not, no worries.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm ready.
Recorded.
Hey buddy.
There we go. Hey Brian.
How you doing? This is Paul. How you doing, bud?
Hey, it's nice to meet you. My name's Owen, I'm founder of Bridge Lake Media. It is great to talk to you guys. Where are you guys calling out of? It's Georgia, correct?
Savannah.
Pennsylvania.
Savannah. No, Savannah, Georgia.
Savannah, Georgia, right? That's on the coast, right?
Yes.
Awesome. I have one guy in Georgia, in Alpharetta, Georgia. Right up by Atlanta there. So real quick, I just want to make sure you guys are business partners, correct?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So we're not going to be needed to do any follow-ups with other business partners, and you guys are your own. Because I'm just trying to save time here. I have a lot of calls coming in. So I'm only looking to do one call per person, pretty much straight shooters. If that's cool.
Right.
Awesome. So why'd you guys decide to take this time with me?
We want to see what you have to offer.
Oh yeah. Is that it? Are you guys I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming you see a lot of these ads around, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we do. We see a lot of them around.
Yeah, I've done been with home advisors, Angie's, all that crap. It didn't work out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. Have you been with Angie before?
Oh yeah, twice. They suckered me twice.
Really? How did that go?
And then when they got bought, home advisors and Angie's bought each other. Then there was competition. Then there wasn't. It was,
Yeah, now they're like combined.
yep.
Yep. Okay, cool. So what are your guys' goals in general? Like what are you looking for out of a partnership that looks like this? Um, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what you did. What are you doing different than they did?
Okay, I got you. What are you guys currently doing right now to get new work in?
We're basically word of mouth.
Okay, so just only word of mouth, right?
Yeah, but we also had a hurricane come through, so we're super busy.
Okay, right. But eventually that's going to slow down, correct?
Right.
Right. Yeah, I was actually in Florida when that happened. I was pretty close to it. I was in Gainesville, so I had to fly up to Michigan. That's where I'm at right now. But just to kind of jump in here, everything I do is pretty custom. So I don't really want to throw a bunch of hypothetical numbers at you and see what sticks. Like I need to figure out what's going on inside of your guys' business. Get some more clarity on you guys, and then like basically because I don't accept everyone, I can't. I only take 2 people per state. I already have 1 person in Georgia, so I got to make sure that you guys are like straight shooter. You guys are making enough. You guys are crushing it already. If it's a good fit, awesome. I'll show you all my stuff and basically answer all your questions. If not, no worries. But I'm not looking to do let me talk to my dog, my wife, my cat. Like, I just want to look for straight shooters. And either if things look good and you guys like what I have to offer, you can even get onboarded on this call today. If not, we can always part ways as friends. There's no worries on my end. But is it impossible to like come down to like a solid yes or no by the end of the call today?
If you say what I want to hear, yeah.
Anything's possible.
Anything is possible. Well, cool. So you guys are mainly getting work through word of mouth. Why are we on the call today if you guys are getting like more and more busy here?
Well, we keep seeing these ads posting about generating business or whatever the case may be, but we don't want to dump a lot of money into something that people are going to just feed to everybody else. You get what I'm saying? So what's actually going on is you have these companies that are putting ads out saying that they can generate business or saying that they can pay you per job, or I mean you pay them per job or whatever the case may be, and that's fine. But when everybody's getting the same leads, it's not fine.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, are you guys have a lot of experience with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how is that? Like, do you guys get people that already have contracts signed, etc.?
Well, from time to time you do, or you have 5 or 6 different people, 5 or 6 different roofing companies going to the same job, about the same issues. So, I mean, you're not getting any new leads. The leads are just being distributed throughout every company in Savannah.
Yeah, they're pretty much price hunters too, as well.
Right.
Yeah, I get that with a lot of my guys that have been with Angie and all them. Yeah, I do everything pretty much totally exclusive, so directly from your social media accounts. So there's really no way for me to do that. Like I said, I have 1 guy in Georgia. That's it right now. Okay, are you guys aware of like your cost per acquisition and all these numbers that you kind of need to know, or like for example, how much it costs for you guys to get a new customer?
Job's a different cost.
Yeah, because you guys are pretty much word of mouth, so you don't really have like a money like you like for me, for example, for my business, I spend like $700 to get a new customer, essentially. You guys don't have anything like that yet?
What do you mean 700? What are you saying?
Well, I'm just asking if you guys know how much it costs for you to get a new customer.
Don't cost me anything if they call me and I go to their house and sell them a job.
Right. Okay, well, how many jobs are you guys doing a month right now?
Well, right now we got 4 of them this week. So, I mean, it's periodically. I mean, it's getting them on schedule at the moment.
Yeah, totally. Okay. And how like currently month to month revenue, that's looking like what?
Probably 50K.
Okay. Okay, month. So a year, we can safely assume it's above, 600, 500.
Yes.
Awesome. Cool. And then, so like coming into 2024 here, or I guess now 2025, what are you guys looking to be at, right? Because obviously winter slows down. The election season kind of sucks, but what are you guys looking to be at coming into 2025 here?
That's kind of like I want to be as big as I can be. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Most definitely.
Yeah, can you guys take on all that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah.
Awesome. So you have really no limitation as far as jobs go. You can just take on as much as comes toward you.
That's right.
That's right.
Okay. Good. Good to know. I understand. So, all right. Cool. So, how many leads a month are you guys usually getting? I'm just trying to get a better understanding about you guys really quickly. So far, I like what I hear. Like, you guys are making enough. You guys are doing the right things. You guys are crushing it, it seems like. How many leads a month are you guys usually getting? Just organically, right?
Well, it's kind of tricky because we work for 4 or 5 rental companies. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
We got real estate agents we work for. They sell something, they buy something, and that just keeps us busy.
Yeah, contractors.
Yeah, I mean, what you need to understand is I used to own half of Roof Crafters, and then I've been in business with PM Roofing for 6 years now. And then me and Brian's opened this other company up just so we can distribute, what's happening. And my son's also got a company, so we're kind of like 3 companies into one. You know what I mean? So we're just
It's like a hub, I guess.
Yeah, we got like sister companies. You know what I'm saying? Somebody
Yeah.
needs 3 beds, we got 3 different roofing companies. So I mean that's basically what we're doing.
Okay, so I'm a little confused then. Like, I guess if you got multiple sister companies, then like, I mean, are you guys distributing the leads to all of you guys, or is that how does that work? For
Well,
all?
one's my son, one's my brother. So it's just us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
See,
Okay.
we have remodeling as well. So we do remodeling. We also do roofing, and all of the companies are kind of merged together.
Hmm.
So we handle a bunch of different things, but we handle most of the roofing, and then we have another remodeling thing, and then it's a revolving little system that we have.
Yeah, totally get you. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So how long ago were you guys with Angie? And how long were you with them for?
I was with them for 2 years, I guess.
You were with them for 2 years?
Mhm.
How much did you guys make from them?
Well,
Just kinda,
the first year wasn't bad. I mean, I got some really nice flat roofs out of the deal. You know what I mean? They sent me the people that, and then when they merged, I was with Home Advisory and Angie before they merged. And then that I was just starting getting the same leads, this, that, the other. I'm spending $3,000 a month, and now I'm not getting anything. I ghost leads. People don't call me back, and I just canceled it. So that's what
yeah.
that went down.
Yeah, it's bad. It's hard. Put so much into something and then just get nothing. Okay. Well, I see where you guys are at. You guys are doing good. It seems like you guys put a decent amount of thought into this. I guess my question is that like, I mean, because we could have been talking like 3 months ago when the hurricane wasn't coming. We could have been talking like 3 months from now. Like, why now specifically? I know you saw my ad, but like, you guys wouldn't be here if you didn't need more work, correct?
This is the thing. This is a new company me and him opened, and he wants
Okay.
to see what he can get. I mean, I think it's all. I tell him all the time, don't do that. It ain't because they always fail. No matter what we do, they fail. So he's took it upon himself to find something that don't fail. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you're sitting in Michigan getting me leads in my hometown. That you know what I mean? So that's I feel that way about it. But I'm not a computerized guy. I'm horse and buggy. I still write my stuff up on paper. He's going to try to be computerized. So he's trying to get me into the.
I'm trying to update him.
Yeah, he's trying to update me like you do your phone. I mean, I'm just set in my ways. I've been doing this for 40 years.
Listen, this is basically it in a nutshell. Okay, when I started roofing with his brother. I started at 15 years old. They've been in business long before I ever came into the picture. You know what I'm saying? So everything that he has going on, he's got going on word of mouth, on the history of their business and what they produce for people. Okay, I know that today's generation is all about being on the internet, helping get leads, being advertised, being this, being that, and that's just the way things are. You know what I'm saying? So and we have a 14-year-old that's all into computers and da 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 da. And I mean, you just seeing how much work these other individuals, these new companies are generating, and we're trying to figure out how they are generating all of this extra. They're like people that we've never even heard of in Savannah that are roofing or doing crazy numbers.
And it's before the hurricane.
Yeah, before the hurricane. So this actually started when we opened SEC. We actually opened SEC prior to the hurricane. It just happened to fall all in line with each other. And so this is something that I've been searching, and I didn't really realize that I was going to put ourselves in a situation where we was going to have a Zoom meeting today. It was going to happen that quick, but it did. And so now we're going to take the opportunity to see what we can get out of it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you guys definitely came to the right place. My guys, on average, in the first 45 days, as $60,000. That's what I've seen. So, I mean, like I said, though, you guys have been talking a lot about your stuff, your company. I appreciate all the context. I just want to preface, though, that I'm not a roofing professional. Like you guys said, your bread and butter is word of mouth. Your bread and butter is getting those roofs on job. I don't know the best shingles. I don't know the best materials. I don't know how to place them. I don't know how to cut corners. But what I do know is how to market for these companies.
That's
that's
why we calling you.
Yep, that's where you came in.
Because we don't know it. Me, I'm not a marketing, having a domain on all that stuff is just nothing to me.
I mean, right now we need additional trucks to help do the work, but what is going on, we're ready to incorporate all of that into everything. You know what I'm saying? So
perfect. So if everything looked good on today's call, you'd be ready to jump the gun and get work.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hell yeah. Cool. Okay. Well, awesome. I've been taking a few notes on the set here. You did mention you have a notepad or something by you, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah. So anything that I say, I would recommend writing some of it down just so you know the results of what you guys can expect to get from me, as well as just details. And at any point, just ask me questions about how things go, or ask me any questions, interrupt me, etc. Context about me when you guys are ready.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, good.
We got shingles being loaded on the back of the dump trailer. We're just all right.
All right. So context about me really quickly. Like I said, my name's Owen Rensland. I've been doing this for about 2.5 years. Did you guys get a chance to check out the video beforehand?
No, we did not. We had a lot going on yesterday.
Okay, no worries. I'm going to quickly screen share and show you it just because I like to make sure all the guys that go through the process of talking to me see it. Here's what that looks like. So basically, it's a video. I'm not going to play the video for you guys all right now, but essentially it goes over the fact that my dad was a roofing contractor, etc. I've managed over 140,000 of advertising budget. Now it's about 220,000.
I've been seeing on the Globe and Mail, Fox News, Benzinga, Bar Chart, like these articles right here. That's me right there. And essentially, I have just obviously some nice reviews on here. Some guys. I don't have my Georgia guy on there, but it's Don at DJK Restoration. He's in Alpharetta, Georgia. He's a great guy. But yeah, so that is just the video I wanted to make sure you guys have seen, or at least just checked out beforehand. Just some social proof to make sure you guys know I'm legit. I've been doing this for about 2.5 years though. Like I said, I've been doing it because my dad was a roofing contractor. He didn't get much work, and like you said, I was really good at the stuff, online stuff and marketing, as I was working with the gym. But basically, I can get you guys consistent work, consistent leads coming through. And I'm going to go ahead and, if it's cool with you, screen share so you guys can actually see my process a little bit. It's like a 3-step process. It's super, super, super simple. Let me go ahead and screen share and see if I can, Zoom will let me do this here. Awesome. Okay, so first things first, what do you guys know about the social media advertising in general?
Well, we don't know a whole lot. That's why we're talking to you about this, to be honest
That's
with
perfect. Exactly right. Exactly right. First things first.
I don't know.
What's
I'm
that?
old. No, I don't believe in it.
Once you see how many jobs I can get you,
The whole world has just revolved into a social media platform.
Yeah,
and he doesn't understand it.
I don't get it.
He got his first Facebook account, what, a month ago?
Yeah, I mean, I'm 57 years old and got a fake
Well, that's why you guys are talking to me. So no worries. Okay, first things first. I have 3 steps in the process. Okay. The first thing is I do a lot to make sure that these are qualified people that are coming to you. Okay, so how that looks is essentially going on Zillow and crossing out the areas that don't make a lot of money in your area, so the neighborhoods that don't make a lot of money, and I basically don't target those specific areas. Okay, that's the first thing. And then the second thing is every time someone fills out their information on the form, essentially, they would have all these text messages just to get them to reply. The goal is to get them to reply, right? You want a responsive person that's responding to you. Also, I take them through a whole qualification process like this, which asks what describes their home. You get this information, by the way. So even if it's commercial, when they want the project done, how they're hoping to pay for it, and then they put their information. So you get all that information, obviously, about them before you even contact them at all. The second thing I do is basically I run my ads through Instagram and, like you guys said, Facebook. I'm assuming you guys have seen a lot of ads on Instagram and Facebook. That's how you find me. That's how well it works because I use it myself. Now, you'll see a lot of these ads. This is the third thing, by the way. What I do is I make them video ads instead of picture ads. So you've probably seen a lot of these before around the area. And honestly, they look pretty scammy and people don't really click on these. However, people do click on custom made video ads. So I'll make a 60-second video that has B-roll about basically of companies I've collected over the years and basically have an offer that says like these guys saved a certain amount of money since we're a small run company that doesn't have a ton of overhead lugging around, etc. So what you can expect is essentially quality leads that actually have the income to spend, your stuff getting pushed out on your personal business pages. So I'm assuming you guys have a Facebook business page, correct?
Absolutely not. Not right now.
No worries. I actually have a lot of guys that come through and don't have a Facebook page set up yet. What we do is actually go ahead and set that up for you on another call as well. Because if you're not capitalizing on Facebook's like world basically, then there's a lot you're missing out on.
Yeah, I know. That's what he keeps telling me. I see all he's going, man, we gotta. I mean, I got guys that work for me got ads on Facebook. You know what I mean? They used to work for me. They got their own companies. So I've raised a lot of roofers in this town.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. And I wish that word of mouth and all that was enough now, but it's just not. So essentially, what we would go ahead and do then is get your guys' Facebook account up and running. Obviously, get some reviews and testimonials from previous customers, etc. And once that Facebook is built, then I would launch my.
Okay.
Now, do you guys have any questions about that process? I know that you don't necessarily.
I'm trying to find out how much does it cost to get the Facebook account started? What normally does it run? How do we do it?
Totally. Yeah. So I don't charge you guys to get your Facebook account up and running. I don't mind doing that for free. Now we can run through some of the logistical things, like some of the numbers and everything, if that sounds good to you guys. But first of all, price aside, elephant shape in the room, whatever the case may be, like, is this something that you guys actually are looking to do?
Yes, we are.
Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. So first things first, now is a great time for that little notepad that you guys saw. I saw you guys had. First things first is there is a cost essentially to push that ad out from your Facebook account to your local area. Okay, this is called ad spend. So basically, that ad spend is going to come out of your cards connected to your Facebook account every few days. And I would start you guys off at $40 a day in ad spend. Okay, so what this does is like your operating costs or like your material costs. Like basically, like for example, for my business, I spend $700 a day in ads. Like for you guys, I'd start with $40 a day in ads. And it would basically push out to the radius of your area so people can see your ads. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I
Awesome.
put that much in the machine.
Oh yeah, it's not bad at all.
I play more lottery than that a day.
As you should. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Okay. Well, anyways, yeah, $40 a day in ads. That's what I'm gonna start you guys off with. Any questions about ad spend? This isn't money that goes to me. Perfect. Okay. Now for the actual investment with working with us, what I charge is $2,000 up front and then $50 per lead that I get you. So it's a little bit better than Angie's $350.
What you thinking?
I'm just listening.
Come with it then. Come on.
You guys know everything you need to know. Essentially, what you'll get out of it, though, is about
So we start out where we pay you $2,000 up front.
yes,
We're gonna tie this to one of our business cards, right?
yes,
Our business account.
yeah, that
Okay.
works.
I'm just asking.
And
So I'm
essentially,
giving you $2,000, and then you're gonna be $50 for every lead you send me. How many leads do you think you're gonna send me?
out of that ad budget, coming into the winter season, you guys will get 50 leads in 3 months.
15 leads in 3 months?
50.
That'd be 50.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
I'm cool with that.
Oh yeah. Okay. It's super simple. What we would basically do now is get you on a success call type of thing, whether that's tomorrow, the day after the setup call. I'm assuming I'll do that with Brian because he's more of the techie guy.
Yeah, not me. I'm the Roman.
I'm excited because it's gonna be funny to see your reaction to how many leads I can get you online.
It's gonna be awesome. You get them, I'm gonna do them. That's
right.
That's what my job is, to get them done. His job is to find them.
Hold on. Sorry about that.
No worries. Can you? There we go.
I just bumped the button.
All right, that means all I need from you guys is essentially a card on file because I'm gonna obviously auto bill you for those leads that come through, and then I'm gonna send you guys information um, as like next steps, basically. So I'm ready when you guys are.
Ready?
Yep.
Do this? Yeah. Okay.
I better do this on my, not on paper, because my sheet of paper is like full.
Okay. I'm gonna give you this card number.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna need you to give me a minute to stop to this bank.
Okay, so you want me to not auto bill you until you let me know?
Well, I mean, you can do it this afternoon. If you can do it this afternoon after lunch.
Oh yeah, I can do it tonight. I can do it like late tonight. That's fine.
Yeah, we have to make it to the bank to do some deposits.
You're good. All good. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so you ready for the card?
Ready when you are.
4213.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. So essentially, there's like two things I need from you right now, real quick. When's the next time where you can maybe sit down in front of your computer so we can set things up?
Damn. Do you work at night? Any?
I work at night, Saturdays, Sundays, holidays.
Okay, could you do it on like can we do it like on a Saturday morning so we can have our secretary sit down with us and we can keep everything all in one computer system?
Yes, 100%. That would be, so you said Saturday morning, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning. This Saturday morning we don't have anything going on if you don't.
I also do not. Are you Eastern time? If you're in Georgia?
I'm Eastern time, yes, and I'm gonna say if how long will this take?
I would say a safe hour is safe to assume.
Okay, so would 10 o'clock be too late or too early?
10 o'clock is perfect with me. Yeah, that's awesome.
That'll be
Well,
perfect.
actually, I have a call at 10:45. So is there we could go like 9:30 maybe?
9:30 fine.
Okay, I'm gonna put you guys in for 9:30, and then basically, I'm also gonna send you a form and then an agreement as well. Okay, so I'll make sure you guys see that. It'll be in your email. Let me make sure I have the right email of you. So yeah, a form I need to fill. I need that form filled out before that call tomorrow. It'll probably take like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Let me make sure I have the right email for you guys really quickly though. For now, SammyB91220005 @gmail.
Yes, we'll update that. We'll update that tomorrow morning. But
Okay.
that's a good email for right.
Okay, yeah, that's good for now. I will send the form and agreement to that, and then essentially tomorrow, what we're gonna mainly do is create that Facebook account and then get me onto it. That's the goal.
Okay.
Okay, everything makes sense?
Sounds great.
Awesome. I look forward to these next coming months with you. By the way, that 2K and stands for 3 months. Obviously, at any point, if you guys are finding that like, it's fine. Like, no worries. You just let me know, and we can figure out the logistics with that. But essentially, 3 months. Load you guys up with leads. I'm gonna crush it. I'm excited to get you guys online and get your online profile built out. So.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right, so this is a question that I have. So after the 3 months, then we start this process all over again, or is it over with, or I mean, how does the relationship continue?
It always continues. I don't really have guys that leave me ever, and because I'm just good at what I do. But basically, it would just continue to be that $50 per lead. Like that's it. So
Okay, awesome. That's awesome. So it's just a one-time, I guess, family fee, huh?
Yeah, family fee.
First things first, I want to just say congratulations. Just the fact that you've made it this far in the video is actually kind of blowing my mind. You are probably going to succeed if it's the case. I'm not going to lie. Like, just having enough willpower to get through a long ass video like this, that tells me that you have more than the 90% of people that don't have what it takes to actually get what they want. You will probably be one of the ones that actually did it. And honestly, you should feel really proud of yourself because 99.9, probably even more than that, of people will not have gotten this far. Like, I genuinely mean that. So now in this video, I want to show you how to get to $10K or $30,000 a month, anywhere in that range. It's easier than you think, which is great. Most of it's based on the fundamental videos and having a solid system and booking appointments and closing deals, right? It's super simple, right? But just for some motivation, here's a screenshot of my first ever $10,000 month. This was like 3 years ago, I think. Yeah, 2023, 2024, something like that. As well as my first ever $10,000 week, which was 2024 as well. So your day-to-day structure to go from $0 to $10,000 a month is literally just booking appointments every day and continuing to improve at sales, right? It took me roughly 20-ish sales calls to sign my first ever client. So you need to be very patient with yourself and remember that regression to the mean needs to hit. So you need at least 30 sales calls or so to see what your close rate is and to see if there's an issue there. Now, I'm going to keep this as simple as possible. Book appointments and close deals. That's all you do every single day. Do whatever you can to book appointments and do whatever you can to close deals. That's from 0 to 10K a month, okay? I promise you it's that easy with the client fulfillment module being as good as it is. Like, that is all you have to do. To get from $10,000 a month to $30,000 a month, it's all about attacking your specific constraints. Maybe it's fulfillment. Maybe you don't have a scalable acquisition channel to book more appointments. Maybe you're not booking enough appointments from your ads, whatever it is. Like, you will know your constraint if you pull your business into metrics and like use the funnel visual that we had in the fundamental flow video and to see exactly what's holding back most of the water from going through. And oftentimes it's either an appointment booking issue or it's a sales issue, because even $10,000 to $30,000 a month for this business is not a lot. Once again, if you want some like actual one-on-one help, I don't offer coaching anymore, but you can become a Go High Level affiliate to me. And then there's a weekly call that I host with a bunch of people on there. If you want to be a part of those calls and maybe you have a specific constraint that you think I can help solve, then those calls are completely free. Just if you become an affiliate of mine, then you can get access to them. So you can always hop on theirs, but continue to refer back to this video for everything in regards to this business. The fundamentals, how to scale, how to fulfill, how to run ads, how to sell, whatever it is. Just refer back to this video because it probably had everything. But once again, thank you so much for watching. If you found any value in this video, like whatsoever, like, subscribe. It really doesn't cost anything or take anything from you. It takes maybe a couple seconds, and this video took a long time for me to put together. Share it with others. Like, literally text other people this video if you genuinely think it can help them. And if you made it this far in the video, comment thanks in all caps, because I'm honestly curious to see like how many people actually get through to this whole thing. And if you want the resources and documents from this video, like bonus wise, sign up to Go High Level with my link. And man, that's pretty much it. So I appreciate you for watching this video. And yeah, I'll probably be just documenting my progress into scaling my agency. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. So I hope you have the best day ever. Good luck, and I'm rooting for you.